My name is Yu. At this moment, I'm sitting in the classroom of the Kenoha Ninja Academy, gazing absent-mindedly at the leaves outside the window. Silently, I marvel to myself, 12 years have passed already. It's been 12 years since I arrived in this world. Time really flies. I'm a transmigrant, someone who crossed over from another world. The moment I was born, I was caught in the disaster of the Nine-Tails attack on the village, and my parents lost their lives. Amidst the chaos, when I turned 6, I entered the Ninja Academy without any trouble, blending in with my classmates. My grades are average, my ranking unremarkable, and the only thing worth mentioning is that I look a bit better than most. In class, my presence is barely noticeable. Hardly anyone pays me any special attention. I'm nothing like Uchiha Sasuke, who claims the top spot in every exam and draws the admiring eyes of many girls. Nor am I like Naruto, who always ranks at the very bottom, yet somehow manages to be the center of conversation. For 12 years, my life has been utterly uneventful. I've never encountered anything out of the ordinary. Neither the third Hokage nor Danzo has ever noticed me, and a rude organization has never come to speak with me. I had almost resigned myself to living quietly in the shadows forever, until quite suddenly, a voice echoed in my ear. Idol system, successfully activated. Host, Yu binding complete. I froze for a moment. System? What's this? The system's voice answered coldly. Idol system, at your service. I frowned, suspecting I'd fallen into a genjutsu, and bit down hard on the back of my hand. The sharp pain made me wince, and only then did I realize this wasn't an illusion. Helplessly, I muttered, System, you sure took your time. 12 years late. After all these years, I'd grown used to my uneventful existence. I never expected the system to show up just now. Yet, the system ignored my complaint, entirely leaving me to laugh at myself. It really is a cold system. Of course, I had no way of knowing back then that this system had neither emotions nor intelligence. Since it refused to answer, I decided not to dwell on it and got straight to the point. So, what exactly can you do? The system replied, This is an idle system. Simply remain idle, and you'll receive rewards. To my surprise, I actually felt relieved. That sounds easy enough. So how does it work? The system replied, You are already using it. I was a bit taken aback. So, I'm already on the path to effortless victory? I wonder what kind of rewards I'll get. Still, after 12 years in this world, I'd learned to take things as they come. Whether I had a system or not, it just meant my days would be a little plainer or a little more interesting. I pulled my attention away from the conversation, swirling in my mind, and focused on Ichiraku-sensei standing at the podium. I thought to myself, we're finally graduating. I wonder which team I'll be assigned to. This graduation exam was about the clone jutsu. Although my grades were average, I had long since mastered the 3 basic jutsu. Aside from Naruto, who couldn't perform a clone jutsu due to the Nine-Tails influence, almost everyone else in the class was bound to pass. Ichiraku began calling names for the exam, and Sasuke was the very first. Ever since he'd enrolled, Sasuke had been the top student in our class, always achieving the highest scores. With his hands tucked into his pockets and a cool, indifferent look on his face, he strode toward the examination room next door. The girls in class reacted like fans at a pop concert, squealing with excitement. Sasuke is so cool. Go Sasuke. Sasuke, I like you. Naruto glared at Sasuke's proud demeanor, grumbling with frustration. That guy Sasuke, what's so great about him anyway? Shikamaru, sounding lazy as ever, said, Well, Sasuke's always been number 1 in our class. Naruto shot back stubbornly, Shikamaru, just wait. One day, I'll surpass him. I'm going to be Hokage. Shikamaru just rolled his eyes and laid his head back down for a nap. In our class, Shikamaru and Kiba were the only ones willing to hang out with Naruto. The others mostly ignored him. To avoid trouble, I hadn't tried to get close to Naruto either. It wasn't long before Sasuke finished his exam. Unsurprisingly, he passed with flying colors. Ichiraku was so impressed he nearly wanted to let Sasuke skip the test altogether. In Ichiraku's eyes, there was no doubt Sasuke was the most outstanding student this year. The rest of the exams went just as I expected. Everyone passed, except for Naruto. Then, the third Hokage appeared to give a speech to the graduating students, filling these young would-be ninja with even more excitement and hope for their future. Naruto sat glumly on the swing under a tree, his eyes full of disappointment as he watched his classmates, now officially graduates. Soon he wandered off alone. I thought, he's probably been tricked by Mizuki by now. I definitely didn't want to get involved with Naruto stealing the scroll. On my way home after class, I passed by Ichiraku Ramen. Too lazy to cook, I decided to just pop in for a quick bowl. As soon as I walked in, I saw Ichiraku treating Naruto to ramen. I'd been living in this world for 12 years, and so many details of the original story had faded from memory, I never expected. To run into them like this. Just as I was about to turn and leave, Tucci, the owner, called out to me, "Yayu, what would you like to eat today?" I was a regular here, and he knew me well. With his greeting, both Ichiraku and Naruto turned to look at me. Left with no choice, I braced myself and stepped inside. I greeted them. "Hello, Ichiraku-sensei. Naruto, you're here for ramen too?" My parents had left me some money, enough to get by comfortably until I reached adulthood. Usually, I made a habit of avoiding Naruto's usual ramen time, so after all these years, we'd barely ever crossed paths. Ichiraku looked at me, smiling. "Yayu, you did well today." Naruto, on the other hand, had absolutely no impression of me. I'd always been so unremarkable in class, keeping a low profile, almost as quiet as Shino Aburame. Naruto furrowed his brow, thinking hard, but couldn't recall who I was. I didn't mind in the slightest. Seeing that he truly couldn't remember, Naruto edged closer to Ichiraku and whispered, "Ichiraku-sensei, who is he? Is he my classmate?" Ichiraku was just about to speak to me, but Naruto's question left him a bit exasperated. He could only look at Naruto at a loss for words. "Naruto, this is Yayu. Don't you remember your own classmate?" Naruto gave an awkward laugh. "Ha ha. Ichiraku-sensei, I honestly don't remember." I had to admit, his honesty was almost refreshing. Ichiraku turned to me with a slightly embarrassed smile. "Yayu, don't take it to heart. Naruto just has a terrible memory." Even as he said it, he realized how flimsy that excuse sounded. After all, no matter how forgetful you are, it's hard to forget a classmate you've had for 6 years. What surprised Ichiraku, though, was that I wasn't upset at all. I just smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I've never been great at talking to people anyway." "Don't say that. The real problem is Naruto's memory. He's hopeless," Ichiraku said seriously. It was only then that Naruto really looked at me. "Ichiraku-sensei, did Yayu pass the graduation exam?" Ichiraku turned with a helpless smile. "Of course he did. In fact, you're the only one in our class who didn't pass. What exactly have you been learning all these years?" Naruto scratched his head, embarrassed. "Ichiraku-sensei, it's just that I'm not good with the clone jutsu. But my sexy jutsu is amazing." The moment Naruto mentioned his infamous technique, Ichiraku's face turned beet red, and he shouted, "Stop talking about that inappropriate jutsu." Naruto shrank back, muttering under his breath, "But you got a nosebleed when I used it." "Enough. Not another word." Ichiraku's face grew even redder after being exposed. I paid no mind to their back and forth. With a gentle smile, I turned to Tucci. "Uncle, I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please." As he worked the noodles, Tucci grinned at me. "So yeah, you passed the Ninja Academy exam. About to become a shinobi, huh? Here, have 2 eggs today. My treat to celebrate." Tucci and I had always gotten along well. I smiled back. "Thank you, Uncle." At that moment, I brought over a bowl of beef and set it in front of me, her smile warm. "Yeah, you, little brother, I'm happy for you too." Because I looked quite decent, often visited Ichiraku Ramen, and was always polite, Iam had always had a good impression of me. By the time Ichiraku and Naruto finished their conversation, my ramen was almost gone as well. With Ichiraku and Naruto present, Jeriah ate even faster than usual. After finishing his meal, Jeriah stood up and said, "Ichiraku-sensei, Naruto, take your time. I'll head out first." Ichiraku was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Jeriah to eat so hastily. He glanced at Naruto, as if suddenly understanding the reason. He didn't blame Jeriah. After all, Jeriah's parents had died during the Nine Tails incident. It was perfectly natural that Jeriah didn't like Naruto. Naruto, completely unaware, simply smiled and called out as Jeriah left. "See you, Jeriah. Let's hang out sometime." Jeriah gave a faint smile, said nothing more, and turned to leave. His manner was polite, yet he kept a certain distance. Naruto didn't notice anything unusual, but Ichiraku could see it clearly. He's much better than most people. At least there's no obvious hostility in his eyes, Ichiraku thought to himself. Ichiraku didn't know that the only reason Jeriah kept his distance from Naruto was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jeriah returned home, lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and wondered when his reward would arrive and whether the idol system was even real. He waited until midnight. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a voice from the idol system suddenly echoed in his mind. "You've been idle for a day. Congratulations, your chakra limit has been lifted." Jeriah frowned, still unsure what exactly this reward meant. Suddenly, he felt his entire body enveloped in a faint blue glow. Jeriah was already capable of drawing chakra, so he immediately realized that this blue light was chakra itself. What surprised him was the extreme density of this chakra, so much so that it was almost tangible. "This chakra is so dense. It's probably 100 times more than what I used to have. So this is my reward." In the next moment, all that chakra surged into Uriah's body. A wave of comfort washed over him, so intense that he almost cried out. Biting down on his blanket, he managed not to startle the neighbors with any strange noises. It took a long while before Uriah had completely absorbed all the chakra. Incredible. I can actually absorb chakra directly from the outside world. Normally, a ninja's chakra is drawn from their own cells. That was how Uriah had done it too. He used to worry that drawing chakra too often might weaken his body. But as it turns out, he'd been overthinking it. This world was different from the one Uriah had known. Many familiar rules simply didn't apply here. In this world, extracting chakra wouldn't harm the body, unless you push yourself far beyond your limits. However, the amount of chakra one can draw from their own body varies greatly, depending on their physical constitution. To put it simply, those born into ninja clans have bodies that are much stronger than ordinary people, and their chakra reserves are far greater as well. Uriah's chakra capacity had always been quite average, since both his parents were ninjas of civilian origin. His chakra was nowhere near Sasuke's, with a disparity of nearly tenfold. As for Naruto, Uriah's chakra was only about 1/10,000th of his. And that's not even counting the Nine-Tails chakra, just the chakra Naruto naturally inherited as a member of the Uzumaki clan. What's more, as Naruto grows older, his chakra will only continue to increase, and the gap between him and Uriah will widen even further. In this world, bloodline is of paramount importance. Without a powerful bloodline, the best one can hope for is to shine briefly like I did. Now, Uriah realized his chakra reserves had increased 100-fold, roughly reaching the level of a jonin. On top of that, he could now draw chakra directly from the environment, meaning he could replenish his energy anytime, anywhere. This was something most ninja could only dream of. The energy present in nature far surpassed what Uriah possessed within himself, and now he could clearly feel that high-quality energy constantly streaming into his body. What Uriah didn't know was that what he was absorbing was actually natural energy, which was far superior in quality to ordinary chakra. Natural energy could be used not only in battle, but also to nourish the body. However, Uriah's physique wasn't particularly robust, and that limited how much chakra he could absorb. If his body were as strong as Naruto's, his chakra reserves would probably exceed Naruto's by 100 times or more. At this moment, Uriah only felt a deep, soothing comfort washing over him, even better than soaking in a hot bath. This system is incredible. The very first day, and it's already given me such a huge surprise, he thought to himself. It's a pity that aside from the basic clone, transformation, and substitution techniques, I don't know any other ninjutsu. Uriah's parents hadn't left him any secret scrolls either, since they were just ordinary chunin. No need to rush. Maybe the idol system will provide new ninjutsu in the future, Uriah reassured himself. Having my chakra multiplied 100-fold is already more than enough. By now, his chakra reserves had already surpassed Sasuke's by a long shot. Among the students, Sasuke had one of the highest chakra levels, far above most of his classmates, but even he paled in comparison to Naruto. In reality, no one could really compete with Naruto when it came to chakra. The Uchiha clan was famous for their abundant chakra, but even they were a step below the Uzumaki and Senju clans. After all, without enough chakra, it was difficult to even activate the Sharingan, let alone the Mangekyo Sharingan. The next day, Yi arrived at school right on time. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he saw that Naruto was already sitting at his seat. After what happened yesterday, Naruto had definitely remembered Yu. Unlike Shino, Yu didn't isolate himself from the outside world. In the past, nobody paid any attention to Yu simply because he rarely took part in class activities or played with his classmates. Every time the bell rang for dismissal, he would head straight home. When Naruto spotted Yu, he immediately stood up and waved enthusiastically. "Hey, Yu!" Yu was a little surprised, but he still smiled and nodded in response. He casually found a seat and sat down. Naruto's actions drew the attention of many students in the class. Even though his grades were always poor, Naruto somehow remained at the center of everyone's attention. Now, quite a few people started glancing in Yu's direction. Some of the girls, upon noticing Yu, were left momentarily speechless. They hadn't realized there was such a handsome boy in their class before. He's just as good-looking as Sasuke, isn't he? How'd I never notice him until now? Oh, come on. Sasuke is still the best. No one can compare. But I have to admit, Yu is really handsome, too. A lively debate broke out among the girls about who was more attractive, Yu or Sasuke. Most of them remained loyal to Sasuke, but not just for his looks. His talents and demeanor played a big part as well. Even so, a few girls couldn't resist the urge to walk right up to Yu, eager to introduce themselves. Ino, for instance. She was a proud member of the Looks Club. Her crush on Sasuke was based entirely on his appearance. Now that she discovered another boy in class who was every bit as handsome as Sasuke, she certainly wasn't going to let the chance slip by. Ino walked over to Yu, her cheeks tinged with pink. Hi, I'm Ino Yamanaka. How is it that I've never seen you before? Yu frowned slightly, murmuring to himself. Was I really that invisible before? I mean, I've always kept a low profile, but for us to be classmates for 6 years and leave no impression at all, that's a bit much. He couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. He simply wasn't looking for attention. Not that he didn't get along with people, but he never imagined that almost no one in class even remembered him. After all, they'd spent 6 years together, only for someone to say, "How come I've never seen you before?" Looking at the shy and slightly embarrassed Ino, Yu had no choice but to smile and say, "I'm Yu. Nice to meet you." His words only made Ino feel even more flustered. She stammered, "Sorry, Yu." Yu was really just teasing. He didn't actually mind. Besides, he knew he was at least partly responsible for the situation. "It's fine. Let's just treat this as our first meeting." Yu smiled as he spoke. When Ino saw Yu's gentle smile, her heart skipped a beat. She nearly fainted on the spot. The reactions of the girls in this world really could be a little over the top. When your heart skips a beat, you can truly feel dizzy from nerves. Just then, Shikamaru walked over. With his usual lazy tone, he said, "You're always staring at Sasuke, so it's no wonder you didn't notice Jeriah." As he spoke, Shikamaru sat down next to Jeriah. "Hey, I always saw you leave as soon as class ended, so we've never really had a chance to get to know each other. My name's Shikamaru." He reached out his hand. Jeriah hadn't expected that Shikamaru had been paying attention to him all along. "Yeah, I'm Jera," he replied, reaching out to shake Shikamaru's hand. It actually made sense that Shikamaru would notice him. With his intelligence, it wouldn't take long to pick up on someone like Jeriah. Even just in terms of looks, only Sasuke could rival him in the class. The two of them chatted casually for a bit, and then Sasuke walked into the classroom. The moment he appeared, every girl's gaze instantly locked onto him. "Sasuke, he's so handsome." A crowd of girls immediately gathered around Sasuke. Shikamaru slumped over his desk, sounding exasperated. Girls can be such a hassle. He had barely finished speaking when Ino, who was sitting nearby, shot him a fierce glare from behind Jeriah. "Shikamaru, what did you just say?" Shikamaru turned his head, surprised to see that Ino hadn't run off to join the other girls around Sasuke. I wasn't talking about you." Ino rolled her eyes at him. "Oomph." Although Ino had sneaked a few glances at Sasuke, her gaze kept drifting back to Jeriah. In the past, Sasuke always drew her attention, and she hadn't noticed Jeriah at all. Now that she did, she realized Jeriah was always alone. And in terms of looks, he was every bit as striking as Sasuke. She knew exactly what choice to make. Sasuke was certainly impressive, but he always had a swarm of girls around him, not to mention Sakura, her biggest rival. Ino quickly made her decision in her heart. Meanwhile, Naruto saw Sakura squeezing in front of Sasuke, that love-struck look on her face, and felt a surge of resentment. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, Sakura only has eyes for Sasuke. Sasuke, I'm never giving Sakura up to you." With that, Naruto headed straight for Sasuke. His actions immediately caught the attention of many classmates. Even Jeriah couldn't help but look over. Naruto leapt onto the desk, right in front of Sasuke, crouching on top, staring intensely at him. Sasuke wasn't about to back down either. He glared right back, his eyes just as sharp. The girls nearby bristled at Naruto's boldness. "Idiot Naruto, stop staring at Sasuke like that. Get down, Naruto. How dare you look at Sasuke that way?" Jeriah kept watching the whole scene unfold, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. His memories were a bit hazy, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something surprising was about to happen. As expected, in the very next moment, someone behind Naruto accidentally bumped his back with their elbow. Naruto lost his balance and fell straight towards Sasuke. What happened next took Jeriah completely by surprise. The girls in the class, upon seeing this, were almost on the verge of tears. "Oh no, Naruto, what are you doing? How could you do that? Sasuke's first kiss is gone." "You idiot." Faced with the scene before him, even Jeriah was stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Those two really do have quite a unique relationship. Shikamaru, unable to hold back his comment, muttered, "Naruto really is such a fool." Ino wore the same helpless expression as Jeriah and said, "For both of them, that must have been their first kiss, right?" In the past, Ino would have been angry about something like this. But now, she didn't feel that way anymore. Unlike Sakura, who truly liked Sasuke from the bottom of her heart, Ino's feelings for Sasuke were partly due to her rivalry with Sakura, and the other part was simply because of Sasuke's looks. That's why she could move on to someone else much faster than Sakura ever could. Jeriah had a feeling that the scene between Naruto and Sasuke just now would stay with him for a very long time. He couldn't help but think, a little darkly, maybe the reason Naruto keeps chasing after Sasuke is because there really is some special feeling between them. As this thought crossed his mind, Jeriah felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This is getting ridiculous. I should stop thinking about it. The more I dwell on it, the creepier it gets. Both Sasuke and Naruto were still retching from the accidental encounter. Sasuke glared at Naruto in utter disgust. Naruto, what on earth are you trying to do? Naruto, not to be outdone, shot back. I should be asking you the same thing. What's your problem? The two of them quickly started quarreling. Sakura could only sigh and step in to separate them. To prevent another argument, she decisively sat between the two. From that moment on, Sakura became the mediator between them. This entire scene was also being watched by the Jonin gathered in the Hokage's office. Everyone wore awkward expressions as they looked at the third Hokage's crystal ball. Asuma, Sir Toby sighed. So that's this year's top student, Uchiha Sasuke? Judging by his grades, he's outstanding. He's every bit as good as Kakashi was back in the day. Kakashi had been silent all this time, but now he replied in a calm voice. He might even be better than I was back then. In his heart, he thought, after all, he's from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan held a special place in Kakashi's mind. His closest friends and former subordinates had all come from the Uchiha. He knew just how powerful that family was. The third Hokage, seeing all of this, could only feel a sense of helplessness. He thought to himself, Naruto always manages to cause all sorts of unexpected trouble. He really is a handful. No one paid any attention to Jeriah's presence. Over the years, Yiyu's academic performance had always been unremarkable, neither outstanding nor poor. Even the third Hokage hardly had any impression of him. This was perfectly normal, after all. Yiyu had always been just an ordinary student, with nothing particularly special about him. He didn't come from a ninja clan, so naturally, no one paid much attention to him. After a while, Ichiraku walked into the classroom. He glanced at the nervous students before him and took out the list for team assignments. Ino, seated beside Yiyu, silently prayed in her heart. Please let me be in the same team as Yiyu. Little did she know, her future had already been arranged by the third Hokage and her own father in their generation. The Inoshikaicho trio was a team that would never be split up. In other words, the teams of Kenoha's 12 young ninjas had been decided long before, and no one else had any say in the matter. Ichiraku read out several teams in a row, but Yiyu's name wasn't mentioned. When he reached Team 10, Ichiraku announced Team 10, Shikomanara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka. Just as Yiyu had expected. Although he'd forgotten much of the original storyline, after living in Kenoha for over a decade, he was already well acquainted with the basic situation of each clan. How could the Inoshikaicho trio ever be separated? Ino slumped over her desk, disappointment in her voice. How boring. Once again, I'm not in the same team as Yiyu. Shikamaru, beside her, reminded her helplessly, Hey, could you not say that right in front of us? We're your teammates too, you know. Ino huffed softly in response. When she looked over at Yiyu, she noticed how calm he was, as if he'd already foreseen this outcome. She said, dejected, Yiyu, looks like we didn't end up in the same team after all. Yiyu smiled and reassured her, I'm sure the teachers have their reasons. Ichiraku continued reading, Team 11, Jimoku Yamada, Yiyu Jinwen, Tanako Benyata. Yiyu thought to himself, just as I imagined, all my teammates are students nobody has really heard of. Team 11 consisted entirely of students from civilian families. Yiyu was fairly certain their instructor wouldn't be one of Kenoha's famous jonin. Most likely, just an ordinary jonin, or perhaps even a special jonin or chunin. Meanwhile, the two classmates whom Yiyu could barely remember were scanning the classroom, searching for their teammates. Jimoku Yamada was a boy whose personality resembled Naruto's. What made him stand out was the ponytail he wore. Tanako Benyata, on the other hand, was a strikingly attractive girl. She had long golden hair that reached her waist, wore a pure white top, and a simple, jet-black skirt without any pattern, her whole appearance giving off a quiet and composed impression. Normally, Yiyu paid little attention to these two, and they didn't have much of an impression of him either. Still, it seemed their relationship with each other was quite good. To Yiyu, he was simply a stranger among teammates. After the class assignments were finished, the various jonin instructors began to arrive, each coming to collect their own students. The first to arrive was Asuma. He stepped through the door and looked straight at Shikamaru and the others, announcing directly, Students of Team 10, I'm your jonin instructor. Come with me. Before leaving, Ino looked at Yiyu with reluctance and said, Yiyu, my family owns the flower shop on the main street. I help out there all the time. You have to come visit me, okay? Yiyu gave her a slight nod. If he didn't agree, Ino probably wouldn't have left. Shikamaru also chimed in, Yiyu will head out first then. Yiyu smiled back at them. All right, you guys go ahead. Once the three had left, Shuma and Taiko Motonoya came over and sat down beside Yu. Shuma, cheerful by nature, turned to Yu as soon as he sat and reached out his hand with a bright smile. Republic del Yemen, Yugoslavia. I am Shuma. We're in the same class now. Let's look out for each other. Yu returned his smile. Hello, Shuma. I'm Yu. Let's take care of each other from now on. Taiko Motonoya also extended her hand with confidence. Yu, I'm Taiko Motonoya. Please take care of me too. Yu gave her hand a gentle shake before letting go, smiling. Taiko, I look forward to working together. And just like that, the three of them got acquainted. While shaking hands, Yu could sense that both of them possessed only a modest amount of chakra, just about what one would expect from ordinary genin. This was a trait unique to him, an extraordinary sensitivity to energy. Not only chakra, but he could also perceive all kinds of energies and even potential dangers with remarkable accuracy. Now, Yu had formed a first impression of his two new teammates. He felt no dislike for them. In fact, both seemed to have pleasant personalities. Shuma, though outgoing and somewhat reminiscent of Naruto, lacked Naruto's boundless exuberance. He was simply sunny and extroverted. Taiko Motonoya, on the other hand, was closer in temperament to Hinata, but without Hinata's intense shyness. She was simply gentle and a bit quiet. Her appearance was striking as well, and her sense of style was even more fashionable than Hinata's. It was easy for Yu to discern that, though Taiko Motonoya didn't come from a ninja clan, her family was clearly well off. The clothes she wore were obviously expensive. She must come from wealth. Both Taiko Motonoya and Shuma regarded Yu with curiosity. They could barely recall any previous encounters with him. Shuma couldn't help but ask, Yu, how come I don't remember you at all? Are you a transfer student? Taiko Motonoya added, intrigued. Yu could only smile wryly. In this class, aside from Shikamaru, almost no one seemed to know who he was. They had clearly been in the same class for 6 years already. Yet Jeriah patiently explained, I've actually been in this class for 6 years. Shumu's eyes widened in astonishment. You've been in this class for 6 years. He could hardly believe it. How could he have no impression of Jeriah after all this time? Taniko also covered her mouth in surprise. Jeriah gave a wry smile. Maybe it's because I usually don't like to talk to people. Shuma nodded in agreement. That's true. I barely remember you at all. How strange. But from now on, we're teammates. We won't let you feel lonely again. Shuma grinned cheerfully as he said this. Jeriah was a little taken aback by their kindness. So, it's not just the main characters who are like this. Even the so-called supporting cast are actually pretty nice. It's just that their abilities aren't strong enough, so they end up fading into the background. The unlucky ones will lose their lives in the Fourth Great Ninja War. The even unluckier ones won't even make it that far. They'll die on missions before the war even starts. Just then, as Shuma and Taniko were talking, a ninja in his 40s stepped into the classroom. He was unusually burly, nothing like the average ninja. His fierce presence instantly silenced the previously noisy room. He strode up to the podium, scanning the class with a sharp gaze before quickly locking eyes on Jeriah and his two friends. Team 11, come with me. His tone was short and commanding. This man was none other than Jeriah's new instructor. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the classroom. Shuma and Taniko were clearly intimidated by the teacher's aura. Why is our teacher so scary? Shuma whispered. Taniko looked worried as well. I've got a feeling we're in for a rough time. Jeriah, however, didn't seem bothered. He thought to himself, this guy's got a strong presence, and there's a heavy scent of blood about him. He must have come from the ANBU or some similar unit. But that's not a bad thing. Making it into the ANBU means he's definitely strong. Although the ANBU isn't made up of only Jonin, sometimes even Chunin can join. Any Chunin who makes it must be among the very best. We should get moving. If we don't catch up, who knows where he'll go? Jeriah reminded the others. After Jeriah and his teammates left the classroom, Naruto, who'd been sitting in the back, finally let out a sigh of relief. That scared the heck out of me. Poor Jeriah. His instructor looks really tough. I hope things go well for him. Sakura, sitting nearby, still looked a little shaken. Who is that teacher, anyway? His presence is overwhelming, like he could strike at any moment. Only Sasuke seemed thoughtful. That man's aura, it's just like my brother Itachi's. He must have come from the ANBU. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke was far more experienced. He could sense an aura from the team leader of Jeriah and his companions that resembled that of his own older brother. Jeriah and his teammates followed their instructor in silence, keeping to the rear. Yamada Kimoku and Honda Tego were quiet out of fear of their teacher's intimidating presence, while Jeriah simply wasn't much of a talker by nature. The instructor didn't say a word, either. The four of them left the Ninja Academy quietly and made their way to a training ground in the Hidden Leaf Village. There were many vast training fields in the village, but the most famous among them was the Forest of Death, which spanned an impressive 20 kilometers in diameter. Standing before their instructor, Yamada Kimoku and Honda Teigo trembled with nerves, while only Jeriah remained calm. The instructor swept his gaze across the three of them, his eyes settling on Jeriah. Instantly, Jeriah felt a crushing pressure descend upon him, making him deeply uncomfortable. He understood exactly where this sensation came from, but had no intention of yielding, even as his mind grew faint for a moment. That oppressive force emanated from their instructor. Yet, despite that, Jeriah's expression remained composed, betraying no hint of distress, which took the instructor by surprise. What an interesting kid, the instructor muttered to himself. At first, he'd assumed he'd just been assigned a few ordinary students. But Jeriah was clearly different. Under such pressure, even seasoned chunin would struggle to remain calm, and yet Jeriah stood firm. The instructor finally spoke, a rough laugh in his voice. Well, kid, you've certainly impressed me. I thought I'd just be dealing with a bunch of regular kids, but it looks like there's at least one of you who's quite intriguing. As the instructor's killing intent swept over them, Yamada Kimoku and Honda Teigo went pale, their bodies shaking, minds growing hazy. The instructor, after all, had once served in the ANBU, and the air around him fairly crackled with lethal intent and overwhelming force. Jeriah lifted his head and addressed the instructor. Sensei, I don't think it's necessary to use such extreme methods on a few trainee ninjas. Though Jeriah endured the pressure, he wasn't unaffected. Just moments ago, he nearly lost his composure. If not for the rewards he'd received last night, which had greatly enhanced his mind and body, he might have collapsed just like Yamada Kimoku and Honda Teigo. For a moment, the instructor was taken aback by Jeriah's words. Then, with a resigned wave of his hand, he said, all right, I suppose. My temper doesn't suit teaching kids like you. In the old days, if you'd spoken to me like that, I definitely would have taught you a lesson. So, your name's Jeriah? Looks like the teachers at the academy underestimated you. You're anything but ordinary, the instructor said, a smile playing at his lips. The instructor withdrew his overwhelming aura, and at last, Yamada Jimoku and Moto Yutako breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, a deep fear lingered in their eyes as they looked at him. They had never experienced anything so terrifying before. Both of them turned to glance at Jeriah, awe filling their hearts. Under that intense pressure, just now, Jeriah had somehow managed to stay calm. That composure made them feel a touch of fear toward Jeriah as well. Until now, they had always assumed he was just as ordinary as they were. They never imagined the gap between themselves and Jeriah could be so vast. What the two didn't know was that the instructor's oppressive force had actually been focused almost entirely on Jeriah. If they had realized this, their shock would have been even greater. Just the lingering effects of the pressure had nearly rendered them unconscious. What must it have been like to withstand its full force as Jeriah did? One couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for his strength. Jeriah didn't argue with the instructor's words. He thought that explaining too much would only seem unnatural. The instructor didn't press the matter. Instead, he looked quite pleased. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Kimoto Duchi. You could just call me Teacher Duchi, he said. What you experienced just now was a small test. You all did well, especially you, Jeriah. Kimoto Duchi was clearly satisfied with Jeriah's performance, even pleasantly surprised. Now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. As soon as Kimoto Duchi finished speaking, Yamada Jimoku shot his hand into the air, excitement lighting up his face. Teacher, my name is Yamada Jimoku. My favorite food is grilled meat, and I absolutely hate green peppers. My dream is to become the strongest ninja in the world and, one day, the greatest Hokage in the Hidden Leaf Village. Yamada Jimoku's personality was strikingly similar to Naruto's. Even his dream was the same. But then, becoming Hokage was the dream of most children in the Hidden Leaf Village. Kimoto Duchi smiled in response. Then you'll have to work twice as hard. There are many powerful ninjas in this world. If you want to be the strongest among them, you'll need to give more than anyone else. The intimidating aura that Kimoto Duchi had radiated earlier was now gone, replaced by a much warmer and friendlier presence. Standing to the side, Moto Yutako still hadn't quite recovered from the terror she'd just felt. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I'm Moto Yutako, and I'm 12 years old. Her voice was so soft it was barely audible. She was already endearing to begin with, and now she seemed all the more delicate and pitiable. Her waist-length golden hair made her look especially beautiful. So much so that even Jeriah found himself momentarily stunned by her beauty. What a lovely girl, and yet I'd never heard of her before. I hope she doesn't encounter danger during a mission. Jeriah couldn't help but frown at the thought. Both Moto Yatako and Yamada Jimoku had left a strong first impression on Uriha. Although he had only just met them, he already felt a sense of approval toward these two. I wonder if my presence will change their destinies in the future, Yu pondered silently. When it was his turn to introduce himself, Yu spoke calmly. My name is Jingwen Yu, and my dream is to become an outstanding ninja. It was a rather ordinary dream to share. In truth, whether it was before or after he acquired the system, Yu had never set any particularly lofty goals for himself. After the three finished their introductions, Kimoto Tongi smiled and said, All right, that's it for today. Tomorrow morning, meet here, and I'll take you to receive your first mission. With those words, he gave them no chance to respond. The very next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. Yamada Shimu and Honya Tanako were both caught off guard. They looked at each other, then at the now empty space, at a loss for what to say. Yu shook his head helplessly and remarked, It seems our teacher isn't the most reliable, either. Yamada, Honya, I'll see you both tomorrow then. After Kimoto Tongi's abrupt departure, Yu had no intention of lingering and prepared to leave as well. Just then, Yamada Shimu called out to him. Yu, wait a moment. Today isn't just our graduation day. It's also the first time we're teaming up. Why don't we go celebrate together? Before Yu could reply, Honya Tanako eagerly chimed in. Great idea. Let's have some barbecue. My treat, what do you think? Yu, honestly, the two of us haven't really gotten to know you yet. Now that she'd regained her composure, Honya Tanako blinked her beautiful eyes at Yu, making it hard for him to refuse. Well, I'll take you up on your offer then, Honya. Although he had suspected that Honya Tanako came from a well-off family, letting her pay still made Yu feel a bit uneasy. After all, in Kenoha village, a barbecue meal wasn't cheap. It cost much more than a simple bowl of ramen. Yamada Shima chuckled and explained, Yu, you really don't have to feel bad. Tanako's father is one of the wealthiest men in Kenoha. Her monthly allowance is about the same as the reward for a B-rank mission. Shimu, if you keep saying things like that, I'll make you pay for yourself. Honya Tanako shot back, clearly not fond of others mentioning her family's wealth. Yamada Shimu shrugged, All right, I'll stop. So what do you say, Yu? Want to come with us? Yu was genuinely surprised by Honya Tanako's family background. He guessed she was well off, but he hadn't realized just how wealthy her family actually was. After all, a B-rank mission earned between 80 and 200,000 ryo. Even at the lowest end, Tanako's monthly allowance could buy over 1,000 bowls of regular Ichiraku Ramen. Meanwhile, Yu's own monthly living expenses amounted to only 5,000 ryo. Even so, that was enough for him to live quite comfortably. By comparison, Honya Taniko's allowance was at least 16 times more than Uriha's living expenses. Jeriah couldn't help but give a wry smile, thinking to himself, the gap between rich and poor really is enormous. Since someone was offering to treat him to barbecue, Jeriah naturally wouldn't refuse. He smiled and nodded. All right, let's go. The three of them arrived at the most famous barbecue restaurant in the Hidden Leaf Village, a place where ninjas often gathered for meals. As soon as they stepped inside, they heard someone call out from within the shop. Jeriah, over here. Jeriah followed the voice with his eyes. It turned out Ino and her friends were there as well. Jeriah glanced at Honya Taniko, seeking her opinion. Honya Taniko smiled and said, Jeriah, you and Ino seem to get along well. Jeriah replied calmly, We only met today. He didn't quite understand why Honya Taniko would ask such a question, but standing off to the side, Yamada Kimoku felt a chill run down his spine. Could Taniko be feeling jealous? Jeriah didn't know Honya Taniko well, but Yamada Kimoku was quite familiar with her personality. Though Honya Taniko was usually gentle, she sometimes spoke with a trace of sarcasm or playful teasing. After hearing Jeriah's answer, Honya Taniko laughed again and said, Then let's go join them. Jeriah didn't think much of it, but Yamada Kimoku couldn't help sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. I hope we can get through this barbecue peacefully, but that might be asking too much. Yamada Kimoku could already imagine what might happen next. The three of them walked over to Ino's table. Sure enough, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and their instructor Suma were all there. As Jeriah approached Ino, Honya Taniko sat down between him and Ino, smiling as she said, Ino, what a surprise to run into you all here. Ino glanced at Honya Taniko. In truth, the two of them had always gotten along fairly well. Back in the Ninja Academy, Honya Taniko was one of the few girls in their class who wasn't interested in Sasuke, so there was no rivalry between her and Ino. Moreover, while Honya Taniko didn't come from a ninja clan, her family was known as one of the wealthiest in the village, so they generally got along just fine. Yet today, Ino couldn't shake the feeling that Honya Taniko was acting a little differently than usual. Yamada Kimoku and Shikamaru noticed it too. Uraha took a seat beside Yamada Kimoku. Shikamaru introduced him. Uraha, this is our team's instructor, Asuma Sarutobi. At once, Uraha, Honya Taniko, and Yamada Kimoku stood up and respectfully greeted him. Hello, Asuma-sensei. All three were well aware of who Asuma was. Even putting aside the fact that he was the third Hokage's son, his status as an elite jonin earned him plenty of respect on its own. Elite jonin are exceptionally powerful figures within the ninja villages. In some smaller villages, they might even serve as the village leader. Even in Kenoha, there are only a handful of ninjas with the abilities of an elite jonin. No matter the village, they stand among the very best. Seeing the three students so respectful, Asuma quickly waved his hand and said, "No need to be so formal. Please have a seat." Once they sat down again, Asuma looked at Shikamaru and his friends with a hint of exasperation. Look at how polite your classmates are. You should really learn from them. However, Shikamaru and the others seemed unfazed. After all, they all came from established ninja clans. While they respected Asuma, they were never overly constrained by etiquette. The truth was, when it came to heritage, the Ino-Shikicho trio's families were no less prestigious than the Sarutobi clan. Ino paid no attention to Asuma. Instead, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she turned to Uraha. Uraha, how did you all finish so quickly? Didn't your teacher give you any tests? Ino skipped right over Motoda and chose to talk to Uraha directly, which left Motoda feeling a bit slighted, though she didn't show it. The others also turned their attention to Uraha, equally intrigued by what had happened. Although they had already graduated and officially become ninjas, they still had to pass their Jonin instructor's test. Anyone who failed would be sent back to the academy for retraining. Uraha explained, our teacher's test was pretty simple, so it ended quickly. He didn't go into any detail, but before he could continue, Shigemi Yamada couldn't help but interject. That's not true. Our teacher's test was terrifying. Teigo and I almost lost our lives. Just thinking back on the trial set by Tomokazu Komodo made Shigemi's heart race. The fear from that day was still hard to shake. For a moment, he even thought death might have been the easier path. Shigemi's words immediately piqued the interest of Shikamaru and the others. Asuma frowned and asked, "Who was your teacher?" Asuma had arrived in the classroom before Tomokazu Komodo that day, so the two had met. It was Kimoto-sensei, Shigemi replied. Asuma paused, then furrowed his brow, searching his memory. He couldn't recall any jonin in Kenoha by that name. Kimoto, Tomokazu? I don't remember there being a ninja by that name in Kenoha. Shigemi asked curiously. Even Asuma-sensei doesn't know him? Is our teacher really so unremarkable? He sounded a little downcast because in his mind, Kimoto Tomokazu was incredibly skilled and surely deserved to be recognized as an outstanding ninja. Noticing Shigemi's disappointment, Asuma quickly spoke up. I'm sure that's not the case. As far as I know, every instructor who leads students is a jonin. Your teacher must be, too. It's just that there are so many ninjas in Kenoha. I can't possibly know each and every one of them. Hearing this, Yamada Jimoku finally felt a little more at ease. Although he still harbored a lingering fear of Motomoto Doichi's assessment, he was also grateful that he could follow such a powerful teacher. In his mind, only by learning from a strong ninja could he quickly grow into an outstanding one himself. At this point, Shikamaru asked, "You just said your teacher's test almost got you killed. What exactly happened?" Shikamaru was genuinely curious. After all, it was just an assessment. Could it really have been that extreme? Asuma also turned his gaze to Yamada Jimoku, his expression one of concern. He didn't approve of using excessively harsh methods on students. Even Kakashi would never place his students in real danger. Asuma began to worry that Motomoto Doichi might have taken things too far with his students. Situations like this had happened before, but in the Hidden Leaf Village, such practices were strictly forbidden. Yamada Jimoku glanced at Uraha, then explained, actually, there wasn't any particularly special test. Our teacher used a genjutsu on us, a mental technique that nearly shattered our spirits. If it hadn't been for Uraha's help, Taniko and I might not have made it through. By now, Yamada Jimoku realized that the pressure released by Motomoto Doichi earlier had primarily been directed at Uraha. Otherwise, Motomoto Doichi would not have paid such special attention to him. Most likely, the bulk of the pressure had fallen on Uraha, and he and Taniko had only felt a fraction of it. Uraha was just bringing a piece of grilled meat to his mouth when, all of a sudden, Asuma, Shikamaru, and Ino all turned their eyes to him at once. Uraha paused, momentarily confused. What's wrong? While Yamada Jimoku had been talking with Asuma and Shikamaru, Uraha hadn't paid much attention. To him, nothing was more enticing than the grilled meat on the table. He'd lived in this world for 12 years now, without ever making many friends. Most of his time was spent either training or savoring all kinds of delicacies. Seeing everyone's eyes fixed on him, Uraha was utterly puzzled. Asuma, however, was even more perplexed. He remembered having read Uraha's file. His performance at the Ninja Academy hadn't been anything remarkable. Yet from Yamada Jamoka's account, Uraha seemed like someone extraordinary. Asuma thought for a moment, then asked Yamada Jamoku, when your teacher used that jinjutsu on you, what did it feel like? Yamada Jamoku considered the question before replying. It felt like I was on a battlefield, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood everywhere, with countless ninjas charging towards me. It was as if I'd been killed dozens of times, and no matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't escape that hellish scene. As soon as he finished speaking, Taniko shrank into herself, her face still etched with fear. The pressure from Motomoto Doichi had already left a deep shadow in her heart, one she might never be able to forget. Based on Yamada Jamoka's description, Asuma had a rough idea of what kind of jutsu Motoki Tomokazu had used, and he could also guess his identity. No wonder I've never heard of his name, Asuma said in a low voice. He must have come from the Umbu. Umbu. Except for Uraha, everyone else looked at Asuma in confusion. Asuma took a drag on his cigarette and explained slowly, yes, the Umbu. The Umbu is a special division within the Hidden Leaf Village, a secret organization dedicated to protecting the village from the shadows. It's made up of many formidable shinobi. This was the first time any of them had heard of this division. Even Shikamaru and the others, who came from prominent families, knew very little about the Umbu, or perhaps had never paid any attention to such matters before. Shikamaru cast a deep glance at Uraha. From Asuma's words, he could already sense the kind of strength an Umbu member must possess. Yet Uraha had withstood the mental pressure from such a ninja. Asuma, too, was observing Uraha, noticing how focused he was on grilling his meat, apparently more interested in his food than in the conversation at the table. None of the others had touched their chopsticks. Only Uraha was eating with single-minded concentration. Asuma knew very well what kind of strength it took for a ninja to retire from the Umbu. And since all the advisory instructors this time were jonin, it meant Uraha's teacher was also a jonin. Asuma was keenly aware of just how powerful a jonin from the Umbu could be. For Uraha to withstand the mental pressure of someone like that, and to act completely unaffected afterwards, spoke volumes about his own extraordinary qualities. At that moment, Yamada Jamoku was still reeling from what Asuma had just said, not noticing the looks exchanged between Shikamaru and Asuma. He murmured, the Umbu, huh? Sounds like Mr. Motoki is incredibly strong. Then, as if reassuring himself, he added, no wonder he's our teacher. What mattered most to Yamada Jamoku was whether Motoki Tomokazu could teach him powerful jutsu, help him become a strong ninja. For that to happen, the teacher had to be strong himself. Shikamaru glanced at Asuma. Asuma shook his head, signaling him not to ask further. Shikamaru had been planning to ask Uraha for more details, but seeing Asuma's attitude, he let it go. After that, Asuma didn't ask Yamada Jamoku and the others any more about their test, but he kept the matter in mind, intending to discuss it later with Kakashi. For a student who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy to be able to withstand the Genjutsu of an Umbu Jonin, such a thing was hard to believe, and Uraha had always seemed ordinary at the academy, so how could he suddenly possess such formidable ability? Was it really just a matter of strong mental fortitude? He would need to investigate these questions further. Uraha, for his part, was completely unaware of Asuma's thoughts, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. He didn't feel he had behaved in any particularly special way. His mental strength was just a little above average, that was all. After finishing their barbecue meal, Uraha found himself growing even more familiar with the trio of Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, as well as with Kamoka Yamada and Taniko Motoyamada. On their way home that evening, Kamoka Yamada turned to Uraha and said, Uraha, my place isn't on the way to Taniko's. Why don't you walk her home? With that, he dashed off, giving Uraha no chance to refuse. Uraha was momentarily taken aback, while Taniko's cheeks flushed a deep red. Uraha furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself in confusion. Why did he leave so suddenly? Does he have some urgent business at home? Taniko kept her head lowered, nervously scuffing the ground with her toes, too shy to utter a word. Looking at her, Uraha smiled gently. Let me walk you home, he offered. After all, it was already quite late. Although Taniko had graduated and become a ninja, she was still a young girl from a well-off family, and there was no guarantee she wouldn't run into trouble on her way. Taniko nodded shyly in response. Ever since she'd watched Uraha face down Tomokazu Mokomoto's intimidation on the training ground with such fearlessness, Taniko had harbored feelings for him. Uraha was also undeniably handsome. At this age, boys and girls were just starting to take notice of one another, and Taniko was no exception. Yet Uraha didn't see Taniko as a peer. He treated her more like a little kid. After all, despite his youthful appearance, Uraha's mind belonged to an adult. Even if he sometimes found Taniko adorable, it was only a simple, brotherly affection. He often found himself wishing he had such a cute little sister. They walked side by side under the brilliant city lights, drawing glances from passers-by, many of whom thought the two looked perfect together. Both of them were strikingly attractive. Some people even mistook them for a young couple. In this world, boys and girls matured early, and puppy love among classmates was nothing unusual. With a blush tinting her cheeks, Taniko's shy expression only fueled the misunderstandings about their relationship. After a while, Taniko finally summoned her courage and broke the silence. "Uraha, what do you think of Ino?" she asked. Uraha paused, glancing at her, curious about her sudden question. "In what sense do you mean?" he replied. Taniko's cheeks turned even redder, as if she were running a fever, but she pressed on and voiced the question that had been on her mind. "I mean, do you think she's pretty?" And, well, she's a girl from the Yamanaka clan. I guess boys would really like someone like her, right? Truth be told, Taniko was even more beautiful than Ino, and her gentle, quiet nature made her all the more endearing, a type that often won favor with boys. But Uraha still didn't understand why Taniko was asking him this. He had always assumed that Kimoku Yamada and Taniko Motoyamada shared a special relationship. The only reason Knight Yutako was being walked home today was because Yamada Shuki had to leave early for an urgent matter. After thinking for a moment, Uraha said, "Ino really is very pretty." Hearing this, Yutako grew a bit anxious. She turned to look at Uraha and asked, "So, do you like her?" Uraha paused for a second before answering. "We're friends, of course I like her." "That's not what I mean. I'm talking about the kind of like between a boy and a girl." Yutako pressed on, her voice tense. "Of course not. I only met her for the first time today. Why do you ask?" Uraha looked at Yutako, curiosity in his eyes. After hearing Uraha's answer, Yutako let out a breath of relief. She smiled and said, "It's just, I thought she was acting especially nice to you today. I could tell. She really seemed to like you." Uraha chuckled and said, "You're overthinking it. Ino's always friendly to good-looking guys." Yutako was briefly taken aback. She hadn't expected Uraha to crack a joke. She patted Uraha on the shoulder and teased. "So, you think you're handsome?" Uraha grinned back. "Don't you think I look good?" "Of course you do." Yutako laughed as well. Their eyes met, and they both couldn't help but burst into laughter. Under the warm glow of the streetlights, their closeness was unmistakable, enough to make anyone passing by wonder about the nature of their relationship. In that moment, the two of them truly grew closer. To Uraha, Yutako had become someone he could relax around, someone he could joke with as a friend. And for Yutako, she realized that Uraha wasn't nearly as distant as he seemed on the surface. Laughing and chatting, the two soon arrived at the gate to Yutako's home. Seeing the grand estate before him, Uraha teased, "I guess your family really is loaded, just like Shuki said." She wasn't exaggerating at all. "Yutako, your family is seriously rich." To find a mansion like this in the very heart of Kenoha, where every inch of land is precious, was beyond ordinary wealth. In truth, aside from the shinobi, there were plenty of ordinary residents in Kenoha. After all, ninja didn't handle the village's daily needs. Those relied on regular people. And some wealthy merchants or nobles from the Land of Fire would also choose to settle in Kenoha for the sake of security. They were actually the main clients for the village's lower-ranked missions. Of course, Kenoha's greatest source of income was still the military funding from the Land of Fire. Hearing Uraha's words, Yutako felt a pang of worry that her family background might make him keep his distance. Nervous, she grabbed Uraha's hand, forgetting her shyness, and said, "Uraha, you won't stop liking me just because my family's rich, will you?" Yu lowered his head and glanced at her fair, delicate hand, lost in thought for a moment before quickly replying, "Why would you think that? Having a teammate who's a little heiress is actually pretty great. Why would I dislike you for that?" Hearing Yu's words, Honya Taniko finally let out a sigh of relief. She spoke slowly. "In the past, whenever people heard I was from the Honya family, they didn't want to play with me. It became even more obvious as I grew older. They were all afraid that being around me would bring them trouble. Ever since I started at the Ninja Academy, only Shumu was willing to keep me company." At this point, Honya Taniko's mood grew somber. Yu gently patted her on the shoulder and said, "Then from today on, you have one more friend. We'll be working together from now on, so I hope I can trust you to watch my back." Moved by Yu's sincerity, Honya Taniko nodded earnestly. "Yu, I promise I'll never hold you back." She knew well that her own talent wasn't anything extraordinary. But Yu seemed truly strong, and all she wished was to work harder so she wouldn't become a burden to the team. Yu smiled and said, "You won't. You and Shumu are both outstanding. Well, I'd better head home. It's getting late. You should go inside, too. Honya Taniko nodded, already considering Yiyu a very important person in her heart. Children's feelings are always so simple, so quick to warm to someone, yet just as easily turn away. Even now, Yiyu still saw Honya Taniko as a child. After Yiyu left, Honya Taniko remained standing at the gate, watching his silhouette until it faded completely from sight. So that's the teammate you were assigned to? Lost in thought, still gazing in the direction where Yiyu had disappeared, Honya Taniko suddenly heard a voice beside her, startling her. She turned to look and saw that it was her mother. Mom, how do you walk so quietly? You gave me a fright. Honya Taniko's mother was named Senju, and she bore a strong resemblance to her daughter. She stood about 1.70 meters tall, her waist-length golden hair tied in a ponytail. Even approaching 40, she looked like a woman in her 20s, youthful and vibrant. Her bearing was graceful, her beauty striking, and she drew attention wherever she went. But what was even more surprising was her family name, Senju. If Yiyu were here, he would be astonished. In his memory, he'd never met anyone in the Leaf Village with the surname Senju. Still, he didn't believe the Senju clan had vanished. As a once powerful family with great prestige in the village, it seemed nearly impossible for them to disappear within just a few decades. Besides, if the Senju had truly been wiped out, it would have become a common topic of conversation, like the Uchiha clan. Yet Jeriah had never heard any news about the Senju clan during his time in the Hidden Leaf Village. Because of this, he speculated that the Senju clan had simply become even more deeply integrated into Kenoha. After all, even Tsunade no longer used the Senju surname, so perhaps many members of the clan had given up their original name as well. In reality, this was indeed the case. Within the village, many members of the Senju had let go of their family name, though not all of them. However, since the era of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju, the clan hadn't produced anyone with talents to match theirs. Aside from those who chose to blend into the village and abandon their surname, quite a few still kept the name Senju. You could find traces of them in various key departments throughout Kenoha. It was just that Jeriah rarely interacted with others in the village, so he never noticed this detail. Actually, this was perfectly normal. Jeriah seldom encountered anyone named Sarutobi either, having only ever met Asuma Sarutobi and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, after all these years. Yet, when the Fourth Great Ninja War broke out, members of the Sarutobi clan suddenly appeared in great numbers. Most of the time, ninja from these big families kept a low profile and stayed out of the public eye. Even in the main storyline, the ones who showed up were usually those closely tied to the plot. The rest were busy with their own affairs, so the audience rarely got a glimpse of them. The Hidden Leaf Village itself boasted tens of thousands of ninja, and with ordinary residents included, the population swelled to several tens of thousands. The area of Kenoha was vast, so much so that calling it a village no longer fit. It resembled a sprawling city. Just one training ground had a diameter of 20 kilometers, which gave a sense of the village's true scale. Motoyada's mother was born into the Senju clan. Although she kept her family name, she was not a ninja. Motoyada watched in the direction Jeriah had gone, still feeling a lingering sense of reluctance. Senju noticed her daughter's mood and smiled as she asked, "It seems this companion of yours is special to you. What kind of person is he?" Motoyada blushed at her mother's words, a little embarrassed. "He's not special, Mom. You're just imagining things." Senju chuckled softly. "But you kept your eyes on that boy the whole time. I've never seen you look at anything else that way." Motoyada gazed at the street, now lit only by the few remaining lamps, and whispered, "Actually, I don't know him that well. We only just met." Senju was a bit surprised. "You only just met? Isn't he a classmate of yours?" She had assumed Jeriah was a transfer student who had just joined their class. In fact, Kenoha did sometimes receive transfer students from smaller ninja villages in the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is home to more than just the Hidden Leaf Village. It's simply that the Leaf is the largest and most powerful among them. Beyond it, there are many smaller ninja villages scattered throughout the country. Motoru Taniko shook her head. "He's actually been in our class all along. But over the past 6 years, I barely noticed him, and I never really spoke to him." "How could that be? You've all been in the same class for so many years. Have you really never talked to each other? Is that child perhaps very withdrawn?" Senju found it hard to believe. To be in the same class for 6 years. Even if you weren't close, you'd expect to have exchanged at least a few words. Taniko turned to look at her mother and smiled. "No, it's not like that. In fact, Jeriah was always very quiet in class. He barely had a presence at all. He was even more invisible than I was." Senju was deeply surprised. She couldn't imagine it. If her own daughter hadn't said so herself, it would have been hard to believe anyone could have such a faint presence. Suddenly, a trace of worry crept into her heart, and she furrowed her brow. Do you think that child might be difficult to get along with? Now, Senju Mei was becoming concerned about her daughter's friendships. In her mind, students who were so unnoticeable tended to be loners, sometimes even hard to approach. She worried that her daughter might end up getting hurt because of it. But Taniko shook her head, answering earnestly, "No, Jeriah is actually very easy to get along with. I don't really understand why he was always so inconspicuous before, but he has a genuinely good nature." Noticing the unusual sparkle in her daughter's eyes as she spoke about Jeriah, Senju Mei felt a headache coming on. She couldn't help but worry. Was her pure-hearted daughter starting to develop feelings for Jeriah? In this world, children matured earlier than most. Although they just graduated from the ninja academy, they were already beginning to grapple with complex emotions. What's more, Motoru Taniko herself was exceptionally gifted. Her father was a wealthy merchant in the Land of Fire, and her mother was from the prestigious Senju clan. Not only did Taniko have an illustrious family background, but she was also strikingly beautiful. Though she was still young, her beauty was already evident. So, it was only natural that some boys liked her. Senju Mei asked carefully, "And how do you feel about him? Is it the same way you feel about trees?" Motoru Taniko was not like Naruto. She understood what her mother was really asking. She hesitated for a moment. After all, she had only just met Jeriah the day before. While she did feel a certain fondness for him, it was far from being anything she could call love. She simply found Jeriah to be someone unique. After a brief pause, she looked up and answered seriously, "I think it's a bit different. I see trees as good friends, but what I feel for Jeriah, it's not quite the same. But I've only known him for a single day, and I can't really explain why I feel differently about him." Hearing this, Senshumi-Ai's brows knitted tightly together. Her greatest worry was finally coming true. Maybe you're just curious about him. After all, you didn't know each other before, so it's natural to feel a bit interested. That's all there is to it. Senshumi-Ai tried to keep her tone calm. She didn't want her daughter to be easily swayed by boys. From her perspective, such concerns were perfectly reasonable. Their family was unlike most others. Though they weren't a ninja clan, as a wealthy household, and with her own roots in the Senju lineage, their family standing was in no way inferior to many of the ninja clans in Kenoha. In reality, they were already part of the elite. If Teigo was simply looking to make friends, whether it was Yamada Jimoku or anyone else, Senshumi-Ai would have been supportive. But if deeper feelings were involved, then the other party's background and intentions needed to be considered with utmost care. Seeing the tension in her mother's expression, Teigo smiled and asked, "Mom, are you worried I might fall for Jeriah?" Caught off guard by her daughter's directness, Senshumi-Ai seemed a bit embarrassed but still nodded in admission. "You know, our family isn't like others. You're our only child. One day, you'll inherit the Hanya family. Your partner must be chosen with great care to prevent any mishaps." Hearing her mother's words, Teigo couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. "Mom, maybe you and Dad should have another child, a little brother for me. Then the pressure wouldn't all be on me." "Oh, you silly girl. How can you say such a thing?" A faint blush crept onto Senshumi-Ai's cheeks. The truth was, she truly loved Teigo's father. Back then, she and Teigo's father had fallen in love freely, by their own choice. Their relationship had always been strong. Teigo smiled and said, "Although I'm still not sure if I really like Jeriah, the way he makes me feel is definitely different from my other classmates. He's a bit mysterious, but whenever I'm around him, I feel strangely safe." Sensing something unusual, Senshumi-Ai asked, "Mysterious? Do you mean he's a little withdrawn?" "No, it's not that. With Jeriah, I always get the sense that there's much more to him than what appears on the surface." Senshumi-Ai furrowed her brow. This was exactly what troubled her most. She pressed further. "Do you think he has some hidden motive for getting close to you?" Teigo paused, then smiled gently. "Mom, if that were really the case, do you think I'd still have any fondness for him?" Though Teigo was gentle by nature, a bit like Hinata, she wasn't the type to show unreserved kindness to everyone. She had always had a mind of her own. If someone approached her solely because of her family background, she would certainly dislike it, perhaps even feel repulsed. Senju Mei nodded in agreement. This was something she believed. Her daughter, though she might appear gentle and introverted, actually had a strong will and her own sense of judgment. "So what do you think is the reason? Why does he strike you as mysterious? After all, he's just a rookie who's only just graduated from the Ninja Academy." Motoyata shook her head and said, "Mom, I think his abilities might already be far beyond those of me and my classmates." "Oh, is he that exceptional? But I've never heard the third Hokage mention him. I have a pretty clear impression of the most outstanding kids in this year's class, but I truly don't recall anyone named Jeriah." As someone from one of Kenoha's most prominent families, Senju Mei naturally had access to a lot of information, especially since her own daughter was among this year's students. Motoyata looked at her mother and said, That's exactly why he feels so mysterious to me. Before our classes were divided, I hadn't heard of him at all. Almost no one had paid any attention to him. Senju asked, "What makes you think he's so strong? How did you notice?" Though Senju wasn't a ninja herself, as a member of the Senju clan, she was still able to discern certain things from subtle clues. Motoyada recalled the day's evaluation and said, "After our classes were divided today, our instructor held an assessment for us. It was a jinjutsu, a mental technique. Both Shumu and I could hardly endure it. We were on the verge of breaking down." But Jeriah seemed completely unfazed. When the test ended, the instructor explained that the jinjutsu had mainly targeted Jeriah. The rest of us only felt the aftershocks. Even so, Jeriah didn't show any sign of pressure. Even our instructor was quite astonished. When we told Asuma-sensei about it, he could hardly believe it either. Listening to her daughter's account, Senjume's brow furrowed ever more deeply. This was, without a doubt, a very important piece of news. If what you say is true, then this child possesses mental strength far beyond the ordinary. You should know, your instructor is a special jonin who came from the Umbu. Ninjas with an Umbu background are renowned for their formidable mental fortitude. And yet, even he couldn't put that boy under any pressure. This can only mean that child's spiritual strength is truly extraordinary. People with such strength usually have exquisite chakra control, and may even possess an immense reservoir of chakra. At this thought, a grave look settled in Senjume's eyes. This is truly a remarkable event. Though Senju was not a ninja herself, she had access to much of the Senju clan's knowledge, and understood the principles of ninjutsu very well. Members of the Senju clan naturally possess vast reserves of chakra, so she understood well that if someone has a powerful spirit, both their total chakra and their ability to control it would be outstanding. To resist the jinjutsu cast by an elite Umbu, not only does one need extraordinarily precise chakra control, but also a sufficient amount of chakra to sustain the effort. Otherwise, it would be like Sakura. Her control over chakra is extremely delicate, but if her opponent's chakra far exceeds her own, it becomes almost impossible for her to resist illusions placed upon her. To have such refined chakra control and such an enormous amount of chakra, how could someone like that remain completely unnoticed for 6 years, without drawing any attention at all? This is highly unusual. And he's still just a child, yet he's managed to hide himself so flawlessly for 6 years. This boy's mind is far from ordinary as well. Originally, Motonoya Taniko had merely been curious about Jeriah, but after hearing her mother's analysis, she too found it hard to believe. She couldn't help but ask, "Mother, does this mean that Jeriah is truly exceptional?" Senjume looked at her daughter and replied earnestly, "We can't be completely certain yet, but unless something unexpected happens, his future will be extraordinary." Even the most outstanding graduates among the ninja rarely remain so composed when faced with the mental techniques of an elite Umbu. "Taniko, this boy is truly mysterious. Until we fully understand his situation, it's best that you keep a certain distance from him." Though Motonoya Taniko was reluctant in her heart, she understood that everything her mother did was for her own good. After hearing Senjume's reasoning, she started to realize that Jeriah's strength was already beyond her comprehension. No matter how much she liked Jeriah, for now, she could only follow her mother's advice. Meanwhile, Jeriah remained unaware that the assessment had changed the way Senjume and her daughter viewed him. Even if he had known, it wouldn't have bothered him. During the trial, he had already prepared himself for the possibility that some of his abilities might be revealed. Back at home, Jeriah didn't refine chakra before bed as he usually did. Instead, he lay down directly on his bed, staring up at the ceiling as his consciousness slipped into his inner world. "You have been idle for a whole day. Chakra doubled, physical strength doubled. You have gained extraordinary learning ability. As long as your body and chakra are sufficient, you can master any jutsu at the pace of the world's top prodigies." A sudden wave of tingling sensation swept through Jeriah, making his entire body feel indescribably comfortable. So much so that he almost couldn't help but cry out. His mind felt sharper than ever. All the ninja techniques that used to baffle him were now not only clearly remembered, but thoroughly understood. He sensed that, as long as someone demonstrated a jutsu for him, he could master it with just a single glance, just like Itachi Uchiha. When he emerged from the realm of consciousness, Jeriah stared at the ceiling in utter shock. Closing his eyes, he could distinctly feel the chakra surging within him, thick and vibrant, flowing through his meridians, a sensation that left him exhilarated. "My chakra has doubled. Now, the amount I possess is on par with an elite jonin. My physical strength must have reached the level of a taijutsu chunin as well." This kind of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. After all, few ninjas focus on training their bodies, and reaching the taijutsu level of a chunin was a rare feat, even among specialists. It's a pity I still don't know any practical ninjutsu. That a bit embarrassing. Jeriah thought about how he was only proficient in the 3 basic jutsu, and that his actual combat ability was likely inferior to that of a regular chunin. He longed to learn a ninjutsu with real combat value. After all, his powers were tied to the idol system. He needed to know a technique before he could start grinding for improvements. Without even the basics, there was no foundation to build upon. At present, he was already quite adept at the 3 basic jutsu, but in real battles, just relying on those would make survival difficult. Not to mention, ninja were essentially assassins, masters of all sorts of underhanded and brutal methods. Trying to face professional shinobi armed only with the 3 basic jutsu would be nothing short of a death wish. Jeriah had never been arrogant. He knew perfectly well that he was far from being strong enough to challenge a jonin, and even against a chunin, his chances weren't great. But still, tonight's gains have been remarkable. With my learning ability, I should be able to pick up any basic ninjutsu after seeing it just once. Once tomorrow's mission is over, I'll head to the training grounds and see if anyone is practicing ninjutsu. At the very least, I need to master some basic offensive ninjutsu as combat tools. I have no intention of being just a taijutsu specialist. Although the 8 gates technique possessed incredible power, putting aside whether I'd ever get the chance to learn it. Even if I did, I'm not sure I'd want to. The price is simply too steep. It's not something I'm willing to risk. Besides, that technique is Guy's signature move. He would never teach it to just anyone. Only Guy, Kakashi, and Lee have ever learned the 8 gates. Kakashi is Guy's close friend, Lee is his personal disciple, and I have no special ties to any of them. Of course, I've never planned on learning the 8 gates technique anyway. At that moment, Mutamoto Tongi, who was resting at home, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced toward the balcony. He said coldly, "Captain, it seems you've learned about that child." No sooner had Tongi spoken than a figure appeared on the balcony. "Didn't expect you, Tongi, to be willing to leave the ANBU and become a mentor," the newcomer said calmly. Under the moonlight, the figure became clear. Had Naruto and his companions been there, they would have shouted, "Kakashi-sensei!" The man who appeared on the balcony was none other than the leader of Team 7, Kakashi Ataki. Hearing Kakashi's words, Mutamoto Tongi stepped onto the balcony, leaned against the railing, and gazed at the moonlit night. He spoke, in a soft, distant tone, "You came out as well, didn't you? After so long in the shadows, it's good to step out and feel the sun again." Kakashi looked at Tongi. "It seems you're quite satisfied with that child," Kakashi remarked. "I am, actually. He's an outstanding kid," Tongi replied, a rare smile appearing as he recalled Yayu's performance earlier that day. But Kakashi's expression remained serious. "You must know he may not be as simple as he seems," Kakashi cautioned. Tongi turned to look at Kakashi, and, after a long moment, said, "For what I can tell, he's just a kid who dislikes crowds. Nothing more or less complicated than that. If he really had any hidden motives, I doubt I'd have uncovered them so easily. I think you, of all people, should understand that, Kakashi." Kakashi paused, momentarily caught off guard. That's true. If you truly harbored ill intentions, Tongi wouldn't have been able to sound him out so easily. Even so, it's wise to remain cautious around him, Kakashi insisted. Tongi chuckled. "What, don't you trust my abilities? I was in the interrogation division, remember? From the first moment, I knew that kid just doesn't like the spotlight. He's not like you. Even you, at his age, probably enjoyed a bit of praise, didn't you?" Kakashi looked a bit embarrassed. For all his current silence, Kakashi hadn't always been this way. Before Rin Nohara's death, he was a very different person. After a long silence, Kakashi asked, "Whatever the case, I'll be keeping an eye on that child. If anything unexpected happens, I'll step in." Kakashi hadn't wanted to say this, knowing that Yayu was Tongi's student. His words were a clear indication of his intent to intervene. Most people would have taken offense at that. But Tongi showed no sign of anger. He replied calmly, "Do as you like. If that child ever truly becomes a threat to the village, I'll be the one to destroy him myself. But before that, he is my student. I have high hopes for him, and I intend to train him into a protector of the village, a true force to be reckoned with." By day, Tamakamoto was always stern with Jeriah and the other two. Yet, when it came to Jeriah, his satisfaction was clear. At first, he hadn't planned to take his leadership role all that seriously, but Jeriah's arrival had inspired him. Now, he was determined to nurture Jeriah into a formidable shinobi. In Tamakamoto's eyes, Jeriah was a natural-born genius, one with a rare steadiness of character. After learning of Tamakamoto's intentions, Kakashi said no more. He knew Tamakamoto's strength well, although he wasn't considered especially powerful among the ranks of the Yambu. After all, his main duties lay in the interrogation division. His mind was meticulous, and he was cautious to a fault. Of all the ninja, Tamakamoto was probably the least likely to let Jeriah become a threat to the village. Still, Kakashi's curiosity about Jeriah grew. After leaving Tamakamoto, he made his way to Jeriah's home. For someone of Kakashi's rank, looking into Jeriah's background was child's play. Before long, he found himself standing on Jeriah's balcony. At this hour, Jeriah was already sound asleep, entirely unaware of Kakashi's presence. Though Jeriah's chakra reserves were now nearly on par with Kakashi's, sheer chakra was only part of the equation. In real combat and mastery of ninjutsu, Jeriah was nowhere near a match for Kakashi. At best, his current strength was only approaching that of a chunin. Stronger than most genin, able to hold his own against a standard chunin, but that was his limit. Naturally, this meant he had no chance of sensing Kakashi standing there. Kakashi remained on the balcony, gazing at the sleeping boy inside. After a moment, he reached up and lifted his forehead protector, revealing the scarlet Sharingan beneath. 3 tomo spun in the blood-red eye, and in an instant, Kakashi could see the flow of chakra within Jeriah's body. But as he watched the currents of chakra within Jeriah, Kakashi froze in shock. How is this possible? How could a child possess such terrifying chakra? He nearly lost his balance and slipped from the balcony railing. The surging chakra within Jeriah was so overwhelming that even Kakashi felt a chill. This monstrous chakra. Can this really belong to a 12-year-old? Of course, Naruto's chakra reserves far outstripped Jeriah's, by 100-fold, even. But Naruto was different. He bore the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and more importantly, he carried the chakra of the Nine Tails. That alone made his chakra so vast. Even though the Nine Tails chakra within Naruto leaked only partially through the 8-trigram seal, it was still enough to make Naruto's chakra several hundred times greater than Kakashi's. Naruto is a special case. He carries the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it's only natural that he possesses such an enormous amount of chakra. For an ordinary ninja whose parents don't come from a renowned shinobi family, it simply defies logic for Jeriah to have such a vast chakra reserve. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. His chakra reserves have already reached about 60% of mine. That's nearly 20 times as much as Sasuke's. The reason Kakashi thought of Sasuke was because Sasuke's chakra was already unusual compared to most ninjas. After all, Sasuke hails from the Uchiha clan, and not just any member, but the reincarnation of Indra himself. The Uchiha clan naturally possesses large chakra reserves, second only to the Uzumaki and the Senju clans. And being Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke's chakra far surpasses that of his peers. He's even capable now of unleashing the fire-style, grand fireball jutsu. That technique demands a volume of chakra that most genin could never muster. Yet, even so, Jeriah's chakra dwarfs Sasuke's by a considerable margin. In fact, considerable doesn't even cover it. It's about 20 times greater. Before meeting Jeriah, Kakashi had simply thought the boy was a deeply thoughtful prodigy. Now, he realized that even if Jeriah was just a genius, he was nothing short of a phenomenon. There was simply no rational explanation for how much chakra he possessed. Kakashi simply couldn't wrap his head around why Jeriah held such an immense reservoir. As he scrutinized Jeriah more closely, Kakashi was once again taken aback. No, it's not just the sheer amount of chakra. The quality itself is different. This chakra feels unusual, not at all like ordinary chakra reserves. What Kakashi didn't know was that the chakra within Jeriah was formed from natural energy. It wasn't standard chakra at all. If Jeriah were here, he would have recognized it instantly. This was sage chakra. Because Jeriah's chakra was condensed from natural energy, it naturally manifested as sage chakra within his body. And yet, even after forming sage chakra, his body hadn't become strange or distorted. On the contrary, his physique was being nourished and strengthened, edging ever closer to the legendary sage body. Jeriah's chakra was sage chakra, so while the amount matched an elite jonin, the quality had already surpassed that level. Kakashi furrowed his brows, as if a sudden thought struck him. This boy's chakra, it's a lot like Master Jeriah's. No, it's more like the chakra Master Jeriah has when he enters that special state. Kakashi had once witnessed Jeriah enter sage mode. Now, the chakra emanating from Jeriah gave Kakashi the exact same feeling as when Jeriah had entered that transcendent state. This child truly hides many secrets within. At this moment, Kakashi found himself conflicted. By rights, he ought to report Jeriah's situation to the third Hokage. But after all he had witnessed in the past, and having spent so many years in the Umbu, Kakashi knew all too well. If he were to inform the third about Jeriah, things would never be the same for the boy. Whether or not Jeriah posed a threat to the village, his days ahead would be far from easy. He might even end up as nothing more than a specimen in some laboratory. Thinking of this, Kakashi forced himself to calm down. I just hope you won't become a threat to Kenoha. In the end, Kakashi chose to conceal what he knew about Jeriah. In Kenoha, aside from the Hyuga clan, only Kakashi himself could see through the unique chakra within Jeriah. As long as he kept silent, even if Asuma or the third mentioned something, the Hokage would never truly grasp the nature of that special chakra within Jeriah. Having made up his mind, Kakashi vanished from the balcony of Jeriah's house. Jeriah remained completely unaware. He had come within a hair's breadth of being reported to the third Hokage by Kakashi. Though even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. After all, he was living this life for a second time. Whatever path lay ahead, he no longer cared much. Even the thought of being made into a village experiment didn't trouble him. If resistance was possible, he would resist. If not, then there was no point in worrying. At this moment, Jeriah's heart was especially calm. He had no great ambitions, but he wasn't drifting aimlessly either. He simply lived each day as it came. The next morning arrived. Jeriah made his way early to the training field. He didn't sense anything unusual about Motonoya Taniko compared to yesterday. Yet now, she seemed a little more distant toward him. Yamada Jimoku, on the other hand, was just as lively as before. He sidled up to Jeriah and whispered, "Jeriah, did you and Taniko talk about anything after you left yesterday?" Jimoku's tone was full of gossip. Jeriah replied coolly, "And what exactly do you want to hear?" Jimoku flashed a mischievous grin and said slyly, "Oh, you know exactly what I want to hear. Of course there's nothing. What are you thinking?" Jeriah couldn't help but feel exasperated. He and Motonoya Taniko had only just met. How could there be any intimate talk between them? And even if there were, he certainly wouldn't tell Yamada Jimoku. Jimoku looked a little disappointed. "Can't you see that Taniko likes you? You had such a great opportunity yesterday, and you just let it slip. You've really let me down. Don't tell me you don't think Taniko is pretty." At that, Jeriah was left speechless. "What are you even talking about? Did something really come up at your place yesterday?" He was starting to suspect that Jimoku had set the whole thing up on purpose. Maybe nothing had happened at Jimoku's house at all. Jimoku looked at Jeriah, utterly disappointed. "Don't ask. I'm just really disappointed in you. You let such a golden opportunity slip right through your fingers." Though the Tion family may not be a clan of elite ninja, they're still one of the most distinguished families in the Land of Fire. And she's beautiful, gentle, plus she clearly likes you. If I were in your shoes, I would have confessed to her last night for sure. Yamada Jimoku pressed his hand to his forehead, shaking his head as if deeply disappointed. Jeriah could only stare in disbelief. "What is going on in that head of yours? Are you really just 12? He knew children in this world grew up fast, but this level of maturity seemed a bit much. Jeriah seriously wondered if Yamada Jimoku was actually in his 20s. How else could he be thinking about so much, so early? Even Jeriah himself hadn't considered half of these things. Jimoku raised a hand, motioning for silence. Disappointed. So disappointed. "Jeriah, you've really let me down." With the air of an adult, Jimoku's melodramatic act made Jeriah's mouth twitch in exasperation. "You do better to put this much thought into your training. If you worked as hard at that as you do at matchmaking, you wouldn't be stuck at your current level." In this year's graduating class, Yamada Jimoku's skills were only average. Of course, the same could be said for Jeriah. But right now, Jeriah's abilities far surpassed Jimoku's. Meanwhile, Motoya Tianzi stood off to the side, her face so red it looked like it might start bleeding as she listened to their exchange. She couldn't just speak up and interrupt, especially since Jimoku and Jeriah were talking in low voices, obviously not meant for her to overhear. She had no idea what was truly on Jeriah's mind, but last night she had nearly confessed her feelings to him herself. It was only her lack of courage that held her back in the end. Even now, though she was following her mother's advice to keep some distance from Jeriah, she still held a deep fondness for him. As the three of them talked, Jeriah suddenly sensed something amiss. A sudden chorus of metallic clangs rang out. In a heartbeat, Jeriah stepped in front of Jimoku and Tianzi, a kunai gripped tightly in his hand. On either side of him, the ground was studded with kunai and shuriken, their blades quivering from impact. Jeriah frowned, scanning the distance. "Come on, sensei. Aren't you taking this a bit too far? We only just graduated." He was clearly displeased. That attack just now would have been impossible for an ordinary genin to block. If Jeriah hadn't intervened, both Jimoku and Tianzi would have ended up like pincushions. The dazed, bewildered looks on their faces said it all. Without Jeriah, the outcome would have been grim. What truly irked Jeriah was that Kimoto-sensei's little ambush had nearly gotten his friend seriously hurt, or worse. As Jeriah spoke, Kimoto-sensei emerged from behind a distant tree, applauding lightly. Well done. Just as I suspected, an attack of this level is no threat to you. Kimoto-sensei seemed entirely unfazed by Jeriah's rebuke. At that moment, Yamada Jimoku and Hanyata Ko finally realized what had just happened. They had just been attacked by Motomoto Doichi. Staring at the kunai and shuriken lying at their feet, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. If Jeriah hadn't intervened, or if he hadn't managed to block the attack, they might have died before even understanding what was going on. The two of them looked over at Motomoto Doichi. Ever since yesterday, they had felt a deep sense of fear toward him. The oppressive aura he radiated yesterday, combined with this sudden attack today, made them acutely aware of Motomoto Doichi's ruthlessness. They turned their gaze to Jeriah's back. In that moment, Jeriah's figure seemed imposing and unyielding, as though he had become a towering mountain shielding them from harm. However, Jeriah himself was far from pleased. From his perspective, Motomoto Doichi's actions showed a blatant disregard for their lives. Spotting the anger on Jeriah's face, Motomoto Doichi strolled over slowly. Don't be so upset, he said, his tone casual. It was only a reflex test. I would never put my students in real danger. But Jeriah refused to accept that excuse. Still, since no one had been hurt, he held his tongue. What Jeriah didn't realize was that his reaction, blocking the kunai and shuriken that Motomoto Doichi had thrown, had left their instructor deeply impressed. While the art of throwing ninja tools was taught at the academy as a basic skill, most recently graduated ninjas still struggled to use it effectively in combat. Only prodigies like Kakashi or Uchiha Itachi could wield ninja tools with real fighting ability at the age of 6 or 7. Just now, Motomoto Doichi had used his full strength when throwing those kunai and shuriken, an attack that most ordinary ninjas, especially those below Chunin rank, would struggle to fend off. Yet Jeriah not only managed to block the attack, but also had the presence of mind to follow the weapon's flight paths with his eyes. This proved that Jeriah possessed not only remarkable physical strength and coordination, but also extraordinary perception and keen eyesight. At Jeriah's age, Motomoto Doichi himself had never reached such a level. Jeriah, however, had no idea what Motomoto Doichi was thinking. All he felt toward him was dissatisfaction. Still, that was all it was, dissatisfaction. Jeriah had no intention of doing anything more. With his current abilities, there wasn't much he could do anyway. Motomoto Doichi stepped in front of the trio. He said, "Today, I'm taking you to accept your first mission." Hearing this, Hanyata Ko and Yamada Jimoku, who had only just recovered from their shock, were instantly bursting with excitement. Their earlier fear was completely forgotten. "Really, sensei? We could take on missions already?" Expressionless, Motomoto Doichi gave a slight nod. "Of course. However, for now, you're only allowed to take on missions rank C or below. And while you're on assignment, I'll continue to train you. You'd better be mentally prepared. My training can be quite harsh, you know." Kimoto Doichi's tone suddenly turned cold. He glanced at Yayu, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. "But I have a feeling you're looking forward to it, aren't you?" Yayu frowned as he looked at Kimoto Doichi. "Sensei Doichi, we're just 3 students fresh out of the Ninja Academy. Isn't a test like that a bit unnecessary?" Kimoto Doichi patted Yayu on the shoulder. "Still thinking about it, are you? Maybe life will be a bit tough for those two. But for you, I'd say it's actually a good thing." Yayu understood exactly what Kimoto Doichi meant. He was, in fact, rather eager to see what kind of ninjutsu Kimoto Doichi could teach him. But it didn't feel entirely fair to Yamada Kimoku and Motoyata Toko. After all, those two were only average in talent. If Kimoto Doichi pushed them too hard, it would be rough for them. Seeing Yayu fall silent, Kimoto Doichi chuckled and said, "Come on, let's head to the Hokage's office for our assignment." Yamada Kimoku and Motoyata Toko hadn't noticed the conversation between Kimoto Doichi and Yayu. The two of them were still caught up in the excitement of finally being able to take on official missions. Meanwhile, after the 4 of them left, someone stood atop a tree at the edge of the training field. It was Kakashi, who should have been the one leading Team 7 to their mission. A novel lay open in his hand, but his attention had long since drifted from a book. He'd watched Kimoto Doichi's little test of Yayu from start to finish. Yayu's performance had caught him off guard. Even after the group had left, Kakashi muttered to himself, "He's not just overflowing with chakra. His reflexes are sharper than most shinobi, and his perception is on par with my own Sharingan. The kunai and shuriken that Kimoto Doichi had thrown, you'd better prepare yourselves mentally. My training is extremely tough, you know." All of a sudden, Motomoto Doyu's voice turned icy cold. He fixed his gaze on Jeriah, a faint smile playing at his lips. but I have a feeling you're looking forward to it, aren't you? Uraha frowned slightly as he looked at Motomoto Doyu. Sensei Doyu, you're only leading 3 fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy. Wasn't that test just now a bit too much? Motomoto Doyu patted Uraha on the shoulder. Still bothered by that? Maybe tough days lie ahead for those two, but for you, it might just be a good thing. Uraha understood what Motomoto Doyu meant. Truth be told, he was quite eager to see what kind of ninjutsu Motomoto Doyu could teach him. But he couldn't help feeling that it was rather unfair to Shumoku Yamada and Togoko Motoyada. After all, their talent was fairly average. If Motomoto Doyu was too demanding, they'd definitely have a hard time keeping up. Seeing Uraha remain silent, Motomoto Doyu chuckled and said, "Let's go. Time to head to the Hokage's office for our assignment." Shumoku Yamada and Togoko Motoyada, oblivious to the exchange between Motomoto Doyu and Uraha, were still caught up in the excitement of finally receiving their first official mission. Meanwhile, after the 4 of them left, atop a tree at the training grounds, Kakashi, who was supposed to be leading Team 7 to get their assignment, stood among the branches. He held a novel in his hand, but his attention was no longer on the pages. He had silently observed Motomoto Doyu testing Uraha from beginning to end. Uraha's performance had truly taken him by surprise. Even after Uraha and the others had disappeared from sight, Kakashi muttered to himself, "He's not just blessed with an incredible amount of chakra, his reflexes far surpass those of ordinary ninja, and his eyesight is almost on par with mine when I use the Sharingan." The kunai and shuriken that Motomoto Doyu had launched moments ago, Kakashi thought, would have been too much for even a regular chunin to react to. Even if someone saw them coming, they'd have no time to respond. You couldn't follow the flight path of those weapons, let alone block them. Such reflexes and vision were simply beyond what any ordinary ninja could hope to possess. Kakashi even started to suspect that Uraha's vision could already rival his own when wielding the Sharingan. I wonder if this kid could actually learn my Chidori. As Kakashi recalled Uraha's sharp perception and agile movements, he couldn't help but think. He really was the ideal candidate for Chidori. But Chidori was, after all, an A-rank forbidden jutsu. Never mind that Uraha had no real connection with him, or that he wasn't a student. Even if Kakashi genuinely wanted to teach him, he probably wouldn't dare. Forbidden techniques weren't just powerful and deadly. The real danger lay in harm they could inflict on the user. So even if Kakashi were willing to teach Uraha, he would have to weigh the risks very carefully. The reason Kakashi chose to teach Sasuke, aside from the fact that Sasuke was a student, was largely because Sasuke possessed the Sharingan. Even with the Sharingan, it took Sasuke a whole month of special training to master it. Watching Uraha's figure disappear in the distance, Kakashi murmured to himself, "If you truly bear no ill will toward the village, then you are certainly someone worth nurturing. If you're trained well, perhaps you might even become the next 4th Hokage." At this moment, Kakashi felt much less wary of Uraha. This change came because he had just seen Uraha get angry when Kimoto Tongi hurt his teammate. In that moment, Uraha's emotions were genuine. Kakashi realized that Uraha was someone who valued his comrades. At the very least, he felt he could trust someone like that. Uraha reminded him of his younger self. No, in fact, even back then, he hadn't done as well as Uraha. After all, he himself had fallen into a dark place for quite a long time. Kinda makes me envy Tongi a little, Kakashi thought. What luck, stumbling upon such a promising student. In Kakashi's eyes, as long as Uraha didn't fall along the way, his future achievements would be in no way inferior to Kakashi's own. Thinking of his own 3 problematic students, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. True, Sasuke and Naruto both had tremendous potential. One belonged to the Uchiha clan and had awakened the Sharingan. The other was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and carried the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. But neither of them was easy to handle. In fact, the 3rd Hokage had entrusted both of them to Kakashi with the intention of using Sasuke's Sharingan to keep Naruto in check. But the truth was, both Sasuke and Naruto had such difficult personalities. By comparison, Kakashi thought perhaps Uraha might be easier guide. At the very least, Uraha seemed far more mature in his thinking. Shaking his head, Kakashi disappeared from the training field. Before long, Uraha and his team arrived at the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, for his part, didn't seem to notice anything unusual about Uraha. Furthermore, neither Asuma, nor Kakashi, nor Kimoto Tongi mentioned anything about Uraha to the 3rd. After leaving the Hokage's office, they ran into Team 7, who were also there to take on a new mission. Upon seeing Uraha, Naruto cheerfully called out, "Hey Uraha, what kind of mission did you get?" Naruto, ever the friendly one, ran up to Uraha with a big grin. "It's just a D-rank mission," Uraha replied. After all, it was their very first assignment. There was no way they'd be given anything too difficult. But Naruto didn't seem to understand that. He laughed and said, "A D-rank mission, huh? This time, I'm sure we'll get a C-rank one." Uraha didn't say much, only replied, "Well then, good luck to you." All the while, Kakashi's gaze lingered on Uraha. Uraha's conduct left him thoroughly impressed. In Kakashi's mind, Uraha was exactly the kind of student he most wished he could have. The main reason was that their personalities complemented each other quite well. Standing next to Kakashi, Sasuke cast a puzzled glance at Uraha. He couldn't recall much about Uraha at all. In fact, he didn't even remember that Uraha was in the same class as him. The same was true for Sakura. However, the moment she saw Uraha, she couldn't help but be amazed. Outwardly, she remained calm, but inside she thought, he's actually just as good-looking as Sasuke. Who is this guy? He seems to be on familiar terms with Naruto. How could someone like him be so close to Naruto? In Sakura's mind, Naruto didn't have many friends. Kimoto Doi merely gave Kakashi a nod as a greeting, then led his 3 teammates away. Kakashi's gaze left Kimoto Doi at a loss for words. He thought to himself, is Kakashi eyeing Uraha now? He guessed Kakashi was interested in Uraha because he'd been concealing his true abilities. If he knew Kakashi's real reason was envy, Kimoto Doi might have felt much more wary. After all, every teacher wants good students. Once Uraha's group had left, Sakura looked at Kakashi puzzled. Kakashi-sensei, who was that? She'd noticed Kakashi's eyes had been fixed on Uraha the whole time. She assumed Kakashi and Uraha were close acquaintances. Kakashi turned back to them and replied coolly, "Just a rather interesting guy. Anyway, let's head inside." He clearly didn't want to explain any further to Sakura. From the very beginning, Sasuke had felt a strange pressure from Uraha. It was a sensation he'd never experienced before. Back in the Ninja Academy, Sasuke had always been the top of his class, never taking his peers seriously. He'd never encountered another student who could make him feel any sense of pressure. Yet from just that brief encounter, he couldn't help but sense that Uraha might one day become his rival. Kakashi kept silent, but Naruto beamed at Sakura and said, "That's Team 11. The guy who's almost as handsome as me is Uraha. He's my friend." They'd only just met, but Naruto already considered Uraha a friend. He seemed completely unaware of how distant Uraha actually was toward him. Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto's words. "Idiot Naruto, you really are shameless." In her mind, Uraha's looks easily matched Sasuke's. If Sasuke didn't hold such a special place in her heart, she might even think Uraha was better looking. Meanwhile, Uraha and his teammates had arrived at the forested hills behind Kenoha village. Staring at the towering waterfall before them, Yamada Shimu and Hanyatako both pulled long faces. "Sensei, why do we get stuck with this kind of mission? And those bits of trash are all the way down at the bottom of the waterfall. How are we supposed to clean that up?" Their mission was to pick up all the litter from the lake at the base of Kenoha's back mountain. After all, they were all just newcomers, so of course they wouldn't be assigned any combat missions. Right now, the real issue was that the upper reaches of the lake before them ended in a massive waterfall, soaring 40 or 50 meters above. The water rushed down violently, pounding the rocks below with tremendous force. Just thinking about having to clean up all the trash beneath the waterfall was enough to give anyone a headache. With a completely expressionless face, Kimoto Doi spoke up. "Today I'm going to teach you how to use chakra to walk on the surface of a lake without sinking." At his words, Yamada and Kiji, who had just been wearing bitter expressions, immediately perked up with renewed energy. "Really, Sensei? Are you going to teach us a new jutsu?" Uraha glanced at Kimoto Doi, only to find the instructor was already looking at him. "Walking on water, huh? It's certainly a basic jutsu, but an extremely useful one." Though it was fundamental, Uraha had never learned it before. His talents had always been pretty average, so he hadn't practiced this technique. But now, Uraha found himself genuinely looking forward to it. Seeing Uraha's intrigued expression, Kimoto Doi allowed himself a slight smile. "Come with me to the lakeside. I'll give you a demonstration." They all moved over to the water's edge, where, far from the waterfall, the current was calm and steady. It was the perfect spot for training. Kimoto Doi extended his foot and slowly placed it on the surface of the water. "Watch carefully. When you set your foot down, channel your chakra so it flows to the soles of your feet. Pay close attention to the amount. Your chakra should be just enough to support your body weight. Too much or too little and it won't work. You'll have to practice to get the balance just right." As he spoke, Kimoto Doi was already standing on the water. It was as if he were standing on solid ground, steady, unwavering, and completely dry. The sight left Yamada, Kiji, and Uraha utterly astonished. "Wow, Sensei, you're really standing on the water and not sinking at all. That's incredible." Neither of them came from ninja families, so they'd never seen a jutsu like this before. Uriah watched as the instructor stood there securely and couldn't help but be a little amazed. No matter how much he'd imagined it, seeing it in real life was something else entirely. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yamada was the first to give it a try. He stepped up to the edge of the lake, cautiously gathering chakra into the soles of his feet. Though Komodo Doi had just demonstrated and explained the principle, doing it himself made Yamada feel uneasy. Nervously, he pressed his foot down onto the water surface. But just as he was about to put his weight on it, his foot slipped, and he plunged straight into the water. This is so hard. Sensei, how do you make it look so easy? He scrambled to his feet in the shallows, wiping water from his hair, and looked at Komodo Doi with an embarrassed expression. Motoyada, who had planned to try next, hesitated after seeing Yamada's mishap. Is it really that difficult? It looked so simple when Sensei did it, and the principle doesn't seem that complicated, Motoyada said, looking over at Yamada. Yamada Shumu, dripping wet, walked from the water to the shore with a wry smile. It's just impossible, he said. The theory sounds simple enough, but actually mastering the right amount of chakra is really difficult. Motonodo nodded in agreement. That's right. Even though you haven't learned it yet, you now understand the true core of this ninjutsu. The most important thing is precisely to control the proper amount of chakra. You need to be very precise with your chakra control for this, and that's not something I can help you with. You'll have to rely on yourselves to train and figure it out. Yamada Shuma nodded. It's so hard. I think it'll take me a long time to get it right. He felt that achieving mastery was simply too difficult. Just now, I didn't even feel a single moment where my body could stand on the water. It was no different from when I wasn't focusing my chakra at all. Teacher, how long did it take you to master this ninjutsu? Yamada Shumu was genuinely curious about how long it had taken Motonodo to learn. After all, Motonodo was a jonin, and anyone who became a jonin had been a genius since childhood. Being a jonin already made you a top-tier fighter in the village. Even in the 5 great ninja villages, it was the same. There weren't many jonin even in the 5 great villages. Each one was an outstanding talent in their own field. Motonodo answered calmly, 2 days. 2 days. Even you needed 2 days, sensei? Then it'll probably take us at least 10 or more. Although Yamada Shuma's talent as a ninja was average, he had a solid grasp of the theory behind ninjutsu. He was also very aware that his abilities were nowhere near Motonodo's. Motoya Tego had been about to give it a try herself, but after hearing what Yamada Shumu said, she drew her foot back. Her talent was about the same as his. Sensei, what should we do about that garbage? Motoya Tego pointed at the trash beneath the waterfall. Staring at the terrifying force of the waterfall, she felt a wave of apprehension. A drop of several dozen meters could smash a person to death. Motonodo shook his head. That's something you'll have to figure out on your own. That's the main purpose of this mission. If you can't even handle something as simple as this, you'll be in real danger when facing powerful enemies in the future. Motonodo's cold words startled both Yamada Shumu and Motoya Tego. Uriah, watching the two of them, shook his head. Sensei, don't scare them like that. Standing atop the water, Motonodo looked at Uriah and smiled. What? Aren't you going to give it a try? He wanted to see whether Uriah had mastered the technique. Yamada Shumu and Motoya Tego both turned to look at Uriah. They already knew Uriah was a bit stronger than they were. They were both eager to see whether he could pull off this ninjutsu. Uriah hesitated for a moment. The truth was, he'd already fully understood the principle the moment Motonodo finished explaining it. He had even calculated exactly how much chakra he would need. But even so, he wasn't sure if he could actually pull it off. Uriah himself was curious whether he had truly mastered the technique. Komodo Tomokazu said, "Give it a try." Uriah nodded in response. He walked over to the water's edge and began channeling chakra within his body. In an instant, chakra surged through his meridians. With a focused gaze, Uriah placed one foot onto the surface of the water. A sharp splash broke the stillness as his foot pressed down, making a dent in the water surface. Just as the three of them thought Uriah was about to fall in, the indentation bounced back, buoying him up. The water seemed to support his body, keeping him aloft. Then, with both feet on the water, Uriah stood there, not a drop out of place. No way, Uriah. Have you done this before? Yamada Jimoku stared at Uriah, utterly stunned. The fact that Uriah succeeded on his very first try made him wonder if he had practiced this before. Ben Yatako's eyes were shining with an indescribable light. Kimoto Tomokazu was equally dumbfounded. You've mastered it? Uriah himself was a bit taken aback. He knew his physical abilities had improved, and his chakra reserves were much larger than before. But he hadn't expected to succeed right out of the gate. In that moment, Uriah finally realized just how terrifying the system's exceptional learning ability really was. After all, Even someone as talented as Sasuke had spent an entire day learning to climb trees, a skill similar to walking on water, and ended up battered and bruised from the effort. Though he was surprised, Jeriah quickly regained his composure. I'm not sure how I managed to learn it, honestly. Hearing Jeriah's words, paired with his innocent expression, the three of them couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. If it weren't so inappropriate, they might have ganged up and pounded him into a pulp. What they didn't know was that Jeriah was telling the truth. The moment Kimoto Tomokazu finished explaining the principle, Jeriah's mind had already deconstructed every detail of the jutsu. He had calculated every variable, every step. All that was left was to follow the mental blueprint and channel his chakra according to the plan. And his chakra control was nothing short of extraordinary. That's how he managed to master it in one go. Kimoto Tomokazu finally snapped out of shock. Though still amazed, he managed to compose himself. He couldn't help but think to himself, geniuses were beyond his comprehension. But if Kakashi knew what he was thinking, he'd probably say, no, that's not genius, it's monstrous. Back when Kakashi was training to walk on water, it took him an entire day too, even though he was only 6 years old at the time. But then, Kakashi had the advantage of being born into the Hitaki clan, with family training and a head start in ninja arts from an early age. Jeriah, on the other hand, was just starting out. Up until now, the only thing Jeriah could do was the basic body replacement technique. His talent was simply unfathomable. No matter how much of a genius one might be, mastering a ninjutsu that requires such precise chakra control is simply impossible on the first try. With a trembling voice, Kimoto Doi asked, "Are you sure you've never learned this before?" Yoru shook his head. "The only thing I ever learned at school was the three-body technique. That's the only ninjutsu I can actually use." "In that case, it seems your time in the ninja academy actually held you back," Kimoto Doi said, his tone utterly sincere. He truly believed that the years Yoru spent at the academy had stunted his growth. "But if you never showed your true talent at the academy, no one could have recognized it," Kimoto Doi added with a wry smile. Yamada Jimoku and Hanyutako both nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Yoru, you were just too quiet and unremarkable back in school. If you'd shown your skills at the academy, even Sasuke wouldn't have been a match for you," one of them said. Yoru waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not looking for trouble. Didn't you see how Sasuke has to deal with swarms of people every day?" Hearing this, Kimoto Doi asked, "So that's why you never revealed your talent?" Yoru nodded. "That's right. Why make things difficult for myself? I have to spend 6 years at the academy, after all." Of course, that was just a convenient excuse. The truth was, Yoru had never shown much promise before. He really had no remarkable talent to speak of. But even if he had been gifted, he would have done exactly as he said, never letting his abilities show at the academy. It wasn't out of fear of the third Hokage or Danzo causing him trouble. He just wanted to avoid unnecessary complications in his life. That was the honest truth, and it was clear in the sincerity of his words. Kimoto Doi was convinced. He simply hadn't expected the reason for Yoru hiding his talent at the academy to be so straightforward. Yamada Jimoku and Hanyutako found it rather unbelievable. If they had Yoru's talent, they would have become little tyrants at the academy long ago. After all, it's hard for children to resist showing off their uniqueness in front of their classmates. Kimoto Doi shook his head, smiling wryly at his earlier, overcomplicated speculations. He never would have guessed that Yoru's real reason for keeping his abilities hidden was just that simple. He genuinely believed it. Yoru's sincerity was utterly convincing. Back in the ANBU, Kimoto Doi had been in charge of interrogations. He could tell Yoru wasn't lying. Now that he knew what Yoru was really thinking, Kimoto Doi finally let go of any lingering suspicions. He truly accepted Yoru as a student. "All right then, since you've learned it, let's go find a stream and see if you can walk on water," Kimoto Doi said, eager to discover the limits of Yoru's abilities. Yamada Jimoku and Hanyutako both looked at Yoru with expectant faces, even though they hadn't learned the technique themselves. But they were also happy to see Yu getting stronger. After all, with a powerhouse like him around, it would be much easier to complete missions in the future. Yu nodded and slowly walked toward the flowing water. The moment he approached the stream, a flood of data flashed through his mind. All this information was instantly calculated by Yu's brain, analyzing the different positions. At the same time, his body released chakra in perfect synchronization. The three standing on the shore watched as Yu stepped onto the flowing water and stood there perfectly balanced. They were all stunned. Even Kimoto Duchi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yu. This guy's a monster, isn't he?" Although Yamada Komoku and Moto Yadako didn't fully grasp how extraordinary Yu's feat was, they could still sense how terrifying his abilities were. "Sensei, is it harder to stand on water with a current than on still water?" one of them asked. Kimoto Duchi's mouth twitched. Of course it is. Think about it. If the water's moving, the chakra you need has to constantly adjust. To put it simply, standing on running water is 10 times harder than standing on still water. Back in my day, it took me nearly 10 days just to barely keep my balance on flowing water. This kid truly is a monster, he murmured, his expression growing more serious. He was beginning to feel that it wouldn't be long before he couldn't teach Yu anything anymore. If Yu could master such a difficult ninja technique so quickly, then learning other jutsu would only get easier for him. After all, walking on water required incredibly precise chakra control. In fact, it was even more difficult than learning a C-rank ninjutsu. That alone spoke volumes about how fearsome Yu was. But Yu didn't stop at the center of the lake. Instead, he made his way toward the base of the waterfall. He wanted to test his own limits, to see how far he could go. When Kimoto Duchi saw Yu heading for the waterfall, he was startled. He quickly tried to stop him. Yu, that's enough. Don't go any further. It's too dangerous. But Yu didn't stop. The closer he got to the waterfall, the more the booming roar and the spray of water made his heart race. Even so, he steeled himself and pressed on, determined to find the edge of his abilities. Seeing that Yu wasn't stopping, but was instead drawing closer and closer to the waterfall, Kimoto Duchi grew anxious and ran after him. But just as he got within a few meters, he stopped in his tracks. He saw the look of focused determination on Yu's face. In that moment, he understood Yu's intent. Though still worried, he chose to respect Yu's will. Thunderous, ceaseless, the sound of the waterfall crashing onto the lake filled their ears, while the spray drenched Yu's clothes. Yet he kept walking, expressionless, straight toward the pounding heart of the waterfall. At this moment, his body rose and fell with the surging waves, but he still stood steadily atop the water. Beneath his feet, Chakra clung tightly to the water surface. When he was only 5 or 6 meters from where the waterfall thundered down, Jeriah finally stopped. It wasn't that he had fallen in, but rather that the spray from the waterfall was simply too intense. The water droplets battered against his body relentlessly, making it nearly impossible for him to move forward. Yet, Jeriah had managed to test the limits of his ability. Even if I walked right into the heart of the waterfall, I probably wouldn't fall in, he thought to himself, but I'd definitely get smashed into the water by the force. Jeriah knew full well that although he could steady himself atop the turbulent surface, the sheer power of the waterfall would easily send him tumbling in. The force of the falls was overwhelming. With his current strength, he simply couldn't withstand it with his body alone. After all, he was only pushing the boundaries of his water-walking technique, not risking his life. Jeriah certainly didn't want to meet his end here. After taking a few steps back, he turned to look at his teacher, Tomokazu Kumamoto, who stood on guard, ready to dash over and save him at any moment. It was at this moment that Jeriah truly acknowledged his teacher. Though Tomokazu had a cold and stern demeanor, Jeriah could sense the deep concern he held for him. A smile broke across Jeriah's face. "Sensei, looks like I've got the hang of it." Tomokazu let out a sigh of relief. He walked over, glanced at Jeriah's soaked clothes, and gave his shoulder a firm pat. "You really are too reckless. Even if you wanted to find your limits, that was far too dangerous. You're still a rookie. The force of that waterfall is something you just can't handle yet." Jeriah didn't reply, but simply smiled. The two of them made their way back to shore. Yamada Jimoku and Honya Tanako stood frozen in awe. Images of Jeriah striding toward the roaring heart of the waterfall still lingered in their minds. In that moment, Jeriah seemed almost divine. Neither of them had expected the gap between themselves and Jeriah to be so vast. "Mom, Jeriah is definitely not someone we can't trust," Honya Tanako murmured, refuting her mother's earlier warning to keep her distance from him. Yamada Jimoku, meanwhile, looked at Jeriah with unreserved admiration. The scene they just witnessed was simply too astonishing. He could hardly believe that Jeriah, like himself, was just a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. "Jeriah, how did you do it? You scare me half to death back there. I never imagined you could stand so steadily on the water, even in a situation like that." Jeriah didn't answer, only offered a gentle smile. Now that he'd mastered the water-walking technique, cleaning up trash from the lake became a much simpler task. Even the rubbish near the waterfall could be hooked out with kunai and steel wire. At the Ninja Academy, besides his proficiency with the basic transformation techniques, Jeriah had also trained rigorously with ninja tools and throwing techniques. After having his chakra restrictions lifted and gaining exceptional learning abilities, he became a true master of ninja tools, wielding them with extraordinary skill. Even the renowned ninja tool, throwing techniques of Kimoto Duchi might not surpass Jeriah's expertise. After working hard all afternoon, they finally managed to clear all the trash from the lake. The three of them sat under a tree by the shore, taking a break. Yamada Jimoku and Honya Takako were drenched in sweat from exhaustion, while Uraha, apart from his wet clothes, didn't feel tired at all. He thought to himself that he probably could have completed today's task even faster on his own. But the mission required all three of them to work together in order to achieve its purpose. Whether or not the task was completed wasn't really the point. What truly mattered was that Uraha and the others could improve themselves. This was exhausting, wasn't it? But this kind of mission is considered pretty easy. There's hardly any danger. Once you get assigned combat missions, you'll truly understand how tough life as a ninja can be. Alright, it's getting dark. Let's turn to the mission, and afterwards, I'll treat you all to some barbecue. The moment Yamada Jimoku, still panting from exhaustion, heard the word barbecue, he sprang to his feet. Sensei, you're the best. Let's go eat barbecue. Even for ninjas, going out for barbecue was considered quite a splurge. If you had a big appetite, you could even empty a jonin's wallet in one meal. Of course, none of the three could match Chuji's legendary appetite. Uraha stood up as well, smiling. Sensei, it's rare to see you this generous. Honya Takako followed Uraha's lead and stood up too. Yeah, I used to think Sensei was really hard to get along with. Kimoto Duchi didn't say anything. He really had been a difficult and stern person before. But that was because these three were his very first students, and he was especially pleased with Uraha, even considering taking Uraha as his personal apprentice. Naturally, he treated these three differently from everyone else. After handing in their mission and enjoying their barbecue feast, Uraha headed home for some rest. Lying in bed, he let his consciousness sink into his inner world. Your control over chakra has doubled. Today, you've obtained chakra of all 5 basic natures. Hearing this reward, Uraha nearly jumped out of bed. No way. Chakra of all 5 natures. What an incredible reward. With this, doesn't that mean I now possess every basic nature of chakra? All that's left are yin and yang natures. But even without those two, just having all 5 elemental chakras is already a rare achievement. Across the entire ninja world, very few ninjas possess chakra of all 5 elements. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have hunted down so many ninjas just to acquire all 5 chakra natures. He never imagined he'd receive them all at once. How could Uraha not be thrilled? Previously, Yu did not know what his chakra nature was, but now, that no longer mattered. He now possessed chakra of all 5 elements. This meant that, from now on, he could learn any ninjutsu that didn't require yin or yang attributes. At this moment, Yu was even more excited than when he gained the ability to remove chakra restrictions. After all, having all 5 chakra natures was standard for the protagonists of the 4th Great Ninja War. Although Naruto's chakra nature was wind, by the end, both he and Sasuke had mastered every chakra attribute. At this rate, it might not be impossible to obtain yin and yang chakra natures in the future, he thought. This AFK system is truly something remarkable. It's called an idle system, but it's capable of so much more than just keeping things running in the background. Yu never expected the AFK system would grant him so many abilities. At the house of Tongi Kimoto, Kakashi appeared once more on his balcony. Tongi Kimoto glanced at the figure materializing outside, shaking his head. Kakashi, my house does have a front door, you know. Kakashi paid no mind to Tongi's complaint. Looking out at the moonlit night, he asked in a quiet voice, "It seems you're quite pleased with that kid. I've never seen you attend a dinner gathering before." Tongi Kimoto stepped onto the balcony. "It seems you're rather interested in him yourself. But you should know he's my student." Tongi turned to face Kakashi. Kakashi smiled. "Why so defensive? Are you worried I'll steal him away from you?" "I am worried, to be honest. That kid's far more talented than I ever expected. I suppose you were the one in the woods earlier today, weren't you?" Tongi had already noticed Kakashi's presence earlier. After all, Tongi had once been a jonin in the Umbu. Although he worked in interrogation, perception was a specialty. Using a shadow clone to train your students. If they ever found out, I imagine they'd be pretty disappointed. What's more, none of your students are exactly ordinary. Kakashi didn't mind Tongi's teasing. "Huh, that kid's changed you a lot. You never used to talk like this," Kakashi remarked. "That's true. He made me realize that if I don't teach him well, I'll regret it for the rest of my life," Tongi admitted without hesitation. Kakashi was surprised. He hadn't expected Tongi to be so candid, nor did he imagine Yu would hold such a high place in his heart. But then, recalling how Yu had faced the waterfall without a hint of fear, even as its force threatened to sweep him away, Kakashi had to admit he envied Tongi. "That guy's talent, it might even surpass mine," Kakashi said with a wry smile. Kakashi, after all, had once been hailed as a prodigy of the Hidden Leaf. He graduated from a ninja academy at the tender age of 5, was promoted to Chunin at 6, and by 12 had already become a jonin. Afterward, he earned the formidable reputation of Sharingan Kakashi throughout the ninja world. He was, without question, an unparalleled genius among all shinobi. Even Uchiha Itachi paled in comparison. You're still ahead of him. When you were 12, you'd already become a jonin. Right now, he's just a rookie, said Tanjiro Kimoto. Oh please. If he'd had the same opportunities one did, I'm sure he would already be a jonin as well. Those 6 years spent in the academy only held him back, Kakashi replied. Kakashi had always thought it unwise for Jeriah to conceal his talents at the ninja academy. But then, to think that Jeriah, at such a young age, could hide his abilities so well without ever seeking glory. Well, even Kakashi himself couldn't have done that. And in his own case, there was never a reason to hide. So, what do you plan to teach him? Are you going to start showing him ninjutsu now? Kakashi looked over at Kimoto. Kimoto fell silent for a while. I haven't decided yet. Honestly, I don't think my ninjutsu would suit him. Most of my techniques are tied to interrogation. I don't want him heading into the ANBU in the future. Kimoto sighed. He wished he could teach Jeriah some powerful combat ninjutsu. But the truth was, aside from the basic elemental techniques, he didn't know any truly formidable battle jutsu. I really don't know what I'll have left to teach him once we get through the basics. Kakashi watched Kimoto's troubled expression and, after a moment, spoke up. If you're willing, I can lend you a hand. Kimoto was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at Kakashi. You'd help me? Aren't you worried the Hokage will have something to say about that? After all, the third Hokage had entrusted Sasuke and Naruto to Kakashi, hoping he'd train them well. If Kakashi's attention was split with Jeriah, the third would certainly have concerns. That's easy, just don't let him find out. For now, most of our missions are within the village anyway. With that kid's talent, I'm confident I can get his ninjutsu up to Jonin level before he's allowed on missions outside the village. Kimoto stared at Kakashi, hardly able to believe it. He knew Kakashi had high hopes for Jeriah, but he never imagined Kakashi would go this far for his sake. After all, Kakashi had another title, the Copy Ninja. Thanks to his Sharingan, Kakashi had mastered thousands of jutsu. Still, Kimoto wished he could be the one to teach Jeriah. But apart from a few B-rank techniques, all his A-rank jutsu were interrogation-related. Even if Jeriah learned them, they'd be of little use to him. Do you have any conditions? Mukamoto Tongi knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. My request is simple. In the future, when we go on missions, there will be times when I'll need to borrow him. Mukamoto Tongi was taken aback for a moment. You're not planning to bring him along on dangerous missions, are you? Kakashi nodded. You should know better than anyone. No true strength is ever forged in a greenhouse. When I was 12, I was already going on missions with the fourth Hokage. He is himself, and you are you. Back then, you were already trained. Even if he's talented, right now he's just a rookie, fresh out of the ninja academy. Every mission you undertook was at least B rank or higher. I have no intention of letting my student risk his life by your side. Mukamoto Tongi became visibly agitated. Kakashi was simply too unreliable. The missions Kakashi was talking about weren't the kind that Naruto and his friends went on. These were missions Kakashi took on himself. After all, Kakashi was one of Konoha's elite jonin, among the very strongest. Even for ordinary jonin, following him on those missions would be dangerous. Though Jeriah had tremendous potential, he still hadn't mastered any real ninja techniques and had never even experienced a true battle. How could Mukamoto Tongi possibly agree to let him follow Kakashi into peril? But Kakashi had his own reasoning. Tongi, you know as well as I do, letting him face real danger sooner will help him grow. Honestly, he should have been out there already. In fact, it might even be a bit late. Mukamoto Tongi remained stubborn. I won't agree to it. I want to take things step by step. Only when he's strong enough will I feel at ease letting him go out. Kakashi shook his head. That's where you're wrong. He's not like everyone else. If you keep holding him back, he'll only end up ordinary. Do you really want him to grow up to be just another average ninja? But what I want even less is to see him die before I do. Mukamoto Tongi shot back, eyes wide with emotion. He truly saw Jeriah as his own student. Even if it meant Jeriah would be more ordinary in the future, he'd rather that than let him risk his life on dangerous missions with Kakashi. Tongi, calm down. As long as I'm there, I'll keep him safe. Kakashi sounded exasperated. It was the first time he'd seen Mukamoto Tongi so worked up, but he could understand. Mukamoto Tongi genuinely regarded Jeriah as his apprentice. You? How many comrades have died alongside you? Sure, every ANBU member knows that day will come, but I don't want him to join ANBU. I just want him to become a ninja who protects our village, someone who can live freely in the sunlight. Kakashi fell silent. Mukamoto Tongi's words brought back memories of Obito Uchiha and Rin no era. This had been a knot in his heart for many years. He's different from the others. I bring him along to help him grow, not to treat him as a real teammate for missions. If there were ever a truly dangerous mission, I wouldn't take him with me. Isn't that enough? Kakashi had already stepped back, making a concession. But Tongi Kimoto simply shook his head. Impossible. Don't even think about it. I absolutely won't let him go out and risk his life before he's able to protect himself. Tongi, you really have changed a lot. You never would have said that before. Tongi Kimoto looked at Kakashi. And haven't you changed? You're nothing like you were back in the ANBU. With that, both men fell silent. Yes, they had both changed. Because of Yayu. They both knew that with Yayu's talent, as long as he was taught well, he would surely become a powerful force to safeguard the village in the future. It was only their teaching methods that differed. Yayu, for his part, was unaware of all this. I would never take him out on missions before he's capable of protecting himself. How about this? Let's make a deal. When he's strong enough to defeat you, I'll start taking him on missions outside. Kakashi looked at Tongi Kimoto and spoke with conviction. Tongi Kimoto considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The reason he accepted was because Tongi Kimoto was not a combat-type ninja. In terms of fighting ability, he was about on par with an ordinary jonin. But as long as Yayu could defeat him, it would at least prove that Yayu had reached the level of a jonin. If anyone overheard their conversation, they would surely think the two were dreaming. After all, Tongi Kimoto was a jonin, and Yayu was just a rookie, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy. Never mind whether Yayu could defeat Tongi Kimoto. Whether he could even become a jonin was an open question. After all, in any ninja village, jonin were the elite among elites. Not just anyone could attain that rank. To become a jonin, regardless of whether one was a combat-type ninja or not, one had to at least possess the basic strength of standard jonin. And those who made jonin were truly 1 in 1,000. Even in the 5 great ninja villages, there were barely 100 jonin in each. In other words, Kakashi's idea was for Yayu to gain the strength to defeat a jonin in less than a year. It sounded utterly impossible. Anyone with common sense would call it a pipe dream. But knowing Yayu's potential, both Kakashi and Tongi Kimoto found it entirely plausible. They both believed that by the time Yayu was allowed to go on outside missions, he'd have the strength of a jonin. In Kenoha, generally, rookie squads would perform missions within the village for 3 months before being allowed to take on outside assignments. The next day, after completing another D-rank mission, Yayu mastered the tree climbing technique. Because of the pressure exerted by Jeriah, both Yamada Kimoku and Honya Takako devoted themselves with great effort. However, their talents were rather ordinary, so they still couldn't grasp several of the ninjutsu techniques from the Kimoto school. One night, as Jeriah was walking home, he suddenly came to a halt on a deserted street. With his keen perception, he gazed down the empty road, his expression turning grave. Even though not a soul was in sight, Jeriah couldn't shake the feeling that stepping forward would be exceedingly dangerous. Just as he was about to turn and take a detour, dozens of kunai and shuriken suddenly shot toward him from the shadows. The whistling of blades cutting through the air made Jeriah's heart sink. A low, vibrating hum echoed, followed by the sharp clashing of metal. In the blink of an eye, as the barrage of kunai and shuriken were about to strike him, Jeriah's eyes narrowed. In a flash, his figure vanished from where he stood. The blades missed their mark, instead embedding themselves deep into a wall over 10 meters away. Sparks burst from the impact, and the kunai and shuriken dug into the stone with tremendous force. With such terrifying power, had any of those blades struck a human body, they would have pierced right through in an instant. Now several meters away, Jeriah glanced back at the spot where the blades had landed, drawing in a sharp breath. If I'd been hit, I wouldn't have stood a chance. What Jeriah didn't know was that, high in a tree dozens of meters away, his attacker was even more taken aback. That kind of speed, it's already on par with the body flicker technique. This kid's got a sharp mind. Just moments ago, Jeriah had channeled Chakra to the soles of his feet and, in an instant, dashed several meters away. Exactly the same principle as the body flicker, a technique he had never officially learned. It was a testament to just how formidable Jeriah's chakra control and physical strength truly were. Gathering himself, Jeriah turned his gaze toward the direction of the attacker. The street remained empty. Jeriah drew a kunai, readying himself for battle. I can't stay here long. I need to find an opening and escape. Judging by that last attack, this person's strength far surpasses mine. In an instant, Jeriah had already sized up the disparity between them. Yet he dared not turn his back. In a moment like this, any retreat would leave him vulnerable to a fatal strike from behind. Jeriah had no intention of getting entangled with his assailant. He didn't know any advanced ninjutsu yet, and his taijutsu was mediocre at best. With only a few basic techniques at his disposal, there was no way he could match his opponent in a head-on fight. He had accepted this reality from the very beginning. The only question now was, how to escape. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent again. Only the night wind whispered through the darkness. There weren't even any streetlights here. The pitch-black surroundings sent a chill down one's spine. Jeriah kept his eyes locked in the direction of the attacker, every sense on high alert. He had already sensed the general direction of his attacker, but now he didn't dare make a reckless move. Suddenly, Yu felt a surge of chakra behind him. So fast, Yu was stunned. For in almost the blink of an eye, the assailant appeared right at his back. He didn't even have time to react. But in the next instant, Yu snapped back to his senses. This time, he didn't attempt to teleport away. He understood all too well that the attacker's speed surpassed his own. Try to escape with a body flicker now would only be courting death. In that split second, Yu spun and lashed out with a whip kick. There was a dull thud, and the shadowy figure behind him was instantly blown apart, dissolving into a puff of white smoke. Damn, it was a clone. Yu cursed inwardly. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. Suddenly, Yu felt the ground beneath his feet give way. The street below him transformed in an instant into a mire, and the swamp's sticky pull was relentless, dragging him down rapidly. In no time at all, half his body was swallowed by the muck, and he kept sinking lower and lower. Within barely 3 seconds, only his head remained above ground. Yet still, the attacker lurking in the shadows did not show himself. Sure enough, just as the swamp engulfed Yu's head, another puff of white smoke appeared. The Yu trapped in the swamp had turned into a block of wood. A substitution technique, huh? Impressive. You've mastered the ninja arts to the point of perfection. As it turned out, Yu had used the substitution technique to evade the attacker's earth-style jutsu. His real body had already reappeared a dozen meters away, but he didn't feel the slightest bit relieved. With a grave expression, he stared toward the direction of his assailant. This guy is too strong. As I am now, I don't stand a chance. Who could it be? I shouldn't have any real enemies, should I? I hardly know anyone in the village, so who could possibly want me dead? Yu felt increasingly frustrated. The ninjutsu unleashed just now had all clearly aimed to kill him. He couldn't recall ever offending someone this powerful. Just as Yu's mind raced, trying to deduce who could be after him, a figure emerged from the shadowy woods. Not bad, not bad. Looks like you already have the skills of a chunin. Seeing this person, Yu grew even more tense. It was too dark to see clearly, and the newcomer's face was masked, making it impossible to identify him. But the sense of power radiating from this person was overwhelming, far greater than even his own teacher. If this guy really wanted to kill me, I doubt I'd still be standing here. But then what is his goal? This is the village, after all. Would he really dare to kill someone in the street? Though ninja often carried out assassinations, this was the village. There was order here. Even ninja wouldn't dare to hurt someone at random. Moreover, with someone this powerful, if he truly wanted to kill me, it wouldn't require so much trouble. Yu was well aware. This man could end his life in an instant. As Yu pondered, the man had already appeared right in front of him. I don't recall ever offending you, have I? Yu still made no move. He wanted to know who this person was. The assailant glanced at Yu and said coolly, "Come with me." With that, he turned and walked off without looking back. For a split second, Yu felt the urge to turn and flee. But remembering the vast gap between their abilities, he gave up on the idea. If he truly meant to kill me, I wouldn't have survived just now. But what is he after? Unable to figure it out, Yu hesitated only a moment before following. He had no choice. He was no match for this man, who could end his life in a heartbeat. Resistance was pointless. Besides, Yu was genuinely curious about who this man was and what he wanted. In the darkness, the two of them walked one behind the other, separated by a dozen meters, gradually making their way to the wooded hills behind Kenoha. When they entered the forested mountain, Yu almost decided to stop following. Yet in the end, he kept going. He could tell that this person wasn't planning to kill him. They arrived at the lake where Yu and his companions had cleaned up just yesterday. Under the moonlight, the man's shock of white hair caught Yu's attention. Could this guy be Kakashi Hitaki? Yu studied him carefully. The more he looked, the more certain he became. No way. I don't think I've ever offended him. Unless did my teacher, Seimo Toki, cross him back when they were in the ENBU. So now he's here to teach me a lesson as payback for my teacher? Once he suspected the man was Kakashi, Yu became certain that Kakashi was here to warn his teacher, who must have offended him in the ENBU. But since it might be Kakashi, Yu was sure he was in no real danger. And as it turned out, this man really was Kakashi. Earlier in the day, he'd been leading Naruto and Sasuke on a mission. Actually, it was Naruto and Sasuke completing the mission, while he lounged nearby, reading a novel. Kakashi was, after all, a devoted fan of Jeriah's books. By the lake, Kakashi pulled down his mask. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it really is Kakashi. Now that he was sure, Yu kept quiet, wanting to learn what sort of grudge existed between Kakashi and his teacher. Those attacks from Kakashi just now. Any ordinary genin would have been a corpse already. Yu didn't blame Kakashi. He knew that if Kakashi was acting in his teacher's stead, he must have a good sense of Yu's abilities. Otherwise, with Kakashi's personality, he'd never strike so casually. Kakashi wasn't some villain. Yu, in fact, was more than a little curious about the history between his teacher and Kakashi from their EMBU days. For a long while, neither man spoke. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward for a moment. After a long silence, it was Kakashi who finally spoke first. Jinwen Uraha, your performance just now wasn't bad. Uraha didn't respond. He simply watched Kakashi standing by the lakeside, feigning a deep and thoughtful air. Not getting the response he wanted, Kakashi felt a bit uncomfortable himself. But as an elite jonin, he quickly regained his composure. You must be wondering, he said, why I attacked you just now. Uraha nodded. I don't think you would go out of your way to mess with me just because you were bored, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected Uraha to show so little curiosity about his intentions. In fact, unlike his earlier panic when defending against the attack, Uraha now seemed incredibly calm. Calmer even than Kakashi himself. Even Sasuke wouldn't react this way. Sasuke's usual stoicism was just a front for his pride, but Uraha's tranquility felt genuine, as if he had everything under control. The truth was that Uraha didn't actually know anything. His calm came solely from the fact that this was Kakashi. He was sure there was no real danger. His understanding of Kakashi made him feel completely at ease. Besides, Uraha figured that the only reason Kakashi attacked him had to do with his teacher. After all, he and Kakashi had almost no interaction before this. But his teacher had once been a member of the Umbu, so perhaps there was some old grudge between Kakashi and Kimoto. Not seeing the reaction he hoped for, Kakashi was a little disappointed. Still, he didn't lose sight of his purpose. Turning around, Kakashi's silver hair shone brightly under the moonlight. My attack, just now, an ordinary chunin wouldn't have been able to block it. That means your strength already surpasses most chunin. But that's about it. If I increased the intensity, you'd have lost. Uraha nodded. That's right. You're a jonin, Kakashi-sensei. I could feel that. In truth, you could have beaten me from the start. I know I wouldn't stand a chance against you. I'm very clear about that. There was not a hint of doubt in Uraha's voice. He knew perfectly well that if Kakashi truly wanted to take him down, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Even though the difference between Chunin and Jonin was just one rank, the gap in power was enormous. When they were on the mission to the Land of Waves, two Chunin were nothing but clowns before Kakashi, taken out in an instant after they'd served their purpose. Uraha wasn't about to think he could challenge Kakashi just because he'd been complimented for having Chunin-level strength. Kakashi smiled slightly and nodded. Good. You have a clear sense of your own ability. Then, looking at Uraha, Kakashi's expression turned serious. I was once colleagues with your teacher. Did you know that? Yoru didn't say anything. He could naturally guess what was on their minds. Kakashi didn't press Yoru further, instead relaying the decision he and Motohito had reached. So what do you think? How do you feel about it? Although the two of them could decide Yoru's future on their own, Kakashi still wanted to hear Yoru's opinion. Yoru considered for a moment. I suppose I don't really have the option to refuse, do I? No, I want to know what you think. Your opinion matters, Kakashi replied. I don't really have much of a preference. Having one more teacher isn't a bad thing, Yoru answered coolly. Kakashi looked a bit puzzled. Aren't you happy about it? After all, you know your teacher's background. You should realize how rare it is to have an Umbu Jonin as your mentor. I know. It's just that having another teacher doesn't really excite me much. Yoru's words left Kakashi even more confused. He had thought that maybe Yoru didn't like him. I think I have enough skill to teach you plenty of things, Kakashi offered. Yoru nodded. I believe that, Kakashi-sensei. Anyone can tell from the stories about you just how strong you are. This time, Yoru truly didn't rely on memories from his past life. Kakashi was indeed famous in Kenoha, except to people like Naruto, who were a little slow on the uptake. Any normal ninja had heard of Kakashi's reputation. Kakashi grew even more perplexed. If Yoru knew how formidable he was, why was he so indifferent? Kakashi-sensei. To me, just being able to live out my career as a ninja in peace is what matters most. I don't have some burning desire to become a top-tier warrior. This was Yoru's honest thought, though also a partial lie. He did think that way. He'd never been particularly competitive, and all his efforts were just to survive safely in this world. But it was also a half-truth. He had a system, after all. Even without guidance, he knew he could become strong on his own. It would just take a bit more time and effort, that's all. Kakashi was speechless. Yoru's outlook seemed so lacking in ambition. But thinking about himself, what right did he have to lecture Yoru? Don't you have any dreams at all? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Yuru smiled. My dream is simply to make it through my ninja career peacefully. You know as well as I do how short a ninja's life expectancy can be. Kakashi was left at a loss for words. What he said was true, but Yuru was different, at least in Kakashi's eyes. He was the genius Kakashi had chosen to nurture, someone meant to become a vital protector of the village. How could he have so little ambition? Isn't there anything you want to protect? Kakashi persisted, still hoping Yuru would find at least some goal to strive for. A ninja without ideals can never achieve anything significant. At least, that's what Kakashi believes, based on his own experience. After giving it some thought, Yuru replied, Of course I do. Once I'm strong enough, I want to protect what's precious to me. At that, Kakashi finally allowed himself a smile. Then why were you speaking so pessimistically just now? Yuru shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, I don't think what I said earlier was pessimistic at all. I said I wanted to live out my days as a ninja in peace. That doesn't mean I don't intend to work hard. To live peacefully, you have to become strong. But as long as I can protect what matters most, that's enough. There's no need to endlessly chase after greater and greater power. And as for whether I can actually achieve that, I'm not too concerned. As long as I try, that's what counts. Kakashi gave a helpless laugh. You're awfully young to be talking like such an old soul. All right, I won't bother introducing myself. I imagine you already know a bit about me. After all, you're not like Naruto and the others. It was true. Sasuke and Naruto didn't know much about Kakashi. Naruto was one thing, but considering Kakashi had once worked alongside Itachi Uchiha, it was surprising that Sasuke was just as unfamiliar with him. Kakashi couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. Sometimes he even wondered if Itachi had ever mentioned him to Sasuke at all. And in fact, Kakashi wasn't wrong. Itachi had never spoken to Sasuke about him. After all, Itachi rarely talked to Sasuke about anything related to the Umbu. It was even less likely he'd mention anything specific about Kakashi. Kakashi stepped forward, stopping in front of Yuru. Beneath the moonlight, Kakashi, tall at 1 meter 80, was only a head taller than Yuru. At just 12 years old, Yuru was already well over 1 meter 60. Among his peers, most of whom weren't even a meter 50, he was considered quite tall. Unlike his usual aloof demeanor around others, Kakashi didn't act distant when facing Yuru. He patted Yuru on the shoulder, his expression serious. From today on, I'm your teacher too, and I hope that within a year, or even half a year, you'll reach Jonin level strength. Once you're strong enough, there are certain missions I'll take you on myself. For a moment, the usually impassive Yuru was caught off guard. You want to take me on missions? Jonin level strength? In half a year? Yoru's mouth twitched in disbelief. You're really overestimating me. Reaching Jonin strength in just half a year? Who could possibly do that? And you must know what kind of ninja you are. The missions you take on aren't exactly the sort regular ninjas ever see. Even though Yoru believed that with his system, his power would grow quickly, he wasn't so arrogant as to think he could reach Jonin level in just half a year. You should know, even though there's only a single rank separating a Chunin from a Jonin, in Uraha's eyes, a special Jonin isn't really a true Jonin at all. So, in essence, there's just one level between a Chunin and a Jonin. But the difference in combat ability between the two is like night and day. Normally, a single Jonin could crush an entire group of Chunins with ease. And unless they're cheating, when Chunins face a Jonin, it's like sheep before the slaughter. Moreover, simply possessing the ninjutsu skills of a Jonin doesn't automatically make you one. You also need the right kind of battle experience. This is precisely what Uraha values most. Ninjutsu can be practiced, but real combat experience has to be earned in actual fights. Uraha knows all too well how Kaguya Otsutsuki was ultimately sealed away by Naruto and Sasuke. At its core, it was Kaguya's lack of combat experience that doomed her. Her power far exceeded Naruto and Sasuke's, but after being sealed for 1,000 years, she'd grown dull. So much so that being sealed again was an embarrassment for a final boss. In fact, this flaw runs through the whole Otsutsuki clan. They mostly rely on sheer brute strength to overwhelm their opponents. If they're up against someone many levels below, brute force works just fine. It's satisfying to steamroll the opposition. But if they ever meet someone only a single rank below, or even an equal with plenty of battle experience, defeat becomes a real possibility. Uraha is well aware that his own real-world combat experience is still zero. It'll take a long time before he can truly reach the level of a Jonin. Actually, Uraha's standards for himself are set unusually high. The way he handled Kakashi's attack already showed that he's far stronger than your average Chunin. The gap he feels between himself and Kakashi isn't really about battle experience. It's more about the sheer difference in raw strength. He's just mistaken that gap for a difference in experience between himself and Kakashi. Ever since he gained his outstanding talent for learning ninjutsu, Uraha's combat aptitude has actually surpassed most people's. Otherwise, he could never have achieved Chunin level strength with just a handful of basic ninjutsu under his belt. Seeing Uraha's reaction, Kakashi was genuinely surprised. You really are different from the others, Kakashi remarked. Most kids would just get cocky after hearing this, thinking I've got high hopes for them. But you don't show a hint of arrogance. Kakashi hadn't expected Uraha to be this mature. Uraha frowned. Wouldn't it be wrong to think I'm amazing? I know exactly where my abilities stand. There's no way I can reach Jonin level within half a year, let alone go on missions with you. I'd rather stay alive, honestly. Kakashi chuckled. Yet both I and Sinai think you're up to the task. That just means you're both overestimating me, Uraha replied. I'm nowhere near that capable. Uraha shook his head and said, all right, whether I have this ability or not, I'll only know if I try. Kakashi didn't dwell on the issue. He truly believed that Uraha had the potential to become a Jonin within half a year. After speaking, Kakashi took a slip of white paper from his ninja pouch. He handed it to Uraha. This is Chakra test paper. It can determine what kind of chakra nature you have. Uraha looked at the chakra paper Kakashi was passing to him. He hesitated for a moment, then accepted it. But Kakashi didn't notice the pause. In truth, Uraha didn't want Kakashi to know he possessed all 5 chakra natures. In the ninja world, those with all 5 chakra natures were exceedingly rare. In Kenoha, as far as Uraha knew, only Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage had such an ability. Just channel your chakra into the paper, and you'll see. Give it a try. Uraha's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent his chakra rushing into the slip of paper in his hand. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the chakra paper in Uraha's hand, eager to see how many chakra natures Uraha possessed. Most people had only 1 nature. 2 was already remarkable. Many Jonin originally had just 1 chakra nature. The second, if any, was usually learned through rigorous training later on. But a nature acquired through training was always far weaker than one gained naturally. Kakashi hoped that Uraha would have lightning chakra. That way, he could teach Uraha the Chidori. At the moment Uraha channeled his chakra into the paper, the chakra test paper instantly split in half. Then, each half underwent a transformation. One side was soaked through with water, drenching the paper. The other side crumpled up tightly, then a small flame sparked, burning a hole through part of it. The rest crumbled to dust like shattered stone. Kakashi was utterly stunned. He was at a loss for words. Uraha was a bit surprised himself. Although he'd always known he possessed all 5 chakra natures. This was his first time actually confirming it for himself. When he finally snapped out of it, Kakashi stared at Uraha, eyes wide in disbelief. You actually possess all 5 chakra natures? That's truly astonishing. For so many years, Kenoha has never seen a ninja with all 5 chakra natures. Uraha, you really are destined to become a ninja as great as the 4th Hokage. Looking at Kakashi's excited expression, Uraha could only feel a bit speechless. Sure, having all 5 chakra natures was impressive, but Kakashi himself had them as well. What was there to get so worked up about? Besides, Kakashi was even comparing him to the 4th Hokage. Although Yoru believed that he would one day surpass the 4th Hokage, for now, the 4th Hokage remained someone far beyond his reach. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Is my chakra nature really that rare? Yoru made no effort to show any particular knowledge about chakra natures. After all, this kind of information wasn't something a genin would typically know. While they had studied chakra natures at the Ninja Academy, chakra paper was never covered, let alone used in practice. Yoru's words brought Kakashi back to the present. Kakashi smiled. You don't realize it, but possessing all 5 chakra natures means you have access to every basic element. Wouldn't you say that's worth getting excited about? At this point, Kakashi himself still knew little about the Yin and Yang chakra natures, and he assumed that Yoru would be just as excited as he was upon learning he possessed all 5 basic chakra types. To his surprise, Yoru remained completely calm, showing not the slightest hint of excitement. He simply nodded and said, That's not bad at all. Does this mean I can learn jutsu from every nature? Kakashi was at a loss for words. You don't seem surprised at all, do you? Yoru's expression stayed composed, revealing not even a flicker of excitement. What's there to be surprised about? All I care about is whether I can actually learn every nature's jutsu. Kakashi shook his head. You really are different from other kids your age. But you're right. Since you have all 5 chakra natures, you should be able to learn ninjutsu from all of them. Do you know how many people actually possess all 5 chakra natures? Judging by how excited you just were, I'm guessing it's extremely rare. Kakashi nodded. Exactly. It's very rare, and that's why I got so worked up. As far as I know, here in Kenoha, aside from you and me, Only the third Hokage has all 5 chakra natures. Yuru smiled. So you have all 5 as well, sensei? I suppose that makes sense. After all, you're known as the copy ninja. Without the corresponding chakra natures, it'd be difficult to copy your opponent's jutsu, wouldn't it? Kakashi nodded. That's right. Even with the Sharingan, there are limits to what you can copy. Not all jutsu are copyable. If the user doesn't have the right chakra nature, they simply can't replicate the technique. And of course, there are forbidden jutsu and Kekkai Jinkai that can't be copied at all. Taijutsu is also very hard to copy. At this moment, Kakashi regarded Yuru highly enough to explain the Sharingan's limitations to him in detail. While this wasn't exactly a secret, most ninja still had no idea about these specifics. Especially a genin like Yuru, it was almost impossible for him to know such things. It was easy to imagine just how much Kakashi trusted Yuru at this moment. Kakashi spoke, but Yuru already knew everything he was about to say, so none of it came as a surprise. Kakashi patted Yuru on the shoulder, a look of genuine satisfaction on his face. Starting today, I'm going to put you through the strictest training, so you can master all the jutsu you need to know in the shortest time possible. You'd better be ready for it. Yuru nodded. I don't really mind, but at most, all I can promise is to give my best. Kakashi smiled. He was in exceptionally good mood. Yuru's natural talent was simply extraordinary, like an uncut gem of the highest quality. And not just any stone, but one that would become a flawless jewel with just a little polishing. Kakashi was genuinely pleased, yet Yuru turned to him and asked, Kakashi-sensei, do you really have time to teach me? Aren't you still Naruto and the others' instructor? Kakashi waved away his concern. Don't worry, I'll do my best to balance both schedules. Yuru didn't want to dwell on how Kakashi would manage it. That's good then. So it's settled. Starting tomorrow, you'll come here every night, and I'll be waiting for you. Unless something comes up, you must come every single day. Can you promise me that? Kakashi looked into Yuru's eyes. Yuru nodded. That won't be a problem for me. After all, Yuru didn't have much going on each day, nor did he have many friends. After chatting a bit longer, the two of them parted ways. Walking home, Yuru felt as if he'd stepped into a dream. He thought to himself, Kakashi is actually going to teach me. Am I benefiting from my connection with Kimoto-sensei? Yuru believed that if it weren't for Kimoto and Kakashi being colleagues, Kakashi would never have agreed to teach him. But he was mistaken. He didn't realize just how stunned Kakashi was by his talent. The real reason Kakashi agreed to take on Team 7 was, above all, the third Hokage's request. After all, Kakashi had once been the 4th Hokage student, and he'd led the 4th's personal AMBU unit. He'd even served as Kushina Uzumaki's bodyguard when she was pregnant with Naruto. With the 9 tails sealed inside Naruto, the 3rd Hokage believed that entrusting him to the village's strongest jonin was the best option. Not to mention, the team included Sasuke Uchiha. Although the 3rd Hokage bore much of the blame for the Uchiha clan's demise due to his indecision, he still wanted Sasuke to grow strong, and Kakashi was skilled in training those with the Sharingan. So, while Kakashi didn't object to leading Team 7, it wasn't a role he'd chosen of his own accord. But with Yuru, things were different. Kakashi genuinely liked him. Yoru's talent reminded him of his own youth, perhaps even surpassing it. The difference was that Yuru was more even-tempered than Kakashi had ever been. Back in those days, Kakashi never appeared arrogant on the surface, but deep down, he was always filled with pride. After all, he truly was leagues ahead of his peers. Graduating from a ninja academy at the age of 5, becoming a chunin at 6, and a jonin by 12, such a record was incredibly rare, even across the entire shinobi world. And yet, in his eyes, Uraha's natural talent surpassed even his own. It's easy to imagine the high expectations he placed on Uraha. The more gifted a ninja, the more disastrous it could be if proper guidance was lacking. That's why Kakashi put aside his pride and personally discussed with Motoki about taking Uraha under his direct tutelage. Not only did he genuinely like Uraha, but he also wanted to make sure Uraha's path wouldn't go astray. After parting ways with Uraha, Kakashi headed straight for Motoki's place. Seeing Kakashi appear on his balcony, Motoki could only shake his head in resignation. Can't you just use the door for once? Leaning on the balcony railing, Kakashi replied, I've already made arrangements with him. His talent is far beyond anything we've seen before. Motoki was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a knowing smile, he said, I can't say I'm all that surprised. Kakashi smiled as well. Actually, I think you'd be more surprised than you think. Oh, Motoki looked over at Kakashi. Gazing out at the woods, Kakashi continued, I tested his current abilities. His performance was astonishing. I doubt any ordinary chunin could stand against him now. Just today, he and you had only begun learning to manipulate chakra, but when he sparred with me, he wielded it with exceptional skill and mastery. At this point, he's already at a Chunin's level, an especially strong Chunin at that. All he lacks now is a truly destructive ninjutsu. Once he masters such techniques, his strength might soon rival your own. Kakashi marveled, still somewhat in disbelief even now. Uraha's talent was so extraordinary, it had exceeded all his expectations. Motoki gave a wry smile. That boy. Though it was a surprise, Motoki felt an even deeper sense of pride. After all, he truly regarded Uraha as his own disciple. If only he himself was more adept at combat, he would never have entrusted Uraha to Kakashi's guidance. Kakashi went on. There's one more thing you'd never guess. Uraha possesses all 5 chakra natures. The look of pride instantly froze on Motoki's face. What? He has all elemental chakra natures. Motoki was stunned. Kakashi's earlier revelation that Uraha had reached Chunin level had surprised him, but it was still within the realm of possibility. But possessing all elemental chakra natures, that was exceedingly rare. Usually, having all chakra natures was a trait inherited only by those with special bloodlines. The rarity of possessing all chakra natures is even greater than that of some ninja born with Kekkei Genkai. At present, in the entire Hidden Leaf Village, only Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage possess this ability. In fact, you could even say that having all chakra natures qualifies as a kind of Kekkei Genkai in itself. Mubensame's eyes narrowed slightly. You haven't told anyone else about this, have you? Kakashi shook his head. I'm well aware of how sensitive this is. Of course I wouldn't let it slip. It's certainly a good thing to possess all chakra natures, but precisely because it's so rare, it easily draws unwanted attention. Both Kakashi and Mubensame were once members of the ANBU. They know all too well that the hidden leaf isn't just about sunlight and warmth. There are shadows buried deep beneath its roots. And besides, Uraha is just a civilian, without the protection of a clan. Who knows if someone might try to abduct him for human experimentation. Mubensame finally let out a sigh of relief. When you're teaching him, you'll need to be cautious. It's best if he only uses jutsu from 2 natures in his daily training. Kakashi nodded. I'll make sure he understands. On this matter, Kakashi and Mubensame were of one mind. Not a single soul could be allowed to discover Uraha's all-nature chakra until he had the strength to protect himself. After returning home, Uraha lay on his bed and sank his consciousness into the mental space within. Soon, a voice echoed in his mind. You have been idle for a whole day. Chakra doubled, physical strength increased by 1%, speed doubled. As he came back to his senses, Uraha felt a wave of comfort spread through his entire body. Savoring the sensation, a faint smile curled at Uraha's lips. My chakra growth is incredible. It's practically overflowing now, almost on par with Kakashi's. Doubling my speed. Is that because I've managed to pick up the body flicker technique, even if clumsily? The standard body flicker technique is actually quite simple, both in difficulty and principle. You channel chakra into the soles of your feet to boost your movement speed. That's why learning the basic body flicker technique is ranked as a D-class ninjutsu. In other words, any genin can learn it. But what truly amazed Uraha was the rapid increase in his chakra. Now, his chakra reserves were close to Kakashi's. And it's important to remember, among jonin, Kakashi's chakra reserves are considered quite high. The reason he sometimes seems to run low during battle is because, lacking the Uchiha bloodline, his body isn't compatible with the Sharingan. He can't deactivate it, and it drains his chakra constantly. If not for the Sharingan's consumption, Kakashi's chakra would absolutely rival that of most Kage-level shinobi. At just 12 years old, he could casually unleash the B-rank Earth Release, Earth-style wall, covering dozens of meters, a truly impressive range. It's easy to imagine just how vast his chakra would be if he didn't have the Sharingan draining him. Now, Uraha had already amassed chakra reserves nearly on par with Kakashi. With this surge in chakra came a significant boost in both his mental energy and physical strength. After all, most people drew their chakra from within their own bodies. Uraha, however, drew his chakra from the natural world itself. So, the more chakra he gathered, the more it nourished and strengthened his body. After all, the chakra circulating within him was converted from pure natural energy. To withstand such a vast amount of chakra, his body had to be strong enough to handle it. I wonder if the rapid growth is just because I'm starting out. Once my chakra pool gets bigger, it probably won't increase this quickly anymore, Uraha mused. He figured the reason his chakra was growing so fast now was because his foundation was weak to begin with, so the initial gains felt huge. But what he didn't realize was that his current chakra reserves were already comparable to those of Kakashi in his 20s. And he was only 12 years old. Even Naruto, if you didn't count the Nine-Tails chakra, only matched Kakashi's level. And that was only because the fourth Hokage's 8 trigrams seal constantly converted the leaking Ninetales chakra into Naruto's own. Just imagining it made the sheer volume of Uraha's chakra seem even more terrifying. The next day, after Uraha and Tomokazu Kibamoto completed a D-rank mission, they found Kakashi waiting for them early at the training grounds. They spotted him perched casually atop a tree, book in hand. Tomokazu Kibamoto couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Honestly, aren't you a bit too eager? Do you think I wouldn't let Uraha go? He grumbled. He had known that Kakashi would eventually mentor Uraha, but he hadn't expected Kakashi to be in such a rush. They had barely finished their mission, and already he was waiting at the training grounds. By then, Yamada Kamoku and Motoyata Tego had already gone home. Tomokazu Kibamoto had kept Uraha behind, intending to teach him some ninjutsu. Though he wasn't much of a fighter, he thought a few interrogation techniques would be useful for Uraha to learn. But Kakashi hadn't given him the chance. Uraha stood beside Kibamoto, feeling a bit awkward as he gazed up at Kakashi in the tree. Even though he knew Kibamoto had already agreed to let Kakashi teach him, having both teachers there at once left him feeling a little guilty, as if he were betraying Kibamoto. Kakashi closed his novel and leapt down from the tree. I just didn't pick up any missions today, so I've got some free time, he said evenly. Come on, Uraha. Kakashi strode over to him. Uraha glanced at Kibamoto. Kakashi spoke in his usual calm tone. Your teacher's already agreed. No need to worry. Kibamoto, though a bit resigned, he had wanted to teach Uraha at least one jutsu. Could only let Uraha go now that Kakashi was here. He patted Yayu on the shoulder. Study hard. Although this guy looks laid back, he's actually very strong. In a Leaf Village, aside from the third Hokage, he's already the most powerful ninja. Since Tsunade and Jeriah weren't in the village, what Mutamoto Tongi said was entirely reasonable. With that, Mutamoto Tongi turned and vanished on the spot. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist asking Yayu to stay. Gazing at the spot where Mutamoto Tongi had disappeared, Yayu sighed. Tongi-sensei holds Kakashi in high regard. Kakashi offered a mild smile. He just hopes you'll gain strength soon and grow into someone who can protect the village. Taking advantage of the moment, Kakashi launched into a bit of lecturing. Yayu didn't mind at all. He nodded. I don't think I'll let him down. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you have any missions today? Kakashi nodded. We just finished one. I told the others to take a break for a while. All right, before we start training, let me take you to eat. You can't train well on an empty stomach. Yayu looked at Kakashi in surprise. Kakashi-sensei, you're not expecting me to treat you to a meal, are you? Yayu was well aware of Kakashi's stingy reputation. Kakashi paused, catching Yayu's surprised expression. It was a bit awkward. It seemed Yayu had caught on to his miserly habits. But truth be told, he hadn't intended for Yayu to pay. Why would you think that? Come on, of course, I'm treating you. Yayu's mouth twitched. I hope so. It wasn't a big deal to treat someone, but Yayu was living on the inheritance his parents had left behind. He'd only just finished a D-rank mission himself, so he didn't have much money. Still, since Kakashi was going to teach him ninjutsu, even if he had to treat, it would be only fair. Kakashi sighed helplessly. Is that really how you see me? Yayu forced a smile as he walked ahead. Soon, the two of them arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. When Kakashi appeared, the owner, Tucci, and Ayam greeted him with a friendly smile. Hey there, Kakashi. Kakashi's name was well known in Kenoha. But when Tucci saw Yayu, he seemed a bit surprised. After all, Yayu hadn't really crossed paths with Kakashi before. Yayu, what would you like to eat today? Ayam didn't think much of it. Seeing Yayu come in, she leaned on the counter and asked with a smile. Yayu smiled back. A bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. Kakashi sat down beside Yayu. Is one bowl enough? Yayu nodded. Since he didn't draw chakra from his body, he didn't need to rely on food to replenish his physical energy. Kakashi seemed a bit doubtful. There's some tough training ahead. You sure one bowl will be enough? No need, one bowl is plenty. Yayu knew his own situation well. But Kakashi turned to Tucci and said, add 2 more bowls for him, 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and I'll take 3 bowls of beef ramen. Kakashi knew just how much energy their upcoming training would consume, and he figured Yoru didn't realize it yet. Though Yoru felt helpless, he could only accept in silence. After all, it wasn't like he could admit that he didn't rely on drawing energy from his body to maintain his chakra. This exchange between Kakashi and Yoru left Tucci, watching from the side, utterly astonished. He could tell that Kakashi treated Yoru differently than others, almost like a father looking after his own child. Yet, as far as he knew, these two had hardly interacted before. He just couldn't figure it out. Still, Tucci understood well enough not to pry into the affairs of ninja. If he didn't, his little ramen shop wouldn't have survived all these decades. Before long, 6 steaming bowls of ramen were set down before them. Yoru turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi asked, a little puzzled, Why are you staring at me? Eat up. Yoru said nothing. It didn't take long for Kakashi to realize what was on Yoru's mind. With a look of resignation, he said, "You're just as curious as everyone else, huh?" He knew Yoru wanted to see what he looked like beneath his mask. Yoru grinned, just curious. While Kakashi was undeniably handsome, Yoru was dying to know just how handsome. The kind of looks that made Tucci and I.M. swoon at the mere sight of him. With a shake of his head, Kakashi slowly pulled down his mask, revealing his true face. When Yoru finally saw Kakashi's face, he was stunned for a moment. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi, no wonder you wear that mask. If you didn't, all the girls in Kenoha would be camped outside your door. Kakashi was indeed strikingly handsome, and Yoru understood just how dangerous that kind of charm could be for the village's young women. Sure enough, Tucci and I.M. were already gazing at Kakashi with hearts practically in their eyes. Kakashi just shook his head and started in on his ramen. Hurry up and eat. Yoru didn't say another word and dug into his own food. They were only halfway through their meal when a few more people walked in. At first, Yoru paid them no mind, but the moment they caught sight of Kakashi, one of them shouted out, startling Yoru so much he nearly reached for his kunai. Hey Kakashi, fancy meeting you here. Yoru looked over at the newcomers, feeling a headache coming on. Kakashi seemed to feel the same, eyeing the man in the green bodysuit, whose dazzlingly white teeth flashed as he spoke. Kakashi could only sigh. Guy. It was my guy, of course. Trailing behind him were his 3 students, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. And from the moment they entered, Niji's eyes never left Yoru. What Yoru didn't realize was that Niji had noticed him right away. There was something about Yoru that radiated a powerful sense of threat. Niji couldn't shake the feeling that the person before him was someone to be wary of. This was something he had never experienced among his peers. Guy, with his usual easygoing manner, plopped down beside Kakashi, while Niji and the other 2 took their seats next to Yoraha. Once settled, Guy also noticed Yoraha's presence. Glancing at Kakashi, Guy sounded a bit surprised. Kakashi, is this your student? Since Guy had been away on missions, he hadn't known who Kakashi's students were. Kakashi paused for a moment, then nodded, yes. Guy didn't pick up on the subtle change in Kakashi's expression. The moment he learned Yoraha was Kakashi's student, he broke into a big grin. Kakashi, your student looks full of energy. How about letting him learn taijutsu with me? Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. No need, I'll teach him myself. Guy let out a hearty laugh. He was mostly joking, after all. Of course, if Yoraha genuinely wanted to learn from him, Guy would be more than happy to oblige. There were so few taijutsu specialists in the ninja world. One more would always be welcome. And this was Kakashi's student, after all. If Yoraha chose to learn from Guy, wouldn't that mean, in this field at least, Guy had outdone Kakashi? The prospect of besting Kakashi was something Guy relished. Sitting beside Yoraha, Tenten eyed him with curiosity. Hi, I'm Tenten. So you're one of Kakashi-sensei's students. Hello, I'm Yoruha. Seeing Tenten greet Yoraha, Lee and Niji came over as well. I'm Rock Lee, a student of Guy-sensei, and I'm determined to defeat genius ninjas. Lee declared, flashing a dazzling set of white teeth. He looked exactly like Guy, which made Yoraha feel a bit awkward. Beside him, Niji spoke in his usual calm tone. I'm Niji Hyuga. There's something different about you. Niji was nothing if not straightforward. Yoraha gave off a sense that was anything but ordinary. Yoraha didn't respond directly, instead chuckling lightly. You think so? Noticing Niji's serious expression, Kakashi quickly interjected. Guy, less talking, more ordering. The shop owner's been waiting forever. Guy didn't think much of it and started placing his order. Kakashi turned to Yoraha. Come on, eat up. Yoraha understood what was on Kakashi's mind. After all, Niji possessed the Byakugan. If he used it to check Yoraha's body, he'd definitely notice the immense and unusual amount of chakra within him. Yoraha nodded and soon polished off 3 bowls of ramen. Once they'd finished, Kakashi took Yoraha and left the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Guy didn't notice, but Niji's curiosity about Yoraha had been piqued. Yoraha felt nothing like the other kids their age. That tangible sense of threat, Niji was sure he wasn't imagining it. After leaving the ramen shop, Kakashi and Yoraha walked down the street. Kakashi spoke up. Niji noticed you just now. Did you feel it? Yoraha nodded. He's been paying close attention to me. It's a bit odd. Kakashi let out a sigh. Niji was the top student among last year's ninja graduates, and he also has the Byakugan. In the past year, his skills have already reached the level of a chunin. He's developed a real ninja's instincts. Yu nodded in agreement. I've certainly heard about him. Back in the academy, his reputation was quite something. Yu had actually attended the same school as Niji for 5 years. Niji was a year ahead of Yu. The Ninja Academy runs for 6 years. But in the past, Yu had been rather average and had deliberately kept a low profile. so Niji had never paid much attention to him. Kakashi looked at Yu. If he ever finds out you have such a massive reserve of chakra, things could get complicated. Guy, that loudmouth, wouldn't be able to keep your secret. That was also why Guy had begged the third Hokage to let him join the Umbu, but the third never accepted him. He was suited for straightforward missions, but when it came to anything requiring secrecy, they usually kept him out of it. You nodded. I can sense that. But since you rushed out just now, it would be hard for Niji not to notice something. Kakashi replied helplessly. There was no other choice. If I'd waited any longer, I was afraid Niji might actually activate his Byakugan. Yi gave a slight chuckle. Honestly, even if he does find out, I don't think it's a big deal. Given Niji's personality, he's not the type to go around spreading rumors. Kakashi nodded. With his temperament, that's probably true. Still, it's better to be cautious, just in case. Before long, the two of them arrived at the back mountain of the Hidden Leaf Village. They stood by the lake at the base of a waterfall. Kakashi faced Yu, his expression serious. I have 2 training plans in mind. I'd like you to choose which one you want to follow. Yu looked at Kakashi. I'm listening. The first plan is for me to teach you a high-level ninjutsu right away, which would give your current strength a significant boost. The second plan is to start with the basics and gradually work up to more advanced techniques. Having said this, Kakashi fell silent, waiting for Yu's response. Yu thought for a moment, then looked up calmly. I choose the first plan. He half expected Kakashi to be displeased. To his surprise, Kakashi didn't seem upset at all. Instead, he smiled. Just as I thought, you definitely picked the first one. In fact, I was hoping you would. After all, you're not like an ordinary person. Treating you as one would actually hold you back. Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder. Then he turned and walked to the water's edge. Tell me, do you think that just because I have the Sharingan, I can make a name for myself in the ninja world? Yu walked over to stand beside Kakashi. Looking out over the lake, he said, aside from the Sharingan, you must also have a powerful secret jutsu to use in combination, right? After all, you're a Jonin. There's no way you don't have a trump card hidden up your sleeve. Kakashi glanced at Jeriah and smiled. That's right. I once developed a jutsu. Without the Sharingan, it would have been extremely dangerous. But once I had the Sharingan, that jutsu became a technique of tremendous destructive power. He remembered back to when he first created the Chidori. Without the Sharingan to support it, it had indeed been a perilous jutsu. One wrong move, and the opponent could easily counterattack and kill you. Kakashi let out a quiet sigh. If it weren't for an old friend who transplanted the Sharingan eye for me, I never could have come this far. Although the Sharingan did drain a great deal of Kakashi's chakra, it undeniably raised his potential ceiling. Kakashi's prowess in real combat helped make up for the Sharingan's chakra drain. As long as he calculated his chakra reserves carefully, the Sharingan would always remain a great asset to him. Jeriah gazed at Kakashi. Kakashi assumed Jeriah was curious about who had given him the transplanted Sharingan. So he explained, "Want to know who gave me this eye?" Kakashi smiled. If it were anyone else, Kakashi wouldn't have revealed it so easily. But Jeriah was someone he had already decided to take on as a student, so there was nothing he would hide from him. In a way, Kakashi valued Jeriah even more than Sasuke or Naruto. Jeriah was momentarily caught off guard. He had only been lost in thought for a moment. But since Kakashi had misunderstood, Jeriah saw no reason to clarify. So he nodded. I'm a bit curious, actually. Kakashi sat down by the lake and patted the spot next to him, inviting Jeriah to sit at his side. Once Jeriah had settled beside him, Kakashi continued, After I graduated from the Ninja Academy, I was still so young that I couldn't get along well with my teammates. It wasn't until the classmates who entered the academy with me also graduated that I was finally able to form a team. In that sense, I didn't really graduate early after all. As he spoke, Kakashi smiled. Jeriah naturally understood what Kakashi meant. He'd thought Kakashi would jump right into teaching him new jutsu, not start reminiscing about the past. But it also showed how much Kakashi trusted him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sharing these stories. In this eye, it was my friend, Obito Uchiha, who gave it to me. Back then, Kakashi began telling Jeriah the story of his past, of himself, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara. Although Jeriah had heard the general story before, it was the first time he was hearing all the details. This eye is Obito's keepsake, and has helped me more than I can say. Yoru's face remained expressionless, but inwardly he thought that if Kakashi knew what Obito was up to these days, he'd probably feel pretty embarrassed about what he just said. After finishing, Kakashi looked at Yoru. I hope you'll take good care of the friends you cherish. Don't end up like me. Losing a friend is incredibly painful. There was a sincere honesty in Kakashi's words. He truly didn't want Yoru to go through the same heartbreak he had. Yoru didn't respond. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi stood up as well. All right, let's put aside the sad stuff for now. Do you know why I decided to teach you the Chidori? You don't have the Sharingan, and this jutsu is extremely dangerous without it. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Yoru, curious whether he understood his reasoning. Yoru thought for a moment and replied, "Is it because my dynamic vision is unusually strong? So strong that it rivals the Sharingan?" Kakashi smiled, giving Yoru a light pat on the shoulder. "Exactly. When I tested you last night, I realized your dynamic vision is exceptionally sharp. In fact, it surpasses that of most people with the Sharingan. Chidori is a technique that demands high-speed movement and extraordinary dynamic vision. You have what it takes." Yoru nodded. "But I imagine this jutsu isn't easy to master." "You're right. Chidori is an A-rank technique in terms of difficulty. Without powerful dynamic vision, it would be S-rank. Before learning this jutsu, your body needs to be trained to a very high standard of movement. And it's also a huge drain on chakra, although that won't be a problem for you. Your chakra reserves are already at Jonin level. With your chakra, you could use Chidori about 10 times in a single day. I can manage 20 times a day. Your chakra capacity is already half of mine." Kakashi still didn't know that Yoru's chakra had increased even further. Still, Chidori consumes less chakra than Raikiri. The learning curve is different too. Chidori is A rank, while Raikiri is S rank. Currently, Kakashi can only use Raikiri 4 times a day. That alone speaks volumes about how much chakra Raikiri demands. Yoru didn't interrupt Kakashi, listening intently to every word. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Yoru's attitude toward learning. Although Chidori is difficult to learn, you already have all the necessary prerequisites: dynamic vision, physical strength, and chakra. You excel in all of them. There's no need for any further training in those areas. I can go ahead and teach you the Chidori directly. Let me explain the principles behind Chidori now. Once you've mastered Chidori, I'll teach you its advanced version, Raikiri. Kakashi had high expectations for Jeriah. He didn't think it would take Jeriah long to learn the Chidori. So he went straight to telling him that the next jutsu after Chidori would be Raikiri. After saying this, Kakashi began to explain the principles behind Chidori. Compared to ordinary jutsu, Chidori was indeed far more complex. It truly deserved to be called a jutsu developed by Kakashi himself. Most people wouldn't even be able to understand it, let alone master it. After explaining for more than 10 minutes, Kakashi looked at Jeriah. He couldn't guarantee that Jeriah would understand everything in just one go. "If you don't get it, I can explain it again. This jutsu is complicated. It's normal not to understand it the first time." Jeriah nodded. "I understand." To prevent Kakashi from doubting him, Jeriah proceeded to dissect the principles of Chidori in detail, demonstrating a clear grasp of the jutsu specifics. Anyone watching might have thought he'd already mastered this jutsu for years. Jeriah truly did understand it after just one explanation. Now, his mind was sharper than ever before by leaps and bounds, especially when it came to ninjutsu. Kakashi, after listening, was left momentarily speechless. "If I hadn't known I'd never taught you before, I'd think you've been practicing this jutsu for decades. You're that familiar with it." Jeriah smiled. "Maybe I just have a particular interest in this kind of jutsu, so I'm better at understanding it." Of course, Kakashi didn't quite buy that explanation. After all, Chidori was an A-rank jutsu in terms of learning difficulty, and not just any A-rank. Lightning release jutsu were already harder to learn than other elemental techniques, and when he developed Chidori himself, he'd been quite young. As a result, the theory behind it was extremely intricate. Even for him, understanding it all those years ago hadn't been easy. Yet Jeriah had not only understood it after a single explanation, he was now intimately familiar with its details. He'd even managed to simplify several steps, a level of ability Kakashi felt couldn't be explained by just better understanding. Still, Kakashi was pleased. Jeriah was like a bottomless treasure trove. He never failed to surprise him. Snapping back to himself, Kakashi said, "Let me show you exactly how to perform this jutsu. Watch closely. This technique is extremely dangerous. One mistake can have very serious consequences." Jeriah nodded. He certainly knew how dangerous this jutsu was. It was, after all, an A-rank technique. Kakashi walked over to a massive boulder more than 2 meters high. The rocks by the lake were especially hard. Shattering them was no easy feat. Kakashi stood before the giant stone. His gaze sharpened, and he formed his hand into a claw-like shape. In an instant, chakra surged into his palm. A sharp, crackling sound filled the air. In that moment, several blue arcs of lightning flickered into existence in Kakashi's hand. Chakra had already solidified into something tangible, with blue arcs of electricity gathering thicker and thicker around him. In an instant, they transformed into lightning that crackled and roared like serpentine bolts slithering through the air. The terrifying arcs of electricity incinerated the leaves around Kakashi, turning them to ash. At that moment, Kakashi seemed to be standing in the very heart of a thunderstorm, surrounded by writhing arcs of lightning that trembled and struggled like snakes gripped tight in a fist. Standing to the side, Jeriah was stunned by the sight before him. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he had ever witnessed such a fearsome ninjutsu. The terror of Chidori far surpassed anything he had imagined. The dense lightning illuminated everything within several dozen meters, bathing the surroundings in an eerie blue glow. Even standing more than 10 meters away from Kakashi, he could feel his skin prickle and his hair stand almost on end. Staring at the terrifying scene, Jeriah swallowed hard. For the first time, he truly felt the overwhelming power of an elite jonin. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Kakashi had summoned the lightning in a heartbeat. It screamed like the cries of 1,000 birds, or perhaps even more terrifying. Lightning release, Chidori. With a low murmur from Kakashi, he blurred into motion, streaking forward in a flash of light. A heartbeat later, Kakashi appeared dozens of meters away, while the massive boulder before him had been shattered to rubble. Shards of stone flew in every direction, explosions echoing through the canyon, sending ripples across the once calm surface of the lake. Jeriah was left speechless, even after leaping more than 30 meters away from the blast. Yet even at this distance, he could still feel the devastating impact of the ninjutsu. It's terrifying. Is this the true power of an A-rank jutsu? It's unreal. Hard to believe a 12-year-old boy could create something like this. In that instant, Jeriah truly understood the weight behind Kakashi's reputation as a genius. To have developed such a terrifying technique at the age of 12, he was a prodigy in every sense of the word. After releasing Chidori, Kakashi stood up and shook out his hand. He glanced at Jeriah, who stood dozens of meters away, and smiled. You're pretty quick on your feet. So, did you get a good look? Need me to demonstrate again? Kakashi had long grown accustomed to the sheer force of this jutsu. Jeriah, on the other hand, was still reeling. Its power far exceeded anything he'd ever imagined. Truth be told, Chidori's destructive force could affect everything within several dozen meters of the blast zone. And that was only the aftershock. One could easily imagine the despair of being struck by the technique itself. Anyone caught in its path would likely be torn to shreds. Snapping out of his daze, Jeriah jumped down from the tree. Fearing he'd be caught in the blast, he had used the body flicker technique to move to a tree several dozen meters away the moment Kakashi attacked. Now, gazing at the giant boulder reduced to rubble, Jeriah couldn't help but sigh. This ninjutsu is just overwhelmingly powerful. So, it consumes a tremendous amount of chakra. For an ordinary chunin, casting it even once would likely leave them completely drained. Kakashi explained this. Yu nodded in understanding. Kakashi asked, well, have you managed to grasp anything? Yu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a spark of insight flashed through them. Although this jutsu was quite complex, Yu had already figured out how to perform it. He looked at Kakashi and gave a small nod. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Well, I suppose what's difficult for others might not be so hard for you. Focus on practicing this jutsu for today. If you have any questions, just ask me. Kakashi walked off to the side and leaned against a tree, watching Yu. He wanted to observe Yu's training. Yu stepped over to another large boulder. There were plenty of such stones by the lakeside. Kakashi's eyes remained fixed on Yu. He wanted to see whether Yu would be able to master it tonight. Yu himself wasn't sure if he could, but he felt as though he had already grasped the essence of this jutsu. He even felt as if he'd practiced it for decades, so intimately familiar had it become. He kept this to himself, suspecting it might just be an illusion. Standing before the massive stone, Yu began channeling chakra into his right hand. In just an instant, the chakra within him surged and gathered at his palm. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack. A surge of energy erupted. Dozens of bolts of lightning as thick as a man's arm coiled around Yu, far more massive than the ones Kakashi had summoned earlier. Where Kakashi's lightning had been only as thick as chopsticks, Yu's was as thick as an adult's forearm. And the color was completely different. Yu's lightning shimmered with a golden hue. This sight left Kakashi, standing not far away, utterly stunned. What is going on? How is Yu able to produce chakra like that? Yu's chakra was completely unlike that of any other shinobi. Ordinary chakra, when manifested, was blue. Yet Yu's chakra radiated gold when he gathered it. So when he shaped it into lightning, that lightning, too, blazed gold. Even more astonishing, the golden lightning Yu conjured gave off only a faint crackling sound. Nothing like the piercing shriek of a typical Chidori. Stranger still, the arcs of golden lightning seemed alive, writhing around Yu like giant serpents, moving with incredible speed. A steady electric hum filled the air. Yu hadn't noticed that his version of Chidori was different from Kakashi's. His focus was entirely on the boulder a few meters away. With the jutsu fully formed, Yu's eyes shone with a glimmer of anticipation. Lightning release, Chidori. Ausiding krak, Ausindurus boom, Deafeningror. The moment Jeriah launched his attack, it was as if a meteor had crashed into the earth. Violent tremors rippled through hundreds of meters all around. At the center of the explosion, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the land for several kilometers around and turning night into day. Countless golden bolts of lightning bridged the sky and earth, transforming the area within hundreds of meters of Jeriah into a realm of thunder and storm. The sheer force unleashed was apocalyptic in its intensity, a terrifying display of power. The raging lightning storm raged on for a full 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, the mountains behind Kenoha shook as if struck by a high-density, tailed beast bomb. Tremors rippled through the earth. Mountains buckled and split, and everything within a wide radius of Jeriah's jutsu was utterly annihilated. It was overwhelming, almost unimaginable. When the storm finally faded, nothing remained but a colossal crater, stretching hundreds of meters across and plunging dozens of meters deep. At the very center of this abyss, Jeriah lay motionless. After several long seconds, Kakashi appeared silently at his side, gathered him up, and vanished without a trace. If they didn't leave now, it would only be a matter of time before Jeriah found himself in a jail cell. Sure enough, barely a minute later, several masked shinobi appeared around the rim of the crater. They were, of course, members of the Ambu Black Ops. Such a commotion rivaled even the explosive force of the tailed beast bomb years ago. The Ambu stared, wide-eyed and breathless, at the abyss before them. Who could have done this? Could the Ninetales have broken free from its seal? To cause such devastation, the ANBU could imagine only one culprit, a tailed beast. Not even the third Hokage could unleash destruction on this scale. Or could it be an enemy invasion? But this theory was quickly dismissed. The barrier didn't so much as flutter. No matter how strong the shinobi, breaking through the barrier without a trace is impossible. It must have been someone from the village, and it has to be the Ninetales. Most likely, the Jinchuriki went berserk. In an instant, the ANBU's suspicions fell squarely on Naruto. After all, in Kenoha, only he possessed such overwhelming power, or rather, only the beast inside him could wreak such havoc. Let's report to the Hokage. Without another word, the ANBU vanished from the crater's edge. By now, midnight had settled over the village, and shinobi were darting from rooftop to rooftop, responding to the chaos. The disturbance Jeriah had caused was simply too great, on par with the infamous rampage of the Ninetales. Meanwhile, after bringing Jeriah home, Kakashi immediately made his way to the Hokage's office. As an elite jonin of Kenoha, his absence would only arouse suspicion. On his way through the quiet streets, Kakashi's expression was grim. What was that power inside Jeriah? This is terrifying, even more so than the Ninetale sealed inside Naruto. Kakashi was deeply worried about Jeriah. Jeriah still hadn't woken up. What troubled Kakashi even more was the true nature of the power surging within Jeriah. It didn't seem like the power of a tailed beast, yet the arcs of lightning Jeriah unleashed crackled and danced as if alive. Their destructive force was truly dreadful. Jeriah's chakra reserves were clearly limited, yet the amount he released just now was overwhelming. Kakashi knew well that the force Jeriah had just displayed, apart from the destructive power of a tailed beast bomb, was beyond what any ninjutsu could achieve. That was a power strong enough to reshape the very land itself. Kakashi was still unaware of the true might of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The strength of those two had long surpassed the imagination of today's shinobi. Even Kakashi himself could not truly fathom how terrifying Hashirama and Madara once were. Of course, even if those two legendary figures had been present, they would have been stunned by the power Jeriah unleashed. After all, Jeriah was only 12 years old. What's more, what Jeriah released was not ordinary chakra, but a highly concentrated form of natural energy. That's right, the force he unleashed a moment ago was pure, condensed natural energy. The reason for such devastation was that natural energy, when not transformed into sage chakra, is wild and uncontrollable. It becomes dangerously volatile. Yet, the natural energy Jeriah released was not only highly concentrated, it was controlled. Had it truly been uncontrollable, the instant Jeriah unleashed it, his body would have been reduced to ash by its power. It was only because at the moment he summoned the lightning, an equally powerful surge of natural energy formed a protective barrier around him. Remarkably, these energy shields seemed to possess a will of their own. Their sole purpose was to shield Jeriah from the lightning's wrath. Even so, despite the protection offered by natural energy, Jeriah still collapsed from exhaustion, all his strength drained away. Truthfully, Jeriah's attempt had ended in failure. He failed to regulate his chakra, causing all the natural energy within him to be drawn out, and in turn, agitating the ambient natural energy of his surroundings. With his own chakra reserves alone, Jeriah could never have wrought such destruction. The real trigger was the excess output of natural energy within him, which set off a chain reaction with the natural energy in the environment. But Kakashi was still in the dark. He could only guess that some hidden force lay dormant within Jeriah. He also knew that the chakra in Jeriah's body was of the same sage variety as that possessed by Jeriah when he entered sage mode. After reflecting for a moment, Kakashi said, Jeriah may have been born with sage chakra. Sage chakra is far stronger than ordinary chakra. Perhaps it's because his chakra is of this special nature that, when he releases the same amount as others, the results are far more dramatic. Kakashi found an excuse. But what he didn't realize was that even if all the chakra within Jeriah was sage chakra, it would still be impossible to unleash such terrifying power. Let alone Jeriah. Jeriah himself couldn't manage it, either. In truth, even Jeriah was incapable of such a feat. Soon, Kakashi arrived at the rooftop of the Hokage's office. There were already dozens of ninja gathered there, all of them at least at the level of Special Jonin. Upon seeing Kakashi appear, Guy was the first to approach him. At this moment, Guy's expression was grave. It was clear that the terrifying power from earlier had even made him uneasy. That surge of force was in no way inferior to a tailed beast's power. Kakashi, what do you think it was? Guy asked the moment he saw him. Kakashi hesitated, uncertain whether or not he should tell the third Hokage about Jeriah. Right now, he didn't know if the power within Jeriah posed any threat to the village. But recalling how Jeriah had spoken to him earlier that evening, Kakashi ultimately chose to keep it from the third Hokage. After all, if he could keep an eye on Naruto, a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he felt he could do the same for Jeriah. Not to mention, Jeriah was far more stable compared to Naruto. It's highly likely that a powerful outsider has infiltrated Kenoha, Kakashi said. Guy shook his head. I don't think that's the case, because there's been no disturbance in the village's barrier. And if a powerful enemy had entered the village, why haven't they launched an attack? Kakashi glanced at Guy. Then what do you think it was? With a solemn look, Guy replied, I suspect it might be the Nine Tails. At this point, Guy still didn't know that Naruto was Kakashi's student. Kakashi fell silent. He knew, of course, that it wasn't Naruto. Kakashi, I think the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has lost control, Guy insisted. Kakashi shook his head. I don't think that's it. Guy looked puzzled. Other than the Nine Tails, who else could cause such devastation? Just now, the explosion had completely altered the terrain of the woods behind Kenoha. Apart from a tailed beast bomb, no one could possibly do that. If Guy had known about Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju, he'd never have said such a thing. As the two were speaking, the third Hokage walked over. Kakashi, how is Naruto doing at the moment? The third Hokage also suspected that Naruto had lost control. Incidents like this happened frequently in the 5 great ninja villages. Jinchuriki losing control was almost a common occurrence. Not every Jinchuriki could become a perfect host. After a moment's thought, Kakashi replied, Lord Hokage, I don't think it was Naruto. The third Hokage frowned at his answer. He suspected Kakashi was covering for Naruto. Yet he didn't blame Kakashi. He had always placed high hopes in Naruto. After all, the very fact that he had placed Naruto in Team 7 made his intentions clear. In the third Hokage's mind, there was no doubt that someone from Kakashi's squad would one day become Hokage. Although Naruto was a Jinchuriki, it was clear that the third Hokage valued him highly. In fact, the third had already chosen a successor for the next Hokage when he assigned Kakashi to lead Naruto's team. Essentially, the decision would come down to choosing between Naruto and Sasuke. After all, that was how the Hokage had been selected for several generations. The reason the third paid such close attention to Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, was because the clan had already been wiped out. Even if Sasuke became Hokage, he wouldn't be subject to the influence of the Uchiha clan. So, despite how awkward Naruto and Sasuke's current positions were within the village, both were, in truth, candidates for the next Hokage in the third's mind. Naturally, the third didn't want Naruto to do anything that might threaten the village. But the terrifying explosion in the forest behind the village, only a Jinchuriki could have caused such a thing. Even if he didn't want to believe it was Naruto, much of the evidence pointed straight to him. The third looked at Kakashi with a grave expression. Kakashi, I hope you understand just how serious this is. But Kakashi shook his head. Lord Hokage, if it really was Naruto, then who stopped him? There's no one in the village, except for you, who could restrain Naruto if he lost control. Not to mention, the sheer power of the jutsu used suggests Naruto would have been completely out of control at that point, and the Nine Tails would have been on the verge of breaking free. But in reality, aside from that explosion, everything went completely quiet. The third was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi had a point. If it really had been Naruto, who could have stopped him? Besides, Kakashi had just handed the third a perfect excuse. The third had never wanted people to associate this incident with Naruto to begin with. Now, he could use Kakashi's logic as a reason to clear Naruto of suspicion. I'll have the ANBU investigate this matter thoroughly. Security in the village needs to be tightened for the time being, the third said, agreeing with Kakashi's assessment. With that, the third led the Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village to the forested hills behind the village. When they saw the massive crater left behind, even the third couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Only a tailed beast bomb could cause destruction on this scale, or perhaps only those two could do something like this, he thought. A frown appeared on the third's face. He had just been convinced by Kakashi's reasoning. Now that he was here, he didn't sense any trace of the Nine Tails chakra. The Nine Tails was a tailed beast. Every time it rampaged, it would leave an intense trail of chakra at the scene. But here, there was nothing at all. He was now completely convinced by Kakashi's analysis. But if it wasn't Naruto, the situation was even more alarming. Destruction on this scale was understandable if caused by a tailed beast. But if an ordinary ninja could do something like this, then only someone on the level of Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju could have managed it. But is Kenoha truly capable of handling a monster of this magnitude? At that thought, the third Hokage's expression grew incredibly grave. The vast crater before him also left the Jonin who had accompanied him in absolute shock. They could hardly imagine what sort of terrifying jutsu could have caused such devastation. Even Guy, always so spirited, was now deadly serious. Even if I opened the seventh gate, I couldn't create destruction on this scale. This is truly terrifying. Kakashi stared at the massive crater. Even though it was his second time seeing it, a chill still lingered in his heart. For Jeriah to have survived such a jutsu, it was clear that he must be harboring some immense hidden power. Yet, he himself seemed unaware of it. If he had known, Jeriah would never have unleashed it. Asuma, Kurenai, and the others also gazed at the crater with heavy expressions, falling into a troubled silence. The scene before them left them at a loss for words. The third Hokage shook his head. We still don't know if the perpetrator was someone from outside the village or from within. I hope it's someone from within, he said. If such terrifying power belongs to an outsider, the ninja world may soon face another shinobi who could rival even those two legends. Of course, if a Kenoha ninja was responsible for destruction of this scale, that would mean there was a dangerous threat within their midst. But the third still preferred that such a powerful ninja be from Kenoha. If they were from the village, at least there was a chance to win them over. But if it was someone from outside, someone who had unleashed this kind of destruction on Kenoha, it was clear that person harbored nothing but hostility toward the village. After a while, the third's face returned to a blank mask. He turned and instructed the ANBU at his side, keep a close watch on the situation in the rear mountains. For the time being. And as for tonight's incident, keep it strictly confidential. Tell everyone the ANBU were simply testing a new jutsu as a cover story. The ANBU standing beside him nodded in understanding. The third then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, come with me. Kakashi nodded. Soon, the two of them vanished into the shadows of Kenoha's rear mountains. Meanwhile, many villagers who had been waiting anxiously for news late into the night relaxed and returned to their homes to rest once they heard the explanation that ANBU had merely been testing a jutsu. They had feared the village was under attack. Such an excuse could fool ordinary villagers and most regular shinobi. But not Danzo. At the headquarters of Root, Danzo, leaning on his cane and with one eye bandaged, gazed at a shinobi kneeling on one knee before him. Was it the Nine Tails Jinchuriki going berserk? Danzo's voice was cold and probing. The Root ninja before him replied, We detected no trace of the Nine Tails chakra at the scene. But the level of destruction is something only a tailed beast bomb could achieve. Danzo's eyes narrowed in surprise. Wasn't the Nine Tails? There was no sign of the Nine Tails chakra at the site, so it shouldn't be, the ninja confirmed. Danzo stood up, his expression grave. If it's not the Nine Tails, then who is it? Could this person pose a threat to Kenoha? The thought made Danzo restless. What exactly is Hiruzen up to? Could he have developed some kind of secret weapon? Danzo worried that the third Hokage might be creating a powerful weapon that could threaten his own position. He had always coveted the seat of Hokage. The reason he believed he had a chance to become Hokage was because he controlled Kenoha's root. In the village, his authority was second only to the third. If the third Hokage did develop some formidable weapon, Danzo's influence in Kenoha would plummet. Of course, the main reason Danzo harbored such fears was because the third had been too indecisive in the past. In truth, with the third's prestige and strength, if he ever resolved to eliminate Danzo, Danzo would hardly stand a chance to resist. Meanwhile, the third Hokage and Kakashi arrived at Naruto's house. Naruto hadn't been disturbed by the commotion that night. He lay in bed, sleeping soundly. Seeing Naruto like this, the third Hokage was fully convinced that tonight's events had nothing to do with him. After quietly leaving Naruto's home, the third and Kakashi made their way to the back of the Hokage Rock. Standing behind the monument, overlooking the entire village, the third spoke in a low, distant voice. Kakashi, that person is connected to you, isn't he? The third's tone was calm, but Kakashi could sense the certainty in his words. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. His momentary distraction only solidified the third's suspicions. It was only just now that the third realized Kakashi had been acting differently tonight. He was far too composed. Normally, in a situation like this, Kakashi would never be so calm. That's why the third began to suspect a connection to Kakashi. Kakashi, it seems you don't trust me. The third's voice was low and serious. Kakashi remained silent. But considering Kakashi's past as an ANBU operative, the third could understand. After all, Kakashi did know too many of his secrets. The third continued, Kakashi, you should know that since I've already guessed, you won't be able to keep this from me for long. If the person in question poses no threat to the village, I promise to protect them. I don't wish for strife within Kenoha. But that doesn't mean I'll compromise without limits. As long as that person does not threaten the village, I can guarantee their safety. Even if it means standing up to Danzo, I won't back down. The third turned, fixing Kakashi with a stern gaze. His tone was solemn. Kakashi still did not want to reveal the truth. But remembering the third's words, he realized that he was already a target of suspicion. It was only a matter of time before Yeiyu's secret came to light. Kakashi sighed. So you saw through it after all. The third Hokage's gaze sharpened slightly. So it really is someone from our village? Kakashi lifted his head and nodded. That's right. I was worried about his safety before. At this point, he still doesn't have the ability to protect himself. The third was taken aback. Are you saying that someone who unleashed such a powerful jutsu is still unable to defend himself? He could hardly believe his own ears. After all, even he couldn't have performed the jutsu they'd just witnessed. Kakashi nodded earnestly. Yes, the jutsu he just used was actually my Chidori, the one I taught him. I have no idea how, but the effect he produced was terrifyingly powerful. The third was stunned. You're saying that jutsu, just now, was Chidori? Had Kakashi not said it himself, the third would never have believed it. While Chidori is indeed an extremely destructive, rank jutsu, there's no way it should have that much destructive force. At most, it could pierce through a giant boulder several meters thick. But the jutsu from earlier could have shattered an entire mountain. That was the level of a tailed beast bomb, far beyond what Chidori should be capable of. Even if the third didn't believe it, Kakashi still nodded. It really was Chidori. The third Hokage fell silent for a long while, struggling to process such bizarre information. Only after quite some time did he finally speak. So, you're teaching that person ninjutsu? Who is it exactly? Chidori is your exclusive secret technique. Why would you teach it so easily to someone else? At present, only Kakashi had mastered Chidori in all of Kenoha. It was a jutsu he developed himself. If he didn't want to teach it, nobody could force him. Yet Kakashi had chosen to teach it to this person, which spoke volumes about how important that person was to him. What's more, the fact that Kakashi was teaching him ninjutsu meant that this person couldn't be very old. A genius. That word flashed through the third Hokage's mind in an instant. Someone so powerful and so young. Only a true prodigy could fit that description. And for this person to be entrusted with Kakashi's personal secret technique, their character must surely be trustworthy as well. Even if Kakashi didn't fully trust him, the third Hokage trusted Kakashi's loyalty to the village. The third felt a surge of excitement. Kenoha was in a period of transition, with a gap between generations. If there was someone who could take his place, he'd gladly retire early. Originally, Kakashi was his primary candidate to be the next Hokage. That was why Kakashi had been made Jonin Instructor of Team 7. Because Naruto and Sasuke were the candidates for the generation after next. Such was the tradition of the Hokage's succession, a not-so-secret secret in the village. The higher-ups are all generally aware of this, and precisely because of that, Danzo harbors such deep hostility toward Naruto and Sasuke. Beyond the fact that Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Sasuke is a member of the Uchiha clan, what truly troubles him is that the third Hokage views these two as potential successors to the Hokage mantle. Even when grooming these two children, the third Hokage never considered Danzo himself for the position. Naturally, this made Danzo resent Naruto and Sasuke all the more. Yet whether it's Kakashi, Naruto, or Sasuke, the third Hokage isn't fully satisfied with any of them. Kakashi is undeniably powerful. He can go toe-to-toe with most standard Kage-level opponents. But his presence simply isn't commanding enough. He falls short of possessing the true gravitas required of Kage. Naruto and Sasuke are the ones he holds in higher regard, but each comes with their own set of problems. If Naruto still can't control the Nine Tails in the future, unable to become a perfect Jinchuriki, he'll inevitably lose his chance at becoming Hokage. And if Sasuke, like so many other Uchiha before him, grows up only to lose his way, then he too will never be Hokage. The odds of either scenario unfolding are, unfortunately, quite high as these two grow older. The third Hokage knows all too well just how formidable the Nine Tails is. It's not a power that's easily mastered. Sasuke's temperament is already showing signs of trouble. If he develops a personality like Madara Uchiha as he matures, he'll be completely unsuited for the role of Hokage. Yet, even with their flaws, these two are still the most outstanding of their generation. Don't be fooled by Naruto's poor grades at the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage sees clearly that only by becoming a ninja will Naruto's true potential be awakened. Still, if someone even more exceptional were to appear, the third Hokage would certainly consider that person as well. Kakashi, observing the third's grave expression, thought for a moment and then said, "It's one of Same's students." The third Hokage, who had been so serious, was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say? One of Same's students? Which one? Yamada Shumu or Honya Tanako? It couldn't be Honya Tanako, could it?" The third was so certain because, although Honya Tanako wasn't born into a ninja clan, her mother was a pure-blooded member of the Senju clan. It would be perfectly reasonable for Honya Tanako to have inherited the Senju bloodline. After all, Minato Namikaze, a commoner, and Kushina Uzumaki's son, Naruto had inherited the Uzumaki lineage from his mother. Moreover, a jutsu of that caliber would require an enormous amount of chakra. The Senju are renowned for their vast reserves, making them a perfect fit. Yet in listing those two, the third Hokage completely overlooked Yoyu. It goes to show just how unremarkable Yoyu must seem in day-to-day life. Even the third Hokage, someone who pays close attention to the younger generation, isn't familiar with him. Kakashi shook his head. Neither of them. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Not Honya Tanako. Then, could it be the third child? He couldn't even recall Yoyu's name. He could only refer to him as the third child. Kakashi nodded. Yes, it's Jeriah. Jeriah? I can't say I have any impression of that child. The third Hokage replied, sounding a little helpless. Kakashi wasn't surprised. He gave a wry smile. It's understandable that you don't remember him. Honestly, even his classmates who spent 6 years with him at the academy barely know him. The third Hokage frowned. Come to my office with me, he said. And with that, he vanished. Kakashi followed after him. In no time, the two of them reappeared in the office. The third Hokage pulled out the files for this year's students. There weren't many. This year's class only had 30 students, and just 12 of them passed the test to become genin. Originally, only 9 were supposed to pass, but Uriah's appearance made it possible for Team 11 to qualify. In other words, in the original timeline, if not for Jeriah, Yamada Kimoku and Hanyatako would never have passed to become ninja. The reason so few students graduate from the academy each year is that many ninja don't actually become ninja through the academy at all. For many of the clan children, as long as they pass the village's test, they can become ninja without spending 6 years at the academy. The third Hokage quickly found the file for Team 11. When Uriah's records came into view, the third had to look twice, almost in disbelief. This file is so unremarkable. Are you sure this is the child you're talking about? He eyed Kakashi with suspicion. Kakashi nodded. It's him. For the entire 6 years at the academy, he kept his true talents hidden. So nobody noticed, he added. Why would he hide his abilities? What kind of child would even think to do that at his age? The third Hokage was skeptical. Kakashi explained, he's rather mature for his age, and his personality is a bit, well, let's say he's somewhat lazy. In that instant, the image of Shikamaru flashed through the third Hokage's mind. Lazy, you say? Kakashi nodded again. He doesn't want his classmates disturbing him at school. He dislikes being the center of attention. I've tested him, and he was telling the truth, Kakashi added. Even Same as well. The third Hokage, who had harbored some doubts before, now set them aside. Another problematic child, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Why did all the talented ninja seem to come with their own quirks? It's truly rare to get someone like Minato Namikaze, so many years, and only one like him. So far, Minato Namikaze was the most well-adjusted, gifted ninja the third Hokage had ever seen. Everyone else, it seemed, had their idiosyncrasies. Where is he now? The third Hokage asked, turning to Kakashi. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, he's at home right now. After releasing that jutsu, he fainted. Oh, what happened exactly? The third Hokage asked. The jutsu Jeriah used was probably an accident, which drained all of his chakra at once. He's still unconscious at the moment. The third Hokage grew a little concerned. Why didn't you take him to the hospital to have him checked? I already examined him. He passed out simply due to excessive chakra depletion. There are no injuries on his body. The third Hokage frowned and asked, how could a 12-year-old child possess such an enormous amount of chakra? This was the question that truly weighed on the third Hokage's mind. Kakashi considered this and replied, his chakra reserves are indeed huge, but to unleash the jutsu from tonight, he couldn't have relied solely on his own chakra. Even with his current reserves, which are impressive, they're only about at the Jonin level. Clearly, that's not enough to power a jutsu like the one he used tonight. I suspect there's a powerful force hidden within him, one that even he isn't aware of. Also, his chakra is different from ordinary chakra. It's just like when Master Jeriah enters Sage mode. The third Hokage's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that he was born with the Sage body? He was visibly shaken. After all, the third Hokage had met Hashirama Senju in person and had even been a student. He knew better than anyone that Hashirama was born with the Sage body. Such a constitution was even more terrifying than a Sharingan. If he truly possesses the natural Sage body, then Kenoha may have a chance at revival. The third Hokage knew that even among the Senju clan, only Hashirama himself had been born with the Sage body. Kakashi, however, was completely unfamiliar with the concept. Lord Hokage, what exactly is the Sage body? The third Hokage paused for a moment, then explained the concept to Kakashi. The Sage body means being born with a constitution akin to that of a sage. Ninja with this trait typically possess far greater chakra than others, and their vitality surpasses that of ordinary people. They can naturally use sage techniques from birth. Their bodies are filled with sage chakra. The first Hokage was born with the Sage body, and in his era, he was known as the god of shinobi. His jutsu were unimaginably powerful. Many of them could reshape the very land. In those days, only the Uchiha clan's ninja could rival him. Whenever those two clashed, the earth shook and mountains crumbled. It was as if they could move mountains and fill the seas. Kakashi was stunned. Are there really people like that? He found it hard to believe. After all, he had never encountered anyone like that in his life. No, that's not right. The jutsu Jeriah unleashed tonight already achieved that very effect. The third Hokage sighed. Of course there were such people. In their prime, those two were so powerful that the entire shinobi world felt suffocated beneath their strength. If our Kenoha could see the rise of another first Hokage, we could at least guarantee many decades of peace. The third Hokage turned to Kakashi. How long have you been working with him? What do you think of his talent? To what extent? The third Hokage looked expectant. The reason he didn't feel especially threatened by Jeriah was because Jeriah came from a civilian background. He didn't have the problematic clan ties of the Uchiha behind him. Kakashi thought for a moment before replying, honestly, I've only interacted with him for a few days. Back at the Ninja Academy, he hadn't learned many jutsu. He was no different from the other graduates. Before I taught him Chidori, the only things he knew were the 3 basic techniques and basic ninja tool usage. Later, when I taught him how to walk on water and climb trees, he picked it up incredibly fast. He learned just by watching once. Tonight was actually the first time I officially taught him a ninja technique. If it weren't for tonight's unexpected events, he would have mastered it. And he possesses chakra of all elemental natures. The third Hokage was momentarily stunned. He has all elemental chakra affinities. Kakashi nodded. The third Hokage was visibly shocked. To have chakra of every element. That kind of talent is simply extraordinary. And to think he could master a jutsu like Chidori after seeing it just once. His capacity to learn is astonishing. His chakra reserves are also immense. It really seems possible that he could catch up to the first Hokage's legend. Though Kakashi didn't know exactly how powerful the first Hokage had been, seeing the third Hokage hold him in such high esteem meant he must have been incomparably strong. Perhaps even far stronger than the third himself. After all, the third had said that the first Hokage's jutsu could reshape the land itself, something that, in Kakashi's mind, only tailed beasts could accomplish. In truth, the third Hokage was the most shaken of them all. He had always placed his hopes in Naruto and Sasuke, which was why he had made Kakashi their Jonin instructor. Never did he imagine that there might be another shinobi in Kenoha whose potential could rival that of the first Hokage. In his eyes, perhaps Kenoha's resurgence was truly within reach. Noticing the third Hokage's calm expression, Kakashi couldn't help but feel uneasy. Lord Hokage, I believe that until Jeriah has the ability to protect himself, we shouldn't allow him to be exposed to public attention. Kakashi feared that other villages, or even people within the village, might target Jeriah. Even though relative peace currently reigned throughout the shinobi world, Kakashi had lived through the Third Great Ninja War and knew full well that no other village would ever tolerate Kenoha producing a shinobi who could threaten them. Let alone the fact that, in Kakashi's mind, Yoru might one day reach the level of the fourth Hokage. Back in those days, the fourth Hokage alone was enough to keep all the other ninja villages at bay. If the other villages were to learn of Yoru's existence, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. That was something Kakashi absolutely did not want to see. And besides, even within the village, there would be those who wished to get rid of Yoru. Take Danzo, for instance. He would never allow someone with the potential to threaten the village's stability to exist. In Kakashi's eyes, Danzo simply didn't want anyone who could compete with him for the seat of Hokage to appear within the village. The third Hokage understood this well, and so he nodded thoughtfully. I understand your concerns. I'll entrust Yoru to you. I hope you can help him become the pillar that supports the future of Kenoha. And also find out what that mysterious power inside Yoru truly is. Help him learn to control it. The third Hokage had no intention of personally teaching Yoru. If he were to do so, it would be as good as announcing to the world that Yoru was someone special. Hearing the third's decision, Kakashi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the third would bring Yoru too close, which would put the boy in grave danger. Even if the third meant him no harm, Danzo would certainly make his life miserable. All right, go check on him now. I need to handle the aftermath of this incident. As soon as Kakashi left the Hokage building, he made his way straight to Yoru's house. After Kakashi's departure, the third Hokage stood by the window, looking out at Kenoha under the veil of night. His thoughts drifted back to 12 years ago. I wonder what that child will become in the future. Will he be another first Hokage, or another Uchiha Madara? If he turns out to be like Madara, there's no first Hokage in this era who could keep him in check. Though the third Hokage held Yoru's talent in high regard. If Yoru truly attained the strength of Hashirama Senju, no one in Kenoha would be able to contain him. And if he were to become someone like Uchiha Madara, the village would face grave danger as well. This is truly a high-stakes gamble. A heavy expression settled on the third's face. After all, he had no way of knowing what Yoru's future would hold. For better or for worse, everything could change in the blink of an eye. Kakashi, I hope your judgment is right. Naruto, Sasuke, will the two of you ever grow to be as strong as him? The third Hokage had high hopes for both Naruto and Sasuke. If, one day, Naruto masters the Nine Tails and becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, and Sasuke awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, gaining that godlike power, perhaps together you could keep Yoru in check. Or, should either of you lose your way, perhaps Yoru could be the one to keep you in balance. The third Hokage's worries about Yoru's future began to ease as he thought about Naruto and Sasuke. In his eyes, both Naruto and Sasuke held immense potential. In the future, Naruto and Sasuke could form such a formidable team that they might even be able to counterbalance Jeriah's power. The third Hokage was well aware of the potential hidden within both the Nine Tails and the Sharingan. Kakashi arrived at Jeriah's home. At this moment, Jeriah was still unconscious. However, his vital signs were perfectly stable. Standing at the bedside, Kakashi gazed at the sleeping Jeriah and let out a quiet sigh. I've told the third Hokage about you. I hope you won't hold it against me when you wake up. The third has already seen through it. If I kept trying to hide things, it would only make him more suspicious that you might become a threat to Kenoha. Kakashi felt helpless. He had intended to keep Jeriah's situation a secret, but no one could have predicted what happened tonight. Thinking about the upheaval Jeriah had caused, Kakashi still felt a lingering sense of dread. He looked at Jeriah's youthful face and murmured, I honestly don't know how someone your age can possess such an astounding amount of chakra. Your jutsu was already on par with a tailed beast bomb. There's no way Chidori could ever create that level of destruction. But in the end, it did look like a lightning release technique similar to Chidori. Although, that lightning was far beyond anything found in nature. Perhaps it's the kind of power only sage techniques can wield. Kakashi suspected that the thunder Jeriah had summoned was the result of him using sage chakra. And sage chakra was naturally far more potent than ordinary chakra. Kakashi stood by the bed, keeping watch over Jeriah, while Jeriah's consciousness was completely adrift within his own inner world. Even Jeriah himself couldn't quite make sense of what had happened tonight. Your chakra has doubled, and your speed has doubled as well. Within the space of his mind, all Jeriah heard was that his chakra and speed had increased. There was no explanation for the strange events that had just occurred. Jeriah pondered. Could it be because of my special chakra? Maybe I released too much at once. After all, my chakra is different from normal chakra. It's pure natural energy. Inside my body, I can control it completely, but once it leaks out, it probably goes wild. Jeriah speculated to himself. And in fact, he was absolutely right. The chaos of tonight was entirely due to Jeriah releasing too much chakra, which caused the natural energy in the environment to spiral out of control. The natural energy within Jeriah's body had a self-protection mechanism. The instant it sensed a threat to his life, it absorbed the surrounding natural energy and created a shield of power, protecting him from the onslaught of lightning. On top of that, since all that lightning had been conjured by Jeriah himself, it possessed a certain degree of will. When the energy erupted, most of it didn't strike Jeriah directly. It was for this very reason that everything around Jeriah ended up bearing the brunt of the disaster. Most of the thunder's energy was discharged fully into the ground around Yu. What Yu didn't know was that the chakra within his body was entirely composed of natural energy, inherently bound to his consciousness. His chakra possessed a will of its own. However, since he was still unaware of this, he couldn't control it freely yet. Still, Yu was quite pleased that both his chakra and speed had doubled again tonight. My chakra is now on par with Kakashi's. My speed's still a bit behind, but at this rate I should catch up soon enough. The chakra inside me is different from ordinary chakra. I need to figure out exactly what's going on with it. If I can't gain control over this surging chakra, then even more of it won't do me any good. Yu definitely didn't want a repeat of tonight's events. I wonder how the village is going to react to all that commotion I caused. Could I already be in a Kenoha jail cell right now? These thoughts swirled through Yu's mind. He was still unconscious, unaware of what was happening around him. After some time, Yu's mind slipped into a deep sleep. He didn't wake until the early hours of the next morning. The moment his consciousness returned, his eyes snapped open. As soon as he did, he saw Kakashi leaning against the windowsill, absorbed in a novel. Yu sat up and looked at him, asking, Kakashi-sensei, did the village's ninja notice anything last night? That was what concerned Yu the most. Kakashi glanced at him and smiled. You're awake so soon? I thought you'd be out for a few days at least. Kakashi was a bit surprised. After all, Yu had completely run out of chakra last night. For a ninja, that could be very dangerous. If you're lucky, you spend a few days recovering. If not, it could be fatal. Rubbing his head, Yu said, I feel a bit dizzy. What exactly happened last night? You don't remember what happened? Kakashi asked, puzzled. Yu shook his head. I only remember gathering chakra. Just as I was about to form Chidori, my chakra went haywire, and then I blacked out. Kakashi frowned. You don't remember either? Last night, you unleashed a jutsu with power on par with a tailed beast bomb. Yu was stunned. A tailed beast bomb? Seeing Yu's confusion, Kakashi assumed he didn't know what a tailed beast bomb was. He explained, a tailed beast bomb is a ball of chakra formed by a tailed beast. Its destructive power is immense. One shot can blast apart a whole mountain. What you unleashed last night was nearly as powerful as that. Luckily, we were training in the mountains behind the village. If you had unleashed that jutsu in the residential area of the village, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me right now. Jera was taken aback. Is it really that serious? I don't think I have nearly enough chakra to perform such a terrifying technique. He knew he had caused quite a commotion, but surely it was nothing compared to the tailed beast bomb. After all, a tailed beast bomb was true devastation on a massive scale. And Yoru was certain that, with chakra reserves even less than Kakashi's, there was no way he could unleash a jutsu of that magnitude. Kakashi stepped closer to Yoru, studying him for a moment before speaking. There's a power hidden inside you. Even you're unaware of it. The jutsu you used yesterday must have triggered that latent power within you. Yoru froze for a moment. A hidden power inside him? How could he not have known? Maybe it's because my chakra is different from other people's, he suggested. This time, it was Kakashi's turn to be surprised. You know that your chakra is different from others? Kakashi's knowledge came from his Sharingan, but how would Yoru know that his own chakra was special? Yoru looked up at Kakashi, his expression calm. I've always known. The quality of my chakra is far superior to that of an ordinary person. It's just that I couldn't perform any jutsu before, so I couldn't really tell what made it different. Kakashi let out a sigh. I actually thought you had no idea. Yoru smiled. My sensitivity to chakra is a bit stronger than most people's, so I can sense the difference. I used my Sharingan to look at your chakra before. The chakra inside you is Senjutsu chakra. I once saw Lord Jeriah's chakra. When he entered Sage mode, his chakra became just like yours. That's what Senjutsu chakra is. What's truly strange is that you haven't learned Senjutsu, and there's no way you could be in Sage mode. Yesterday, I reported your situation to the third Hokage. The Hokage told me that your body might be like the first Hokage's, a naturally born sage body. When he heard that Kakashi had told the third Hokage about him, Jera frowned. He looked at Kakashi, confusion written all over his face. He had always thought Kakashi was trustworthy. He never expected to be disappointed like this. Noticing Yoru's misunderstanding, Kakashi began explaining what had happened the day before. In that situation, if I hadn't spoken up about you, you would have been in even greater danger. But thankfully, the Hokage didn't see you as a threat. In fact, he asked me to train you from now on. Yoru's face turned serious. However, thinking it over, he realized he had never been particularly ambitious in the first place. No matter what the third Hokage decided to do, he would never simply surrender without a fight. With that thought, Yu stopped obsessing over the matter. Kakashi had been watching Yu closely. At first, when Yu's expression was grave and distrustful toward him, Kakashi felt deeply ashamed. But as soon as Yu regained his composure, Kakashi couldn't help but admire him. He realized that Yu had already sorted things out in his mind. Back when he himself was Yu's age, he could never have come to terms with something so important in just a moment. At least in terms of temperament, Kakashi felt he was no match for Yu. Having figured things out, Yu turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, why don't you go back and get some rest? You probably haven't slept at all since yesterday, have you?" Yu was genuinely touched. Kakashi had watched over him the whole night. Knowing Yu didn't blame him, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, for a ninja, missing a night's sleep isn't a big deal. Still, Yu insisted, you should get some rest. I don't have any missions today. I want to stay home and figure out what's going on with this chakra inside me. Kakashi walked over and asked, the power inside you could be very strong, maybe even hard to control. Yu nodded. I can feel that. Last night I lost control. Even though I'd already formed the Chidori, just as I was about to attack, the chakra went wild. But I think I can handle it. Last night, I just didn't have enough control over that chakra, which is why it went berserk. Kakashi wanted to talk longer, but realizing Yu needed rest, he simply said, then get some rest. Once you're feeling better, you can train again. Yu nodded in agreement. Without another word, Kakashi disappeared from the room. Only when he could no longer sense Kakashi's chakra did Yu finally relax. He looked down at his hands, frowning. What on earth is going on? Even with such precise control, I still lost it. The chakra inside me really is strange. After a while, Yu carefully gathered chakra in his hands. Soon, the chakra took on solid form, gathering in his palms. Unlike before, when it was blue, this time, Yu's chakra was golden. This discovery surprised him even more. My chakra really is different from everyone else's. Could this be what Kakashi called sage chakra? But isn't sage chakra supposed to be blue too? Besides this heavy sensation, it feels much stronger than ordinary chakra. Looking at the chakra within him, Yu felt like it had become something unfamiliar. And my chakra control should be excellent by now. So how could I have lost control last night? Jeriah simply couldn't figure out. This system of mine is just too mechanical. I can't even ask it questions. Looks like I'll have to sort this out myself. After leaving Jeriah's house, Kakashi went to find Mamoto Tomokazu. When Tomokazu heard that all the commotion last night was caused by Jeriah, he was utterly stunned. Was it really Jeriah who did it? Tomokazu found it hard to believe. He knew Jeriah was exceptionally talented, but even he couldn't pull off something like that. No matter how powerful Jeriah was, there was no way he could have caused destruction on par with a tailed beast bomb explosion. But Kakashi simply nodded, confirming that it was indeed the case. Tomokazu's mind was in turmoil. Just what is going on with Jeriah? This was something far beyond anything Tomokazu could have imagined. He had assumed the chaos from last night was caused by Naruto losing control. The third Hokage had claimed that it was just the Umbu testing out new ninjutsu. But practically all the Jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village had a general idea of what really happened. Almost every Jonin believed that the Nine Tails had gone on a rampage. The third Hokage had locked down the information, all to protect Naruto. After all, as a Jinchuriki, Naruto was already resented by the villagers. If word got out that last night's disaster was caused by Naruto losing control, the villagers might do something terrible to him. That sort of thing had happened to every Jinchuriki. Take Killer Bee, for example. He'd even been targeted for assassination by people from his own village. Compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's situation was already much better. At least no one was throwing eggs at him, and no one had tried to kill him. The worst he faced was being shunned. It's important to remember that during the Nine Tails rampage, many villagers lost loved ones to the beast. And since Naruto was the Jinchuriki, in their eyes, he was the Nine Tails, he was their enemy. Even under such circumstances, Naruto was never truly alone. Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Kiba were all loyal friends, the kind who would even skip class with him. Even Tucci and Ayam from Ichiraku Ramen showed him nothing but kindness. Compared to Killer Bee, Naruto was treated almost like a normal person. But if the villagers ever found out that Naruto had lost control, no matter how much the third Hokage tried to protect him, they would never accept him again. Who would want to be near a walking time bomb that could go off at any moment? They'd probably all beg the third Hokage to lock Naruto away. And if, at that point, the villagers learned that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, it wouldn't make any difference. Minato Namikaze had only served as Hokage for a few years. His standing among the villagers wasn't especially high, even if he was the hero who saved the village. But no matter how much of a hero you are, your son is a terrifying weapon, someone who could lose control at any moment, and when he does, countless lives could be lost. Under these circumstances, even if Naruto is the son of a hero, no one would be willing to stake their own life on that gamble. That's why all the Jonin in Kenoha believed that the third Hokage had deliberately kept the truth under wraps. He wanted to prevent unrest among the villagers if the truth got out. Who could have guessed that the person responsible for yesterday's chaos would turn out to be his own student? For a moment, Motoharu Kimoto's mind went blank. At the same time, he was filled with panic. Who else knows about this? He blurted out. Worry etched into every word. What Kimoto feared most was that others would find out about Jeriah. If that happened, the treatment Jeriah received would hardly be any better than what Naruto had suffered. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Only the third Hokage and I know about this." Kimoto looked up, glaring at Kakashi. "You told the third Hokage?" Anger flickered in Kimoto's eyes. He knew all too well what fate awaited Jeriah now that the third was aware. He nearly lost control and lashed out at Kakashi. Kakashi hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. The third Hokage hasn't taken him away, and he actually thinks highly of him. You don't need to be so anxious." But Kimoto was not so easily convinced. "You know as well as I do how unreliable the third Hokage's promises can be." As a member of the ANBU, Kimoto had seen more than his share of Kenoha's shadowy dealings. Kakashi could only sigh. "Given what happened yesterday, do you really think hiding this any longer would have been good for Jeriah? If I hadn't spoken up and the third Hokage had uncovered the truth on his own, Jeriah would probably have spent the rest of his life under ANBU surveillance. Our only hope now is to help Jeriah master that power inside him as soon as possible, so he has the strength to protect himself. We need the third Hokage to see his true worth. That's the only way he'll ever be allowed to live in the sunlight." Kakashi's voice was tinged with emotion. He was usually so calm, but when it came to Jeriah, his feelings always got the better of him. Kimoto fell silent. He knew Kakashi was right. If the third Hokage dug deep enough, it would be easy to discover Jeriah's secret. At that point, Jeriah would be seen as a threat to Kenoha. Even if he wasn't locked away, he would no doubt be watched by the ANBU for the rest of his life. The moment Jeriah made the slightest wrong move, the ANBU would be there to act. After a long pause, Kimoto finally looked up and asked, "What exactly is the power inside Jeriah? How could it be so terrifying?" He had witnessed the chaos firsthand. That dreadful power was on par with the destructive force of the tailed beast ball unleashed by the Nine Tails during the chaos years ago. Fortunately, it had happened in the mountains behind the village. If it had taken place in Kenoha itself, the entire residential district might have been reduced to rubble. That's no exaggeration. At the center of the explosion caused by Jeriah was a massive crater, stretching several hundred meters wide. The destructive shockwave had spread for kilometers beyond. Within several kilometers of the crater, countless trees, flowers, grass, earth, and stone had been reduced to ashes. Such terrifying power could only be compared to the tailed beast bomb. It was precisely because of this that, when the explosion rocked the area yesterday, many of the Jonin believed the Nine Tails had gone berserk and that the blast was caused by a tailed beast bomb. Kakashi spoke up. The energy inside Jeriah's body should be Senjutsu Chakra. When Master Jeriah enters Sage mode, his body is filled with the same kind of chakra. Senjutsu Chakra is far stronger than ordinary chakra. It's just that Jeriah has never studied sage arts. The third Hokage speculates that maybe Jeriah was born with a sage body, and the chakra in his body has always been Senjutsu Chakra. Plus, Jeriah possesses an enormous chakra reserve. With the boost from Senjutsu Chakra, draining every last bit from his body could definitely unleash a jutsu of that magnitude. Yet, even Kakashi found this difficult to believe. He had witnessed Jeriah's sage mode firsthand. It was certainly powerful, but no jutsu he'd seen had ever covered as much ground as the one Jeriah unleashed the night before. Let alone the fact that Jeriah's jutsu had obliterated everything within several kilometers of the blast center. Clearly, the devastation Jeriah wrought last night far exceeded what Jeriah was capable of. Still, Kakashi had no other explanation for the overwhelming force Jeriah had unleashed that night. Motohito Doi had not seen Uraha's jutsu firsthand, so he accepted Kakashi's explanation. That kind of power is on par with a tailed beast. If Uraha learns to master it, he could possess strength equal to a tailed beast, right? Motohito looked at Kakashi expectantly, but Kakashi frowned. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Uraha can't control that power yet. In fact, he barely understands what it really is. But what's fortunate is, even when that force goes out of control, Uraha remains conscious. He's not like a Jinchuriki who loses all awareness and is completely overtaken by the tailed beast when they rampage. So I think the power inside Uraha is just a vast, hidden chakra within him. If he keeps training, I'm sure he'll be able to master it. It just won't happen overnight. I'll help him. Kakashi finished with a note of determination in his voice. Motohito Doi let out a relieved sigh. As long as that power isn't like a tailed beast, that's all I care about. I was worried it might try to take over his body, just like a beast would. Kakashi shook his head. No, it's not that. It's just that Uraha couldn't control that power, which caused it to spiral out of control. What's even harder to believe is that Uraha, who was at the very heart of the explosion, survived completely unharmed. Not even a scratch on him. And even after his chakra was totally depleted, all he needed was a single night's sleep to make a full recovery. That kind of regenerative ability is already on par with Naruto. No, actually, even Naruto might not be able to recover this quickly. Kakashi sighed with a sense of marvel. He had spent the entire previous night watching over Uraha, his mind swirling with thoughts. All of this was what he'd been pondering the night before. So I think that the power inside Uraha might be what the third Hokage called a naturally gifted sage body. The third Hokage also mentioned that the first Hokage, who was born with such a body, had extraordinary healing abilities. It was said that even if his body was pierced through, he could recover to normal in no time at all. Hearing all this, Motoichi Kibamoto felt as if he were listening to tales of myth. That hardly sounds human anymore. It's more like some kind of divine technique. Kakashi echoed his amazement. I was just as stunned when I first heard it. But the third Hokage lived through the era of the first Hokage. The way he described the first Hokage, it was almost as if he were God. The first Hokage's chakra reserves were immense as well. And during the war, he would unleash jutsu on par with tailed beast bombs. It's hard to even imagine what the other shinobi must have felt living in that era. The third Hokage said that, in the future, Uraha might be able to wield power equal to the first Hokage. Motoichi Kibamoto's expression grew serious. With that kind of potential, isn't the third Hokage at all wary of Uraha? This was what concerned Motoichi most. The stronger Uraha became, the greater the threat he could pose to Kenoha if he ever turned against them. Didn't the third Hokage have any concerns? Kakashi shook his head. We can only hope the third Hokage doesn't start thinking that way. What matters is that Uraha stays loyal to Kenoha. As his teacher, it's our responsibility to guide him and keep him from ever turning against the village. But honestly, you don't need to worry too much about that. Uraha isn't like others. He's calm and not easily swayed by anyone. Motoichi let out a small laugh. That's true. Trying to fool that kid is next to impossible. And he's rational too. He won't let a few glimpses of Kenoha's darker side cloud his judgment of the village. Shinobi in this world were all too prone to acting on emotion. There were so few who could look at things calmly and rationally. Many shinobi, after seeing some of the village's darkness, would start to doubt their home. But Uraha was different. He was always rational, and even Muben Tongi and Kakashi had spoken to him about these things. Uraha always behaved with great maturity. He even understood why such things existed. After all, a hidden village, as the most important military organization of a nation, could never operate solely under the bright light of day. There would inevitably be shadows and filth. Yet these dark and dirty deeds were often necessary to maintain peace and stability for the vast majority of people. Muben Tongi remarked, well, after all, his teachers were both ninjas who came from the ANBU. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Of course, when it came to Naruto and the others, Kakashi would never let them be exposed to the darkness. Their minds were simply still too young. If they were to find out too early, it could easily shatter them. Similarly, Muben Tongi would never let Yamada Shumu and Ben Urahatego be exposed to that world either. After spending a short while with Muben Tongi, Kakashi took his leave. Today he was scheduled to take Naruto and his team to receive a mission. Before long, the four of them gathered at the entrance of the Hokage's office. As usual, Kakashi arrived late, and the three young ninjas accused him. Kakashi-sensei, you're late again. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed softly. Seeing Naruto brought him back to reality, reminding him that he was teaching three students who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Uraha's mature behavior often made Kakashi forget their age difference, and he'd lose sight of Jeriah's youth. Kakashi made up an excuse. Sorry about that. I ran into an old lady crossing the street on my way here. The three could only watch as Kakashi spun yet another tall tale, just like always. The corners of their mouths twitched in resignation. Naruto complained, Kakashi-sensei, you sure have a lot of excuses. Kakashi waved it off. All right, let's just go get our mission. The four of them headed towards the Hokage's office. Sakura walked up beside Sasuke with a smile and said, Sasuke, did you see it last night? That explosion. After she spoke, Sasuke's brows knitted together and he nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Naruto, completely clueless, edged over and asked, Huh? What? What explosion? He'd slept soundly through the night. Nothing could have woken him, not even a blast. Sakura shot him a look of exasperation. Then she turned her hopeful gaze to Sasuke. Although Sasuke was usually quiet and cool, he had definitely noticed the explosion last night. And it was no ordinary blast. Sasuke had never witnessed an explosion so terrifying. He'd almost thought another village was invading. I'm not sure what it was, but not even a jonin could cause an explosion like that. Sakura paused, surprised. She'd only thought last night's explosion was loud and startling. She had never imagined it could mean so much more. Even a jonin can't do it? Not even you, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura looked at Kakashi. Naruto walked beside them, scratching his head in confusion. He wanted to chime in, but he had no idea what had happened the night before. Sasuke, too, turned his gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi acted as if he hadn't noticed and remained silent. Kakashi-sensei, you must have found out last night, didn't you? I'm guessing you couldn't do it either, right? Under the watchful eyes of the three, Kakashi shook his head. I can't do it either. But last night's explosion was just the village's relevant departments testing a new jutsu. There's no need for wild speculation. Sasuke listened, looking thoughtful, but he didn't press the matter. He could sense Kakashi wasn't telling the whole truth. Still, since it involved the village's higher-ups, Sasuke didn't feel like digging any deeper. Sakura, seeing Sasuke drop the subject, decided not to speak further either. Naruto, meanwhile, was as baffled as ever. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. The four of them arrived at the Hokage's office. Seeing that it was Kakashi's team, the third Hokage glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi gave a subtle nod. The meaning was clear between the two of them. Naruto rushed up to the third Hokage as soon as they entered, complaining, Old man Hokage, stop giving us all those troublesome, boring, low-level missions. The third Hokage looked at Naruto and let out a sigh. You've only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. You're still a rookie ninja. It's only natural to start with easier missions to gain experience. And besides, you all just became genin. At most, you're only allowed to take on D-rank missions. But Naruto shook his head. But those D-rank missions are just too dull. I want to do something more challenging. Though what the third Hokage said was reasonable, Naruto simply couldn't stand doing more D-rank missions and resorted to whining. On the other side, though Sakura and Sasuke said nothing, their thoughts were much the same as Naruto's. They, too, had grown tired of these low-level tasks. Kakashi, meanwhile, could only think helplessly. I knew he'd start complaining. At that moment, his thoughts drifted to Jeriah. I wonder how that kid is doing now. His chakra was completely drained yesterday, and he only had one night to rest before waking up. I hope there aren't any lingering side effects. For a brief moment, Kakashi's mind wandered far away. Watching Naruto plead so persistently, the third Hokage could only relent. He finally said, All right, I get it. I'll assign you a C-rank mission. Naruto, who had been sitting on the floor with his back to the Hokage, leapt up the moment he heard this. Really? What kind of mission is it? Seeing Naruto's eager face, the third Hokage chuckled. You'll be protecting someone. The moment he heard it was a bodyguard mission, Naruto's imagination ran wild. Protecting someone? Is it a feudal lord? Or maybe a princess? Kakashi looked at Naruto's eager face and felt a bit speechless. How could protecting the daimyo be just a C-rank mission? Although Sasuke and Sakura weren't as fanciful as Naruto, they were also full of anticipation. After all, none of them wanted to keep chasing after lost cats and dogs anymore. The third Hokage didn't answer Naruto's question directly. Instead, he called toward the door, Come in, please. Instantly, all four of them turned their eyes to the entrance. A moment later, the doors swung open. In walked an old man clutching a sake bottle, leaning against the doorway as he sized up the group before him. He took a swig from his bottle, then grumbled with clear dissatisfaction. What's this? Just a bunch of kids? Especially that shortest one. He looks like a complete fool. Are you really a ninja? Naruto, unbothered by the old man's words, laughed and retorted, Who are you calling the shortest? Who looks the most foolish? As Naruto spoke, Sakura and Sasuke quietly slipped behind him. The moment he compared himself to the others, Naruto's smile froze on his face. You jerk! Who are you calling stupid? Huh? You old geezer, I'll show you. Naruto lunged forward, flailing in anger, but Kakashi calmly pressed him down and held him back. Are you trying to attack the person we're supposed to protect, you idiot? Ignoring Naruto's shouting and commotion, the old man introduced himself. I am the world-famous bridge builder, Tazuna. That's me. While I'm finishing the bridge, you all need to take your job of protecting me seriously. Naruto clearly didn't like Tazuna, folding his arms and turning away in frustration. Sakura and Sasuke, on the other hand, perked up upon hearing it was a bodyguard mission, one that would take them outside the village. This was their first real mission as official ninjas. But Kakashi frowned slightly. A mission outside the village? He was uneasy. It wasn't the dangers of an outside mission that worried him. It was the thought of leaving the village and the risk that something might happen to Jeriah in his absence. After all, who could say if the third Hokage would truly keep his promise from the night before? What if the third used this mission to send him out of the village and then made a move against Jeriah? Would Mokomoto Doichi be able to intervene? Clearly, that was impossible. Even though Mokomoto Doichi was a jonin from the ANBU, his standing in Kenoha couldn't compare to Kakashi's. The third valued Kakashi highly. In fact, right now, Kakashi was the strongest jonin in the village. Both Tsunade and Jeriah were away. Even Guy, in his usual state, was no match for Kakashi. So among all the jonin currently in Kenoha, Kakashi was the only one who truly had the third's trust. As long as Kakashi was there to protect Jeriah, the third would keep his word. But if Kakashi left, who's to say the third wouldn't be pressured by someone like Danzo to abandon Jeriah? That was anyone's guess. Seeing the complicated expression on Kakashi's face, the third Hokage immediately understood what he was thinking. He spoke up, Kakashi, this mission is a good chance for Naruto and the others to see the world outside the village. As their teacher, it's your responsibility to broaden their horizons. Kakashi frowned slightly. The third was warning him, reminding him not to forget his current duties. But the more the third emphasized this, the more uneasy Kakashi became. Naruto, who was standing nearby, overheard the conversation and burst out with a cheeky grin. Ha, old man, I'll make sure to complete this mission perfectly. You'll see how amazing I am. Kakashi remained silent. Just as the group was about to leave, Kakashi couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to the third and said, Lord Hokage, since this mission requires us to leave the village, I'd like to request that Jingwen Yu join us as well. Jonin Kimoto asked me to take his student along if I went out on a mission. At Kakashi's request, the third's expression grew more serious, and for a long moment, he said nothing. The entire office seemed to grow colder, the tension almost tangible. But apart from Kakashi and the third, no one knew exactly what was happening. No one dared to break the silence. Even Naruto could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Sasuke glanced thoughtfully at Kakashi. After a long pause, the third finally took a drag from his pipe and spoke slowly. If that's the case, your squad will have 4 people. It's just one more person, Kakashi replied, refusing to back down. Kakashi, if anything happens to him, you'll be the one responsible, the third warned gravely. Kakashi didn't budge. I'll take responsibility. To his surprise, the stern look on the third's face suddenly softened into a smile. It seems Yu is quite a lucky child. In truth, the third had been testing just how close Kakashi and Yu really were. It was beyond his expectations. Kakashi, always so withdrawn, would go this far to look out for Yu. They had almost ended up in direct confrontation. Yet the third didn't feel threatened. In fact, he was rather pleased. He knew Kakashi's character well. Anyone held in such high regard by Kakashi could not possibly be a problem. Kakashi looked at the third, and the Hokage nodded. It seems you'll have to split the mission reward among one more person. Kakashi let out a relieved sigh. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The third nodded again. Go and bring him here. Kakashi nodded respectfully and led Naruto and the others out. Once they were gone, Ichiraku, who had been standing nearby, finally dared to speak. Lord Hokage, the Jingwen Yu that Kakashi mentioned just now, isn't it the same Yu who graduated this year? The third nodded in confirmation. Ichiraku was puzzled. Surely, Nightfeather couldn't have caused such a tense atmosphere between the two of them, could he? It was the first time Ichiraku had ever encountered such a feeling. One of them was currently the strongest jonin in the village, and the other was the Hokage, the person of highest status and authority in Kenoha. Kakashi had always come across as mature and rational. How could things escalate to the point where he was opposing the third Hokage like that? What on earth had Nightfeather done to put Kakashi and the third at odds? Hokage-sama, what exactly did Nightfeather do? You don't seem too pleased with him, Ichiraku ventured. The third glanced at Ichiraku. I'm not displeased with him at all. Ichiraku didn't say another word. but his eyes clearly showed he didn't quite believe it. The third Hokage didn't elaborate further. Seeing that the third wasn't going to explain, Ichiraku asked cautiously, Nightfeather isn't the Jonin instructor for this group, is he? Then why did Kakashi insist on bringing him along? The third replied blandly, Ichiraku, there's no need for you to look into this any further. Reading the Hokage's expression, Ichiraku dared not press the matter, no matter how much he wanted to know more. Once they left the Hokage's office, Naruto couldn't hold it in any longer. Kakashi-sensei, why did it seem like you and the old man Hokage were about to fight just now? Naruto's question found immediate approval from Sakura and Sasuke. They both wanted to ask too, but in that tense moment earlier, none of them had dared to speak up. Sasuke, for his part, suspected there was more to Nightfeather than met the eye. Kakashi looked at Naruto, but clearly had no intention of explaining. He simply replied, you saw it wrong. Naruto pouted. Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm dumb? The way things were just now, you two were practically about to come to blows, and you still say I'm mistaken. And why do you have to bring Nightfeather along in the first place? You're supposed to be our teacher. Naruto was clearly displeased. After all, Nightfeather wasn't even in their class. Kakashi's insistence on having Nightfeather join them made it seem as if he didn't trust their abilities at all. Sasuke, however, saw things differently. He figured that Nightfeather must not be as ordinary as he seemed, and that Kakashi probably knew something about his background. Most importantly, Kakashi and Nightfeather likely shared a special connection. Otherwise, why would Kakashi go so far as to oppose the third Hokage on Nightfeather's behalf? Even Sasuke couldn't help feeling a little jealous. After all, Kakashi was supposed to be their mentor. And yet, he'd nearly come to blows with the Hokage over a ninja from another class. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder if, in Kakashi's eyes, Nightfeather mattered more than the rest of them. On days when Sasuke wasn't preoccupied with thoughts of revenge, he was actually just a proud and easily flustered teenager. After considering Naruto's words, Kakashi finally said, Nightfeather has also become my apprentice now. He's my student, too. The three of them were stunned. What? Nightfeather became your apprentice? The three of them could hardly believe it. Although they often complained about Kakashi, it was really just talk. In truth, when they were tested at the training grounds, they had already recognized Kakashi's strength. And over the past few days, listening to Shikamaru and the others' accounts, the three had come to understand that Kakashi was still one of the strongest Jonin in the Leaf Village. So, even if they didn't say it out loud, the three of them actually felt quite proud. But now, Kakashi was saying that Jeriah had also become his student. And judging by how much Kakashi valued Jeriah, it was likely that Kakashi had taught him many different jutsu. The thought of this left the three of them feeling a bit unsettled. Naruto couldn't hold back and burst out, what? That guy Jeriah is so sneaky. Kakashi-sensei, you must have taught him a bunch of jutsu, right? You haven't even taught us anything yet. That's not fair. Sakura and Sasuke didn't say anything, but their faces clearly showed their displeasure. Kakashi, however, remained calm and replied in a mild tone, I haven't taught him any jutsu. I actually met him much later than I met you all. But the three of them just didn't believe him. Naruto snorted, Humph, Kakashi-sensei, you're lying to us again. Kakashi didn't bother to explain further, and simply said, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As they talked, they arrived at Jeriah's house. This was actually the first time Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had ever visited Jeriah's home. At that moment, Jeriah was inside, studying his chakra. The sudden appearance of Kakashi and the others left Jeriah rather puzzled. Kakashi patted Jeriah on the shoulder. We've received a C-rank mission outside the village. I've spoken to the Hokage and requested to bring you along for some real-world experience. Jeriah frowned slightly. Outside the village? Kakashi nodded. Naruto walked over with a grin and said, this time, we've got a bodyguard mission. Sakura took a good look at Jeriah for the first time. She was genuinely surprised. This guy is really just as handsome as Sasuke. How'd I never noticed that before? Of course, Sakura's thoughts were only out of appreciation for a good-looking boy. It wasn't that she liked Jeriah or anything like that. After all, her feelings for Sasuke were unwavering. If it hadn't been for some coaxing from Shikamaru and the others later on, Sakura would never have confessed to Naruto. Sakura had always made it clear that she liked Sasuke. So, it was nearly impossible for her to fall for anyone else. Sasuke, too, was sizing up Jeriah. He wanted to see what made Jeriah different. But after watching him for a long time, he couldn't find anything unusual. Aside from being just as handsome as he was, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. Before you could respond, Naruto grabbed his hand and pulled him outside. What are you waiting for? Let's get going. This is a C-rank mission. How long would you have to stay in the village before you get another shot at something like this? Although Kakashi's favor toward Yi made Naruto a little jealous, he didn't dislike Yi. After all, Yu was one of the few people who hadn't shown him any contempt. As Yu was dragged out of his house, he glanced back at Kakashi, puzzled by why Kakashi would so suddenly ask him to join a mission. After all, Kakashi had said he would only take him along once he had Jonin-level strength. Yu couldn't believe Kakashi would break his word for no reason. Curious about what was going on, Yu got his answer straight from Naruto as they walked. After hearing Naruto's account of what had happened at the Hokage's office, everything became clear. Now Yu understood why Kakashi had invited him. With the reason laid out before him, Yu's doubts vanished, and of course, he didn't refuse Kakashi's goodwill. When they arrived at the gate of Kenoha village, Dasna caught sight of Yu and greeted him with a hearty laugh. Now that's what a real ninja looks like, unlike this clueless kid here. The kid, he meant, of course, was Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth and glared at Dasna, but remembering that Dasna was their escort target, he held back, unlike how he'd acted in the Hokage's office. The group set off, mostly traveling in silence. Only Naruto kept chattering away. Sasuke's eyes were already fixed on Yu, while Sakura, too, was full of curiosity about him. Sasuke was eager to gauge just how strong Yu really was. He knew well how formidable Kakashi was, and if Kakashi held Yu in such high regard, Yu's abilities couldn't be anything less than impressive. But how strong exactly? Sasuke was determined to find out. They walked for quite some time before passing through a stretch of woodland. Up ahead, Yu spotted two puddles. He glanced over at Kakashi, who simply shook his head, signaling him not to act rashly. Truth be told, Yu had long since forgotten the plot of the Land of Waves arc. What he did since, however, was chakra stirring in those puddles. It was clear there were two ninjas hiding there. Moreover, the sun was blazing and the ground all around was dry, yet those puddles showed no sign of evaporating, an odd sight to say the least. Both Kakashi and Yu noticed this, but chose to walk past the puddles as if nothing were amiss. They'd only gone a dozen steps beyond when, suddenly, two ninjas leapt out from the water. There was a harsh clatter as chains whipped through the air, instantly wrapping Kakashi in their deadly grip. By the time Yu and the others turned around, Kakashi's body had already been torn apart, limbs scattered, blood and flesh littering the ground, staining it a deep, shocking red. The grisly scene froze the fledgling ninjas in place, horror etched across their faces. Even Jeriah, upon witnessing this gory and gruesome scene, felt his heart jolt. It was his first time seeing something so bloody. Even though he knew Kakashi had dodged using the body replacement jutsu, the horrifying sight still made Jeriah deeply uncomfortable. If not for his strong mental fortitude, Jeriah might have thrown up right then and there. Almost at the same moment, the two enemy ninjas, thinking they had succeeded in killing Kakashi, turned and charged straight toward Jeriah and the others. Naruto was completely paralyzed with fear by what he had just witnessed. Sasuke, on the other hand, reacted quickly. Just as the two ninjas whipped their chain blades forward, he hurled several kunai in response. With a sharp clang, one of Sasuke's kunai pinned a chain blade to a nearby tree. But this attack was merely a feint. The two ninjas' true target was Tazuna. They moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Tazuna in the blink of an eye. Realizing he'd been tricked, Sasuke shouted immediately, "Sakura, watch out." He tried to rush to her aid, but the distance was too great. He wouldn't make it in time. Sakura, however, showed her own resolve. While she hadn't learned any jutsu and hadn't been paralyzed by the earlier scene, she drew her kunai and positioned herself in front of Tazuna. So foolish. The two ninjas sneered at Sakura's attempt to block them, mocking her for overestimating herself. It was obvious to both that Sakura's strength was nowhere near enough to stop them. But just as they closed in on Sakura, they were suddenly struck by a terrifying force to the chest. With a thunderous impact, in an instant, the two enemies were blasted backwards like cannonballs. The sheer force sending them crashing through two rows of trees before they finally came to a stop. Sakura stood gripping her kunai tightly, staring at Jeriah, who now stood protectively before her. Jeriah's expression was calm and unruffled. Everyone was stunned into silence. After a long moment, Sakura's voice finally broke the stillness, trembling as she said, "Why, Jeriah, thank you." Though she hadn't been able to see his movements clearly, it was obvious Jeriah was the one who had sent the two ninjas flying. Behind Sakura, Tazuna, who had nearly thought his end had come, snapped out of his fright and looked at Jeriah, standing in front of him. Even though all he could see was Jeriah's back, a profound sense of safety washed over him. He muttered softly under his breath, "I knew this young man could be trusted." Sasuke, who had always wondered about Jeriah's true strength, now stared at him in utter shock. He was completely stunned. Even my Sharingan couldn't track his movements. This guy is a monster. Sasuke took pride in his abilities, but even with his Sharingan activated, he still couldn't follow Uraha's actions at all. Though his Sharingan had only awakened its first Tomo, it should have been enough to follow most ninjas' movements. This guy's speed is terrifying. Even my Sharingan can't keep up with his movements. Kakashi, who had been observing quietly from the shadows, was also taken aback. He knew that Uraha was exceptionally talented, already possessing the strength of a Chunin. But what Uraha just displayed was far beyond the level of a Chunin. Even though Uraha had only landed 2 kicks just now, and used only taijutsu, Kakashi could clearly feel that Uraha's taijutsu had improved several times compared to when they last sparred. He walked over to the 2 ninja who had been kicked dozens of meters away. Looking at the 2 ninja whose chests were now a bloody, mangled mess, Kakashi muttered to himself, just how much force did that kid use to kick someone into this state? There was no sign of life left in either of them. These 2 were Chunin, and yet that kid managed to take them both out in an instant. Kakashi found it hard to believe. His power is increasing at an incredible rate. When Kakashi tested Uraha before, Uraha only showed the strength of a Chunin. Granted, he was already among the strongest Chunin, but still just a Chunin. But the strength Uraha had just shown now was enough to instantly defeat other Chunin. That meant Uraha had already reached Jonin-level strength. And this was only with taijutsu. He knew that Uraha had also learned Chidori. Although Uraha seemed to have failed to use Chidori that night, Kakashi had actually seen clearly that Uraha had succeeded, but then his chakra lost control, boosting the jutsu's power dramatically. Even if Uraha couldn't control his chakra right now, just his taijutsu alone was already on par with the Jonin. Still, his strength was improving too quickly. Kakashi had always thought Uraha was exceptionally gifted, with the potential to one day catch up to the 4th Hokage. He just never anticipated that Uraha's growth would be this rapid. Now, all Uraha lacked were a few high-powered jutsu. Given his talent for learning ninjutsu, it probably wouldn't be long before Uraha truly possessed Jonin, or even elite Jonin, strength. Shaking his head, Kakashi formed a series of hand signs. Earth-style wall. In an instant, several earthen walls rose around the 2 ninjas' corpses, burying them within. After taking care of things there, Kakashi stepped out from the woods. As he walked along, he took in the sight of the trees shattered along the way. Even Kakashi couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Just how strong does a person have to be to break these massive trees like that? And this was just the aftershock. So many trees snapped in the process. Ordinary ninjutsu wouldn't be able to do that. He arrived in front of Uraha and the others. Watching Yu stand there with a calm expression on his face. Upon seeing Kakashi appear, Yu asked, "How are those 2 ninja?" Kakashi let out a sigh. "They're both dead. Do you know who they were?" Although Yu already knew they were ninja from the Hidden Mist village, he still asked. 2 Chunin from the Hidden Mist. Their target was probably Mr. Tazuna. Kakashi's gaze scrutinized Tazuna. He knew for certain that Tazuna had concealed the true danger of this mission from them. There were ninja involved, 2 Chunin, no less. This was definitely not a C-rank mission. It was a B rank at the very least. In fact, Kakashi suspected those 2 were not the strongest enemies they would face on this mission. It was clear that these 2 Chunin were sent as scouts. There was even a chance they would encounter a Jonin. That would make this an A-rank mission. The difference between an A-rank and a C-rank mission was enormous. Even the commission fees were worlds apart. A C-rank mission would cost no more than 50,000 Ryo, while an A-rank would require at least 150,000. Yu also turned his gaze to Tazuna. With 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him, Tazuna grew anxious. "Why are you both looking at me like that?" Despite his nerves, Tazuna tried his best to feign composure. Kakashi's voice was cold. "Mr. Tazuna, those 2 ninja were after you." Tazuna flatly denied it. "How could that be? They were clearly after you all." Kakashi frowned. Sensing Kakashi's displeasure, Yu reminded him, "Mr. Tazuna, if you don't tell us the full truth about this mission, we can't guarantee we'll continue with it. There's no need to hide anything. I doubt those 2 ninja will be the last. If we abandon the mission, what do you think will happen to you?" Yu felt that if he didn't press Tazuna to come clean, Kakashi would be ready to give up on the mission. Tazuna had still wanted to conceal the truth, but seeing the seriousness in Yu's eyes, he sighed and finally revealed everything. When he finished, Tazuna looked at Yu and Kakashi. "Our land of waves truly needs that bridge. I know I hid the true difficulty of this mission from you both, but our country is poor. We don't even have our own ninja. We can't afford to pay for an A-rank mission. Please, I'm begging you, help the land of waves." With that, Tazuna knelt down before them. Yu looked at Kakashi. He said nothing. He was waiting for Kakashi to make the decision, since, in the end, the one who could decide whether they would continue the mission was him. After helping Tazuna to his feet, Kakashi turned to Yu and the others. What do you all think? Should we continue this mission, or turn back to the village? In the end, Kakashi left the choice to Yu and his team. Uriha remained silent, offering no opinion. Sasuke's eyes were fixed intently on Uriha. The shock Uriha had given him still left him reeling, unable to collect his thoughts. Seeing that Sasuke said nothing, Sakura kept quiet as well. Naruto, meanwhile, was so frightened that he stood there in a daze, staring blankly from the sidelines. No one spoke a word. The silence made Tazuna extremely anxious. If Kakashi and his team refused to protect him, there would be no chance of completing the bridge in the Land of Waves. After all, Gato had hired a Jonin, a high-ranking ninja, and only someone like Kakashi could possibly keep him safe. What's more, the strength Uriha had just displayed was enough to earn Tazuna's complete trust. In his eyes, as long as Kakashi and Uriha were present, even a Jonin hired by Gato wouldn't be able to kill him. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, then shook his head. The three of them were still green, clearly rattled by what had just happened. He could only turn his gaze to Uriha. Uriha felt somewhat at a loss himself. He hadn't intended to say anything at first. After all, he wasn't a member of Team 7, and this mission belonged to them, not to him. However, Uriha realized that if he didn't say something now, Kakashi really might lead the team back home. Kakashi-sensei, I think we should continue with this mission. I'm willing to believe what Mr. Tazuna has told us. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Since you put it that way, we'll carry on with the mission. But Mr. Tazuna, you must tell us exactly what kind of ninja your enemies have hired, so we can be properly prepared. Kakashi's willingness to continue the mission made Tazuna visibly relieved. He hurried to share what he knew about Gato, adding, Gato has hired a Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. From what I've heard, this Jonin is exceptionally strong. Kakashi murmured to himself, just as I suspected, a Jonin, after all. His expression grew grave. This time, he was leading a team of 4 genin. If it were only himself, he wouldn't worry. He didn't have any concerns about Uriha. But Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were true novices, genin in every sense. If they had to face a Jonin, they wouldn't stand a chance. Looking at Uriha, Kakashi said, Uriha, I'm entrusting Mr. Tazuna to you. No matter what happens, you must ensure his safety. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you 3 need to stick close to Uriha. If you're separated, the enemy could easily take you down one by one. Although Sasuke was clearly displeased, Kakashi's words made it clear he thought Uriha was stronger than them. Recalling the strength Uriha had just demonstrated, Sasuke, though reluctant, nodded his agreement. Sakura, for her part, had no complaints. If it hadn't been for Uriha just now, she would have been killed. He had saved her life, and with Sasuke already agreeing, she naturally had no reason to object. Naruto was still standing there, staring blankly at the others. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and sighed. What about you, Naruto? Kakashi's words snapped Naruto back to his senses. I don't have any objections. At that moment, he felt the gap between himself, Uriha, and Sasuke. Although Sasuke hadn't performed as well as Uriha just now, he was still the best among the 3 of them. As for himself, he had done nothing the entire time, just standing there, frozen. Naruto clenched his teeth, ashamed of his own cowardice. Next time, I swear I'll stand in front of Sasuke and Uriha. I will surpass them, no matter what. With those words, Naruto drew his kunai and stabbed it straight through his own palm. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Naruto to hurt himself like that. Before long, Kakashi nodded slightly. Your performance wasn't ideal, but at least you know to feel ashamed. In truth, Kakashi wasn't very satisfied with how Naruto had acted. But since this was his first time leaving the village on a mission, his first time facing a life-and-death situation, a less-than-stellar performance was understandable. Now, that Naruto was able to reflect on his own shortcomings, it showed he wasn't beyond hope. In fact, Uriha hadn't wanted to step in during this crisis. After all, this was Team 7's mission, a trial meant for Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. If he intervened, it would defeat the purpose of their training. But when those 2 enemy ninjas nearly killed Sakura and Kakashi still remained hidden in the trees, Uriha had no choice but to act. Uriha understood that Kakashi probably wanted to see him take action, to gauge his real combat abilities. Naruto's actions left Kakashi feeling both relieved and proud. He walked over and said, if you don't stop the bleeding, you might actually die, you know. Naruto, who had been so determined just moments before, panicked at the mention of death. I don't want to die. Kakashi sighed and prepared to bandage his wound. But as he took Naruto's hand, he noticed the wound was already starting to heal. Kakashi was taken aback. So this is the power of the 9 Tails? His healing is remarkable. As Kakashi wrapped the bandage around Naruto's hand, Naruto kept asking, Kakashi-sensei, am I really going to die? Kakashi shook his head. It's fine, you'll live. Once he finished the bandage, Kakashi turned to the group. The next part of this mission will be even more dangerous. Sakura, Sasuke, do you want to head back to the village, or continue? Sasuke glanced at Jeriah, almost as if he was competing with him. Of course we're going to continue. Sakura was still shaken. Just now, those two enemy ninjas had nearly killed her, leaving her terrified. But with Sasuke showing such resolve, she summoned her courage despite her fear. Wherever Sasuke goes, I'll go too. Naruto, who had just walked over, spoke with determination. Next time, I definitely won't make the same mistake as before. Kakashi nodded. All right then, let's continue with the mission. The group set off once more. Throughout the journey, Sasuke's eyes remained fixed on Jeriah. Jeriah's performance earlier had far surpassed his own. Even though, in their first real battle, Sasuke had already been the best among the 3 members of Team 7. But compared to Jeriah, the gap was simply enormous. This guy doesn't even have the Sharingan, yet he's so fast. He took down 2 Chunin in an instant. He's the same age as me, but I'm nowhere near his level. If things keep going like this, how could I ever hope to defeat that man? The thought of Uchiha Itachi only fueled Sasuke's determination. The impact Jeriah had made on him just now was simply overwhelming. Maybe if I can defeat Jeriah, then I might be able to defeat that man too. In Sasuke's eyes, Jeriah possessed the same kind of talent as his older brother did back then. After all, when Uchiha Itachi annihilated their clan, he was only 13. At 13, he already had the power to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. At 13, he had already reached Kage level strength. If Jeriah knew that Sasuke saw his talent as equal to Uchiha Itachi's, he would definitely disagree. He had no confidence in reaching Kage level within a year. After all, to be honest, he hadn't even mastered a truly destructive jutsu yet. Chidori may have looked like a success the first time he tried it, but from Jeriah's perspective, it was a total failure. Because Sasuke couldn't control it. Sakura, too, kept glancing at Jeriah. She found him fascinating. Back at the Ninja Academy, she'd had no idea Jeriah was this skilled. Or rather, back at the academy, she'd barely even noticed his existence. At that time, Jeriah had been practically invisible. Now, his abilities made it clear he'd completely hidden his true strength at the academy. What kind of mindset does it take, at such a young age, to suppress the urge to show off your talent in front of your friends? Sakura couldn't understand it. Walking beside Jeriah, Sakura asked curiously, Jeriah, why don't I have any impression of you from our time at the academy? Jeriah replied lightly as they walked. Maybe I was just too ordinary. Sakura shot him a look. Ordinary? How could you call yourself ordinary? I think you're probably as strong as Master Kakashi now. In Sakura's eyes, Jeriah was already on par with Kakashi. After all, seeing him take down 2 Chunin in a heartbeat had left her utterly stunned. Jeriah waved it off. That's because you don't really know how strong Master Kakashi is. He's the most powerful jonin in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Don't be fooled by how laid-back he usually seems. In fact, in the world of shinobi, he's renowned far and wide. When he was our age, he'd already become a jonin, and he'd already achieved remarkable feats in battle. At that time, his teacher was none other than the 4th Hokage. Sakura, who had only wanted to learn more about Yoro, was left utterly stunned by what she heard. Although she had heard a bit about Kakashi from Ino before, all she really knew was that Kakashi was very strong. But Ino had never said that Kakashi was the strongest jonin in the Hidden Leaf. Sasuke, too, hadn't expected Kakashi to be this powerful. Naruto, on the other hand, looked completely incredulous. No way, that can't be true. Sure, Kakashi-sensei is a jonin, but how could he be that amazing? And his teacher was the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage was Naruto's greatest idol. Even though he didn't know that the 4th was actually his father, he admired him deeply for sealing the 9 tails and saving the Hidden Leaf Village. To Naruto, the 4th was a true hero. It was those stories about the 4th Hokage that had inspired Naruto's dream since childhood, to become Hokage himself one day. He wanted to be a hero like the 4th, someone the entire village could accept. So when he learned that Kakashi was once the 4th Hokage's pupil, he was completely taken aback. Yura glanced over at Naruto and said, "This isn't classified information. Kakashi-sensei became a jonin at just 12 years old, the same age as we are now, thanks to his achievements in battle. He's known throughout the shinobi world as the copy ninja. His reputation alone is enough to intimidate foes. And yes, back then, the 4th Hokage truly was his teacher. Even during the 3rd Great Ninja War, Kakashi-sensei was already famous on the battlefield. Plus, he graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. As Yuru recounted these stories, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all stared at Kakashi in shock. Could this lazy-looking guy in front of them really be so powerful? It was almost too much to believe. But all three of them knew that Yoru had no reason to lie. Even Tazuna, the man they were hired to protect, looked at Kakashi now as if he'd struck gold. After all, having such a powerful ninja as his bodyguard for the price of a C-rank mission was an incredible bargain. With Kakashi around, he felt certain that the Jonin hired by Gato wouldn't stand a chance against him. Kakashi, however, looked a little troubled by all the attention. All right, that's enough reminiscing about the past. Yoru grinned. Just making conversation, that's all. In truth, Yoru was saying all this mostly for Sasuke's sake. Sasuke was always yearning for greater strength. For the sake of revenge, he was even willing to join Orochimaru's ranks, risking having his body taken over, just to gain more power. Yu said this because he wanted Sasuke to understand that he could become strong by following Kakashi as well. In Yu's opinion, what Sasuke needed most wasn't the cursed seal, but rather further development of his Sharingan. If the Sharingan isn't properly developed, even the most powerful cursed seal will only get you to Kage level at best. Although for an average ninja, reaching Kage level is already incredibly strong. But Kage level won't be nearly enough for what's coming in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Sasuke was indeed swayed by Yu's words. At this moment, he looked at Kakashi, his eyes filled with a burning desire for power. He truly believed that Kakashi could make him unimaginably strong. Sakura, on the other hand, was full of curiosity about Yu. How did he know so much about Kakashi? Just how close was Kakashi to Yu, really? Kakashi-sensei, did you tell Yu all this yourself? Sakura asked, her tone tinged with jealousy as she looked at Kakashi. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Yu's half-smiling expression, he could only feel helpless. Not entirely, Kakashi replied. Most of this information, he probably found out on his own. Sakura huffed. Humph, I bet you told him, didn't you? It's just as I thought. Yu is more important to you than the rest of us. Naruto caught on as well, glaring at Kakashi with mock indignation. Yeah, Sakura's right. Kakashi-sensei, you're playing favorites. You tell everything to Yu and nothing to us. Sasuke didn't say anything, but a trace of dissatisfaction flickered in his heart. After all, Kakashi was their teacher. By rights, they should be more important to him than Yu. Yet here was Kakashi, sharing so much with Yu, and not with them. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. He knew Yu was doing this on purpose. Tazuna, standing nearby, fanned the flames with a grin. Kakashi, looks like being a teacher isn't so easy, huh? Kakashi could only try to explain, it's just that we haven't had enough time together to really get to know each other. And most of the information, Yu found out by himself. I didn't tell him. But Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura didn't buy his explanation. Naruto yelled, no way. Kakashi-sensei, you can't play favorites. You have to teach us the same jutsu. I want to learn the technique Yu used to take out those two ninja in an instant. Sakura nodded in full agreement. That's right, Naruto's got a point. Sasuke was a bit speechless. He knew full well that Yu hadn't used any jutsu at all just now. Kakashi gave an awkward smile. Yu didn't use any ninjutsu just now. He used taijutsu. And I never taught him that taijutsu either. But Naruto and Sakura refused to believe it. That's impossible. If you didn't teach him, how could he be that strong? Kakashi looked at Jeriah, a touch of helplessness in his eyes. Jeriah remained silent. Kakashi could only say, when I have time, I'll take you all to train together. With Kakashi's promise, both Naruto and Sakura were overjoyed. Even Sasuke was filled with anticipation. After all, Kakashi's talent was now on par with what Itachi Uchiha once possessed. He might even be a little stronger than Itachi. They walked for quite some time. At last, they entered the Land of Waves. This was a small nation on the border of a land of fire, sparsely populated and so poor that it didn't even have any ninja. One could imagine just how impoverished it was. Yet the environment of this country was rather pleasant. It was rich in lakes and forests, making an ideal place to develop tourism. And since it was by the sea, fishing could be a thriving industry as well. Given how small the Land of Waves was, tourism and fishing alone could be enough to sustain it. Mr. Tazuna, your country actually has pretty good conditions, Jeriah complimented. Tazuna was taken aback, thinking at first that Jeriah was being sarcastic. The Land of Waves is indeed weak. There's nothing we can do. Our country is simply too poor. Jeriah shook his head. I mean it. Your country may be small and sparsely populated, but you have abundant tourist resources. With fishing on top of that, it's more than enough to bring prosperity. Right now, the ninja world was enjoying a period of peace. And in times of peace, tourism had great potential for growth. Tazuna hesitated. Who would ever come to such a backwater place for sightseeing? He clearly didn't believe it. Jeriah shook his head again. You'd be surprised. There are plenty of people like that. As long as you let people from other nations know about this place and promote it well, you'll find visitors. There are still plenty of wealthy people in the world. Tazuna thought it over. Although he doubted Uriha's words, he couldn't deny the idea had some merit. But none of that matters unless we finish building the bridge. With no bridge, it doesn't matter how great our tourist spots are, no one will come. Uriha nodded in agreement. That's true. Off to the side, Kakashi watched Uriha with deep satisfaction. Ninjas belong to a nation's military sector, an organization freed from daily concerns. Economic matters were typically not their responsibility. Besides the commissions paid for hiring ninja, the country itself provided military funding. Money was never something they had to worry about. Of course, if you angered the feudal lord, that was a different story. Just look at the hidden sand village. Normally, the ninja villages and the feudal lords had a mutually beneficial relationship. Feudal lords wanted their ninja villages to be strong, to better protect the nation's interests. But in the case of the hidden sand village, their poor relationship with the lord meant the annual military budget was meager. As a result, the hidden sand's strength was greatly diminished, and their number of ninja couldn't compare to the other 4 great villages. Ordinary ninja don't need to worry about economic matters, but for high-ranking leaders like the Hokage, it's a different story. After all, it takes a tremendous amount of money and resources to train and nurture a ninja. Without a strong economy, a ninja village will only grow weaker and weaker. Many of the smaller villages have declined simply because their countries weren't strong enough to provide adequate financial support. Yet here was Uriha, not only considering economic issues but also offering some insightful perspectives. This was something that made Kakashi genuinely pleased. However, it was clear that, aside from Uriha and Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura had little interest in such discussions. Their attention was still fixed on ninjutsu and the affairs of ninja life. All along the road, Naruto was visibly tense. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he performed so poorly earlier. He was desperate for a chance to redeem himself, hoping to spot an enemy ninja so he could defeat them and restore his reputation. As the group passed by the edge of a lake, Naruto suddenly noticed a rustling in the bushes nearby. The excitement in his eyes was like someone who'd stumbled upon a treasure. He hurled several kunai at the bushes, barely able to contain himself. With a flurry of slicing sounds, it seemed his target within the brush had been struck. Ignoring Kakashi's attempts to hold him back, Naruto dashed into the bushes, elated. "Ah, I got it!" He rushed in, eager to show off his victory to the others. But when he saw the kunai embedded in a rabbit, blood streaming from its wounds, Naruto froze in embarrassment. Sakura came over and, seeing the scene, was immediately furious. She punched Naruto on the head. "Idiot Naruto, what on earth are you doing?" For someone like Sakura, the sight of a rabbit left bloodied and mangled by kunai was simply too much to take. Naruto stammered, flustered, "Sorry, I didn't know. I thought it was an enemy." Sasuke, Uriha, and Kakashi hadn't followed. The 3 of them remained standing by Tazuna's side. Naruto's antics left Kakashi rubbing his forehead in exasperation. This kid really hasn't changed a bit. Sasuke curled his lip. "Moron." Uriha simply smiled, completely unsurprised by Naruto's behavior. After all, this was pure Naruto. Just as Sakura was scolding him, a massive sword suddenly came hurtling through the air from a distance. A deep, menacing whirring accompanied its flight as it sliced through the air at incredible speed. Sensing the danger approaching, Kakashi shouted, "Everyone, get down." Even though none of them fully understood what was going on, they all dropped to the ground without hesitation. The giant blade swept just above their heads and embedded itself in a nearby tree with a heavy thud. The next moment, a ninja wearing a hidden mist village forehead protector stood atop the great sword, his back turned to the group. Everyone stared up at the mysterious ninja who had appeared so suddenly, their faces a mixture of confusion and alarm. Kakashi positioned himself in front of his team, eyes fixed on the ninja standing in the tree. His expression grew grave. "So it's the rogue ninja from the hidden mist village, Zabuza Momochi. It looks like things are about to get very troublesome." Naruto, standing behind Kakashi, drew his kunai the moment he saw Zabuza and shouted as he charged toward him. "At last he's here. This time, I won't lose to Sasuke or Uriha." Naruto had been dissatisfied with his own performance earlier. Now that Zabuza had appeared, he saw this as his chance to prove himself. With a loud yell, he dashed straight at Zabuza. But Kakashi stopped him, his tone stern. "Don't get in the way. He's not someone you kids can handle." Naruto frowned, protesting, "Kakashi-sensei, I won't be the same as before this time." Kakashi furrowed his brows as well. Zabuza wasn't just any ordinary chunin. He was an elite jonin. Even for Kakashi, this was a formidable foe, and one misstep could prove fatal. Meanwhile, Zabuza, perched in the trees, also stiffened when he caught sight of Kakashi. So, with Sharingan Kakashi Hitaki. No wonder those two brothers failed. Upon hearing Zabuza's words, Sasuke was taken aback. Sharingan? Kakashi has a Sharingan? Ever since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Sasuke believed he was the last remaining Uchiha in the entire Leaf Village. Sakura, on the other hand, had no idea what the Sharingan was. After all, Sasuke had never revealed it in front of her. Sharingan? What's that supposed to be? She asked, confused. Naruto turned to Kakashi as well. Kakashi-sensei, what is the Sharingan? Kakashi remained silent, but Sasuke explained, the Sharingan is a special eye technique that can see through ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. From a spot in the tree, Zabuza glanced at Sasuke and added, that's right, the Sharingan can do all that, and it can also copy an opponent's jutsu. Kakashi Hitaki, back when I was still in the Hidden Mist, your profile was included in the Ninja Handbook. Copy Ninja Kakashi, a dangerous man who can copy over 1,000 types of jutsu. Zabuza's words left both Sakura and Naruto utterly stunned. Although Jeriah had told them before that Kakashi was strong, they never had a clear sense of just how strong. Now, hearing it from Zabuza himself, they finally understood the extent of Kakashi's power. Sakura was frozen in shock. So, Kakashi-sensei really is that powerful. Naruto stared at Kakashi in disbelief. I can't believe it. Kakashi-sensei is really that strong. Over 1,000 jutsu? That's insane. Sasuke, however, kept his gaze fixed tightly on Kakashi. What preoccupied him wasn't the number of jutsu Kakashi could use, but rather the fact that Kakashi actually possessed the Sharingan. After all, that belonged solely to the Uchiha clan. But since Kakashi hadn't revealed his Sharingan yet, Sasuke still wasn't convinced. Kakashi regarded Zabuza with a grave expression. It looks like this will be a tough battle. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, form a protective formation. Guard Mr. Tazuna. Jeriah, looks like this will be our first time working together. Standing off to the side, Jeriah slowly stepped up to Kakashi's side. By now, he had already drawn a kunai. Though reluctant, Sasuke and the others knew they weren't as strong as Jeriah. They could only form a protective circle around Tazuna, keeping him in the center. Zabuza turned his gaze to Jeriah. He couldn't see anything particularly special about the boy. So, you trust this kid a lot. Is he your student or something? Kakashi didn't answer. Instead, he slowly lifted his forehead protector. Sasuke, who had been watching Kakashi closely, now fixed his gaze on every move Kakashi made. As Kakashi raised the headband, he uncovered his left eye, which had always been hidden. When the three-tomo Sharingan was revealed, Sasuke was stunned. It really is the Sharingan, and a three-tomo, no less. Even among the Uchiha, only a handful ever awaken it. Could Kakashi actually be from the Uchiha clan? Sasuke couldn't help but wonder if Kakashi was secretly an Uchiha. After all, to Sasuke, only members of the Uchiha possessed the Sharingan in the Leaf Village. Both Sakura and Naruto were equally shocked when they saw Kakashi's eye. It was their first time witnessing such a mysterious and formidable gaze. What's with that eye? Why does it give off such a terrifying aura? Both Naruto and Sakura could feel the murderous energy Kakashi was radiating. And for some reason, Naruto found the Sharingan deeply unsettling. Kakashi didn't respond to Zabuza's earlier question. Zabuza continued talking to himself. I've studied your file in the Ninja Handbook. Did you really think I'd fight you on a battlefield that gives you the upper hand? As he spoke, a thick mist began to rise all around them. The sudden, uncanny scene startled Sasuke and the others. They immediately drew their kunai, bracing themselves for anything. Jeriah, however, remained calm. Even as the mist crept in, reducing visibility to near nothing, he could still sense Zabuza's chakra. This was one of the unique abilities his chakra granted him. Kakashi frowned. So, you're using the hidden mist technique to block my vision? No wonder they call you Momochi Zabuza. If I'm not careful here, I really might die. Kakashi glanced at Jeriah with some concern. Jeriah, don't stray from my side. This is the hidden mist technique from the village hidden in the mist. It's a silent killing technique. Stay alert for anything around us. Ignoring Kakashi, Yoru's gaze remained fixed on Zabuza, who was stealthily approaching them. Although the dense mist shrouded the area, Zabuza's every movement was entirely within Yoru's perception. Since Yoru hadn't spoken, Kakashi began to worry that something might have happened to him. Anxious, Kakashi unleashed his chakra in a sudden burst. With a thunderous force, his formidable chakra instantly blew away the surrounding mist. Yoru's figure was revealed. Seeing that Yoru was unharmed, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Why didn't you answer me? Yoru glanced at Kakashi and smiled. I thought you'd be able to sense my presence, sensei. Kakashi shook his head, exasperated. Stay sharp. The opponent is an elite jonin. Don't let your guard down for a second. Meanwhile, as Kakashi erupted with Chakra, Sasuke and the others stared fearfully at his back. So, this is the killing intent that radiates from a battle between jonin? In an atmosphere like this, it almost feels better to just die. The confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza's auras left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura completely stunned. The intensity of their killing intent clouded the trio's minds. Sasuke, lost in the haze, even lifted his kunai, ready to stab himself in the stomach. The murderous pressure from Kakashi and Zabuza had gripped his heart. Even Naruto's face was twisted with terror, his will to survive utterly crushed. Just as Sasuke was about to drive his blade into himself, Yoru's eyes narrowed. He released his chakra in a powerful surge. With a brilliant golden light, his chakra erupted from him. The terrifying force instantly shattered the oppressive killing intent of both Zabuza and Kakashi. Where moments before fear had left Sasuke and his friends frozen, now it was as if they had stepped from the depths of winter into the warmth of the sun. The chilling atmosphere melted away, replaced by sudden comfort. Sasuke, kunai in hand, halted his motion. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Yoru, whose expression was calm and steady. This is Yoru's chakra. It's so strong. Until now, Yoru had only shown his prowess in taijutsu. But the sheer force of his chakra now left Sasuke in utter shock. Naruto and Sakura also recovered, though they had no idea that it was Yoru who had driven away that bone-chilling wave of murderous intent. At the same time, deep within Naruto's subconscious, inside a dimly lit cage, a gigantic crimson fox slowly opened its eyes. This chakra, so familiar, yet so strange. Is it that detestable one again? This was the Nine Tails, sealed within Naruto. The instant Yoru released his chakra, the beast sensed a presence it recognized. Yet, there was something different about it. With its acute sensitivity to chakra, the fox's gaze grew grave. If it really is that man, what is he planning to do this time? Recalling the time when he was sealed by Hashirama Senju, Kurama's expression grew solemn. The chakra, radiating from Uraha, felt uncannily similar to Hashirama's. Though there were some differences, both were brimming with an intense vitality. This kind of chakra was exceedingly rare. Only Hashirama Senju, the sage of six paths, and his two sons had ever possessed such an aura. Kurama still held a deep grudge over being sealed by the first Hokage. But as he glanced at the seal now binding him, Kurama merely shook his head, closed his eyes, and drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, the chakra Uraha had unleashed left Zabuza, hidden in the shadows, utterly stunned. In that brief instant, the weight of Uraha's chakra pressed down on Zabuza with tremendous force. He had never encountered such chakra before. Most alarming of all, Uraha's chakra was so overwhelming that it instantly dispelled the killing intent from both him and Kakashi. Their murderous intent had been carefully woven from their own chakra. For Uraha to shatter the killing intent of two elite jonin at once, his chakra must be formidable indeed. This kid's no ordinary brat. Kakashi must truly acknowledge his strength to let him join the fight, Zabuza muttered inwardly. Kakashi cast a glance at Uraha. He understood why Uraha had suddenly unleashed his chakra. The clash of chakra between him and Zabuza had already put immense pressure on Sasuke and the others. Had it not been for Uraha, Sasuke might actually have turned his blade on him. What surprised Kakashi, however, was just how much stronger Uraha's chakra had grown. This guy really is a monster. Could it be because of what happened that night? Kakashi wondered if Uraha's burst of power that night had triggered this rapid growth in chakra. But this rate of progress had already far exceeded Kakashi's expectations. Uraha looked toward the distant mist where Zabuza hid and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you take the lead. I'll support you from the side." Kakashi turned to look at him. "You can see where he is?" Uraha nodded. "I can sense his chakra." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. "You have sensory abilities." Sensing Zabuza's chakra. That was the mark of a sensory-type ninja. Uraha not only possessed this ability, but could pinpoint Zabuza's location with precision. That meant Uraha's sensory powers were truly formidable. Zabuza, meanwhile, had no idea he'd been discovered. With nothing left to fear, Kakashi could finally fight without restraint. "He's on the lake," Uraha said calmly. Kakashi gathered his chakra and, activating his Sharingan, looked out over the water. In an instant, he spotted Zabuza standing atop the lake's surface. Yet Zabuza, unaware he had been exposed, conjured a water clone alongside him. This, however, escaped Kakashi's notice. Just as Kakashi was preparing to launch an attack on Zabuza out on the lake, Zabuza suddenly appeared right in front of Tazuna. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were caught off guard and didn't react in time. As Zabuza swung his executioner's blade down toward Tazuna, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura tried to move to stop him, but their bodies wouldn't respond. They were simply too late. The murderous intent radiating from Zabuza, the elite ninja, was overwhelming. It completely paralyzed all three of them. A dull thud, a sharp slicing sound. In a flash, Zabuza's movement came to a halt. Tazuna was abruptly shoved aside by a sudden force, Zabuza's hand gripping the great blade, frozen mid-air. Everyone's eyes snapped to the scene. Yu had appeared right in front of Zabuza, and the kunai in Yu's hand was already buried in Zabuza's chest. But there was not the slightest hint of triumph on Yu's face for having supposedly killed Zabuza. His expression remained calm and composed. Moments later, copious amounts of water began to drip from Zabuza's chest. Not a drop of blood to be seen. Yu glanced at Zabuza, unsurprised in the least. After all, this was just one of Zabuza's water clones. The next instant, the water clone melted away into a pool of clear water. Sasuke and the others, still sitting on the ground, stared blankly at the scene before them. Meanwhile, Kakashi, rushing toward the lake, caught Yu's actions out of the corner of his eye. A faint smile played at his lips. Nice work, Yu. Although it was only a water clone that attacked Tazuna, if no one had intervened, the three young ninjas would have stood no chance against it. Had no one stepped in, the water clone could have easily taken Tazuna's life. Tazuna, who had fallen to the ground, let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, as Zabuza's blade had swung down, he'd thought for sure his life was over. Watching Yu calmly put away his kunai, Sasuke's face was shadowed with a deep, troubled look. How can the gap between us be so wide? If I can't even surpass Yu, how could I ever hope to defeat that bastard? I have to get stronger. I must become much, much stronger. Naruto was utterly shocked. He simply couldn't believe how far ahead Yu was. Back at the Ninja Academy, Yu had barely made an impression at all. They had all just graduated not so long ago. So how could the difference between them have become so vast, so quickly? Naruto struggled to accept it. They were the same age, both had only just graduated from the academy. So why was Yu so much stronger than him? Sakura, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of safety and reassurance. Out on the lake, Zabuza watched in disbelief as Yu dispatched his water clone in an instant. He hadn't expected that at all. How can that kid be so powerful? He's supposed to be just a Jonin, isn't he? The combat experience and speed he just showed are already on par with a Jonin. Who is he? Really, a genius trained by the Hidden Leaf? Zabuza was shaken by Yu's strength. He had thought his only real opponents would be Kakashi and the three rookie ninjas. But now he had to face both Kakashi, an elite Jonin, and Yuru, who clearly possessed Jonin-level strength. In other words, he was up against two formidable opponents at once. After taking out Zabuza's water clone, Yuru called out to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, focus on dealing with the real one. You don't need to worry about things on this side." A slight smile tugged at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. Bringing you along was definitely the right choice. He was genuinely pleased by the strength Yuru had displayed just now. From instantly defeating two Chunin earlier to now dispatching Zabuza's water clone, Yuru hadn't even used any ninjutsu, yet the power he showed was already on par with a Jonin. What's more, he could tell that Yuru's taijutsu had improved significantly since their last sparring session. If Yuru's taijutsu had been this advanced that night he'd tested him, there's no way he could have beaten Yuru so easily. And that was with Yuru never having received any formal taijutsu training. Up until now, Yuru had been fighting purely on instinct, with almost no understanding of taijutsu techniques. It was almost frightening to imagine how strong he'd become once he truly learned taijutsu. Zabuza stared at Yuru, his expression growing grave. This annoying brat, he's really a handful. Zabuza knew that unless he got rid of Yuru, there was no way he could kill Tazuna. Facing Kakashi one-on-one, he didn't feel much pressure. Despite Kakashi's formidable reputation, Zabuza himself was an elite Jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist. He believed there wasn't much difference between his skills and Kakashi's. But with Yuru added to the fight, taking out Tazuna became nearly impossible. After all, the goal of this mission wasn't to prove himself against Kakashi, but to eliminate Tazuna. As Kakashi charged towards Zabuza, Zabuza swung his giant blade with a steely glare. Clang, clang, clang. On the surface of the lake, one brandished the executioner's blade while the other wielded a kunai. Metal clashed, and sparks flew in all directions. It was a pure taijutsu battle between two elite Jonin. Their speed and strength left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura witnessing a Jonin duel for the first time, utterly stunned. For the first time, Sasuke felt just how small he was. So, this is the power of a jonin? Yura was right, Kakashi really is strong. Naruto clenched his fists. Damn it, why am I so weak? I can't help at all. Sakura stood guard beside Tazuna, fully focused. She was the weakest one here. Even Sasuke and Naruto couldn't get involved in the fight between Zabuza and Kakashi, so there was no way she could join in either. But her gaze drifted to Yoru. Yoru's abilities had left her utterly astonished. He had already saved her once before by swiftly defeating 2 Chunin, and now he had taken down a Jonin's water clone, rescuing all 4 of them once again. Yiyu's strength had far surpassed theirs by now. Yet back in the Ninja Academy, he had always faded into the background, barely noticed. At this moment, all of Yiyu's attention was locked onto the battle unfolding between Zabuza and Kakashi. This fight was proving to be a tremendous learning experience for him. After all, it was a clash between 2 elite Jonin. Even if it was purely a contest of taijutsu, there was still much Yiyu could glean from observing them. In fact, by watching this fight, Yiyu had even picked up a few taijutsu techniques. Before this, he hardly knew any taijutsu at all. He had relied solely on his physical abilities to fight. Now, seeing Kakashi's attacks growing fiercer with each exchange, Zabuza realized that if things went on like this, he wouldn't be able to kill Tazuna, regardless of the outcome. So, with a mighty swing of his massive sword, he unleashed a terrifying force that sent Kakashi flying. Zabuza leapt backward, and while still airborne, his hands flashed through signs with blinding speed, completing a jutsu in the blink of an eye. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A deep, resonant roar echoed across the water's surface. Several pillars of water erupted from the lake, instantly twisting together high in the air to form a towering water dragon, dozens of meters long. With a thunderous cry, the water dragon surged straight toward Yiyu and the others. Moving at breakneck speed, Kakashi, just regaining his bearings after being knocked back, felt his heart jolt with alarm. Damn, Yiyu doesn't know any ninjutsu yet. But the water dragon was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already upon Yiyu and the rest. As the jutsu was released, a sly smile tugged at the corners of Zabuza's mouth. No matter how strong your taijutsu is, it's almost impossible to withstand this ninjutsu. Ha ha! The water dragon's roar shook the air, its ferocity unmatched as it hurtled forward. In another heartbeat, it would engulf Yiyu and his companions. Kakashi tried to intervene, but there was no time. Yiyu stared at the raging water dragon bearing down on him, a slight frown creasing his brow. What a formidable ninjutsu! In that instant, Yiyu's hands began to move at lightning speed. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. As Zabuza's water dragon was about to crash into Yiyu and the others, Yiyu's hands flashed through a blur of signs. Immediately, droplets of water began to gather around him, spinning furiously in orbit. In the blink of an eye, these droplets coalesced into a gigantic water dragon, several times larger than the one Zabuza had summoned. The massive dragon erupted from above Yiyu's head, like a colossal beast rising from the depths of the sea, roaring as it charged toward Zabuza's creation. A deafening rumble shook the battlefield as the 2 dragons collided. The impact sent tremors through the ground, cracking it into a web of fractures for dozens of meters in every direction. In the very moment they clashed, Yiyu's enormous water dragon shattered Zabuza's into a spray of water, overwhelming it completely. Yet the colossal water dragon conjured by Jeriah remained completely intact, without a hint of damage. The dragon, as if endowed with life, roared as it surged towards Zabuza. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's massive head, spanning several meters, opened its gaping jaws to swallow Zabuza whole. Zabuza was struck down with shock. Impossible! How could he know this jutsu? At his age, there's no way he could possess so much chakra. In his water dragon bullet technique, he conjured it from thin air without drawing on any water from the lake. Where does this brat get such a terrifying amount of chakra? Why is my water dragon bullet technique inferior to a kid's? Why is this so much more powerful than mine? Is this guy even human? In just a heartbeat, countless thoughts flashed through Zabuza's mind. But seeing the huge water dragon bearing down, maw wide open, he had no choice but to evade using body flicker technique. A tremendous crash shook the air. The massive water dragon missed Zabuza, plunging instead into the very spot on the lake where he'd been standing moments before. A thunderous roar echoed. Zabuza, now dozens of meters away, watched as the water dragon sent waves several meters high surging across the lake. Even for someone forged in the bloody mist, his heart raced with lingering dread. What a terrifying water dragon bullet. Its power utterly dwarfs mine. This guy's a monster. If that attack had hit me, there wouldn't even be a body left, just scraps. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had just arrived at Sasuke and Naruto's side, stared at Jeriah, in utter disbelief. Kakashi muttered to himself. Could it be, did he just learn this water dragon bullet technique from watching Zabuza? The moment this thought crossed Kakashi's mind, he felt a chill run down his spine. Such learning ability was downright frightening. But what was even more terrifying was that, after mastering it, Uraha's jutsu was vastly stronger than Zabuza's. Even Kakashi himself wasn't sure he could unleash a water dragon bullet of the magnitude Uraha just displayed. The water dragon that Uraha released dove into the lake, and for several seconds, its mighty body, over 100 meters long, remained in view. The dragon's fearsome roar rang out for hundreds of meters in every direction, as though a real dragon had descended upon the land. The once tranquil surface of the lake churned and heaved under the dragon's impact. Waves several meters tall swept outward, rippling across hundreds of meters. Floodwaters overflowed the lake's banks, submerging the shore. The tremors even shook the ground for hundreds of meters around. It was a testament to the incredible power of this jutsu. After unleashing the technique, Uraha felt as though a tenth of his chakra had been drained from his body. As he lowered his hands, Uraha marveled. No wonder this is a B-rank jutsu. The chakra consumption is immense. Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza heard this remark. Had they heard it, they'd have coughed up blood from sheer frustration. The water dragon bullet technique that Uraha just unleashed did not make use of the lake at all. Instead, he conjured all that water out of thin air, relying solely on chakra. The sheer volume of water he produced would have drained an ordinary Jonin's chakra reserves completely dry. When the second and third Hokage clashed and formed a water barrier on the rooftop, even the elite ANBU Jonin watching were left in awe. Yet the water dragon bullet technique that Uraha had just released surpassed the second Hokage's in difficulty, scale, and power, and he, too, created all the water purely with chakra. Back then, the second Hokage had to use chakra to make water only because there was none in his surroundings. But Uraha had a lake right in front of him. The reason he relied completely on chakra was simply because it was his first time casting this jutsu. He lacked experience. Even so, the water dragon bullet technique he unleashed was far more powerful than Zabuza's. If not for the fact that Uraha's chakra was composed of natural energy, which required far less quantity than ordinary chakra, the cost would have been far more than just a tenth of his reserves. Yet despite this, Uraha still felt that this jutsu was extremely chakra-consuming. Comparisons can be so discouraging. As Uraha muttered to himself, Sakura, standing nearby, was left utterly stunned. Uraha, your jutsu is so much stronger than Zabuza's. When Uraha had cast his technique, both Sakura and Tazuna found themselves surrounded by a wall of water. Those water walls were formed from the dragon's body. So Sakura had witnessed every moment of Uraha's technique with her own eyes. Even the water dragon bullet technique of Zabuza, an elite Jonin, was no match for the one Uraha had conjured. Sakura was at a loss for words. Before this, she had thought Uraha was simply much stronger than them in taijutsu. Now, it was clear that Uraha surpassed them not only in taijutsu, but also in ninjutsu and chakra reserves. Even if Sakura didn't know the water dragon bullet technique herself, the sheer pressure of Uraha's jutsu made it clear it demanded an enormous amount of chakra. That was a water dragon stretching over 100 meters long. Moreover, the dragon Uraha summoned seemed almost alive, completely different from Zabuza's. Uraha was becoming more and more intriguing to her. How could someone so powerful have remained unknown during his time at the academy? Not only that, before graduation, she hadn't even realized there was a student in their class named Jinwen Uraha. Uraha shook his head. It's just because it was my first time using this jutsu. I haven't mastered it yet. Sakura was taken aback. That answer left her dumbfounded. This was your first time using that jutsu? Uraha nodded. How could that be? The way you formed the hand seals was so fast, so practiced. How could that possibly have been your first attempt? Uraha said nothing more. He saw no need to explain to Sakura. She simply couldn't understand yet. As Yoru remained silent, Sakura's shock only deepened. She realized that Yoru was simply incapable of lying to her. After all, knowing his character, there was never any need for him to deceive. Even back at the Ninja Academy, he always kept a low profile. It was impossible for him to suddenly seek attention now. Yet, that only made Sakura all the more astonished. The very first time he used that technique, its power was already immense. And Yoru claimed he hadn't even mastered it yet. If he could wield it so skillfully without full command, what would it be like once he truly had? Could it be that, once he mastered it, he wouldn't even need hand seals to unleash its power? The more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. They were the same age, yet she couldn't even catch sight of Yoru's shadow now. The gap between them had grown unimaginably vast. Kakashi walked over to Yoru's side, letting out a sigh. Your control has improved a lot. The power isn't so overwhelming anymore, and you can actually keep it in check now. It seems you're progressing rapidly. Yura nodded. Maybe it's because this ninjutsu is less difficult. It doesn't require as much control. He understood what Kakashi really meant. Though the water dragon bullet jutsu Yura had just unleashed was powerful enough to surprise Kakashi, it still couldn't compare to the night Yuru revealed his Chidori. If Yuru had used the Chidori's force just now, no one but him would have survived this place. That was a power capable of swallowing everything within hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. If Kakashi hadn't sensed danger and fled that night, he would have been gravely injured, if not worse. By contrast, the water dragon bullet jutsu Yoru had just demonstrated, while still formidable, was now completely under his control. Its value in real combat was unmistakable. Yet, Yoru claimed that the water dragon bullet was less difficult. That was a B-rank jutsu, one typically reserved for elite jonin. Ordinary chunin would be drained of all their chakra after a single use. Even in battle, only top-tier jonin could afford to use it a handful of times, and only by drawing on their surroundings. After all, they needed to conserve enough chakra to keep fighting. The water dragon bullet demanded a tremendous amount, but the version Yoru unleashed was not only vastly more powerful than the norm. He had conjured it entirely with his own chakra. Even Kakashi himself could only perform such a feat 2 or 3 times at most. Kakashi possessed a large reserve of chakra, though it was constantly being consumed by his Sharingan. Without the Sharingan draining him, Kakashi's chakra would be on par with the Kage. That much became clear after the Fourth Great Ninja War. Freed from the burden of the Sharingan, he could wield large-scale jutsu with ease. Moreover, the water dragon bullet technique is anything but simple. With its B-level difficulty, it's already quite a challenge, even for Chunin. Yet, Yura managed to learn on the spot. And what's more, he executed it with remarkable skill on his first try. But then again, remembering how he picked up Chidori, an A-level jutsu he also mastered on his first attempt. If it hadn't been for his chakra going out of control that night, he would have fully learned it right then. Kakashi looked at Yoru and smiled. That must have used up a lot of chakra, right? Yoru nodded earnestly. It definitely took a lot of chakra. Just now, it drained about 1/10 of my total chakra. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Only 1/10? Yoru looked puzzled. Isn't 1/10 a lot? This answer left Kakashi completely at a loss for words. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he said, I thought it would have taken at least 1/3 of your chakra. If that were the case, that would be terrifying. Yoru couldn't wrap his head around it. To him, losing 1/10 of his chakra in one go was already a huge amount, yet Kakashi thought it should have cost him 1/3. After all, it was just a B-level jutsu. If an A-level or S-level technique took that much chakra, he could understand. Kakashi looked at Yoru's baffled expression and was a bit exasperated. But then he remembered that Yoru's chakra was Sage Chakra, and the realization dawned on him. Sage Chakra really is of much higher quality than ordinary chakra. It made sense that the same jutsu would consume less of it. The water dragon bullet technique. You just learned it now, didn't you? Kakashi asked. Yura nodded. I watched him form the hand seals, and I could sense the flow of his chakra. Since this jutsu isn't too difficult, I gave it a try, and to my surprise, I pulled it off. Hearing this, Kakashi was briefly at a loss for words. That technique is far from easy. B-level jutsu are usually mastered only by jonin. Even though Kakashi said that, Yura didn't pay it much mind. He didn't think copying the water dragon bullet on the spot was particularly challenging. In fact, for him, there was nothing hard about the water dragon bullet at all. He could clearly sense the flow of chakra within Zabuza's body. In a sense, Yura wasn't much different from someone with a Sharingan or Byakugan. From afar, Zabuza's gaze at Yura was unusually grave. This kid is really tough to deal with. If he and Kakashi join forces, this mission is going to be nearly impossible. If he wanted to kill Tizuna, he'd have to take Yoru out first. And even if he could defeat Yoru, there's no way Kakashi would just stand by and do nothing. Realizing this, Zabuza decisively abandoned this assassination attempt. Kid, the next time we meet, I'll finish you off for sure. Before leaving, Zabuza threw a menacing remark at Uraha. With those words, he disappeared across the surface of the lake. Uraha gazed at the spot where Zabuza had vanished, murmuring to himself, Next time we meet, perhaps you won't be the one to kill me. Uraha had always disliked being threatened. Besides, after this battle, he had a good grasp of Zabuza's true strength. Indeed, Zabuza possessed the power of an elite jonin. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, Uraha might very well be the one to die. But with Kakashi there, making it 2 against 1, Uraha was confident that if they fought again, Zabuza would be the one to fall. Once Zabuza was gone, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, aside from Sakura, all the students he brought with him were people that the Hidden Leaf absolutely could not afford to lose. There was Naruto, of course, the fourth Hokage's son, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke, on the other hand, was the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage had high hopes for him, wishing he'd grow strong, master his Sharingan, and one day help control the Nine-Tails sealed within Naruto. As for Jeriah, he was the one Kakashi valued most, treating him as a true personal disciple. Still, if Zabuza hadn't retreated, it would have been nearly impossible for him to succeed in assassinating Tazuna. Although Jeriah might not be Zabuza's equal in strength, with him there was no way Zabuza could overcome the combined might of both Jeriah and Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto walked over. The way they looked at Jeriah was entirely different from before. The strength Jeriah had shown in this battle was far beyond theirs. It felt as if they weren't even on the same level anymore. Kakashi-sensei, have you secretly taught Jeriah a bunch of jutsu? He's already way stronger than we are, Naruto grumbled, pursing his lips. Naruto suspected that Jeriah's strength came from Kakashi giving him special lessons on the side. But Sasuke didn't think so. He could tell that Jeriah's fighting style was completely different from Kakashi's. And just now, that water dragon jutsu. He doubted even Kakashi could pull it off. As someone from the Uchiha clan, he knew very well that the technique Jeriah used earlier had already surpassed the standard power of the water dragon jutsu. Jeriah, like him and Naruto, must have something unique about him. Kakashi glanced at Naruto's indignant face and explained, I haven't taught him that jutsu. Of course, Naruto didn't believe it. No way. That jutsu just now had such a complicated set of hand signs. Did Jeriah really invent it himself? Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder and said seriously, is it possible he was able to copy it from Zabuza when he saw it performed? Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm an idiot? How could that be? If you could learn any jutsu just by watching, wouldn't I already know a ton of them by now? Truth be told, Naruto hadn't learned much at the Ninja Academy. If it weren't for the third Hokage's special consideration, based on his grades at the Ninja Academy, he would have been expelled long ago. He would often score 0 in every subject, and even by the time of graduation, he still hadn't mastered the clone jutsu. This is the most basic of all ninja techniques. Every student at the Ninja Academy can master it. Those selected to attend the Ninja Academy are all exceptionally talented. There's only one Ninja Academy in the Hidden Leaf Village, and each year, only a few dozen are chosen to enroll. Judging from the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Hidden Leaf had at least 10,000 ninja. Clearly, not all of them came from the Ninja Academy. In reality, most ninja in the world didn't graduate from the academy. They were chosen through a selection process. It's similar to the Chunin exams. Not all Chunin are promoted by taking the exam. In most cases, the village itself decides that someone's abilities have reached the level of a Chunin, and that person is promoted accordingly. Those who do participate in the Chunin exams are, for the most part, the elite young ninja from each village. The Chunin exams aren't ordinary tests. They're competitions for each village to showcase their most outstanding up-and-coming shinobi. The same holds true for the Ninja Academy. Ordinary people have no chance of getting in. Yet Naruto not only managed to enroll, but even with his terrible grades, he was somehow allowed to stay. It's clear just how much the third Hokage bent the rules for him. But Naruto himself was completely unaware of any of this. He truly hadn't learned much at the academy. Not only did he struggle with ninjutsu, even the most basic theoretical knowledge was lost on him. In contrast, Sakura was a real genius at the academy. When it came to ninja theory, even Sasuke couldn't match her. During the Chunin exams, there were many questions that Sasuke and Naruto were just as clueless about. They had no idea how to answer. But Sakura knew every answer. Of course, that test was designed to assess a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. Sakura managed to pass on the strength of her solid theoretical knowledge alone. That's why Naruto thought the idea of simply watching someone and learning a jutsu was impossible. It was just too far-fetched. But Sasuke knew better. He had seen it with his own eyes. That person was his brother, the one he'd always wanted to kill, Itachi Uchiha. Back then, Itachi only needed to see their father demonstrate a jutsu once before he could perform himself. Meanwhile, Sasuke had to practice for a long time before he could manage it. Now, looking at Jeriah, Sasuke felt as if he were seeing Itachi all over again. Does Jeriah have the same talent as that man? No, maybe Jeriah's talent is even greater. After all, Jeriah learned a B-rank jutsu in the middle of a battle, and the power he unleashed was already greater than the person he learned it from. If I can defeat Jeriah, then I know I'll be able to defeat that man. Sasuke clenched his fists. He used to feel a bit jealous of Jeriah. Now, he had already set Jeriah as the target he wished to surpass. Seeing that Naruto didn't believe him at all, Kakashi simply stopped trying to explain. After all, Uraha's situation was quite unique. Turning his head, Kakashi spoke to Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, how many jonin has Gato hired? Other than Zabuza, that is. Tazuna thought for a moment and replied, I'm not really sure. I only heard that Gato hired some jonin, but I don't even know which ones he hired. Kakashi fell silent for a while. He was weighing whether or not they should continue with this mission. Dealing with Zabuza alone was already troublesome enough. If another jonin showed up, things would become really difficult. Kakashi glanced at Uraha, seeking his opinion. Uraha nodded. We've come this far already. There's nothing left but to carry on. In the coming days, I'll do my best. At the very least, I can keep one jonin occupied. With your strength, Kakashi-sensei, as long as I hold one off, you should be able to defeat Zabuza. If Zabuza is the only jonin they've got, then if we work together, he won't stand a chance. Kakashi considered this, then said, All right, in that case, let's press on with the mission. While we're protecting Mr. Tazuna, I'll make sure to teach you some more jutsu. You already have jonin-level strength, and your real battle experience is impressive. With a few more offensive jutsu under your belt, you'll be a jonin in every sense of the word. Kakashi wasn't exaggerating when he talked about Uraha's skills. I'll do my best. Uraha agreed with Kakashi's suggestion. Naruto leaned in and said, Kakashi-sensei, don't forget about us. We're your students, too. Kakashi looked at Naruto and replied, Of course I know that, but you two aren't ready to learn advanced jutsu just yet. You need to build a solid foundation first. Naruto looked puzzled. What foundation? Kakashi-sensei, are you just making excuses because you don't want to teach us? Naruto was convinced Kakashi just didn't want to teach them, so he was coming up with reasons. Kakashi could only sigh. You need to build a good foundation first. You haven't even learned to control your chakra yet. How could you possibly handle learning jutsu? Uraha already mastered chakra control a while ago, so he doesn't need to keep practicing that. Naruto still felt like Kakashi was playing favorites. Sasuke, however, seemed thoughtful. Unlike Naruto, he actually agreed with Kakashi's reasoning. Sakura, meanwhile, looked at Uraha with admiration in her eyes. Uraha was so strong, yet he stayed so calm. She watched as Naruto turned away, pouting and full of frustration. Kakashi could only shake his head helplessly. He truly wasn't playing favorites at all. Although he valued Uraha more, Naruto was still the son of the fourth Hokage, and the third Hokage had personally entrusted him to Kakashi for special training. From every angle, Kakashi had never shown favoritism. The problem was Naruto's foundation was practically non-existent. What could he even teach him? Chances were, even if Kakashi tried, Naruto wouldn't be able to learn it. After all, Naruto struggled even with the basic clone jutsu. If it weren't for the fact that the shadow clone technique happened to suit his unique chakra, he might not have managed to learn that, either. Back then, the third Hokage had racked his brains to help Naruto master the shadow clone technique. Even the highly guarded scroll of seals, filled with forbidden jutsu, was stolen by Naruto with ease. A vast number of ninja were mobilized to search for him, but none could find him. It was clear just how much effort the third Hokage had invested in all this. The ninjas sent out to find Naruto probably worried that if they accidentally caught him, they'd be the ones punished. Kakashi could only sigh helplessly, but he knew explaining it to Naruto would be pointless. Naruto would never believe him. So he simply left it at that and said nothing. The group pressed on with their journey. At last, they arrived at Tazuna's house. There were 3 people in Tazuna's household, his daughter Tsunami and his grandson Inari. Inari regarded Kakashi, Uraha, and the others with a gaze full of suspicion. During dinner, Tazuna and Tsunami recounted everything that had happened on the way. Hearing the stories, the doubt in Inari's eyes faded, replaced by a spark of awe as he looked at Kakashi and Uraha. Can you really defeat Gato's ninja? Inari couldn't help but ask Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head and replied, I think we can, probably. Seeing Kakashi's lack of confidence, Inari's newfound hope was quickly dashed to pieces. So it really is impossible, huh? Those ninja are so strong. How could anyone defeat them? Naruto, unable to stand Inari's discouragement, burst out, Don't be so down. I'm going to be Hokage one day. No matter how strong Zabuza is, I'm going to beat him. But despite Naruto's passionate declaration, Inari showed no interest. Instead, he mocked. Even your teacher isn't confident. How could you possibly do it? Clenching his fists, Naruto insisted earnestly, It's just Zabuza. I can beat him too. Sakura and Sasuke, sitting nearby, exchanged helpless glances at Naruto's enthusiasm. During the last fight, Naruto hadn't acted nearly as heroic as he was now claiming. Inari was completely unconvinced and scoffed. Gato is far stronger than you imagine. Anyone who stands against him is doomed. As if recalling some painful memory, Inari's emotions flared, and he shouted the words. Naruto was left stunned by Inari's outburst. He couldn't understand how, when they had come to help Inari, the boy could act this way. After his outburst, Inari ran out of the house. Dasna let out a long sigh. Kakashi asked, "That child must have gone through something painful, hasn't he? And it's related to Gato, isn't it?" Dasna replied, "His father was the one who resisted Gato, and he was killed because of it." Ever since he saw his father murdered by Gato with his own eyes, Inari has never believed that anyone could defeat Gato. He thinks people who try to be heroes are just being foolish. Inari always saw his father as his pride. It's just that what happened was too much for him to bear. After Dasna finished speaking, Naruto, who had been about to confront Inari, fell silent. Tsunami, sitting beside Dasna, sighed softly. That child wishes someone would stand up and defeat Gato, but all these years, no one has managed to do it. In fact, it's not just Inari. Everyone in the Land of Waves hopes someone will defeat Gato. Naruto looked at Dasna with determination and said, "I will defeat Gato. I'll help Inari see things differently." But after Naruto spoke, Dasna didn't look at him. Instead, he turned to Kakashi and Jeriah. "Kakashi, Jeriah, do you two really have what it takes to defeat Zabuza?" Naruto was furious. But deep down, he knew that during their previous battles, it was true. Kakashi and Jeriah had shown real power. He hadn't done very well himself. Jeriah kept quiet. He didn't think it was his place to speak. Kakashi thought for a moment, then said, "If it's just Zabuza, I'm confident I can beat him on my own. Especially with Jeriah on our side. If it's only Zabuza, he's no match for the two of us. But if Gato hires another Jonin, the outcome won't be so certain." Hearing this, Dasna looked worried. Being able to hire Kakashi and Jeriah at the price of just a C-rank mission was already an incredible stroke of luck. He couldn't ask for more. After talking with Dasna for a while, Kakashi gathered Jeriah, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura for a meeting. In the room, Kakashi sat before the four of them and said, "I need to make some arrangements for this escort mission. Since we have to protect Mr. Dasna, but also need to keep up with training, I'm planning to split you into 2 teams. Each team will take turns guarding Mr. Dasna. While one team protects him, the other will train with me." The moment Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto shot his hand up. "Kakashi-sensei, I want to be on the same team as Sakura." Sakura's mouth twitched, her voice full of disdain. "I don't want to." Her blunt rejection left Naruto crestfallen. "Sakura, let's be on the same team, please," Naruto pleaded. Even though Sakura made it clear every time that she didn't like Naruto and had feelings for Sasuke, Naruto never gave up. At this moment, Sakura was like a goddess in Naruto's heart. Naruto's behavior even showed a bit of that hopeless devotion people sometimes joke about. Yet, the closer Naruto tried to get, the less Sakura liked him. So, she turned him down with a tone of disgust, saying no way. Sakura quickly added, "I want to be in a team with Sasuke." Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He wasn't bothered about which team he ended up in. The same went for Jeriah. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sakura, feeling a headache coming on. "All right, here's how it'll be. Sasuke and Naruto are one team, Jeriah and Sakura are the other. That's final." When Naruto heard the arrangement, he jumped up in protest. "Why? I don't want to be in a team with Sasuke." His face was full of frustration. Sasuke was the person he disliked most. Sakura was stunned for a moment, though she didn't actually mind being with Jeriah. But what she really wanted was to be teamed up with Sasuke. So she couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. However, when she glanced at Jeriah, who wore a calm expression, she didn't say anything more. Sasuke noticed Naruto pointing at him with obvious disdain. He retorted, equally annoyed, "You think anyone actually wants to be in a team with a dead lass like you?" Naruto clenched his fists, glaring at Sasuke. "You jerk. Sasuke, we're not at the Ninja Academy anymore. Do you really think you're still better than me?" Although Sasuke was tempted to argue back, he thought about Naruto's personality and, in the end, decided to keep quiet. It wasn't that he was intimidated by Naruto, he just found it exhausting to keep bickering with him. Seeing that Sasuke fell silent, Naruto turned his complaints toward Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, you're totally playing favorites. Why do Jeriah and Sakura get to be in team?" Sakura isn't even on the same squad as Jeriah. Jeriah's face remained calm. He truly didn't care which team he was assigned to. In fact, he would have preferred to be on his own. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and explained, "The reason for this arrangement is that Jeriah is strong enough to protect Sakura. Well, even though you and Sasuke aren't the strongest, together you can take care of yourselves." Naruto was stunned for a moment. He looked at Sasuke. "I'm not teaming up with Sasuke," he insisted. Yet, deep down, he was still a bit pleased. After all, Kakashi had acknowledged his strength. Sasuke nodded, accepting the team assignments. Sakura, however, couldn't help but sigh. Kakashi-sensei, are you saying I'm the weakest? As much as it stung, she knew it was the truth. In their fight against Zabuza, even though Naruto hadn't performed that well, he'd still done better than Sakura. She was keenly aware of this. When it came to combat, she was the weakest member of the team. At this stage, Sakura actually didn't have much fighting ability. She only knew the basic transformation techniques and a few ninjutsu skills. Her fighting power was much lower than Naruto's. Kakashi didn't answer Sakura's question, which was as good as admitting it. After dividing into groups, the others went off to rest. Meanwhile, after Zabuza made his escape, he returned to their hideout deep in the forest. Inside the room, Zabuza placed his executioner's blade on the ground and sat in silence, lost in thought. A long while passed before the door creaked open. A strikingly beautiful figure stepped in from outside. Seeing the newcomer, Zabuza spoke. Next time, you'll have to fight as well. You saw the entire battle, didn't you? The person nodded, face calm and composed. This was none other than Zabuza's assistant, Haku. Delicate features made Haku appear to be a beautiful young woman at first glance. But in truth, Haku was a boy. He was a ninja from the Yuki clan of the Hidden Mist, blessed with a rare Kekkai Genkai of ice release. His strength was easily on par with that of a jonin. If not for his gentle nature, he would be counted among the strongest of them. Haku stepped closer, standing by Zabuza's side. I saw it. That boy's power is impressive. He's definitely not weaker than I am. Zabuza's expression grew grave. Yes, his strength rivals yours. To pull off this mission, we have to keep that kid occupied. As long as I can stall him, I'll have the chance to kill Kakashi and finish the job. Recalling Nightfeather's performance in the earlier fight, Haku said, it seemed like his first real battle. His talent is clear, but he's obviously lacking experience. Zabuza nodded. He's probably Kakashi's student, just graduated from the academy as a genin. If that kid survives, the Leaf will gain a formidable ninja. But that's not our concern. To complete this mission, he can't be allowed to live. Haku fell silent. He didn't want to kill, especially someone like Nightfeather, with whom he bore no grudge. Zabuza glanced at Haku, already knowing his gentle disposition. Haku, you have to realize, if that kid survives, we can't finish the mission, and we must see this through. Save your compassion for someone else. Haku said nothing. Even so, he still hesitated to take a life. But deep down, he understood. As Zabuza said, they had no other choice. After all, they were always being hunted by the Hidden Mists A and BU, never able to settle down or accept steady work. If they wanted to survive, they had to complete Gado's mission. Haku knew, in the end, he would have no choice. Just as Haku and Zabuza were talking, the front door was kicked open with a crash. Two samurai, long swords in hand, appeared in the doorway. Zabuza frowned in irritation. He was clearly not pleased by the rude intrusion. The two samurai shuddered as they met Zabuza's icy glare. They knew all too well how dangerous he could be. He hurriedly stepped aside as Cardo emerged from behind him. Cardo, however, showed no fear of Zabuza. As soon as he entered, he shouted angrily, Zabuza, why haven't you killed that old man Tazuna? Aren't you a jonin of the Hidden Mist Village? I'm paying you such a high fee. Why haven't you completed the mission? Zabuza shot Cardo a cold, piercing glare. A chill so biting radiated from Zabuza that Cardo involuntarily stepped back. Yet the authority of being the employer made him stop in his tracks and glare back. I only hired you because I heard you were powerful, but you've really let me down. Cardo's voice was icy. Just as Cardo was about to say more, he suddenly felt a thin, stinging line appear across his neck. He looked down, and terror gripped him as he saw Zabuza's massive executioner's blade at his throat. Trembling all over, Cardo stammered, what are you doing? Would you really kill your own client? If you dare kill me, your reputation will be ruined. In the ninja world, you'll never get another job again. Zabuza replied coldly, if you don't stop your whining, I'll take your head off right now. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Zabuza, Cardo swallowed hard, terror filling his eyes. He truly believed that Zabuza might kill him on the spot, and dying here was the last thing he wanted. Beside them, Haku intervened, realizing the dangerous look in Zabuza's eyes. If Cardo kept running his mouth, Zabuza really would do it. Please, Zabuza-sama. After all, he is our employer. Zabuza glanced at Haku and fell silent. He lowered the executioner's blade. Yet, the icy aura surrounding him left Cardo shivering, giving him a first-hand taste of the terror the 7 ninja swordsmen could inspire. Cardo stumbled back a few steps and said, if you don't kill Tazuna before he finishes building that bridge, you can forget about the rest of your payment. With that harsh warning, Cardo quickly bolted from Zabuza's hideout. Though Cardo was a notorious villain himself, He was nothing compared to someone like Zabuza, who had slaughtered all his classmates upon graduating from the Ninja Academy. After Cardo ran off, Zabuza turned to Haku. Why did you stop me from killing him? Haku stepped closer to Zabuza and explained, if you kill him, it'll cause a commotion, and then the hidden mist Black Ops will be after us. Zabuza said nothing in response. At that moment, deep in the forest behind Tezuna's house, Kakashi stood before Jeriah, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, regarding the four of them seriously. It's time for your training to begin. One of the best ways to train your chakra control is by climbing trees. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than Naruto burst out laughing. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, who doesn't know how to climb trees? How is that even training? Ignoring Naruto's protest, Kakashi walked up to a large tree and placed his foot on the trunk. Slowly, the other foot also stepped onto the tree trunk. At this moment, Kakashi was perpendicular to the tree, as if he were simply standing on the trunk itself. This sight left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura utterly stunned. Kakashi-sensei is actually sticking to the tree. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. Sasuke's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Step by step, Kakashi calmly walked to the very top of the tree. He even hung upside down from the trunk, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Naruto and his friends were left speechless by the display. While hanging upside down, Kakashi began to explain, you need to focus your chakra at the soles of your feet. Controlling the right amount is crucial. Too little or too much, and you'll fall off. If you can do what I just did, your ability to control chakra will improve by leaps and bounds. With that, Kakashi descended from the tree. Now it's your turn to try, he said, glancing at Sasuke and the others. Naruto could hardly contain his excitement. With a loud shout, he dashed toward a large tree. Sasuke headed for another tree, calm but determined. Sakura chose the tree, standing between the two boys. As for Jeriah, he remained where he was perfectly still. He had already mastered this technique. Kakashi didn't say anything to him. After all, his main goal was to teach this method to Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. He knew Jeriah had long since learned it. Naruto barely set his first foot on the trunk before tumbling straight down, landing headfirst and raising a sizable bump. Ow, ow, that hurts, he yelped, clutching his head and writhing on the ground. Sasuke managed several steps up before losing control of his chakra halfway and dropping down, though he landed with far more grace than Naruto. Surprisingly, Sakura succeeded on her very first attempt. She sat perched on the trunk, cheerfully waving down to her teammates. Kakashi-sensei, I made it. Naruto, still rolling on the ground, looked up at Sakura, sitting above, his face full of envy. Still, he shouted, Sakura, you're amazing. No wonder you're the girl I admire. But inside, he couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Even if Sakura was the girl he liked, jealousy gnawed at him. Sasuke glanced up at Sakura, frowning ever so slightly. He wasn't jealous. He'd always known Sakura had exceptional chakra control. Right now, he wanted to ask her for tips, but pride held him back. Sasuke's aloofness made it hard for him to reach out, especially since he'd always been the top student at the academy. The thought of asking Sakura for help was hard to swallow. Kakashi, watching Naruto and Sasuke, smiled and said, who would have thought Sakura would be the first to succeed? When it comes to chakra control, she really is the best. And here I thought someone was always boasting about becoming Hokage. Seems it's not as easy as it sounds, huh? He glanced at Sasuke again, his eyes twinkling with amusement. It seems the Uchiha clan isn't all that remarkable after all. With a single remark, Kakashi managed to provoke both Naruto and Sasuke. Of course, he wasn't genuinely belittling them. It was a tactic to spur them on. Both Naruto and Sasuke were fiercely proud, and this method worked best on them. As expected, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was the first to get riled up. Kakashi-sensei, I just slipped up earlier. Next time, I'll pull it off for sure. Sasuke said nothing, silently walking over to the base of the tree to try again. As Naruto made his way to the tree, he noticed Jeriah still standing beside Kakashi, unmoving. Puzzled, he asked, Jeriah, aren't you going to train? Before Jeriah could reply, Kakashi answered for him. Jeriah has already mastered it. In fact, he succeeded on his very first try. Naruto's mouth twitched in frustration. He really shouldn't have asked. He knew Jeriah was far stronger than the rest of them. Of course, he'd already mastered this. Sasuke stayed silent, continuing his climb up the tree. Sakura sat perched in the branches, watching the two below. She, too, noticed Jeriah. Jeriah must have learned this ages ago. No doubt about it. He's so strong, after all. What a strange guy. He's so talented, yet I barely remember him from the academy. Thinking back on the 2 times Jeriah had appeared to save her, Sakura felt a certain fondness toward him. Of course, it was the fondness of friendship. After all, Jeriah was pretty much a lifesaver. Now, She found herself genuinely curious about him. Despite being classmates for 6 years, she realized she knew nothing about Jeriah at all. While Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura focused on their training, Kakashi turned to Jeriah and said, "Let them train their way. I'll teach you something new." Jeriah nodded in agreement. The two of them didn't stay there. Instead, they walked several hundred meters away to the edge of a lake. Standing by the water's edge, Kakashi sighed. "I remember that night. We were here by the lake too. If your chakra hadn't gone berserk back then, you would have succeeded." Jeriah nodded. "It was unexpected, but I think I can control it now." "Oh, you've got it under control." Jeriah glanced at Kakashi and smiled. "Mind if I give it a try?" Kakashi took several steps back. "If your chakra runs wild again, the consequences could be serious." Jeriah shook his head. "It won't happen. I'm confident I'll succeed this time." Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things from here." With that, Kakashi retreated dozens of meters. The last time Jeriah lost control, the impact was enormous. Kakashi didn't dare stay too close. After backing off nearly 100 meters, Jeriah stepped up to the edge of the lake. If he were to lose control again here, the lake's water could help lessen the force of any explosions. Standing atop the lake's surface, Yu began to gather chakra from every part of his body. Chakra started to concentrate in his hands. In an instant, a tremendous amount of chakra pooled in the center of Yu's palm. This chakra was swiftly transformed into lightning. A crackling surge filled the air. Golden arcs of electricity burst forth from Yu's hands. These electric tendrils writhed and twisted, wrapping themselves around his fingers and palms like living creatures. Within a dozen meters around Yu, countless bolts of lightning flickered into existence. These streaks of lightning danced through the air like serpentine dragons, weaving and darting in every direction. At the heart of this electric storm stood Yu himself. Even though it was daylight, the blazing gold radiance from Yu's lightning was so intense that it lit up his surroundings like a miniature sun. From 100 meters away, Kakashi watched the scene unfold, swallowing hard. No matter how many times I see this dazzling display, it never ceases to amaze me. This is far beyond a normal Chidori, both in the form of the lightning and the sheer amount of chakra. I wonder just how powerful it is. Kakashi's Sharingan eye flickered into view as his wariness grew. Yu's Chidori was clearly a different beast from his own. Its power was on another level entirely. Despite the spectacle, the sound wasn't as overwhelming as one might expect. The sharp crackle of thunder faded after only a few dozen meters. After all, Chidori was a jutsu meant for surprise attacks. If it were too loud, it would lose its greatest advantage. Yu watched as the arcs of lightning around him were drawn one by one into his palm. The lightning serpents that had been swirling around him merged into the center of his hand. Gradually, every strand of electricity converged into Yu's palm. The golden lightning trembled violently in his grasp. By now, the blinding golden glow had faded, revealing Yu's figure once more. All the lightning had concentrated in his palm. Kakashi was stunned. He managed to draw in every last scrap of dispersed chakra into his hand. That level of control is terrifying. Even I can't do that. This kid never fails to surprise me. Though the lightning in Yu's hand now seemed much smaller than before, it was far more potent. He had compressed all that terrifying energy into this single point. The Chidori in Yu's palm now was even more powerful than at the start, certainly not any weaker. Yu gazed at the lightning he held. He turned his head, glancing at Kakashi in the distance. Noticing Yu's look, Kakashi froze for a moment. What's this kid planning now? Kakashi couldn't decipher the meaning behind Yu's gaze, but he was about to find out. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Yu's mouth as he pressed down with his feet. In the blink of an eye, his entire body shot upwards, launching himself high into the sky. Like a cannonball launched into the sky, Night Feather appeared in an instant, soaring dozens of meters above the lake. The ground where he had just leapt from had already collapsed, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out over a dozen meters. Now high above the lake, Night Feather thrust the Chidori in his hand down toward the water below. Lightning style, Chidori. With a roar, his voice echoed across the lake. In the blink of an eye, Night Feather's figure shot downward, a streak of golden lightning racing toward the surface. There was a deafening crack, followed by a sizzling surge, then a thunderous boom. In that instant, the earth trembled for hundreds of meters around. The lake, several hundred meters wide, erupted in a violent explosion. Thunderous lightning instantly vaporized the water, sending a thick mist billowing into the air. A single flash of light, and at the heart of the lake, a massive crater, hundreds of meters wide, was blasted open. All the water within the pit had been blown away. It took more than 10 seconds for the displaced water to slowly flow back, filling the enormous hole at the lake's center. By then, Night Feather had already landed at the lakeshore. Faint golden arcs of electricity still danced across his hand. Watching the lake water rush inward to fill the void, Night Feather grinned. "What do you think, Kakashi-sensei? Not bad, right?" Kakashi had walked up beside Night Feather by now. He looked at Night Feather's right hand, which still crackled with residual lightning. Then he glanced at the water flowing toward the center of the lake. A twitch tugged the corner of Kakashi's mouth. "Is this really the Chidori I taught you?" Kakashi eyed Night Feather with suspicion. Night Feather just smiled. "Of course. I'd say this version's pretty powerful, don't you think?" Kakashi looked him up and down, still twitching at the mouth. "More than just powerful. Even if I use my Raikiri, I can't create this kind of devastation. And your attack speed is even faster than mine. This Jutsu's destructive power is absolutely S rank." Night Feather paused, surprised. S rank, really? He honestly wasn't sure. He knew his Chidori was strong, but S rank meant it was at the level of a Kage's technique. Kakashi nodded earnestly. "Definitely S rank. My Raikiri is powerful, also S rank, but it's nowhere near as destructive as what you just did." Night Feather considered for a moment, then said, "Actually, as I was using Chidori just now, I was thinking if I tweak it a bit, it could work as a long-range jutsu." Kakashi looked momentarily surprised. "A long-range jutsu?" Night Feather nodded. "I have an idea, though I'm not sure if it's possible." "Go ahead, tell me." Kakashi didn't think Night Feather's idea was outlandish. He knew how deeply Night Feather understood ninjutsu. Without hesitation, Night Feather described Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. "That's right, this idea is completely feasible. However, if we do it this way, Chidori's power will be weakened." Kakashi truly lived up to his reputation. Just hearing Uraha's proposal, he immediately understood the issues with both techniques. Uraha smiled. "Sacrificing some power in exchange for greater range is still worthwhile." Kakashi nodded again. "These two improvements might not benefit me much, but for you, they'll be a huge advantage. That's because I have a larger chakra reserve, and my ninjutsu is already quite powerful. Even if I sacrifice some force, it'll still be very strong," Uraha added. After exchanging ideas for a while, Uraha decided to test out his modifications. In truth, he had no idea how Sasuke had done it back then. But based on Chidori's foundation, Uraha had devised his own method. He wasn't concerned whether his version matched Sasuke's or not. This time, Kakashi didn't move away from Uraha. Judging by the control Uraha had demonstrated with Chidori just now, he was clearly in command of the power within him. Though the speed with which Uraha mastered it far surpassed Kakashi's expectations. It wasn't something Kakashi couldn't accept. Since Uraha could control his own power, there was no need for Kakashi to keep his distance. Standing by the lakeshore, Uraha raised his right hand. In an instant, countless arcs of electricity gathered in his palm. It was Kakashi's first time witnessing Uraha's lightning up close. That golden lightning radiated such intense power that even Kakashi, an elite jonin, felt a flicker of fear. Watching Uraha's focused expression, Kakashi's heart swelled with pride. Uraha is growing so fast, there's hardly anything left for me to teach him. After all, Uraha had already mastered Kakashi's strongest ninjutsu. Now, the only thing Kakashi still possessed was a Sharingan. But he couldn't possibly just pluck it out and hand it to Uraha. So, he felt there was nothing more he could teach Uraha, at least not in ninjutsu. However, when it came to a ninja's experience, he knew Uraha still had a lot to learn. Uraha didn't notice the pride on Kakashi's face. Once he gathered his chakra, he followed through with his vision, concentrating the energy at a single point and then releasing it. Lightning release, Chidori Sharp Spear. A piercing crackle split the air, followed by a sharp, sizzling sound, and then a thunderous rumble. A golden beam burst from Uraha's hand in a flash. In the blink of an eye, that golden lightning pierced straight through the forest hundreds of meters away, carving a gap dozens of meters wide on the far side of the lake. Every tree in the gap was severed by the lightning. Dozens of giant trunks toppled to the ground, their cut surfaces smooth as a mirror. Kakashi was left utterly stunned. This jutsu turned out to be astonishingly powerful. Kakashi truly hadn't expected this jutsu to be so powerful. The range alone was impressive, but what really stunned him was how the jutsu's force at the very end could carve a vacuum strip dozens of meters wide through the forest. Originally, Kakashi thought that if the Chidori Sharp Spear could reach 10 meters, that would have been remarkable. Yet Uraha had managed to fire it across several hundred meters, and even at that distance, it still carried S-rank destructive power. What's more, the speed was astonishing, so fast in fact that it could rival the lightning found in nature. Normally, the speed of lightning generated by a ninja's chakra couldn't possibly compare to real lightning. But the lightning Uraha just unleashed was every bit as swift as the real thing. In terms of sheer lethality, Uraha's improved Chidori sharp spear had already reached the level of an S-rank jutsu. And not just any S-rank jutsu. This was an exceptionally practical one. Its attack range was simply immense. Hundreds of meters, and it struck in the blink of an eye. Judging by Uraha's expression, it didn't even look like it had cost him much chakra. The truth was, Uraha himself hadn't expected the jutsu to be so strong. In fact, he felt this jutsu was far more useful than the original Chidori. After all, who wouldn't prefer attacking from a distance rather than getting up close? The power really did take me by surprise, Uraha said, frowning slightly. Kakashi smiled. You don't look all that happy about it. Uraha shook his head. I am happy, it's just that it doesn't feel real. My control over my own strength is still lacking. Right now, I have no way of knowing just how powerful my jutsu really are. And in battle, that kind of weakness could be fatal, couldn't it? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Uraha's troubled face and found himself at a loss for words. If another ninja possessed such overwhelming power, they'd probably be strutting around with their tail in the air. But not only was Uraha not arrogant, he'd immediately pinpointed his own weakness. No wonder you were so quiet during all 6 years at the academy, Kakashi said. Control isn't something you achieve overnight. You still have plenty of time. There's no need to rush. Uraha nodded, realizing he was being a bit too hard on himself. It was impossible to master all of his power in an instant. Do you have any chakra left? The next jutsu is going to be pretty draining too, Kakashi asked, a note of concern in his voice. Uraha had just unleashed 2 S-rank jutsu back-to-back. And with such power, if it had been Kakashi, he'd have burned through all his chakra in a single attempt. Yet Uraha didn't seem the least bit fatigued. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying amount of chakra Uraha possessed. At this point, you probably have as much chakra as Naruto, Kakashi remarked with admiration. While gathering chakra, Uraha answered, it's not to that extent. After all, Naruto has the 9-tailed fox sealed inside him. Very few people in the village knew that Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage. However, nearly everyone in the village knew that he was the 9-tails Jinchuriki. That was the root of Naruto's isolation. In fact, almost every Jinchuriki in every village suffered the same fate. Until a Jinchuriki could completely control the tailed beast within them, the villagers would never dare to get close. After all, if a Jinchuriki lost control, the resulting rampage could bring untold destruction and death. A Jinchuriki who hadn't mastered their tailed beast was no different from a bomb ready to explode at any moment. No one would risk their life on such a gamble. Hearing Yoru casually count the 9-tails chakra as Naruto's own, Kakashi felt a bit helpless. After all, it was the 9-tails sealed within Naruto. Who in the world could possibly have more chakra than that? Not a single person in the entire ninja world. Kakashi had no idea how vast the first Hokage's chakra reserves truly were. But he couldn't believe that even the first Hokage's chakra could rival the 9-tails. In truth, the first Hokage's chakra was indeed on par with the 9-tails. No sooner had Yoru finished speaking than lightning surged in his hands. Lightning style, Chidori Sunban. A sharp, electric crackle filled the air, followed by the crisp snap of electricity, and the swift, slicing sound of countless needles being released. In an instant, lightning in Yoru's hand condensed into hundreds of golden needles. With a flick of his will, the needles shot forward, piercing through several hundred meters in a heartbeat, vanishing like a sudden downpour into the forest across the lake. The true lethality of Chidori Sunban didn't come from explosive force, but from its overwhelming piercing power. Yoru said, let's check out the other side. With that, he dashed across the surface of the lake. Kakashi quickly followed, curious to see how this jutsu differed from the Chidori sharp spear they'd seen before. When they reached the forest on the far shore, they saw massive tree trunks riddled with charred, blackened holes. Yoru examined the holes, clearly pleased with the results. The penetration is impressive. Even after flying hundreds of meters, it could still punch through a trunk this thick. If it were a human body, it wouldn't fare any better than these trees. Having already witnessed the power of Chidori's sharp spear, Kakashi wasn't overly surprised by the devastation wrought by Chidori Sunban. After inspecting over a dozen trees, Yoru finally determined the upper limit of Chidori Sunban's power. It can pierce through about 15 trees in a row. The penetration really is quite good. Yoru nodded with satisfaction. Kakashi gave a wry smile. You call that quite good? You do realize those lightning needles traveled hundreds of meters and still punched through over a dozen massive trees? That's absolutely terrifying. As long as you can use these 2 jutsu flexibly in actual combat, Even elite Jonin wouldn't stand a chance against you. A 12-year-old elite Jonin. Just the thought of it is astonishing. Didn't I tell you before? Your talent far surpasses mine. Right now, your strength has definitely exceeded that of Tamakamoto-sensei. Yoru shook his head. These are just jutsu. I don't think my combat experience can compare to Sensei Tamakamoto's. Although he had mastered 3 S-rank jutsu with immense destructive power, Yoru remained level-headed. Tamakamoto was, after all, an ANBU Jonin. His actual combat experience was leagues beyond Yoru's. Kakashi looked at Yoru's calm face, feeling a bit helpless. Your biggest problem is that you're too cautious. With your current strength, even if you don't have as much real battle experience as Tamakamoto, your raw power is already far greater than his. The gap in your abilities is so wide that no amount of experience can make up for it. At this rate, you might even surpass me before long. Kakashi sighed in amazement, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of envy toward Yoru. In fact, he only felt proud. After all, Kakashi had been treating Yoru as his personal apprentice, nurturing him with great care. His hope was that Yoru could one day become a ninja as strong and magnificent as the 4th Hokage. And with Yoru's character, Kakashi truly believed he could do it. If nothing else, just look at the 3 jutsu Yoru had mastered. Any one of them would be a trump card for a Jonin. What's more, the power Yoru could unleash with those 3 jutsu was far greater than any ordinary Jonin. Especially with Chidori's sharp spear and Chidori Senbon. Their destructive force was truly terrifying. With long range, extreme speed, and frightening piercing power, these 2 jutsu had set the standard for S-rank techniques. Even among S-rank jutsu, theirs were among the most powerful. Ordinary S-rank jutsu simply couldn't compare. Kakashi remarked, "It's really just you. Any other ninja, even a Jonin, wouldn't have nearly enough chakra to use a single one of these. And there's no way anyone else could achieve results like yours. Even I couldn't." Kakashi wasn't exaggerating. Yoru's jutsu drew from natural energy. But it was still different from Sage Chakra. The difference was that Yoru's chakra always carried a sense of awareness. So the constructs his chakra created were infused with life, much like the first Hokages would release. It was something even Yoru himself didn't realize, nor did Kakashi fully understand it. Yoru shook his head and said, "It's still a strain for me to use these 2 jutsu. With my current chakra reserves, I can probably only use them 2 more times. So, right now, you have enough chakra to use an S-rank jutsu 5 times in total." Kakashi thought Yoru's chakra must have been depleted, especially after unleashing 3 S-rank techniques back-to-back. Moreover, judging from the power of the 3 jutsu Night Feather just used, each one consumes far more chakra than an ordinary S-rank technique. Even so, he still has enough chakra to keep going. The sheer volume of his chakra has already far surpassed Kakashi's own. With this thought, Kakashi asked, "So, are you saying your chakra now exceeds mine?" Kakashi remembered very clearly that just a few days ago, Night Feather's chakra reserves were nowhere near his. Even if Night Feather's chakra is Senjutsu chakra, this is still unbelievable. Night Feather considered for a moment, then replied, "Right now, I think my chakra is a bit more than yours, Kakashi-sensei." For a moment, Kakashi was at a loss for words. How did your chakra grow so fast? Night Feather thought about it. Maybe it's because I have more chakra hidden inside me than I realized. Kakashi reflected on that. After all, Night Feather's body had always harbored some mysterious power. "Can I use my Sharingan to take a look at your chakra flow?" Kakashi asked. He was genuinely concerned. Night Feather's rapid chakra growth seemed unnatural. There was no telling if it was a good thing or a bad thing. If one's chakra grows too quickly, the body might not be able to handle it. Kakashi worried Night Feather's body would collapse under such a massive amount of chakra. Night Feather nodded in agreement. He had no secrets when it came to his body. Over the past few days, his chakra had indeed multiplied several times over. Even if he had refused, Kakashi could have checked for himself. After all, he possessed the Sharingan. With Night Feather's permission, Kakashi activated his Sharingan. In an instant, Kakashi could see the immense and overwhelming chakra surging inside Night Feather. This is terrifying. I can't even begin to understand it. Your chakra reserves are already approaching Naruto's. It was well known that, aside from his own chakra, Naruto also possessed the nine-tailed foxes. Even though most of the nine-tails chakra was sealed away by the 4th Hokage, the 8-trigram seal allowed some of it to leak out and merge with Naruto's own chakra. Over the years, that leaked chakra had greatly increased Naruto's reserves. At this point, Naruto was only 12 years old, but his chakra was already more than double Kakashi's. If you counted the full power of the Nine Tails, his chakra would be hundreds of times greater. Yet right now, Night Feather's chakra was nearly equal to Naruto's. That meant Night Feather's chakra was about twice as much as Kakashi's. Just days ago, Night Feather's chakra hadn't even matched Kakashi's. It was only at the level of an ordinary jonin. All of this had changed in a matter of days. And this, even after Night Feather had just unleashed 3 S-rank jutsu in quick succession. You have to understand, the 3 jutsu Yiyu unleashed were each far more powerful than Kakashi's own Chidori. In other words, if Yiyu hadn't used those 3 jutsu, his chakra reserves would already surpass Naruto's, excluding Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra. What level does that put him at? That's absolutely Kaga-level strength. And Yiyu is only 12 years old. But precisely because of this, Kakashi grew even more concerned. Because in Kakashi's experience, chakra must be supported by the body. For Yiyu's chakra to expand so explosively in such a short time, could his body really handle it? Kakashi looked at Yiyu, worry etched across his face, and asked, "Are you feeling unwell at all right now? Suddenly gaining so much chakra in a short time. Your body must be under a lot of strain, isn't it?" Yiyu saw the concern in Kakashi's eyes and smiled. "Don't worry. After my chakra went wild that night, my physical strength increased a lot. My chakra reserves surged on that same night." Yiyu knew that if he didn't offer a reasonable explanation, Kakashi would definitely suspect something. Kakashi considered this for a moment and realized Yiyu's answer made sense. Kakashi had always sensed a powerful force hidden within Yiyu. That night's outburst might have simply awakened that force. Such things aren't uncommon in the ninja world. There are all sorts of strange bloodlines and constitutions out there. But someone as exceptionally gifted as Yiyu is truly rare. Still, Kakashi could understand it. Even so, I'm worried that if your chakra keeps growing, your body might not be able to keep up. If I get the chance, I'll ask Lord Jeriah for help. Maybe he can teach you Sage Jutsu. With that, you might be able to completely master the power inside you. Yiyu was taken aback. Lord Jeriah? Seeing Yiyu's puzzled expression, Kakashi assumed he didn't know who Jeriah was. Although he'd mentioned Jeriah to Yiyu before, it was perfectly normal for someone from Yiyu's generation not to know the legendary Sanin of the Leaf. In truth, Yiyu was simply confused as to why Kakashi thought Jeriah would be willing to teach him Sage Jutsu. Yiyu had no connection to Jeriah, and Sage Jutsu wasn't something taught to just anyone. He didn't believe Jeriah would take him on as a student. Jeriah trained Naruto because Naruto was the son of his own pupil. In a way, Naruto was his grand disciple. It made perfect sense for Jeriah to mentor him. But Yiyu had no such ties to Jeriah. Kakashi explained, Lord Jeriah is one of the legendary 3 Sanin of the Hidden Leaf, renowned throughout the ninja world. During the Second Great Ninja War, he, along with Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade, became known as the 3 Sanin of Kenoha. All 3 possess Kaga-level power, truly formidable. Lord Jeriah was the 3rd Hokage's student and the 4th Hokage's teacher. He will possess extremely powerful Sage Jutsu. The 3rd Hokage once said that your constitution might be that of a natural sage. The chakra within you should be Sage Chakra. I believe that as long as you master Sage Jutsu, you'll be able to control the chakra inside you, so it won't end up harming you. Yura looked at Kakashi, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he felt Kakashi's thinking was a bit naive. After all, how could Jeriah possibly agree to teach him Sage Jutsu? He could sense the sincerity in Kakashi's words. Kakashi genuinely hoped he could master the power within him and truly worried about his safety. In this moment, Kakashi was treating Yoru just as he would his own personal disciple. Yoru fell silent. Kakashi, thinking Yoru hadn't understood, repeated himself. Yoru waved his hand dismissively. Kakashi-sensei, I understand what you mean. It's just that I don't think Lord Jeriah would be willing to take me on as a student of Sage Jutsu. You just said it yourself. Sage Jutsu is an incredibly powerful force, and very few have ever mastered it. Do you really think Lord Jeriah would agree to teach me? I have no connection to him at all. Seeing the disbelief on Yoru's face, Kakashi smiled. Lord Jeriah is actually a warm-hearted person. If he knew about your potential, for the sake of the village's future, I doubt he'd turn you away. Yoru turned to Kakashi, a wry smile playing at his lips. And what if he thinks my power could become a threat to the village, and doesn't want me to learn Sage Jutsu? I imagine if the 3rd Hokage knew the true extent of my strength right now, he wouldn't be as calm as before. Kakashi paused for a moment, caught off guard. He'd been so focused on the chakra within Yoru that he'd completely forgotten about the 3rd Hokage. Besides, knowing Jeriah as he did, it was entirely possible Jeriah would feel just as Yoru suspected. He might see Yoru's rapid growth as a potential threat to the village. Kakashi fell silent for a long while. But the Chunin exams are coming up soon. The 3rd Hokage is sure to find out about your situation. Yura shrugged, unconcerned. Then I'll just leave it to fate. He honestly couldn't think of a good solution. There were simply too many ways in the Leaf Village for them to discover the power inside him. The Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan, sensory-type ninja, any of them could detect the abnormality of his chakra. Hiding it was simply impossible, so Yura had no thought of running anymore. He'd come to terms with it. Unless he was truly forced into a corner, he wouldn't consider defecting. After all, the last thing he wanted was to end up wandering the ninja world. Seeing Yuru's indifferent expression, Kakashi grew anxious. Looks like we can't let the third Hokage find out you've mastered those jutsu you just used. Although I trust the third Hokage, I don't believe he can ever be completely at ease with you. Your chakra reserves are immense, but as long as the third Hokage ensures you haven't mastered those deadly jutsu from earlier, he probably won't take any drastic measures against you. Don't worry, as long as I'm in Kenoha, and Tomo too, if the third Hokage ever tries to harm you, neither of us would stand for it. Hearing Kakashi's words, Yu simply smiled. He understood that for Kakashi, the village always came first. Yu certainly didn't think Kakashi would ever betray the village for his sake. But it didn't really matter to Yu. If it ever became impossible to stay in Kenoha, then, even if he didn't want to become a rogue ninja, he would have no other choice. He had no grand ambitions, but he also didn't wish for his life in this world to end before it had truly begun. Just moments ago, Kakashi had been brimming with plans for Yu's future. Now, all his ambition had faded. Now, his only wish was to find a way to protect Yu. He didn't want Yu to end up like Yamado, a life spent entirely in the shadows of the Umbu. Or, worse still, to spend his days under constant surveillance, like the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, never knowing true freedom. In truth, when it comes to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto wasn't the one who suffered the most. That title belonged to his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. As someone from another village, Kushina was under constant watch by the Umbu before she married Minato Namikaze. For most of that time, the place she called home was blanketed in barriers. She couldn't even leave the area at will. One could only imagine how miserable her life must have been. At the very least, Naruto enjoyed complete freedom in Kenoha, perhaps even too much, given that he could graffiti the faces on the Hokage rock without consequence. If any ordinary person tried that, they'd have been thrown into jail, or worse, on the spot. It was only because the third Hokage intentionally turned a blind eye that Naruto was allowed to run wild. Loneliness. Every Jinchuriki knows it. But to have the kind of freedom Naruto did, that was rare indeed. The most unbelievable part was that, despite so many villagers losing loved ones in the Nine Tails rampage, the people of Kenoha never tried to assassinate Naruto. Contrast that with Killer Bee, who was targeted for assassination by his own village because the previous Eight Tails Jinchuriki had gone berserk and caused countless deaths. Kenoha's villagers, though they shunned Naruto, showed remarkable restraint. To imagine such composure is almost impossible. Life under Umbu surveillance is anything but easy. Kakashi, who had spent years in the Umbu, knew this all too well. After all, it was the fourth Hokage who had assigned him to protect Kushina Uzumaki. It was called protection, but there was always an element of surveillance. Of course, Minato would never have wished harm upon Kushina. He only worried that her pregnancy might cause her to lose control. Yet, no matter the reason, living under the watchful eyes of the Umbu was deeply unsettling. Kakashi didn't want Yu's life to end up that way. However, Kakashi truly couldn't think of any way to help Uraha. All he could do was keep what he knew from the third Hokage, making sure the old man wouldn't find out that Uraha had already mastered 3S rank jutsu. Uraha, on the other hand, didn't seem too worried. After all, he was still a Kenoha shinobi, no matter what. As long as he didn't openly oppose the village, the third Hokage wouldn't do anything drastic to him. If the third Hokage really did get rid of every genius who appeared in the village, Kenoha would have collapsed long ago. Looking at Kakashi, Uraha smiled and said, "There's no need to worry so much. I don't think the third Hokage would go that far." Kakashi's expression was complicated. He didn't have as much faith in the third Hokage as Uraha did. He'd spent too long in the ANBU and had seen the Hokage's other side. Yet, Uraha wasn't wrong either. He was, after all, a Kenoha shinobi. Unlike the Uchiha, the third wasn't extreme toward other Kenoha ninja. At least, he was nowhere near as ruthless as Danzo. Danzo's extremism was almost entirely reserved for the Uchiha. As for the rest of the village, as long as they didn't threaten his ambition for the Hokage seat, he would leave them alone. He wouldn't even accept those who didn't fit his ideals into Root, no matter how talented they were. Take Guy, for instance. Guy had pleaded to join Root, but Danzo refused him outright. As for both the third and Danzo's attitude toward the Uchiha, that came from the second Hokage's teachings. They believed the entire Uchiha clan was extreme, a group of potential lunatics. But aside from the Uchiha, neither man had ever done anything particularly harsh to the other clans in Kenoha. Even the measures against the Uchiha were a result of the Nine Tails incident. That night, when the Nine Tails broke free, everyone saw those huge eyes, each marked with the triple tomo of the Sharingan. Even if the third Hokage hadn't wanted to target the Uchiha, he would have had no choice. After all, nearly every villager had witnessed it with their own eyes. It would be impossible not to suspect the Uchiha clan. But Jeriah was different. He was born a commoner, with no clan power behind him. At most, he might become someone like the fourth Hokage in the future. That was exactly why he wasn't particularly worried. The third Hokage, while sometimes cunning, wasn't irrational. He wouldn't kill off every talented shinobi. Originally, Kakashi had planned to ask Jeriah, upon his return to the village, to take Jeriah to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage Mode. But after their conversation, he thought better of it. Maybe, when we're out on missions, we could try to find out where the 3 great sage lands are. Someone in the ninja world must know their locations. Even though asking Jeriah was probably out of the question now, Kakashi still hadn't given up on finding a place where Jeriah could train in Sage Mode. He was worried that if Jeriah's chakra continued to grow, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Jeriah walked to the lakeside and said calmly, "Honestly, I think you're overthinking it. I don't feel any discomfort at all right now. With my current physical condition, handling this much chakra shouldn't be any problem." Jeriah was, of course, fully aware of the state of chakra within his body. If his body couldn't handle such a large amount of chakra, there wouldn't be so much chakra gathering inside him in the first place. When the day comes that his body can't contain any more chakra, it will simply mean that the growth of chakra within him has stopped. At least for now, the chakra within Jeriah was still doubling every day. However, Jeriah could already sense that it wouldn't be long before his chakra growth came to a halt, or at least, that would no longer double with each passing day. Kakashi walked up beside Jeriah and spoke earnestly. "You can't afford to take this lightly. Chakra isn't something to be careless with. There have been many shinobi in the ninja world who suffered serious injuries because their bodies couldn't keep up with the chakra inside them. Oh right, speaking of the 3 great sanctuaries, you should have your own summoning beast by now." Jeriah glanced at Kakashi. "I don't think I need one just yet." Kakashi replied helplessly, "It's a shame. Really, my summoning beasts are more suited for reconnaissance. Not quite your style." Just picturing his future summoning beasts as a pack of ninja hounds made Jeriah feel uneasy all over. "How about you sign a summoning contract with my beast for now?" There were no strict limits on summoning beasts. After all, even Sasuke had 2 types of summoning beasts. It all depended on whether your chakra could summon the beast forth. Jeriah offered an awkward smile. "I think I'll pass. Your summoning beasts probably aren't the best fit for me." Kakashi thought it over and had to agree. "When we find the 3 great sanctuaries, you'll have your chance to sign a contract with one of their creatures." The 4th Hokage signed his summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku, and so did Lord Jeriah. Jeriah, a bit puzzled, looked at Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, you were the 4th Hokage's disciple, so shouldn't your summoning beast be the same as his?" Lord Jeriah was the 4th Hokage's teacher, and they had the same summoning beast. "Why didn't you inherit that as well?" Kakashi smiled. "Because my summoning beasts are a perfect match for me. I really don't need another kind." "Wait, do you already know what my summoning beasts are?" As soon as he spoke, Kakashi turned to Jeriah, a smile on his face. He suddenly realized that when Jeriah said his beasts weren't suitable, it almost sounded like he already knew what they were. Jeriah didn't hide it and admitted openly, "Yeah, I found out when I was looking into your file." In the Kenoha library, information on many renowned ninja can be found. However, it's all the widely known public information. So after hearing this, Kakashi didn't find anything particularly strange. It was just that Jeriah seemed rather dismissive of his summoning beasts. "So, you don't like my summoning beasts, huh?" Kakashi looked at Jeriah, his eyes turning cold. Jeriah felt a bit awkward and turned his gaze toward the surface of the lake. "Kakashi-sensei, could you teach me a few more water-style jutsu? You must know a lot of water-style techniques, right?" Such a clumsy attempt to change the subject. Kakashi chuckled. "You're still too young. Do you think having ninja hounds as summoning beasts isn't cool enough?" Jeriah hurried to deny it. "No, I actually think they're pretty great." To be honest, Jeriah didn't particularly like Kakashi's ninja hounds. Not because he had anything against them personally. It was just that those ninja hounds didn't have much offensive power, and they didn't add much to Jeriah's combat strength. In fact, when it came to actual battle, he'd probably end up having to protect them instead. Kakashi, of course, didn't buy it, letting out a cold snort. "You say one thing, but think another. Well, never mind. You'll understand one day. So, what kind of water-style jutsu do you want to learn?" After a moment's thought, Yuru replied, I'd like to learn a few defensive water style techniques. Defensive water style jutsu? Let me think. I've got it. I'll teach you water formation wall. This is a B-rank jutsu. Not too difficult. And for you, it should be a breeze to pick up. Listen closely while I explain the principles behind this jutsu. After Kakashi explained it once, Yuru grasped the concept immediately. Kakashi didn't demonstrate for Yuru. Instead, he asked, if I don't show you, can you figure it out on your own? With your skill, I doubt you'll have any trouble. Kakashi was curious just how far Yuru's talent could go. After all, Yuru had managed to learn Water Dragon Bullet technique on the spot from Zabuza. Yuru didn't refuse. He nodded, then walked to the edge of the lake. Standing at the water's edge, Yuru focused intently, gathering chakra within his body. Suddenly, his hands clapped together, and his fingers began to weave through the hand signs at lightning speed. A sharp clap echoed out. Water style, water formation wall. As Yuru channeled his chakra, it was as if the lake itself was being drawn upward. Water surged toward him in a great wave. With a deep rumble, torrents of water swept around Yuru, swirling violently in a protective barrier. In no time, the swirling water formed an enormous water vortex around him. The force of the water even whipped up a miniature storm, flattening the grass along the lakeshore and pinning it to the ground. Wherever the water spun across the earth, the ground was gouged out, leaving a deep groove in its wake. A swirling water tornado, more than 10 meters wide, had already taken shape around Jeriah. Standing at a distance, Kakashi watched the scene unfold, the corner of his mouth twitching. Is that really just the water formation wall? This looks more like a combination jutsu. There's clearly some wind release mixed in. And the scale of this technique is just enormous. Still, Kakashi wasn't particularly shocked by this ninjutsu. After all, compared to the 3 techniques Jeriah had unleashed earlier, this water formation wall was actually on the weaker side. Though, admittedly, it was still far stronger than a normal water formation wall. Standing in the eye of the watery vortex, Jeriah pressed his palms together, his gaze sharpening with focus. He gathered his chakra once again. The water, which had been whirling madly around him, quickly came to a halt. Then, right before Jeriah, the waters of the lake rose up, forming a colossal curtain of water, over 10 meters high and several dozen meters wide. Kakashi chuckled. Now that's a water formation wall. The one you used before had clearly taken on the characteristics of wind release. What Jeriah had conjured this time was a true water formation wall. The previous version had been clearly offensive in nature. Kakashi understood that the earlier jutsu must have been a spur-of-the-moment idea from Jeriah, who decided to infuse wind release into it. For ordinary shinobi, such improvisation would be incredibly risky. Recklessly altering a jutsu could easily lead to disastrous backlash. But Jeriah wasn't troubled by such risks. His control over chakra was already incredibly precise. Kakashi had been concerned before, but after seeing Jeriah handle even dangerous lightning release techniques with ease, this water and wind combo came as no surprise. The gigantic wall of water lingered before Jeriah for over 10 seconds before he released his chakra. With a resounding splash, the massive water curtain collapsed, flooding the area and turning it into a small lake. Such a vast volume of water required a tremendous amount of chakra to maintain. To hold up a water wall of this magnitude, one needed at least the chakra reserves of Jonin. Impressive, far beyond what I expected. And you even blended wind release into your water formation wall, didn't you? Kakashi said as he walked over. Jeriah looked down at the water flowing around his feet and nodded. I have a feeling this kind of technique wouldn't be all that useful in actual combat. Kakashi smiled. It's a defensive jutsu, very effective for blocking fire release attacks. There are plenty of shinobi in the ninja world with powerful fire jutsu. Take the 3rd Hokage, for example. Though the 3rd Hokage has mastered all 5 natures, he's most skilled with fire and earth release. His fire release techniques burn at temperatures far higher than those used by the Uchiha clan. Their destructive power is immense. Ordinary water release, jutsu, can't even come close to stopping his fire techniques. But I actually think that water barrier technique of yours could have held up just now. Thinking about the 3rd Hokage's fire style, even Kakashi had to admit it was formidable. The 3rd Hokage's fire style could truly overcome the advantage of elemental affinity, completely breaking through water-style defenses. You can imagine just how powerful his fire style was. Jeriah recalled that the 3rd's fire style was indeed overwhelming. In the battle against the reanimated 1st and 2nd Hokage, his fire style could even counter the 2nd Hokage's water style head-on. And the 2nd was renowned for his mastery of water-style jutsu. Yet the 3rd could hold his own against him, despite the elemental disadvantage. Kakashi-sensei, is the Uchiha clan really that skilled at fire style? Jeriah asked, though he already knew the answer. Kakashi, unaware of Uraha's knowledge about the Uchiha, explained, the Uchiha clan is the strongest fire-style ninja family in the Hidden Leaf. They've invented many original fire-style jutsu, and their techniques are much more powerful than those of other ninja. Original fire-style jutsu? Kakashi nodded. Yes, for example, the Great Fireball technique. After the Uchiha improved it, it became the Grand Fireball technique. It's essentially the same jutsu, but the power of the Grand Fireball far surpasses the original. I've seen Itachi Uchiha use it before. Uraha paused for a moment. Itachi Uchiha? Kakashi's expression turned grave at the mention of Itachi. He drifted into memory. Yes, Itachi Uchiha. He was once my colleague in the ANBU. He was an exceptionally gifted ninja. Sadly, in the end, he betrayed both the village and his clan. Kakashi didn't know why the Uchiha had massacred their own family. Although he was sure the truth was far more complicated than what the village leaders claimed. But he wasn't an Uchiha himself, so he hadn't looked into it too deeply. It just struck him as a pity. After all, the Uchiha were Obito's clan, and Itachi was someone he had high hopes for. If Kakashi knew that it was Obito and Itachi who had joined forces to annihilate the Uchiha, he might regret calling it a pity. Uraha thought for a moment, then said, I wonder why Itachi left Sasuke alive. At that time, Sasuke probably didn't have any power to resist, did he? Kakashi glanced at Uraha. Because Sasuke is Itachi's younger brother. That's exactly why Sasuke harbors such hatred toward him. When I asked him about his dream, he said it was to kill Itachi with his own hands. Uraha fell silent. He didn't know what to say. It was true, Sasuke's fate was a tragic one. If the Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out, Sasuke would never have become the person he is today. Before the Uchiha clan was annihilated, Sasuke actually had a bright and cheerful personality. At school, he might have acted aloof, but it was nothing like how he is now. Back then, his aloofness was just a facade. He played it cool because he was the top student in his class, excellent and proud, with an air of superiority. But after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, his coldness became real. He no longer wanted to engage with the world. His sole focus was on becoming stronger. So he could kill Itachi Uchiha and avenge his clan. He forced himself to bury his emotions deep within, having no choice but to hide them away. At his core, Sasuke has always been a kind person. In a way, Naruto's situation was much better than his. At the very least, Naruto always had the third Hokage watching over him. He also had friends like Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba who were willing to skip class with him. Sasuke, on the other hand, never experienced the warmth of family. He didn't even know what it felt like. So even if he was sad, it didn't really shake his determination. But Sasuke once had an incredibly happy family, a strict father, a loving mother, and a genius older brother whom he deeply admired. And yet, in the end, it was the very brother he idolized who slaughtered their family, sparing not even their parents. When Itachi left, he even forced Sasuke to relive the massacre, showing him exactly how their clan was killed. That kind of pain left Sasuke with no choice but to become stronger. Uraha could see that Sasuke actually had feelings for Sakura. Back when they were attacked, Sasuke instinctively moved in front of Sakura to protect her. And that was Sasuke's first real battle. Real combat is nothing like training. It's a completely different world. Yet without a second thought, he shielded Sakura. This alone showed that, even if Sasuke never outwardly expressed his feelings for Sakura, deep down he definitely cared about her. Uraha could understand Sasuke's pain. He couldn't even imagine what he would do if he had to endure what Sasuke went through. He might very well lose his mind. He'd probably be even more extreme than Sasuke. Originally, when Uraha arrived in this world, he thought it would be exciting to grow up alongside Naruto. After all, in his previous life, Uraha had truly been inspired by Naruto's passionate spirit. But after spending 6 years with Naruto in this world, he found himself losing interest. Back then, Uraha thought Naruto was remarkable for not going down a dark path despite his difficult circumstances. But after coming here, witnessing so many of Naruto's actions and seeing the friends around him, Uraha just couldn't relate anymore. Because in his previous life, Uraha had met so many people in situations just like Naruto's. Some of them had even less than Naruto did. After all, Naruto always had the third Hokage looking after him. As a Jinchuriki, he was actually allowed to move freely around the village, and his pranks were incredibly outrageous. He even dared to graffiti the faces of the Hokage carved into the mountain. In the past, Yu admired Naruto for not descending into darkness. But after being classmates with him for 6 years, Yu realized, wasn't it perfectly reasonable for Naruto not to turn dark? He had friends by his side, lacked nothing financially, skipped classes all the time, and still managed to get a 0 on every exam without being expelled. This was the kind of privilege reserved for the Prince of Kenoha. Why would he have any reason to fall into darkness? No parents, no family. Was Naruto the only child in Kenoha with such circumstances? Kenoha had many war orphans to begin with. Their situation was far worse than Naruto's, and many of them lost their lives to the Nine Tails during its rampage. What's more, a lot of these children didn't even qualify to attend the Ninja Academy. The academy only accepted 30 students each year, so one could imagine how many kids never even had the chance. Yet Naruto got in. Not only did he get in, but despite failing every exam, he was never expelled. Yu thought to himself, if it were him, forget falling into darkness. He'd be on cloud 9. Sasuke, on the other hand, witnessed his own parents being killed by Uchiha Itachi. Itachi even forced him to relive, again and again, the scene of his clan members being cut down one by his own hand. The terror, despair, and confusion in their eyes before death, each enough to make the 6-year-old Sasuke break down countless times. Naruto never saw his parents killed by the Nine Tails with his own eyes, but Sasuke watched as Itachi slaughtered the very people who cared for him. That bloody night. If it had been Yu himself, he feared he would have lost himself to darkness long ago. Kindness? After experiencing something like that, Yu believed he'd do anything for the power to kill Itachi, no matter how many people had to die. After living through such trauma, no one could stay rational. At least, Yu knew he couldn't. He would never be able to hold on to his kindness. But Sasuke did. He loved his family deeply, cherished his clan. That's why he pursued power so desperately. Even risking his body being taken over by Orochimaru, he still went. Yet, while under Orochimaru, Sasuke never killed indiscriminately. Even when facing unrelated ninja, he never took lives needlessly. Most importantly, he learned from Orochimaru, yet managed to maintain such a heart. Proof of just how kind he truly was inside. The only thing he lacked on his path in life was a mature guide. Kakashi was mature in thought, but not strong enough. Before coming to this world, Yu admired Naruto. But after arriving here, it was Sasuke he respected the most. Of course, Yu didn't intend to meddle. Admiring Sasuke didn't mean he'd try to change the course of his life. After all, life is only meaningful when you experience it for yourself. Only the truths you discover for yourself will stay with you forever. Seeing how Night Feather was lost in thought, Kakashi patted him on the shoulder. Now you understand why Sasuke acts the way he does, don't you? But even so, I still hope you can change him. Night Feather froze, lifting his gaze to meet Kakashi's. With a face full of confusion, he asked, "Me?" Kakashi nodded. "That's right. Back when I was lost, it was my comrades who pulled me back. I hope you could do the same. And you're strong enough." Sasuke is a proud person. When you say something to him, it will have a completely different effect than if Naruto says it. Night Feather shook his head. "I'm willing to try, but I don't think interfering with Sasuke's choices is a good idea. Especially for someone his age. The more you meddle, the more he'll rebel. At best, you could try to guide him. The more you interfere, the more he'll walk the other way." Kakashi let out a sigh. "Of course I understand that. It's just, I don't want to see him go astray. For power, he might end up doing things that break the village's rules." Night Feather didn't respond. Sasuke really would end up deserting the Leaf Village in the future. But Night Feather hadn't expected Kakashi to have these thoughts. Clearly, he knew Sasuke well. Compared to Naruto, Kakashi definitely paid more attention to Sasuke. Night Feather could see why. Kakashi's fighting style and ninjutsu were a better fit for Sasuke. And with the influence of Uchiha Obito, it was only natural that Kakashi would care more about Sasuke. Besides, there really wasn't much Kakashi could teach Naruto. Before long, the Chunin exams would arrive, and Jeriah would return to the village. Night Feather didn't believe for a second that Jeriah just happened to come back by chance. It was also unlikely that a few casual word for Naruto would make Jeriah personally take him on as a student. If any other ninja went to Jeriah, asking to learn ninjutsu, with his personality, he'd probably send them packing. So really, Jeriah's return during the Chunin exams was because he knew Naruto had graduated from the academy, and he wanted to take him under his wing. Would Kakashi dare refuse to let Naruto go? Noticing Kakashi's worried expression, Night Feather smiled and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you're overthinking things. With Sasuke's character, even if he does something against the rules in the future, he'll never cross a line that can't be forgiven. He's actually a pretty normal guy at heart." Kakashi replied with a helpless smile, "I hope you're right. Speaking of Sasuke, I still need to teach you how to counter the Sharingan. The Sharingan isn't just about copying ninjutsu. Its greatest strength is its ability to cast illusions. This is crucial. Even if you're a master of ninjutsu, if you don't know how to defend against genjutsu, you could still get tripped up when you least expect it." Night Feather nodded, fully agreeing with Kakashi's words. "That's absolutely true. Illusions are really hard to defend against. especially when they're cast with the Sharingan. Illusions cast by the Sharingan are entirely different from ordinary Jinjutsu. He knew well how Kurenai Yuhi, a master of illusions, was instantly countered and defeated by Itachi Uchiha. Kurenai didn't look impressive at all when she faced Itachi in that Jinjutsu battle. But among the Jonin, her skills in Jinjutsu were the strongest. After all, she made her way up the ranks relying on illusions. And she wasn't a special Jonin, either. She was a full-fledged Jonin, just like Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy. That alone said a lot about her strength, especially since Jinjutsu was her main combat style. Yet, even someone so skilled in illusions had the tables turned on her in a single instant by Itachi Uchiha. That fight didn't just show Itachi's mastery of Jinjutsu. It made it clear just how overwhelming the Sharingan's abilities were. It wasn't just Itachi. The Sharingan had always been a nightmare for the ninja world. So much so that many villages had to come up with special tactics just to counter the Sharingan. It wasn't hard to see how much other shinobi feared it, and just how powerful it truly was. Yoru had an enormous amount of chakra, and he'd already mastered 3 S-rank combat jutsu. If it came down to a straightforward clash of strength, he wouldn't be afraid of most Jonin. But the Sharingan could render all of Yoru's power meaningless with just a single glance. Just one look, that's all it took. No matter how powerful your jutsu, you couldn't use them if you were trapped and couldn't even hit your target. Kakashi said, "Actually, there are ways." Over the years, the ninja world has developed quite a few methods to deal with the Sharingan. It's just that most of them aren't very practical. But you have a unique advantage. Your sensory abilities are incredibly strong. Yoru paused for a moment. You mean I should close my eyes when facing the Sharingan and rely on sensory perception to fight? Kakashi nodded. Exactly. For most shinobi, that would be nearly impossible to pull off. But I know just how strong your sensory skills are. They're so powerful, they can practically replace your sight. And you're capable of dynamic perception at the level of the Sharingan. Just like when you use Chidori, you move with such speed and still land your strikes with perfect accuracy. That's something only you can do. Even I couldn't manage it. Yoru considered this. His sensory abilities really had become astonishingly powerful. But he'd gotten so used to them, he never thought of it as anything special. Relying on sensory perception alone for combat feels a bit awkward. Even though his sensory ability was strong, he'd never actually tried to fight using it as his main approach. Only when he used Chidori did he treat it as a supporting skill. After mastering Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Samban, the Chidori technique was no longer Night Feather's primary means of attack. After all, Chidori required close-quarters combat, which wasn't very efficient, and it left too many openings for opponents to exploit. Kakashi said, "Then train. Your sensory abilities are exceptional. Don't let them go to waste." Thinking about the possibility of facing the Mangekyo Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan in the future, Night Feather decided it was best to practice anyway. After all, the Sharingan was the most important bloodline limit in this world. The Fourth Great Ninja War had been instigated by several people wielding the Sharingan, Rinnegan, or even the Rinnegan Sharingan. Night Feather didn't possess the Sharingan, so he couldn't follow the path of enhancing his eyes. The path open to him was the one walked by Naruto, relying on powerful chakra reserves in ninjutsu to confront the Fourth Great Ninja War. Even though he didn't have the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Night Feather felt that, when the war came, he wouldn't necessarily be any weaker than Naruto. He had faith in the system's abilities. Night Feather nodded. "I will, Kakashi-sensei. Teach me a few more elemental ninjutsu techniques." Seeing that Night Feather was taking his advice seriously, Kakashi was quite pleased. That was something Night Feather had going for him. He wasn't as peculiar as Naruto or Sasuke. Night Feather's personality was perfectly normal. None of those strange ideas or wild notions. The two of them trained by the lakeside for several hours, practicing until night had fallen. And over those few hours, Kakashi's chakra was nearly depleted. Some techniques required him to demonstrate them for Night Feather. Night Feather, however, learned at an astonishing pace. For each new ninjutsu, Kakashi only had to explain the principle, perhaps show it once, and Night Feather would instantly grasp it. So, within just a few hours, Night Feather had already mastered more than a dozen A and B rank elemental ninjutsu. Luckily, not every technique required a demonstration from Kakashi. Otherwise, even if Kakashi had wrung himself dry, it would have been impossible to provide enough chakra for so many high-level ninjutsu in such a short time. Yet while Kakashi was running on empty, Night Feather hadn't even used up a third of his chakra. On the way back, Kakashi glanced at Night Feather, who looked completely unaffected by the long training session. He couldn't help but sigh. "Aren't you tired at all?" Night Feather just grinned. "Not even a little. You just performed more than a dozen A and B rank ninjutsu. That must have taken a lot out of you, right?" Kakashi guessed. Night Feather shook his head. Actually, it didn't use up much chakra at all. I recover pretty quickly. This was one of Night Feather's greatest strengths. His chakra regenerated at an astonishing rate. That was because his chakra wasn't only drawn from within his own body. He was absorbing natural energy from the environment all around him. Although the natural energy in the surroundings isn't truly limitless, it's clear that providing enough chakra for a Kaga level like Jeriah isn't much of a strain at all. Keep in mind, after the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto was able to draw on enough natural energy to counter Sasuke, who had absorbed the chakra of 8-tailed beasts. By comparison, the amount of chakra Jeriah needs is practically nothing. What's more, natural energy is endlessly renewable. As long as this planet's energy isn't completely depleted, natural energy will keep regenerating, flowing without end. And the reason Jeriah's chakra is only at Kage level isn't because he can absorb only that much. It's because right now his body can only withstand a Kage level amount of chakra. Anymore, and his body simply couldn't take it. After all, Jeriah didn't start out with any special physical constitution. It was only after receiving the system that his body gradually strengthened. Now, having a chakra reserve similar to Naruto's is already quite impressive for him. However, thanks to using natural energy, Jeriah consumes far less chakra than ordinary ninja for the same jutsu. Kakashi had no idea Jeriah possessed such an ability. Curious, he asked, "You recover your chakra that fast?" "That's right. Earlier, after using 3 lightning release jutsu, my chakra was almost depleted, but it didn't take long at all to recover." Kakashi was a bit skeptical. He immediately activated his Sharingan, only to discover that Jeriah's chakra had already recovered to about 80%. Kakashi's mouth twitched in disbelief. "You just unleash more than a dozen large-scale jutsu, but your chakra barely looks depleted at all." Jeriah just smiled. "I don't really know why either. My chakra just recovers really quickly." Kakashi shook his head and sighed. "Comparing myself to you is really discouraging. Not only do you have more chakra than I do, but you recover even faster. The real kicker is, your jutsu are even more powerful than mine. Tell me, who's the teacher here?" Jeriah looked at Kakashi and said seriously, "If a student can eventually surpass their teacher, what's the point of being a student?" Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. He looked at Jeriah's earnest expression. Then, with a knowing smile, Kakashi replied, "You're right. If my students can't surpass me in the end, wouldn't that make me a failure as a teacher? But I suppose only you could say something like that. After all, it's not everyone who can surpass me." This wasn't just Kakashi being arrogant. He really was a genius. If he hadn't lost his motivation for a period of time, his strength would be far beyond what it is now. Of course, even at his best, he would at most be at Kage level. But how many Kage level powerhouses are there in the ninja world? Forget Kage level. Even among elite jonin, most ninja will never reach such heights in their entire lives. For the vast majority of ninja, becoming a chunin marks the end of their journey as shinobi. But Yu is different. In Kakashi's eyes, Yu's talent has already far surpassed his own. Kakashi even feels that what Yu lacks now is only real combat experience. Once he fills in this gap, Yu's strength will be enough to surpass him. Yet Kakashi feels nothing but satisfaction. Yu, of course, knows that Kakashi isn't being arrogant. He nods and says, "Of course, after all, Kakashi-sensei, you're incredibly strong. To reach your level, there are only a handful in the entire ninja world." Yu adds a small compliment. Although Kakashi doesn't care for flattery from others, hearing it from his own student is different. Kakashi genuinely appreciates it. "Let's go see how Naruto and Sasuke's training is going," Kakashi suggests. Yu smiles and says, "Both of them are really gifted. There's tremendous power within them." Kakashi nods. "That's true. Even though Sakura is much better at controlling chakra than they are, she doesn't have much chakra to work with, while Naruto and Sasuke have a vast amount stored inside them. As long as the two of them can master the chakra within, their strength will grow rapidly." Kakashi knows exactly how he should teach them both. It's just a shame that, in the end, the two went their separate ways, one following Jeriah, the other trailing after Orochimaru. In fact, Kakashi had already developed his own approach to teaching them. But Jeriah's unexpected appearance, and Sasuke's hunger for power, took things beyond what he had foreseen. The two of them make their way to where Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura are training. Although night has already fallen, they can still make out the two boys, panting and out of breath, standing atop the trees. Sakura stands below, watching them. As Yu and Kakashi arrive, Sakura moves closer. She especially looks Yu up and down. Curiously, she asks, "Yu, did you really train?" "I honestly can't tell." "Oh, what makes you think I didn't?" Sakura circles Yu once and says, "Your clothes aren't even wrinkled. How would you have trained?" "Don't tell me you and Kakashi-sensei spent the whole afternoon slacking off." That won't do, you know. You might be strong now, but if you don't keep working hard, you'll just stay where you are. Before you know it, Sasuke, or even Naruto, will surpass you. Yu simply smiles, saying nothing. Kakashi interrupts Sakura, asking, how are they doing? He directs the question at Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura grins. They both got the hang of it. Even Naruto's been working really hard at his training. As Sakura speaks, she glances at Yu again. It's obvious she's saying this for Yu's benefit. She doesn't mean any harm. She's just worried Yu might slack off and fall behind. Yoru understood her little scheme, but chose not to say anything about it. There was really no need to bring it up. Kakashi lifted his head, watching as Sasuke and Naruto stood atop the trees, both breathing heavily, their eyes locked onto each other. It was obvious the two were competing. They're both impressively fast. Sasuke, I can understand, but I didn't expect Naruto to master it so quickly too. Sakura looked at Kakashi with curiosity and asked, Kakashi-sensei, you two weren't slacking off just now, were you? You didn't go find a spot to rest, did you? Although Sakura suspected Yoru might be cutting corners, she wasn't entirely sure. Kakashi replied calmly, do you really think he would let me? Even if I wanted to take a break, he'd never allow it. Sakura glanced at Yoru, confusion written all over her face. But why doesn't Yoru show a single sign of having trained? Kakashi looked at Yoru as well, only just now noticing it himself. He realized even his own clothes were torn in several places. Kakashi was at a loss. You're right. There's really no sign at all that he's been training. That's the difference between us. Kakashi muttered to himself, saying things Sakura couldn't quite comprehend. At that moment, she stared blankly at both Kakashi and Yoru, bewildered. To be able to control chakra with such precision, he's even better at it than I am. Kakashi looked at Yoru and smiled. Yoru said nothing, only offering a faint, knowing smile. Sakura walked over to Yoru and quietly asked, what exactly is Kakashi-sensei talking about? Yoru replied, Kakashi-sensei just likes to say things no one can understand as usual. Sakura glanced between Yoru and Kakashi, growing increasingly suspicious that the two of them were hiding something from her. Seeing that neither wanted to elaborate, Sakura decided not to press the issue any further. Sidling up to Yoru, she asked, Yoru, where did you guys go to train just now? There were a few sudden tremors earlier. I almost thought that Zabuza had attacked us. If it hadn't been so loud, I really would have thought it was him. Yoru paused for a moment. Earthquakes. Sakura nodded. Yeah, they were pretty strong. The place where Yoru and Kakashi had been training was quite far from where Sakura was stationed, with a whole forest between them. She had no idea that the tremors had been caused by Yoru himself. Yoru glanced at Kakashi, then said, maybe this area is just prone to earthquakes. After all, it's pretty normal for the land of waves to get them. Sakura didn't question it any further, accepting Yoru's explanation. But the earthquakes Sakura mentioned were actually caused by Yoru's initial Chidori and the subsequent earth-release jutsu he performed. Although earth-release techniques are mainly defensive, the force they generate when used is immense, and they consume a tremendous amount of chakra. That was exactly why Kakashi's chakra had been depleted so quickly. Those earth-release techniques simply drained too much chakra. Standing atop the tree, Sasuke and Naruto noticed Kakashi and Jeriah's arrival and attempted to climb down. But both of them had forgotten that their chakra was already depleted. So, just as they tried to make their way down, they found themselves running out of chakra after only a few steps. Sasuke, Naruto! Sakura, standing below, saw the two of them jumping from the tree and screamed in alarm. Kakashi glanced at Jeriah. Jeriah nodded in response. In that very moment, as Sasuke and Naruto's minds went blank and they nearly fainted, Kakashi and Jeriah vanished from where they stood. The next instant, Jeriah appeared at Naruto's side, while Kakashi appeared beside Sasuke. They each caught the boys around the waist, holding them securely. In a flash, Kakashi streaked down to the ground like a bolt of blue lightning, while Jeriah descended as a golden flash. After setting Sasuke and Naruto safely on the ground, Kakashi chuckled, "Your speed is even faster than mine." Only then did Naruto and Sasuke, now on solid ground, come back to their senses. Remembering how Kakashi and Jeriah had just rescued them, the two exchanged glances, each feeling thoroughly embarrassed. They had originally hoped to show off the results of their afternoons training in front of Jeriah and Kakashi. They hadn't expected to make such a blunder. Naruto looked at Jeriah, recalling how, in the blink of an eye, he had been whisked down to the ground. This was the first time Naruto had experienced Jeriah's strength so directly. Even Sasuke's gaze was filled with shock as he looked at Jeriah. A moment ago, he had seen Jeriah appear at Naruto's side in a flash of golden lightning, so fast that he'd never seen Jeriah in such a state before. Sasuke had always known he wasn't a match for Jeriah yet. But now, it was clear, the gap between them was like a chasm. The difference was simply overwhelming. Sakura was stunned as well. She could understand Kakashi's prowess. After all, he was an elite jonin. But Jeriah, in that instant, had become a streak of golden lightning, and was even a little faster than Kakashi. So fast that Sakura could only catch a fading afterimage of golden light. She murmured to herself, could the jutsu he just learned from Kakashi-sensei be this one? That must be a lightning release technique. He's never shown anything like that before. I can't believe I just said he hadn't been training. How could someone like him ever be lazy? Sakura, you're so foolish. If he really were like that, he'd never be so much stronger than us. Sakura felt so foolish for having doubted Jeriah, even for a moment. Remembering how Jeriah had only smiled at her earlier, she felt like a complete fool. Now the memory only made her feel embarrassed. For a moment, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all fell silent. Jeriah and Kakashi, meanwhile, paid no attention to the state of the three. Kakashi looked at the two and said, "You've used up too much chakra. That last move was far too dangerous." Kakashi's reproach made Sasuke and Naruto hang their heads in shame. Just moments before, both of them had wanted to show off in front of Kakashi and Jeriah. But things hadn't gone as planned at all. Instead, they'd only managed to embarrass themselves right in front of Jeriah. Naruto, however, quickly bounced back. Pointing at Jeriah, he exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, did you just teach Jeriah some amazing jutsu? I've never seen the technique he used to save me." Sasuke stood up as well, brushing the dust from his clothes, but his attention was completely fixed on Jeriah. He wanted to know what was going on. More than that, he was eager to find out if Kakashi really did have some powerful jutsu that he could one day learn as well. Naruto's thoughts, though, were different from Sasuke's. All he could think was that Kakashi was playing favorites. He was Kakashi's student, after all. How could Kakashi teach Jeriah and not him? Seeing Naruto's indignant expression, Kakashi replied, "You two haven't even mastered chakra control yet. How could I teach you advanced jutsu? Once you build a solid foundation, I'll teach you jutsu in due time." Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke nodded to himself. So Jeriah's jutsu really was something Kakashi taught him. Naruto didn't think that far. He just declared proudly, "I've already mastered chakra control, Kakashi-sensei. Starting tomorrow, you can teach me jutsu." Kakashi shook his head. "You still have a lot to learn. You're not there yet. Then why does Jeriah get to learn? We're supposed to be your students." Naruto protested, unable to hide his frustration. Kakashi frowned. "I told you, your basics are still lacking. There's much you need to grasp. And besides, Jeriah is my student too." In fact, Kakashi almost wanted to say that Jeriah was his most important student. If it weren't for the special significance Sasuke and Naruto held for the Hidden Leaf Village, he wouldn't have taken him on at all. Sensing the seriousness in Kakashi's voice, even Naruto fell silent. He simply stared at Jeriah, his face full of envy and jealousy. Although Naruto would never blame Jeriah for what Kakashi said, he couldn't help but feel jealous. After all, Jeriah wasn't originally a member of their squad. Kakashi had insisted on bringing him along for missions. To Naruto, it was clear that Kakashi was favoring Jeriah. Naruto had always been sensitive, and this kind of thing only made him more so. Deep down, he thought Kakashi treated him differently because he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What he forgot was that Sasuke and Sakura were treated the same way. They just didn't feel that Kakashi was being unfair. Both of them were well aware of how strong Jeriah truly was. They'd seen it firsthand during his battle with Zabuza. Jeriah's strength was on an entirely different level compared to theirs. They both understood that despite being the same age, Jeriah's abilities far surpassed their own. Either he worked harder than they did, or he was simply more gifted. Sasuke was convinced that Jeriah must have put in more effort. He refused to admit that Jeriah might be more talented than he was. Sakura, on the other hand, believed Jeriah was both highly gifted and incredibly hardworking. Naruto, meanwhile, simply thought Kakashi was showing favoritism. Kakashi was one of the few high-ranking shinobi who didn't look down on him, and he was their teacher. That meant Naruto had high hopes for Kakashi. What mattered most to him was how Kakashi felt about him. As for strength, that wasn't his main concern. But when Jeriah heard Kakashi speak so seriously, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He knew Kakashi was just trying to take his side. Yet, those words would only make Naruto feel even more that Kakashi was biased, and might even lead him to hold a grudge against Jeriah. Though frustrated, Jeriah didn't want to say anything further. This was one of those moments where it was best to remain silent. The more he said, the more it would provoke Naruto. After all, Naruto was already so sensitive when it came to emotions. Once the silence had stretched on, Kakashi finally spoke. "All right, everyone's trained hard today. Go home and get some rest. With that, he disappeared, leaving the others behind. Jeriah glanced at the now empty space, the corner of his mouth twitching in exasperation. He thought to himself, so he does the easy part and leaves me to clean up the mess? He was at a loss for words. It was obvious that Kakashi had picked up on the group's tense mood. He'd probably left Jeriah behind in hopes that he would bond with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, to help them grow closer as teammates. But in this kind of atmosphere, Jeriah had no desire to stick around. How irresponsible, he grumbled inwardly, silently complaining about Kakashi. All he could do was turn to the others and say, let's get going too. He would have liked to use the body flicker technique and disappear as well. But if he did, it would only make Sasuke and Naruto feel even more left out. Sakura, sensing the awkwardness in the air, quickly chimed in, yes, let's go. I am exhausted. Among the team, Sakura and Jeriah had little personal conflict. Sasuke and Naruto, however, now saw Jeriah as the rival they needed to surpass. Especially Naruto. He was determined to grow stronger, to defeat Jeriah, and to prove to Kakashi that he was the best student worthy of his teacher's recognition. Because he was still so young, Naruto believed the only reason Kakashi favored Jeriah was because Jeriah was stronger than him. Once he surpassed Jeriah, he thought Kakashi would surely acknowledge him. It was a genuine, earnest thought, one shared by many boys his age. The group walked quietly through the forest, none of them speaking, and the atmosphere was calm. Only the occasional calls of birds and beasts echoed from deep within the woods. After a while, Sakura, sensing that things felt a bit tense, decided to break the silence. This afternoon, Sasuke and Naruto were both really focused. They managed to master chakra control in just one session. Jeriah, what kind of ninjutsu did you and Kakashi-sensei learn this afternoon? It must have been some amazing jutsu, right? Sasuke and Naruto, each lost in their own thoughts, pricked up their ears when they heard Sakura's question. Though they didn't say a word, they were clearly listening closely. Jeriah replied casually, just a few water-style techniques. Are they powerful jutsu? Sakura asked, curiosity lighting up her voice. Jeriah glanced at the two who were pretending not to care, but were obviously eager to hear more. He answered mildly, how strong can water-style jutsu really be? Sakura couldn't help twitching her lips at that. Aren't water-style techniques powerful? The water-style move you used against Zabuza the other day was really impressive. If Zabuza hadn't dodged in time, he'd have been finished. But you didn't land a direct hit, right? Zabuza is an elite jonin, just like Kakashi-sensei. It's not that easy to defeat someone like him. You only saw that he was almost hit. Jeriah went on, his tone even. But in reality, I was nowhere close to actually beating him. If elite jonin were that easy to defeat, there wouldn't only be a handful in each village. In fact, some villages don't even have 10 of them. What Jeriah said was simply the truth. Elite jonin are considered a village's strategic force, the ones who can even compete for the position of village leader. After all, every Kage is chosen from among the elite jonin. But clearly, Sakura and the others didn't really grasp his meaning. Sakura insisted, but you almost won that day. Zabuza only ran away because he was wary of you. Jeriah smiled and replied, he only felt he had no chance against both Kakashi-sensei and me together. If it had been just me alone, he wouldn't have run. Sakura nodded, half understanding, half not. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't seem too fazed. After all, he himself had already mastered a few fire-style jutsu, all learned from the Uchiha clan scrolls. He didn't think Jeriah's water-style techniques were much stronger than his own fire-style ones. To Sasuke, whether it was water-style, fire-style, or earth-style, none of them were truly decisive. But Naruto was clearly disgruntled. Right now, except for shadow clone jutsu, he didn't know any other techniques. And even that, he'd only learned by secretly reading the Forbidden Scroll when he graduated, not something Kakashi had taught him. At this point, Naruto still hadn't mastered a single proper combat jutsu. So he pouted and complained, Kakashi-sensei really does play favorites. Sometimes I feel like we're not even his students. Jera glanced at Naruto, and he could understand how Naruto felt. After all, no matter what, Naruto was still just a 12-year-old boy. At this age, things like jealousy and rivalry burned especially strong. Actually, Kakashi-sensei wants you all to build a solid foundation before learning advanced jutsu. He's your jonin instructor, and now that you passed his test, he truly regards you as his students. As a teacher, of course he doesn't want you to get ahead of yourselves or become restless. Why don't you ask Sasuke? When he was learning ninjutsu, didn't he first master a lot of the basics? Sasuke was caught off guard for a moment. He hadn't expected Yoru to call him out so directly. Naruto lifted his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke really didn't feel like saying anything. But this was Yoru's request. Though Sasuke saw Yoru as someone he aimed to surpass, Yoru was still much stronger than him right now, and he hadn't caught up yet. So there were times when Sasuke would listen to Yoru. Sasuke nodded. You really do need to master a lot of foundational knowledge. But even so, he only offered that single explanation. Naruto, of course, didn't take it to heart. What foundational knowledge? It only took me one night to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yoru smiled. That's because the Shadow Clone Jutsu is a perfect fit for you. In a way, it's almost as if it was made just for you. In ninja school, you couldn't even manage the basic clone jutsu. You studied for 6 years and never got the hang of it. So how did you suddenly master the Shadow Clone Jutsu in a single night? Do you know why the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu you learned specifically, is actually classified as a forbidden technique? Naruto looked bewildered. Back then, he simply saw a jutsu and learned it. He had no idea what made it forbidden or not, let alone what limits or risks that jutsu carried. Sakura and Sasuke also turned to Yoru, curiosity in their eyes. Especially Sasuke. He truly didn't know how Naruto had suddenly mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu. After all, Naruto hadn't even been able to do the basic clone jutsu before. And the Shadow Clone Jutsu was far more advanced. Yoru explained, that's because the Shadow Clone Jutsu divides your chakra evenly among each clone, and when the jutsu ends, the exhaustion from each clone returns to your original body. For a ninja with little chakra or a weak constitution, using the Shadow Clone Jutsu is extremely dangerous, let alone the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. But you're the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. You have a massive chakra reserve, and your body is incredibly resilient because of the Nine Tails. That's why you can handle the drawbacks of a multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. But when it comes to learning other kinds of jutsu, if you don't have a grasp of the basics and try to force your way through, you can seriously hurt yourself. Ninjutsu backlash is no joke. It can be fatal, especially if your theoretical knowledge is a complete mess. Why does it take some people a very long time to learn jutsu, while others master it in just a few days? Apart from the differences in talent, it also comes down to one's foundational skills. Think back to the 6 years you spent at the Ninja Academy. What did you actually learn? Do you think your basics are solid? Sakura understood and laughed. Solid? He didn't even study. Every exam he took, he got a 0. I honestly have no idea how he managed that. Just glancing at a textbook would have helped. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, thinking to himself, so he was able to learn the Shadow Clone technique because of the Nine Tails. But Sasuke didn't know much about the Nine Tails. After all, during the chaos caused by the Nine Tails, Sasuke had only just been born. And after the Uchiha clan was slaughtered by Itachi, there was no one left to tell him what the Nine Tails really was. Naruto touched his stomach, his expression darkening. He believed what Uraha had told him. In fact, when he was younger, Naruto had once lost control of himself. But that incident had been suppressed almost immediately, so it hadn't affected the village. As a result, hardly anyone in the village knew about it. But Naruto remembered. He knew that power all too well. Overwhelming and sinister, but undeniably strong. Naruto looked at Uraha. Why did they have to seal the Nine Tails inside me? If it weren't for the nine-tailed fox, the villagers would never have treated me this way. Because of his identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto had always been an outcast. While his life wasn't as tragic as Killer Bee's, being an orphan made his feelings even more sensitive. No one tried to assassinate him, and no one threw eggs at him, but even just being isolated by everyone was enough to make Naruto miserable. At his age, Naruto simply couldn't understand why the villagers rejected him so harshly. He could only blame it all on the Nine Tails inside him, and on the villagers' dislike for him. Uraha patted Naruto's shoulder and explained, the Nine Tails is a strategic weapon for our Hidden Leaf village. In other words, you are extremely important to the village. Naruto brushed Uraha's hand away. He protested angrily, but I don't want it. If I'm so important, then why does everyone treat me like an outcast? You have no idea what I've been through all these years. Everyone in the village sees me as a monster. No one likes me. No one acknowledges me. Maybe it was Uraha's words that finally caused Naruto's emotions to spill over. In a single outburst, he poured out all the grievances he'd bottled up over the years. He even broke down in tears. Sakura and Sasuke watched Naruto, and in that moment, they finally understood just how much he had been carrying. Even Sakura, who often teased Naruto, now looked at him with sympathy. And Sasuke, too, felt a pang of empathy. Although he was not rejected by the villagers. In fact, thanks to his Uchiha heritage, he was actually quite popular among the people of Kenoha. The massacre of his entire clan and the brutal death of his parents at the hands of the brother he worshipped most inflicted wounds on him far deeper than anything Naruto had ever endured. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto shared the same turbulent emotions. Sakura whispered, Naruto, you do have friends. Irika-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. They're all your friends, aren't they? I used to see you playing with Shikamaru and the others, and I just thought you had a difficult personality. I never realized you'd been through so much. Sakura's words left Naruto speechless. Thinking about it now, he realized, yes, he did have so many friends. Maybe things weren't as bleak as he'd thought. Perhaps he'd just been too fixated on his pain. The villagers shunned him, but as long as his friends didn't, did the rest really matter? Seeing Naruto's mood calm down, Jeriah spoke up. Actually, have you ever considered the possibility that the villagers' dislike for you isn't mainly because you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but because you're always pulling pranks and causing chaos in the village? Maybe they're just fed up with you. Naruto was stunned. Jeriah's guess wasn't without merit. True, some people were wary of him because of the Nine-Tails and kept their distance. But the real annoyance was Naruto's own behavior. Naruto had always believed his pranks would make the villagers pay attention to him, but all they really did was reinforce their negative impression of him. It only made them more certain that, as the Nine-Tails host, he must be inherently troublesome. You could see this clearly during the Chunin exams. Whenever Naruto showed his true abilities and refrained from mischief, the villagers were fully capable of accepting him, and even acknowledging his worth. In other shinobi villages, Jinchuriki were genuinely despised or even targeted for assassination. But Kenoha was clearly different. Very few of Kenoha's Jinchuriki ever faced attacks from their own comrades. After all, the first Jinchuriki was the wife of the first Hokage, and she rarely left the house. Kushina Uzumaki, the second Jinchuriki, did have it rougher than her son Naruto. Before marrying Minato Namikaze, she was constantly watched by the AMBU, and even had defensive barriers set up around her. Still, she was never targeted by fellow villagers. Compared to Kushina, Naruto had it much easier. He never had to face restrictions like only being allowed to move within certain barriers. From childhood, he was free to roam the village as he wished. Even when he graffitied the Hokage rock, his only punishment was having to clean it up. That kind of slap on the wrist was practically the third Hokage looking out for him. The Hokage rock stands as a memorial monument for all the Hokage who have led the Hidden Leaf Village through its history. Naruto's actions were no different from dancing wildly atop someone's grave. And not just any grave, but one of the highest symbolic importance. Yet his punishment was remarkably light. If it had been anyone else, they might not have made it out alive, or would have spent the rest of their days behind bars. From Jeriah's perspective, the real reason the villagers shunned Naruto was because his ways of seeking attention were simply too extreme. If anything, he only reinforced the villagers' stereotypes about him. For a moment, Naruto was at a loss for words. Think about it, because you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the villagers are afraid you might lose control. Isn't it only natural for them to keep their distance? But if you weren't so wild and always pulling pranks, don't you think they might realize you're not so bad after all? Consider Shikamaru and the others, Irika-sensei, Sakura, and Sasuke. Don't they all know you're the vessel for the Nine-Tails? So why can they accept you? Because they've spent time with you. They know you're not dangerous. But the villagers haven't had the chance to know you. So whatever impression you give them in a single moment becomes their entire image of you. And every time, all you do is deepen the picture they've painted in their minds. It's perfectly normal for them to keep their distance. Honestly, I'd say the villagers are pretty decent for not yelling at you or beating you up. Hearing Jeriah's words, Naruto fell silent. Jeriah continued, so, as long as you can master the Nine-Tails power within you, turn it into a force that protects the Hidden Leaf, who would have any reason to reject you then? Naruto was taken aback. Master the Nine-Tails inside me? But that's the nine-tailed demon fox. How could a human possibly control it? It's such an evil creature. I don't want anything to do with it. Jeriah was a bit at a loss for words. After all, this was the Nine-Tails, the strongest among all nine-tailed beasts. And yet Naruto seemed to despise it. Do you have any idea just how powerful the nine-tailed fox inside you really is? Naruto nodded. Ido. His expression grew complicated. I remember when I was little, there was a time the Nine-Tails power burst out. Even now, I can still recall that dark, overwhelming force. Jeriah hadn't expected Naruto to remember how it felt to lose control. Tailed beasts are strategic weapons for every ninja village. Jinchuriki are considered vital assets. But a Jinchuriki can lose themselves to the beast's will at any moment, so it's natural for people in every village to worry they might go berserk, and so they keep their distance. Jinchuriki in other villages don't have it any easier, either. You're actually much better off than other Jinchuriki, since you're able to move about freely. It's just that the villagers keep their distance out of fear. In other hidden villages, some Jinchuriki have even been assassinated by their own comrades. When a Jinchuriki loses control, they become unconscious and end up causing countless casualties. The destruction wrought by a tailed beast is always blamed on its Jinchuriki, so it's only natural that people don't welcome them. You probably know that the fourth Hokage once gave his life to seal the Nine Tails, saving the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto nodded, his face full of respect. The fourth Hokage has always been my greatest hero. I want to become a hero like him one day. Jeriah asked, the fourth Hokage gave up his life to seal the Nine Tails inside you. Why do you admire him? Naruto was taken aback. He had never really thought about that question before. But after a moment, he replied, because he did it for the village. Jeriah smiled. Actually, by sealing the Nine Tails inside you, the fourth Hokage probably had hopes for you as well. He might have wanted you to learn to control the Nine Tails within you. By mastering that power, you become incredibly strong enough to protect the village and become a hero, just like the fourth Hokage. Naruto stared at Jeriah, a bit lost. Really? Is that what the fourth Hokage truly wanted? It was the first time Naruto had heard about his connection to the fourth Hokage. So, this revelation filled him with joy. After all, he had always looked up to the fourth Hokage. Jeriah nodded. If that wasn't the case, why would he use a sealing technique that allows the Nine Tails chakra to merge with your own? Haven't you ever wondered why you have so much more chakra than everyone else? Compared to others your age, your chakra is enormous, far more than Sasuke, even. Sasuke, who had been listening intently nearby, was momentarily stunned when he heard Jeriah mention his name. He glanced at Naruto, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He hadn't realized Naruto possessed more chakra than he did. Naruto himself was surprised. Really? My chakra is actually greater than Sasuke's. This made Naruto incredibly happy, since he'd always seen Sasuke as his rival. Learning that his chakra reserves surpassed Sasuke's filled Naruto with delight. Sakura was curious too, though she found it hard to believe. You've got to be kidding. Naruto has more chakra than Sasuke? In Sakura's mind, Sasuke was extremely strong. Among their peers, only Jeriah was stronger. Sasuke was the next strongest. To Sakura, Sasuke being much stronger than Naruto meant his chakra should be far greater too. Jeriah nodded seriously. There's no doubt about it. Naruto's chakra reserves are even greater than Kakashi-sensei's. That's one of the advantages of being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto, your hand has healed, hasn't it? Not even a scar left. Naruto was puzzled by Jeriah's question, unsure why he was asking. Still, he raised his hand, curiosity getting the better of him. Why do you ask? Sakura and Sasuke both stared in astonishment. The hand that Naruto had injured before was now completely healed, and it had only been a few days since Naruto had pierced his own palm. Such a severe wound, yet Naruto's hand had recovered fully in just a few days, without even the faintest scar. Naruto didn't think it was strange. Ever since he was little, his wounds always healed quickly. He just assumed everyone was like that. Jeriah explained, that's one of the changes the Nine Tails brings to your body. Your recovery abilities are extraordinary. For most people, a wound that's serious would take months to heal. And even after healing, there would be scars. But look at your palm. Do you see any scars? Naruto looked closely and said, you're right, there aren't any. Wait, is that not normal for everyone else? Before Jeriah could answer, Sakura jumped in. Of course not. There's no way a wound that bad could heal in a few days, let alone without a scar. I really envy you, Naruto. Sakura meant every word. As a girl, she truly envied the idea of a serious wound, leaving no mark at all. After all, girls care about appearances, and Sakura, mature beyond her years, was no exception. Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Naruto's hand, equally amazed. He never imagined Naruto possessed such an ability. I can't believe this idiot has such a powerful strength, he thought to himself. Sasuke himself had no such terrifying healing power. Such an ability was formidable, especially for a ninja, a profession where one danced on the edge of life and death. On the battlefield, it was almost like having extra lives. With both Sakura and Sasuke staring at him like that, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little proud, a silly grin spreading across his face. Really? Sakura, you're jealous of me? Am I really that amazing? Ha ha ha. Seeing Naruto grinning like a fool, Sakura's initial envy faded away, replaced by resignation. After all, it came at the cost of brains. She couldn't really be jealous. Jeriah could only shake his head in exasperation. This guy's mood changes so fast. Just a moment ago he was down, and now he's all smiles. After a moment of laughter, Naruto turned to Jeriah and asked, so, how do I learn to control the power of the Nine Tails? If I do, will I really be as strong as the fourth Hokage? Sasuke and Sakura both looked at Jeriah as well. They were just as eager to know. After all, Naruto had always been the weakest member of the team. Even now, though he'd improved a bit and surpassed Sakura, he was still no match for Sasuke. Sasuke, for his part, had no desire to be overtaken by someone like Naruto. Jeriah waved his hand dismissively. How should I know? Don't get me wrong, I'm just like you. I only just graduated from the Ninja Academy myself. It was Kakashi-sensei who told me what I do know. As for how to control the Nine Tails, even Kakashi-sensei has no idea. If he did, the third Hokage would have taught you long ago, instead of waiting until now. But I've heard that the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails managed to harness its power through sealing techniques. The last Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was actually the fourth Hokage's wife. And just like you, she belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Naruto froze for a moment. Then something seemed to occur to him. I'm from the Uzumaki clan. Although his surname was Uzumaki, Naruto had never realized there was an entire clan behind that name. He'd always assumed Uzumaki was just his family name. Jeriah nodded. That's right, the Uzumaki clan was once an ally of the Hidden Leaf. But the Uzumaki clan was wiped out long ago. Otherwise, they'd still be a very powerful force. Naruto was stunned. The Uzumaki clan isn't a family from the Hidden Leaf? Sakura and Sasuke were curious too. Neither of them had known of any Uzumaki clan in the Hidden Leaf. Like Naruto, they'd always thought Uzumaki was just his surname. In fact, after hearing that the clan had been destroyed, Sasuke looked at Naruto with a hint of sympathy. He thought that, just like himself, Naruto was the sole survivor of a once great clan. Naruto, on the other hand, had just begun to feel a sense of belonging. He finally had a clan to call his own. But just as that feeling took root, Jeriah revealed that the Uzumaki clan was gone, and not even originally a Hidden Leaf clan. After a moment's thought, Jeriah explained, no, the Uzumaki clan was a ninja family from the land of whirlpools, renowned for their sealing techniques. In fact, their skill at becoming Jinchuriki made them targets. The great nations banded together and destroyed the Uzumaki clan, seeking to steal their sealing techniques. Some were slaughtered, but others managed to scatter across the world. For instance, there are still Uzumaki descendants here in the Hidden Leaf. I remember that the first Hokage's wife was from the Uzumaki clan, and so was the fourth Hokage's wife. Both of them once served as Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. It wasn't as though Jeriah was revealing any hidden secrets. All of this information could be found in the public library of the Hidden Leaf. It's just that no one paid much attention. After all, people were mostly interested in the Hokage himself. Who would care about the Hokage's wife? Still, because these women were important figures, they were included in the village's history books. Jeriah looked at Naruto and said, that's why I think, if you can master the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu, you might be able to control the Nine Tails inside you, just like the wives of previous Hokages. Naruto fell silent for a moment before asking, but I don't even know where to find the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. Didn't you just say so yourself? The Uzumaki clan was wiped out. Where am I supposed to get their sealing techniques? Well, then there's nothing I can do to help you. After all, I'm not much stronger than you are. Besides, I figure those sealing jutsu are probably village secrets, not something ordinary people can get their hands on. But honestly, I think the sealing jutsu the fourth Hokage used on you is already incredibly powerful. It brings you a lot of benefits. All you need to do is get stronger and make good use of the seal that the fourth Hokage left you. Sooner or later, I'm sure you'll be able to control the power of the Nine Tails. You have to understand, the Nine Tails is immensely powerful. When it rampaged through the village, it caused enormous destruction. But that just goes to show how great its power is. If you can master it, you might instantly become as strong as a Hokage, or maybe even stronger. After all, the Nine Tails is a beast so strong that it took the fourth Hokage's life just to seal it away. And even just a fraction of its chakra leaking out gives you more chakra than even Kakashi-sensei. Think about it. If you could completely master the Nine Tails chakra, you'd probably have several times more chakra than the Hokage himself. And judging from the fact that the first two Jinchuriki of a Leaf Village were both from the Uzumaki clan, it seems your clan is especially suited to be hosts for the Nine Tails. You're probably born with the power to suppress tailed beasts. It's just that you haven't awakened that strength yet. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Right now, all he wanted was to grow stronger, defeat Jeriah, and earn Kakashi's recognition. Hearing Jeriah say that if he could control the Nine Tails, he'd have power on par with, or even greater than, the fourth Hokage, Naruto felt a surge of hope. Meanwhile, Sasuke watched Naruto's self-satisfied expression and frowned. If Naruto really does master the power of the Nine Tails, he'll be way stronger than me. Naruto had always been at the bottom of the class at the Ninja Academy, but the thought that he might one day surpass him was something Sasuke couldn't accept. His pride simply wouldn't allow Naruto to overtake him. Sasuke turned to Uriha and asked, "Was that jutsu you just used something Kakashi taught you?" Uriha was caught off guard for a moment. He quickly realized that Sasuke couldn't stand the thought of Naruto surpassing him, and wanted to know if Kakashi could make him stronger as well. Naruto picked up on this too, looking at Uriha with curious anticipation. Sakura was the same. Ever since earlier, all three of them had been intensely curious about what jutsu Kakashi had taught Uriha. Uriha thought for a moment, then said, "The body flicker technique, huh? Honestly, as long as you master precise chakra control, you'll figure out on your own. There's really no need for me to teach you." The three of them frowned, not quite understanding what Uriha meant. The principle behind the body flicker technique is actually pretty simple. It's just like the tree climbing training. You gather chakra at the soles of your feet to move at high speed. Sasuke pondered this for a moment. The principle isn't complicated, but it would be difficult to reach the kind of speed you just showed us. Sasuke wasn't wrong. After all, Uriha was using the lightning body flicker, which required infusing lightning-style chakra. At this point, Uriha's lightning body flicker was almost as fast as a bolt of lightning, even a bit faster than Kakashi's own version. But of course, Uriha wouldn't admit to that. He just said, "With enough practice, you'll definitely get there." Sasuke, however, didn't seem convinced. He fixed Uriha with a searching gaze. "You are moving even faster than Kakashi just now. And besides, the color of the lightning that appears when you two use the body flicker isn't the same at all." Sakura nodded in agreement. "That's true. Uriha, you're definitely faster than Kakashi-sensei, and the lightning around you is a different color. Kakashi-sensei's lightning is like a streak of blue, but Uriha's is golden." Naruto grinned. "Are you pulling our leg? I've got no reason to lie to you. The color difference just comes from our different chakra natures. That's all. You'll understand in time." Sasuke asked, "How did Kakashi-sensei get the Sharingan? Is he an Uchiha as well? If Kakashi-sensei is an Uchiha, then doesn't that make you two part of the same clan?" Naruto chimed in, looking at Uriha expectantly. Uriha felt a headache coming on. He had only brought all this up to steer the conversation away from Kakashi teaching him ninjutsu. Who could have guessed Sasuke would latch onto such a sensitive topic now? The Uzumaki clan was something you could read about in the library. Uriha had already come across those books before, so it wasn't strange for him to talk about that. But the details about the Uchiha clan had always been a village secret, and Uriha was reluctant to discuss it. Sasuke gazed at Uriha with hopeful eyes. Deep down, he really wished Kakashi was an Uchiha. That way, he wouldn't feel so alone anymore. He wouldn't be the only Uchiha left in the whole of Kenoha. Noticing Uriha's troubled expression, Naruto asked, "Is it something you can't talk about?" "It's not that," Uriha replied. "It's just that I don't really know much about the Uchiha clan either. But I can tell you this, Kakashi-sensei isn't an Uchiha." Sasuke, who had been full of hope, suddenly looked utterly crestfallen. Sakura was quite puzzled. If Kakashi-sensei isn't from the Uchiha clan, then how does he have a Sharingan? Are there other families in the Hidden Leaf Village with the Sharingan? She wondered aloud. "That, I really don't know," replied Uriha, keeping his thoughts to himself. But Sasuke answered for him. The Uchiha clan is the only family in the Leaf Village with the Sharingan. And even within the clan, very few actually awaken it. Then how did Kakashi-sensei get one? Naruto asked, brimming with curiosity. Sasuke could make a guess. It had to be transplanted, he thought. But the idea made him uncomfortable. After all, it was his clan's eye, now in Kakashi's possession. And who knew how Kakashi had come by it in the first place? Catching Sasuke's expression, Uriha realized he must be misunderstanding Kakashi. Though he was reluctant to talk about the Uchiha clan, Uriha didn't want Sasuke to harbor any resentment toward Kakashi. After a moment's hesitation, Uriha decided to explain on Kakashi's behalf. That Sharingan was transplanted to Kakashi-sensei by a teammate. It happened during the Third Great Ninja War. Kakashi's squad was ambushed, and he suffered an injury to one of his eyes. Kakashi's teammate was a ninja from the Uchiha clan. That Uchiha was crushed by an enemy's earth release technique, his body pinned beneath the rubble. With his last breath, Kakashi's teammate asked the squad's medical ninja to transplant his remaining intact eye into Kakashi. And that's how Kakashi-sensei came to possess the Sharingan. The Uchiha teammate who gave Kakashi his eye was also his close friend. I imagine you've often accompanied Kakashi-sensei to visit his friend's grave. He's the one who entrusted Kakashi with the Sharingan. As Uriha finished recounting the story, the room fell silent. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura no longer questioned Kakashi. What stunned them wasn't that Kakashi possessed the Sharingan, but that in the midst of war, a comrade had been willing to entrust him with such a precious gift. Their friendship must have been profound. Sasuke realized his earlier suspicions were misplaced. Kakashi-sensei became famous across the ninja world with a transplanted Sharingan. You're right, Uraha. He really is an incredible ninja, Naruto remarked, deeply moved. Uraha smiled. Of course. Kakashi-sensei was a prodigy from a young age. When he was our age, he was already a jonin, and he earned that rank in the crucible of war. You can imagine how strong he is. Sasuke said nothing, but his expectations for Kakashi had quietly grown. He wondered what powerful jutsu Kakashi might teach him in the future. Most importantly, Kakashi had experience using the Sharingan. Perhaps one day, Kakashi would teach him how to unlock its true potential. Sasuke looked at Uraha. Uraha, do you know much about the Uchiha clan? You must know a lot, right? After all, you seem to know everything about Kakashi-sensei, and you're familiar with the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. Surely you know about the Uchiha as well. The reason Sasuke asked Uraha this question was that there was much about the Uchiha clan he didn't understand himself. He didn't even know how to awaken and develop the Sharingan. Sakura and Naruto also turned to Uraha, their curiosity about the Uchiha clan plain on their faces. They had always heard that the Uchiha clan held a prestigious place in Kenoha, and Sasuke, as the last survivor, was popular in the village because of it. At the very least, whenever Naruto heard people mention Sasuke, they would always bring up the Uchiha name as well. From the way people spoke, the Uchiha clan seemed like an incredibly powerful family. Uraha gave a resigned sigh and looked at Sasuke. How would I know if even you, an Uchiha, don't? Where would I get that information? But Sasuke wasn't about to let Uraha off so easily. You knew about the Uzumaki clan. Even before now, I'd never even heard of them. I don't believe you don't know about the Uchiha. Sakura and Naruto both nodded in agreement. Sasuke's right. If you know about the Uzumaki clan, there's no way you don't know about the Uchiha. I only know about as much as you do, Uraha replied. Maybe even less. Still dissatisfied, Sasuke pressed on. Then do you know just how powerful the Sharingan really is? If I keep mastering it, how far can I go? This was the question Sasuke truly wanted to ask. He wouldn't ask just anyone, but he already recognized Uraha's strength. He didn't feel embarrassed at all asking Uraha. Naruto and Sakura were listening intently as well. Sasuke in particular seemed deeply invested. Since learning of his own immense potential, Naruto had already made up his mind. One day, when he surpassed Sasuke, he would defeat him in person. He wanted to prove himself to Sakura, to show her his strength, to make her fall for him. He had always assumed Sakura liked Sasuke simply because Sasuke was stronger than he was. Uraha waved his hand dismissively. That, I really don't know. But since the ninja world seems to fear the Sharingan so much, it must be incredibly powerful. Besides, back when the Uchiha clan was in Kenoha, they held tremendous power and influence. And power in the ninja world usually matches status. So if the Uchiha were that prominent, the Sharingan must be extraordinary. But Uraha's answer didn't satisfy Sasuke. But just how powerful exactly? Ura gave a wry smile and said, I really have no idea. The strongest Sharingan I've ever seen belongs to Kakashi-sensei. That was the truth. Ever since he came to this world and grew up, Uru had only ever seen Kakashi's Sharingan. He hadn't even seen Sasuke's Sharingan with his own eyes. Although Sasuke was dissatisfied with Yoru's answer, he knew that pressing further would get him nowhere. Yoru probably wouldn't answer anyway. Whether Yoru truly didn't know, or was hiding something he didn't want Sasuke to uncover, was a mystery. After the group returned to Tezuna's house, Yoru glanced at Kakashi, who was already seated casually at the dinner table, and couldn't help but feel exasperated. Kakashi-sensei, you really are a wonderful teacher, Yoru remarked, his voice thick with sarcasm. Kakashi, of course, understood exactly what Yoru meant. He was complaining about having been left alone to handle Sasuke and the others' barrage of questions. Fortunately, with his face hidden behind his mask, Kakashi's expression remained unreadable. He simply greeted the four of them as if nothing had happened. Hey, you're back. Come on, hurry and have some dinner. Tsunami-san has prepared a wonderful meal for you all. Standing beside Kakashi, Tsunami blushed slightly and said apologetically, It's just a simple meal. I hope it's enough for everyone. Though Yoru was still annoyed at Kakashi, he managed to exchange a few polite words with Tsunami. Tezuna, spotting Yoru, grinned and said, You're really a hard worker, Yoru, still training this late into the night. After their earlier battles, Tezuna had come to trust only Kakashi and Yoru. He believed that as long as those two were around, even if Zabuza returned, there'd be no way to assassinate him. As for Sasuke and the others, Tezuna considered them complete novices, barely able to protect themselves, let alone anyone else. That was why he treated Yoru with such warmth. Once Yoru and the other three sat down at the table, Inari peeked out from behind Tsunami and stared at them. His eyes were filled with scorn. A bunch of fools. They'll end up just like that other guy, he muttered under his breath. Yoru could hear him clearly. but he chose not to respond or even dwell on who Inari might be referring to. He had some memories of this mission, but the details were hazy. He simply didn't know why Inari would say something like that. Kakashi heard it too, and fell into thoughtful silence. He wasn't angry. He was simply wondering why Inari would say such a thing. Who was this other guy he spoke of? Kakashi glanced at Yoru. Yoru, for his part, kept his face calm as he ate, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Kakashi thought to himself, this kid is pretty composed. Still, I bet he's already curious about who Inari meant. After that brief glance at Yoru, Kakashi did nothing more, keeping his usual calm as he continued to eat. Only Yayu and Kakashi remained silent. But Naruto heard everything. Even though Inari spoke in a quiet voice, Naruto still caught every word. Instantly, Naruto was upset. He jumped up onto the chair, raised his fist, and glared at Inari. Who are you calling an idiot? Say it clearly. Sasuke and Sakura didn't say a word, but their expressions darkened as well. After all, they had continued with this mission out of kindness, and yet Inari was insulting them. Though Sakura looked calm on the surface, inside she was fuming. Naruto's words only made Inari angrier. He didn't seem scared at all now. He leapt out from behind his mother and shouted at Naruto, I'm talking about you. Do you even know who you're up against? Those people are ninjas who could kill a group of people without batting an eye. You really think just a few of you can defeat them? That's just foolish. So if you're not idiots, what are you? Especially you, you blonde idiot. Tsunami froze for a moment, and when she realized things were getting out of hand, she hurried to pull Inari back. Inari, that was very rude. Apologize to the ninjas right now. Tears streaming down his face, Inari stubbornly protested. I won't apologize. I'm telling the truth. How could these people possibly beat those ninjas? They're just more people waiting to be killed. That's all. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. His words dissolved into sobs. The more Inari spoke, the more upset he became, and finally he ran out of the room. An awkward silence filled the air. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, furious, and was ready to chase after Inari to confront him. That brat. How can he say something like that? I'm going to make him explain himself. With that, Naruto stormed out in pursuit. Tsunami and Tazuna hurriedly turned to Kakashi and the others to apologize. We're so sorry, Mr. Kakashi. Inari didn't mean to say those things. Please forgive his rudeness. We apologize on his behalf. As Tazuna and Tsunami looked like they were about to kneel, Kakashi quickly helped them up. There's no need for that. He's just a child. We won't hold it against him. But it seems there's something more behind all this. Tazuna let out a heavy sigh. That boy's father was killed because he tried to stop Gato. He used to look up to his father more than anyone. He really admired him. But who would have thought? After Tazuna finished telling the story of Inari and his father, Kakashi and the others finally understood. Mr. Kakashi, the bridge connecting us to the mainland is truly vital. If we can't finish it, the land of waves will always be under Gato's rule. Our people will never escape his cruel grip. Tazuna's voice trembled with emotion, and tears welled up in his eyes. Father, with Mr. Kakashi and the others here, the bridge will definitely be completed. Tazuna's son stood by his side, trying to reassure his father. Looking at Dazna's expression, Uraha's feelings were complicated. The sorrow of the powerless, he thought. With strength, one can command the entire ninja world, but those without power are as insignificant as ants, even in times of peace. How much more despair must ordinary people feel during a war? For the first time, Uraha deeply experienced a sense of helplessness. To Uraha, Gato was nothing more than a pest he could easily crush. But to the people of the land of waves, Gato was a mountain, one that could smother them with little effort. The land of waves was desperately poor. They didn't even have their own ninja village. It probably wouldn't take a Jonin, just a few Chunin, or even some Jinin, could take over the entire country. Uraha also came to understand why. In the end, Dazna named the bridge connecting them to the mainland after Naruto. Perhaps to others, Naruto was just a Genin. But to the people of the land of waves, Naruto was the hero who had saved their entire nation. Kakashi glanced at Uraha. Seeing his thoughtful expression, Kakashi nodded to himself. This was exactly what he wanted Uraha to feel, the reality that so many people in this world live humble, even downtrodden lives. The power Uraha now possessed already set him far above most others. And what he chose to do with that power, whether to oppress the weak or to help and protect them, to uphold order or become a tyrant, depended on his own heart. Sasuke and Sakura, on the other hand, didn't feel anything special, nor could they truly empathize with Dazna. Although Sasuke had lost his clan, the presence of Itachi meant the third Hokage had always given him special attention. Sasuke had never truly experienced the helplessness of being bullied, at least not within the village. As for Sakura, even more so, Kenoha was an orderly place, and as a student at the Ninja Academy, no one dared to pick on her. After Kakashi chatted with Dazna for a while, everyone went off to rest. That night, Jeriah sat on the balcony on the second floor, pale moonlight spilling across the stone floor like sand. In the distance, the forest echoed with the calls of insects and birds. It should have been noisy, yet in that moment, the world felt extraordinarily peaceful. Jeriah stared blankly into the darkness beyond. He couldn't see anything, but he couldn't look away. After a long while, he sensed someone sit down beside him. Without turning, Jeriah spoke softly. "Kakashi-sensei, what do you think I'll become when I'm the strongest person in the world?" Kakashi, seated next to him, was taken aback. He lowered his head, thought for a moment, and replied, "I believe in you." He didn't mock Jeriah for thinking he might one day become the world's strongest, nor did he try to answer the question. Yet Kakashi's words made Jeriah smile. "Kakashi-sensei, do you really have that much faith in me?" To be honest, the power I've gained these days has started to make me feel a little detached from reality. I honestly have no idea what I'll become when I grow stronger, maybe even stronger than everyone else. Human desire truly knows no bounds. Tell me, why do you think in the past there never seemed to be a single figure in the ninja world who could suppress an entire era? If such a person did exist, what kind of mindset would they have? Jeriah felt lost. He knew he had the system, knew that perhaps one day he would become the strongest ninja in this world. It was a very real possibility. But when that time came, would he truly be able to hold fast to his original self? Or could he really say he had no thirst for power at all? Once you have the power to shape a world, can you really hold on to the heart you had when you were young? The highest level of strength brings with it the highest level of power. The idea that you could decide life and death so easily, wielding authority over everyone in this world. It was intoxicating just to imagine. Jeriah wondered, when he reached that level, would he still be able to take things as they came, just as he did now? At every stage of life, as your resources change, so does your mindset. Maybe once he truly held ultimate power, he'd look back on his current, carefree attitude and think it naive. Who could say? After all, right now he was still weak. He couldn't possibly understand the allure of having everything under his control. Naturally, he assumed he would always remain the same. But would he truly? Could he really keep this mindset forever? Jeriah wasn't so sure anymore. Kakashi glanced at Jeriah, let out a sigh, and, just like him, gazed into the distant mountains and forests. "Even though I don't know what you'll become in the future, I do know one thing. You won't be consumed by greed and ambition. I trust my own judgment of people." Jeriah turned to look at Kakashi and smiled. "And what makes you so sure?" "Because I believe in you." Kakashi replied earnestly. Jeriah said nothing more. Whatever he was thinking in that moment remained unspoken. Kakashi continued, "The other night, the third Hokage told me about the days of the first Hokage. Would you like to hear it?" Jeriah nodded. Even though he retained some memories, 12 years had gone by. He'd long since forgotten the details. Back in the first Hokage's era, his power was unmatched, so much so that people hailed him as the god of shinobi. Slowly, Kakashi recounted the story of the first Hokage's time to Jeriah. Jeriah listened intently. After a long while, when Kakashi finished, he turned to Jeriah and said, "Jeriah, I believe that one day, you'll be like the first Hokage. Before, I worried that the power inside you might bring harm to the village. But I'd rather believe that you'll use the power inside you wisely, that you'll become the hero who protects the village, not the demon who destroys it. That's why I'm going to teach you everything I know, everything I've learned in my life. I'm betting it all on you." Jeriah gave a small smile. "If I turn out to be the latter Kakashi-sensei, then you're going to be in serious trouble." "Well, there's nothing I can do about that. I know that one day you'll grow incredibly strong. When that day comes, even if I'm no longer a match for you, I'll risk my life to stop you with my own hands. But I'm even more certain that, in the future, you'll be someone your teacher can be proud of, not someone who'll make me go down in history as a criminal." With that, Kakashi patted Jeriah on the shoulder. Watching Kakashi return to his room, Jeriah's face softened with a smile. "Well, whatever. Let the future worry about itself. For now, as long as I don't change, that's enough." Jeriah didn't know what the future held for him. Maybe as his powers grew, so would his desires, and his easygoing nature might change as a result. But living well in the present was what truly mattered. There was no point in obsessing over things that hadn't happened. It would only bring needless anxiety. In the days that followed, Jeriah, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura took turns in pairs, guarding Tazuna as he worked on the bridge. During this time, Zabuza never showed up again. Kakashi always stayed with the team assigned to protect Tazuna. After all, Tazuna was the primary target of their mission, and Kakashi wouldn't feel at ease unless he looked after him personally. Over just a few days, Jeriah had already mastered dozens of ninja techniques, even a lightning blade, which he now wielded flawlessly. Now, he was learning sealing techniques from Kakashi. Jeriah's rate of progress left Kakashi astonished, even though he'd already shown an extraordinary aptitude for learning before. But now, Jeriah had acquired enough techniques to qualify as an elite jonin in terms of skill. His raw power was already at that level. All he lacked was real combat experience. Jeriah placed great value on gaining experience in actual battle. Kakashi, however, saw things differently. To him, Jeriah already had the strength of an elite jonin, even if he hadn't fought much in real battles. For anyone facing an elite jonin, defeating Jeriah would be no easy task. A few peaceful weeks passed. One day, Jeriah was returning from training behind the mountains. As he stepped up to the entrance of Tizuna's house, he immediately sensed that something was off. Jeriah paused at the door, hand hovering mid-air, about to open it. "It's so quiet," he murmured to himself. He took a step back. In a heartbeat, he vanished, swift and silent as a shadow. Almost simultaneously, Jeriah reappeared upstairs, in the room where they'd been staying these past few days. He entered from the balcony, Chakra focused in his feet. As he walked across the wooden boards, not a sound betrayed his movements. Looking around the room, which was as tidy as ever, Yiyu turned and headed downstairs. A hush hung in the air, different from the usual quiet. There was no sign of Tsunami bustling about the kitchen, nor was Inari dashing through the hallway. Little Sakura, too, was nowhere to be seen. From the second floor to the first, Yiyu saw neither Tsunami nor Inari and Sakura. But on the dining table, a letter caught Yiyu's eye. After hesitating for a moment, Yiyu gathered Chakra in both hands. Golden energy shimmered and wrapped around them like gloves. He opened the envelope, his expression growing somber. "So it's really happened. Looks like someone's laid a trap for me. Plain as day." Indeed, it was a ransom letter. The writer had taken Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari, demanding Yiyu meet them at the mountains behind the house. If Yiyu failed to show by sunset, they threatened to kill Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari. With barely a second thought, Yiyu rushed toward the back mountain. He didn't bother alerting Kakashi. There simply wasn't enough time. As Yiyu sped down the road, his face was set in grim determination. He thought to himself, "They even knew when I'd returned from training. They must have been watching for a long time. Taking Sakura and the others must be a way to pin me down. Their real goal is to assassinate Old Man Tizuna. I bet Zabuza is already confronting Kakashi." The thoughts raced through Yiyu's mind. He knew all too well that after their last fight, Zabuza understood he couldn't win against both Kakashi and Yiyu together. That's why they'd sent someone to kidnap Sakura and the others, to keep Yiyu away. With Yiyu occupied, Zabuza could strike at Tizuna, and facing only Kakashi, he'd have a real shot at killing the bridge builder. And if he had help, the task would be even easier. Even knowing all this, Yiyu could only follow the enemy's steps, unless he was willing to abandon Sakura and the others' safety, but that was something Yiyu simply couldn't do. Before long, Yiyu arrived at the location mentioned in the letter. Deep within the forest stood a small wooden cabin. Inside, Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari were tied to wooden stakes. Their bodies were covered with sheets of explosive tags, layered thickly and ominously. Seated before them were 3 rogue ninja from the hidden mist. The leader had long green hair and sharp, pointed teeth, none other than Kurasuke Raiga, once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Standing behind him were 2 chunin from the mist, now rogue as well. After learning of Yiyu's strength, equal to a jonin, Zabuza had reached out to Raiga, a fellow defector from the mist. Gato, the wealthy crime boss, had to pay for an extra S-rank mission because of it. Though it pained him, Gato still paid up. For killing Tizuna and stopping the bridge's construction was worth any price in his eyes. Black Hole Raiga looked at the 3 people tied up before him, his expression cold and indifferent. "Don't worry. When that brat arrives, I'll send you all to die together. After you're dead, I'll throw you a magnificent funeral." Ha ha ha. Raiga burst into a twisted, maniacal laugh. Sakura struggled against her restraints, shouting angrily, "You green-haired freak, you won't get away with this. When Kakashi-sensei and Yoru arrive, they'll definitely defeat you." Raiga sneered. "Ignorant little girl, Kakashi is probably already dead at Zabuza's hands by now. As for that brat called Yoru, I'll admit he's got some talent. But I have the 3 of you right here. The foolish bonds of friendship you leaf ninja hold so dear will force him to care about your safety. No matter how fast he is, he won't be faster than the explosion tags strapped to your bodies. What a pity. That kid really is a genius, but he's going to throw his life away trying to save a silly little girl like you. Such a waste." For days, Raiga had been watching Yoru closely with his 2 subordinates. He was well aware of Yoru's progress and training over the past few days. If it weren't for capturing Sakura, Raiga wouldn't have had much confidence in being able to kill Yoru. But now, with 3 hostages in his grip, and judging by his observations, Yoru seemed to care a lot about Sakura. Raiga was certain that Yoru wouldn't abandon her. That was the source of his confidence. Not to mention the twin thunder swords, fangs, in his hands. He was a jonin, once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and with the thunder sword's power, his strength was on par with any elite jonin, stronger than the average jonin. With 2 chunin at his side, Raiga couldn't imagine how he might lose. Hearing Raiga's words, Inari thought of his father. Wasn't this exactly how his father had died? Remembering what Naruto had said to him that day, Inari sank into despair. As expected, there are no heroes in this world. Anyone who tries to be a hero is just a fool, and all fools die. Overestimating themselves. People always overestimate themselves. Tears slid down Inari's cheeks as he muttered to himself. Not long ago, after his talk with Naruto, a faint glimmer of hope had ignited in his heart. But now, hope was shattered. Inari completely broke down. Tsunami's face had gone deathly pale. She understood every word Raiga said. She knew, for people like them, death was certain. In her eyes, Yoru and Sasuke were just children. No matter how gifted, how strong could they possibly be? Kakashi was probably tangled up by another group of enemy ninja by now. Her own father might have already been killed by the ninjas their enemies had sent. Having lost both her husband and possibly her father in quick succession, Tsunami was overwhelmed and couldn't speak a word. Raiga's words plunged Sakura into despair as well. Zabuza's strength was something she had been aware of from the start. Back then, if it hadn't been for Yoru assisting Kakashi, Kakashi might not have been able to defeat Zabuza. If Yoru were held up here, there was a real chance Kakashi would lose to Zabuza, and Tazuna would be killed. And Yoru might even die here trying to save her. Even if he didn't die here, once Zabuza assassinated Tazuna and came for them, facing 2 jonin, Sakura couldn't imagine Yoru standing a chance. It was a hopeless situation. Sakura's face clouded with distress. No, Yoru would never fall for your tricks. He'll definitely see through your scheme. Sakura refused to believe Yoru would come running blindly. He had to know this was a trap set by Kurosu Raiga. Kurosu Raiga laughed heartily. Little girl, even if he knows it's my trap, does he really have a choice? With just one sentence, Raiga left Sakura speechless. It was true. Even if you're new, what choice did he really have? Could he really just abandon them and rush to Kakashi's side to save himself? Seeing Sakura fall silent, Raiga smirked. Will he choose to complete the mission or save his comrades? For what I've seen these past days, that kid will probably come to save you. That's not true. Yoru won't make that kind of choice. He'll definitely go to Kakashi-sensei. Sakura shook her head, desperately hoping Yoru wouldn't come. This was a death trap. Coming here would only mean dying together with them. She wished even more that Yoru would stay away. On any ordinary day, of course Sakura would want to hold a special place in Yoru's heart. Even if they were just friends, she'd want to be his closest friend. But when life and death were on the line, she only wanted Yoru to survive. She didn't want him to die with her. She couldn't bear the thought of Yoru stepping into this obvious trap. The image of Yoru showing up, the certainty that he'd be blown to pieces right alongside her, haunted her. Sakura began to cry. Even though she was the only ninja among the 3 of them, she couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't want Yoru to come and throw his life away. Yoru, you're not coming, right? You're an outstanding ninja. You'll put the mission first, won't you? We're only temporary teammates. How could I possibly be that important to you? Sakura choked through her tears as she spoke. Watching Sakura sob uncontrollably, Kurosu Raiga taunted. Isn't it something to be happy about, having a genius companion join you on your way to the underworld? What are you crying for? Sakura didn't answer. She gazed out the window, silently praying that Yoru would never come. She even wished that Yoru would never see that letter. Sakura, have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei said when he tested you all? Just as Black Hoe Raiga finished speaking, Uraha's voice drifted in from outside the small wooden cabin. So you really did come, kid? The moment he heard Uraha's words, Black Hoe Raiga appeared behind Sakura in a heartbeat. Both of his thunderblades were now crossed at Sakura's throat. At the same time, 2 Chunin materialized behind Tsunami and Inari, kunai gleaming against their necks. For a split second, Sakura felt a surge of relief at Uraha's voice, but was immediately crushed by despair. She cried out, Uraha, why did you come? You must have known it was a trap. Why did you walk into it? Uraha stepped slowly into the cabin. He calmly swept his gaze around the room and said in a low, even tone, I knew it was a trap. But just as he said, I had no choice. He shrugged his hands helplessly. Although Uraha appeared perfectly composed, The two Mist Village Chunin felt an intense sense of danger radiating from him. It was as if he could end their lives at any moment. Yet, he was supposed to be nothing more than a genin. But after observing him these past days, the two of them couldn't help but swallow nervously. Their hearts pounded as they watched Jeriah, fearing that a single wrong move could be their last. They certainly didn't dare treat him as an ordinary genin. This boy was dangerous. He had the power to defeat them in an instant. Black Hole Raiga didn't dare let down his guard, either. Sakura, tears streaming down her face, looked at Jeriah. She hadn't wanted him to come at all. Jeriah turned to Black Hole Raiga and said, "Looks like your skills aren't any weaker than Zabuza's. You must be a jonin, right? Mist Village sure has a lot of rogue ninja on the loose. And you're all quite formidable." Jeriah seemed oblivious to the danger he was in, casually bantering with Black Hole Raiga. Raiga's expression grew grave. "Kid, you're only going to die here along with this foolish girl. What a waste." Jeriah smiled. "And what makes you so sure I'll die?" Raiga let out a harsh laugh. Didn't you notice anything odd about the area? I've been watching you for a long time. Did you really think I'd be unaware of your abilities? I'm not stupid enough to fight you head-on. Even if I win, it would be a tough battle. I've set up a massive number of explosive tags within 100 meters of this cabin. Especially here, hundreds of tags are ready to go off. That's more than enough to wipe you and this girl out completely, leaving not even a trace behind. After hearing Raiga's words, Jeriah didn't seem surprised at all. He had sensed at the moment he came in. Within 100 meters of the cabin, there were wires everywhere, each one rigged with explosive tags. If those tags were triggered, everything within several hundred meters would be obliterated. But with Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari here, what could he do? Could he just abandon them? He knew he couldn't. This whole area is covered with explosive tags. If they go off, you won't escape either, Jeriah warned. Kid, do you really think I'd be foolish enough to step into this trap with my real body?" Jeriah clapped his hands. Well done, well done. Looks like you've studied me thoroughly. You've set a trap I can't avoid. Enough talk, brat. Take your foolish decision and go to hell. Detonate. Kuratsuchi Rya had no desire to waste words with Jeriah. He feared any delay might bring trouble. And, at that very moment, Jeriah's gaze sharpened. Chakra surged through his body in an instant. Lightning style, thunder net. Wind style, air burst. Water style, water formation wall. A crackle of electricity surged through the air. A low, ominous hum vibrated all around. Water crashed and splashed violently. Thunder roared, shaking the ground. At Kuratsuchi Rya's signal, every single explosive tag erupted at once. The ferocious blast reduced the wooden cabin to splinters. For hundreds of meters around, the explosion sent a towering mushroom cloud billowing into the sky. A raging shockwave tore through the forest, uprooting massive trees even hundreds of meters away. Smoke and dust blotted out the sun, and the earth quaked as if struck by a massive earthquake. Long moments passed before the dust finally settled. The ground, once even, was now a scarred, cratered wasteland. Kuratsuchi Rya and the two Chunin emerged from behind a distant tree, well over 100 meters away. Kuratsuchi Rya chuckled. Now, that was a beautiful explosion. Such a waste. The fall of a true genius. Well, let me at least give you a grand funeral, so you can leave this world with a bit of dignity. With the two Chunin in tow, Kuratsuchi Rya approached the heart of the explosion. The center had been blasted into a colossal crater, dozens of meters wide. But as Kuratsuchi Rya reached the edge of the pit, he saw, right in the center, 3 orbs of water gleaming with golden light. What's that? The two Chunin asked, puzzled. A sense of dread crept into Kuratsuchi Rya's heart. Stay sharp. That kid won't go down so easily, he warned, his expression grave. He suspected the explosion hadn't finished Jeriah after all. No way, the two Chunin exclaimed, wide-eyed with disbelief. With an explosion like that, even a Kage wouldn't survive, right? After all, they'd set thousands of explosive tags all around the area. Even a Kage-level ninja would struggle to come out alive from such a blast. Kuratsuchi Rya unsheathed his lightning blade. He didn't bother answering the Chunin, but kept his eyes fixed on the 3 golden orbs at the crater's center. After a tense moment, seeing no movement from the orbs, Kuratsuchi Rya's impatience got the better of him. He attacked the shimmering spheres without hesitation. Lightning style, thunder strike. A sharp crack split the air. Electricity sizzled and snapped. Kuratsuchi Rya crossed both lightning blades, and arcs of blue electricity danced and surged along their lengths. As Black Hole Raiga channeled Chakra through his body, arcs of lightning on the thunder sword suddenly surged, swelling into a bolt as thick as an arm, which he swung at the 3 globes of water. This was a lightning-style ninjutsu performed by Black Hole Raiga, utilizing the power of the Thunder Sword. The sword enabled him to unleash lightning-style techniques with ease, and it required far less chakra than ordinary lightning-style jutsu. The ferocious bolt of lightning struck one of the water globes in an instant. Yet, the moment this lightning, which was powerful enough to shatter a boulder, touched the globe, it was completely absorbed. The golden orb swallowed up the lightning just like a black hole, devouring every spark Raiga released, as if he had never attacked at all. This eerie sight left Black Hole Raiga and his two Chunin companions utterly stunned. What is that thing? A monster, maybe? Big Bro Raiga's lightning style just got absorbed. What on earth is that? The two Chunin stammered in panic. Raiga's face grew grim. It seemed he grasped what was happening. Glancing around, Raiga shouted in anger, "Kid, stop hiding. I know this is your doing. Come out." He was certain Jeriah was behind this. A surge of shock and rage welled up inside him. Jeriah was still alive. All his careful planning, his deadly trap, had failed to kill him. Not only had the blast left Jeriah unscathed, he had even left behind something like this to toy with Raiga. It was intolerable. The scorched earth around them was silent and empty. Raiga's expression darkened further, a chill running down his spine at the thought of being watched from the shadows. Usually, he was the one lurking in the darkness. Damn it, what a troublesome kid. Even a death trap couldn't kill you. What kind of monster are you? Raiga muttered through clenched teeth. Big Bro Raiga, you don't really think that kids survive an explosion like that, do you? That's impossible. The two Chunin, hearts pounding at the thought Jeriah might still be alive, tried to reassure themselves. If Jeriah could survive an explosion that intense, what kind of terrifying monster would he be? They were only Chunin, and even together, they didn't feel confident facing him. For days, they'd been tailing Jeriah under Raiga's orders. They knew very well just how formidable Jeriah's strength was. Ignoring his companions, Raiga kept his gaze fixed on the three water globes in the center of the crater. If you won't come out, I'll force you out. With that, he unleashed another lightning-style ninjutsu, lightning-style, Thunderfang. As he finished the technique, a massive surge of lightning gathered in the sky. In a flash, dozens of blue arcs of electricity shot out in all directions. A sharp crack split the silence. Thunder rumbled, wave after wave, as the lightning crashed down. In an instant, the torrents of lightning devastated everything in the area, reducing it all to ruin. The power was unimaginably terrifying. This was the true might of the Thunderblade, an artifact that could amplify its wielder's lightning release techniques several times over. So this is the power of the Thunderblade. Haha, brother Kurisuke Raiga is finally unleashing his full strength. That kid may have survived the previous blast, but now he's definitely going to be killed by brother Raiga. The two Chunin, witnessing a scene that looked straight out of an apocalypse, spoke with excitement. Moments ago, they'd been worried that Jeriah might have survived. But now, watching Raiga unleash his lightning release, they felt certain, even if Jeriah was still alive, he stood no chance against Raiga. After all, Kurisuke Raiga was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a true elite jonin. They couldn't believe a mere child like Jeriah could ever stand up to such power. Lightning raged all around, pouring endlessly from the Thunderblade in a relentless barrage. The spectacle was overwhelming, awe-inspiring. Yet, Jeriah still hadn't appeared. Instead, at the center of the massive crater, 3 globes of water began to peel apart, layer by layer. There was a sharp crack. The sound of shattering glass made Raiga pause, halting his attack. His eyes fixed intently on the 3 globes, each radiating a faint golden light from within the crater. Now, the golden substance encasing the water orb slowly flaked away, revealing what was hidden inside. When Raiga caught sight of the face emerging from one of the water globes, he was stunned. She's still alive. That girl actually survived? Are you kidding me? It was one thing for that brat to survive, but how is the girl still alive? I put more than 20 explosive tags on her, enough to blow her to pieces. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Raiga had never imagined that the person beneath the water globe would be Sakura. What shocked him even more was that Sakura was completely unharmed. As every last shard of that glass-like substance fell away from her, Sakura's entire figure was revealed. Not a single wound could be seen on her. It was simply inconceivable. Raiga couldn't believe it. After all, he had plastered that girl with so many explosive tags. How could Sakura possibly be alive? He refused to accept it. This is impossible. It has to be a Jinjutsu, some illusion cast by that kid. No way. Raiga's hands trembled as he spoke. He couldn't accept that something so bizarre could truly happen in this world. Those explosive tags were stuck tight to her. There's no way he could have gotten them all off in so little time. Raiga's entire worldview was shaken to its core. Another sharp crack. As the watery shell around Sakura finally fell away, the two globes beside her also began to dissolve. Sakura herself was utterly bewildered. Just a moment before, she'd been convinced she was about to die. And deep down, she even regretted having dragged Jeriah into this with her at the last moment. Sakura shook her hand, and a sharp pain snapped her wide awake. This isn't a dream. I'm not dead. I actually survived. So many explosive tags went off at once, and I'm still alive. Wait, what about Jeriah? I wonder how he's doing. When the last drops of water slid from their bodies, both Tsunami and Inari stood there in utter shock, completely bewildered. They looked down at their hands, unable to believe they were still alive. We're actually alive. How? How is this possible? Tsunami glanced around. The ground was blackened, scorched earth stretching in every direction. It seemed they were standing at the center of a massive crater, surrounded on all sides by charred soil. Steam still rose from the earth, and the acrid stench of burning dirt hung heavy in the air. But as long as they were alive, nothing else mattered. Inari's mind spun with the words Dezuna had told him. It was him. It had to be him. He's the one who saved us. Inari instantly thought of Jeriah. Before, he hadn't believed what Dezuna said. He didn't believe that Jeriah and the others could defeat the ninja hired by Gato. After he and his mother were captured, he became even more convinced his doubts were right, and even secretly mocked what Naruto had told him the other day. But now, here he was, alive, saved by Jeriah. Jeriah really had the power to save them. He's about the same age as Naruto, so how could he be so strong? If only my father had been as strong as Jeriah back then, would he still be alive? Thoughts raced through his mind, and it was only then that Inari realized Jeriah was nowhere to be seen. He scanned his surroundings, searching, but found no trace of him. All he saw was Kurosu Raiga in the distance, thrashing about in furious anger. Mom, was it him? Did he save us? Inari turned to his mother. Tsunami nodded. Who else could have been? Meanwhile, Sakura looked around anxiously, finding no sign of Jeriah. Her worry deepened. Jeriah, where are you? Her voice trembled, edged with tears as she called out. She truly feared that Jeriah had been caught in the explosion. In such a dangerous moment, knowing full well he might die, he still chose to save her. Who could remain indifferent to someone who risked their life so selflessly? Especially since she and Jeriah were hardly close before this. At her most desperate hour, Jeriah appeared, willing to stake his life for her. But as time passed, there was no answer, no sign of Jeriah anywhere. Sakura began to fear the worst, that he had died. She collapsed to her knees, her strength gone, murmuring, "It's all my fault you got hurt." But before she could finish, her vision blurred. "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet." At the sound of that voice, Sakura jolted, lifting her head. There stood a figure before her, his silhouette unmistakably like Jeriah's. "Yo, Jeriah, you're alive." "Ah, you're actually alive." Tsunami and Inari cried out in disbelief from the side. Both of them were utterly stunned. Jeriah had appeared, alive and well, despite the violent explosion just moments ago. It was an overwhelming relief. Sakura stood up and rushed toward Jeriah, but Jeriah placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "That's enough. Make sure to look after Aunt Tsunami and Inari. I've been training for so long. I want to see what I'm really capable of now. That guy's a jonin. I can't say I'm confident I'll beat him, but maybe I can hold out until Kakashi-sensei arrives." Jeriah admitted, a trace of uncertainty in his voice. With her excitement contained by Jeriah's steady grip, Sakura still looked a little wistful. But she obediently stepped in front of Tsunami and Inari. "Don't worry, I'll protect them no matter what." She spoke with conviction. Jeriah didn't seem too concerned. Sakura was still too weak at this stage. Telling her to protect Inari and the others was really just to keep her out of the way. Otherwise, he'd have to split his attention to look after them, and against Kurisuke Raiga, Jeriah wasn't confident he'd win. Right now, both Tsunami and Inari had absolute faith in Jeriah. After all, even in the midst of that huge explosion, Jeriah had managed to keep them safe. It was hard to imagine he'd lose now. Especially Inari. His former gloom had vanished, replaced by outright adoration as he looked at Jeriah. He raised his hand and shouted, "Go for it, big brother Jeriah. I'll keep Mom safe. I won't cause you any trouble." Good, that's the spirit. Even though Jeriah hadn't spoken much with Inari these past days, and they weren't close. Since Inari had said this, Jeriah would naturally acknowledge him. Sakura gazed at Jeriah's back, her eyes shining with new emotions. At this moment, he radiated a sense of absolute security. "Jeriah, be careful. I promise I'll protect them. So just focus on your fight," Sakura said earnestly. Jeriah nodded. He drew a kunai from his ninja pouch. With a sharp crackle, in an instant, golden arcs of lightning danced across the blade. Lightning? And it's golden. That's amazing. Inari was dumbfounded, watching as Jeriah casually conjured lightning, golden lightning, at his fingertips. His face lit up with admiration and envy. It truly was an extraordinary display. Sakura understood even more deeply how powerful Jeriah's technique was. He didn't even use hand seals to unleash such a powerful lightning release. Jeriah's way beyond us now, she thought. Sakura knew well that among the 5 chakra natures, lightning release was incredibly strong, but notoriously hard to control. Yet Jeriah had summoned it without so much as a single hand sign. This level of power put him in a league of his own. Tsunami was equally astonished. So, this is what a ninja can do? Amazing. He seems even stronger than Zabuza. Jinbo had seen ninjas before, but she had never witnessed them use ninjutsu. They always fought with their ninja swords. Yet now, on Jeriah's kunai, golden lightning surged in abundance. Lightning that somehow left Jeriah completely unscathed. To ordinary people, Jeriah's display was nothing short of a mystical art. At that very moment, Kurosu Raiga, who was frantically searching for Jeriah, spotted him standing at the bottom of the massive crater. His eyes narrowed. "You little brat, you finally show yourself. I knew you weren't dead. I used so many explosive tags and you still survived. You're really getting on my nerves, kid. But since you refuse to die easily, I'll make sure you die painfully. I'll torture you slowly until you beg for death. My Thunderblade is thirsting for blood, and this time, I won't let you escape. You too, use the hidden mist technique. Cover this area completely." Kurosu Raiga's voice was cold as he ordered the 2 chunin beside him. The 2 exchanged glances, their throats bobbing as they looked down at Jeriah, whose expression remained calm. Both could feel the clash of auras between Jeriah and their leader. The oppressive killing intent was so intense, it chilled the very core of their souls. He's just a genin, a kid, so how can his presence rival Raiga's? What kind of monster is he? It feels like his strength is every bit as frightening as Raiga's, one muttered as they formed the necessary hand seals. With swift, practiced movements, the 2 began their jutsu, ninja art, hidden mist technique. In an instant, a thick fog blanketed the area for hundreds of meters. Within the swirling mist, the atmosphere grew even more menacing and deadly. The hidden mist technique, when cast jointly by 2 chunin, covered a much wider area and was denser than usual. Kurosu Raiga gave a grim smile. As ninja of the hidden mist village, moving freely in the fog is our most basic skill. He let out a booming laugh, but before he could finish, Jeriah's icy voice echoed right beside his ear. What a coincidence. This jutsu doesn't restrict me at all. A sudden crackle of electricity split the air. A sharp, wet sound followed. Then came screams of agony, raw and chilling. Raiga's focus faltered for just an instant, and a golden flash darted past him. The next thing he heard was the sizzling fury of lightning and the dying cries of his 2 subordinates, sending a jolt of dread through him. Damn it, he's too fast. Sensing the danger, Raiga leapt backward several steps, widening the gap between himself and his fallen comrades. Through the dense mist, Jeriah looked calmly in Raiga's direction. At his feet, the 2 chunin from the hidden mist village lay lifeless on the ground, blood pooling beneath them, undeniably, irreversibly dead. Killed in an instant, a terrifying, merciless execution. In the blink of an eye, the 2 chunin had been dispatched without a chance to resist. The instant their bodies were pierced, a terrifying surge of electricity blasted through every part of them, snuffing out every trace of life in a heartbeat. A kunai charged with lightning was far deadlier than a simple stabbing. Black Hole Raiga was stunned, even though he'd already known Jeriah was powerful. But he hadn't expected Jeriah to be this powerful, to cover that distance. This guy, he managed to appear dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye, and I didn't even have time to react. His body flicker technique is unbelievably fast. Could he be a pupil of the Yellow Flash? Having lived through the Third Shinobi World War, Black Hole Raiga instantly thought of the legend, the Yellow Flash, a name that struck fear into the hearts of all. He was the kind of person you were allowed to abandon the mission for, just to avoid facing him. The speed Jeriah had just displayed had already surpassed that of an elite jonin, and as he moved, golden lightning crackled around him. This made Black Hole Raiga mistake Jeriah for Minato Namikaze's disciple. He even suspected Jeriah was using the Flying Thunder God technique. Jeriah's speed was simply too great, so fast that the eye couldn't even register his movement. Black Hole Raiga was a master of lightning release, and speed was his specialty. Yet even he couldn't keep up with Jeriah's movements. So it was no wonder he'd mistaken Jeriah for Minato's student. However, after his initial shock, Black Hole Raiga's fear turned to fury. "Bastard, don't think you're so great, just because you killed a couple of chunin. There's a world of difference between chunin and jonin. Lightning release. Banquet of lightning. He plunged his twin swords into the ground in a crossing motion. In an instant, dozens of violent bolts of lightning erupted forth. A deafening crack. A thunderous roar. In a flash, lightning snaked through the mist like living serpents, surging toward Jeriah. In the blink of an eye, the lightning was upon him, surrounding him completely. Lightning release. Thundernet. Sparks sizzled. Thunder boomed and rolled. In that instant, Jeriah pressed his palms together. Countless arcs of golden lightning suddenly shimmered into existence around him. The lightning gathered, forming a shimmering golden barrier. In a split second, blue lightning and the golden shield collided. The sheer force of the clash tore everything nearby to pieces. The ground around Jeriah caved in, stones exploded in every direction, and every rock touched by the lightning was pulverized to dust. A blinding white light, bright as the sun, illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. The explosion's shockwave sent a howling gale outward, and the swirling dust was whipped up into a monstrous tornado. Sakura, who had already moved Tsunami and Inari several hundred meters away, shielded her eyes against the storm of dust and debris. As she watched the towering dust tornado in the distance, worry crept across her face. This is terrifying. So this is the power of a Jonin's ninjutsu. Will Jeriah be able to withstand it? Even from hundreds of meters away, the force of the storm was still overwhelming. The wind tousled Sakura's hair into a wild mess. Her clothes rustled and flapped in the gusts. Sakura looked on with deep concern for Jeriah, while Inari clenched her fists, anxiety tightening her chest as her eyes remained fixed on Jeriah several hundred meters away. It's like watching gods do battle. Ninjas really are terrifying. How can Jeriah, at such a young age, possess such overwhelming power? Tsunami exclaimed in awe. The clash between Jeriah and Kurosu Raiga, a spectacle of jutsu she had never witnessed before, left Tsunami deeply shaken. To her, this fight was nothing short of a battle between deities. Such power, she thought, was never meant for humans. Meanwhile, on Jeriah's side, dozens of lightning bolts, each as thick as an arm, relentlessly crashed down on the barrier he had conjured. The destruction was immense. Yet, when the barrage finally ceased, the golden shield stood firm, not even slightly shaken. This was Jeriah's own invention, a defensive jutsu he developed from lightning release techniques. Lightning release, Thundernet. Even Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at its strength. It was, without question, an S-rank jutsu. To perform it required not only a profound understanding of lightning release, but also extraordinary precision in its control. Otherwise, the consequences could be disastrous. After learning the principles behind this technique, Kakashi could only shake his head, admitting that even he could not master it. It seemed that only Jeriah could wield such a jutsu. A single miscalculation, and the technique could backfire on its user. Despite its formidable defense, the sheer power needed meant that the jutsu consumed an immense amount of chakra. And if the user's control slipped for even a moment, the jutsu could destroy its caster without mercy. It was, in essence, an extremely dangerous forbidden technique. If he hadn't seen how skillfully Jeriah commanded it, Kakashi would never have permitted its use in battle. This jutsu clearly belonged among the forbidden techniques sealed within the scroll of forbidden jutsu. Lightning release. Thundernet was even more dangerous than lightning release, Chidori, by several degrees. After the onslaught of countless arcs of lightning, Kurosu Raiga gazed confidently toward where Jeriah had stood. Ha ha, kid, you should have wished for death earlier. By now, you must be nothing but scattered meat. Raiga had absolute faith in his Thunderblade. The power of lightning release. Lightning Feast was truly immense. Its rank was at least A level, but as the dust and smoke finally cleared, just as Raiga was basking in his triumph and looking toward Jeriah in the distance, the expected scene of carnage was nowhere to be found. Instead, a brilliant golden shield shimmered, lighting up the battlefield. All around that golden barrier, the ground had collapsed, shattered and torn by the savage lightning, deep fissures spreading outward like a web for dozens of meters. All the grass and plants on the ground had been reduced to charcoal, the soil itself scorched black, and even now, wisps of smoke still curled upward. But Black Hoe Thundertooth paid no attention to any of that. At this moment, his face was filled with shock as he stared at the golden barrier before him. Damn it, it's that jutsu again. You survived the explosion just now because of this, didn't you? What kind of jutsu is this, anyway? How could it even block my lightning release? He could hardly believe it. Someone had actually managed to withstand his lightning release. And what's more, the person before him was only a genin. When the onslaught finally ceased, the golden shield gradually faded away. Night Feather stood revealed within. Despite enduring that terrifying barrage of lightning moments ago, Night Feather remained utterly unscathed. Not a single scratch, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Night Feather gazed calmly at Black Ho Thunder Tooth in the distance. So that's all the Thunder Sword can do? His words, laced with mockery, infuriated Black Ho Thunder Tooth. You little brat, don't think that just because you blocked my Thunder Banquet, you've seen the full power of the Thunder Sword. I'll show you what the 7 ninja swordsmen are truly capable of. I'll show you what the Thunder Sword can do. With that, Black Ho Thunder Tooth charged straight at Night Feather. Blue lightning crackled fiercely along the blade in his hand. To an ordinary ninja, his speed would have seemed incredibly fast, but in Night Feather's eyes, he was moving far too slowly. Night Feather watched the oncoming Black Ho Thunder Tooth with unshakable composure, not a trace of panic in his demeanor. Even when facing a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, an elite jonin, he remained utterly calm. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed. Black Ho Thunder Tooth swung his twin thunder swords, bolts of lightning dancing along their edges. Night Feather, meanwhile, held only an ordinary kunai. Clang, 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 crash, crack, snap. It was a fierce, close-quarters melee. The blue lightning sparking from Black Ho Thunder Tooth's swords collided again and again with the kunai in Night Feather's hand, which now glimmered with golden lightning of its own. Metal rang out, sparks flying at every impact. The two surges of lightning battled for supremacy, golden arcs and blue arcs colliding in a flurry of energy. After several minutes of intense hand-to-hand combat, Black Ho Thundertooth was startled to find that Night Feather's taijutsu was not inferior to his own in the slightest. In fact, Night Feather's agility and strength far surpassed his own. The only reason he'd managed to hold out this long was that his combat experience was greater than Night Feather's. But even that advantage was slipping away as Night Feather's skills improved with every exchange. Where once Night Feather relied only on brute strength, now his fighting technique was nearly a match for Black Ho Thundertooth's. It was terrifying. If this continued, there would be no hope for him. But now, he couldn't figure out how to break away from Night Feather. Night Feather pressed him so relentlessly that there was never a chance to create any distance between them. What kind of monster is this kid? How could someone so young possess such overwhelming strength? And his combat skills are improving at a ridiculous pace. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to lose. I have to find a way to put some distance between us and end this fight with ninjutsu. Yoru kept a blank expression as he tangled with Kurosu Raiga. Yet even as they fought, he was learning a wealth of new combat techniques. After all, Kurosu Raiga was one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. His taijutsu was formidable from the start. The 7 swordsmen were renowned for their ninja blades, and wielding those blades demanded exceptional taijutsu as support. That's why every member of the 7 was highly skilled in close combat. Yet Yoru's rate of improvement was astonishingly fast. In just a few minutes of fighting, he had already grasped Raiga's taijutsu techniques. Now, his own battle skills were every bit as refined as Raiga's. And on top of that, Yoru's strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed his opponents. Raiga was beginning to feel the strain. He was no longer able to keep up. After several more minutes of fierce exchange, Raiga gritted his teeth and unleashed Lightning Release, Thunderball. At the very instant their weapons clashed, Raiga's twin lightning blades against Yoru's kunai, Raiga released a surge of lightning chakra. In a flash, a sphere of crackling lightning shot straight toward Yoru's face. Yoru's reflexes were razor-sharp. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the path of the attack. A deafening rumble followed as the thunderball missed its target, smashing into a boulder over 10 meters behind Yoru. The stone, more than a meter tall, was obliterated, reduced to flying debris in a heartbeat. The destructive force was overwhelming. Raiga seized the opening and pulled away from Yoru, putting some space between them. As Yoru lifted his gaze, Raiga was already channeling another ninjutsu. Lightning Release, Tornado Dragon. A sharp crackle filled the air, followed by a thunderous roar. In an instant, a massive dragon formed from lightning, stretching several meters long, took shape before Raiga. The beast roared and surged toward Yoru, its speed extraordinary. Yoru's eyes narrowed, and he brought his hands together once more. Wind Release, Storm Dragon. With nothing but a simple hand sign, Yoru didn't even bother with a full sequence. He unleashed a powerful A-rank wind release technique. A deep hum resonated as a storm dragon coiled into existence behind Yoru, soaring over his head and racing toward the oncoming lightning dragon. It too moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 elemental dragons collided midair between their masters. A series of explosive crashes echoed out as the dragons clashed. Thunder rolled, and the ground shook under the onslaught. After several fierce impacts, the storm dragon opened its jaws wide and tore the lightning dragon apart, devouring it in a burst of explosive energy. The shockwave shattered the landscape for dozens of meters all around, leaving the earth cracked and riddled with deep fissures, the surface torn asunder. Even after destroying the lightning dragon, the storm dragon retained its momentum, almost as if it possessed a will of its own, streaking toward Raiga in the distance. Raiga's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. He knows wind release? It's this strong. Black Hole Raiga had been watching Jeriah these past days, only ever noticing him practicing lightning release. It never crossed his mind that Jeriah would actually know wind release as well. Wind release and lightning release are both notoriously difficult to master. How could Jeriah possibly have mastered wind release after already learning lightning release? After all, he was still just a genin. Based on the sheer power he had just displayed, calling Jeriah genin was an insult to any jonin. A deafening roar thundered through the air. The wind dragon gave Raiga no time to marvel or be astonished. In the blink of an eye, it lunged and swallowed him whole, crashing down with immense force on the spot where Raiga stood. The ground at Raiga's feet erupted, leaving a crater 10 meters wide. As the storm subsided, a violent wind surged outwards, strong enough to snap thick trees in half hundreds of meters around. Jeriah turned his gaze in another direction. As expected of a jonin, you certainly know how to run for your life. He smiled quietly. By now, Raiga's clothes were in tatters, his body marked with countless wounds from razor-sharp wind blades, blood seeping from gashes. But clearly, none of the injuries were fatal. At this moment, however, Raiga looked utterly battered, nothing at all like the imposing member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, nor the elite jonin he was reputed to be. Raiga's face was grim, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he stared at Jeriah, his hands gripping the thunder sword trembling uncontrollably. A monster! This guy's a monster. Is he really a genin? What kind of monster has Kenoha bred? If this keeps up, I'm really going to die. After all this fighting, Raiga knew he was no match for Jeriah. Earlier, Jeriah had seemed inexperienced in battle. Now, Raiga felt completely overwhelmed, dominated in every way by Jeriah. Jeriah's speed, in particular, felt terrifying, far beyond his own. So fast, in fact, that Raiga almost suspected Jeriah had mastered spacetime ninjutsu. Even though Raiga was already faster than most jonin due to his lightning release techniques, Jeriah was still much faster. Often, Raiga's eyes couldn't even keep up with him. The thought was truly frightening. He felt that Jeriah could kill him easily, and the only reason he hadn't done so was that he was toying with him. Although Raiga felt a surge of anger, he had to admit Jeriah was indeed stronger, fully capable of killing him. What Raiga didn't realize was that, until now, Jeriah honestly hadn't been sure he could kill a jonin. He had never taken down a jonin before. Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza had ever fought him with their full strength. Because of this, he always suspected that Kakashi and Zabuza were holding back a lot. He never truly believed his own strength was enough to defeat a jonin. Even now, Jeriah thought Raiga must still have some trump card left to play. That was why he kept waiting, watching for Raiga's ultimate move. Yu needed to conserve his strength and chakra to counter Black Hole Raiga's final move. But what final move did Black Hole Raiga even have left? He was down to a single, suicidal jutsu. Yu dared not act rashly, while Black Hole Raiga believed Yu was mocking him. Is there any skill you haven't shown yet? Come on, let me see the true might of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Yu said calmly. Black Hole Raiga's brow furrowed tightly at these words. You brat, who do you think you're insulting? Lightning blood technique, fighting thunder. A sharp crack rang out, followed by a fierce, sizzling sound. Angered by Yu's words, Black Hole Raiga instantly summoned all the chakra within him, unleashing his final, most destructive jutsu. In a flash, 2 arcs of lightning, each as thick as an arm, snaked toward Yu like raging pythons. This is much stronger than his previous lightning banquet technique, Yu observed. But if this is all you've got, it won't be enough to take me down. The twin lightning serpents lunged at Yu from both sides. With a crisp clap, Yu brought his hands together. Let's see how my own lightning release measures up. Lightning release, meteor shower. A sizzling burst erupted as golden lightning surged wildly around Yu's body. In an instant, the lightning coalesced into dozens of golden bolts that shot toward Black Hole Raiga. 2 of these golden bolts shattered Raiga's twin lightning serpents instantly, dispersing them into harmless sparks without the slightest resistance. Before Black Hole Raiga could even react, a barrage of golden lightning spears crashed into him. Thunder roared and rumbled, one explosion after another, shaking the night. The ground trembled violently as smoke billowed and debris flew. Though it was night, the golden lightning illuminated the battlefield as if it were broad daylight. The terrifying power made the very earth quake, even causing a minor earthquake in its wake. The scene was apocalyptic, like the end of the world itself. Even hundreds of meters away, Sakura and her two companions nearly lost their footing. Sakura stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Is this the true extent of Yi Yu's power? It's terrifying. Is he really just 12 years old? Sakura could hardly believe that a 12-year-old boy could possess such overwhelming might. In fact, she felt Yi Yu's strength had already far surpassed Kakashi's. After all, she'd never seen Kakashi unleash any jutsu with such wide-reaching, destructive force. At length, the smoke and dust finally cleared. Before Yi Yu lay a massive crater, 100 meters wide and several meters deep. The earth inside had been scorched black by the lightning, and wisps of smoke still curled up from the charred soil. Yi Yu approached the edge of the pit, gazing at the remains of Black Hokage, now nothing but a charred, shattered husk, and the two lightning swords that had fallen to the ground. He stood there dumbfounded. From the rim of the crater, he suddenly found himself at its very center. No way. Is he really Kurisuke Rya? He's dead. Yoru couldn't wrap his head around it. This was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kurisuke Rya had actually been killed by one of his own jutsu, and his body was charred to a crisp. Could this Kurisuke Rya be an imposter? Yoru still refused to believe that Rya was really this weak. He'd been waiting for Rya to unleash his ultimate move. Who would have thought that a casual lightning-release jutsu would be enough to finish him off? He picked up the 2 swords Rya had dropped on the ground. These swords are really ugly. Yoru had originally thought that, as ninja swords, they must be powerful. After all, much of the 7 ninja swordsmen's strength came from their unique weapons. But once he actually held them, he realized they were nothing like what he'd imagined. Their odd shapes were hardly appealing. He considered keeping them as trophies, but now he had lost all interest. Better hold on to them for now. Maybe, once relations with the Hidden Mist Village are restored, I can return them and earn a favor. Right now, the Hidden Mist Village was still closed off, so even if he wanted to return the swords, there was no way to do so. With his current strength, these swords were of no use to him at all. And with their bizarre appearance, they didn't suit his tastes. If it were Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, now that he'd like, I'll just seal them away for now. As he spoke, Yoru took a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. This was the basic sealing scroll he'd learned to make recently from Kakashi, used for sealing ninja tools, just like the ones Tenten always used. Once he finished sealing away the swords, Yoru glanced at Rya, whose body was now nothing more than scattered, blackened fragments. A jonin of his generation, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, to die like this is truly a pity. It's just so undignified. He used to preside over other people's funerals, so let me send him off on his final journey. Rya was the first jonin Yoru had ever killed, and not just any jonin, but an elite. There was little joy in his heart. If anything, he felt a bit disappointed. He'd been sure Rya still had some trump card up his sleeve. He thought Rya could withstand his jutsu. But to his surprise, Rya not only failed to block it, but didn't even have time to react or dodge. Lightning Release. Meteor was an A-rank jutsu. It was a unique lightning release technique Yoru had developed himself. But since creating it, he'd never used it in actual combat. Who could have guessed that its first use in battle would kill Kurisuke Rya? Even Yoru hadn't expected that this jutsu could kill an elite jonin. In the end, Rya was killed by Naruto in the original story. But that was because Naruto had the protagonist's aura. If you think about it, if Naruto hadn't unleashed the Nine Tails power, it would have been nearly impossible for him to defeat Rya. At that time, Black Rya's mental defenses had already been shaken by Rimuru. But now, Black Rya had not yet been influenced by Rimuru. He was still a bona fide elite jonin. Even Jeriah himself hadn't expected that he was already capable of killing an elite jonin at this point. Looking at Black Rya's corpse, Jeriah shook his head. All he felt was regret. He regretted that Black Rya hadn't unleashed his ultimate move. Earth-style, sand flow, Jeriah formed hand seals with both hands and pressed them to the ground. In an instant, the earth surged, churning up a mass of soil that swiftly transformed into sand. Gradually, the sand enveloped Black Rya's body, burying it beneath a small mound. A stone tablet rose before the grave. Jeriah walked up to it and carved Black Rya's name onto the stone with his hand. He had just slain an elite jonin, yet Jeriah felt no joy in his heart. Instead, he found himself pondering his own strength. Why had Black Rya fallen to his hands? Jeriah began to question his current abilities. When he killed Black Rya, the first thought that came to mind wasn't that he had defeated an elite jonin, but rather whether this person was truly Black Hokage. After all, Jeriah had always assumed his power was only on par with an ordinary jonin, still a long way from matching an elite jonin. So when he managed to eliminate Black Hokage with a single jutsu, barely using even a tenth of his chakra, he felt utterly stunned. It was as if he were dreaming. Regardless, the fact remained, Black Hokage had been killed. This meant that Jeriah's strength had now reached the level of an elite jonin. That was a remarkable rank. After all, in theory, every village's elite jonin qualified to be chosen as Kage. Each village's Kage was, in reality, selected from among the elite jonin. Even Naruto had to spend some time rising to jonin before taking over from Kakashi and becoming the 7th Hokage. Of course, for now, Jeriah was still just a genin. In a few months, the Chunin exams would be held. Perhaps that would be Jeriah's chance to advance to Chunin. Meanwhile, when she noticed the distant fighting had stopped and Jeriah had vanished, Sakura feared something might have happened to him. Biting her lip, she ran toward the site of the battle. Soon, she arrived at the edge of an enormous crater. Staring at the crater, which was nearly 100 meters across, Sakura was utterly stunned. Was this crater made by Jeriah's jutsu just now? It's terrifying. Sakura simply couldn't imagine how powerful Jeriah's jutsu had to be to create a pit this size. This was far beyond anything Sakura had ever known. The crater was even larger than the one caused by the simultaneous detonation of thousands of explosive tags earlier. But Sakura's thoughts were elsewhere. She gazed down into the deep crater, where Jeriah's silhouette had appeared below. Without hesitation, Sakura hurried toward him. When she reached Jeriah's side, she saw he was standing before a grave. Reading the inscription on the gravestone, Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that Black Hokage is dead, then? She looked at Jeriah. Jeriah nodded calmly. Just moments before, Sakura had been worried sick, but now she smiled. Jeriah, you're incredible. Even a jonin isn't your match. There wasn't the slightest trace of joy on Jeriah's face as he turned and walked away. Sakura's face was full of confusion. He won, so why doesn't he look happy at all? Boys really are strange. She glanced once more at Black Hokage's grave, then chased after Jeriah. Back on the surface, Jeriah glanced up at the moon hanging in the sky. He furrowed his brow. It's already night. I wonder how Kakashi-sensei is doing. I should go and back him up. Sakura, go bring Tsunami and Inari. We'll go help Kakashi-sensei together. I can't leave you two here unattended. Sakura nodded. Okay. She was curious how Jeriah had grown so powerful in such a short time, but now wasn't the moment to ask. Once Tsunami and Inari had been called over, Jeriah led the three of them toward the bridge construction site. After some time, the four finally arrived at the site of the bridge. Just as they arrived, they stumbled upon Zabuza and Kakashi locked in fierce combat. On the other side, a surge of chakra caught Jeriah's eye, making him narrow his gaze. That ominous chakra could be that Naruto's lost control. Jeriah looked in Naruto's direction. In the darkness, that red chakra was especially striking. Kakashi, in the midst of his battle with Zabuza, caught sight of Jeriah and felt a wave of relief. This kid's strength has already surpassed Jonin. He's probably as shocked by his own power as the rest of us. From Kakashi's perspective, Jeriah was far too cautious by nature. Much like Shikamaru, he rarely showed interest in anything. Even during training, Kakashi had already concluded that Jeriah's abilities surpassed those of a Jonin. In a true head-to-head fight, Kakashi doubted he could win. Yet Jeriah simply refused to believe it. It was as if, in Jeriah's eyes, Jonin were still unreachably high. Jonin were indeed the village's elite, but they weren't invincible. Jeriah hadn't realized that yet. Earlier, Zabuza had mentioned that Black Hokage had gone to ambush Jeriah. Even though Kakashi trusted in Jeriah's strength, he couldn't help but worry. Jeriah's raw power exceeded that of a Jonin, but he still lacked real combat experience. Who knew what dirty tricks Black Hokage might have up his sleeve? Ninjas, by their very nature, will resort to any underhanded or shameless tactics. So long as the mission gets done, nothing is off limits. In this respect, Nightfeather had little experience. Many of the great masters in the ninja world met their end by assassination. Often, their killers weren't even as strong as they were, but relied on shadowy tricks and forbidden methods to take down those very masters. This was exactly what worried Kakashi. Nightfeather's presence here meant that Black Rya had failed. Nightfeather hurried to Naruto's side. Something's gone wrong over there. Kakashi called out to him. Nightfeather glanced at Kakashi, then turned back to instruct Sakura. Keep them safe. I'll go check it out. Sakura, knowing she couldn't do much to help, nodded earnestly. Don't worry. I'll make sure they're protected. Nightfeather said nothing more. He immediately turned and dashed toward Naruto. Meanwhile, The moment Zabuza, locked in battle with Kakashi, caught sight of Night Feather, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could that kid be here? What on earth is Black Hole Rhea doing? After casting a jutsu, Kakashi said, Zabuza, things aren't as you imagine. My student is far stronger than you think. Seems even the 7 ninja swordsmen aren't enough to defeat him. Zabuza frowned deeply. Night Feather's sudden appearance had definitely caught him off guard. In Zabuza's mind, no matter how talented Night Feather was, he was still just a genin, a rookie who'd only just graduated. There was no way he could be a match for an elite jonin like Black Hole Rhea, especially considering Black Hole Rhea had brought along 2 chunin as well. Zabuza simply couldn't fathom how Black Hole Rhea could have lost. Yet, no matter how much he refused to believe it, Night Feather's presence here meant Black Hole Rhea had failed. Zabuza was at a loss for words. That guy sure talks a big game, claiming he could take the kid down in under 10 minutes. Black Hole Rhea really is all talk. Fixing his gaze on Kakashi, Zabuza spoke coldly. I don't know why Black Hole Rhea failed to stop that kid, but the Nine-Tails brat has gone berserk. If you can't handle this, Kakashi, I'd say you're in for a world of trouble. Kakashi looked into the distance, where a crimson chakra blazed into the sky, his brow furrowed with concern. This was his biggest headache right now. With Night Feather here, the 2 of them together could easily defeat Zabuza. But with Naruto out of control, reining him in would be a whole different challenge. He remembered how, as a child, Naruto had once lost control before, a disaster that had cost the ANBU dearly. If the 3rd Hokage hadn't mustered the entire Sealing Squad, the ANBU, and several of the village's jonin, Naruto might have destroyed the whole village. Back then, the 3rd Hokage had nearly resorted to the dead demon consuming seal. Kakashi was well aware. If Naruto lost himself and the Nine-Tails took over completely, it would be far beyond anything he could contain. Kakashi didn't want Jeriah to go over to Naruto because it was extremely dangerous. But he himself was entangled with Zabuza and couldn't break away. With a worried heart, Kakashi thought, Jeriah, you must be careful. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to Doichi? Kakashi simply couldn't imagine how he would face Kimoto Doichi if Jeriah were to come harm here. He had promised, with great confidence, that he would protect Jeriah if he brought him along. Jeriah quickly made his way to Naruto. By now, Naruto was completely enveloped in the beast's cloak, a tail sprouting from his back. He's already grown a tail. This is bad. Without a tail, Naruto's strength was about that of a jonin, but now with 1 tail, his power had already reached the level of an elite jonin. Of course, that was only in terms of destructive power. When it came to combat experience, the 2 of them were still far from being true jonin. But the fighting prowess they displayed at that moment was enough to overwhelm an average jonin. Only someone like Kakashi, an elite jonin, could suppress them with superior battlefield experience. And now, Naruto had entered the 1-tail state. The chakra radiating from him was immense, the pressure he exuded even more terrifying than that of a Kage-level ninja. This wasn't Naruto's own chakra, it was the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Even Jeriah, at this moment, was shaken. After all, Jeriah's chakra reserves were greater than Kakashi's. After all these days, Jeriah's chakra level had already reached Kage class. But even so, the outpouring of chakra for Naruto now made Jeriah feel inferior. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Nine-Tails, the mightiest of the 9-tailed beasts, with the most chakra of them all. If I don't stop this soon, and Naruto grows more tails, we're in serious trouble. If a Jinchuriki lost control outside the village, it would bring shame upon Kenoha. To lose control entirely would be even more humiliating. Jeriah had no choice. Even though Naruto now posed a powerful threat to him, Sasuke was already lying on the ground, covered in blood. At that moment, Haku too was completely overwhelmed by the chakra Naruto was unleashing, frozen in place, and unable to move. This was the first time Jeriah had seen Haku, who wore an ANBU mask. When Haku noticed Jeriah's arrival, he somehow found the courage to call out to him, ignoring Naruto's presence. Don't come any closer. His shout only enraged Naruto further, pushing him closer to the edge of reason. A guttural roar burst forth. The very air around them trembled with the sound. That roar. He's close to losing control, Jeriah commented calmly. If only I'd spent more time learning sealing techniques from Kakashi-sensei. None of the seals I know can handle a tailed beast. Jeriah could only sigh in frustration. If he knew the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, he could have forced the Nine-Tails chakra back into Naruto's body right now. A guttural roar echoed through the air as Naruto charged straight toward Haku. The tailed beast cloak had turned the Nine-Tails chakra around Naruto into a tangible, almost physical aura. That blood-red chakra radiated a sinister, menacing energy. Even Jeriah could sense the overwhelming threat from this power. "No, this isn't right. Don't go killing innocent people," Jeriah called out, stepping in as Naruto lunged at Haku. Jeriah, remembering how the story went, knew that Haku had never killed the innocent. He was, in every sense, a genuinely good person. Jeriah didn't want to meddle too much, but he couldn't stand by and let Naruto kill him. With a sudden sound, Jeriah vanished from where he stood, reappearing in front of Haku just in time to meet Naruto's clawed hand with his own fist. The impact unleashed a violent surge of energy. The ground beneath their feet instantly crumbled and shattered. At this moment, Naruto was cloaked in that blood-red tailed beast aura, while Jeriah was sheathed in a golden barrier forged from lightning. That's right, when facing Naruto in close combat like this, one had to beware of the corrosive nature of his tailed beast cloak. Fortunately, Jeriah's lightning shield was remarkably resilient. Trading blows with Naruto, Jeriah's expression turned serious. After transforming, his strength has skyrocketed. He's actually putting real pressure on me now. Behind him, Haku stood frozen in shock. Jeriah was actually going toe-to-toe with Naruto in this state. Haku himself had just been sent flying dozens of meters by a single swipe from Naruto. He remembered that overwhelming force all too well, far greater than Zabuza's strength. Yet Jeriah was matching Naruto's taijutsu, holding his own without backing down even a step. He hadn't yielded in the slightest. What is that golden armor around him? Haku wondered aloud, unable to comprehend the nature of Jeriah's lightning barrier. He could feel that Jeriah's golden cloak served a similar purpose to Naruto's tailed beast aura. But unlike Naruto's sinister cloak, Jeriah's golden energy felt warm and vibrant, brimming with life. After exchanging several blows with Naruto, Jeriah realized, if this keeps up, I'll be the first to run out of stamina and chakra. I have to find a way to bring Naruto back to his senses. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and now that the Nine-Tails chakra was spilling out, if he lost control, the seal might break, allowing the beast to escape. Jeriah had no intention of letting that happen. He could handle Naruto like this, but if the Nine-Tails broke free, he knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat it. He unleashed a whip kick, one infused with his lightning barrier, striking with blinding speed and terrifying force. A resounding impact shook the air, followed by a thunderous crash. An immense force sent Naruto hurtling hundreds of meters through the air, crashing into the surface of the sea like a cannonball. A spray of water shot up, towering several dozen meters high. Yet Jeriah wasn't the least bit worried about hurting Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's body was entirely under the control of the Nine-Tails chakra. His physical form now possessed the rapid healing abilities of the Nine-Tails as well. Even if he were injured, the Nine-Tails chakra would quickly repair the damage. After sending Naruto flying, Jeriah pressed his hands together. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. Leaping down from the bridge, Jeriah formed the seal's midair and unleashed the water dragon jutsu. Before his feet could even touch the sea, a colossal water dragon burst from the waves in front of him and soared into the sky. A thunderous roar echoed out. The massive water dragon, stretching several hundred meters long, howled through the air. Its cry resounded all the way to the clouds, surely reaching every living creature for kilometers around. From far off, Kakashi, who was still locked in battle with Zabuza, caught sight of the gigantic water dragon spiraling skyward in the distance. Kakashi was left dumbfounded. Is that Jeriah's water dragon jutsu? It was never this terrifying before. Must be over 300 meters long. Normally, a water dragon jutsu would only reach a few dozen meters in length, and even Jeriah's previous attempts, though powerful, barely reached 100. But now, the water dragon summoned by Jeriah stretched far beyond 300 meters. What was even more astounding was that Jeriah's water dragon had taken on a perfect, lifelike dragon form, seeming almost alive as it soared in the sky. Zabuza, too, was shaken to the core. What is that kid? Some kind of monster. No wonder Black Hole Ryga failed. This brat is a monster. What's going on with the leaf lately, anyway? Two monster kids appearing one after another. The other monster kid Zabuza referred to was, of course, Naruto. Though he knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki, he was still stunned by the sheer force of chakra that erupted when Naruto lost control. The Nine-Tails chakra was different from that of any other tailed beast. Not only did it possess far greater volume, but also radiated a far more intense malice. Even someone as ruthless as Zabuza felt his skin crawl from the overwhelming malevolence of the Nine-Tails chakra as it poured from the berserk Naruto. And now, Jeriah had appeared as well. He was far stronger than when they had last fought, unbelievably so, given that only a dozen days had passed. Jeriah's progress was simply too fast. Zabuza was beginning to understand why Black Hokage had failed to kill him. Just this water dragon jutsu alone showed that Jeriah's strength was already at the level of a true jonin. And not just any jonin. He was the very model of what a jonin should be. Perhaps even an elite jonin. In truth, the ninjutsu Jeriah was now displaying surpassed even that of many Kage-level shinobi. But a ninja's true strength is clearly not measured by the destructive power of their jutsu alone. Yoru was only 12 years old, just a genin. Zabuza didn't believe that Yoru's real combat experience could compare to that of a Kage. Even thinking Yoru had the skills of an elite jonin was already a significant overestimation in Zabuza's eyes. Kakashi glanced anxiously at Naruto, who had fallen into the sea. Seeing the intense, malevolent chakra surging from Naruto's body, Kakashi worried that the seal might break and Naruto would lose control right here. After all, Naruto was Kenoha's Jinchuriki. If the Nine Tails broke free of its seal here, it would be a major disgrace for the village, and Kenoha would lose its strategic weapon. Once the seal broke, Naruto would become nothing more than a puppet of the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails seized control and used Naruto to attack other villages, it would surely ignite a war. That was the worst possible outcome. Kakashi turned his gaze to Yoru, who stood calmly on the waves. The sea wind whipped at Yoru's clothes, making them rustle sharply. Above his head, a water dragon coiled menacingly, not dispersing but circling protectively around Yoru, as if it were alive. Two enormous eyes, glowing gold, fixed intently on Naruto in the distance. Behind Naruto, the second tail of his beastly chakra cloak was slowly beginning to form. Clearly, the Nine Tails inside Naruto sensed that the colossal water dragon was no ordinary summon, and Yoru's fierce kick just now had provoked the beast's anger. What's worse, Yoru emanated an aura brimming with vitality, so reminiscent of the first Hokage, the being the Nine Tails hated most. Long ago, the Nine Tails had been living freely in the wild, only to be captured inexplicably by the first Hokage and sealed inside his wife. For decades after, the beast had been trapped within one Jinchuriki after another, enduring endless torment. Naruto's body was considered a relatively comfortable prison. Back in the days when it was sealed inside Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, it had suffered far more than simple imprisonment. Its body was pinned to a boulder, subjected to countless cruel punishments. Even as a tailed beast, the agony of having its essence nearly torn apart left a memory the Nine Tails would never forget. The one it despised and loathed most was the first Hokage. Yoru fixed his gaze on Naruto across the water. He could feel the Nine Tails chakra inside Naruto surging ever stronger. The Nine Tails chakra is getting more intense. The beast must be breaking through the seal. If I don't snap Naruto out of it quickly, Kenoha will have a real mess on its hands. There was no other way. As a ninja of Kenoha, Yoru understood that the responsibility to clean up this disaster now fell to him. With those thoughts, Yoru formed hand seals once more. Lightning release, thunderous roar. A dazzling arc of light flashed. A thunderous roar split the air. In an instant, a golden dragon made of lightning took shape before him. Sparks crackled and danced across the dragon's body, filling the air with a sizzling energy. As Yoru channeled his chakra, the golden lightning dragon plunged straight into the swirling water dragon beside him. The water dragon, once crystal clear, was instantly transformed into a radiant golden form by the thunder dragon's lightning power. In the darkness of night, it shone like a blazing sun, casting golden light in all directions. This move terrified everyone present. The massive water dragon, stretching hundreds of meters long, now seemed to have become a true dragon, its golden light blazing as it roared through the sky. If this wasn't a real dragon, then what was it? In reality, this was simply a ninjutsu technique where Jeriah combined water style and lightning style. But because Jeriah used chakra, converted from natural energy, and his chakra was particularly unique, the dragons conjured by his ninjutsu appeared to possess a will of their own. Jeriah himself, however, was unaware of this. It was much like Hashirama Senju's wooden golem jutsu, which also seemed to possess its own consciousness. Still, the sheer size of the water dragon Jeriah summoned was extraordinary. To put in perspective, even the wooden golems created by the wood golem jutsu stood only a few dozen meters tall. Even the great Buddha from the top transformed Buddha technique was around 300 meters at most. Yet the water dragon Jeriah, created with water style alone, reached an astonishing 300 meters in length. It was as if Jeriah could conjure up a giant summoning beast all by himself. Just like Hashirama, who didn't need to summon beasts but relied solely on his wood golem jutsu. Of course, Jeriah himself hadn't realized any of this. Right now, his mind was still set on finding a suitable summoning beast for himself. Standing atop the sea, Jeriah looked at Naruto on the opposite side, seeing the Nine-Tails chakra around him growing ever more intense. Jeriah dared not wait any longer. Without hesitation, he drove the thunderous water dragon straight toward Naruto. A deafening roar shook the air as the colossal dragon charged forward. Its enormous body soared through the sky, whipping up a terrifying hurricane in its wake. The storm churned up waves several meters high across the surface of the sea. Despite its massive size, the water dragon moved with incredible speed, empowered by the added lightning chakra. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of meters, hurtling headlong toward Naruto. Thunder rumbled and boomed across the ocean as the water dragon surged forward. Naruto tried to escape, but the dragon was too fast, and its size made its attack impossible to evade. In a flash, Naruto was caught in the dragon's jaws and dragged beneath the sea. The dragon's tremendous body was so long that it remained airborne for several moments before it too plunged into the water. As the dragon dove into the sea, it sent plumes of water hundreds of meters into the air. The surrounding ocean erupted into towering waves, some dozens of meters high, surging toward the Great Bridge. If nothing was done, the bridge that the workers of a land of waves had built with such effort would be destroyed by the oncoming waves. Jeriah let out a resigned sigh. I have to hold back. I still need to protect the bridge behind me. What a bother. Despite his complaints, Jeriah pressed his hands together and unleashed another jutsu. Water style, water colliding wave. With a tremendous crash, a wall of water dozens of meters high surged up in front of Jeriah, racing toward the oncoming waves. The two forces collided in the distance, and instantly the waves subsided, the sea returning to calm. Only the receding seawater stirred up waves several meters high. These waves were still something the Great Bridge could withstand. After dealing with the giant waves, Jeriah set off, using his senses to track Naruto's location. Several kilometers away, Naruto was drifting atop the sea, completely unconscious. When Jeriah reached him, he checked Naruto's pulse. At least he's alive. The combination of Water Dragon Bullet and Lightning Release is really powerful. Even managed to take down Naruto in his two-tailed state. He watched as Naruto's body continued to tremble involuntarily. Jeriah knew this was because when Naruto was blasted into the sea, the Lightning Release had stunned him. The water style provided the forceful impact, while the Lightning Release's real function was to paralyze. Judging by the state he's in, it was actually the Lightning Release that made the biggest difference. It brought Naruto straight out of his two-tails form. The collision from the Water Dragon Bullet alone wouldn't have been enough to bring Naruto back to his senses or even do him much harm. But with Jeriah's added Lightning Release, the Nine-Tails chakra was scattered. Once the Nine-Tails chakra was dispersed, there was too little external chakra left, and the fourth Hokage's sealing jutsu kicked in. With so little external chakra, the Nine-Tails' power lost its medium, and combined with the fourth Hokage's seal, the Nine-Tails could no longer transmit its chakra to Naruto. Unless Naruto woke up and actively broke the seal himself, he couldn't receive any more of the Nine-Tails chakra. But Naruto had already been knocked unconscious by the Lightning Release, so there was no way he could undo the seal on his own. Jeriah hadn't expected that a single move would resolve the crisis so quickly. In any case, it had passed with only a scare and no real harm. Jeriah hoisted Naruto onto his shoulder and headed toward the bridge. With things settled on his side, as for Kakashi, Zabuza had actually fled. Of course he did. After witnessing Jeriah's battle just now, waiting around would have been suicide. Once Jeriah had subdued Naruto, his next target would surely be Haku. Zabuza didn't believe Haku could stand a chance against Jeriah right now. If Jeriah took out Haku and then teamed up with Kakashi, Zabuza wouldn't have the slightest hope of survival. The display of strength Jeriah had just shown had already earned Zabuza's respect. He was certain that Jeriah's abilities had now reached the level of an elite Jonin, maybe even Kage level. Zabuza found it hard enough to deal with Kakashi. Facing Jeriah alone at this point, he knew he stood no chance. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't get another chance once Jeriah arrived. After bringing Naruto back, Jeriah glanced off into the distance at Sakura. Sakura, I'm counting on you. Far away, Sakura snapped out of her shock at Jeriah's words. She hurried over at once, but her eyes never left Jeriah. Though the battle between Jeriah and Kurotsuchi had been spectacular and incredibly destructive, but it was nowhere near as astonishing as the combination water mine Jutsu Night Feather used just now. Night Feather was powerful, almost monstrous. Fortunately, Night Feather was on their side. Sakura couldn't even imagine what would happen if Night Feather were their enemy. Who could possibly stand against him? Looking at Night Feather's gentle smile and handsome face, she saw none of the fierceness she'd expected. It was impossible to connect this calm young man with the godlike figure he had become moments before. Nightfeather, meanwhile, paid no attention to what Sakura might be thinking. After setting Naruto down, he said, "Sakura, check Naruto for injuries and bandage him wherever he's hurt. I'll go bring Sasuke over." With those words, he vanished without a trace. Sakura nodded and began to examine Naruto's injuries. In her heart, she was thankful Nightfeather had come with them on this mission. Otherwise, they might all have perished here. Of course, Sakura didn't know that, even without Nightfeather, they would have completed the mission all the same. Approaching Sasuke, Nightfeather looked over his battered body, pierced and bloodied by shuriken and kunai, and couldn't help but wince. He's really something else, so proud, pretending not to care when he clearly does. Nightfeather understood that Sasuke had taken the brunt of Haku's attack for Naruto's sake. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have lost control. This was the fate binding the two of them. Even Nightfeather's presence hadn't changed their relationship. He carefully removed the kunai and shuriken from Sasuke's body and bandaged him thoroughly, so much so that Sasuke looked like a mummy by the end. Good thing you're unconscious right now. If you woke up and saw yourself wrapped up like this, you'd probably die of embarrassment. Proud as he was, Sasuke would never want to be seen in such a ridiculous state. He might even feel humiliated enough to want to kill Nightfeather. I'm no medical ninja, so this will have to do. With that, Nightfeather hefted Sasuke onto his shoulder. After Zabuza fled, Kakashi appeared at Nightfeather's side. He glanced at Sasuke, all wrapped up like a mummy, and looked concerned. "How's Sasuke?" "He's not in any danger, just lost a lot of blood." Kakashi nodded. Having asked about Sasuke, Kakashi turned to Nightfeather. "Zabuza said one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Black Horiga, was sent to intercept you. What happened exactly?" Nightfeather paused, then recounted the earlier battle. Kakashi was surprised, but not overly so. "At this point, you're even stronger than I am," Kakashi remarked with a note of amazement. Nightfeather was taken aback. "That can't be true, can it?" Kakashi shook his head. "I saw the jutsu you unleashed earlier. Even for me, it would be nearly impossible to counter." Nightfeather thought it over, but said nothing more. He couldn't quite tell if Kakashi was serious. Ever since he killed Black Horiga and knocked Naruto out while he was in his two-tail state, Jera was convinced that his current strength had definitely reached the level of a jonin. Yet, he didn't feel anything particularly special about it. Kakashi continued, "Once we return to Kenoha, you can have Yumino Irika assess your performance. That way, he won't have to worry about you so much anymore." Jera gave a small laugh. It's only natural for Irika-sensei to worry. After all, going on missions with someone like you, a top-tier jonin, means it's easy to run into situations like today. If I hadn't learned a few jutsu from you over these past days, I probably wouldn't have survived when I went to save Sakura. With your talent, though, it hardly matters whom you learn ninjutsu from. In fact, most of the jutsu you've developed on your own. That jutsu you just used, it already surpasses the limits of the original technique. It's a combination of lightning release and water release, isn't it? A jutsu like that goes beyond even S-rank techniques. That kind of jutsu is certainly not something you learn from me. Kakashi wasn't wrong. Over the past days, Yoru had indeed learned many jutsu from him. But almost every technique was modified by Yoru in some way. Most of the time, he would improve them during the learning process itself. Take the water dragon bullet technique, for example. It was originally just a B-rank jutsu. But under Yoru's modifications, it had already become a technique that surpassed S-rank. Not in terms of difficulty, but in sheer destructive power. Whether it was the might of the jutsu or its scale, both far exceeded the original. It was almost as if Yoru had reinvented the technique entirely. Of course, the jutsu Yoru had improved were basically usable only by himself. That was because every single one required an immense amount of chakra to perform. And even if someone else had enormous chakra reserves, the effect of the jutsu would still be completely different from Yoru's. That was because Yoru used chakra refined from natural energy, essentially sage chakra. Moreover, Yoru's chakra was unique compared to others, allowing his jutsu to be infused with intent. For example, when he unleashed the water dragon bullet, the resulting water dragon would possess a will of its own. It could persist for a long time without dispersing and would attack according to Yoru's commands, much like the wood human technique. Just as Hashirama's wood style could only reveal its true power in his hands, so too with Yoru. Only he could unleash the full potential of his own jutsu. Kakashi looked at Yoru and smiled. Your ninjutsu are already at the level of forbidden techniques. They may have started as ordinary jutsu, but after your improvements, they become like forbidden arts. I suppose it's because of all that sage chakra inside you. Yoru nodded in agreement. I think so too. He didn't deny it at all. After all, Kakashi was already very familiar with the chakra in his body. Of course, He only knew the types of chakra Yoru possessed. But now, Kakashi had no idea just how much chakra Yoru had accumulated. In just over a dozen days, Yoru's chakra reserves had grown to 10 times that of Kakashi's. Even without counting the Nine-Tails chakra, Yoru now had far more chakra than Naruto at this stage. At this moment, the amount of chakra Yoru possessed was already at the very pinnacle of Kaga-level shinobi. However, Yoru could clearly feel that the rate of his chakra growth had slowed down considerably these past few days. Just as he suspected, that explosive surge in the beginning nearly outpaced what his body could handle. Until his body could catch up, his chakra reserves wouldn't increase by much more. Yoru had already anticipated this, so he wasn't particularly bothered. Of course, there was still one way for Yoru to dramatically boost his chakra once again. That was to learn Sage Jutsu. Once he mastered Sage Jutsu, Yoru's chakra could increase tenfold yet again. But for now, he was already quite satisfied with his current chakra reserve, and his desire to learn Sage Jutsu wasn't that urgent. Kakashi looked at Yoru's calm expression and chuckled. You don't seem the least bit surprised. In just a couple of weeks, you've grown so much stronger. Aren't you even a little amazed? Yoru glanced at Kakashi and smiled. Kakashi-sensei, I've long since had a clear understanding of myself. My only real concern before was my lack of combat experience. I'd never had a life-and-death battle with a true jonin, so I didn't know how I would fare against them now. Well, now that I have my answer, there's really nothing left to be surprised about. Kakashi shook his head with a wry smile. Your mindset really doesn't match your age. But that's not a bad thing. Itachi Uchiha was the same way, mature beyond his years. Thinking of Itachi, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, who was still slumped on Yoru's shoulder. When this kid wakes up and learns how strong you've become, I fear he'll never leave you alone. Yoru could only smile helplessly. Let's just hope Sakura can keep a secret, but I doubt things will go my way. Given how obsessed Sakura was with Sasuke, if he asked, there was no chance she'd hide anything from him. After all, Sakura had witnessed everything. She'd seen Yoru defeat Kurasuke Raiga and suppress the rampaging Naruto with just a single jutsu. At their age, if Sasuke learned what Yoru had accomplished tonight, he'd almost certainly pester Yoru to train with him. It was clear that in Sakura's eyes at least, Yoru's strength had already surpassed Kakashi's. Although he had never actually tested it, at this moment, Uraha's strength was enough to make even Kakashi feel inferior. Yet Uraha didn't believe he could truly be considered Kakashi's match. After all, Kakashi was famous for always having an even chance of winning or losing, no matter who he fought. Many ninja who possessed powerful jutsu, with destructive abilities far beyond Kakashi's, had ended up defeated when facing him. Uraha understood, well, that having overwhelming jutsu didn't automatically make someone truly powerful. A ninja's true strength also depended on real combat experience and strategic intelligence in battle. And when it came to battlefield tactics, Kakashi was among the absolute best in the entire ninja world. Uraha not only lacked much practical experience, but he also doubted his own intellect could surpass Kakashi's. Of course, this view was simply Uraha being overly cautious. In reality, with his current abilities, if it came down to a fight, Kakashi would no longer stand a chance against him. This was even more evident from Sakura's perspective. Uraha's jutsu were simply astonishing, and Sakura, still young, naturally judged things based on what she saw. At the very least, she had never witnessed Kakashi use any technique as vast in scale or as destructive as Uraha's. Previously, when Kakashi fought Zabuza, he had used the Chidori. Kakashi's Chidori was indeed powerful, but it was a single target attack. Its destructive force paled in comparison to Uraha's techniques. So it was only natural that Sakura believed Uraha had already surpassed Kakashi. And after hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke would surely set his sights on Uraha as his new goal for learning. To become stronger, Sasuke had been willing to seek out even Orochimaru as a teacher, let alone Uraha, who was at least half a teammate. Kakashi, hearing what Uraha said, just smiled. Seeing that Uraha showed not a trace of arrogance, Kakashi was quite pleased. What he feared most was that someone so young and so suddenly powerful might let it go to his head. But Uraha had not. That was truly rare. After all, even Kakashi himself, back in the day, had become a little arrogant after his early achievements. At that time, Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara were still alive. Kakashi had simply been a bit proud and aloof. When the two of them brought Sasuke back to Naruto, Sakura saw Sasuke covered in bandages and cried out in concern, "Uraha, why is Sasuke so badly injured?" Gently setting Sasuke down, Uraha reassured Sakura, "Don't worry. He was only hurt by ninja tools and lost a lot of blood, but none of the wounds are serious. There's no danger to his life. He just needs some time to recover, and he'll be fine." In fact, seeing Sasuke's injuries reminds me of something. Sakura, you should consider studying medical ninjutsu. In your team, both Naruto and Sasuke are better suited to being trained as combat ninja. Your chakra control is much better than theirs, but it's clear that the path of a combat ninja isn't right for you. Learning medical ninjutsu and becoming a medical ninja would be more valuable for your team. Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Kakashi fell into thought. Previously, he had actually considered guiding Sakura toward becoming a genjutsu specialist. His own skill in genjutsu was decent, and he could teach Sakura a lot. But Uraha's suggestion was an excellent one. Their team truly needed a medical ninja. Back when Kakashi was part of his own original team, Noera Rin was their medical ninja. She was even skilled enough to transplant a Sharingan eye on the battlefield, which spoke volumes about her medical prowess. Sakura really was well suited to medical ninjutsu, and their team genuinely needed someone in that role. Sakura pondered this as well. Glancing at Sasuke and Naruto, she said, "Yes, that does sound like a good idea." Seeing Sakura agree, Kakashi followed up, "Once we're back in the village, I'll introduce you to a few medical nin who can teach you medical ninjutsu." If Kakashi could even invite Ebisu to teach Naruto, finding a few medical nin to mentor Sakura would be no trouble at all. After all, Ebisu was Konohamaru's teacher, handpicked by the third Hokage himself. So if Kakashi could bring an Ebisu, arranging for some medical nin to teach Sakura would be a simple matter. Though Sakura longed to grow as a combat ninja, she understood her own situation. Her chakra control was far superior to Naruto and Sasuke's, but she didn't have nearly as much chakra as they did. And over this period, she had witnessed the way Naruto and Sasuke had grown. The gap between her and the two of them had grown much wider. Not to mention Uraha. Compared to him, Sakura felt she was truly lacking. Since she wasn't suited for combat, she might as well devote herself to learning medical ninjutsu and provide crucial support to her teammates. Of course, Sakura herself didn't realize that she wasn't without talent for battle. She simply hadn't yet met a teacher who could unlock her potential. Uraha knew this, but with Tsunade not yet back in the village, for now, studying medical ninjutsu will be the most beneficial path for Sakura. And between lessons, she could even learn genjutsu from Kakashi. To become a ninja proficient in both genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, by ordinary standards, that would already make her remarkably strong. Take Kurenai Yuhi, for instance. Even though her record against Itachi Uchiha was unimpressive, honestly, almost no one did well against him. Kurenai was no exception. But within the ranks of ordinary ninjas, Kurenai's genjutsu made her stand out. The fact that she was a full-fledged jonin, and not just a special jonin, was proof of that. Reaching jonin level in just one specialty could make someone a special jonin, but being a true jonin meant achieving that level across the board. Therefore, when it comes to genjutsu, as long as one has enough talent, even an ordinary ninja can reach the level of a jonin. As for those with special bloodlines, like the Sharingan, that's a different story altogether. In Uraha's eyes, Sakura actually had excellent talent. She was very well suited to train in taijutsu, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. It's just that, in the original story, Kakashi didn't pay much attention to her in the early stages, which meant that before meeting Tsunade, Sakura's combat skills were hardly any better than when she was still at the Ninja Academy. But if she had mastered genjutsu and medical ninjutsu before that, even if she didn't reach jonin level, achieving chunin would have been a breeze. Sakura looked at Uraha with a smile and said, "Then you'd better not make me angry in the future. Once I learn medical ninjutsu, if you get hurt in battle, you'll have to rely on me to heal you." Uraha paused for a moment, caught off guard. "But I'm not on your team. Maybe we should wait until Sasuke and Naruto wake up and let them know about this bit of bad luck," Uraha teased. "Oh, come on. You'll definitely be running missions with us in the future. Kakashi-sensei is totally biased. There's no way he'll let you go back," Sakura replied, glancing over at Kakashi as she spoke. Kakashi looked a little awkward. It was rather embarrassing to have Sakura see right through his intentions. Uraha looked at Kakashi. He noticed Kakashi's awkward expression and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Could Sakura be right? Sure enough, that's exactly what Kakashi was thinking. He did intend to bring Uraha along whenever he left the village on missions. One reason was to broaden Uraha's horizons and help him gain real combat experience. The other was his worry that if Uraha stayed in the village, the third Hokage and Danzo might target him. Even though he felt the third Hokage probably wouldn't. After all, the third had made a promise before. But who could guarantee such things? What if something happened? Kakashi wasn't willing to take that risk, especially since the third was known to compromise easily. Who knew what Danzo might do to pressure the third into giving in? Kakashi had spent many years in the Umbu. He'd seen things like this happen before. Without Uraha by his side, he just couldn't put his mind at ease. And in the village, Kimoto Doi simply couldn't protect Uraha. Kimoto Doi's standing in Kenoha couldn't compare to Kakashi's. Besides, Kakashi also worried that Kimoto Doi might turn against the village over Uraha's situation. If he ended up becoming a rogue ninja, that would be a disaster. He trusted Kimoto Doi would never betray Kenoha, but if the third and Danzo pushed him into a corner, it was possible he might turn rogue. If Uraha hadn't done anything wrong, with Kimoto Doi's personality, he'd never let anyone harm him. Not to mention, Uraha was his own, personally chosen disciple. Even if he hadn't really taught him much, their bond remained. With that kind of relationship, there was no way he could simply stand by and do nothing. If Uraha were to stay at Bentongi's side, Kakashi worried that Bentongi might take Uraha with him and both become rogue ninja, which would be a real problem. Of course, all this was just Kakashi's speculation. What he feared hadn't actually happened yet. It was just that, after so many years in the ENBU, he developed a habit of caution, sometimes even leaning toward darker thoughts. But while Kakashi was thinking this way, Uraha himself wasn't so keen on always following Kakashi out on missions. After all, Bentongi was his real teacher, yet he'd only ever gone on a single mission with Bentongi, Benyi Tianzi, and Yamada Shumo. He worried that the other three might feel left out. Though Uraha wasn't particularly ambitious, he still had to consider the feelings of his teammates and teacher. Uraha didn't dwell on this issue for long. After Kakashi brought Naruto and Sasuke back to Tezuna's house, he sought out Uraha, wanting to discuss Naruto's condition. Back when Naruto lost control, Kakashi had been busy fighting Zabuza and hadn't noticed what was happening with Naruto. On the balcony outside their rooms, under the moonlight, the two of them sat together. Uraha spoke up. The seal inside Naruto is starting to loosen. This time, when he lost control, two tails had already appeared. And even though it was just two tails, the pressure he put on me was immense. If another tail had emerged, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold him back. That was Uraha's own guess. Because even with only two tails, Naruto already made Uraha feel a considerable threat. He felt that if Naruto's tails increased to 3, he simply wouldn't be able to handle it. Uraha's perspective was much like that of Hashirama Senju. He could only see how strong his opponent was, without realizing the threat he himself posed to them. This time, Uraha had used a combination ninjutsu to subdue Naruto. It hadn't even consumed 1/10 of his chakra. Moreover, the combination of Water Dragon Bullet and Lightning Release wasn't just enough to suppress a 2-tailed Naruto. It could have completely held back a 3-tailed one as well. The Water Dragon Bullet was only part of it. The real threat to a rampaging Naruto was Uraha's Lightning Release. Uraha's Lightning Release was nothing like that of ordinary ninja. It was vastly more powerful and destructive. Kakashi wasn't aware of the details, but he could feel just how sinister the chakra radiating from Naruto had been at the time. It was clear that Kakashi believed Uraha's words. That's why the third Hokage entrusted Naruto to me. Since becoming a ninja, the chances of Naruto losing control are much higher than before. Just judging by the combat strength he showed today after going berserk, even I would have a hard time holding him back. Although I have the Sharingan, I'm not of the Uchiha clan, so my ability to suppress tailed beasts is quite limited. If it hadn't been for your intervention today, I really wouldn't have had many ways to help Naruto calm down. Once we're back in the village, Kakashi-sensei, you should really study some sealing techniques. Since the third Hokage entrusted Naruto to you, I'm sure he'd be willing to give you access to some sealing jutsu to help deal with his rampages. Kakashi gave a wry smile. It's not that easy, you know. Do you really think learning sealing jutsu is that simple? Basic sealing techniques are one thing, but the ones capable of restraining a tailed beast are incredibly difficult to master. It's not like I haven't tried, but those sealing jutsu are almost all forbidden techniques. I just couldn't get the hang of them. Besides, most of the sealing arts designed for tailed beasts in Kenoha were passed down from the Uzumaki clan. A lot of them require Uzumaki blood to truly master. Back then, the fourth Hokage was only able to use them because his wife was from the Uzumaki clan. I've tried before, but I never managed to learn them. Kakashi sounded helpless. It wasn't that he hadn't studied the Uzumaki clan's sealing methods. It was just that he couldn't master them. After all, he had been the fourth Hokage's student, and with the fourth personality, it was only natural he would have taught Kakashi some sealing jutsu. But even so, Kakashi just couldn't pick them up. It's just like when more than one person tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique back in the day. The fourth Hokage's bodyguard attempted it too, but none of them succeeded. Kakashi was a genius. That much was true, but his talents lay in combat. When it came to sealing techniques, his aptitude simply wasn't high. And sealing a tailed beast was a whole different level of complexity. Kakashi never managed to learn those seals. Uraha was genuinely surprised. Even you couldn't learn them? Just how difficult are these techniques? Kakashi let out a sigh. They're extremely difficult, and many of these jutsu require the Uzumaki clan's bloodline to even activate. Uraha thought it over. Indeed, Many of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques depended on their unique bloodline. Take the adamantine sealing chains, for example. That jutsu was truly formidable. Thanks to it, Kurama never once managed to break free inside Kushina Uzumaki. And those chains weren't just for sealing, they could be used in battle as well. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Karen Uzumaki unleashed her adamantine sealing chains to save Sasuke, shattering the wooden golem's arm in the process. Before Minato sealed the nine tails inside Naruto, Kushina herself had used the adamantine sealing chains to bind Kurama, leaving the beast utterly immobilized. And that was a sealing technique she unleashed when she was on the brink of death. It really shows just how powerful that jutsu was. Of course, this was clearly a sealing art bound to the Uzumaki bloodline. After all, the only ones known to have used it were Kushina and Karen Uzumaki. There were other formidable sealing techniques as well, like the Reaper Death Seal. However, this jutsu is a one-time sealing technique. Even if Kakashi knows it, Yi would not want to learn it. Kakashi turned to look at Yu, and suddenly something occurred to him. Wait, just because I think it's difficult doesn't mean you will too. Kakashi remembered Yu's remarkable talent with jutsu. Could it be that he also had a gift for learning sealing techniques? Yi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Kakashi explained, I mean, if you have a knack for learning sealing techniques, I can teach you. Although I never master them myself, I remember the underlying principles very clearly. But isn't this kind of sealing jutsu considered forbidden? Should someone like me, a low-ranking ninja, even be allowed to learn it? Yu frowned it. He wasn't worried about not being able to learn it. He was concerned that Kakashi might get into trouble. After all, any sealing technique powerful enough to restrain a tailed beast is undoubtedly a closely guarded village secret. And nearly all of Kenoha's sealing techniques originally came from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan's sealing arts were renowned as the most advanced in the entire shinobi world. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even Killer Bee remarked to Naruto that the sealing technique on Naruto was far superior to the one placed on himself. That alone spoke volumes about how precious the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts truly were. It was, in fact, because of this that the Uzumaki clan was wiped out in the first place. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. I trust you completely. I even taught you Chidori, didn't I? If you can master sealing techniques, then Naruto's problem will be easily solved. Kakashi had absolute faith in Yu. In truth, Kakashi was well aware that Yu's abilities had already surpassed his own. Yet Yu had not changed at all from before. There was not the slightest hint of arrogance in him. Even Kakashi himself hadn't been able to maintain such humility at Yu's age. It's settled then. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you all the sealing techniques I know. Some of them were personally taught to me by the fourth Hokage himself, but unfortunately, I was never able to master them. Kakashi sounded a little embarrassed. Though hailed as a genius, sealing techniques had never been his strong suit. He could manage simple ones, like the evil sealing method, but those paled in comparison to the Uzumaki clan's techniques. He couldn't even fully control the cursed mark on Sasuke, let alone something more advanced. Yu gazed up at the moon and smiled. What if I can't master them either? Kakashi waved it off. It doesn't matter if you can't. Sealing techniques are notoriously difficult. I wasn't the only one who studied them under the fourth Hokage, and none of us ever managed to learn them. It wouldn't be strange if you couldn't either. But if you do succeed, then we won't have to worry about Naruto anymore. If only I'd mastered the fourth Hokage's sealing techniques back then, I wouldn't have let him use such dangerous jutsu. Yu glanced over at Kakashi, but after a moment's thought, he decided not to ask the question that was on his mind. Kakashi chuckled and said, Why do you look like you have something on your mind? If you want to ask something, just say it. Yura glanced at Naruto, who was lying in the room, and asked, Kakashi-sensei, why did the fourth Hokage seal the tailed beast inside Naruto back then? And Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan, isn't he? There aren't many members of the Uzumaki clan left in the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi didn't hide anything from Yoru. He spoke slowly. You've probably already guessed the truth. Yoru frowned. Could it really be what I'm thinking? Kakashi nodded. That's right. Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage. It was when the fourth Hokage's wife gave birth to Naruto that the Nine Tails broke free from its seal. At that time, the fourth Hokage sent me to protect his wife, but I failed to keep her safe. Yura was taken aback. It wasn't that he was shocked to learn Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. He'd known that for a long time. What surprised him was that Kakashi would actually tell him something like this. This was a closely guarded secret in the Hidden Leaf. Only the village's high-ranking officials and Kakashi himself were privy to it. Just how much did Kakashi trust Yoru? Even Yoru hadn't expected it himself. Seeing the look of astonishment on Yoru's face, Kakashi assumed he was surprised at the revelation about Naruto's parentage. So he explained, There's nothing strange about it. Naruto carries the Uzumaki bloodline, and the fourth Hokage hoped he could make good use of the Nine-Tails power. Yura looked at Naruto in the room. Did the fourth Hokage not realize what kind of life Naruto would have, having the Nine-Tails sealed within him? Kakashi sighed. At that time, there was no other choice. The fourth wife was already extremely weak. Once the Nine-Tails was extracted, she didn't have much time left. The fourth Hokage also used the Reaper Death Seal. Once he used that jutsu, there's no surviving it. So Naruto was the only option. Besides, with his Uzumaki bloodline, he truly was the best candidate to become a Jinchuriki. Maybe the fourth Hokage hoped Naruto could master the power of the Nine-Tails and become the village's pillar of strength. That truly was the fourth Hokage's intention. You could tell by the fact that he used the 8-trigram seal on Naruto, rather than the 4-symbol seal. The 4-symbol seal was simply a barrier to contain the Nine-Tails, but the 8-trigram seal, though it's essentially 2 4-symbol seals layered together, allowed some of the Nine-Tails chakra to blend with Naruto's own chakra. In other words, it gave Naruto an extra source of chakra. That's why, within Naruto, there was not only his own chakra, but also the chakra transformed from the Nine-Tails. Otherwise, there's no way someone his age could possess more chakra than even Kakashi. Even for a ninja of the Uzumaki clan, such a vast reserve of chakra would be unheard of. Not to mention, Naruto only inherits half the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. The fourth Hokage really has high hopes for Naruto, Jeriah said. Kakashi nodded. Let's hope that one day he'll live up to the fourth's expectations and master the power of the Nine-Tails. When his mother was the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, she never lost control, Jeriah added with a smile. But isn't that perfectly normal? After all, his mother was a pure-blooded Uzumaki, and her sealing techniques were exceptional. It's no surprise she could keep the beast in check. If Naruto were to learn sealing techniques, he might be able to keep the Nine-Tails stable too. Kakashi shook his head. I'm not so optimistic about that. Sealing techniques require not just a special bloodline, but also a profound understanding of the art itself. The difficulty is extremely high. Sure, Naruto has the bloodline, but I'm afraid he might not have the brains for it. Jeriah looked a little exasperated. Kakashi-sensei, how would you know without giving him a chance? Kakashi fell silent. But deep down, he knew that mastering sealing techniques was no easy feat. In fact, ninjas skilled in sealing arts are exceedingly rare across the entire ninja world. That's precisely why every great ninja village has its own specialized sealing squad. The existence of these squads is a testament to just how few true seal masters there are. The villages have to gather them together to make any practical use of their skills. Simply knowing a handful of techniques, like the evil sealing method, hardly qualifies as mastering the art of sealing. Sealing techniques might seem almost useless outside of their namesake function. But in truth, they are far more difficult to master than most combat ninjutsu. Kakashi knew Naruto all too well, which is exactly why he believed Naruto just wasn't cut out for it. He had once intended to teach Naruto some sealing techniques, but after trying to test his aptitude, he'd quickly given up. Naruto's talent for sealing was even worse than his own, and that was saying something. The theoretical foundation required for sealing arts is vast and complex. Even Kakashi found it a challenge to grasp, let alone Naruto, who was infamous for scoring zeros on his Ninja Academy exams. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Kakashi said, I still have high hopes for you, though. I'm sure you'll be able to master those sealing arts. If you do, then whenever I take Naruto on missions, I won't have to worry so much. Jeriah's lips twitched. Kakashi-sensei, you don't mean to drag me along on every mission outside the village, do you? I'm not even on your team. Going out occasionally, Jeriah could treat as a little trip at the village's expense, but following Kakashi on every outing was definitely not his idea of fun. Kakashi patted Jeriah on the shoulder. You know, your squad wasn't even supposed to exist in the first place. It's only because of you that your team is still around. You should know that you and your teammates were never truly from the same world. From the day your squad passed the exam, thanks to you, you became different from them. And now, in the eyes of the village's higher-ups, you are nothing like an ordinary ninja. The more you stay close to your teammates, the more you endanger them. Whether it's because you need to become stronger, or should you one day defect from the village for some reason, they will all be implicated because of you. That is also why your teacher agreed to hand you over to me. If you don't keep your distance from your two teammates, they will eventually be dragged into trouble because of you. Jeriah fell silent. He didn't quite agree with what Kakashi said, but then he recalled the commotion he caused that day, and realized Kakashi might be right after all. If the third Hokage didn't know about his existence, things might have been different, but now the third knew. Whether Jeriah liked it or not, he was no longer just another ordinary ninja in the eyes of the Hokage. He was something more. From now on, if anything happened to Jeriah, Both Motonoya Taniko and Yamada Jimoku would be dragged down with him. They might even lose their lives because of him. Even though this was a time of peace, ninja struggles remained as bloody as ever. Kakashi wasn't wrong. In Uraha's memory, only Kakashi's team, Kurenai's team, and Asuma's team passed the exam that year. This had all been decided by the third Hokage. Who could have expected that Uraha's squad would pass as well? It was Uraha's presence that changed the course of the story. From Uraha's perspective, both Yamada Jimoku and Motonoya Taniko were only average in terms of talent. If someone else had been their teammate, and factoring in Kimoto Doi's personality, they likely wouldn't have made it through the exam. Now, dragging them into his affairs could only bring trouble upon them, especially with that schemer Danzo lurking in the shadows. If he wanted to harm Uraha, he would surely start with those closest to him. The better Uraha's relationship with Motonoya Taniko and Yamada Jimoku, the more their paths crossed, the more certain it was that Danzo would target them. And that was something Uraha absolutely did not want to see. Seeing Uraha's expression, Kakashi knew his words had reached him. Fortunately, the third Hokage hadn't witnessed Uraha's battle today. Otherwise, there would be more than just wariness. The Hokage might have sent A and BU to keep an eye on him. Uraha was only 12, yet he had already managed to defeat an elite jonin. And not just any elite jonin. It was Kurisuke Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist. Tonight, the jutsu Uraha used to suppress the rampaging Naruto already bordered on forbidden techniques. What was even more unsettling was that the jutsu Uraha unleashed tonight wasn't even his most powerful one. In just a few months, you'll be taking the Chunin exams. By then, the third Hokage will surely know your true abilities, Kakashi said. Yura nodded. You must want me to participate in this round of the Chunin exams, don't you? Kakashi smiled. I'm afraid that's not for me to decide. This time, the Sand Village will also be sending their team to the Chunin exams. You understand what that means, right? Yura nodded again. It means Kenoha needs to send out the strongest genin of this generation. I imagine most of the top candidates in my year will be taking part. Kakashi chuckled. That's right. Even though we're allied with the Sand Village, we can't afford to show the slightest sign of weakness. Who knows what they might do if they sense any decline on our part. Officially, it's just a Chunin exam, but every ninja village sends their most outstanding genin to show off their military strength. At times like this, there's no way the third Hokage will let you sit on the sidelines. Yura shrugged. It doesn't really matter to me. I was hoping to become a Chunin sooner anyway. After all, as a Chunin, I can take on higher-ranking missions. And the pay is better, too. People often think ninja missions pay handsomely, but half of the commission is taken by the village right from the start. Only the remaining half is divided among the ninja who actually carry out the mission. And when a ninja is on a mission, there's no travel allowance. All expenses have to be covered out of their own pocket, and the village doesn't provide equipment either. The ninja has to buy their own gear. That's why, even though many jonin complete numerous high-level missions, they often remain surprisingly poor. Unless you're someone like Jeriah, who earns extra income on the side, most jonin aren't as wealthy as people imagine. Consider this. A single explosive tag costs thousands of Ryo, and a genin completing a C-rank mission might only get a few thousand Ryo at best. In other words, even if a regular genin takes on the highest level missions available to them, sometimes the payout isn't enough to buy just one explosive tag. Of course, explosive tags are considered advanced ninja tools in the shinobi world. And for a genin, an explosive tag is the most powerful tool they can wield. Unless you're like Sasuke, able to unleash the fireball jutsu, a high-level fire technique, even as a genin. But as Kakashi said, Sasuke's chakra reserves are far above those of most genin. The average genin simply doesn't have enough chakra to perform the fireball jutsu. So, without access to powerful offensive jutsu, explosive tags remain the most potent tool for a genin. Yoru, on this trip, hadn't brought any explosive tags with him. He did have some, just a few, kept safely at home. He'd originally bought them to use as a trump card, just in case. Explosive tags are a type of ninja tool that everyone uses, from the lowest ranked genin to even the Kaga-level shinobi. In fact, many even treat them as their signature move. Because even a Kaga-level powerhouse could be killed if caught in the blast of an explosive tag. There are plenty of jonin, and even Kaga-level shinobi, who have met their end because of these tags. No matter what rank a ninja is, explosive tags are always a significant threat. Of course, that's only if you can actually hit your opponent with them. As for why Uraha didn't bring any explosive tags this time, it's not because he doesn't need them, but because they're just too expensive. He only owns a few and can't bear to use them casually. Besides, he has quite a bit of confidence in his own abilities. If he can't win, he's sure he can at least run away. Since he has no plans of becoming a rogue ninja, Uraha still hopes for an early promotion and a better salary. Kakashi looked at Uraha's earnest expression with a bemused smile. I didn't expect you to be such a money grubber. Uraha shot Kakashi a look. I'm no money grubber. I'm just practical. Ninjas need money too. Without it, we can't even afford basic tools. Well, that's true. Since the third Hokage promised to nurture you, he probably won't go back on his word. Let's hope so. Kakashi didn't sound convinced. But all he could do was trust the third for now. After all, he wasn't the Hokage. Once you master sealing techniques, you'll need to keep an extra eye on Naruto in the future, Kakashi said seriously. How are you so sure I'll be able to learn them? And besides, isn't watching Naruto supposed to be your job? Kakashi just smiled, patted Uraha on the shoulder, and said, I have a lot of faith in you. There doesn't seem to be any sort of jutsu you can't master. And besides, once you have a sealing technique that can suppress a tailed beast, keeping an eye on Naruto naturally becomes part of your responsibility too. No. To put it properly, those who can do more. If you learn sealing, you should be watching Naruto even more closely. Seeing Kakashi look so pleased with himself, Uraha could only sigh inwardly. He couldn't shake the feeling that Kakashi really didn't want to watch over Naruto. But Naruto was his teacher's son, after all. Still, thinking about the way Naruto usually behaved, Uraha could understand Kakashi's reluctance. Kakashi's personality was the complete opposite of Naruto's. He probably found Naruto's constant pranks to be a real headache. At this age, Naruto really was a notorious prankster. Some of his tricks were harmless enough to laugh off, but plenty of them made people want to give him a good scolding. Fortunately, Sakura from Kakashi's team was completely focused on Sasuke, while Sasuke only cared about becoming stronger and avenging himself against Itachi Uchiha, so he had no interest in Naruto's antics. Kakashi was probably the one suffering the most. Of course, he didn't actually dislike Naruto, but having a guide a troublemaker could really test one's patience. If Uraha could master sealing techniques and take charge of watching Naruto, it would ensure the safety of both Naruto and the village, and Kakashi could finally have a bit of peace. Just the thought of it was tempting. Uraha could see right through Kakashi's idea, and he was left speechless by it. Kakashi-sensei, I feel like you're not taking your responsibility for Naruto very seriously. I'd love to be more responsible, but you know how poor his fundamentals are. And with that personality of his, it's a miracle I haven't died of frustration. My whole team is made up of problem children. As my student, shouldn't you be helping ease your teacher's burden? Kakashi looked at Uraha. Ah, you just want free labor, don't you? Uraha replied with a cold chuckle. Kakashi looked a bit embarrassed. Of course, the real reason he thought this way was because he had great faith and high expectations for Uraha. He trusted Uraha. After all, Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and you couldn't just leave someone like that under anyone's watch. But when it came to Uraha, Kakashi had absolute confidence. He didn't believe, not for a moment, that Uraha would ever threaten the village. From the very beginning, he'd wanted to train Uraha to be a ninja like the fourth Hokage. He just hadn't expected Yoru's talent to blossom so spectacularly. Kakashi patted Uraha on the shoulder. All right, it's settled. Focus on learning sealing techniques. Once you've mastered them, I won't have to worry about Naruto losing control anymore. Didn't you say the seal on Naruto is already weakening? You wouldn't want him to go on a rampage and destroy the Leaf Village, would you? Or see the Nine Tails break free and hurt him? Uraha forced a wry smile. You're really laying it on thick, aren't you? But honestly, I don't have a reason to refuse. I'll give it a try once I actually master the sealing technique. After all, if even you can't handle it, I'm not sure I can either. Just two tails showing and Naruto's already so hard to handle. Who knows how terrifying he'd be with even more. If the Nine Tails could hear Yoru's words, it would probably be seething with rage. After all, Uraha had subdued Naruto's rampage with a single jutsu. Who was really the powerful one here? If the Nine Tails knew what Uraha was saying, it would probably remember what the first Hokage once said to it. The combined jutsu Uraha unleashed, just the water dragon alone, was 300 meters long, several times larger than the wood dragons summoned by Hashirama. For comparison, the wooden avatars were only a few dozen meters high, and the giant Buddha just a few hundred meters. Only with the addition of 1,000 hands did it reach over 1,000 meters. But Yoru's water dragon, at 300 meters tall and empowered by a deadly lightning style, was a combined jutsu of immense destructive power. You could say that Yoru's water dragon bullet, combined with lightning, was no less formidable than the wood dragon technique. Yet here he was, claiming that Naruto would be unbeatable once he lost control, as if even he couldn't suppress that power. If the Nine Tails heard that, it would be absolutely livid. In reality, after restraining the two tails Naruto, Uraha had used less than a tenth of his chakra. It's important to remember that even before this, both Uraha and Kurosu had already expended quite a lot of chakra. What was most infuriating was that Uraha actually claimed his jutsu could only suppress the two tails Naruto, and that he'd be powerless against the Three Tails. If the Nine Tails ever heard what Jeriah had said, it would no doubt curse him to death, because the jutsu Jeriah unleashed was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the Three Tails Naruto wouldn't be able to withstand the force of that jutsu. Kakashi had no way of knowing just how strong the Three Tails Naruto might become, but judging from the power shown by the Two Tails Naruto, he could only imagine how much harder it would be to control Naruto once he reached the Three Tails stage. After all, even with just 2 tails, Kakashi could already feel the terrifying chakra of the 9 tails. At that moment, he felt completely helpless, unable to resist at all. The aura was even more frightening than the murderous intent Orochimaru had unleashed on him all those years ago. Back then, Orochimaru had subdued Kakashi with nothing more than a look. Even while injured, Orochimaru's mere gaze had left Kakashi without the courage to attack. That experience was something Kakashi could never forget. And now, the sinister chakra, radiating from the Two Tails Naruto, made him feel even more horror than before. Kakashi's intuition was right. Back then, even Haku had been paralyzed by the rampaging Naruto. Although Haku could have escaped instantly, under the Nine Tails' intense bloodlust, his body simply wouldn't move. And at that time, Naruto had wielded only a single tail. All the more reason, then, that Kakashi wished Jeriah could master sealing techniques. Because the power of the Nine Tails far surpassed anything he had imagined. The chaos caused by the Nine Tails still played vividly in his mind. Even someone as formidable as Minato Namikaze had to trade his life to seal the Nine Tails. If Kushina Uzumaki hadn't been in danger that night, then no matter how strong the Nine Tails was, it never could have broken the seal. The Uzumaki clan's sealing arts were that domineering and absolute. Even the adamantine sealing chains alone were more than the Nine Tails could ever hope to break. Kakashi and Jeriah talked for a long while. It wasn't until past midnight that the two of them finally went to rest. When Jeriah returned to the room, he found Sakura gently cleaning the faces of Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them were badly injured. Looking at Sasuke, Jeriah said, "Kakashi-sensei, although Sasuke usually acts like he looks down on Naruto, when it comes to matters of life and death, he truly would sacrifice himself to protect Naruto. If his family hadn't suffered such tragedy, I believe he would have grown into an excellent ninja." Kakashi nodded in agreement. When I first evaluated the three of them, it was Sasuke who gave his own lunch to Naruto, even at the risk of being disqualified. That was exactly why Kakashi cared so much about Sasuke. Apart from matters concerning Uchiha Bido and the Sharingan, it was also because he knew exactly what kind of person Sasuke was. Kakashi had always hoped that Sasuke could let go of his family's hatred, that he wouldn't take things to such extremes. But he was also painfully aware that such deep-seated hatred could never be set aside so easily. They were all staying together in the same room. Jeriah lay on his mat, staring at the ceiling. If only he could let go of the hatred in his heart, I'm sure his life would be much happier. It's a pity that's impossible. Kakashi-sensei, I don't think what you're trying to do will ever succeed. Kakashi didn't deny it. He simply replied, all I can do is try my best. Even knowing that there was hardly any hope of Sasuke letting go of his hatred, Kakashi was still willing to try and change him. As for helping Sasuke kill Uchiha Itachi to get his revenge, Kakashi knew that was beyond him. After all, it was Uchiha Itachi. Even before Itachi awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi had already struggled just to fight him. Besides, Kakashi had always felt that the whole affair of Uchiha Itachi slaughtering his clan and defecting from the Leaf was shrouded in suspicion. He was certain the third Hokage and Danzo were involved in some way. But this sort of thing wasn't easy for him to investigate. In truth, Kakashi had once admired Uchiha Itachi quite a bit. After all, Itachi was one of the rare Uchiha who weren't so arrogant. Before the Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha clan actually held a very high status in the Leaf, especially with their control over the police force. Because of this, most Uchiha ninja tended to be quite proud. Although the second Hokage had originally arranged for the Uchiha to run the police force as a way to restrict them, and perhaps to help them integrate into the village, having that much authority only made them more arrogant over time. And, to be fair, the Uchiha had indeed achieved a lot during the wars. So the Uchiha were generally a proud bunch. People like Uchiha Bido, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui were the exceptions. In his early days, Abido's personality was actually a lot like Naruto's, kind and good-natured. Kushina Uzumaki had even hoped that her own child would grow up to be someone like Abido. Before Abido's fall, his relationship with Kushina had been very close, closer, even, than Kakashi's relationship with her. Of course, that was all before things went wrong. Afterward, Kushina could never have imagined that the boy she once regarded as her own little brother would greet her upon their next meeting with such chilling words The vitality of the Uzumaki is really something. Even now, you still won't die. Kakashi had always wanted to change Sasuke, but the more he tried, the more he realized how impossible it truly was. As Jeriah and Kakashi talked, Sakura sat quietly nearby, listening to every word. When moonlight streamed in through the window, the room was bright despite the darkness of night. Watching Jeriah and Kakashi talking so easily, Sakura's mind drifted back to Jeriah's battle with Raiga Karatsuchi earlier that day, and to the scene where he suppressed Naruto's rampage. She could hardly believe that the same Jeriah, who seemed almost godlike in those moments, could now appear so calm and composed. She remembered the sight of that colossal water dragon, hundreds of meters long, soaring across the sky. Standing upon the surface of the sea, Jeriah appeared so small, yet so impossibly imposing. But as soon as the battle ended, Jeriah returned to his usual self. It was hard to imagine that such contrasting sides could belong to a single person. The gulf between them and Jeriah was just too wide. Or rather, the gulf between herself and Jeriah was simply insurmountable. The tailed beast within Naruto made him immensely powerful, just not as strong as Jeriah. Sasuke was formidable as well. In fact, in their entire squad, she was the weakest by far. Maybe I really should listen to Jeriah and start learning medical ninjutsu. I'm not cut out for fighting, but I could become a medical ninja. At that moment, Sakura's resolve to become a medical ninja grew even stronger. Meanwhile, deep within a forest in a land of waves, having fled back from the bridge, Zabuza and Haku couldn't help but feel relieved. Recalling the jutsu Jeriah had unleashed, Zabuza muttered, "What kind of monster is that kid to summon such a terrifying water dragon bullet?" It was on a whole different scale compared to when he first fought me. It's only been a little over 10 days. How can he have grown so strong, so quickly? Zabuza simply couldn't fathom how Jeriah's power could have increased at such an incredible pace. After all, Jeriah was just a genin. If we hadn't retreated when we did, we would have been killed by him for sure, Zabuza said, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. The first time he fought Jeriah, he thought the boy was just on par with an ordinary jonin. But today, the power Jeriah displayed had already far surpassed his own. Zabuza even felt as though he were facing the Mizukichi himself. Especially that water dragon bullet. Jeriah's version was even stronger than the Mizukichi's. The Mizukichi couldn't create a water dragon over 300 meters long. What was even more terrifying was that Jeriah's water dragon bullet didn't dissipate quickly. It lingered, writhing like a living, breathing dragon. That was the most frightening part of all. Just picturing Jeriah unleashing that water dragon, waves crashing and roaring, a force of nature itself. Zabuza couldn't imagine surviving such an onslaught. For the first time, Zabuza felt true fear in the face of another person. Jeriah was undoubtedly someone who could end his life with ease. And yet, he was just a genin. It was terrifying. Kenoha really is frightening. Not only do they have that blonde brat, who must be a Jinchuriki, there's also a kid with some jutsu that can suppress a rampaging Jinchuriki. That boy actually killed Kurasuki Raiga. He's terrifying. With him around, how can we possibly kill the old man building the bridge? There's no way we can finish this mission. As much as Zabuza didn't want to admit it, he knew deep down that this mission was impossible now. As long as Jeriah was present, taking on this job was nothing short of suicide. Haku, who stood to the side, remained silent. Jeriah's overwhelming strength had certainly shocked him, but what intrigued him even more was why, in that critical moment, Jeriah had stepped in front of him when Naruto tried to kill him. By all logic, he was Jeriah's enemy. Naruto might have lost control, but his attacks were aimed at Haku. There was no reason for Jeriah to take that blow in his place. Still, he didn't mention this to Zabuza. Unable to make sense of it, he simply let the thought go. He just quietly made a note of this favor in his heart. Whatever Jeriah's reasons, the fact remained. Jeriah had saved his life. Had Jeriah not intervened to shield him from the rampaging Naruto, he would have died for certain. Back then, his entire body had been paralyzed by the Nine-Tails Chakra, unable to move an inch. With Naruto's frenzied speed, dodging had been impossible. After a long silence, Zabuza finally turned to Haku and asked, "That kid didn't lay a finger on you?" Snapping back to reality, Zabuza recalled that Haku had been fighting Naruto and the others. How had Haku made it back unharmed? Haku thought for a moment before replying. Not long after the blonde boy lost control, that man arrived. While they were fighting, I slipped away. Zabuza didn't press further. After all, that was pretty much how he himself had managed to escape. Jeriah's display of power had been simply overwhelming. No matter how much Gato was offering, this mission was impossible, practically a death sentence. Zabuza was a rogue ninja. He was never going to be bound by Gato's contract. "We're dropping this mission. Let's get out of here." Haku nodded. Wherever Zabuza went, he would follow. Still, he kept Jeriah in his thoughts. Jeriah was the first person ever to step forward and shield him from danger. Years ago, Zabuza had saved him, but only to use him as a tool. But Jeriah had saved him without asking for anything in return, simply out of kindness. This feeling gave Haku, who was already gentle by nature, a deep fondness for Jeriah. It was a feeling entirely different from when Zabuza saved him. If not for his loyalty to Zabuza, Haku might have followed Jeriah, just as Kimimaro had once followed Orochimaru. Of course, that was impossible. Jeriah had only stepped between him and Naruto because he understood Haku's true nature and didn't want Naruto to become a killer. Just as the two were packing up, getting ready to leave, the doors were kicked open once again. Zabuza, why did you fail again? The bridge was almost complete. Just a few more days, and it would be done. You can't even kill one old man after all this time. What exactly have you been doing? This time, Gato had brought dozens of samurai with him. He'd been thoroughly frightened by Zabuza the last time. But Gato didn't really understand ninjas. There were many skilled samurai in the world, but it was clear that the ones Gato had recruited were just wandering swordsmen. These Ronin didn't have much true ability, certainly nothing compared to real ninjas. Still, Gato thought with dozens of samurai at his side, he could keep Zabuza under control. Yet Zabuza only needed a single glance. The samurai who had been crowding around him instantly began to tremble, fear taking over the side of his eyes, and scattered in panic. Only 2 samurai remained, shaking but gritting their teeth and refusing to flee. These 2 were the bodyguards Gato had hired at a hefty price, and they still clung to some shred of professional pride. But the quivering of their legs made it clear they were useless in a real fight. Zabuza was already in a foul mood and needed to vent his anger, and Gato had served himself up on a silver platter. With his executioner's blade in hand, Zabuza strode toward Gato. He radiated a chilling, murderous aura. That killing intent meant little to the likes of Jeriah and Kakashi. But for an ordinary man like Gato, it was utterly overwhelming. Zabuza had barely taken a few steps before Gato, unable to withstand the pressure, dropped to his knees. His whole body shook uncontrollably, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Only now did Gato truly understand the terror of a jonin. I'm giving up on this job. Find someone else. But let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go up against Kakashi and his team again. Someone like you can't afford to hire anyone strong enough to face them. In fact, even if you managed to bring in a few elite jonin, you still wouldn't stand chance. Zabuza loomed over Gato, his voice cold and unyielding. He was a jonin with blood on his hands. His killing intent was something a man like Gato could never hope to withstand. Even though Gato resented Zabuza deeply, at this moment he didn't dare provoke him in the slightest. He was terrified Zabuza would simply cleave him in 2 with that massive blade. It was only after Zabuza finally left, taking Haku with him, that Gato managed to regain his senses. And the moment he did, his anger erupted. Seeing that Zabuza was gone, he immediately began to curse and shout. Damn it! What a useless jonin. Acting all high and mighty. If you won't do it, I'll just find someone else. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zabuza reappeared before him. His eyes were ice cold as he stared Gato down. Gato dropped to his knees once more. I wasn't talking about you. Please, spare me. Zabuza pressed the flat of his executioner's blade against Gato's neck. The 2 samurai tried to step in, but before they could even draw their swords, Haku appeared and silently clamped down on their hands. If you want to stay alive, don't do anything foolish. The samurai wanted desperately to save Gato, but under Haku's control, they were completely helpless. The 2 of them were originally wandering swordsmen, with little strength to speak of. They couldn't even hold their own against a mere genin, let alone face by, whose abilities had already reached the level of a jonin. If you don't give me half of this reward, I'll come and take it myself. And when that happens, I can't guarantee you'll survive. Zabuza's cold voice sent Kato into a panic, making him drop to his knees and beg for mercy. I'll give it to you. I'll give it right away. Please, just don't kill me, he pleaded desperately. Out of the dozens of swordsmen he brought, only 2 remained, and these 2 were hardly useful at all. Only now did Kato realize just how vast the gap was between the strength of a samurai and a ninja. Only now did he truly grasp how terrifying Zabuza was. It made sense. Many samurai, unable to compete in the world of shinobi, had been forced to become ninja themselves. Zabuza, having issued his threat, had no intention of dealing further with Kato. He, turned and left without another word. For a long while, Kato lay sprawled on the ground, limp with fear, only daring to move once he was sure no one else was around. Damn it, I've really lost big this time, he muttered bitterly. Even now, Kato was still a businessman at heart. Despite everything, what he cared about most was his money. After this incident, Kato stopped sending men to harass the bridge construction. Because the workers were under the constant protection of Kakashi and his team. Kato had already hired 2 elite jonin and still failed to kill Tazuna. He now understood that the ninja guarding Tazuna were far too strong. Hiring more assassins would be nothing but a waste of money. Once the bridge was finished, his shipping business would surely collapse. But what could Kato do? He could only watch helplessly as the bridge neared completion. Meanwhile, all these days, Jeriah had been studying sealing techniques with Kakashi. Sealing jutsu was indeed much harder to master than other ninjutsu. Kakashi spent several days just explaining the theory to Jeriah. Jeriah, for his part, spent several days absorbing these lessons without even getting to practice the actual technique. Deep in the forest, after days of theory, Kakashi finally began to formally teach Jeriah the sealing jutsu. The very first technique was one capable of sealing tailed beasts. The 4-symbol seal. The 4th Hokage used a sealing jutsu called the 8-trigram seal to imprison the 9 tails within Naruto. This technique was actually a combination of 2 4-symbol seals, a further development of the original method. The 4-symbol seal was a signature technique of the Uzumaki clan. Its sealing power was formidable, far surpassing the sealing methods used by other villages for tailed beasts, something Killer Bee himself had attested to. Once Jeriah mastered the 4-symbol seal and could suppress a tailed beast, he would be able to seal it inside anyone's body, including his own. Of course, Jeriah had no intention of doing such a thing. Kakashi spent over an hour explaining the principles, then looked at Jeriah expectantly. So, Jeriah, did you understand? Does it make sense to you? The reason Kakashi sounded so eager was that, truth be told, he didn't fully grasp the technique himself, let alone actually practice it. Jeriah fell silent for a while. Just as Kakashi was starting to feel a bit disappointed, Jeriah gave a slight nod. I'll give it a try. Kakashi was dumbfounded. You understood it? Don't tell me you can actually do it. Jeriah didn't answer. Instead, he stepped aside and began forming hand seals. 4-symbol seal. With a sharp thud, the jutsu was complete, and Jeriah slapped his hand against a nearby tree. Instantly, beneath his palm, a sealing formula appeared on the trunk, a complex array of mysterious runes. There was a sudden crack, and the portion of the tree covered by the seal vanished, leaving a gap in the trunk. Having finished the technique, the corners of Jeriah's mouth lifted in a subtle smile. It worked. He hadn't expected to succeed on his very first try. Whoa, this eats up so much chakra. Just sealing a piece of what already drained as much chakra as a C-rank jutsu. That's insane. Even though Jeriah's chakra reserves were already abundant, he still couldn't believe how much this sealing technique consumed. If sealing a piece of wood is like this, how much more would it take to seal the 9 tails? No wonder the Uzumaki clan is famous for their massive chakra reserves. Without that kind of power, there's no way anyone could handle the demands of these seals. It was only now that Jeriah truly realized how much chakra sealing jutsu required, despite their incredible strength. It was terrifying. At last, I understand why so few people bother learning sealing techniques. Besides being complicated, the chakra requirement must be ridiculously high. These thoughts ran through Jeriah's mind. Yet on the surface, his expression remained calm and unreadable. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing to the side, was completely stunned. He pulled it off on his first try. He could hardly believe it. He had always known that Jeriah was exceptionally talented when it came to learning ninjutsu. But over the past few days, as he'd explained the principles of sealing, he could tell that even Jeriah found it challenging. He hadn't held out much hope. He thought, sealing jutsu really are top-tier ninjutsu. No wonder so few shinobi in the ninja world specialize in them. Yet Jeriah had truly mastered it, and succeeded on his very first attempt. You have to understand, the 4-symbol seal is notoriously difficult. Even in Kenoha, only a handful had ever mastered it. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, and Minato Namikaze. Even the third Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, didn't know it. If he had, Naruto would never have lost control. Naruto once lost control as a child, and it took Kenoha's entire sealing squad to suppress him. And even then, Naruto had only gone berserk. He hadn't even manifested a tailed beast cloak. If the 4th Hokage had known the 4-symbol seal, he could have simply reinforced the 8-trigram seal he'd left on Naruto, and that would have been enough. Unfortunately, he didn't know how. Of course, there was one thing the 3rd Hokage and Danzo had in common. Both possessed a sealing technique that could only be used once. The 3rd had mastered the Reaper Death Seal, while Danzo had command of the reverse 4-symbol sealing. At that moment, Kakashi walked over, interrupting Jeriah's train of thought. You did it, Jeriah. Snapping back to reality, Jeriah seemed lost in thought. I suppose you could say that. But this sealing technique eats up a ridiculous amount of chakra. Kakashi paused in surprise. Oh, it really takes that much chakra. Jeriah nodded. I only sealed a piece of wood, but it already cost me as much chakra as a C-rank jutsu. Kakashi chuckled. That's Uzumaki clan's sealing for you. Burning through chakra is normal. The important thing is you've mastered this technique. And not just any technique, either. This one's notoriously tough. You've gotten off to a great start. Now that you've learned the 4-symbol seal, the 8-trigram seal should be no problem for you. After all, the 8-trigram seal was really just a modified version of the 4-symbol seal. Kakashi then explained the principles behind the 8-trigram seal. This time, the explanation was much shorter than when he taught the 4-symbol seal. And after grasping the 4-symbol seal, Jeriah found the 8 trigrams seal wasn't difficult at all. It wasn't until dusk that Jeriah finally mastered the 8 trigram seal. Only 2 sealing techniques in a single day. Jeriah wasn't entirely satisfied. But Kakashi was already amazed. After all, he'd spent years training in the 4 symbols and 8 trigram seals, yet never managed to master them. To think Jeriah could do it in just one day. His capacity for learning had already surpassed Kakashi's wildest expectations. In fact, Jeriah's ability to learn was beyond what any ninja in this world could hope to match. He simply hadn't realized it yet. He only remembered how, back then, Itachi Uchiha learned the fireball jutsu just by watching his father do it once. But the difficulty of the 4 symbols and 8 trigram seals far surpassed that of the fireball jutsu. Both sealing techniques were S-rank jutsu, absolute forbidden arts, whereas the fireball jutsu was only a C-rank technique. The gap in difficulty between the two was worlds apart, and the challenge of learning sealing jutsu couldn't even be compared to ordinary ninjutsu. Kakashi could wield the S-rank Chidori with ease, yet he'd never even managed to learn the 4 symbols or 8 trigram seals. That night, on the way back from the mountain behind the village, Sasuke and Naruto stepped out to block their path. Kakashi, Jeriah, and Sakura, who had gone up the mountain with them, looked at Sasuke and Naruto standing in their way. Done for the day, already? Seeing the two of them with expressionless faces, Jeriah asked, puzzled. Sasuke walked straight up to Jeriah and said, Jeriah, teach me how to get stronger. Jeriah was taken aback. Naruto also walked over and said, Jeriah, I want you to help me get stronger too. Kakashi frowned. What's going on with you two? Though he'd suspected something like this before, neither of them had mentioned it in the past few days, so Kakashi thought they dropped the idea altogether. Turns out they'd just been waiting until now to bring it up. Jeriah couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He thought they wouldn't ask him about this again. Sasuke and Naruto ignored Kakashi entirely, their eyes burning with determination as they fixed their gazes on Jeriah. Previously, after hearing Jeriah's praise, both of them believed Kakashi could make them stronger. But after that battle, the two of them realized Jeriah's strength was at least on par with, if not surpassing, Kakashi's. Kakashi pressed a hand to his forehead, exasperated. So it's come to this after all. Sakura, standing nearby, looked rather embarrassed. After all, it was Sakura who had told Sasuke and Naruto about Jeriah's performance that day. Pressed by their questions, Sakura had recounted everything that Jeriah had accomplished. No matter how much Jeriah tried to deny it, they trusted Sakura. She would never lie to them. Regardless of what Jeriah said, the fact that he had single-handedly defeated Kirosuke Raiga, an elite jonin, and subdued a berserk Naruto with a single jutsu was undeniable. Even now, Raiga's grave remained deep in the forest where the battle took place. The former battlefield was nothing but ruins, a wasteland several hundred meters across, where every tree and boulder had been pulverized to dust. The scorched earth stood as a silent testament to the ferocity of that fight. What shocked Sasuke and Naruto even more was that, after such an intense battle, Jeriah still managed to kill Raiga, a ninja they considered on par with Zabuza, another elite jonin. Most astonishing of all was that Jeriah's jutsu could overpower Raiga. Sakura's description painted Jeriah as a being of almost godlike power when he unleashed his techniques. Jeriah looked at the earnest faces of Sasuke and Naruto and felt a headache coming on. I've told you, I don't know how to make you stronger. I learned everything from Kakashi-sensei myself. No way. Kakashi-sensei couldn't possibly be that powerful, Naruto shot back. Kakashi's face darkened with embarrassment. Although what Naruto said was true, hearing it put so bluntly still stung his pride. Sasuke frowned at Jeriah. What do you want? As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. Jeriah rolled his eyes. What I want is for you two to stop bothering me. Is that too much to ask? Though Jeriah didn't really mind teaching them his jutsu, the problem was that everything he knew had been taught to him by Kakashi. If they wanted to learn, they could just go to Kakashi directly. Besides, the jutsu Jeriah had improved upon could only be used by him. It wasn't about the techniques themselves being so powerful, but rather that they became formidable only when fueled by his chakra. That was something he simply couldn't teach. Still, Sasuke suspected Jeriah was just unwilling to help them. Jeriah, I want to become your student. Sasuke spoke through clenched teeth. The moment he uttered these words, everyone was stunned. Jeriah in particular couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Sasuke. He thought to himself, are you trying to get me killed? Your teacher is standing right there. Have you considered his feelings? Have you thought about what position you're putting me in? After Sasuke said this, both Jeriah and Kakashi found themselves in an awkward predicament. Sakura and Naruto, for their part, were shocked that Sasuke could humble himself to such an extent. After all, they were classmates from the same year. Jeriah wasn't any older than them. Yet Sasuke was willing to ask Jeriah to be his master. In the ninja world, the act of formally becoming someone's disciple is very different from the usual mentor-student relationship between a jonin and their genin team. To become a disciple is to willingly lower one's self a generation, and once a teacher, always a father. Sasuke's decision put Jeriah in an impossibly awkward position. He had no desire to act as a senior to his own peers. Besides, Kakashi was Sasuke's teacher. If Sasuke did this, wouldn't it make Kakashi and Jeriah equals? Just the thought of it was uncomfortable. Sasuke's actions would only embarrass Jeriah and put him on the spot. Just as Sasuke was about to kneel down, Jeriah suddenly unleashed a surge of chakra. The oppressive force kept Sasuke's knees from ever touching the ground, no matter how much he tried to bow. Sasuke was left frozen in place. He looked up at Jeriah. Jeriah spoke coldly. If you do this, we can't even be classmates anymore. Don't put me in this position. Sasuke was taken aback. Then he understood what Jeriah meant. He clenched his fists and said, but I want to become stronger. I know you're the one who can help me, and I'm willing to do anything to gain that strength. If it means I could become strong enough to kill that man, I'd give even my life. Sasuke called out to Jeriah, but Jeriah showed no sign of yielding. So you're saying you have no confidence in surpassing that man on your own? Jeriah's tone was stern. Sasuke fell silent. Is that so? Jeriah pressed further. Still, Sasuke said nothing. Jeriah deliberately mocked him. Sasuke, I really overestimated you. I used to think you had a spine, that one day you'd be my greatest rival. Turns out, you never even had what it takes. For someone as even-tempered as Jeriah to speak so harshly, it struck Sasuke like a blow. Did he not realize how humiliating and shameful this was? He knew full well, but he also knew how terrifying Uchiha Itachi was, a man capable of wiping out his entire clan. Every time Sasuke remembered that night, despair overwhelmed him. Especially as those around him continued to grow stronger, Itachi's overwhelming strength only further eroded Sasuke's confidence. It was Jeriah's own strength that reminded Sasuke so much of Itachi from that fateful night. The gap between him and Jeriah had grown so wide that he could no longer even see his shadow in the distance. If that was the case, then the gulf between him and Itachi Uchiha must be just as insurmountable. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. Jeriah's words struck Sasuke deep within his heart. He was furious, yet utterly helpless. Yes, he had once believed himself to be a genius too. He had thought he could catch up with Itachi Uchiha, that one day he would become strong enough to kill him, to avenge the Uchiha clan, to avenge his parents. But Jeriah's appearance had dealt blow after blow to what little confidence he had left. In Sasuke's mind, Itachi Uchiha was overwhelmingly powerful. The more Jeriah displayed his terrifying strength, the more Sasuke felt the vast chasm between himself and Itachi. He even began to doubt whether he could ever catch up to Itachi on his own, whether he could ever kill him. Did he really have the strength to do so? Was it possible that, for the rest of his life, he would never be able to avenge his clan and his parents? For a long time, Sasuke hung his head, his voice heavy with emotion as he spoke. But the stronger you become, the more I realize how powerful he is. The gap between us is too great. I really have no hope of killing him. For the first time, Sasuke uttered such words of despair. Even Jeriah hadn't expected this. Just moments ago, he had only intended to ignite Sasuke's fighting spirit with his words. He never imagined he would extinguish his hope so completely. For a moment, Jeriah felt incredibly awkward. Don't forget, you are his brother. You share the same father and mother. Your bloodline is identical. Why should your blood be any lesser than his? Perhaps, you might even surpass him. What you need most isn't to master some powerful jutsu, but to develop your Sharingan to its fullest. That is the fundamental weapon of the Uchiha clan. Learning ninjutsu from me is actually the most foolish thing you can do. I only learn ninjutsu because I don't have the Sharingan. Without it, I have no other means to fight. Can you really be like me? If I had the Sharingan, I would focus all my energy on unlocking its potential. Learning ninjutsu from me, instead of developing your Sharingan, is putting the cart before the horse. It's just plain stupid. Sasuke, I have never believed that you are any weaker than your brother. Remember, you share the same bloodline as him. You could become even stronger. And it's through the eyes of the Uchiha, the renowned Sharingan. Your Sharingan has already awakened. Keep developing it, and you will surpass him. You are a member of the Uchiha clan, not just some nameless ninja. Don't lose sight of what you should be striving for. Just as Naruto's greatest strength lies in mastering the power of the Nine Tails, your true foundation is your eyes. Ninjutsu is only a tool to support those eyes. Jeriah placed a firm hand on Sasuke's shoulder and spoke to him with utmost sincerity. Of course, the main reason Jeriah said all this was to keep Sasuke from actually asking to become his disciple. That would just be far too awkward. Besides, with Sasuke's personality, even if Jeriah refused, Sasuke would have to be willing to accept the rejection. If he wasn't, Jeriah's refusal alone wouldn't be enough. Sasuke would just keep pestering him. He wanted no part of that kind of trouble. After listening to Jeriah, Sasuke lifted his head and looked at him, asking seriously, "Do I really have a chance?" It was rare for Sasuke to sound so lacking in confidence. Jeriah smiled and said, "Trust me, you'll become far stronger than your brother. The problem is you're too eager for quick results. Training takes time. You can't become strong overnight, and your eyes need to awaken gradually. You're only 12, what's the rush? Remember, a ninja's prime is after the age of 20. Do you really think you're weak now? Ask Kakashi-sensei. At this point, you're already stronger than most Chunin. If you work with Kakashi on developing your Sharingan and awaken the true power of your Uchiha bloodline, you might not only surpass your brother. You could even challenge the Hokage. Never forget, the reason the Sharingan strikes fear into the entire ninja world is because it truly possesses overwhelming power, power that can drive people to despair. Sasuke had been feeling hopeless lately, weighed down by defeat. But Jeriah's words brought him back to his senses. His confidence was rekindled. Yet soon, Sasuke noticed something wasn't quite right. He looked at Jeriah with a puzzled expression and asked, "But you're the same age as me. How did you get this strong already? Right now, you're even stronger than most Jonin. You've even defeated elite Jonin." Jeriah hesitated for a moment, then quickly explained, "That's because I've already reached my breakthrough, and you haven't yet. Let me put it this way. If Naruto suddenly gained full control over the Nine Tails, his strength would skyrocket to Hokage level in an instant. I've spent years building up to this. You only see how strong I am now, but you didn't see all those years of hard training and blood, sweat, and tears that got me to this point. As for you, your breakthrough will come when you awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan. When that day comes, I'll be the one looking up to you. Kakashi-sensei has only one Sharingan, and he's already that powerful. Think about it. You have 2. When you unlock the 3 Tomo form, do you really think you'll be any weaker than Kakashi-sensei? Your brother only has the 3 Tomo Sharingan too, doesn't he? By the way, how old was your brother when he left the village?" Sasuke frowned and answered, 13. He remembered it clearly. Well, there you have it. Your brother left the village at 13, which means all these years, he's had no teacher to guide him. On top of that, he's had to keep running from the Leaf's pursuit. Do you really think he had the luxury of time to train? For all we know, his skills may have even regressed. He might not be as strong now as he was when he left the village. And what about you? You have the peace and stability of the Leaf Village on your side. You have a structured education system and outstanding teachers to help you grow. We have plenty of elite Jonin in the Leaf. There's Kakashi, who's not only a master of ninjutsu, but also deeply knowledgeable about the Sharingan. And there are many other Jonin who specialize in taijutsu and jinjutsu. Most of them are Kakashi's peers, his friends. And what's your relationship with Kakashi? Of course, you can go to them and ask for their guidance in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu. I seriously doubt your brother, wandering the ninja world, has access to such resources. And most importantly, you have far more time to train. Plus, you regularly go on missions, which lets you turn what you learn into real battle experience. That's why I believe you have the potential to surpass your brother. Of course, all of this was just something Jeriah made up on the spot. His only goal was to keep Sasuke from pestering him any further. Still, there was a grain of truth in what he said, which left Sasuke without a comeback. And, in fact, he believed it. Not just Sasuke. Even Naruto and Sakura seemed lost in thought, mulling over his words. Jeriah quietly wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Kakashi, meanwhile, stared at Jeriah in utter confusion. He couldn't help but wonder, what is this kid's mouth made of, to talk circles around everyone like this? The most absurd part was, Kakashi could see right through it. Jeriah's entire speech had one aim: don't bother me, go ask Kakashi, and if he can't help, go find another leaf ninja. It was a blatant handoff. Yet Kakashi really couldn't argue with that. Everything Jeriah said was painfully true. After all, he was Sasuke's Jonin instructor. Teaching Sasuke was supposed to be his job in the first place. If Sasuke really did come begging for introductions to Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, and the others, Kakashi would have no excuse to turn him down. Sasuke, persuaded by Jeriah, found his anxious heart calming down. And Naruto, too, was convinced by what Jeriah had said earlier. If he could master the power of the Nine Tails, his strength would soar. With Naruto and Sasuke no longer pestering him for ninjutsu lessons, Jeriah secretly let out a sigh of relief. He really had no interest in being hounded by those two. It was a headache he'd rather avoid. Off to the side, Kakashi and Sakura, who hadn't said much, stared at Jeriah in astonishment. They hadn't expected Jeriah to actually talk Naruto and Sasuke down. Even though they hadn't known him long, both Kakashi and Sakura were well aware. Naruto and Sasuke were two of the most stubborn kids around. Convincing them was no easy feat. Jeriah actually pulled it off. With that, the mission was more or less complete, and the days that followed were calm and uneventful. Afterwards, Gato didn't send any more ninja to cause trouble. Still, just to be safe, Kakashi decided not to leave until the bridge was fully completed. During this period, apart from going out with Sakura to protect Tazuna, whenever he stayed at Tazuna's house, he would spend his time learning sealing techniques from Kakashi. Day or night, he was constantly busy. By day, he was either guarding Tazuna or training in sealing techniques. By night, he had to deal with Inari. After Jeriah saved him last time, and especially since Inari had witnessed Jeriah defeat the ninja hired by Gato with his own eyes, Inari now idolized Jeriah completely, pestering him constantly, always wanting him to play along. In Inari's heart, Jeriah was a true hero. If only Jeriah were a Kenoha ninja, Inari would have asked to become his apprentice long ago. Although Jeriah wasn't keen on interacting with him, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. So every evening, he would set aside some time to keep Inari company. Tsunami was also very kind to Jeriah, often cooking his favorite dishes. Within Tazuna's home, the respect Jeriah received was no less than what Kakashi enjoyed. In fact, the family treated Jeriah even better than Kakashi. After all, the strength Jeriah had shown that day was simply overwhelming. To them, Jeriah seemed even more powerful than Kakashi himself. Over the next few days, Jeriah learned contract seals, evil sealing techniques, fire sealing techniques, and just about every sealing jutsu Kakashi knew. He mastered every sealing technique Kakashi could teach. By now, Jeriah's chakra reserves had doubled compared to before. Still, he could feel his chakra growth slowing down. In over 10 days, it had only doubled, whereas at the very beginning his chakra was increasing nearly twofold each day. But Jeriah didn't mind at all. Even with just this increase, his chakra reserves were now firmly at Kage level. So much so that, even among Kage, his reserves were well above average. Moreover, the chakra Jeriah wielded was different from that of ordinary ninja. By now, it was likely he had already surpassed the Kage level in terms of chakra alone. What he really lacked at the moment was real combat experience and taijutsu. But there was no rush for battle experience. Jeriah understood that true combat skill only came with time and plenty of real fights. As for taijutsu, that required even more dedication and practice. Jeriah didn't expect to reach Guy's level. After all, that was the pinnacle of taijutsu in the ninja world. He just needed to be competent enough not to hold himself back. Right now, Jeriah's chakra was many times greater than Naruto's, though of course, nothing compared to the Nine Tails. However, there are very few ninja in the entire shinobi world who can rival the chakra reserves of the Nine Tails. Perhaps only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could even come close to competing with it. As for Jeriah, the amount of chakra he possesses still falls far short of those two. Not to mention, the Nine Tails inside Naruto is only half of its full self. Yet, Jeriah's chakra reserves are even less than that half, let alone compared to Hashirama, whose chakra surpassed that of the complete Nine Tails. Still, even if he doesn't quite match half the Nine Tails, his chakra is already extraordinary. At this moment, across the entire shinobi world, aside from Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, there are few who have more chakra than Jeriah. Of course, Jeriah himself is unaware of this. He has no idea just how much chakra others possess in the shinobi world. What he does know is that his own chakra is now immense, certainly far greater than Kakashi's. Yet, despite this significant boost in power, Jeriah's mindset hasn't shifted as he once imagined it might. He remains the same as before. His heart is calm and undisturbed, his temperament unchanged. There are still many things he'd rather not get involved with, many problems he finds troublesome, and he's still reluctant to use force. If things can be resolved peacefully, he'd much prefer not to fight. So when it comes to the tangled affairs between Naruto and Sasuke, or even Inari pestering him to play together, Jeriah simply offers a word or two. If he can't talk his way out, he just goes along with it. This is also why Inari admires Jeriah so much. Despite his strength, Jeriah is willing to spend time with him. Truthfully, Jeriah is just rather helpless about it all. Later that night, inside their shared room, Kakashi sat cross-legged in front of Jeriah. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were also seated nearby, forming a circle. All eyes, Kakashi's, Naruto's, Sasuke's, and Sakura's, were fixed on Jeriah. Jeriah found himself at a loss for words. Does it really have to be now? I think we should wait until we're back at the village. Kakashi reached out and gave Jeriah's shoulder a reassuring pat. If we wait until we return to the village, it might cause too much commotion. So let's take care of it now, Kakashi insisted. As soon as he finished, Naruto bowed earnestly to Jeriah. Jeriah, I'm counting on you. Sasuke and Sakura, meanwhile, looked at Jeriah with curiosity. Jeriah couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Yet, deep down, he was somewhat eager himself, wanted to see the results of his recent training. All right, I'll give it a try. The reason for all this was simple. After Jeriah had finished learning sealing techniques, Kakashi wanted him to reinforce the seal inside Naruto. This way, there'd be less risk of Naruto losing control in the future. Still, Kakashi was placing a great deal of trust in Jeriah. He hadn't been studying sealing for long, and yet Kakashi was willing to let him work on Naruto. After all, if anything went wrong and the nine-tail seal broke, there would be no one here capable of stopping it. But since Naruto himself had asked, and Jeriah was also curious, he decided to give it a shot. Very soon, Naruto was sitting cross-legged in front of Jeriah, revealing the sealing formula on his abdomen. It was only at this moment that Sakura and Sasuke got their first look at the seal on Naruto's stomach. Jeriah pressed his hands together, beginning to form hand signs. Since this was his first time performing the technique on a real person, Jeriah felt a bit nervous. I'll enter the seal's inner space first to check out the situation. Just as Jeriah was preparing the sealing technique, his consciousness slipped into the realm where the Nine Tails was confined. In an instant, Jeriah found himself inside Naruto's seal space. The faint drip of water snapped Jeriah back to his senses. He was now fully inside Naruto's sealing world. It was a gloomy space with water pooling underfoot. A towering iron gate loomed before him, causing Jeriah to look up. He furrowed his brow. So this is where the Nine Tails is sealed? No wonder it's always so irritable. This place is miserable. Indeed, the environment was bleak like some kind of subterranean sewer. Jeriah had forgotten what it was like when the Nine Tails was sealed inside Kushina Uzumaki or Mito Uzumaki. Had he remembered, he would have realized that the Nine Tails' current situation was already a major improvement. Back then, when sealed inside Mito and Kushina, the beast had been pinned down, its body nailed to searing boulders of molten rock. Now, at least, it was merely locked inside a cage, an upgrade by any standard. No wonder, when it was inside Mito or Kushina, the Nine Tails never managed to break loose. It wasn't just the strength of the sealing technique. It was the adamantine chains wielded by those two women that suppressed the beast completely. Even when Kushina was on the verge of death, the chains she released still rendered the Nine Tails utterly immobile. If the Nine Tails hadn't been forcibly extracted from her, leaving her with no chance of survival, it would never have escaped at all. In truth, the adamantine sealing chains were a technique that Jeriah longed to master, but unfortunately, this jutsu was bound to the Uzumaki bloodline. Even Kakashi didn't know how to use it. Now, having entered the space where the Nine Tails was sealed, he pushed open the giant iron gate before him. The Nine Tails, which had been lying in its cage, sensed the disturbance. It lifted its eyelids. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared, glowing in the darkness behind the bars. The Nine Tails at first thought Naruto had arrived, but as Jeriah slowly stepped inside, the beast frowned. Not that brat. Upon realizing it wasn't Naruto, the Nine Tails' expression twisted with rage. It even rose to its feet, unleashing a furious roar at Jeriah. The sheer force of that roar sent a shockwave through the air, leaving Jeriah deeply shaken. Even the cry alone held enough power that, if unleashed in the real world, it would rival an A-rank jutsu in destructive force. And not just any A-rank technique, one that could devastate a wide area. This was Jeriah's first time encountering the Nine Tails, and only now did he begin to grasp the true scale of its power. It was, beyond doubt, overwhelmingly strong. But Jeriah also understood. Right now, the 8-trigram seal kept the Nine Tails locked down tight. There was no chance of it breaking free. If it truly broke free from its seal, you really wouldn't stand a chance against it. No wonder it's called the nine-tailed fox, just as powerful as the legends say. Yu muttered to himself. Seeing that Yu wasn't cowed by its presence, the Nine-Tails was genuinely surprised. Its large eyes glared coldly at Yu as it spoke. Brat, who are you, and why have you come here? Yu was silent for a moment before finally looking up. You must be the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails' expression turned even darker, but it said nothing. Yu continued on his own. You're incredibly strong, just as I expected. But precisely because of your power, I can't let you out. If you were released, no one would be able to seal you away again. Hearing Yi Yu's words, the Nine-Tails flew into a rage. Little brat, are you looking for death? It let out another furious roar. The sheer force of its chakra shoved Yi Yu back several steps. And this was only the lingering pressure from its leaking power, such terrifying strength, even when restrained. It was easy to imagine just how dreadful things would be if the Nine-Tails truly broke free. Yi Yu had no confidence in his ability to seal this creature again. Surviving its attack would already be considered a stroke of luck. If the Nine-Tails escaped, there was no one in the Leaf Village right now capable of sealing it. Not even the third Hokage could manage it. Even with the dead demon consuming seal, he'd have to first restrain the Nine-Tails. But who could possibly accomplish that? Back then, Minato Namikaze was only able to use the dead demon consuming seal on the Nine-Tails because Kushina Uzumaki had first locked it down with her adamant chains. But now, there was no one in the village who could hold the Nine-Tails in place. And besides, the dead demon consuming seal is a one-time only technique. Unless the situation was truly desperate, the third Hokage would never choose to use it. That's precisely why the pressure on Yi Yu at this moment was enormous. If he made a single mistake and the Nine-Tails broke free, even if he survived, Naruto would not. Once a tailed beast is removed from its Jinchuriki, the host cannot survive. Even Kushina Uzumaki, as strong as she was, only managed to hang on for a short while thanks to her clan's extraordinary vitality. Most Jinchuriki die instantly when the tailed beast is extracted. The Nine-Tails continued to roar at Yi Yu, its chakra unleashed without restraint. The iron gate sealing it trembled violently, as if the Nine-Tails might break free at any second. But Yi Yu knew that, for now, the sealing techniques were still holding strong. The Nine-Tails couldn't escape just yet. However, the more Naruto relied on the Nine-Tails' power, the weaker the seal would become. But it was impossible to expect Naruto not to use the Nine-Tails chakra at all. When he was angry, when he lost control, he would have no choice but to call on that power. So, inevitably, the seal inside Naruto would only grow weaker. The Nine-Tails raged for a long while, its outbursts echoing through the space. Yet aside from his initial shock, Yi Yu's expression remained calm and unchanged. After all, the Nine-Tails was sealed. Its chakra could only seep through in limited amounts. But the chakra it was oozing out was nowhere near as much as Jeriah's. Even though, compared to an ordinary jonin, that amount of chakra was already considerable, to Jeriah at this moment, it was nothing worth mentioning. After a long silence, Jeriah finally spoke in a calm tone. All right, enough of your howling. By now, you should realize that all your antics can't hurt me. The Nine-Tails, who had been roaring and thrashing, paused at Jeriah's words. Its eyes glinted with a chilling light as it growled coldly. Kid, just who are you? Why have you come in here? Jeriah stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the mighty beast before him. I'm Naruto's friend. Today, I just wanted to see for myself what the legendary Nine-Tails looks like. Now that I've seen you, I have to admit you're truly powerful. I can hardly imagine what kind of terrifying strength it must have taken to capture and seal you all those years ago. You've been trying to tempt Naruto into borrowing your chakra, haven't you? All to keep battering away at the sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage. But that won't do. If you ever break out, there's no one left in the Leaf Village who could stop you. That's why I'm here, to reinforce the seal the fourth Hokage placed on you. The Nine-Tails almost burst out laughing at Jeriah's words. Kid, you sure know how to brag. Do you even understand what sealing techniques are? Reinforce the fourth Hokage's seal? Who do you think you are? The Nine-Tails didn't believe for a second that Jeriah could use sealing techniques. Sealing arts were incredibly difficult. Just mastering the basics was a challenge, let alone dealing with the 8 trigram seal left by the fourth Hokage. That was the Uzumaki clan's technique, and after living for over 1,000 years, the Nine-Tails knew better than anyone how formidable the Uzumaki seals could be. It had been trapped inside 3 Uzumaki clan members over the decades. No one understood the power of those seals better than the Nine-Tails itself. Jeriah didn't mind its ridicule. The Nine-Tails had always been this way. Believe whatever you want, but for the rest of your life, you'd better behave and stay inside Naruto. Don't even think about escaping. I'm about to get started, so don't distract me. Jeriah had no interest in wasting words with the Nine Tails. He formed a rapid series of hand seals. In an instant, golden chakra erupted from Jeriah. The Nine Tails, who had been sneering a moment before, froze in shock when it saw the golden chakra enveloping Jeriah. That chakra? Why does it feel so familiar? Who are you really, kid? The Nine Tails roared. But Jeriah ignored it and didn't immediately strengthen the seal. First, he needed to examine the state of Minato Namake's 8-trigram seal to know how best to reinforce it. Yet as the Nine Tails watched the chakra flaring around Jeriah, a wave of anxiety washed over it. Because this chakra reminded it of Hashirama Senju. Moreover, despite Nightfeather's young age, he possessed an enormous amount of chakra, though not quite as much as Kurama himself. But Kurama knew all too well. There was absolutely no way a child of Nightfeather's age should have such reserves of chakra. It was obvious that Nightfeather was no ordinary child. The sheer power of chakra he unleashed was enough to make Kurama deeply uneasy. Nightfeather had no idea just how much his chakra had shocked the Nine Tails. Kurama was not even certain he could suppress Nightfeather if it came down to it. Because Nightfeather's chakra was no ordinary energy, it was Sage Chakra. Kurama knew very well how powerful Sage Chakra could be. Back in the days of Hashirama Senju, his chakra had been just like Nightfeather's. And it wasn't just pure Sage Chakra, it was brimming with vitality, much like Hashirama's had been. Kurama even began to suspect that Nightfeather was a descendant of Hashirama himself. With a flurry of hand signs, Nightfeather summoned mysterious runes beneath his feet. The runes formed into black chains, which shot toward the lock on the iron gate that imprisoned Kurama. A low, resonant hum filled the air as Nightfeather's chakra surged into the lock, causing it to glow with cryptic symbols. Right then, Nightfeather's eyes snapped open. He frowned. This is incredibly complex. The fourth Hokage's 8-trigram seal is just as intricate as I expected, but only means I'll have to expend a bit more chakra. Nightfeather pushed more chakra into the seal. With a thunderous rumble, chakra poured from Nightfeather into the locking mechanism, wild and overwhelming. The sheer force of it left even Kurama speechless. What kind of monster is this boy? How can someone his age wield such terrifying chakra? As Nightfeather kept channeling chakra, Kurama felt the once loosening seal growing stronger and more secure. Stop! With a furious roar, Kurama slammed a massive paw against the iron gate, sending tremors throughout the chamber, but Nightfeather's jutsu remained unshaken. I told you to stop, you brat. You little fiend. Do you mean to keep me imprisoned here forever? You wicked human. I'll kill you. Do you hear me? I'll tear you apart. Kurama's roar shook the very air, followed by a series of violent blows against the iron gate. Realizing that Nightfeather really could reinforce the seal, Kurama could not possibly allow it to happen. He had waited over a decade for this chance. He'd already noticed that as Naruto continued to draw on his chakra, the seal had been weakening. He was so close. Soon, he'd finally be free of this dark, sunless prison. But Nightfeather's arrival had ruined that hope. To be trapped inside Naruto forever? The very idea was infuriating. With another furious roar, Kurama saw that Nightfeather still hadn't stopped. He hadn't even glanced his way. Enraged, Kurama gathered his own chakra, and soon, a dark red-tailed beast bomb began to form in his mouth. You bot. Sensing the terrifying power gathering in the tailed beast bomb within the Nine Tails' jaws, Jeriah frowned. But he didn't stop his actions. He had no way of knowing whether the Nine Tails could actually harm him in this place. Meanwhile, outside in the real world, the cloak of the tailed beast began to spread and thicken around Naruto's body. The cloak's color grew ever darker. Naruto's consciousness faded, growing weaker by the second. Kakashi shuddered. He tried to stop Naruto, but the instant his hand touched the tailed beast's cloak, he was burned. Kakashi froze in shock. Is this really the chakra of the Nine Tails? How could it be so corrosive, so fierce? Sasuke and Sakura, standing nearby, were stunned as well. To think Naruto has such a terrifying power sealed inside him. Jeriah's consciousness still lingered within Naruto's seal space, leaving his physical body outside motionless. Kakashi desperately wanted to break the connection, to snap Jeriah out of it, but he worried that interrupting him might put Jeriah in even greater danger. With no other choice, Kakashi turned to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, Sakura, take Mr. Tazuna and the others and get them far away from here. If Naruto loses control, they could be in serious danger. Regret crept into Kakashi's heart. Staring at Jeriah's blank, expressionless face, he worried for the boy's safety, but he was helpless. There was nothing he could do. Though Sasuke and Sakura were both anxious about Jeriah and Naruto, they could only do as Kakashi said, helping the Tazuna family evacuate. Thankfully, Tezuna's home was far from the center of town. If Naruto lost control here, the potential casualties might be contained. Once Sasuke and Sakura left, Kakashi stood by Jiraiya's side, eyes fixed anxiously on both him and Naruto. Jiraiya wore no expression, while Naruto's face twisted with pain, the tailed beast cloak deepening in color. Even without touching him, Kakashi could feel the crushing menace of the Nine Tails chakra, so intense it made his very soul tremble. The furnishings in the room were already cracking under the relentless assault of the Nine Tails chakra. A blood-red aura swirled around Naruto, the oppressive force making Kakashi feel as if a mountain pressed upon his shoulders. Inside Naruto's mind, Jeriah was under immense pressure as well. The tailed beast bomb in the Nine Tails' mouth was poised to strike. He had no idea if within this spiritual space, such an attack could threaten his life. Still, Jeriah refused to stop, continuing to pour out chakra. The mysterious runes beneath his feet kept spreading, their chains of light surging madly into the sealing lock. Sealing Jutsu consumed an enormous amount of chakra, but fortunately, Jeriah's reserves were vast. Otherwise, he would never have lasted this long. Seeing Jeriah persist despite its threats, the Nine Tails became truly enraged. "You little pest!" A thunderous roar echoed through the space. The Nine Tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb from its mouth. A series of deafening explosions echoed, shaking the very air. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb crashed fiercely against the iron gate that sealed it. The terrifying force illuminated the entire space with a blinding brilliance. In the next moment, the overwhelming chakra struck directly at Jeriah. Jeriah hadn't expected that, even within this sealed space, the Nine Tails chakra could truly harm him. With a choked gasp, the monstrous chakra slammed into Jeriah, catching him off guard and allowing most of the tailed beast bomb's chakra to hit him squarely. The impact sent Jeriah flying, slamming him hard against the wall. Outside in the real world, Jeriah coughed up blood. The crimson spray landed on Naruto, who sat before him. But Naruto's tailed beast cloak shielded him. As soon as the blood touched the cloak, it was instantly corroded away, leaving no trace. Standing close by, Kakashi tensed, ready to break Jeriah's jutsu at any sign of further danger. At this moment, Jeriah's face was deathly pale. In all his years in this world, it was the first time he had coughed up blood, the first time he had been hurt so badly. Just as Kakashi was about to step in and rouse him, Jeriah finally spoke. Though still racked with pain, Jeriah forced his voice to remain cold and steady. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine. Don't worry." Kakashi halted mid-step, seeing that Jeriah's consciousness had returned at last. "This is too risky. If something happened to you, how could I ever explain it to the others?" Kakashi's expression was grave. What he truly wanted to say was that he didn't want Jeriah to take such a gamble. But seeing Jeriah cough up blood, he could no longer contain his worry. In that instant, he realized that Jeriah's safety was far more important. The Nine Tails sealed within Naruto was nothing compared to Jeriah himself. Yet Jeriah only shook his head, his face just as serious. "Don't worry, I'm alright. I was only testing whether the Nine Tails chakra could hurt me inside the seal. I let my guard down and it got the better of me, but I won't make that mistake again. Kakashi-sensei, I need you to leave for now. Please keep your distance. I might accidentally injure you in what comes next." Kakashi frowned, unwilling to comply. "How can I let you face this kind of danger alone?" "Kakashi-sensei, please trust me. I'll handle things from here. If you stay, it'll make it harder for me to act." It was the first time Jeriah had spoken to Kakashi in such a stern tone. Seeing the determination in Jeriah's eyes, Kakashi understood that staying would only distract him. No matter how much he worried, seeing Jeriah's resolve made it clear. Nothing would make him stop now. With no other choice, Kakashi gave a reluctant nod, glanced once at Jeriah and Naruto, then vanished from the room. Once Kakashi had been persuaded to leave, Jeriah once again sank his consciousness into Naruto's sealed space. Inside the seal, he watched as the Nine Tails continued to unleash tailed beast bombs, pounding relentlessly against the iron gate. The iron gate had already begun to tremble. Yoru rose from the ground, dragging his body, battered nearly to the point of breaking bones, and slowly walked toward the Nine Tails. "Do you really think you can get out, Nine Tails? No matter how much you struggle, it's all in vain." The Nine Tails looked at Yoru, its expression grave. "You really are something, brat. I can't believe you're still alive." Standing upright, Yoru lifted his head and smiled. "Yeah, I didn't expect it either. In this place, I can still get injured. After all these years, this is the first time I've been hurt this badly. Yeah, but I'll keep reinforcing the seal. You'd best give up hope of ever getting out in this lifetime." With that, Yoru began weaving hand signs again, preparing to cast his jutsu. In no time, Mysterious runes appeared beneath Yoru's feet. The Nine Tails glared at Yoru, furious, but its expression grew even more serious. Yoru himself hadn't noticed, but the Nine Tails certainly had. Just a moment ago, when its tailed beast ball struck Yoru, a golden shield of chakra had instantly formed around him, protecting him from harm. Otherwise, coughing up blood would have been the least of Yoru's problems. If not death, he would have been left a shell, mindless and broken. And that power, the Nine Tails had never seen anything like it before. It resembled Sage Chakra, but was even stronger. After all, not even Sage Chakra could have withstood the force of its tailed beast ball. Yoru gave it a sense of threat that reached down to its soul. What is that power inside this kid? Why does it feel even more dangerous than that old man of the Six Paths? Watching Yoru still reinforcing the seal, the Nine Tails, though seething with rage, held back from launching another attack. Instead, it resorted to taunts. Brat, all of this is pointless. As long as that kid Naruto can't help but use my chakra, the seal will only grow weaker. You can't possibly guard him every moment, can you? Yoru ignored the Nine Tails. Hey Brat, are you deaf? The Nine Tails barked. Yoru finally looked up, his tone calm. I don't need to be at his side all the time. And this seal won't hold you forever. But when it finally breaks, it will be after Naruto has completely tamed you and gained full control of your power. The Nine Tails burst out laughing. Are you insane? That kid, Naruto, could tame me? What a joke. If you were my Jinchuriki, I believe it. You're stronger than my last two hosts combined. I'd even trust in your potential for the future. But Naruto? That kid doesn't even have pure Uzumaki blood, and he knows nothing of their sealing arts. What makes you think he could ever control my power? Is he supposed to rely on losing his temper every time and begging me for chakra? Yu sneered. So you've been locked up here so long you've lost your mind. You can't even see Naruto's potential. You're the real joke. The Nine Tails struck the iron gate with a massive paw. Earlier, the gate had already started to loosen, but with Yu's continuous repairs, the Nine Tails' attacks could no longer shake it in the slightest. Still, Yu kept pouring chakra into the seal, reinforcing it without pause. The Nine Tails looked at him in surprise. Kid, you actually know the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques? Who taught you that? Yu ignored the question. But the Nine Tails didn't seem to mind. Just moments ago, it had been intent on erasing Yu's consciousness. However, after sensing the hidden power lurking within Yu, it had given up that idea. That force was simply too strong. True, Yu didn't have as much chakra as the Nine Tails right now. In the outside world, he probably wouldn't be a match for the beast. But here in this sealed space, with that mysterious power protecting him, Yu's consciousness was impossible to erase. Now, the Nine Tails just wanted to learn more about Yu. It already regarded him as the greatest obstacle to escaping from Naruto's body. Kid, don't waste your energy. I can see it clearly. Naruto will rely on my power more and more in the future, and the amount of chakra he draws will only increase. The seal you're strengthening won't last much longer. That brat Naruto can't resist the temptation of my power. Yu frowned it. It was true, but Yu knew that in just a few years, Naruto would completely master the Nine Tails' power. All he needed to do was hold out until then. Noticing the change in Yu's expression, the Nine Tails let out a low laugh. So what do you say? Give up. Everything you're doing is pointless. Yu looked up, meeting the beast's gaze with a faint smile. If what I'm doing is pointless, then why did you get so agitated just now? Could it be that you realize my efforts have ruined your plans? You keep giving Naruto chakra, tempting him to use your power, hoping he'll become dependent on it, and unable to break free from your influence, right? I know Naruto will use your power in the future, but I'll keep reinforcing the seal until he fully controls you. I bet he'll succeed in mastering your power within a few years. And I bet that, in the end, you won't be able to escape his control, no matter how hard you try. Yu called a bet, but in truth, he was simply stating what the future would be. In fact, in the days to come, the Nine Tails would refuse to leave Naruto's body, even when finally given the chance. Yu couldn't recall every detail of the Naruto storyline, but he remembered enough of the Fourth Great Ninja War. If Naruto hadn't mastered the Nine Tails' power during that war, things might have turned out very differently. But the Nine Tails still refused to believe him. Ha! Kid, do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound? When you say things like that, I can't help but laugh. Even Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, both of pure Uzumaki blood and masters of their clan's sealing techniques, never dared to claim they could fully control my power. And yet you say that Naruto, who possesses only half the Uzumaki blood and knows nothing of sealing, can completely master my strength. If he could, would you even need to be here? Would you still need to reinforce his seal? The Nine Tails cast a mocking glance at Jeriah, but Jeriah met its gaze, calm and unwavering, and replied, "Because I'm staking my future on this. I believe I can help him master your power." For a moment, the entire space fell utterly silent. The Ninetales furrowed its brow as it stared at Jeriah. Moments ago, Jeriah's words had struck it as laughable. But this time, it found itself unable to refute him. It didn't believe Naruto would ever control it, but it did believe that Jeriah, in the future, could keep it in check, just as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha once did. What the Ninetales didn't realize was that this was the first time Jeriah had spoken with such confidence in his own future. Until now, he had never truly believed in what lay ahead. Yet in this moment, he felt a profound calm, and from that calm came words that sounded almost arrogant. Words he never thought he'd say. But at that instant, he spoke them, utterly composed, without a hint of emotion, as if stating a simple fact. The silence stretched on and on. The Ninetales made no retort. As it watched Jeriah, it was as if it saw Hashirama Senju, the one who had once subdued it. To its eyes, Jeriah had spoken nothing but the simple truth, even if it was the truth the Ninetales least wanted to hear. The quiet lingered in that space, and whatever anger the Ninetales had felt slowly faded away. For once, it didn't lash out as it always had. It said nothing, simply lay down inside its cage, resting its massive fox head on its paws. It seemed to have surrendered any thought of resistance. Yes, it could look down on Naruto, and yes, it could refuse to believe that Naruto would ever keep it sealed for good. But so what? With his boy standing before it, what would be the point of breaking free? Even if it escaped, what then? If things ended up exactly as they had in the past, captured and sealed away again, it would be too humiliating to bear. The Ninetales let out a weary sigh. Old sage of six paths, ever since you left, this shinobi world has become such an unbearable place for me. Just when I finally meet the weakest Jinchuriki of all, this kid shows up. Was it your curse from the afterlife that brought him here to torment me? The Ninetales heaved another sigh. It had given up on resistance. At first, it believed Naruto was the weakest of the three Jinchuriki, and it planned to take advantage of Naruto's constant use of its chakra to escape the seal. Yet Nightfeather's appearance made it realize that even if it broke free from the seal, it would be pointless. Nightfeather had the power to capture it again and seal it away once more. But right now, Nightfeather did not have this power. At present, Nightfeather was not its match. However, the Ninetales was extremely sensitive to Nightfeather's strength. It was well aware that before long, Nightfeather's power would grow enough to suppress it, perhaps even rivaling the legendary Hashirama Senju. Whenever it recalled the memory of being subdued by Hashirama, annoyance surged within the Ninetales. But there was nothing it could do. In Nightfeather, it saw the shadow of Hashirama from years past, perhaps with even greater potential. After all, by its estimation, Hashirama at Nightfeather's age was nowhere near as strong as Nightfeather now. At this moment, even Nightfeather himself could not truly comprehend the extent of his own power. The Ninetales, being so attuned to strength, could clearly sense that Nightfeather was already at the level of a Hokage. Whether Nightfeather had surpassed that level, the Ninetales could not say for certain, having never seen him fight. But merely sensing the mysterious energy within Nightfeather, the Ninetales could tell his future potential was immense. Nightfeather, on the other hand, was rather surprised. He muttered to himself, "Strange, the fox isn't resisting anymore. That's unusual." Nightfeather had thought the Ninetales was biding its time, preparing some grand move. He hadn't expected that the Ninetales had simply given up its resistance. Nightfeather's presence had completely extinguished any desire the Ninetales had to break free. After all, even if it escaped, Nightfeather would simply catch it and seal it away again. So what was the point of the struggle? Unbeknownst to the Ninetales, Nightfeather was extremely cautious of it. While reinforcing the seal, he kept a close eye on the beast. This process continued for about an hour, until Nightfeather finally strengthened the sealing technique within Naruto's body to be even more formidable. The Ninetales sensed this change as well. The 8-trigram seal that Nightfeather cast, fueled by his chakra, was far sturdier than the one Minato Namikaze had left behind. The Ninetales could feel it distinctly. This only deepened the Ninetales' suspicions about Nightfeather. There was an extraordinarily powerful force hidden within Nightfeather. The beast noticed that after Nightfeather reinforced Minato's seal, it had become several times stronger than the original. Before, it could slowly erode Minato's seal by continuously leaking its chakra, but now, it found its chakra couldn't corrode the new seal left by Nightfeather at all. Indeed, worried that simply reinforcing Minato's seal wasn't enough, Nightfeather added another layer of the 8-trigram seal. The 8-trigram seal that Nightfeather used to strengthen Minato's was still somewhat vulnerable to corrosion, though much more resilient than before. If the Ninetales kept leaking chakra, corrosion was possible, albeit far more difficult. But the new 8-trigram seal that Night Feather added was utterly impervious to the Nine-Tails chakra. In other words, the 8-trigram seal left by Night Feather was absolutely unbreakable for the Nine-Tails. At least, it couldn't break through the seal with its own strength. Unless Yoru opened it himself, or Naruto did. Kurama furrowed its brow. Its pair of fox eyes bore intently into Yoru. Kid, you actually added another seal. Aren't you afraid your chakra will be completely drained? At this moment, Yoru's face looked a little pale. You're not wrong. My chakra was almost drained dry. Sealing techniques really do consume a lot of chakra. Looks like I still don't have enough. Kurama's mouth twitched. Staring at Yoru's earnest expression, it nearly exploded with rage. Yoru had risked running out of chakra just to add yet another seal on it. And this sealing technique, though also an 8-trigram seal, was 10 times stronger than the one Minato Namikaze had left behind. With its power, breaking the seal was utterly impossible. The 8-trigram seal that Yoru put in place was even sturdier than Minato's, naturally costing several times more chakra. Yoru's chakra reserves far exceeded Minato's. Though Minato had a considerable amount of chakra, he simply couldn't compare to Yoru. Not to mention, Yoru's chakra was fundamentally different from ordinary chakra. Yet, despite all Yoru had done, for the sole purpose of keeping it locked up, Kurama certainly didn't feel happy about it. But soon, Kurama was left utterly dumbfounded. In just 10 minutes, Yoru's chakra had fully recovered. Only 10 minutes had passed. Kurama stared in disbelief. You actually recovered all your chakra. Yoru's complexion, too, had returned to normal. He stood up with a relaxed air. Running empty on chakra is an awful feeling. Well, I should get going. We'll meet again if fate allows, Kurama. With that, Yoru turned, ready to leave. Wait, Kurama hurriedly called out to him. Yoru frowned slightly, but didn't leave. He turned to face Kurama. Is there something else? Kurama hesitated for a long while before finally asking. That boy Naruto, what is he to you, really? Why would you go to such lengths for him? Yoru was briefly taken aback, then smiled. I'm just doing what I think is right. You could say Naruto is my friend. Besides, he's incredibly important to the Hidden Leaf. Nothing must happen to him. All I want is for him to one day master your power. I believe he can do it. Until then, I'd rather you not make things harder for him. After all, if you break free, I'd be in quite the predicament. At this point, I'm no match for you. If you escape now, I doubt anyone in the Leaf could seal you away again. Yoru spoke with remarkable calm. Had anyone else said such things, Kurama would have blasted them with a tailed beast bomb on the spot. But since it was Yoru, Kurama found itself unable to muster any anger at all. Among those in the ninja world who could say such words to Kurama, the Nine-Tails only acknowledged a handful. The Sage of Six Paths and his sons, Indra and Jera, as well as Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Even Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina, who had sealed Kurama away longer than anyone else, were never truly recognized by the beast. Yet when Uraha spoke, Kurama did not doubt for a moment that he could actually do what he claimed. The fox was simply curious. How was Uraha able to reach this extent? Kurama remembered clearly that Naruto and Uraha didn't have a particularly close relationship. In fact, Naruto had even regarded Uraha as a rival. Though Kurama hadn't known who Uraha was before, nor what he looked like, it didn't take much deduction to realize that the person Naruto mentioned was none other than Uraha. Staring at Uraha, Kurama spoke in a cold tone. You go so far for Naruto, yet you must know he sees you as a rival. In his mind, your image is far from flattering. Kurama wasn't trying to sow discord. He was genuinely curious. Why would Uraha do so much for someone who clearly didn't treat him well? Uraha understood exactly what Kurama meant, but he simply didn't care. I know, he replied. Kids always get jealous, and Naruto's that type of person. I'm well aware he sees me as a competitor, but I also believe that if I were ever in real danger, he wouldn't hesitate to risk himself to save me. If he sees me as a rival, so be it. At the very least, it pushes me to grow stronger, and it gives him someone to chase after. As long as I keep improving, he'll have to keep pushing himself. For both of us, that's a good thing. Uraha wasn't bothered in the least by what Naruto thought. At this age, Naruto was still very much a child, just 12 years old after all. Uraha also knew that Naruto would eventually grow out of this phase. Besides, the two of them weren't even on the same team to begin with. What happened with Naruto didn't concern him much. What he just said to Kurama was, in truth, partly just words meant to placate the beast. He knew better than anyone how Naruto would turn out. He knew that Naruto would never truly see him as an enemy. And even if Naruto did, what of it? Uraha was now absolutely confident that his future would be every bit as bright as Naruto's, perhaps even brighter. Why bother worrying about such trivial things? Of course, maybe it was because he'd gotten used to teasing Sasuke and Naruto so often, that now, facing Kurama, Uriah could spin a tale without hesitation. Whether it was true or not, or just how much truth there was to it, even he didn't care. He'd probably forget about it all in a few days anyway. But Kurama believed him, because Uriah spoke with such sincerity, his emotions unchanging. The fox could sense no malice from him at all. That alone was proof enough that Uriah meant what he said. It was utterly astonished. Kid, aren't you just a brat yourself? Why are you talking as if you're not one of the children? Kurama was at a loss for words. It sounded as though Uriah was calling Naruto a child, conveniently forgetting that he himself was no different. Uriah replied coolly, I may be young, but that doesn't mean I'm a child. Kurama simply assumed Uriah was being stubborn out of pride. In truth, Uriah wasn't wrong. His soul had never belonged to a child in the first place. Kurama sneered, You may be powerful, but at the end of the day, you're still a child. You haven't lost a single childish thought. Uriah had no intention of arguing with Kurama any further. He turned to leave. He'd only taken a few steps before he stopped in his tracks. With his back to Kurama, he said, Honestly, I think you should try accepting Naruto. Do you really want to spend your whole life locked up inside a Jinchuriki, chained to hatred? If you accepted Naruto, at least you'd have a bit more freedom. Besides, Naruto has a lot of potential. Don't you think? Kurama snorted. Never. You think I'll submit to that brat? Not a chance. Uriah shook his head, turning around to look at Kurama. I'm really curious. Why do you carry so much resentment? You must realize as long as the Jinchuriki system exists, you tailed beasts will always be trapped inside a host. It doesn't matter if it was the first Hokage's wife, the fourth Hokage's wife, or now Naruto. Even if you refuse Naruto, there will always be another Jinchuriki. You won't escape. And even if you do get out, you'll just get hunted down and sealed all over again. If not by our leaf ninja, then by shinobi from another village. If you accepted Naruto, at least you'd have some limited freedom. You wouldn't have to spend every day locked in this sunless prison. And who knows, maybe you'd even gain a friend in Naruto. A deep, guttural roar filled the air. That was Kurama's answer. Uriah shook his head again, stubborn to the bone. This is the only chance you'll ever have at freedom. Otherwise, what's waiting for you is endless imprisonment. Why choose that? Oomph. You little brat, you think I'll bow down to another brat? Why should I? Is he Hashirama Senju? Or the Sage of Six Paths? Uriah was taken aback. He knew of the Sage of Six Paths, of course, but he hadn't expected Kurama to bring him up. The Sage of Six Paths? Kurama glanced at Uriah's bewildered face and let out a laugh. Don't tell me you've never heard of the Sage of Six Paths? Of course I have. Legend calls him the ancestor of all ninja. The tales of the Sage of Six Paths were indeed well known throughout the ninja world. But so much time had passed that most people dismissed them as mere myth and folklore. Countless shinobi didn't even believe the Sage of Six Paths had ever existed at all. Nightfeather's answer was just like what was taught at the Ninja Academy. Of course, he knew who the Sage of Six Paths was, but there was no way he would reveal that in front of the Nine Tails. Besides, after all these years, Nightfeather had forgotten most of the stories about the Sage of Six Paths. All he remembered was that the sage eventually granted Naruto and Sasuke the power of the Six Paths. He was the son of Kaguya Otsutsuki and was the one who sealed her away. In truth, Nightfeather's reaction wasn't entirely an act. The Nine Tails chuckled and said, He really is the ancestor of all shinobi, but people only recite his legends without understanding how truly powerful he was. Speaking of the Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails' thoughts drifted back over 1,000 years. Its own memories had grown somewhat blurred over time. Seeing the Nine Tails lost in reminiscence, Nightfeather turned to leave. The Nine Tails grumbled in exasperation. Why are you so impatient? Aren't you going to hear me out? Nightfeather really was running out of patience, since he could more or less guess what the Nine Tails was going to say. He simply couldn't recall the details, but that didn't matter much to him. Nightfeather hadn't bothered to memorize those stories either. As long as he was strong enough, when the Fourth Great Ninja War came, even if he couldn't be a savior, he was confident he could at least protect his own life. Naturally, that meant he had little interest in the tales of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet for some reason, the Nine Tails sensed Nightfeather was different from everyone else. In the past, whether it was Indra or Jera, Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, even Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, none of them really treated it as an equal. To them, it was nothing more than a harbinger of disaster, a monster to be feared. Though Nightfeather had reinforced the seal before, making the Nine Tails want nothing more than to kill him. After so many conversations, the beast could sense that Nightfeather, just like the Sage of Six Paths, truly regarded it as an equal. That was why, after all these years, the Nine Tails had never developed any fondness for humans. Nearly everyone, even powerful figures like Hashirama and Madara, had seen it only as a weapon, a monster. But Nightfeather actually treated it as someone to talk to, as an equal. Moreover, Nightfeather's strength and character had earned the Ninetales' respect, though it would never admit that out loud. On this point, the Ninetales wasn't wrong. In Nightfeather's eyes, there wasn't much difference between intelligent beings. Whether human, tailed beast, or even a summoning creature with wisdom, Nightfeather treated them all the same, speaking to them as equals. To him, this was only natural. After all, yokai and animals lacking intelligence were fundamentally different. At least, that's how Nightfeather saw it. Growing impatient, Nightfeather spun around to face the Ninetales. Then hurry up and spit it out. I can't stand people who beat around the bush. The Ninetales shot Yiyu a glare. If you were my Jinchuriki, I'd probably have been fighting you non-stop since you were a kid. You're way too impatient. Can't you let someone finish their sentence? Of course, the Ninetales didn't realize it had never spoken this way to anyone except the Sage of Six Paths. Though its words sounded like complaints about Yiyu, in truth, they were an acknowledgement of him. In fact, anyone with a bit of wit, if they thought about it, would realize that deep down, the Ninetales almost wanted Yiyu to be its Jinchuriki. But even though Yiyu had some smarts, he never bothered to think about such things. Nor was there any need. He'd have to be out of his mind to volunteer as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Given the source of his power, the Ninetales offered him no real benefit. If Yiyu ever wanted to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki, all he'd have to do, once he was strong enough, would be to seal the Ninetales from Minato Namikaze's body into his own. After all, once Minato was dead, sealing the half of the Ninetales into himself wouldn't harm anyone. But Yiyu would never do such a thing, nor had he ever even considered it. He paid no attention to the Ninetales' words, simply watching it calmly. The Ninetales, worried Yiyu might just walk away, couldn't quite grasp how differently Yiyu treated it compared to others. Perhaps it was because, in over 1,000 years, Yiyu was the first to truly seek an equal conversation with it. The Sage of Six Paths lived over 1,000 years ago. He's the one who founded Ninshu, the origin of all ninjas the Ninetales began. Yiyu no dit. That much matched the legends of the ninja world. Sensing Yiyu's impatience, the Ninetales continued. The Sage of Six Paths had two sons, Indra and Ajura. Indra was the elder brother, Ajura the younger. They inherited the sage's eyes and body, respectively. Yiyu glanced at the Ninetales and asked, "And what does this have to do with the Sage of Six Paths?" "Don't be in such a rush. Let me tell it properly." The Ninetales grumbled. It was honestly exasperated. After so many years, it had finally found someone worth talking to, and yet this guy couldn't even listen patiently. Yiyu fell silent, signaling for the Ninetales to go on. After shooting Yiyu a look, the Ninetales continued. "Do you know what powers the Sage of Six Paths possessed?" "The Sage of Six Paths?" "According to legend, he could create worlds and destroy them as well," Yiyu replied. The Ninetales considered this and nodded. That's right. The Sage of Six Paths did have such power. This actually surprised Yiyu somewhat. Part of it was an act, but part of him truly thought only Kaguya Otsutsuki wielded such abilities. The Ninetales caught Yiyu's expression and chuckled. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" "It's a bit hard to believe, to be honest. It all sounds like some kind of myth." You said it bluntly. The Ninetales smiled. "It's true. Most shinobi today probably don't believe the stories about the Sage of Six Paths, but all I'll say is this. The Sage's power wasn't weaker than the legends claim. It was far greater." "Oh," Jeriah responded, puzzled. It seemed rare for the Ninetales to meet someone willing to hold a conversation with it, and so it felt compelled to share stories from the past with Jeriah. Even after accepting Naruto, the Ninetales had never revealed these things to him. But with Jeriah, the feeling he gave the beast was strikingly similar to that of the Sage of Six Paths all those years ago. The Ninetales nodded. "That's right. Incredibly powerful. Do you know how many tail beasts there are in the shinobi world?" Jeriah nodded. "I've read up on that. There are 9. This answer took the Ninetales by surprise. It glanced at Jeriah. "You know far more than I expected. Most shinobi don't even know how many tailed beasts exist." Jeriah gave no particular reaction. He found it all rather baffling. Naruto and the others were one thing, but even Kakashi seemed to know very little about the tailed beasts, despite the fact that the information was available in Kenoha's library. So many basic facts could be discovered with just a little research. Yet Kakashi seemed unaware. These past years, because he didn't want to stand out too much, Jeriah had only put in the effort required to be competent in his training. Nothing beyond that. Naturally, learning theory became his way to pass the time. This good habit ensured he always scored high marks in every written test. In truth, he could have gotten perfect scores, but he deliberately held back each time. So his grades were high, but never the highest. At the Ninja Academy, Sakura always got perfect scores on the theory exams, and that was how she, a civilian, managed to attend the school. Sasuke, though he was always top of the class overall, was not as strong as Sakura when it came to theoretical knowledge. In fact, apart from Jeriah, no one in their class could match Sakura in theory. And since Jeriah always kept a score just below hers, Sakura was always the top scorer in those exams. The Kenoha Public Library held a wealth of information about the shinobi world, including everything about the tailed beasts. Even if he discounted memories from his previous life, Jeriah actually knew more about the tailed beasts than Kakashi did. It left Jeriah speechless, and he even wondered if Kakashi had graduated from the academy too early, focusing only on combat skills and neglecting his theory studies. Many shinobi in the world were just like Kakashi, lacking a firm grasp of theoretical knowledge. But perhaps that wasn't so strange. After all, a ninja's life was built primarily on fighting skills. Aside from a few administrative ninja, most combat-oriented ninja don't have a deep grasp of theoretical knowledge. They only need to know the basics. There's no need to delve too deeply, nor is it necessary. The Nine Tails have been sealed away for decades, and during its time inside Kushina Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki, it would occasionally pick up bits and pieces of information. Now that it realized Jeriah had quite a thorough understanding, the Nine Tails continued. Actually, the nine-tailed beasts of the ninja world were originally separated from a single beast. Jeriah was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? The Nine Tails looked at Jeriah and said seriously, exactly what you're thinking. So, are you saying that the Sage of Six Paths divided one beast into nine-tailed beasts? The Nine Tails gave a small smile. You're sharp. That's right. We were all split from a single beast called the Ten Tails. Back then, the Sage of Six Paths himself was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The Sage of Six Paths was the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast. That must have been an unimaginably powerful beast. Jeriah sighed in awe. The Nine Tails chuckled. It was indeed powerful. The Ten Tails had the power to destroy the world, and much of the Sage of Six Paths' strength came from the Ten Tails. Before he passed away, the sage feared the chaos the Ten Tails could bring, so he split its chakra into 9 parts. That's how the nine-tailed beasts of the ninja world came to be. Jeriah was deeply shaken. He felt this shock genuinely, as his memory of this part of history was already quite hazy. But hearing it now, the impact was still profound. After a long silence, Jeriah looked up at the Nine Tails. If that's the case, the Ten Tails is unbelievably powerful. Is it possible it could ever return to this world? The Nine Tails let out a sigh. Well, in theory, yes, it's possible. The Nine Tails glanced at Jeriah, a faint smile on its face. What's wrong? Are you scared? Jeriah thought for a moment before answering. Not scared, really. To be honest, I have no real concept of just how powerful the Ten Tails is. I'm just curious. How could it be brought back? The Nine Tails was a bit surprised. You're really not afraid? Jeriah gave a wry smile. I'd like to be, honestly, but I just can't imagine what the power to destroy the world would even look like. Is it about as strong as you, or is it countless times more powerful? The Nine Tails paused, then burst out laughing. Ha ha, kid, you're quite something to be thinking like that. But soon after, the Nine Tails grew serious again, its tone weighty. You have no idea. The Ten Tails' power surpasses mine by countless times. It truly could destroy this world. All the chakra I can muster my strongest might be able to devastate dozens of kilometers. But the Ten Tails with a single-tailed beast bomb could wipe out thousands of kilometers just like that. Jeriah looked at it in disbelief. Thousands of kilometers? This reaction was genuine. Jeriah only remembered that the Fourth Great Ninja War ended in a battle between gods, but he had no idea that a single-tailed beast ball could obliterate thousands of kilometers. After all, no one really thinks about those details. Most people just watch for the general idea. But if we're talking about thousands of kilometers, that would mean a single-tailed beast ball could wipe out an entire great nation. Such power was already beyond Jeriah's wildest imagination. The Nine Tails nodded in agreement. That's right. It's just that powerful. This is the kind of power that could destroy the world. Jeriah fell silent for a long while, then finally said, It's true. If this is real, then it makes sense that the Ten Tails could destroy the world. But is this really possible? A single-tailed beast ball wiping out everything for thousands of kilometers. That just sounds way too fantastical. The Nine Tails sighed. It's real. If the Ten Tails is that powerful, then how did the Sage of Six Paths manage to seal it within himself back then? The Nine Tails thought for a moment before replying. Originally, the Ten Tails was sealed inside the Sage of Six Paths' mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki? The Nine Tails nodded gravely. Yes, Kaguya Otsutsuki. She was like a god, and she possessed power strong enough to suppress the Ten Tails. Kaguya Otsutsuki was the very first Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. According to legend, she secretly consumed the fruit of the divine tree, which gave her the strength needed to control the Ten Tails. And Kaguya Otsutsuki is known as the progenitor of Chakra. It It was she who spread chakra throughout the entire ninja world. Though Jeriah knew a bit about this, hearing it from the Nine Tails was still quite astonishing. What surprised Jeriah even more was that the Nine Tails actually knew all of this and was willing to share it. So for the progenitor of Chakra really is a figure straight out of myth. The Nine Tails seemed to think Jeriah didn't believe him. So he went on, "It's said that Kaguya Otsutsuki came from beyond stars. Some legends call her a divine emissary sent down to the mortal realm." Jeriah muttered inwardly, "Divine emissary? She was just from the Otsutsuki clan." But people always tend to shroud what they don't understand in mystery. However, because Kaguya Otsutsuki was corrupted by her own power, she tried to reclaim all the world's chakra, which led to countless deaths. To stop her, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother joined forces and sealed their mother away on the moon. The Nine Tails continued the story. Jeriah was stunned. The Sage of Six Paths was really that powerful. The Nine Tails answered, "The Sage of Six Paths and his brother inherited their mother's power and ultimately used it to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki away. After sealing Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths extracted the 10 tails from her body and sealed it within himself, becoming the second Jinchuriki of the 10 tails." Jeriah frowned, deep in thought. The Nine Tails asked, "So, do you have a better sense now of just how powerful the Sage of Six Paths truly was?" Jeriah nodded. "If what you're saying is true, then the Sage of Six Paths really does live up to the legends, possessing the power to destroy the world. But is this really the truth?" Jeriah looked at the Nine Tails with a face full of doubt. The Nine Tails let out a snort, half amused and half exasperated. "Why would I need to lie to you?" Jeriah thought for a moment, then replied, "You really have no reason to. It's just that this information is so far beyond what I imagined. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it." The Nine Tails lay flat on the ground, speaking with a cool indifference. "That's why I only respect true powerhouses like the Sage of Six Paths. As for that brat Naruto, I'll never acknowledge him. He's not worthy of making me submit." Jeriah had no intention of leaving for now. He sat cross-legged across from the Nine Tails and asked, "You seem to know a lot about the past. Aside from the Sage of Six Paths, you must know plenty about other legendary figures, right?" The Nine Tails glanced at Jeriah, well aware of his intentions. But with a prideful huff, the beast closed its eyes. "I've already told you more than enough. Do you think you can dig out everything I know? But I'll give you a piece of advice, kid. Those folks in the Leaf Village aren't as easy to deal with as they seem. You don't have the strength to protect yourself yet. It's best to keep a low profile. Hiding your abilities won't do you any harm." Jeriah chuckled. "You don't need to remind me. I know exactly what I'm doing. And here's a word of advice for you. You'd better cooperate with Naruto. It'll benefit you, too." "Don't count on it." The Nine Tails shot Jeriah a cold, piercing glare. Jeriah shrugged. "You really are stubborn. No wonder you've had such a rough time all these years. All right, how about this? I'll take a step back. At the very least, just don't cause him any more trouble, okay? Stay inside him and watch him grow. I believe one day, you'll come to acknowledge him. After all, he carries the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and he's the son of the fourth Hokage. I have high hopes for him. In fact, I think he'll surpass both his parents one day, maybe even the first Hokage himself." No sooner had Jeriah finished speaking than the Nine Tails burst out laughing. "Ha ha, kid, you're dreaming. If he can one day reach his mother's level, that'd be impressive enough. As for the fourth Hokage, what does he have that could possibly compare? That brat doesn't have the talent the fourth Hokage did. And surpassing Hashirama Senju? Now, that's just ridiculous. Do you even know how strong Hashirama really was? I might not like that bastard, but I'll admit, he was by far the strongest ninja in centuries. The god of shinobi, the title fits him perfectly, and there's not a shred of exaggeration in it. If you said that you'd surpass Hashirama someday, I might actually believe you. In fact, I think you've got a real shot. But that Naruto kid? Forget it. Don't make me laugh." Jeriah muttered to himself. "That's because you don't know what that guy is truly capable of." Every time Jeriah recalled Naruto's performance during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and when he and Sasuke sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki, he knew Kurama was underestimating Naruto. In the future, let alone Hashirama Senju, Naruto would wield powers at the level of the Sage of Six Paths together with Sasuke. He even managed to seal away Kaguya, one of the most formidable beings ever. It could be said that after the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto became one of the most powerful ninjas in the entire world, someone who even held the power to destroy everything. Jeriah understood Naruto all too well, so there was no way he would agree with Kurama's judgment. Looking at Kurama, Jeriah said, "No matter what you think, I still hope you won't cause him any trouble in the future. Even if you don't acknowledge him, at the very least, don't let him lose control." Kurama replied coolly, "That's not something I can control. He's a Jinchuriki, after all, and has the ability to draw on some of my chakra. If he loses control emotionally, there's a high chance he'll go berserk. Of course, Yuru understood this as well. Because of the 8 trigram seal, Kurama could only stop himself from giving most of his chakra to Naruto. But if Naruto lost control, part of that chakra would be pulled out by the seal and handed over to him. Even though that portion was only a small fraction of Kurama's total chakra, the sheer volume was so vast that it would still be enough to overwhelm Naruto and make him lose consciousness. In that case, just don't give him large amounts of chakra so easily. Going berserk too often will take a toll on his life. So, let's make a deal. Don't cause me trouble, and when I learn new sealing techniques, maybe I can give you a better place to stay. How's that sound? Kurama stared at Yuru, somewhat speechless. Other than the Sage of 6 Paths, only Yuru would talk to him like this. Was this really something up for negotiation? Well, the truth was, Kurama actually didn't mind considering Yuru's offer. I'll think about it, Kurama replied haughtily. Yuru waved his hand dismissively. Think about it? Do you really have a choice? Kurama's mouth twitched, and inwardly he grumbled, I'd really love to swipe this bastard with my claws. But in the end, Kurama replied in a cold tone, then what are you telling me for? Why not just decide on your own? He even let out a proud, disdainful snort at the end. It was clear he had a bone to pick with Yuru. Yuru noticed Kurama's resentment, so he decided to offer some hope. If you can help Naruto until he matures, and if I'm strong enough in the future, maybe I could let you out. Kurama frowned. Why should I believe you? Because I have confidence in my own strength. When Naruto grows up, even if he doesn't reach the heights I mentioned, I'm sure I'll be strong enough to release you from his body. Kurama stared at Yuru for a long moment. Like I'd ever believe you. Oomph. The Ninetales shot Yu a sidelong glance. It wasn't that it doubted Yu would become powerful in the future. It simply didn't believe Yu would ever let it go. After all, extracting a tailed beast from its Jinchuriki meant certain death for the host. The Ninetales could not bring itself to believe that Yu would ever sacrifice Naruto's life. But Yu, fully aware of what the Ninetales was thinking, spoke up. There are countless Jutsu in the shinobi world. You should know that even if a tailed beast is extracted, there are ways to bring someone back to life. You've been around since the Sage of 6 Paths era. You must know that, right? The Ninetales pondered for a moment and replied, and what makes you think you'll ever possess that kind of power? Of course, the Ninetales knew resurrection techniques existed in the shinobi world. But could Yu really acquire such abilities? The Ninetales was deeply skeptical. Still, the fact that it was even asking the question meant a part of it was tempted. Mostly, though, it was because it had come to respect Yu. A sliver of hope had taken root. After all their interactions, the Ninetales even found itself wondering. If only it had been sealed inside Yu all those years ago, how different would things have been? Of course, if Yu ever found out it was thinking that way, he'd be more than a little annoyed. He had no desire to become a Jinchuriki. Not because he couldn't handle the lifestyle, but because he simply hated the idea of another creature living inside him, prying into his every thought. The mere idea was infuriating. Yu smiled and said, you don't have to believe me. I'm just offering a suggestion, that's all. The Ninetales' momentary temptation vanished, replaced by a cold stare. The look sent a chill down Yu's spine. Why are you glaring at me like that? You're the one who doesn't believe me. The Ninetales lay down, closed its eyes, and made it clear it had no intention of continuing the conversation. Yu realized he would never persuade the Ninetales, so he stood up, ready to leave. If you're not willing, that's fine. I just hope you'll try not to tempt him with your chakra, so much from now on. After all, it's the Ninetales' chakra. There's no way he can resist that lure. And honestly, I don't see how goading him into using your chakra benefits either of you. It's a lose-lose situation, so why bother? Yu looked at the Ninetales. It kept its eyes shut, determined to ignore him. Get lost already. I want to sleep. Yu was at a loss for words. Still, he wasn't angry at the Ninetales for acting this way. He knew very well what kind of creature the Ninetales was. Well, I'm off then. Maybe we'll meet again, though I'd rather not. With that, Yu vanished from the sealed space. Only after Yu had left did the Ninetales open its eyes. It gazed around the now empty cell. For reasons it couldn't explain, the place suddenly felt emptier than ever. After all these years, Yu was the first person to ever speak to it as an equal. Even if, at times, Yu could be quite infuriating. It was precisely because it saw Jeriah as someone it could communicate with that it felt this way. If it had been anyone else, it wouldn't just have been irritated. Instead, it would have erupted in a fit of rage. Gazing at the empty cell, the Ninetales lay sprawled within its cage, muttering to itself, I wonder if that kid will come back. Though, maybe it's better if he doesn't. The things he says are just too infuriating. Sigh. Despite what it said, the Ninetales couldn't help but feel a tinge of loneliness. Perhaps it was because of this deep-seated need for someone to talk to, someone who would listen, that Naruto was able to win the Ninetales' approval in just a few short months. Originally, Naruto should have been the only one after the Sage of Six Paths to reach this place in its heart, but Uraha's sudden appearance had made him the second. Looking at the cell, which had now taken on a black and gold sheen, the Ninetales let out a soft laugh. That kid's power is surprisingly strong. The 8-trigram seal he cast is far more powerful than Minato Namake's ever was. Yet the seal Uraha had placed was different from Minato's. This new prison was several times larger and far brighter than before. Compared to the seal Minato had used, Uraha had significantly improved its living conditions. That was Uraha's intention. He saw no need to make the Ninetales suffer so much, for otherwise it would only grow to hate humans even more. And by giving the Ninetales a better environment, it would also make it easier for Naruto to communicate with it in the future. Otherwise, the Ninetales might vent all its resentment for humanity onto Naruto himself. Uraha wasn't doing this out of any deep friendship with Naruto. He simply didn't want to deal with the trouble if Naruto ever lost control. After all, Uraha was the only person in the Leaf Village who possessed a sealing technique powerful enough to contain the Ninetales. If the Ninetales were ever to break free again, Kakashi would undoubtedly call on him, and he doubted he'd be able to refuse. After all, he was a member of the Hidden Leaf. It was only natural that he'd have to step up when the village needed him. Uraha genuinely respected the Leaf Village. As for the political machinations of its higher-ups, they had nothing to do with him. Compared to the other great nations, the atmosphere in the Leaf was the most agreeable. Indeed, it was the place Uraha most wanted to be. Naturally, if the village ever needed his help, he would not turn his back on it. Besides, Naruto was destined to be the savior of the world. There was no harm in forging a good relationship with him ahead of time. Given the choice, Uraha would always prefer another friend over another enemy. The more friends one has, the more paths one can walk. Even if he ever had a request for Naruto, it was clear that life would be much easier with another friend than with another enemy. The Ninetales glanced around its now more spacious and well-lit cell. Though it was still a prison, it was far better than before. Back when it was sealed inside Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, it had been pinned to a massive slab of molten rock by giant spikes. Even though its body was formed of pure chakra, the pain had been very real. For decades, this was the life it endured. That's why Uraha could understand why the Ninetales harbored such deep resentment toward humans. Anyone forced to live like that for so many years couldn't possibly feel any goodwill toward those responsible. In fact, not wanting to kill them would almost be a sign of Stockholm Syndrome. Later, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's, sealed the Ninetales inside Naruto. Although the environment was better than before, it was still far from good. The entire prison was nothing more than a dim, damp cell. Now, however, Uraha had renovated the cell. While it was still a prison, the Ninetales enjoyed much more freedom within it, and the surroundings were vastly improved. Of course, Uraha also maintained a greater flow of chakra. Otherwise, a simple 8-trigram seal wouldn't have been enough to drain Uraha's chakra so thoroughly. The Ninetales naturally understood this. Uraha hadn't brought it up earlier, so it didn't mention it either. But in truth, the Ninetales knew exactly what Uraha had done. What's more, Uraha was the first person in 1,000 years willing to speak with it as an equal. For the Ninetales, even though this was only their first meeting, and they had only talked for a few hours, Uraha already stood out from all other humans in its eyes. In fact, Uraha's place in its heart was on par with the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, it would never show these feelings when facing Uraha. Inside the prison, the Ninetales let out a heavy sigh. The shinobi world is so dark. Who knows if that kid will end up falling into a trap? With his personality? No way. If anyone's going to trip up, it'll be someone else. That kid is so sharp. If anyone's going to suffer, it'll be the rest of the shinobi world. Ha ha ha. From the bottom of its heart, the Ninetales didn't want Uraha to fall young. Though Uraha possessed astounding talent and harbored an astonishing power within, a genius who never has the chance to grow is no genius at all. True, Uraha's abilities already far surpassed his peers, but he still wasn't strong enough, at least not by the Ninetales standards. Right now, Uraha was at Kage level, and among Kage he was one of the strongest. Yet he was still a far cry from legends like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Of course, Uraha was only 12 years old. To expect him to have reached the heights of Madara and Hashirama already would be utterly unreasonable. Uraha himself felt that having Kage-level strength at this age was already a remarkable achievement. In fact, not long ago, he thought it would be a miracle to reach elite Jonin within half a year. His current strength was something he'd never dared to imagine before. Such rapid growth could only be compared to Naruto during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when the Sage of Six Paths gifted him power on a different scale. Just moments ago, the Ninetales had nothing kind to say about Jeriah. Now, however, it truly cared about his well-being. It genuinely hoped Jeriah wouldn't stumble and fall in the harsh world of shinobi. Over the past 1,000 years, the Ninetales had witnessed such things far too many times. Time and again throughout ninja history, there had been geniuses whose brilliance shone like stars. Yet most of them never grew into legends like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. Instead, they perished young, cut down in the brutal conflicts of the shinobi world. Of course, Jeriah, having just returned from Naruto's seal space, knew nothing of what the Ninetales said after he left. As his consciousness settled back into his body, Jeriah finally lowered his hand. The cloak of tailed beast chakra that had enveloped Naruto faded away as well. But Naruto had already lost consciousness. The seal on Naruto's abdomen, where the old pattern had been, had now changed. It was replaced by a new black and gold 8 trigrams sealing formula. Just moments ago, after his chakra had been drained, Jeriah's face was as pale as a ghost. Yet now the color had returned to his cheeks. Other ninja might need a whole day to recover their chakra, perhaps a good night's sleep and a mountain of food to regain their strength. But Jeriah needed no more than 10 minutes. He didn't even require food to restore his energy. Instead, he could draw in natural energy directly from the world around him. Part of that energy would transform into his own chakra. Another portion would nourish his body, healing any injuries he might have sustained. It was no wonder the Ninetales felt Jeriah resembled Hashirama Senju. The comparison was not without reason. Jeriah himself didn't realize this, for aside from that brief attack from the Ninetales, he'd barely ever been hurt. In truth, his regenerative abilities were extraordinary, almost on par with Hashirama's legendary power. And while Hashirama needed to expend his own chakra to heal, Jeriah simply absorbed natural energy to recover. In theory, as long as he wasn't killed outright, no matter how grave his injuries, Jeriah would always recover quickly. Of course, it wasn't limitless. If his wounds were too severe, even he would need time to heal. So, though just moments ago he had been drained of chakra and deathly pale, now Jeriah's complexion was as healthy as ever, and his chakra reserves were full once more. After making sure Naruto was settled safely, Jeriah stepped out onto the balcony, stretching his limbs. He looked out at Kakashi's group, standing a few hundred meters away from the house. With a cheerful wave, Jeriah called out, "Kakashi-sensei, everything's fine now. You can come back." Bathed in moonlight, Kakashi and the others watched Jeriah on the balcony. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew he'd be all right. That's my student for you." Sakura and Sasuke, who had looked quite happy a moment ago, suddenly lost their smiles at Kakashi's words. Sasuke was reminded of the days when he and his brother vied for their father's approval, just to hear words like those. Hearing Kakashi say it now, even though he no longer held any grudge against Jeriah, Sasuke couldn't help but feel unsettled. Sakura, unable to hold her tongue, blurted out, Hey, Kakashi-sensei, we're your students too. Why is your attention always on Jeriah? At least pay some attention to us too." Sakura spoke with a hint of jealousy. Of course, she had no complaint about Jeriah. In fact, after he had saved her several times, Jeriah's place in her heart was almost on par with Sasuke's. Still, when a child hears their teacher praise a classmate, especially in front of everyone, it's only natural to feel a little envious. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling, "Come on, Sakura, don't say that. I care about all of you very much." Sakura turned away, huffing, "Oof. Your eyes are on Jeriah all day long. How could you possibly have time for us?" Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Truthfully, Jeriah did hold a special place in his heart. After all, he had personally brought Jeriah over from Okamoto, and he saw Jeriah as his own direct disciple. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were important to him as well, but more as part of a mission assigned by the third Hokage. Before he had even met the three of them, Kakashi hadn't really considered taking on this team. Even after accepting the role, at first he had simply seen himself as their squad leader and treated the three as subordinates. Fresh out of the ANBU, Kakashi was still very conscious of hierarchy and rank. Initially, treating Sasuke's trio as subordinates wasn't really a problem. That's how the dynamic between a Jonin leader and their rookie team typically worked. Only after they passed the bell test did he truly begin to see the three as his students. But even then, things were still different compared to Jeriah. To be honest, after spending time together, he found it far easier to get along with Jeriah. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura each had such distinct personalities that dealing with them was never exactly easy for Kakashi. There have been more than a few occasions where, if not for Jeriah stepping in to smooth things over, he wouldn't have known what to do. Without that help, he probably would have had to rely on his authority as a teacher to get things under control, but that approach rarely worked well. Hearing Sakura's complaint now, Kakashi realized that perhaps he had been focusing too much on Jeriah. By this point, Jeriah's abilities no longer required such close attention, or rather, there was no longer any need to keep such a watchful eye out for potential mishaps. Now, aside from sharing his own life experience and what it meant to be a ninja, there was little left that Kakashi could actually teach Jeriah. Thinking about it now, Kakashi felt as though it had all been a dream. In just over a month, that kid has grown so much. He's just like the fourth Hokage, never needed his teacher to worry about him. Jeriah had once told Kakashi a few stories about Minato Namikaze. Back when Jeriah was mentoring Minato, he had mostly let him find his own way. If not for Minato's exceptional talent and eagerness to learn, he probably would have ended up as unremarkable as his teammates. Kakashi couldn't help but think to himself, a little helplessly, Lord Jeriah was able to teach the fourth Hokage the secret arts of Mount Myaboku, and gave him many useful jutsu. But when it comes to me, aside from teaching Jeriah the Chidori, I barely have anything else to offer him. My own summon creatures aren't to his liking either. Honestly, it's a bit troubling. Looks like from now on, I'll need to keep an eye out for information on the 3 Great Sage Lands. With Jeriah's abilities as they are now, only the summons from those legendary places could still be of help to him. If Sakura and Sasuke knew what Kakashi was thinking at this moment, they'd probably be beside themselves with envy, or even despair. Sakura had just been complaining about Kakashi playing favorites, and yet here he was thinking about things like this. He even wanted to find a way to connect Jeriah with the 3 Great Sage Lands. If it weren't for the fact that Jeriah and Kakashi looked nothing alike, Sakura and Sasuke might have started suspecting they were father and son. In fact, even most fathers and sons wouldn't have such a close relationship. Regardless, at this moment, Kakashi was already determined to search for news of the 3 Great Sage Lands, planning to give Jeriah such a connection as a birthday present the next time his birthday came around. Of course, Kakashi wasn't thinking this way just because Jeriah was his acknowledged personal disciple. It was also because Jeriah was strong enough and posed no threat to the Hidden Leaf. In Kakashi's eyes, Jeriah was destined to become a hero of the village, just like Minato Namikaze. Of course, he didn't wish for Jeriah to seal the 9 tails and die like the 4th. What he really hoped was for Jeriah to become the guardian of the Hidden Leaf, the pillar that held up the entire village. From the very start, Kakashi had placed high expectations on Jeriah. In the blink of an eye, so many thoughts had flashed through Kakashi's mind. Gazing at Jeriah in the distance, waving at them, Kakashi smiled and said, "Come on, let's go see how Jeriah did." With that, he paid no mind to Sakura and Sasuke's resigned expressions and disappeared from sight. He was genuinely eager to see how well Jeriah had managed to repair Naruto's sealing technique. Sakura looked at the now empty spot where Kakashi had been and could only sigh. Honestly, Kakashi-sensei only ever pays attention to Jeriah. We're supposed to be his students, and Jeriah's not even on our team. Sasuke remained silent, but he too felt a little annoyed by Kakashi's behavior. Of course, it was only annoyance. If anything, Sasuke actually had a pretty good impression of Jeriah. After all these years, Jeriah was the only one who would patiently tell him things he'd never known before. But no matter how much he liked Jeriah, at the end of the day, he was still a teenager. He couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. When Kakashi entered the room, he found Naruto lying unconscious, still not awake. Jeriah, whose face had been pale just moments ago, now looked completely recovered, healthy and calm. "How are you? Are you all right?" Kakashi was still more worried about Jeriah's well-being. Jeriah glanced at Naruto, then gave a smile. "I'm fine. It went very well. By the way, I didn't think restoring the 4th Hokage's sealing technique was enough, so I added another 8 trigram seal on Naruto. From now on, unless Naruto himself requests it, the 9 tails won't have a chance to make him lose control again." Kakashi was momentarily stunned. "So, the reason you looked so beaten up just now was because of the sealing technique?" Yoru shook his head. "No, it was because I was attacked by the 9 tails inside Naruto's seal space. Fortunately, it was still willing to talk, and didn't attack me further." Kakashi was utterly bewildered. "You talked to the 9 tails?" In Kakashi's mind, the 9 tails was nothing less than a natural disaster, a demon beast. How could it possibly communicate with humans? The reason Kakashi thought this way was because he didn't really understand tailed beasts. He saw them as nothing more than weapons. Yura nodded. "Yes, the 9 tails is a tailed beast, and tailed beasts are intelligent, sometimes no less so than humans, so of course it can communicate. I originally wanted to negotiate with it, to see if it might recognize Naruto and help him grow in the future, but it refused." Yura felt a bit regretful. Kakashi looked at Yoru, the corner of his mouth twitching. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he'd ever heard of someone actually negotiating with a tailed beast about something like this. Kakashi had no idea about Killer Bee, nor did he know about perfect Jinchuriki. So he was completely unaware that it was possible for a Jinchuriki to coexist peacefully with a tailed beast. To him, Yoru's words sounded like something out of a myth. Of course, he'd never doubt Yoru. He just couldn't imagine how Yoru could have a nerve to talk to the Nine Tails. And to think he even tried to get the Nine Tails to assist Naruto, wasn't that just wishful thinking? Forget being refused. The fact that the Nine Tails didn't kill Yoru on the spot was proof it was still capable of reason. Thinking back on it, Kakashi still felt a lingering sense of dread. That was far too reckless. We're talking about the Nine Tails. Sealing it is hard enough, and yet you actually made such a request? You must be blessed with extraordinary luck. Yoru smiled. No need to be so tense, Kakashi-sensei. The Nine Tails is just hard to communicate with at first. After we talked for a long while, I realized its deep hatred for humans and ferocious attitude are all because it's been sealed inside Jinchuriki for so long. It's grown resentful. If you communicate properly, there are some things it's still willing to accept. Although it refused to help Naruto, it did agree not to tempt him into using its chakra anymore. At the very least, this should lower the chances of Naruto losing control in the future. Even though the new seal I added can completely suppress the Nine Tails, if Naruto actively seeks its power, even the seal can't stop him. You can probably imagine it yourself. If Naruto ever finds himself outmatched in battle, he'll definitely turn to the Nine Tails for help. However, before fully mastering the Nine Tails chakra, using large amounts of it does considerable harm to the body. Don't be fooled by how Naruto always manages to recover thanks to the Uzumaki bloodline and the Nine Tails power. Every time he does, it actually shortens his lifespan. That's why my advice is, until you have complete control over the Nine Tails chakra, avoid using it as much as possible. Hearing all this from Jeriah left Kakashi utterly stunned. He never expected that Jeriah could communicate with the Nine Tails like this. More astonishingly, the Nine Tails actually agreed. Staring at Jeriah, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Should he feel proud that his student was so capable, or worry that Jeriah was far too daring? He had seen Jeriah's face turn pale just moments ago, and he'd even coughed up blood. That was the first time Kakashi had ever seen Jeriah in such a desperate state. Even when Jeriah had completely drained his chakra during Chidori training, it hadn't been this severe. He would just pass out, nothing more. But this time, Jeriah had nearly lost his life. Kakashi remained silent for a long time, then said quietly, "Don't ever do such reckless things again. Your safety comes first." Jeriah looked at Kakashi's earnest expression. He understood exactly what Kakashi was worried about. Without arguing, he simply nodded in agreement. After speaking with Jeriah, Kakashi moved over to Naruto's side. He examined the newly transformed sealing technique. From the intricate patterns, Kakashi could sense the powerful surges of chakra radiating from within. This seal really is different from the fourth Hokage's. Even though it's basically the same type of technique, why does it feel so different? Kakashi asked Jeriah, puzzled. Jeriah explained, "That's because my chakra is a bit different from ordinary chakra. That's why the seal turned out differently from the fourth Hokage's. But I've actually strengthened the sealing effect. The truth is, the fourth Hokage's 8-trigram seal left a pretty substantial gap. I understand what the fourth Hokage intended. He wanted to use that gap to allow a constant, steady flow of the Nine Tails chakra to be transformed into Naruto's own chakra. That's why Naruto's chakra reserves are so immense. In fact, if it weren't for the fourth Hokage's seal constantly converting part of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's own, Naruto wouldn't have anywhere near as much chakra. He might not even have as much chakra as Kakashi, at least not at this point in time. But thanks to the constant flow from the Nine Tails, Naruto's current chakra reserves are already more than double Kakashi's. And in a few years, that difference will stretch to 4 times as much. Of course, Kakashi himself has an enormous amount of chakra, if it weren't being constantly drained by Sharingan, which he can't deactivate. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. He'd already noticed that there was something unusual about the amount of chakra Naruto possessed. Moreover, it's clear that the chakra from the Nine Tails makes up the vast majority of the chakra within Naruto's body. If Naruto had to rely solely on his own chakra, like he did during the Chunin exams, he simply wouldn't have been able to summon Gamabunta. In the end, it always took the Nine Tails chakra for him to successfully call forth Gamabunta. Summoning Jutsu may be classified as a C-rank technique, but the more powerful the summoned creature, the more chakra it demands. Take Sakura and Tsunade, for example. When they both activated the strength of 100 seal and summoned Katsuyu together, they could only bring out 1/10 of her body. This shows that the larger and stronger the summoned beast, the more chakra is required. Back in the Chunin exams, Naruto couldn't summon Gamabunta at all without tapping into the Nine Tails' power. From this, it's evident that Naruto's own chakra reserves at that time weren't especially large. He was stronger than his peers, sure, but nowhere near the level of someone like Kakashi, an elite jonin. Of course, if you factor in all the Nine Tails chakra he's been able to convert over the years thanks to the 8 trigram seal, Naruto's total chakra now is about twice as much as Kakashi's. Kakashi had always wondered how someone as young as Naruto could possibly have so much chakra. Even with the Uzumaki bloodline, it seemed almost impossible. And Naruto only inherited half of that Uzumaki lineage, after all. Now, after Night Feather's explanation, he finally understood. Night Feather continued, right now, Naruto has 2 8 trigram seals inside him. The 4th Hokage seal, mainly, serves to convert a portion of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's own chakra. The seal isn't entirely stable. Even though I've reinforced it, as long as Naruto keeps using the Nine Tails chakra, it will continue to loosen. That means I have to keep reinforcing it over and over again, which is quite a hassle. So I decided to add another 8 trigram seal. The one I added is primarily to prevent the Nine Tails from actively sending chakra into Naruto. And I didn't leave any deliberate gaps in this sealing technique. The strength of the seal is much higher too. As long as Naruto doesn't unlock it himself, the Nine Tails has no way of breaking through on its own. Meanwhile, the 4th Hokage's seal still works as before, handling the conversion of the Nine Tails chakra. My seal, on the other hand, is now mainly responsible for keeping the Nine Tails locked away, making sure that as long as Naruto doesn't remove it himself, the fox stays sealed. Kakashi nodded. If that's the case, then things are really in good shape. I can sense the strength of the sealing technique you left behind. It's incredibly strong. Night Feather nodded as well. To put the seal in place, I had to drain every last bit of my own chakra. That's why it's so strong. Kakashi looked at Night Feather, frowning. You drained all your chakra? Why are you always taking such risks? Kakashi still didn't want Jeriah to push himself to the limit every single time. For a ninja, having all of your chakra drained puts your life at serious risk. This was something that would later become all too clear when Kakashi fought Pain. Back then, Kakashi forced himself to use Kimui to save Choji, extracting chakra far beyond his limit, and died on the spot as a result. Even though he hadn't experienced that yet, Kakashi already understood the danger. At this moment, Kakashi was visibly upset. Jeriah was taking far too many risks. Jeriah offered an awkward smile. My recovery is actually pretty good. See? I'm fine now. Jeriah, let me give you some advice from a ninja's perspective. During a mission, you must never use your chakra without restraint. A competent ninja always keeps track of how much chakra they have left. When your reserves run low, you need to consider abandoning the mission. Of course, Kakashi's advice was clearly at odds with the official ninja code. According to the code, completing the mission always comes first, even if it means sacrificing your own life when necessary. Jeriah had studied that code as well. Still, he didn't argue with Kakashi. He simply nodded. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi patted Jeriah reassuringly on the shoulder. You've already done so much for Naruto, but I don't want to see you get hurt just because you let your guard down. Neither I nor our entire team wants anything like that to happen to you. Remember this. A true genius is someone who lives to grow. A genius who doesn't survive is just a name that will soon be forgotten. Kakashi would never have said these words to just anyone. After all, they went against the very principles of the ninja code. But Kakashi didn't want to see Jeriah meet an untimely end before he'd even had the chance to grow. Such tragedies were all too common in the ninja world. There were many geniuses, but just as many never made it far enough to realize their potential. Jeriah nodded again in understanding. Before long, Sakura and Sasuke arrived as well. Looking at Naruto lying in bed, Sakura asked worriedly, Jeriah, Kakashi-sensei, how is Naruto? He's all right. He just fainted because a huge surge of the Nine Tails chakra overwhelmed him. He's fine now, Jeriah explained. Sasuke frowned at Jeriah. You finished it? Jeriah nodded. Yes, it's done. Looks like your sealing technique is finally useful. At least if he loses control again, there'll be someone who can restrain him, Sasuke said coolly. That was just his usual way of speaking. Jeriah smiled at Sasuke. I hope you'll develop your Sharingan well. If the time ever comes and the Nine Tails does break free, you'll be able to control it with your eyes. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Then he replied coldly, who knows if I'll ever be that strong. Although his tone was icy, his words betrayed a lack of confidence. After all, with Jeriah always by his side, and having witnessed Jeriah's overwhelming displays of power time and again, Sasuke had started to doubt his own abilities. They were the same age, yet Jeriah was so much stronger than him. He even wondered if Jeriah might already be stronger than Itachi Uchiha. Of course, that was just Sasuke's own speculation. If someone were to suggest Jeriah challenge Itachi right now, Jeriah himself would certainly hesitate. It wasn't that he feared Itachi's ninjutsu, but rather, he had little confidence when it came to facing Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Jeriah was well aware that Itachi could incapacitate the likes of Kakashi in an instant with a single look. Even Orochimaru, in front of him, was rendered completely powerless. Despite Itachi's frail health, those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes of his were simply too formidable. If Jeriah were ever to face him, his first thought wouldn't be how to defeat Itachi. He'd be focused on how to escape with his life. It wasn't cowardice. He simply understood the true extent of Itachi's strength, and there was no sense in fighting a pointless battle. Of course, whether or not Jeriah could defeat Itachi was anyone's guess. Jeriah himself had no confidence in the matter. He had never even entertained the thought of confronting Itachi right now. In reality, with Jeriah's current abilities, going up against Itachi wouldn't be as perilous as he imagined. The only real threat Itachi posed to Jeriah was his Jinjutsu, and just that. And even then, that was because Jeriah was still unfamiliar with how to counter Jinjutsu. Lately, Jeriah had learned many forms of ninjutsu, but when it came to Jinjutsu, he'd only picked up a few basic techniques. For Jeriah, Itachi's most fearsome assets weren't his Susanoo, Amaterasu, or even the sealing powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Until Jeriah figured out a way to defend against Jinjutsu, if he happened to run into Itachi, his best option would still be to run. Not out of cowardice, but because he knew exactly what he was up against. There was no need to risk everything in a meaningless fight. Still, whether Jeriah could or couldn't defeat Itachi remained uncertain. The truth was, he simply lacked confidence. He had never even considered the idea of fighting Itachi at this stage. In fact, with the strength Jeriah now possessed, a battle with Itachi might not be as dangerous as he imagined. The only thing about Itachi that could truly threaten Jeriah was his Jinjutsu, and only that. And that was because Jeriah hadn't yet mastered the art of countering illusions. Over this period, Jeriah had learned a lot of ninjutsu, but when it came to Jinjutsu, he'd only picked up the basics. To Jeriah, Itachi's greatest weapon wasn't his Susanoo, nor his Amaterasu, nor any sealing technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Without a way to break free from Jinjutsu, if Jeriah truly encountered Itachi, his priority would be to escape. That wasn't fear, it was simply knowing the limits of his own strength, and recognizing when a fight had no purpose. Of course, whether or not Jeriah was truly no match for Itachi, no one could say for sure, but he himself had no confidence. He had never once considered going up against Itachi at this point in time. In truth, with his current strength, facing Itachi wouldn't be all that dangerous. The only real threat was Itachi's Jinjutsu, and only that. And even then, that was because Jeriah was still learning how to deal with illusions. Over this period, Jeriah had learned many ninjutsu, but only the most basic of Jinjutsu. For Jeriah, Itachi's greatest power wasn't Susanoo, nor Amaterasu, nor the sealing powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Without a way to counter Jinjutsu, if Jeriah found himself face-to-face with Itachi, his only real option would be to run. It wasn't cowardice, just the wisdom not to pick a pointless fight when he knew the odds. Naturally, no one could say for certain whether Jeriah could defeat Itachi or not. He simply didn't have the confidence, and he had never even thought of fighting Itachi at this stage. Jeriah sensed the uncertainty in Sasuke's voice and grinned. "What's wrong? Are you losing your confidence?" Sasuke shot him a glare. "I will surpass you. Just wait." "I'll be waiting," Jeriah replied, "but you'd better push your Sharingan to its limits. At the very least, you need to reach Kakashi-sensei's level." Sasuke glanced over at Kakashi, his eyes full of hope and expectation. Kakashi, meanwhile, felt a headache coming on. He could already imagine Sasuke pestering him for training from now on. But then, wasn't he Sasuke's teacher? Besides, Kakashi did have some experience to share when it came to developing the Sharingan. If Sasuke came to him for guidance, he would certainly teach him. Otherwise, Sasuke might start blaming him for favoritism. But perhaps this was for the best. Kakashi had originally intended to train Jeriah thoroughly. Who could have guessed that in less than 2 months, Jeriah would have completely mastered all of Kakashi's ninjutsu? Other than the Sharingan, there was nothing left for Kakashi to teach him. Now, at least he could give Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura the attention they deserved. It was time for him to get back to his real job. So Kakashi nodded and promised, "I'll teach you how to control the Sharingan. And your Sharingan should be at the 2-tomo stage now, right?" Sasuke nodded. "One is at 2 tomo, the other is still at 1 tomo. Not bad. Reaching this level at your age is quite impressive." Kakashi recalled that, as he remembered, Obito had also awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan at the age of 13. Of course, what Kakashi didn't know was that, in that same year, Obito had actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. But having the Sharingan awaken earlier doesn't necessarily make it stronger. After all, Uchiha only awakened the one Tomo Sharingan at 15. Sasuke, on the other hand, awakened his at just 6, mostly due to the trauma he'd endured. Given his age at the time, even opening the one Tomo Sharingan was already pushing the limits of his young body. Now, Sasuke's left eye had reached 2 Tomo, while the right was still at 1, a change brought on by witnessing Naruto collapse right before his eyes. With Kakashi's promise, Sasuke had nothing more to say. A week passed, and at last, the Great Bridge in the Land of Waves was completed. Originally, Tazuna had wanted to name the bridge Uraha Bridge after Uraha, but Uraha declined. So in the end, Tazuna named it the Bridge of Hope. Naturally, Uraha didn't want his name to become too well known at this time. It wouldn't do him any good, so he chose not to accept the honor. After spending over a month in the Land of Waves, they finally completed their mission. What had started as a simple C-rank mission ended up escalating into a B-rank ordeal. For Uraha, though, this mission had brought tremendous benefits. In just over a month, his strength soared from Genin to Kage level. Right now, Uraha was actually stronger than Kakashi himself. At least, that was Kakashi's assessment. Uraha, on the other hand, believed his own strength was at the Jonin level. He felt that his real combat experience still had a long way to go before matching a true Jonin. It was only thanks to his vast reserves of chakra and mastery of many practical jutsu that he'd barely managed to raise his abilities to the Jonin tier. Still, even he found it hard to believe. How could someone who had just barely reached Jonin level take down an elite Jonin in such a short time? Especially one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? He'd even unleashed a massive jutsu that spanned hundreds of meters, managing to suppress Naruto in his two-tailed form. Uraha had always been conservative in assessing his own abilities. Perhaps it was because he knew what happened to Kagaya Otsutsuki during the 4th Great Ninja War, so he always judged his own strength with utmost caution. Kagaya Otsutsuki's fate had taught him a harsh lesson, making him extremely vigilant. When the team returned to Kenoha, they made their way straight to the Hokage's office to report their mission. Because Uraha had taken part in the mission, he was also required to report in person. The Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage looked at the 5 people standing before him. His gaze lingered especially on Uraha. This was, in fact, their first formal meeting. Until now, the 3rd had never really paid attention to Uraha, and even after learning of him, he hadn't found the opportunity to meet him face to face. After Kakashi gave a brief rundown of the events that had transpired in the Land of Waves, the 3rd Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. This mission qualifies as a B-rank task. Well done, all of you. Missions ranked A or higher had to be commissioned by the nation itself. So, even with the involvement of elite Jonin in this mission, it could only be classified as B-rank, since it had been requested by Tazuna as a private citizen. After exchanging a few more words with everyone, the 3rd Hokage said, Kakashi, Uraha, the 2 of you stay behind. The others go home and rest. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. Uraha, on the other hand, didn't show much reaction. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura assumed that the reason the 3rd had asked Kakashi and Uraha to stay behind was to commend them. After all, throughout the mission, Kakashi and Uraha had performed exceptionally well, especially Uraha. This matched perfectly with the image they held of the 3rd Hokage in their hearts. Even Sasuke, whose personality had grown cold and proud after the Uchiha clan's tragedy, still held a certain respect for the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd had always shown him particular care, whether out of genuine regard for Sasuke or due to Itachi's request. The 3rd Hokage's concern had left Sasuke with no complaints about him. As for Naruto and Sakura, they had even less reason to suspect the 3rd of anything amiss. As they left, Naruto cast a look of envy at Uraha, thinking to himself, I'll surpass Uraha one day, just wait and see. Despite his usual habit of playing pranks on the 3rd, Naruto truly saw him as a grandfather figure in his heart. He longed for the 3rd's praise. With Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gone, the office was left with just the 3rd Hokage, Uraha, and Kakashi. A long moment passed before the 3rd finally spoke to Kakashi. Kakashi, tell me the details of what happened during this mission. Kakashi sighed inwardly. The reason he'd only given a summary earlier was to avoid the 3rd Hokage's probing questions. But with Naruto and the others present, there were some things he couldn't fabricate, so his account had been extremely brief. And that was the problem. The 3rd Hokage was an old fox. It was obvious to him that something was being hidden. Uraha sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. Fortunately, he had some understanding of the 3rd and wasn't too concerned that things would take a turn for the worse. Still, there was no way he could keep everything that happened in the Land of Waves a secret. Not that he had ever intended to hide it. After all, he was just a Kenoha ninja, and he didn't have a troublesome clan stirring up trouble behind him. The third Hokage wouldn't harbor any ill will toward him. Still, Yu truly didn't want the third Hokage to know the extent of his current strength. After all, with greater power comes greater responsibility and heavier burdens. Who could say if the third might start treating him like a workhorse? And right now, as a genin, even if he took on harder missions, his share of the reward would barely increase. Kakashi thought it over. Naturally, he didn't want to reveal anything about Yu either. But the Wave Country mission hadn't just involved Kakashi and Yu. There were also Sasuke and the other two. If what Kakashi reported differed from what Sasuke and the others said, it wouldn't do Yu any favors. Kakashi glanced at Yu, then, with no other choice, gave a detailed account of what had happened in the Land of Waves. At first, the third Hokage remained calm, but as the story went on, his expression grew more and more startled. Yu had actually managed to defeat an elite Jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kurisuke Raiga, and he could even restrain Naruto in his berserk state. The third Hokage knew all too well about the 7 ninja swordsmen. They were an extremely powerful force in the Hidden Mist Village. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, they were famous, though Might Due had kicked them down to 3 swordsmen. Still, the third Hokage was well aware of their strength. Each one was an elite Jonin, and with their swords, some could even reach Kaga-level power. Even though Might Due had taken down 4 of them, he'd done it at the cost of his own life. If you fought them under normal circumstances, even someone like Kakashi wouldn't dare claim a sure victory. What did all this mean? It meant that Yu's strength had probably already reached the level of an elite Jonin. And this had all happened in such a short time. When Kakashi finished, the third Hokage turned to look at Yu. Yu, it seems being a genin is no longer suitable for you. Yu was taken aback. He wasn't sure what the third Hokage meant. Was he about to get a promotion? But he'd only just completed a few missions, and all of them were D or C rank. Seeing Yu's confused expression, the third Hokage smiled. With your strength and abilities, it's time you were promoted to Chunin. Kakashi, standing to the side, broke into a delighted grin. It wasn't just because Yu was advancing in rank, but because once he was, Kakashi could officially take Yu out of the village for missions. After all, a Chunin was no longer considered a ninja in training. They were full-fledged shinobi, no longer required to follow their Jonin instructor. They could operate independently and be called upon by Jonin at any time. Given Kakashi's status, if he wanted to bring Yu along on a mission, it wouldn't seem strange at all. After all, Kakashi wasn't Yu's Jonin instructor, so if he kept requesting him for missions, not only would the main village be puzzled, it would look odd to the other ninjas as well. But if Yu became a Chunin, it would be a completely different story. Kakashi could summon Jeriah at any moment. Before Jeriah could react, Kakashi grinned and said, I also think it's time for Jeriah to be promoted to Chunin. Not every Chunin needs to go through the Chunin exams. In reality, among all the major ninja villages, most Chunins and even Jonins never actually participated in the Chunin exams. After all, with the brutal elimination system of those exams, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, no village could possibly produce such a large number of ninjas through that process alone. So, for many Chunins and Jonins, as long as they completed enough missions and demonstrated the required abilities, they could be promoted directly. Of course, Jeriah had only completed a handful of assignments so far, and all of them were low-level missions. Even counting the Land of Waves mission, he'd only done 1 B-rank mission. His mission record was nowhere near enough to meet the standard. But the Hokage has always had the authority to promote a ninja directly to Chunin or even Jonin. After all, the Hokage is one of the strongest in the entire Leaf Village. He knows better than anyone else what a ninja is truly capable of. So, when the Hokage chooses to promote someone, no one would ever question the strength or competence of that Chunin or Jonin. In fact, being personally promoted by the Hokage is a rare honor. It means the Hokage has placed great hopes on you, and it also tells the rest of the village exactly whose support stands behind you. Minato Namikaze was a perfect example of this. He started out as a civilian ninja, yet he married Kushina Uzumaki, became Jiraiya's student, and was chosen by the third Hokage to become the fourth. Beyond his remarkable talent, Minato was always part of the third Hokage's inner circle. Of course, neither Jeriah nor Kakashi cared much about this aspect. Jeriah didn't mind who considered him one of their own, and Kakashi didn't care whether the third regarded Jeriah as part of his faction. Kakashi himself was always considered part of the third Hokage's camp. As Minato Namikaze's disciple, he belonged to that faction from the very beginning. Naturally, he fully supported the third's efforts to draw Jeriah closer. At the start, the third Hokage had intended to raise Jeriah as the next Minato Namikaze. After all, Uraha's situation was strikingly similar to Minato's. He possessed outstanding talent, came from a clean background, and was Kakashi's student on top of that. But now, Uraha's progress had far exceeded the third's expectations. Now, the third found himself a loss over how best to arrange Uraha's future. After much deliberation, all he could do for now was promote him to Chunin, making it easier for Uraha to get involved in village affairs down the line. The third Hokage was already in his 60s. By the time Uraha reached his 20s, the third would be well into his 70s. By then, whether he wished to retire or not, his body would simply no longer allow him to go on. After all, he didn't have the physical constitution of the Senju clan. No matter how powerful he'd been in his youth, age had taken a heavy toll on his strength. He had actually been considering stepping down for some time. The problem was, there simply wasn't anyone in Kenoha suitable to take his place. Jeriah was unwilling, and his personality wasn't suitable for the role. Tsunade, too, had all sorts of issues. Originally, Orochimaru was the most fitting candidate, but after he'd chosen Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru had been completely abandoned. And now, Orochimaru had even defected from the village. Should he pass the mantle to Danzo? Setting aside that Danzo was nearly as old as he was, just Danzo's philosophy alone made it impossible for him to ever become Hokage in the third's eyes. As for the two advisors, well, that was even more out of the question. If it wasn't for the fact that they'd both been students of the second Hokage like himself, they wouldn't even have been qualified to serve as advisors. Their abilities simply weren't up to par. That left only one person who could be considered a somewhat possible candidate, Kakashi. But ever since Kakashi's slump, his strength hadn't improved much. He already lacked the seniority, and without overwhelming strength as his backing, no one would truly respect him. This was the dilemma facing the third Hokage. Even if he wanted to retire, he couldn't find a successor. But now, seeing Uraha was like seeing a younger Minato Namikaze. Though at this point, Uraha's experience was still very limited, even less than Kakashi's. Since there was no way to quickly bolster his seniority, the only option was to make his strength so formidable that no one could question him. The first step was to raise his ninja rank, allowing him to participate in the village's affairs. Uraha, unaware of the third's thoughts, simply assumed the old man wanted to put him to work as soon as possible. Still, Uraha was quite pleased. He'd already planned to raise his ninja rank. This way, he could take on higher-level missions, earn more money, and gain more experience in real combat. If the third Hokage knew what Uraha was actually thinking, he'd probably be furious. After so much deliberation, he had finally decided to mentor Uraha and prepare him as his successor. But all Uraha cared about was that becoming a Chunin meant he could earn a bit more money. Caught in his thoughts for a moment, Uraha noticed the third Hokage looking at him. Uraha asked, "But I've only completed a few missions so far. Am I even qualified to be promoted to Chunin?" The third Hokage smiled. "That's true, but you already possess the leadership and strength required of a Chunin. So of course, you could be promoted." Uraha no longer hesitated and nodded. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Seeing Uraha accept this, the third Hokage was quite satisfied. "No need to thank me. You should have been a Chunin by now. In fact, if you hadn't just graduated from the academy less than a year ago, I'd have promoted you straight to Jonin." Uraha quickly waved his hands. "That's really not necessary. Just becoming a Chunin is already more than enough." The third Hokage looked at Kakashi and said, "Your teacher became a Chunin at the age of 6. Perhaps you could learn from him." Kakashi hurriedly replied, "That was because it was wartime. The circumstances were unusual. But even so, you were the only one to achieve it. Both you and your teacher are exceptionally talented as ninja. With you teaching him, I'm completely at ease. Besides, the future of Kenoha will depend on you both." When the third Hokage finished speaking, Uraha couldn't help but feel exasperated. Those words carried too much weight. Uraha felt that the third was simply being polite, but even so, the politeness felt overwhelming. Uraha said, "You flatter me, Lord Hokage. I just hope to do what's expected of me." And indeed, Uraha meant every word. After being promoted to Chunin, he only planned to focus on his own duties, earn what he could, and live the life he wanted. He had no desire to get involved in Kenoha's other affairs. But Kakashi knew full well that the third would never allow Uraha to stay on the sidelines. Kakashi could already hear the underlying meaning in the third's words. Although he felt happy, he was also a little concerned. Uraha was still so young. Getting involved in high-level power struggles would do him no good. Even Kakashi himself had no wish to take part in those conflicts. Yet he understood perfectly Uraha was no longer the same as before. He had completely entered the third Hokage's field of vision, and in Kakashi's eyes, Uraha's strength was already on par with the Hokage. Even if he didn't want to get involved, it was no longer possible. Kakashi sighed inwardly. It seems I won't be able to stay out of this either. In the past, Kakashi would have avoided Kenoha's power struggles at all costs, but now that Jeriah had been drawn in by the third, Kakashi had no choice but to follow. The third smiled, deciding not to press the matter further. Instead, something else occurred to him. Kakashi has taught you many jutsu. Have you mastered them all? Jeriah wasn't sure where the third was going with this. Still, he didn't hide anything. I've mastered them all. It seems there's not much more he can teach you. Although Kakashi knows a wide array of jutsu, most are standard techniques. There probably aren't many left that would truly help you. In the future, if you wish to learn new jutsu, just go to the archive. There you'll find records of every jutsu in Kenoha, even some forbidden techniques. Kakashi was stunned. He hadn't expected the third to be so generous. Jeriah might not realize what the archive truly was. The archive was where all of Kenoha's records were sealed away, not just jutsu, but historical documents as well. It even contained some of the village's most secret records, both the light and the dark. Even he, Kakashi, didn't have unrestricted access to the archive. Back when he was researching wood-release techniques, he'd had to sneak in, only to be caught by the third himself. Afterward, the third Hokage handed him information on wood release, including some of Kenoha's own research into the technique. Only those whom the Hokage trusted deeply, and who held high-ranking positions, were allowed access to these archives and the knowledge within. Even the Book of Seals was kept there. This gesture meant that the third Hokage had placed complete trust in Jeriah, but also meant Jeriah was now thoroughly tied to the Hokage's side. Jeriah, for his part, was quite pleased. He'd always been fascinated by many of Kenoha's jutsu. For example, the Flying Thunder God technique, the wood release, and various sealing arts, especially those of the Uzumaki clan. So Jeriah smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." The third Hokage nodded, though Kakashi's expression remained unreadable. After a brief conversation with the third, Kakashi led Jeriah out of the Hokage building. Jeriah's official record had also been updated. He was now a chunin. So many changes had come all at once that even Jeriah found it difficult to believe. Although he was confident in his abilities, he had never imagined he would become a chunin at such a young age. This meant that from now on he could earn more money and gain more experience in real combat. Yet there was no hint of a smile on Kakashi's face. Jeriah noticed and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, aren't you happy for me?" The two of them walked down the busy street. Kakashi glanced at Jeriah and said, "Of course I'm happy, but do you know why the Hokage promoted you?" Jeriah gave a small laugh, his hands tucked nonchalantly in his pockets. "I might have an idea, but I'm not too concerned about it." Kakashi paused for a moment. Looking at Jeriah's calm, almost careless smile, something struck him, and he, too, broke into a smile. "You're right. There's no need to worry about it. Either way, I'll be right there with you as you take this step." Jeriah, in truth, had no idea what the third Hokage's real intentions were. He assumed the third simply wanted to make use of him as soon as possible. He didn't realize that the third intended not only to nurture him, but was even considering letting Jeriah bypass Kakashi and directly inherit his own position, becoming the fifth Hokage, just as he had done with Minato Namikaze years ago. If Jeriah hadn't shown such strength during the Land of Waves mission, the third would have taken his time training him, and Kakashi would have seemed the better candidate for fifth Hokage. As for the sixth Hokage, the third wouldn't need to worry about that. That would be Kakashi's concern. But now, with the power Jeriah had revealed, the third felt compelled to rethink his original plan. It was much like how, in the past, he'd wanted Orochimaru to succeed him, grooming him as his heir. But after Minato Namikaze's arrival, and Orochimaru's actions exceeding his limits, the third passed the Hokage's mantle to Minato instead. After all, Minato was from his own circle, and even his student's student. Now, the third was once again considering taking the same approach. He felt that Nightfeather's future potential would surely surpass even Minato Namikaze. Though Minato's talent was exceptional, it was simply not as extraordinary as Nightfeather's. Nightfeather's gifts were unlike Minato's. In fact, he was much more reminiscent of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The third Hokage had already confirmed that Nightfeather possessed the sage body. Kakashi's words left Nightfeather a bit speechless. He thought Kakashi was talking about taking him along on every mission outside the village from now on. With a hint of complaint, he said, "Kakashi-sensei, there can't be many teachers who squeeze their students as much as you do." Kakashi paused in surprise. He suspected Nightfeather hadn't understood his meaning. So he clarified, "Do you know what the third Hokage's words really meant?" "Of course. He's promoting me to Chunin so I can work harder for the village, right? I've been ready for that for a long time." Kakashi's lips twitched. He was certain now that Nightfeather hadn't grasped the third's true intentions, nor his own. With no other choice, Kakashi began to explain, The third promoting you to Chunin isn't just so you can run these errands. When the third personally promotes you, it's a public statement to the village's other factions, showing both his stance and which group you now belong to. And letting you access the archives, that's a sign of real trust. Even I have to get the third's direct permission to enter those records. Nightfeather frowned slightly. Kakashi assumed Nightfeather was reluctant. After all, from what he knew of him, Nightfeather didn't enjoy these political games. Just as Kakashi was about to explain the benefits of agreeing, Nightfeather nodded. It doesn't matter to me. I can belong to any faction. As long as I do my job, don't want to get involved in the rest, and I couldn't if I tried. Kakashi looked at Nightfeather, a bit surprised at how easily he took it all in stride. You're not bothered by the third's unilateral decision? Nightfeather smiled. What's strange about it? He's the Hokage. It's his prerogative. Besides, it doesn't do me any harm, so there's no need to hold a grudge. Kakashi chuckled as well. I'm glad you see it that way. Now that you're a Chunin, whenever I need your help, I can ask you openly. Even Itachi won't be able to stop me. If Itachi-sensei heard you say that, I doubt he'd be pleased, Nightfeather replied coolly. He won't mind. Once he hears you've been promoted, he'll only be happy for you, Kakashi said with a smile. The two of them walked down the street for a while, and as they passed Ichiraku Ramen, they ran into Naruto and his friends, who were just about to head in for a meal. Kakashi-sensei, Nightfeather, you're finally out, Naruto called out, waving enthusiastically at them. Kakashi and Nightfeather looked over at Naruto, waving to them. Behind him stood Sasuke and Sakura. Yura glanced at Kakashi and chuckled. Looks like you're treating us today, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi let out a helpless sigh. He'd originally planned to buy a new book by Jeriah later. But thankfully, Naruto loves ramen. If he had a taste for barbecue instead, Kakashi's wallet would have been in real trouble. The two of them arrived at the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Naruto grinned. Kakashi-sensei, did you two already know we'd end up here for ramen? Kakashi said nothing. Yuru replied, yeah, Kakashi said he's buying. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up and he shouted with delight. Long live Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked at Yuru, the corner of his mouth twitching. When had he ever agreed to that? Still, he knew this meal was always going to be on him. Sasuke, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on Yuru, curious about what had happened in the Hokage's office between Yuru and the third. Sakura, too, was eager to know. Once they'd all sat down, Naruto looked at Kakashi and asked, Kakashi-sensei, what did the old third want with you guys? Sasuke and Sakura turned as well, their curiosity clear. Yuru sat beside Kakashi, remaining silent. Of course, Kakashi wasn't about to divulge everything the third had told him. He simply replied. He asked about the details of the mission, and, since Yuru performed exceptionally well, starting today, he's been promoted to Chunin. Ayum, who was busy preparing their ramen, paused in surprise. Turning toward Yuru with a beaming smile, she exclaimed, Really? Yuru, you've really become a Chunin. Yuru smiled warmly. Yes, I suppose I just got lucky. Tucci, standing nearby, joined in with a joyful voice. See? I've always said Yoru's outstanding. He's destined for great things. To celebrate you becoming a Chunin, today's meal is on the house for all of you. Tucci declared with generous enthusiasm. Yoru quickly protested. Uncle Tucci, there's no need for that. Tucci waved a hand dismissively. Nonsense. This is a big occasion. You have to celebrate properly. Seeing Tucci so pleased, Yura knew there was no persuading him, so he simply accepted with gratitude. After all, he'd been a frequent customer here, and both Tucci and Ayam were quite close to him. The news left Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stunned. They stared at Yuru in disbelief. Yuru, you really became a Chunin? Sakura asked, unable to believe it. Yura nodded. I suppose so. That's what the third Hokage said. Naruto looked a bit put out. Why is it only Yuru who gets promoted to Chunin? I did great too, why not me? That old man is really losing it, he grumbled. He wasn't jealous. If anything, he thought Yoru deserved to be a Chunin long ago. Still, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Sasuke frowned as well. Although he wasn't particularly eager to become a Chunin, seeing Yoru promoted still stirred a touch of jealousy in him. That was something he simply couldn't avoid. After all, Yoru was his classmate, and they had just completed the same mission together. Yet now, Yoru had been personally promoted to Chunin by the third Hokage. Such special treatment made Sasuke envious, perhaps even a little resentful. Kakashi spoke up. Naruto, if you want to become a Chunin, you'll have to work even harder. You'll have to push yourself to surpass Yoru. Naruto stared intensely at Yoru, still unable to understand why Yoru had been chosen for promotion. Sure, Yoru was strong, but didn't becoming a Chunin require completing a lot of missions? Yoru hadn't even completed as many missions as Naruto had. In fact, Yoru had only finished 2 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission. Naruto, on the other hand, had done 3 D-rank missions and a C-rank mission. Even though the 3rd Hokage claimed the Wave Country mission was B rank, the official records still listed it as C rank. So, as far as the records went, it remained a C rank mission. Sasuke looked at Yoru. Though he felt jealous, he had to admit Yoru's strength was undeniable. Idiot, don't forget who saved you when you got into trouble. Despite his jealousy, Sasuke actually stepped in to defend Yoru. Because, when it came to Yoru's abilities, Sasuke had nothing but respect. Sakura chimed in as well. Yeah. Do you really think Yoru doesn't deserve to be a chunin? Seeing both Sasuke and Sakura gang up on him, Naruto pouted in protest. What did I say? He didn't deserve it. It's just, he's only done a few missions. Why did the old man Hokage pick him to be chunin? He still wasn't entirely convinced. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder, speaking earnestly. If you're jealous, then work hard to surpass him. Stop slacking off all the time. Or do you really think you don't have as much talent as Yoru? Though Kakashi himself secretly thought Naruto might not measure up, he could only say this to spur Naruto on. And Naruto fell for it. Clenching his fist, he called out to you, it won't be long before I'm a chunin too. You may have gotten there a few days before me, but I'll definitely be the first to become a jonin. You better not slack off, because I'm going to catch up to you soon. Yoru had no intention of arguing, and simply replied with a smile, then I'll be waiting for that day. Hearing this, Naruto puffed up with confidence and burst out laughing. Haha, that day's coming soon. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke looked at him, utterly speechless. They could see right through Kakashi and Yoru's little act. Neither of them believed Naruto would surpass Yoru anytime soon. Even someone as proud as Sasuke, after witnessing Uraha's strength during this time, had no confidence that he could surpass him in the future. Sasuke thought that it would already be an achievement if he could simply catch up to Uraha. In fact, Sasuke believed that as long as he could reach Uraha's level, he would surely be able to defeat Uchiha Itachi. In his eyes, Uchiha Itachi wasn't necessarily stronger than Uraha. No, after their previous battles, he even felt that Uraha might be stronger than Itachi. But looking at Naruto's confident face, the two chose to remain silent, not voicing their thoughts. After a while, when everyone had finished eating and was about to leave, Sasuke spoke up. Uraha, want to come train at my place today? Uraha, who was just about to head home, paused in surprise. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura were equally taken aback. The usually aloof Sasuke was actually inviting someone over to his house. Even Uraha hadn't expected this. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. He was naturally pleased. He had always hoped that the students in his squad could get along well with Uraha. Whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, both came from extraordinary backgrounds. Kakashi hoped Uraha could become friends with them. It would certainly be beneficial for Uraha's future. One was the son of the 4th Hokage, the other, the last of the Uchiha clan, and someone favored by the 3rd Hokage. If they could befriend Uraha, life in Kenoha would become much easier for him. With Kakashi looking out for him, and with the 3rd Hokage's support now made clear. As long as Uraha didn't recklessly endanger himself, he'd face little risk from now on. Uraha glanced at Sasuke, who looked a bit nervous, and couldn't help but feel amused. He never imagined Sasuke could be like this. Still, he had no reason to refuse. Although they called it training at Sasuke's house, in reality, it would be Uraha helping Sasuke train. Right now, Sasuke had nothing to teach Uraha, and there was nothing Uraha needed from him. Of course, Uraha was also quite interested in the Uchiha compound. He hadn't dared visit before, but now that Sasuke had invited him, he could go openly and without worry. So, after thinking it over, Uraha agreed. Sure. At that moment, Naruto jumped in. I want to come too. Are you guys trying to sneak in some extra training? I have to join you. But Sasuke didn't seem too keen on bringing Naruto along. Still, if he refused Naruto, Uraha might not go either. Left with no choice, Sasuke muttered, do whatever you want. Just then, Sakura timidly raised her hand. Can I come too? Sasuke nodded. Since Naruto was coming, it wouldn't be right to turn down Sakura. Kakashi was more than happy to see things turning out this way. But he wouldn't be joining them. With a relaxed air, he said, I was supposed to go with you all, but I have to hurry off and buy some books, so I won't be able to join you this time. Uraha chuckled and said, Take it easy, Kakashi-sensei. Don't overexert yourself. Your body might not be able to handle it. Kakashi's mouth twitched ever so slightly. He was sure that Uraha must have read his book. A bit embarrassed, Kakashi said, Well then, you all keep training. I'll be heading off now. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving the group behind. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura stood there completely baffled. They had no idea what Uraha's words just now were supposed to mean. Uraha, for his part, had no desire to explain. So, the group ambled slowly toward the Uchiha clan's district. After the Nine-Tails rampage, the entire Uchiha clan had been relocated to the edge of the village. Or rather, ever since that calamity, the Uchihas standing in Kenoha had become dire. Before, the Uchiha were never truly part of the village's inner circle of power. But at the very least, they still held real authority as the leaders of the Kenoha military police. They continued to enjoy all the privileges of a prominent clan. Even if the military police was originally set up by the second Hokage to keep an eye on the Uchiha, in the end, the way things developed, the Uchiha did gain quite a bit of power through it. But after the Nine-Tails rampage, much of the police force's authority was stripped away, and even their clan territory was pushed out to the village's margins. Proud as they were, the Uchiha could hardly accept such treatment without protest. Yet, because of the clan's temperament, they failed to get along with any other families in the village. Even if they wanted to seize power by forming alliances, it was simply out of reach. The only path left to them was a coup. Yet, ironically, the clan itself was deeply divided over whether to use force in pursuit of power. Not every Uchiha was willing to take up arms for it. In the end, this led the Uchiha to annihilation. Sasuke, of course, knew none of this. He was unaware of the truth behind the massacre of his clan, and after their fall, the village treated him exceedingly well. He was surrounded by praise, admiration, and people envious of his lineage. So, at this moment, though Sasuke was bent on growing stronger to one day kill Itachi Uchiha, he felt not a shred of resentment toward the village. With the clan gone, many families in the village began to take a keen interest in Sasuke. Ino, as the heir to the Yamanaka clan, was free to harbor feelings for Sasuke. Her family never intervened. That was because, in reality, they actually supported Ino's closeness to Sasuke. After all, he was now the only remaining Uchiha bloodline in Kenoha. And with his clan gone, even if Ino and Sasuke were to get together, the third Hokage would raise no objections. Without the weight of the clan behind him, what trouble could Sasuke possibly stir up? On the contrary, the Uchiha bloodline within him was coveted by many clans. It wasn't just Orochimaru who had his eyes on it. Many families in the village envied it as well. Added to that, Sasuke's own exceptional talent made him even more sought after. So after his clan was wiped out, Sasuke actually lived far better than most children in Kenoha, never truly suffering any hardship. Now, Sasuke feels a deep sense of belonging to the village. Of course, all of this depends on him not knowing the real truth behind the Uchiha massacre. If he were to find out, his feelings would likely be very different. No matter how reasonable or unavoidable the third Hokage's reasons might have been, the decimation of the Uchiha clan was always, in some way, tied to him. Still, the third probably wouldn't care. After all, he had no way of knowing just how strong Sasuke would one day become. With the Uchiha clan erased, even if Sasuke wanted to do something against Kenoha, he simply didn't have the power to pull it off. That's also why the third decided to place Sasuke in Team 7. To put it plainly, even if Sasuke became Hokage in the future and learned the truth about that night, what could he really do? It was Itachi Uchiha who carried out the killings. At most, the third Hokage could be faulted for his hesitation and indecision. Without the Uchiha clan pulling strings behind the scenes, if Sasuke ever did become Hokage, how could he not possess political acumen? As someone in a position of power, it would be impossible for him to be blinded by personal vendetta, especially since, all things considered, the third's mistakes were not so grave. He could even shift the blame onto Danzo, since it was Danzo who had urged for the Uchiha clan's destruction in the first place. But all of this was how the third Hokage used to think. Now, his mindset had changed. He decided to nurture Jeriah, even planning to step down and let him take over once Jeriah reached 20 and achieved Hokage-level strength. After all, by the time Jeriah turned 20, the third would already be in his 70s. For a ninja, that's quite old. Just look at Inoki, whose body is failing him at that age. If there had been a truly strong successor, Inoki would have retired long ago. Of course, the third had no idea that Jeriah's strength had already reached the level of a Hokage. It was only Jeriah himself who felt that his lack of real combat experience meant he was nowhere near Kage level, at best on par with a Jonin. But what Jonin could so easily defeat Kurisuke Raiga, an elite Jonin? What Jonin could astonish even the Nine-Tails? Perhaps, of all those who truly knew Jeriah's abilities, only Jeriah himself believed he was far from Kage level. The third's current plan was this. If, when Jeriah turned 20, there were too many objections because of his youth, Kakashi could serve as the fifth Hokage for a transitional period. Then, once Jeriah was older and had gained enough prestige, he could take over. That would make for a seamless transition. Neither Jeriah nor Kakashi knew anything about these plans. Jeriah felt that the third Hokage wanted to make him work hard ahead of his time, like a beast of burden, while Kakashi believed the third was grooming and winning Jeriah over. Neither of them realized that the third had already decided Jeriah would be his successor. When the group set out for the Uchiha clan's compound, Kakashi stopped to buy Jiraiya's latest novel before heading to the home of Muto Tomokazu. Fortunately, Tomokazu had no missions that day. As soon as Kakashi sat down, Tomokazu anxiously asked, "What is this mission all about? How could you just take him out of the village without even notifying me?" After Jeriah left, Tomokazu had received a mission and originally intended to call Jeriah to join him. To his surprise, the third Hokage told him that Jeriah had been temporarily assigned to Kakashi's squad for a mission outside the village. And just like that, Jeriah had been gone for over a month. During that time, Tomokazu had been on edge, worried this might be part of the third scheme. Afraid the Hokage intended something for Jeriah. Seeing Tomokazu's anxious expression, Kakashi felt awkward. After all, Jeriah had now become a Chunin, and it was clear the third wanted him to take on more responsibilities within the village. It was unlikely Jeriah would continue carrying out missions alongside Tomokazu from now on. Tomokazu was Jeriah's true teacher, but after only a few days, Jeriah had already graduated from his tutelage. Tomokazu hadn't even had the chance to teach him many jutsu before Jeriah was on his way to new things. Kakashi couldn't help but feel guilty toward Tomokazu. If he hadn't taken Jeriah away, and if Jeriah hadn't caught the third's attention, perhaps Jeriah would still be working with Tomokazu. He could see just how much Tomokazu valued Jeriah. He even regarded him as his personal disciple, much as Kakashi did. Yet Jeriah had barely spent any time with him. Kakashi stayed silent for a long while, leaving Tomokazu increasingly tense, fearing something terrible had happened to Jeriah. "Say something. What happened to Jeriah? You promised you'd keep him safe." Kakashi's silence and troubled demeanor made Tomokazu fear the worst, and he lost control, raising his voice at Kakashi. Seeing Tomokazu so agitated, Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. He knew whatever he said next was sure to make Tomokazu furious. With an awkward look, Kakashi said, "Don't get so worked up. I made it back safely, didn't I? Do you really think anything happened to Jeriah?" Tomokazu replied coldly, "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me what happened to Jeriah. I can't believe you took him out of the village without telling me. Have you forgotten what you promised me before? You said you wouldn't take him on missions outside the village until he had the skills of a Jonin." Tomokazu was furious. Kakashi's decision had left him worried for over a month. He had even considered leaving the village himself to search for them. However, the third Hokage had said that this was only a C-rank mission, so he thought he could afford to wait a little longer. Who could have guessed that a little would turn into more than a month? Kakashi no longer tried to hide the truth, and said, "This time, taking him out of the village, I really had no choice. I was worried that leaving him in the village might be dangerous. If the higher-ups had any designs on him, could you really stop them by yourself? So I had no choice but to keep him close. Besides, on this mission, he performed exceptionally well. His strength has grown at an astonishing pace. If you knew how powerful he is now, you'd definitely thank me." Though Kakashi tried to reassure him, Kimoto Tongi still couldn't feel at ease. His expression remained as dark and brooding as before. He wouldn't be able to relax until he saw Jeriah with his own eyes. Seeing the look on Kimoto Tongi's face, Kakashi felt a bit helpless. He could only keep explaining. This mission took an unexpected turn. It was supposed to be C rank, but the client lied to us. It was actually a B rank mission, and enemy ninja showed up. Kimoto Tongi's brow furrowed deeply, worry written all over his face. After all, although Jeriah had great talent, he still lacked real combat experience. "Was he injured?" Kimoto Tongi asked anxiously. Kakashi smiled and replied, "Injured? How could I possibly let him get hurt? Besides, with your student's strength now, ordinary ninja would really have a hard time touching him." In Kakashi's eyes, Jeriah already possessed Kaga-level power at this point. Ninja of Kaga level are rare even in the 5 great villages, let alone outside of them. Kakashi didn't know about the existence of Akatsuki, nor that nearly all its members were Kaga-level powerhouses. But even in Akatsuki, there weren't all that many. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kimoto Tongi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's not hurt, that's all that matters. Kimoto Tongi cared little for how powerful Jeriah had become. He was far more concerned about whether the boy had been injured. After all, in his eyes, Jeriah's talent made growing stronger only natural. But if he were hurt, it could have a lasting impact on his future. Kakashi understood Kimoto Tongi's feelings, because he too saw Jeriah as a personal disciple. After spending over a month together, he truly regarded Jeriah as family. After a moment's thought, Kakashi said, "However," hearing this, Kimoto Tongi's heart tightened again, and he looked at Kakashi with mounting anxiety. He was terrified that Kakashi might have bad news about Jeriah. Kakashi let out a sigh, sounding a bit ashamed, and said, "But from now on, I'm afraid he can't stay in your squad any longer." "Why not?" At those words, Kimoto, Tomi shot to his feet, unable to contain his agitation. "Kakashi, I did hand him over to you for training, but I never said he was yours entirely. I'm still his teacher. What exactly are you planning to do?" Muben Kyoichi thought Kakashi wanted to take Yayu away from him. Not because he insisted on keeping Yayu as his disciple forever, but because he didn't want Yayu to follow Kakashi completely. He knew all too well what kinds of missions Kakashi was assigned. Last time, Kakashi had taken Yayu out of the village without even informing him, and that was something he had let slide. He definitely didn't want there to be a next time. Kakashi looked up at Muben Kyoichi and sighed helplessly. "Look at you getting all worked up. You were once a jonin in the ANBU, weren't you? How can you be so agitated?" Muben Kyoichi retorted coldly. "How am I supposed to stay calm? If I get any calmer, I'll lose my student for good." Seeing how riled up Muben Kyoichi was, Kakashi hurried to explain himself. "What I meant is, Yayu performed exceptionally well on this mission. The third Hokage was very impressed with him, so he promoted Yayu to Chunin directly, and he hopes that Yayu will continue to train under me." That last part was something Kakashi added himself. The third Hokage had never actually said that, but even if he found out, the third probably wouldn't deny it. After all, Team 11 had been something of an unexpected development from the start, and the third Hokage hadn't had high hopes for the squad's future. Who could have predicted that Yayu would rise to the occasion? It was only because of him that the team still existed to this day. Without Yayu, Team 11 wouldn't even be here. The whole squad would have failed their assessment and been sent back to the academy to start over. Originally, Kakashi had thought Muben Kyoichi would be furious when he heard this news. But to his surprise, Muben Kyoichi's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Kakashi was taken aback. "You're not upset? Why would I be upset? My student has become a Chunin." "That's wonderful news," Muben Kyoichi replied with a smile. "But from now on, he won't be able to stay on your squad. He'll be training with me instead," Kakashi emphasized. Muben Kyoichi waved his hand dismissively. "As long as he's safe, it doesn't matter. Training with you is just as good. I don't really have much left to teach him anyway. Only by following you can he become even stronger. And at least this means the third Hokage has acknowledged him. I don't have to worry about his safety anymore." In Muben Kyoichi's eyes, this was a good thing. Whether or not Yayu continued to train with him didn't matter at all. All he wanted was for Yayu to grow up safely and become a pillar of Kenoha, a hero who would protect the village. Now that Yayu was steadily moving toward that goal, how could Muben Kyoichi possibly be angry? Kakashi hadn't expected Muben Kyoichi to react this way, but remembering his hopes for Yayu, he understood. If he were in Muben Kyoichi's shoes, he would have felt exactly the same. After thinking it through, Kakashi spoke. "During this mission, we encountered 2 rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi and Kurisuki Raiga. Yoru's talent has surpassed all my expectations. Previously, I thought I already understood just how gifted he was. But over the course of this mission, his growth has been nothing short of legendary, like something out of a myth. Right now, his strength has already surpassed mine. On this mission, he single-handedly took down Kurisuki Raiga, defeated Fortunen, and even managed to subdue Naruto when he lost control. If Zabuza hadn't escaped when he did, he might have ended up as another of Yoru's accomplishments." Mukamoto Doichi stared at Kakashi in stunned silence, his eyes fixed and vacant. If it weren't Kakashi saying these things, he'd have thought someone was spinning a tall tale. As a former ENBU jonin himself, he knew all too well what kind of shinobi Zabuza and Raiga were. Both were elite jonin from the Hidden Mist, famous throughout the shinobi world. They were also among the 7 ninja swordsmen, a name that struck fear into the hearts of many ninja everywhere. And yet, Yoru managed to kill one of them and drive the other away. The most unbelievable part was that Yoru actually suppressed Naruto during his rampage. He had witnessed Naruto lose control before. Back then, it had taken the entire Kenoha sealing squad, led by the third Hokage, to restrain Naruto. The malice of the Nine Tails, that terrifying Chakra. Even now, he couldn't forget it. Yet not only was Yoru unharmed, he even managed to subdue rampaging Naruto. It all sounded far too fantastical. Mukamoto Doichi was silent for a long time before he asked, his voice trembling. "Are you telling the truth?" Kakashi replied calmly. "Do I have any reason to lie to you?" Mukamoto Doichi shook his head. "It's just so shocking. I can hardly believe it. That kid Yoru actually already has the strength to defeat elite jonin. It seems he could easily beat me now, too. That puts my mind at ease. From now on, when he goes out on missions with you, I won't have to worry about him." Though he said this, Mukamoto Doichi still felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, He was Yoru's true teacher, yet Yoru's strength hadn't come from him. Kakashi noticed what Mukomoto Doichi was thinking. He patted his shoulder and offered comfort. You didn't report his true strength to the village at first. You protected him. That makes you the person who's done the most for him. Over this past month, he's mentioned you often. I know you're very important to him. On that point, Kakashi was telling the truth. Even though Mukomoto Doichi hadn't taught Yora much ninjutsu and hadn't been his teacher for long, in Yora's heart, Mukomoto Doichi was always his teacher, and a very important one at that. Kakashi was willing to teach him, and after he was able to prove his abilities, he could still live peacefully till now, all thanks to Tamakamoto Doichi. Yoru could feel the kindness Tamakamoto Doichi showed him. So, when Kakashi first mentioned wanting to take him as an apprentice, Yoru's first thought was about how Tamakamoto Doichi would feel. If, back then, Tamakamoto Doichi had disagreed, Yoru would have definitely turned Kakashi down, even knowing that following Kakashi would be better for him. But in the end, Tamakamoto Doichi still chose what was best for Yoru. Tamakamoto Doichi nodded and sighed. It's precisely because of this child's nature that I worry about him so much and keep him close to my heart. Even though I haven't taught him much, he will always be the disciple I am most proud of. Kakashi understood Tamakamoto Doichi's feelings, for he felt the same way about Yoru. Meanwhile, Yoru, Sakura, and Naruto followed Sasuke to the Uchiha clan's compound. The quiet, almost eerie atmosphere made both Sakura and Naruto uneasy. Night was falling, and aside from the occasional chirp of insects or calls of birds, only the street lamps by the roadside cast their glow. The houses all around looked beautiful enough, but the streets were empty, so silent it felt like they had wandered into a ghost town. It was the first time Sakura and Naruto had come here, and they were completely unaccustomed to the mood. Naruto, so nervous he clung tightly to Yoru, as if afraid something sinister might leap out from the shadows. Sakura was frightened too, but she was determined not to show it in front of Sasuke. She walked beside Sasuke without saying a word. Sasuke, on the other hand, was already used to it. Though it was Yoru's first time here, not a trace of fear showed on him. His brows were knit together, his expression grave. It wasn't out of fear, he was simply thinking about how Sasuke had spent 5 years living in such an environment. It was almost unbelievable to imagine. To have lived here for 5 years. Yoru couldn't fathom how Sasuke managed to get through it. And for a 7-year-old child, to spend every single day for 5 years surrounded by such gloom, what kind of mental strength must he have developed? After all, whether it was Yoru, Naruto, or Sakura, none of them lived anywhere so deserted. Nothing at all compared to the somber, chilling grounds of the Uchiha clan. They walked on in silence for a long time, before Yoru finally asked, "Why did you keep living here?" Yoru didn't believe the village would have made Sasuke stay here all this time. There was hardly anyone around, and if something happened, help wouldn't arrive in time. Even if the third Hokage didn't care much for Sasuke's safety, with Uchiha Itachi watching from the outside, there's no way the third would have risked anything happening to Sasuke. In truth, the third did care a lot about Sasuke's safety. He would never have willingly let Sasuke live here. Sasuke glanced around, as if he had grown used to this environment. He spoke in a calm, detached tone. Living here makes me feel as though they haven't really left. Uraha immediately understood who Sasuke was referring to. For a moment, Uraha found himself at a loss for words. He simply couldn't imagine what Sasuke had endured all these years. Sakura watched Sasuke's furrowed brow and felt a pang of sympathy. Yet she, too, didn't know how to comfort him. Only now did Sakura truly experience the pain in Sasuke's heart firsthand. The entire clan had been wiped out. She couldn't even fathom what it would be like if her own parents were murdered or if she returned home to a house stripped of their familiar voices and nagging. In the past, she might have thought such freedom would be relaxing. But now, she just felt fortunate that, unlike Sasuke, her family was still alive. Naruto, unusually, remained silent. He could understand Sasuke's situation. Sasuke had once known happiness, only to lose it all in a single night. Naruto, on the other hand, had never possessed such happiness in the first place. Yet, their feelings were worlds apart. No one spoke as they walked through what used to be the main street of the Uchiha clan, until at last they arrived at Sasuke's home. It had to be said, Sasuke's house truly bore the grandeur of an old and prestigious family. The place was enormous. Among them all, Sasuke's home was certainly the largest. But within this vast house, emptiness reigned. Living there alone each day would test anyone's courage. Anyone faint of heart might be scared out of their wits. In the living room, they gathered and sat together. It was Sasuke's first time inviting classmates over. In the past, his mother would have come out to greet the guests. Now, only Sasuke remained. They sat in silence for a long while, no one speaking. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Jeriah finally broke the silence. Sasuke, did your clan leave behind any guidance on training the Sharingan? Sasuke shook his head. It was probably all taken by that old fox Danzo. Jeriah thought to himself. I remember Kakashi-sensei once mentioned some traits of the Sharingan. He continued aloud. At these words, Sasuke lifted his head, looking at Jeriah with a glimmer of hope. Jeriah paused to gather his thoughts. The Sharingan can only be awakened through intense, emotional upheaval. When you first awaken your Sharingan, did you experience something truly overwhelming? Sasuke fell silent. He remembered the night his clan was destroyed. His jaw clenched, fists trembling as he struggled to hold back a surge of emotion. Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke with concern. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura asked gently. Jeriah said nothing, quietly observing Sasuke. He knew exactly what Sasuke was recalling. It seems your awakening of the Sharingan was far from easy. Intense emotional fluctuations, whether it's the deepest hatred, the most passionate love, or even overwhelming jealousy. I believe all of these can trigger the awakening of the Sharingan. Sasuke lifted his head and looked at Jeriah. He knew a few things about it. When he was a child, Itachi Uchiha had once told him. In fact, Sasuke knew about the Mangekyo Sharingan, though he didn't know its true name. Back when Itachi left, he'd shown it to Sasuke. After thinking for a moment, Sasuke told Jeriah Itachi's Sharingan was different from any other I've seen. Instead of Tomo, it was a much more intricate pattern. Oh, could it be that there's a form of the Sharingan beyond the 3 Tomo stage? Jeriah asked. Of course, Jeriah was well aware of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Sasuke didn't know that yet. He wanted to guide Sasuke toward realizing its existence. Sasuke fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura were utterly confused by the conversation between Jeriah and Sasuke. They didn't have the faintest idea what the two were talking about. Neither of them knew much about the Uchiha clan, except for the general impression that it was a powerful family, one that had been wiped out. Sasuke glanced at Jeriah, uncertainty in his voice as he said, maybe. Itachi's Sharingan was incredibly strong. Jeriah knew Sasuke was starting to realize that there truly existed a form of the Sharingan beyond the 3 Tomo stage. He suggested, maybe there are records of this in your clan's old texts. Looking back at how Sasuke returned to Kenoha during the 4th Great Ninja War, it was clear that Danzo hadn't managed to steal all the Uchiha clan's documents. For Danzo, the most valuable materials were probably those related to the Sharingan itself. He likely had little interest in the clan's broader historical records. Suddenly, something occurred to Sasuke. Our clan's shrine probably has records about this sort of thing. Jeriah asked, do you know where it is? Want to go check out? Spurred on by Jeriah, Sasuke stood up, looking a little excited. Let's go see what we can find. Jeriah stood as well, saying, then let's go explore. There might even be something written about your brother's Sharingan. Sasuke frowned. He's not my brother. He couldn't stand hearing Jeriah call Itachi his brother. After all, Itachi had slaughtered their entire family. Even if they'd once been close, Sasuke couldn't forgive him now. Well, let's head out. Honestly, I'd like to learn more about your clan too. Naruto, Sakura, are you coming with us? Naruto and Sakura, who had been bewildered ever since the conversation started, quickly responded, of course we're coming. To the two of them, this whole thing just felt like a big adventure. In the past, outsiders would never have been allowed into the Uchiha clan's shrine. But now that the Uchiha clan is gone, Sasuke naturally doesn't care anymore. Before long, Sasuke led the group to the Uchiha clan shrine. Though the place was a bit run down, it was clear that someone had been maintaining it. It was most likely people from the village. After all, this shrine had once belonged to the Uchiha clan, and the village, if only for appearance's sake, would never allow such an important site to fall into ruin. The group arrived at the entrance of the shrine. Sakura and Naruto were both terrified. The place felt even more eerie and unsettling than the deserted street they just passed. Unable to keep calm, Sakura clung to Sasuke's sleeve with one hand. Naruto, meanwhile, gripped Jeriah's arm tightly, glancing nervously in all directions, as if expecting something dreadful to leap out at any moment. Jeriah could only sigh inwardly. He understood Naruto's nature well. Naruto actually wasn't that brave. So Jeriah simply let him be. Once inside the shrine, they found themselves surrounded by ancestral tablets honoring generations of the Uchiha clan. As he looked at the neatly arranged memorial tablets, Sasuke was momentarily lost in thought. He hadn't visited here in a very long time, and now, as before, nothing seemed to have changed. Jeriah stood in front of the tablets, his eyes tracing the countless names inscribed upon them. He could feel just how powerful the Uchiha clan had once been. To have a memorial tablet here meant you were one of the clan's elite. There were well over 100 tablets, a silent testament to the many Uchiha warriors who had fallen. Standing before these memorials, Jeriah bowed deeply, his expression solemn. After all, they weren't just here to uncover the clan's secrets or help Sasuke find the records of the Sharingan. Jeriah himself was genuinely interested in the Uchiha's history. Although the Kenoha Public Library contained some records about the Uchiha, the information was far from complete. Seeing Jeriah bow before the tablets, Naruto and Sakura, though unsure of the reason, followed his lead and bowed several times as well. Watching his companions, Sasuke felt a surge of emotion. He remembered how, in the past, the clan members would gather here to pay their respects. Sadly, no one does so anymore. Once they had finished paying their respects, Sasuke led the three of them to the back of the shrine. Behind the main hall stood a massive stone monument lying flat on the ground. Pointing to the monument, Sasuke explained, "I once saw our clan members enter the shrine through here. There's a hidden chamber below where the Uchiha clan's records are kept, but I don't know how to open the stone monument. Back then, it was my father who brought me inside." Naruto and Sakura had no idea what was going on, so they stood quietly off to the side, saying nothing. Their worldview had been shaken more than once today. For the first time, both of them truly sensed the vast gulf between a ninja clan and ordinary people. Jeriah stared at the stone tablet for a long while, then turned to Sasuke and said, "I think the way to open this tablet is actually inscribed right here on its surface. These mysterious characters up there must contain the method we need to unlock it. Try looking at the inscriptions with your Sharingan. You should be able to understand them." Sasuke was caught off guard for a moment. He had visited this place several times before, but each time, he failed to find any way to open the stone tablet. It had never occurred to him to use the Sharingan to read the symbols carved into the monument. But since Jeriah had suggested it, Sasuke thought perhaps there really was a way to unlock the secret inscribed upon the stone. Stepping up to the tablet, Sasuke's gaze sharpened in focus. He channeled Chakra into his eyes, activating the Sharingan. In an instant, his eyes shifted, the familiar pattern blooming within them. As he fixed his gaze on the tablet, he was astonished to find that all those mysterious characters, previously unreadable to him, now made perfect sense. A gleam of delight appeared on Sasuke's face. "Jeriah, you were right. The instructions to open the tablet are right here, written on its surface." Jeriah smiled as well. "I guessed as much. The Uchiha would certainly devise a method that only their clan could decipher." Sasuke nodded, his spirits high. "I truly never thought of this before. So that's how it works." Reading the inscriptions, Sasuke now understood how to open the monument. When he finished, he turned to Jeriah and said, "I know how to open it now." Jeriah, already anticipating Sasuke's next move, motioned for Naruto and Sakura to step back a few paces with him. From the very beginning, Sakura and Naruto had been completely bewildered, having no idea what Jeriah and Sasuke were up to. In their minds, they wondered, weren't they supposed to be here for training? How had this turned into some kind of adventure game? To the two of them, the group's actions felt exactly like a daring quest. The setting certainly fit the mood. Sasuke took his place before the tablet, raising his hands to weave a series of seals. Sealing release. As Sasuke completed the technique, he pressed one hand firmly against the stone. As his chakra flowed from his palm into the monument, the massive stone began to slowly shift forward with a heavy, grinding sound. A thunderous rumble echoed as the ancient tablet moved, its weight immense, several tons at least. The ground shook, and dust billowed all around as the tablet was dragged from its resting place. Beneath where the stone had stood, a hidden passageway revealed itself. Sasuke was elated. He was finally about to uncover the secrets of the Sharingan. Jeriah, too, was filled with anticipation. Soon he would gain knowledge of the Uchiha clan's storied history. Jeriah wasn't particularly interested in the clan's jutsu. He knew well that most Uchiha techniques were tied to the Sharingan. Learning them wouldn't be of much use to him. But the history of the Uchiha clan, that Jeriah found deeply fascinating. After all, his understanding of the Uchiha clan had faded with time. His memory was already patchy, and even back when he watched Naruto, the show never went into much detail about the Uchiha clan's history. Meanwhile, Sakura and Naruto felt as if they had just discovered a long-lost treasure trove. The two of them had always treated this whole operation like an adventure game. Once the stone tablet was completely moved aside, it revealed a passage leading down into an underground chamber. A chilly draft blew out from within. Naruto and Sakura shivered involuntarily. The eerie atmosphere made both of them quite nervous. But seeing that Jeriah and Sasuke weren't afraid at all, they felt too embarrassed to say anything. Sasuke turned to look at Jeriah. In the past, it had always been his father who brought him here. He had no idea if there were any hidden traps in the chamber. He didn't dare to just lead Jeriah, Naruto, and the others down there recklessly. Uraha smiled. Let's head down and take a look first. Sasuke nodded. He was worried there might be traps in the chamber. If anything happened, Sakura and Naruto could get hurt. Though Sasuke often seemed dismissive toward Sakura and Naruto, deep down, they had long since become close friends to him. Otherwise, he never would have agreed to let the two of them come to the Uchiha clan shrine at all. Sakura and Naruto glanced around nervously, realizing that staying up here was even scarier than following Uraha and Sasuke below. So they blurted out, Uraha, Sasuke, we'll come too. We're not afraid. Uraha glanced at the two of them. Their fear was written all over their faces. After thinking for a moment, Uraha sighed helplessly. But there could be traps in the chamber. It's dangerous for all of us to go down together. Sasuke nodded in agreement, echoing Uraha's concern. Sakura stepped forward and said, since Sasuke's been here before, it can't be that dangerous, right? Seeing Sakura's frightened expression, Uraha shook his head, clearly exasperated. Sasuke, take them with us. He knew the two of them were only insisting out of fear, but he didn't call them out on it. Sasuke glanced at Uraha and instantly understood what he meant. Though he was still a bit worried about their safety, the thought of having Uraha there reassured him, so he agreed. As soon as Uraha and Sasuke gave their approval, Sakura and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since they arrived, they'd been on edge. The whole place was just too creepy and oppressive. They couldn't imagine how Sasuke had managed to live in such an environment for so many years. The four of them made their way to the entrance of the underground chamber. A stone staircase led down into the darkness, and from the top, it was impossible to see what lay within. The chamber below was pitch black. Sasuke looked to Uraha, who gave a nod, and the two of them stepped into the chamber first. Sakura and Naruto followed closely behind, moving with utmost caution. Even Sasuke couldn't help but feel a bit tense. In the past, whenever he came here with his father, there were always people inside the hidden chamber. Now, he had no idea whether the chamber was rigged with traps. Step by step, the four of them entered the hidden chamber. The passageway was entirely built of stone. Fortunately, as they entered, lights along the walls flickered on automatically, illuminating the way. But the brighter it became, the more Uraha felt the danger lurking ahead. They walked for a dozen meters or so and still hadn't reached the chamber itself. The corridor was long, and none of them spoke. The silence only made the atmosphere more tense. Sakura walked right behind Sasuke, clutching the back of his shirt. Naruto had drawn a kunai, gripping it tightly, while his other hand held fast to Uraha's clothes. In the corridor, only the sound of their footsteps echoed, each step ringing out loud and clear. As they turned a corner, a sudden rush of air shattered the silence. It happened so fast, Naruto and Sakura didn't even have time to react. Sasuke, who had already activated his Sharingan, caught sight of the danger just in time. But when he saw the incoming weapons with his Sharingan, he was terrified. Countless kunai and shuriken were hurtling straight toward them. Their speed was astonishing, much faster and heavier than any ninja could throw. The very air trembled with the force, producing sharp, cracking sounds. Watch out! Sasuke shouted a warning, but his body couldn't keep up with what his eyes saw. All he could do was cry out to alert the others. But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, a storm of kunai and shuriken appeared right before them. Sasuke could only watch helplessly as the weapons exploded toward them. At that moment, regret washed over Sasuke. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let them come in with me. Guilt weighed on him. There was simply no way he could block this many kunai and shuriken at such speed and force. It was all too much. His body couldn't even react. The dense barrage of weapons was less than a meter away, and he hadn't even managed to move. If Sasuke was frozen like this, Sakura and Naruto were even worse off. They hadn't even seen the kunai and shuriken appear. All they heard was Sasuke's warning. Without any idea what was coming so close, they both looked confused, not understanding why Sasuke had told them to be careful. Just as the hail of weapons was about to strike them, a flash of golden light blazed forth. With a sharp crackle, lightning-style thunder net, a shimmering barrier of lightning sprang up in an instant. Kunai and shuriken slammed into the golden shield all at once. For a moment, the clang of metal filled the air, sparks flying, shards of iron scattering everywhere. Damaged weapons struck the stone walls, punching countless tiny holes into the surrounding rock. For a full 2 seconds, the barrage of kunai and shuriken continued relentlessly. Hundreds of weapons hammered against the golden barrier. It was only after the clamor of metal striking metal faded, and the sparks vanished, that Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura finally managed to react. They looked up at the golden radiance enveloping them. Arcs of golden lightning, brimming with a terrifying energy, crackled across its surface. These streaks of golden light converged, weaving an impenetrable shield that held them safely within its center. Sasuke and Naruto had never witnessed a jutsu like this before, but Sakura had. She turned to Night Feather. Night Feather, if it weren't for you, we'd be done for. That scared me to death. Because she'd seen it once before, Sakura was still shaken, but not incredulous. Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, had never seen Night Feather unleash such overwhelming power. They stood frozen, stunned beyond words by the sheer force Night Feather had displayed. They'd watched him fight a few times before, but never had they seen him use lightning-style ninjutsu. When Night Feather had battled Naruto in his berserk state, he had used this very technique, but Naruto had lost consciousness and remembered nothing of it. The light from Night Feather's lightning style, Thunder Net, was almost blinding, dazzling to the point of pain. But none of that mattered now. Both boys stared in awe, as if witnessing a miracle. Neither noticed that, when Night Feather unleashed the Thunder Net, he hadn't formed a single hand sign. That's right, after some refinement, Night Feather's lightning-style techniques no longer required hand seals. He only needed to gather chakra, and the jutsu would erupt forth. Just moments ago, sensing danger, Night Feather had instantly cast the Thunder Net, almost as if it responded to his will alone. After a while, Sasuke and Naruto finally snapped out of their shock, turning to face Night Feather. Night Feather, is this your power? Night Feather replied calmly. Let's head inside first. Stay alert. There really are traps in here. Curiosity about Night Feather's power simmered in Sasuke and Naruto's eyes, but for now, they had to set their questions aside and press on. Night Feather kept the Thunder Net active, not just to light their way, but also as a shield against any sudden attacks. The four of them pressed forward into the hidden chamber. After another dozen meters, they glimpsed the end of the passage. As distant torches flickered to life, they saw it, the Uchiha clan's crest, emblazoned at the very center of the chamber. We finally arrived. But just as they were about to step inside, disaster struck. Without warning, flames erupted from the surrounding walls. Roaring torrents of fire surged toward them. The corridor leading to the chamber, a stretch of 5 or 6 meters, was instantly engulfed in blazing heat. All four found themselves trapped at the heart of the inferno. Yet, as soon as the flames collided with the Thunder Net, they were blasted away, unable to touch those within. A vacuum zone formed between the flames and the web of lightning. The fire, hot enough to melt steel, couldn't so much as disturb the web of lightning. Not even the four people sheltered within felt the slightest hint of heat. Still, surrounded by a sea of fire, watching the scarlet flames roar all around them, each of them couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the spectacle. They even saw cracks appear along what had once been smooth walls. Those fissures were the work of the relentless flames. It was clear just how scorching this fire truly was. Yet despite such terrifying heat, not only were they unharmed, but they couldn't even sense any warmth. All of this was thanks to the golden lightning that shielded them. Once again, the three companions found themselves awestruck by Jeriah's strength. Jeriah himself hadn't wanted to use such a technique, but the trap set by the Uchiha clan here unleashed fire far too intense for any water-style jutsu to withstand. Besides, in a sealed space like this, unleashing water-style techniques to clash with such fierce flames would create an enormous amount of steam, likely reducing the entire shrine to rubble in an instant. Jeriah could only sigh inwardly at the situation. You Uchihas really don't pull any punches. These two traps alone would be impossible for even a jonin to handle. Sasuke shot Jeriah a glare. I never ran into these traps when I came here before. Obviously, they could be deactivated. And you say even a jonin couldn't handle them, but look at what you're doing right now. Traps that would overwhelm any jonin, yet you're handling them with ease. You don't even look the slightest bit tired. Jeriah could feel the envy and jealousy radiating from Sasuke. But he had no desire to stay here any longer. With the flames still raging, each extra second in this place drained a great deal of chakra. The fire's heat was immense, and the web of lightning consumed a lot of chakra to maintain. Even with his rapid chakra recovery, Jeriah didn't want to linger a moment longer. Above all, he didn't want to give Sasuke and Naruto any more reason to envy him. Let's move on. Any longer, and we'll be roasted alive. Though none of them could feel the heat, Sasuke and the others genuinely believed Jeriah was struggling to keep the jutsu going. After all, anyone could tell just by looking that the flames were incredibly hot. The fire glowed so brightly it hurt the eyes, making it obvious the temperature was off the charts. Sasuke, who had mastered some fire-style techniques himself, understood better than anyone that the fire from this trap was far more intense than anything he could produce. Once the group entered the secret chamber, the flames in the corridor finally faded away. The once smooth, gleaming walls were now charred, rough, and covered in countless cracks. If the fire had lasted any longer, the stone itself might have been reduced to ash. As soon as they stepped into the chamber, the oil lamps around them flickered to life on their own. The entire secret chamber was illuminated, revealing every detail in full view. Yoru took in the ancient, dignified atmosphere of the room and nodded approvingly. As expected of a great clan, only with years of heritage can you create such a sense of timelessness. While Yoru was admiring the chamber's arrangement, Sasuke stood in front of him, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. Naruto was doing the same. Sakura, startled by the intensity of their stares, hid behind Yoru's back. Before long, Yoru also became aware of their fervent attention. He instinctively took a step back, wary that their intentions might be somewhat unusual. "What's up?" he asked, slightly on guard. Sasuke's voice was cold. "That jutsu you just used, did Kakashi teach it to you?" "Yeah, that's right. It must have been Kakashi-sensei who taught you, right?" Naruto chimed in. Yoru let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei taught it to me. Is there a problem with that?" he replied. Although the technique was actually one Yoru had created himself, he had no intention of admitting it. After all, by saying this, the two would direct their curiosity elsewhere, towards Kakashi, not him. Meanwhile, back at home, Kakashi was relaxing with a newly purchased novel when he suddenly sneezed several times in quick succession. He looked out the window, frowning. "Who keeps thinking about me? It must be that guy, he muttered to himself. With that, he returned to his book, completely absorbed. Clearly, Jeriah's latest work was quite captivating. Back in the secret chamber, upon hearing that Kakashi had taught the technique, both Sasuke and Naruto looked a bit disgruntled. "Kakashi treats you so well. He even shares such powerful jutsu with you," Sasuke said with a hint of jealousy. Naruto nodded in agreement. "If you didn't look so different from Kakashi-sensei, I'd honestly believe you were his son." Yoru was left speechless. "There's no need to be so upset about it," he explained. "If you want to learn, and you meet the requirements, Kakashi-sensei would definitely teach you too. The reason he hasn't taught you isn't that he doesn't want to. It's just that you haven't mastered enough of the basics yet. How could he possibly teach you something so advanced? The jutsu I just used is actually a forbidden technique. If you're not careful, it could backfire and you wouldn't even know what hit you. So, for now, you'd be better off honing your fundamentals." Hearing Yoru's words, Sasuke nodded in agreement. On this point, he concurred. He'd trained with both his father and Itachi before, and he understood the importance of a solid foundation. Naruto, on the other hand, was unconvinced. He stood off to the side, arms crossed, and muttered, "But you made it look so easy. There wasn't any danger at all. You're just trying to scare us." Although he knew Yoru was strong, Naruto was still convinced that Kakashi had taught him the technique. If he could just learn it, he was certain he wouldn't be any worse than Yoru. If Naruto found out that he doesn't have any lightning chakra nature, and that learning this jutsu would be extremely difficult for him, who knows how he'd feel about it. Sakura stood behind Jeriah, watching him spin his tail. Though Sakura didn't know the details of Jeriah's jutsu, she had witnessed several of Kakashi's battles. In both of Kakashi's encounters with Zabuza, even when he was cornered and desperate, he never used it. Clearly, this jutsu was not something Kakashi had taught Jeriah. Otherwise, Kakashi would have used it in battle. Still, she chose not to expose him. More and more, she was convinced that Jeriah was far stronger than Kakashi. After all, she had been by Jeriah's side during several fights, and the power he displayed far surpassed Kakashi's. Moreover, Jeriah's lightning release was golden, whereas Kakashi's was blue. They weren't even the same color, and it was obvious that Jeriah's lightning techniques were much more powerful than Kakashi's. If someone claimed Kakashi had taught Jeriah lightning release, she simply wouldn't believe it. Standing behind Jeriah, watching him, Sakura couldn't help but wonder, "Jeriah, who are you really?" From the very first day she met him, Sakura had found Jeriah mysterious. He was like a black hole, impossible to truly understand. Jeriah didn't respond to Naruto's comment. He changed the subject, saying, "Let's see if we can find any records about the Sharingan here. Don't forget why we came here in the first place." With Jeriah's reminder, everyone suddenly remembered their purpose in coming here. They each began searching the secret room. Jeriah didn't join in. Instead, his gaze fell on a stone beneath the Uchiha clan crest. There were mysterious characters carved into the stone. So this is the stone that records the history of the Uchiha clan? But it seems Black Zetsu altered it, turning Madara Uchiha, after decades of scheming, into nothing but a pawn. Soon, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura placed the books they'd found in front of Jeriah. "These are all the books from the secret room. We shouldn't have missed anything." Jeriah glanced at the stack of books laid out before him. "Sasuke, are you sure we're allowed to look at these? These concern the secrets of your Uchiha clan." He didn't open them, but instead asked Sasuke if he was willing to let them read. Naruto, who had already reached out to open a book, quickly withdrew his hand. He and Sakura both looked to Sasuke. Sasuke replied calmly, "The Uchiha clan is gone. There's no point leaving these records here to gather dust. If we don't read them, what's the use? Go ahead and take a look. Who knows, there might be some jutsu in there that could help you." For Sasuke, the Uchiha clan was already destroyed. Now he had only one goal, to become strong enough to seek out Uchiha Itachi and take his revenge. All this information meant little to him. With Sasuke's permission, Yoru finally spoke. "All right then, let's take a look." Each of them picked up a book. Yoru chose the history of the Uchiha clan. Naruto picked up the book that recorded the clan's ninjutsu techniques. Sakura took the one that documented Uchiha clan's genjutsu. Sasuke, meanwhile, grabbed the book about the Sharingan. For a while, the secret chamber was silent. No one spoke. Their attention was entirely on the books in their hands. After a long time, Yoru was the first to close his book. He now had a general understanding of the Uchiha clan's history. So many things he hadn't remembered were written there. Even the history before Uchiha Madara was recorded in meticulous detail. After finishing, Yoru sighed with admiration. Madara Uchiha truly deserved to be called the clan's greatest shinobi. He takes up a full tenth of the entire record. You have to realize, the history of the Uchiha clan stretches back over 1,000 years. Yet a tenth of all that history was devoted to Madara Uchiha alone. It was clear just how important Madara was to his clan. Yoru glanced at Sasuke, who was still absorbed in his reading, and asked, "So, do you know what kind of Sharingan comes after the 3 Tomo?" Sasuke looked up, confused. He'd been so focused on how to develop the Sharingan that he hadn't read that far ahead. Seeing Sasuke's baffled expression, Yoru rubbed his forehead. "Are you sure you're focusing on the right thing? Don't start by looking for ways to develop the Sharingan. First, you should understand what types of Sharingan exist and what makes them unique. These are the basics. Your father didn't teach you this, did he?" Yoru remembered that Fugaku Uchiha had only shown Sasuke a few fire-style jutsu. As for using the Sharingan or understanding its traits, there was no way he would have taught that, since Sasuke hadn't awakened his eyes back then. At most, Sasuke only knew some basic properties of the Sharingan, knowledge that even outsiders could pick up. Sasuke looked a bit embarrassed. There are so many methods for developing the Sharingan in here. I just got caught up reading about them. Sakura and Naruto both looked over. They hadn't figured out much either. As for Naruto, he had no idea what the book was even talking about. He recognized the words, but when they were put together, he just couldn't make sense of them. That was the limit of what being at the bottom of his ninja class could offer. At the academy, the only things he'd learned were how to read and a few basic tools for throwing ninja weapons, and even then his skills weren't great. As for the theory behind ninja arts and techniques, it was best not to expect too much for Naruto. Sakura, on the other hand, understood what she was reading, and she gained a lot from it. She found herself deeply interested in several of the illusion techniques described in the book. She was astonished by the sheer power of the Uchiha clan's genjutsu. In her heart, she couldn't help but marvel, as expected of the Uchiha, the former noble clan of Kenoha. Although most of the illusions recorded in the book require the use of the Sharingan, there were a few that could be performed without it. It was precisely those techniques that caught Sakura's attention. Seeing the 3 of them looking over, Jeriah spoke up. "I've finished reading about the history of the Uchiha clan. It says that after the 3 Tomo Sharingan, there exists an eye technique called the Mangekyo Sharingan. This eye holds mysterious powers, and within it are hidden, formidable ocular jutsu. I believe that the eyes Uchiha Itachi possesses are the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he truly has the Mangekyo, then he's definitely not someone easy to deal with. Throughout the Uchiha clan's 1,000-year history, very few shinobi have been able to awaken to the Mangekyo Sharingan. So few, in fact, that you could count them on one hand. According to the records, even before Kenoha was founded, there was an Uchiha shinobi named Madara who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His power was so overwhelming that no shinobi in the entire ninja world at the time dared to meet his gaze. And those eyes possessed powers akin to those of God, capable of destroying a nation with ease and even controlling the Nine Tails. Sasuke was left speechless by Jeriah's words. He hadn't known any of this. In fact, it wasn't just Sasuke. Even Sakura and Naruto were utterly stunned after hearing Jeriah's account. Naruto, his expression grave, asked, "A power that can wipe out an entire country. What kind of strength is that? And that kind of I can't control the Nine Tails?" Naruto was well aware of just how powerful the Nine Tails was, even though his memory was always hazy or even completely lost after he lost control. He only needed to look at the destruction left in the aftermath or listen to Sakura describe it to understand the terror of the Nine Tails' power. And yet, such a fearsome beast could be controlled. What's more, there wasn't just one pair of these eyes. Sasuke's brother had them as well. Although Naruto harbored deep resentment toward the Nine Tails, it was, after all, sealed inside him, which meant the Mangekyo Sharingan could easily control him, too. Naruto was deeply worried. He trusted Jeriah wouldn't lie to him. In this world, there truly was a power capable of controlling the Nine Tails, and it wasn't even that difficult to wield. Naruto's trembling voice drew everyone's gaze to him. Jeriah reassured him, "Don't worry. Once you've earned the Nine Tails' acknowledgement, even a Mangekyo Sharingan will struggle to control you. It's easy for the Mangekyo to control a Jinchuriki, but the tailed beast within can often break free of its influence. The prerequisite is that the tailed beast inside, the Jinchuriki, must be willing to help break the illusion. Most Jinchuriki, in reality, cannot coexist peacefully with their tailed beasts. They could never be like Killer Bee. That's why, for many Jinchuriki, once they fall under the control of a Sharingan, it's over for them." Jeriah glanced at Naruto's stomach and continued, "Besides, even if you truly did fall under the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, Kurama would definitely help you break free. After all, you're his Jinchuriki. If something happened to you, he'd be in trouble too." Hearing this explanation, Naruto let out a breath of relief. He really had been worried. After all, this record had everything to do with him. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself stunned by the overwhelming power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In Jeriah's description, the Mangekyo Sharingan was simply too powerful. Especially when Jeriah mentioned Uchiha Madara, no ninja in the entire shinobi world could bear to meet his gaze directly. So strong, so awe-inspiring. That was exactly the kind of power Sasuke longed for. Clenching his fists, Sasuke's eyes narrowed with determination. "As long as I awaken to the Mangekyo Sharingan, I'll be able to kill him, right? I have to be able to." "I'm afraid you'll have to work hard," Jeriah replied. "After all, it's clear that Uchiha Itachi also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. But I've always believed that, in the future, you'll surpass him, and by a great margin." Sasuke paused for a moment, looking at Jeriah in confusion. "Why are you so sure?" Jeriah smiled. "Because I can see it. You have incredible potential. Most importantly, you have a goal you must accomplish, and you're the kind of person who's willing to give up everything to achieve it. That's why I have faith in you." Of course, these words were all made up by Jeriah, but the outcome was certain. After all, Jeriah knew what the future held. He just seemed to have forgotten that his own appearance had already changed so much. Hearing Jeriah's words, Sasuke's expression grew complicated. Jeriah believed in him, but that kind of expectation felt like a heavy burden. He wasn't sure when it had started, but Jeriah had become incredibly important to him. The expectations of someone important weighed down on him all the more. Still, Sasuke gathered his courage and replied coldly, "Of course, I'll make it happen, and one day, I'll defeat you too." Maybe it was seeing the fire in Sasuke's eyes, but Naruto refused to be left behind. He stood up, clenching his fists as he declared to Jeriah, "Me too. One day, I'll definitely beat you, Jeriah." "Sasuke, for once, we actually agree on something." Naruto turned to Sasuke, his eyes shining with anticipation. But Sasuke ignored him. Though he truly did want to surpass Jeriah one day, he couldn't muster much confidence. In his heart, Jeriah had already become someone even more powerful and even harder to surpass than Uchiha Itachi. But he didn't feel any hostility toward Jeriah, because he truly regarded Jeriah as his friend. A very important friend. In the past, every conversation he'd had with Jeriah had brought him valuable insights. He also understood that Jeriah genuinely cared for him. After all these years, Jeriah seemed to be the one person who truly looked out for him. Of course, all of this was just Sasuke's own perception. Jeriah's real motivation for saying those things was largely because he hoped Sasuke wouldn't cling to him. He found it troublesome. Now, Sasuke felt that defeating Uchiha Itachi was a real possibility. In fact, following Jeriah's advice, it seemed entirely achievable. But he couldn't imagine himself ever surpassing Jeriah. Jeriah was growing at a pace that left him far behind. At this point, Sasuke couldn't even catch a glimpse of Jeriah's silhouette on the horizon. Naturally, he no longer tried to chase after Jeriah. If the gap between them were smaller, perhaps he'd feel a twinge of jealousy. But when you can't even see the other person's shadow, it's unlikely you'd consider them a rival. After all, how can someone be your opponent if you don't even know where they are? That was exactly what Sasuke was thinking at this moment. So he disagreed with Naruto's words. In fact, he thought Naruto was being a bit of an idiot. Anyone with half a brain could see the vast gulf between their abilities. Yet Naruto had this inexplicable confidence that he'd be able to surpass Jeriah by tomorrow, and Sasuke simply couldn't relate. When Sasuke ignored him, Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, Sasuke. Don't tell me you think you'll never be able to surpass Jeriah." Seeing the two of them about to come to blows, Uraha had no choice but to step in and hold Naruto back. All right, Naruto, I'm right here. I welcome your challenges, anytime. So just focus on working hard. There's no need to keep harping on about it. Sasuke probably feels the same way you do, but who wants to keep saying it out loud? A true powerhouse should carry themselves with the confidence of one. They wouldn't be as restless as you are. The strongest people are often the quietest. Just take action. The less you say, the cooler you seem, right? Naruto was left speechless, completely taken aback. He even started imagining himself as a master, pinning Uraha beneath his feet, with Sakura throwing herself into his arms. He couldn't help but break into a grin at the thought. Uraha was at a loss for words. Can't even keep a straight face with your daydreams. Huh? Uraha shook his head, a little exasperated. For someone with Naruto's personality to accomplish such things, Uraha thought it was nothing short of a miracle. Sakura could also guess what Naruto was thinking. She distanced herself from him. Naruto stayed lost in Uraha's words for quite some time. It seemed Uraha's advice had really struck a chord with him. Afterwards, he even tried to mimic Sasuke's cool and stoic expression. But with his personality, it didn't take long before he broke character. Uraha didn't bother with him anymore. Sasuke turned to Uraha and asked, "That Uchiha Madara you mentioned earlier, who is he? Is he really that powerful?" Sasuke was still deeply interested in matters like these. Sakura was actually quite curious as well. She knew the Uchiha clan was a prestigious family, but she had rarely heard of any true masters coming from them. Of course, that was because the Uchiha clan had been wiped out when Sakura was still very young. So how would she have heard any stories? And even among the ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, there was very little known about Uchiha Madara. What was even more surprising was that even the Uchiha themselves knew little about Madara. Even Jeriah had no idea why the history of the Uchiha clan was sealed away in this place, rather than being passed down to the younger generation. In fact, it wasn't just the Uchiha. Most Kenohan ninja knew little of their own predecessors' history. Despite the fact that the first Hokage, one of Kenoha's founders, was such a fascinating figure, there was barely any discussion about him. Many ninja didn't even know the first Hokage's real name. It was truly unbelievable. If even Hashirama Senju was treated this way, then it was no wonder that Madara Uchiha, an even more controversial figure, was barely mentioned. Sasuke's understanding of Uchiha Madara was a complete blank. He knew absolutely nothing. Now that Jeriah understood this, he began to explain. According to what's recorded above, Uchiha Madara was once the head of the Uchiha clan, a powerful ninja who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and a legendary figure who, together with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, ended the warring era of the ninja. What's more, he was one of the founders of the Hidden Leaf Village, joining hands with the first Hokage. He possessed enough strength to destroy an entire nation, and his ninjutsu was powerful enough to reshape the very landscape. However, in the end, he and the first Hokage had different visions for how the village should develop, so Madara chose to leave Kenoha. No one really knows what happened after that, but eventually he returned to the village, intending to forcefully change its course. The first Hokage intervened, and the two clashed at the Valley of the End, a place that was itself created by the force of their jutsu. It just goes to show that both Madara and the first Hokage possessed power far beyond anything seen in this era. In fact, at that time, Madara's strength in the ninja world was second only to the first Hokage. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were all left speechless by these stories. They simply couldn't imagine just how powerful Madara must have been to match the descriptions Jeriah had given. After finishing, Jeriah turned to Sasuke and said earnestly, "Sasuke, I believe that one day you'll be just as strong as Madara Uchiha. Maybe even stronger. Oh, and take a look in your book. See how the Mangekyo Sharingan is described." Jeriah's words snapped all three of them out of their reverie. As the trio looked at him with a mix of awe and longing, Jeriah couldn't help but sigh. "Why are you all staring at me? We have more important things to do. There'll be plenty of time for these stories later." Even Sasuke himself hadn't realized how much his personality had changed during this time spent with Uraha. He was no longer as extreme as before, nor as reckless. Although he still harbored the desire for revenge, he now believed in Uraha's words and understood the need to proceed step by step. He glanced at Naruto and Sakura sitting on either side of him, and at Uraha standing before him. He discovered that he was not alone. Now, there were too many people he couldn't bear to lose. Uraha himself had no idea that the words he had tossed out just to stop Sasuke from pestering and troubling him had been taken to heart. It had even changed Sasuke's entire outlook. Sasuke opened the records at the back of the book. Uraha, Naruto, and Sakura all leaned in, eager to see what the Mangekyo Sharingan was truly like. Seeing the three of them draw close, If it had been in the past, Sasuke would have disliked anyone invading his personal space. But now, he only felt a sense of warmth. A ray of sunlight had pierced the coldness that had encased his heart for so many years. The group was utterly stunned by the abilities described in the book about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though Jeriah already knew how powerful the Mangekyo Sharingan was, reading the account still left him shaken. I knew it. The Mangekyo Sharingan is nothing short of a god's eye, Jeriah exclaimed in awe. Sasuke, too, was astonished. He hadn't expected the Mangekyo Sharingan to be so powerful. Susanoo, that's the power of a god, Sasuke murmured in amazement. Even Naruto and Sakura were left speechless by the description of the Mangekyo's power in the book. Naruto, who had been so confident just moments ago, was now frozen in place. Does such power really exist? He wondered aloud. Sakura remained silent. Jeriah replied to Naruto's question, of course it exists. After all, these records are secret Uchiha knowledge. They have no reason to exaggerate for outsiders. Besides, if creatures as powerful as the Ninetales exist, then surely there must also be powers capable of rivaling them. And to establish a village during the chaos of the shinobi world, without strength strong enough to suppress others, no clan would have ever submitted. Ninja clans from other countries wouldn't have simply allowed the village to be founded, either. All I can say is, the strength of our predecessors far exceeds our imagination, especially legends like Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. How unimaginably strong must those two have been, to cast such a shadow over an entire era. After a long while, Sasuke closed the book in his hands, stood up, and declared with unwavering determination, I want to become stronger. Since the Sharingan has such incredible potential, I believe that with my own efforts, I'll catch up to the legendary Uchiha Madara. Seeing Sasuke finally turn his gaze away from himself, Jeriah was truly delighted. He quickly added, if you ask me, you have the potential to surpass your ancestors. As long as Sasuke wasn't staring at him, Jeriah could praise him to the skies without restraint. Besides, it wasn't exactly a lie. Sasuke truly would surpass Uchiha Madara in the future. Sasuke turned to Jeriah and said, Jeriah, don't fall behind on my path to strength. His words brimmed with self-confidence, and even bordered on arrogance. Jeriah didn't mind at all, as long as Sasuke stopped watching him so closely. With a gentle smile, Jeriah replied, of course. Naruto also clenched his fist and declared, I'll work hard to become as strong as the first Hokage. Don't forget, Sasuke. In the end, Uchiha Madara was defeated by the first Hokage. But Sasuke showed no interest in Naruto's words. With Jeriah present, Sasuke didn't see Naruto as his real rival. Instead, it was Jeriah whom Sasuke set his sights on, the one he aimed to surpass. Naturally, Jeriah encouraged Naruto as well, saying, Naruto, you really do have that potential. You have a physique just like the first Hokage, and, on top of that, you possess the power of the Nine Tails. If you can earn the Nine Tails recognition one day, your chakra will instantly reach the level of the first Hokage. With the vitality of the Uzumaki clan in your blood, I honestly believe you could catch up with, or even surpass the first Hokage. Jeriah gave Naruto's shoulder a firm pat, his tone earnest and sincere. Naruto was so fired up by these words that he was ready to dash out and start training right then and there. Sakura watched her two teammates, Naruto and Sasuke, both so full of determination and lofty goals, while she herself felt lost and uncertain, almost in a daze. Noticing the look on Sakura's face, Jeriah said, Sakura, your chakra control is excellent. You should focus on practicing Jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Besides, you have real talent for taijutsu. You could ask Kakashi-sensei for guidance in that area. I think you have great potential there. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Jeriah to notice her at all, but his words gave her a sense of purpose. She now knew what to aim for, to master taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. Jeriah hadn't suggested Sakura seek out Guy for taijutsu training, since his style wasn't suitable for her. What Sakura needed was Tsunade's type of taijutsu. It was a style that relied on precise chakra control, something only Tsunade could truly teach. With Tsunade absent, Kakashi was a better choice than Guy. Kakashi also excelled at controlling chakra, and his taijutsu was refined and precise. Sakura agreed wholeheartedly with Jeriah's advice, nodding seriously. Yes, I'll do my best. Jeriah breathed a sigh of relief. At last, the attention of these three wouldn't be focused solely on him. After the four of them had finished reading every book they could find in the secret chamber, they left it behind. When they left, the mechanisms of the chamber had been deactivated. Originally, Sasuke wanted to take these books out with him, but Jeriah persuaded him that it was better to leave them here, where secrecy was much easier to maintain. It would be a real problem if they got lost outside. Sasuke did not object to this suggestion. By the time they emerged from the secret chamber, it was already the early hours of the morning. They had spent several hours inside. Stepping out, they felt as if they had crossed from one world into another. They had uncovered many secrets about the Uchiha clan and learned a great deal about the history of Kenoha as well. At this point, they knew more about the village's past than many of the senior jonin. As Sasuke carefully manipulated the monument stone to close off the chamber, Jeriah sighed and said, "This is the foundation of a great clan. Sasuke, I think aside from seeking revenge for your family, there's something even more important you need to do, something that matters even more than vengeance." Once the monument was back in place, Sasuke turned to Jeriah, puzzled, and asked, "What could possibly be more important than avenging my family?" Jeriah placed a firm hand on Sasuke's shoulder, his tone serious. "You have to carry on the Uchiha bloodline. Right now, there are only two Uchihas left, you and Itachi. Think about it. If you succeed in getting your revenge, Itachi will die, right? If he dies, you'll be the only Uchiha left. If you don't leave behind any descendants, won't the Uchiha clan vanish completely?" Sasuke was struck dumb. He had never considered this before. As Jeriah spoke, Sakura's face had turned bright red beside him. Naruto, on the other hand, looked utterly confused. He still hadn't figured out what Jeriah meant. "Jeriah, what are you talking about?" Naruto was always straightforward, so when he didn't understand, he simply asked. But his question made Sasuke's face redden as well. Sasuke had never thought about such things, but it wasn't as if he didn't understand what Jeriah was hinting at. No matter how aloof he usually seemed, he couldn't keep his composure now. Awkwardly, he brushed Jeriah's hand off his shoulder. What nonsense are you spouting?" Even someone as cool-headed as Sasuke couldn't help but get embarrassed in this situation, especially since he was only 12 years old. Seeing how flustered Sasuke was, Jeriah remained completely earnest and grave. "I mean it. Don't think I'm joking with you. I support your quest for revenge, but you also have to think about the survival of your clan. Do you really want the Uchiha to end with your generation?" Sasuke's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he turned away, not daring to meet Jeriah's eyes. I'm not old enough for that yet. I don't need to think about it." Yu spoke up. "That's true, but since you don't have any descendants yet, I suggest you don't seek revenge against Itachi Uchiha. If you lose, there's a high chance your entire clan will be wiped out for good. Think about Itachi's personality. He was able to destroy his whole clan. Do you really think he cares about the future of the Uchiha lineage? So before you challenge him, make sure the clan's bloodline continues. Only after that should you confront Itachi. No matter if you win or lose, at least the Uchiha name will survive. Even if you fall, your children can inherit your will and continue seeking justice for the clan. Isn't that a much better plan than going for revenge alone?" Sasuke's lips twitched in surprise. He hadn't expected Yu to think so far ahead. "What are you talking about, carrying on the family line? I'm not even at that age yet. And I want to take revenge with my own two hands. I don't want to rely on anyone else." Yu shook his head. "That kind of thinking is flawed. You have to understand, not everything can be achieved by sheer willpower. If you have descendants, it's like leaving yourself a backup. Your children will be your legacy. And only by having children can the Uchiha clan truly live on. If the entire clan is wiped out, what's the point of avenging them? Do you really think your parents would want that to happen? Your father was the head of the Uchiha clan, and now you're his only son. That makes you the clan leader now. You have a responsibility to your family and can't just think about yourself. If you can't continue the Uchiha bloodline, do you think your father would rest easy knowing that? And as the clan leader, failing to do so would be a grave dereliction of duty." Yiyu's words left Sasuke completely stunned. No one had ever talked to him about these things before, and he himself had never considered them. But he knew, deep down, Yiyu was right. His father had indeed been the head of the Uchiha clan. His brother had slaughtered their entire family, leaving only him behind. Didn't that mean he automatically inherited the role of clan leader? Shouldn't he be thinking about the survival of the Uchiha name? Compared to the inheritance of his clan, revenge seemed less urgent, perhaps not nearly as important as ensuring the bloodline continued. He realized he'd been too caught up in his own obsessions. He'd never even thought about these questions. He recalled the time his father brought him to this very shrine, the way the clan members treated him with respect. He remembered the pride his family had shown at gatherings, the sense of belonging to the Uchiha. If he couldn't carry on the Uchiha legacy, would his parents really be proud of him, even if he succeeded in his revenge? Or would they only feel disappointed? The thought of his father's disappointed gaze weighed heavily on Sasuke's mind. He was deeply conflicted. Even Jeriah found himself a little bewildered. He had only said all that in hopes that Sasuke wouldn't act so rashly, that his thinking wouldn't be so extreme. The more anxious and extreme a person becomes, the more trouble they're bound to create in the future. Clearly, if Sasuke ever ran into trouble down the road, Kakashi would ask Jeriah to step in and clean up the mess. To prevent that from happening, Jeriah could only urge Sasuke to delay his quest for revenge, to hone his skills properly first. That way, when the time finally came, Sasuke would be strong enough to see it through, and Jeriah wouldn't be left to pick up the pieces afterwards. If possible, he sincerely hoped Sasuke wouldn't betray the village, because Jeriah had no desire to be the one to drag him back. All he wanted was a peaceful, stable life without so much chaos. But then he saw how seriously Sasuke was pondering his words. He hadn't expected Sasuke to actually listen to him. He knew all too well that Sasuke's thinking tended to be incredibly extreme. For years, revenge had consumed Sasuke's every thought. He never considered anything else. Yet now, Sasuke was truly reflecting on what he'd said. It was astonishing. Jeriah didn't stop to consider. Without him, who would have surrounded Sasuke on his original path? Who among them would ever have told Sasuke the things Jeriah had just said? What did the Uchiha clan's legacy matter to any of them? Even Kakashi, who clearly cared more about Sasuke than most, never really discussed such things. Their conversations were few and far between. The only real connection between them was that Sasuke happened to be well-suited to learning Kakashi's techniques, so Kakashi taught him. That was the limit of their relationship. They never truly had any deep, meaningful conversations. Later, with Naruto's constant provocation, Sasuke's thinking only grew more extreme, and there was no one he could really open his heart to. Jeriah's words just now, while admittedly a bit of nonsense, had made Sasuke realize there was something more important than revenge waiting for him. And most crucially, after spending time together these days, Jeriah had become someone Sasuke could trust, a friend he could truly confide in. Sasuke felt that, though Jeriah wasn't a member of their squad, he always had Sasuke's best interests at heart. To him, Jeriah wasn't quite the same as Kakashi, Naruto, or Sakura. Naturally, whatever Jeriah said carried a different weight than anyone else's words. If Jeriah knew what Sasuke was thinking, he would probably feel terribly embarrassed. He had really just been talking nonsense, hoping to keep Sasuke from causing him trouble. After a long silence, Sasuke finally lifted his head, looked at Jeriah, and said earnestly, "Jeriah, you're right. I really haven't been thinking clearly. Avenge my parents, avenge my clan. These are indeed very important. But as the last surviving bloodline of the Uchiha, I must ensure that the clan can continue on. Otherwise, even if I kill Itachi Uchiha, what meaning would it have?" Yoru was silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on Sasuke with clear astonishment. But Sasuke misunderstood, thinking that Yoru was deeply gratified by his words. This only strengthened Sasuke's belief that his own decision was the right one. In truth, Yoru was simply surprised that Sasuke so easily accepted what he'd said. He began to wonder if he had developed Naruto's talent for persuading others with words alone. After all, everything he just said was made up on the spot. He'd never expected Sasuke to accept it so readily. Seeing that Yoru hadn't replied, Sasuke patted him on the arm and said earnestly, "Thank you, Yoru. You made me realize just how extreme I was before. Without you, I might have made a lot of terrible mistakes." The corners of Yoru's mouth twitched in embarrassment. No, you're giving me too much credit. I just think there are things even more important for you to do." Sasuke didn't notice Yoru's awkwardness. He nodded seriously. "Yes, I will. Until I've ensured the continuation of my clan, until I have the power to utterly defeat him, I won't rush into revenge." Yoru said nothing, offering only an awkward smile. Off to the side, Sakura noticed a flush on Sasuke's cheeks. She understood the meaning behind the conversation between Yoru and Sasuke. She felt that her chance had finally come. Naruto, meanwhile, was still completely lost. He fidgeted anxiously, blurting out, "What are you all talking about? What's with all this talk of lineage and legacy? Ugh, why can't you just explain it clearly?" Yoru glanced at Naruto and replied calmly, "You'll understand one day. It's fine if you don't get it now." Naturally, Yoru had no intention of explaining things to Naruto. And with Sasuke's personality, he was even less likely to do so. Sakura was completely immersed in her own daydreams and paid Naruto no mind. Gazing up at the moon in the sky, Yoru said, "It's getting late. Let's call it night." Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all nodded in agreement. Just as Yoru was about to leave, Sasuke called out to him, "Yoru, Kakashi-sensei said after tomorrow, we'll have quite a long break. I was wondering if you could train with me during that time." Right here, Yoru hesitated for a moment. Naruto, however, perked up with interest. "Sasuke, I want to train too. Don't think you can sneak off alone." Though Sasuke no longer saw Naruto as his rival, Naruto still regarded Sasuke as his competitor. Sasuke didn't object. He had changed a lot by now. In the past, he'd never addressed Kakashi as sensei, but now he did. He was no longer as distant or aloof as before, though he still spoke little. Since Naruto wanted to join, Sasuke had no objections at all. He happened to be curious about just how powerful the Nine Tails inside Naruto truly was, and wanted to see whether Naruto could master its power. Seeing Night Feather's hesitation, Sasuke spoke up. If you have time, come by again. But if you've got a mission, don't force yourself. Night Feather was at a loss for words. If he had a mission, obviously he wouldn't be able to come. The whole reason he'd done so much before was to keep Sasuke and Naruto from pestering him, to keep them from troubling him. But now, it seems Sasuke still wouldn't let him go. So all the effort he'd put in before had been for nothing. Sakura, who was standing nearby, chimed in. That's right, Night Feather. If you're not around, we don't even know how to train. We trust you. And besides, as long as you're here, even if Naruto loses control, you can handle it. Sakura added another reason. Naruto, though, pouted in protest, unwilling to admit he might lose control during training. But by now, he had a much better understanding of the Nine Tails, thanks to all that Night Feather had told him. He knew that if, during training, he subconsciously drew on the Nine Tails chakra, there was a risk of going berserk. Even the extra seal Night Feather had added couldn't fully prevent this. After all, Night Feather's seal was sturdy, but if Naruto himself chose to undo it, the seal would be broken. Unlike the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Night Feather had handed Naruto the key to the 8 trigram seal. Naruto could decide for himself whether to unlock it. By contrast, Minato had entrusted the key to the toads at Mount Myaboku. So now, it was nearly impossible for Naruto to open Minato's seal, but Night Feather's seal could be undone with ease. The reason Night Feather gave Naruto the key was out of respect for his wishes. If Naruto wanted the Nine Tails chakra, he could open the seal himself. Of course, he'd have to deal with the consequences. Night Feather looked at Sakura and said, That's nothing to worry about. As long as Naruto doesn't open the seal on purpose, it's unlikely he'll lose control. Unless he tries to forcibly demand chakra from the Nine Tails. If Naruto tried to wrest chakra from the Nine Tails, and the beast was willing to give it, he'd still go berserk, because with his current strength, he couldn't control the Nine Tails chakra. There was another possibility. If Naruto flew into a rage, or overused his chakra, and completely exhausted himself, his body would instinctively seize the Nine Tails chakra to survive. In that case, Naruto would lose control as well. Even the Nine Tails wouldn't be able to stop it. After all, as a Jinchuriki, Naruto naturally had the ability to use part of the Nine Tails chakra. And that portion, even the Nine Tails couldn't control. Until Naruto earned the Nine Tails' full recognition and became a perfect Jinchuriki, there would always be a bit of chakra between them that neither could fully command. Once Naruto gained the Nine Tails' approval and became a perfect Jinchuriki, he was able to fully control both his own and the Nine Tails chakra. Naturally, Jeriah had no intention of being everyone's sparring partner. He figured there wouldn't be any missions for a while, so he planned to spend his time in the archives, studying various ninjutsu and historical records. When they heard Jeriah's refusal, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After spending so much time together, they had already come to consider Jeriah a close friend. Besides, being around Jeriah gave them a truly different feeling, something special. He was unlike anyone else in the village. Most importantly, they genuinely learned a lot just by being with him. Naturally, they hoped Jeriah would spend this time training alongside them. But since Jeriah wasn't interested, there was little they could do. Seeing the crestfallen looks on their faces, Jeriah took a moment to consider, not wanting their spirits to be dampened. He finally said, If I have some free time, I'll drop by. I'm quite interested in the Sharingan, after all. I'll also help Naruto learn to master the Nine Tails power. Sakura, you actually shouldn't spend your time training with him. You should take advantage of this break to study taijutsu and jinjutsu with Kakashi-sensei. You've only mastered the clone technique so far, right? With just these basic jutsu, you won't have much offensive power in real battles. Sakura paused, momentarily stunned. She glanced at Sasuke. Of course, she wanted to train alongside Sasuke, but Jeriah had a point. Resigned, she could only nod. All right, I'll go ask Kakashi-sensei to teach me. And Sasuke, you should also seek out Kakashi-sensei to learn how to further develop your Sharingan. Even though you know the methods recorded by your clan, in practice, you're still far behind Kakashi-sensei. Plus, Kakashi-sensei knows a jutsu that suits you very well. Sasuke was taken aback. What jutsu? Without a word, Jeriah slowly raised his right hand. He didn't even need to form a hand seal, just a single thought. Countless arcs of golden lightning danced at his fingertips. In an instant, the pitch-black night was illuminated as if it were midday by Jeriah's jutsu. This technique is called Chidori. It's a highly destructive jutsu developed by Kakashi-sensei. It's ranked A-class. Very difficult to master, but incredibly powerful. Uraha's version of Chidori was different from Kakashi's. He no longer needed hand seals, and except for the initial spark of lightning, his Chidori made no sound at all. This made it ideal for assassinations. If Kakashi knew this, he would undoubtedly be stunned. He was aware that Uraha's Chidori was almost silent. But he had no idea that Jeriah could now activate Chidori without any hand seals at all. Now, Jeriah's Chidori, or rather, all his lightning-style jutsu, were now jutsu without hand signs. He could unleash them whenever and wherever he wished, simply by willing it. The lightning web in the secret chamber just now had been conjured in this way. It had taken nothing more than a thought from Jeriah. The speed was astonishing. When Sasuke and the others saw the Chidori Jeriah released, all three of them froze in amazement. None of them had seen Jeriah use Chidori before. From those dazzling, golden arcs of electricity, they could sense a profound and dangerous power. Though this jutsu wasn't as overwhelming as the lightning web, they could tell it was a completely different technique. This jutsu seemed to possess a terrifying force, as if it could pierce through anything. Sasuke's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he watched the Chidori in Jeriah's hand. He could tell at a glance that he liked this jutsu very much. Naruto stared at the Chidori in Jeriah's hand, his face full of excitement. Jeriah, that jutsu is awesome. Teach me. Come on, teach me. Jeriah glanced at Naruto and shook his head. Naruto, this technique isn't suited for you. What do you mean not suited? You just want to teach Sasuke and not me. Naruto grumbled in protest. Jeriah could only sigh inwardly, but he patiently explained, this jutsu requires you to charge straight at your opponent and strike at close range. If your speed isn't fast enough, your enemy could interrupt your attack or even counter and take you down instead. Because you have to move at such high speed, if your eyes can't keep up, you won't even know where your opponent is, your aim will be off, and the results could be disastrous. I say this jutsu is suited for Sasuke because he has the Sharingan. In high-speed combat, his Sharingan will help him keep track of his opponent's position, and he'll be able to see how the enemy reacts even as he moves. Hearing Jeriah's explanation, Sasuke, who had only thought the Chidori was cool before, nodded in understanding. I see. So this technique isn't easy to master. Not only do I need my Sharingan, but my body also has to react quickly. Jeriah smiled. Exactly. Those are the key points. If you can't meet both conditions, this jutsu won't just lose its power. It could actually backfire on the user. This is an A-rank jutsu. Not only difficult to learn, but also very dangerous. Sasuke and Sakura both nodded. They knew well what an A-rank jutsu meant. Sasuke understood because he had learned jutsu from a young age and was familiar with the different ranks. Sakura had learned about them back at the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, Naruto looked utterly confused by all this talk. What do you mean, move faster? Jeriah, you're just making excuses not to teach me. You just like Sasuke better, don't you? Naruto crossed his arms and turned his head away, refusing to look at Jeriah. Jeriah's mouth twitched in helplessness. He had explained everything so clearly, yet Naruto still didn't understand. All he could do was say, after all I've said, my point is simple. This jutsu just isn't suited for you. First, there's the question of whether you can even learn it. But even if you did, without the Sharingan, you wouldn't be able to use it properly. Do you understand now? But Naruto still stubbornly believed that Jeriah was deliberately refusing to teach him. Seeing Naruto's stubborn attitude, Jeriah felt a headache coming on. After a moment's thought, Jeriah could only force a wry smile and say, all right, how about this? You and Sasuke go find Kakashi-sensei. He'll show you exactly why this jutsu isn't meant for you. The only reason Jeriah could think of that Naruto would understand was that Naruto didn't have lightning nature chakra. By explaining it from the root, he could end Naruto's pursuit of the Chidori and spare himself further trouble. Most likely, Kakashi would end up teaching Naruto a few wind-style jutsu to appease him. Privately, Jeriah mused, Kakashi-sensei, don't hold it against me. You're probably free these days anyway. Rather than hiding at home with your little novels, you might as well devote yourself to being a proper teacher. Meanwhile, at home, Kakashi suddenly sneezed twice. Kakashi was genuinely puzzled. He wasn't coming down with anything, so why was he sneezing? Now Jeriah could finally understand why Kakashi had preferred to send Naruto to learn from Ebisu instead. With Kakashi's personality, he'd probably be driven crazy by Naruto too. Naruto's biggest problem was his lack of basic knowledge. In fact, he'd barely learned anything at the Ninja Academy. After all, he always handed in blank sheets for every written test. So, teaching Naruto required the slowest, most roundabout approach, one tailored just for him. Naruto hadn't yet shown his true potential. So for now, Kakashi would probably be bombarded with endless questions until his patience snapped. As for Ebisu, though he didn't think much of Naruto, he was actually a very capable teacher. Otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't have entrusted Konohamaru's tutelage to him. Jeriah himself lost patience after just 2 or 3 of Naruto's questions. If not for the calm temperament he'd cultivated over the years, he might have already lost it, unlike in his previous life, where he surely would have broken down. It really did feel like trying to teach a little kid, and the frustration could be overwhelming. In the end, Naruto accepted Jeriah's suggestion. He was a bit disappointed that he couldn't learn directly from Jeriah, but since Kakashi also knew the Jutsu, learning from him wasn't so bad. Even though he thought Jeriah was probably stronger than Kakashi, Kakashi was still an elite jonin, after all. After the Land of Waves mission, all 3, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, were convinced that Jeriah's strength had already surpassed Kakashi's. Even Kakashi himself thought so. Only Jeriah still felt that his current strength was just about the level of a jonin. But in Kakashi's eyes, Jeriah's abilities were already on par with Hokage. Jeriah might seem to lack combat experience, but during actual fights, Kakashi never noticed any shortcomings in Jeriah's performance. Every time Jeriah entered battle, he handled things as skillfully as any seasoned jonin. With his raw power included, Jeriah's overall strength was definitely at the Kage level, and not just any Kage but one of the strongest. Kakashi even thought that Jeriah didn't really need much practical experience. His sheer power was more than enough. After Naruto agreed, Jeriah finally let out a sigh of relief. He had been most worried about Sasuke latching onto him. Sasuke was notoriously persistent and rarely gave up once he set his sights on someone. Who could have guessed that Naruto would be even harder to deal with? Fortunately, he managed to steer Naruto toward Kakashi. If Kakashi knew what Jeriah was thinking, he'd probably come over and argue with him about it. Jeriah glanced at the sky and said, "All right, it's settled then. I'm heading out first. I'm exhausted." Without waiting for the others to respond, he turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from their sight. He moved so quickly, as if afraid another mishap might occur. Because Naruto and Sakura were too frightened to walk down the main street of the Uchiha district, Sasuke escorted the 2 of them out of the clan grounds before returning. Sasuke was no longer as cold and distant as before. Though still reserved, he learned to care about others' feelings. When Jeriah got home, he washed up and went straight to bed. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the archives and look through Kenoha's ninjutsu records. Even though he'd already mastered many powerful techniques, the thought that the archive held all of Kenoha's jutsu filled him with anticipation. Whether it was the Flying Thunder God, various advanced sealing techniques, or all kinds of forbidden jutsu, Jeriah wanted to see them all. What Jeriah didn't know was that the news of the 3rd Hokage promoting him to Chunin had already spread throughout all the major clans and factions in the village. But what truly astounded everyone wasn't the fact that Jeriah had become a Chunin at age 12. In Kenoha's history, there were a few who became Chunin at even younger ages, rare but not unheard of. Kakashi, for example, had graduated from a ninja academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. Itachi Uchiha graduated at 9 and was promoted to Chunin at 10. Such prodigies weren't extremely rare in Kenoha's history. But the strange thing was, Jeriah had only just graduated from the academy, and even stranger, he'd only completed 2 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission. With so few missions under his belt, he should have been nowhere near qualified for a Chunin promotion. Yet the 3rd Hokage had promoted him anyway. And what puzzled everyone most was that Jeriah's grades at the academy were nothing special, just average. How could someone like that be personally promoted to Chunin by the 3rd Hokage? For a time, Jeriah became the center of conversation among all the major clans and factions in Kenoha. At the headquarters of Root, deep within Kenoha, Danzo leaned on his cane, listening to his subordinates' report. After hearing everything, Danzo frowned. What on earth is Hiruzen up to? Why would he suddenly promote a child, especially one who doesn't seem to have anything special about him? Lord Danzo, what I find strange is that this time, when Kakashi left the village for a mission, he took that child with him. At these words, a thought flashed through Danzo's mind. Could it be that Hiruzen wants to cultivate a 4th Hokage? Danzo had always been dissatisfied with Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision to pass on the title of Hokage to Minato Namikaze back then. In Danzo's eyes, no one in Kenoha, except himself, was worthy of becoming Hokage. The thought of the 4th Hokage immediately put Danzo on alert. Who exactly is that child? From the records, there's nothing particularly remarkable about him. But then, why would Hiruzen have Kakashi take the boy out on a mission? Surely Hiruzen must know the child is anything but ordinary. Danzo pondered, suspicion deepening. This move by the third Hokage was eerily similar to how he had once groomed the fourth Hokage. Jeriah's Jounin instructor was Motonai, and yet he'd gone out on a mission with Kakashi. To make things stranger, the moment they returned, Jeriah was immediately promoted to Chunin. Not even a word of explanation to the council. Though, strictly speaking, Hiruzen did have the authority to do this. It wasn't in his character to act without at least offering an explanation. After all, based on the number of missions Jeriah had completed, he was nowhere near qualified for a Chunin promotion. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't even bothered to inform them. If Jeriah's mission record didn't meet the requirements, there could only be one reason. His strength must be truly exceptional, perhaps even surpassing the level of a Chunin. Only then would the third have the confidence to make such a decisive promotion, unconcerned by any doubts. But Jeriah's grades at the Ninja Academy had always been unremarkable. He'd always seemed just like any other ordinary student. As Danzo pieced these doubts together, a chilling possibility dawned on him. The third Hokage might have deliberately instructed Jeriah to hide his true abilities while at the academy. In reality, Jeriah could be immensely powerful, perhaps even already well beyond Chunin level. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Jeriah's mission count alone was nowhere near enough for a Chunin promotion. Just having the strength of a Chunin would never be enough to justify this. There was only one explanation left. Jeriah's abilities might already rival those of a Jounin. Don't be fooled. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even Jounin stood no chance against Uchiha Madara. But in truth, even among the 5 great shinobi villages, Jounin were exceedingly rare. It could be said that Jounin represent the highest level of combat strength in all 5 great ninja villages. Yet Yuru is only 12 years old. At 12, he already possesses the power of a Jounin. And what's more, he comes from a spotless background, with no powerful clan or faction supporting him from behind. Such a person inevitably reminded Danzo of Minato Namikaze. He couldn't believe the third Hokage would promote Yuru to Chunin for no reason, and that he would do so in such an arbitrary manner. Moreover, with this move, the third Hokage was making it clear to the outside world that Yuru was his own person. What is it about Yuru that makes him so worth recruiting? It could only be that Yuru holds such formidable strength that the Hokage has chosen to act against his usual character. At this thought, a dangerous glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. Gripping his cane tightly, he spoke in a cold voice. Hiruzen, I'll let you have your fourth Hokage, but I will never allow you to foster another Minato Namikaze. Yamanaka Kaze, go fetch that boy for me. I want to see for myself what he's really capable of. Yamanaka Kaze was one of Danzo's 2 main bodyguards. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, his strength was at the Jounin level. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamanaka Kaze nodded and vanished into the depths of the root headquarters. At the same time, within the Yamanaka clan's compound, Yamanaka Inoichi, the head of the clan and Ino's father, stood in his room. Seated behind him were Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza. These 3 formed the older generation's Ino Shikicho trio. Their gathering was prompted by the Hokage's recent actions. Yuru himself hadn't taken his promotion to Chunin seriously, but he had no idea that his advancement had stirred up a storm among the clans of Kenoha. This was a time of peace, and Yuru was a civilian ninja with no background whatsoever. His number of completed missions fell far short of the usual requirement for Chunin promotion. Given such circumstances, the Hokage's decision was rather intriguing. What was even stranger was that the Hokage hadn't offered them any explanation. The Ino Shikicho trio were always considered part of the third Hokage's faction, and they couldn't help but notice something special about Yuru. Especially after reviewing Yuru's records. No matter how they looked at it, things seemed odd. What could the Hokage's real intention be? Does he truly wish to cultivate that boy? Yamanaka Inoichi turned to look at Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza. Shikaku replied gravely, "Today I asked Shikamaru about the boy. I have to admit, it's not surprising that the Hokage wants to nurture him." Inoichi paused, glancing at Shikaku. "Oh, what did Shikamaru say?" Shikaku proceeded to recount everything Shikamaru had told him that day. Essentially, it was Shikamaru's impressions of Yuru from their 6 years of the Ninja Academy, Yuru's performance during the graduation exam, and some information shared over meals by Yamada, Jimoku, and Motonai Taniko. Though the picture was incomplete, Shikaku could already sense that Yuru was no ordinary child. When Choza, Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka finished listening, they found it hard to believe. A disciple of Mado Dai can actually withstand that guy's murderous aura. It seems that kid truly has some ability. He never showed it at the Ninja Academy. His mental fortitude must be terrifying, Inoichi said, still struggling to accept just how deep Jeriah's composure ran. In his view, Jeriah must have been deliberately hiding his true strength all these years of the Ninja Academy. For someone so young to resist the urge to show off, such self-control genuinely shocked him. But what he didn't realize was that, in truth, Uraha's abilities had only been average during his 6 years at the academy. Apart from his exceptional grasp of theory, his performance in other assessments was merely ordinary, no matter how hard he tried. For once, Choza Akimichi frowned and said, "It looks like the boy is far stronger than we ever imagined. Otherwise, the third Hokage would never have made such a decision. If he were only at the level of a chunin, there's no way the third would have chosen him for this. I'd wager the boy's strength has already reached at least Jonin level. And his true mentor should be Kakashi, not Mado Dai. If Kakashi is willing to take him on, it means Kakashi sees great potential in him. A person like that reminds me of the fourth Hokage," Choza reflected. Choza had completed many missions alongside Minato Namikaze in the past. He understood the fourth Hokage well. Uraha's background and experiences were strikingly similar to the fourth's. The third Hokage's attitude made it clear. He intended to nurture Uraha just as he once had Minato Namikaze. Promoting Uraha to Chunin and involving him in Kenoha's affairs was only the first step. After all, this was an era of peace. There weren't many opportunities to earn glory on the battlefield. If the third Hokage wanted to place Uraha on the path to becoming Hokage, he had to focus on strength and mission experience. And to take on more challenging missions, a ninja's rank had to be raised first. Choza's words found strong agreement from Inoichi and Shikakanara. Uraha's background was uncannily similar to Minato Namikaze. What surprised them most was the third Hokage's intention to foster Uraha. They had always assumed that, even if the third retired, he would pass the torch to someone like Kakashi. But now, the third's attitude made it clear. The one he intended to cultivate was Uraha. Assigning Kakashi as his mentor was already a tremendous advantage for him. Among his generation, Kakashi was a ninja of immense reputation. Kakashi held incredible influence among his peers. With Kakashi's endorsement, Uraha would have the support of an entire generation. However, the three of them had no idea that Kakashi himself had volunteered to become Uraha's teacher. When the third Hokage found out, he simply didn't object. Still, in one regard, their speculation was absolutely correct. If Kakashi chose to support Uraha, then Uraha would indeed gain the backing of Kakashi's entire generation. Kakashi held great prestige among the shinobi of his age group. Many of those ninja also had good relationships with him. Whether it was Asuma or Guy, both shared a close bond with Kakashi. Both men respected Kakashi deeply. If Kakashi were to stand behind Uraha, chances were high these two would follow suit. Shikakanara turned to Inoichi Yamanaka. "So what should we do?" After all, the third Hokage had made his stance perfectly clear. Since the three of them were closely aligned with the Hokage's faction, they would also need to show where they stood. At the very least, they had to take some action. Inoichi Yamanaka furrowed his brow. He glanced at Choza Akimichi. Choza waved his hand. "Don't look at me. I'm not good at these brainy matters. You two go ahead and decide." After thinking for a moment, Inoichi said, "For now, let's hold off on doing anything. We should first find out just how strong he really is." Shikaku nodded in agreement. "I'm with you. This is only the beginning. We got plenty of time." In the end, the three decided not to approach Uraha for the time being. Representing the heads of three influential clans, they couldn't afford to make a move lightly. Still, all three had already set their sights on Uraha. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan, the Aburame, the Inuzuka, and other families who had once attended the academy with Uraha began asking their own clan members who had been his classmates, hoping to learn more about their impressions of him. But the answers they received left them disappointed, because it turned out that none of them even remembered a classmate named Uraha. The situation was more than a little awkward. Uraha's file was locked away in the Hokage's office, well beyond their reach. Except for higher-ups like Danzo, it was nearly impossible for the heads of other clans to access Uraha's records. Questioning his former classmates within their clans proved equally fruitless. Some hadn't the faintest idea who Uraha was, so much so that even his name drew blank stares. This only deepened the air of mystery surrounding Uraha. To be so utterly invisible throughout his time at the academy could only mean that Uraha had intended it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Yet none of them could have guessed the truth. Uraha hadn't done it on purpose. He simply never wanted to stand out. Or more accurately, he hadn't had the ability to stand out at all. That night, many of the clans in the Hidden Leaf Village found it difficult to sleep. What Uraha considered perfectly ordinary, to them, had already become a matter that could sway the fate of their entire families. Especially after the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the families of Kenoha had grown wary of the village's leadership. They couldn't say for certain whether the third Hokage had played a part in the Uchiha clan's downfall. But the idea that Itachi Uchiha alone could wipe out his whole clan without anyone noticing, was something they simply could not bring themselves to believe. They only dared to keep their doubts to themselves. Certainly not brave enough to go and question the third Hokage directly. Now, however, the third Hokage had sent such a clear signal. There was a strong possibility that the next Hokage would be Jeriah, just as the third Hokage had once chosen Minato Namikaze. How could they not pay attention? No one wanted to follow in the tragic footsteps of the Uchiha clan. Before Jeriah officially became Hokage, it was best to build a good relationship with him. Better yet, to earn some merit by supporting him early on. At the very least, they needed to ensure the future Hokage held no grudges against them. The reason why all the great clans were so certain the third Hokage intended to groom Jeriah was because he was so much like Minato back in the day. When Minato became Hokage, he was also incredibly young, just 20, yet the third Hokage had chosen him for the role. Although those were extraordinary times, with Minato earning great renown during the Third Great Ninja War. There had never been a precedent for someone so young to become Hokage. Now, the third Hokage was sending out an unmistakable message. He wanted to cultivate Jeriah for the position. Jeriah's background, his origins, and the third Hokage's unusual support. All of it mirrored Minato's path too closely. Meanwhile, after returning from the Uchiha clan, Jeriah simply went to sleep, completely unaware that the various clans of Kenoha were all discussing him at that very moment. But Jeriah's ignorance wouldn't last long. Someone was about to enlighten him. In the middle of a deep sleep, Jeriah suddenly sprang awake. He stared at the silhouette that had appeared in his room and spoke coldly. "Are you looking for me? Quite rude of you, breaking into my home uninvited." The intruder in Jeriah's room was none other than Yamanaka Kaze, sent by Danzo to take Jeriah away. Jeriah's reaction caught Yamanaka Kaze off guard. He had just arrived, yet Jeriah had already noticed him. Yamanaka Kaze studied Jeriah and replied in a frosty tone, "Impressive. I'm taking you somewhere interesting, kid." Jeriah frowned at him. An agent of the ANBU? The reason Jeriah made this deduction was because he sensed a shadowy aura from Yamanaka Kaze, a presence that ordinary ninja simply did not possess. Yamanaka Kaze paused for a moment. "So you even know about the ANBU? Looks like Mokomoto Tomokazu has told you quite a bit." Yamanaka Kaze had read Jeriah's file and knew that Jeriah's Jonin instructor was Mokomoto Tomokazu. And Tomokazu himself had come from the ANBU, a fact Yamanaka Kaze also knew. In fact, the two of them had even worked together in the past. Jeriah didn't yet know who had sent Yamanaka Kaze, but he was already suspicious that this was Danzo's doing. After all, if the third Hokage wanted to see him, he'd simply come to the house directly. Based on what he knew of the third Hokage, he would never send an ANBU agent to summon him. This was Danzo's way of doing things. Jeriah leaped down from the bed, standing calmly in front of Yamanaka Kaze, his gaze unwavering. "It wasn't the third who sent you, was it? Looks like someone else did." He showed not a trace of fear. Inside, he was perfectly composed. Even if Danzo himself had come to summon him, Jeriah wouldn't have felt the slightest intimidation, not with his current strength. Although he couldn't guarantee victory against Danzo, he was confident he could escape if it came to that. If Danzo knew Jeriah held him in such regard, he would no doubt be very pleased. Danzo certainly possessed Kage-level strength, but years without real combat had dulled his edge. Among the Kage, he wasn't considered particularly strong. Right now, Jeriah's abilities put him among the stronger of the Kage-level shinobi. So while many people feared Danzo, Jeriah did not. To him, Danzo was simply an annoyance. Originally, he thought he wouldn't end up in the scenario he had imagined, with Danzo sending someone to take him away. But in the end, he hadn't managed to avoid it after all. Jeriah looked at Yamanaka Kaze, still without a hint of fear, a smile appearing on his face. "So, it seems the Hokage didn't ask for me. If I go and verify this now, it'll put the person behind you in quite a tough spot, won't it?" Yamanaka Kaze frowned, clearly not expecting Jeriah to be unfazed, let alone have the presence of mind to make light of the situation. He realized that it truly was mockery. There wasn't even a shadow of fear in Jeriah's eyes. "Kid, don't make things difficult for me. You'd best come quietly, or I can't promise you'll make it out in one piece." Jeriah shook his head with a grin. "You sure talk big. Do you really think you could take me away without a hitch?" In all his time in Kenoha, Yamanaka Kaze had never encountered a ninja who showed him so little respect. He was, after all, no small figure within Root, one of Danzo's most trusted lieutenants. Seeing Jeriah's attitude, he decided there was no point in wasting more words. "If you won't come quietly, then I'll just have to use force." With that, Yamanaka Kaze swiftly formed hand seals. Ninja art, mind-body switch. But before he could finish the jutsu, Yoru vanished from sight. The very next instant, a kunai was pressed coldly against his throat. That icy blade snapped him to full alertness. Mind-body switch technique. So you're from the Yamanaka clan? Yoru's calm voice drifted from behind him. Yamanaka Kaze was stunned. How could this kid be so fast? He hadn't even registered the movement. He was considered one of Danzo's closest confidants precisely because he possessed Jonin-level strength. Yet, Yoru's movement just now had left him completely unable to react. He hadn't even seen when Yoru appeared behind him. Such terrifying speed, it almost made Yamanaka Kaze suspect Yoru was using space-time ninjutsu. The cold kunai against his neck was all the proof he needed. Yoru's strength had already surpassed his own. Lord Danzo's guess was right after all. This kid's strength has already reached the level of a jonin. Yamanaka Kaze remained silent, and Uraha couldn't be bothered to waste words on him either. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, arcs of golden lightning crackled around his kunai. A sharp electric snap rang out. Just as Yamanaka Kaze was frantically thinking of ways to escape this predicament, a sudden jolt coursed through his entire body. In the next moment, all consciousness faded from his mind. Uraha looked down at Yamanaka Kaze, now collapsed before him. He shook his head and spoke in a languid tone. Things just keep getting more and more troublesome. To think even Danzo has set his sights on me. How irritating. With that, Uraha vanished from his room. After a while, Uraha reappeared in his room, this time with Kakashi and Motohan Tomokazu at his side. It had taken less than 10 minutes for Uraha to summon both Motohan Tomokazu and Kakashi. His speed had become nothing short of astonishing. By now, he had even surpassed the legendary speed of the fourth Raikage, once famed as the fastest in the ninja world. Yet, he himself hadn't realized just how much he'd grown. Kakashi and Motohan Tomokazu, however, had both noticed. Neither of them paid much heed to Yamanaka Kaze. The moment they saw him, they immediately knew who had sent him. What truly astonished them was Uraha's current speed. Both recognized that Uraha now moved with a swiftness on par with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Flying Thunder God technique was a space-time jutsu, but it could only transport the user to a pre-marked location. The effectiveness of an attack launched upon arrival depended on each individual's reaction speed, which determined the true lethality of the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's power wasn't just due to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God. What truly set him apart was his ability to strike at the very instant he appeared before his enemy, reacting far faster than his opponents. That was the true reason he could devastate foes with this technique. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Tobirama Senju used the Flying Thunder God against Madara Uchiha, he was instantly caught. The flaw was that while Tobirama could teleport in a flash, his reactions couldn't keep up with Madara's, which allowed Madara to counter him the moment Tobirama struck. Uraha, however, possessed a frighteningly quick reaction speed. Because he didn't know the Flying Thunder God technique, his movement relied entirely on lightning body flicker, similar to the fourth Raikage's. There were no teleportation marks dictating his destination. This meant that, while moving, Uraha had to be acutely aware of his location at every moment, a feat that demanded extraordinary reaction speed and precise control over his body and chakra. Unbeknownst to Uraha, Kakashi and Motohan Tomokazu had already deduced Yamanaka Kaze's identity. After all, Yamanaka Kaze was still wearing his Umbu mask, so Uraha hadn't recognized him. But Kakashi and Motohan Tomokazu had seen right through the disguise. Seeing that Kakashi and Tanjichi Kibamoto hadn't spoken, Uraha took the initiative and asked, "Teachers, this man must be from the Umbu, right? But I don't think he was sent by Lord Hokage. He's probably here on behalf of one of Kenoha's higher-ups." Kakashi and Tanjichi Kibamoto lifted their heads and looked at Uraha, saying, "You guessed correctly. He is indeed from the Umbu, but there's no way he was sent by the third Hokage. It seems you've caught his attention. It's likely because the third Hokage promoted you to Chunin today. That's why you're being watched." Uraha sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at Yamanaka Kaze on the floor, and said, "So, it really is one of the higher-ups behind this?" His voice remained calm as he spoke, as if he didn't realize the gravity of his situation. But Kakashi and Tanjichi Kibamoto were no longer surprised. Uraha's strength always managed to astonish them. Yet, Uraha's personality had never changed. He had always been this way. It seemed that no danger before him was ever enough to make him afraid. Kakashi crouched down and removed Yamanaka Kaze's mask, explaining to Uraha, "He's a member of Root, a branch of the Umbu. But Root isn't under the Hokage's direct control. It's a rather special unit within the Umbu, taking orders from an elder named Danzo." When Uraha saw Yamanaka Kaze, he didn't need Kakashi's explanation to know who had sent him. He still remembered Yamanaka Kaze. His appearance was simply too memorable. Uraha smiled. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? I'm just a lowly chunin, yet the village higher-ups sent someone after me personally. But what surprises me even more is that Kenoha actually has a unit operating independently from the Hokage's authority. Tanjichi Kibamoto walked over to Jeriah and sat down beside him, explaining, "This is the nature of power struggles. If you want to become Hokage, you have to balance the interests of all sides. The village isn't a place where the Hokage can decide everything alone." Jeriah nodded, but he didn't care much. He had known this for a long time. He actually thought the third Hokage was too merciful, or perhaps just too soft, which had allowed Danzo to become so arrogant. If you need someone to handle dirty work, the Umbu is enough. Why establish Root as well? The Umbu already existed for such tasks. Having Root was just a waste of resources. Still, these thoughts were not something Jeriah wished to voice. After all, he had no desire to get involved in the village's high-level power struggles. Tanjichi Kibamoto soon recounted the entire conflict between the third Hokage and Danzo to Jeriah. He shared many details Jeriah had never known. A bit speechless, Jeriah looked at Tanjichi Kibamoto and said, "Sensei, if Lord Hokage knew you were speaking about him like this, I doubt he'd be pleased." Of course, Jeriah understood that the reason Tanjichi Kibamoto was sharing these secrets was so he could better see the true faces of both the third Hokage and Danzo. An ordinary person in Muto's position would never reveal such things. But it was different with Jeriah. He could share everything he knew with Jeriah, even if those things were village secrets. Kakashi, standing nearby, had no intention of stopping him whatsoever. If Muto didn't say it, Kakashi would have spoken up himself. Jeriah's words had only been a jest, after all. Of course, Muto understood, but still gave Jeriah a gentle smack on the head. "You little brat. So you're thinking of tattling on me, huh?" Jeriah clutched his head awkwardly and replied, "How would I dare?" Muto put on a stern face. "So you mean you want to, is that it?" Jeriah's mouth twitched. "Sensei, I admit defeat, okay? I shouldn't have run my mouth." Only then did Muto break into a smile. Watching the teacher and student banter like this, Kakashi couldn't help but smile too. This was exactly what he'd hoped to see. If Jeriah started to drift apart from Muto after becoming his own student, Kakashi wouldn't have liked that at all. Clearly, Jeriah hadn't let him down. To change the subject, Jeriah turned to look at Yamaka Kaze. "So what now? How are we going to deal with him?" Kakashi and Muto exchanged glances. Muto stood up, patted Jeriah reassuringly on the shoulder, and said, "Leave it to us teachers. You just rest and don't worry about these things." Jeriah wanted to say something more. Kakashi echoed Muto's words. "Listen to him. This isn't something you should be involved with right now. We'll take care of it." Seeing how insistent they were, Jeriah said nothing further. Muto walked over to Yamaka Kaze, grinned, and said, "You really underestimated Jeriah. He's far stronger than you now." Muto spoke with pride to himself. Kakashi rolled his eyes. "All right, enough gloating. Just take him away already." Without another word, Muto hefted Yamaka Kaze onto his shoulder. As he headed out, Muto smiled at Jeriah. "Get some good rest. Oh, and tomorrow you'll need to explain what's been going on to Taniko and Komoki." Jeriah gave a nod. He'd only been on 2 missions with them, so they hadn't spent much time together. Honestly, there wasn't much of a bond. Still, Jeriah genuinely liked Komoki and Taniko. Both of them had great personalities. Compared to Naruto and Sasuke, who always needed constant attention, Jeriah much preferred Komoki and Taniko. Kakashi simply nodded at Jeriah. Then he and Muto vanished from the room. Left alone, Jeriah gazed at the now empty space and shook his head. "Danzo, I really thought I could avoid you. Seems I still overestimated you." Night Feather had thought Danzo wouldn't have the time to bother with this, but to his surprise, he had miscalculated. After leaving Night Feather, Muto, Tomokazu, and Kakashi quickly carried Yamanaka Kaze to the headquarters of the Foundation. Danzo, who was waiting there for news of Yamanaka Kaze, was gripped by a sense of foreboding. His face had been clouded with gloom when he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Danzo looked ahead, his gaze sharpening as the footsteps drew nearer. He found himself, uncharacteristically, growing tense. At last, the owners of those footsteps stepped into the light. Danzo rose to his feet with a stormy expression. Leaning on his cane, his face was drawn and unsightly. It was none other than Muto, Tomokazu, and Kakashi who appeared, with Muto Tomokazu hefting the still unconscious Yamanaka Kaze over his shoulder. Danzo struggled to contain his fury as he watched Kakashi and Muto Tomokazu approach with Yamanaka Kaze in tow. Several of Danzo's subordinates appeared before him, weapons at the ready, casting wary eyes on the two who drew near. Yet beneath their masks, cold sweat trickled down the faces of these Foundation shinobi. They were all members of the ANBU themselves. How could they not know the prowess of the two before them? What's more, both had held high-ranking positions within the ANBU in the past. One was the head of the combat division, the other, the chief of an interrogation department branch. One was an elite jonin, the other a jonin, while these men were only chunin. Even Aburame Tsurun, the elite jonin, standing before Danzo, felt tremendous pressure. He was confident he could defeat Muto Tomokazu, but as for Kakashi, he had no such certainty. After all, Kakashi was currently the most formidable of all Leaf Jonin. At least, on the surface, he was the strongest. In truth, there were few in the entire Leaf Village who could match him. Most significant of all, the man Muto Tomokazu was carrying, Yamanaka Kaze, was also a Jonin. And yet, he had been defeated. He knew just how formidable Yamanaka Kaze was, and yet, even he had lost. Aburame Tsurun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing the effect Kakashi and Muto Tomokazu had on his own men, Danzo's anger only grew. His voice was cold as he ordered, "Stand down, all of you." He couldn't allow them to disgrace themselves further. Unless Kakashi and Muto Tomokazu intended to betray the Leaf, neither would dare lay a hand on someone of his rank. Though the Foundation shinobi were reluctant, the sight of Danzo's darkened expression left them no room for hesitation. They vanished at once from Danzo's side. Aburame Tsurun, however, did not withdraw. Danzo paid it no mind. Tsurun's strength was sufficient. Even if not a match for Kakashi, he would not be far behind. Besides, Aburame Tsurun was one of his most trusted confidants, and his standing in the Foundation was different from the others. As Kakashi and Muto Tomokazu reached Danzo, Muto Tomokazu set Yamanaka Kaze down before him. Danzo clenched his teeth, his face clouded with gloom. "Kakashi, Muto Tomokazu, are you planning a revolt? How dare you attack fellow villagers?" Kakashi faced Danzo with a stern expression. After all, he had once served as one of Danzo's subordinates for a time. However, he was soon transferred away by the third Hokage. Despite Danzo's attempt to seize the initiative, neither Kakashi nor Muto Tomokazu showed any sign of nervousness. Fixing his gaze on Danzo, Kakashi said gravely, "We have no intention of rebelling, but we'd like to know, Lord Danzo, what you hope to achieve by targeting your own people." Kakashi certainly had no fear of Danzo. Danzo didn't have authority over him, and the third Hokage would never allow Danzo to do anything to Kakashi. Danzo clenched his teeth, seething with fury. He was, after all, one of Kenoha's top leaders. Although Kakashi had once led the Umbu, his rank was never as high as Danzo's. But in truth, Danzo had little leverage over Kakashi. The third valued Kakashi deeply, and among the younger generation in Kenoha, Kakashi held far greater influence than Danzo himself. The only thing Danzo could use to suppress Kakashi was his own official position. But if Kakashi truly chose not to care, there was little Danzo could do. Danzo gritted his teeth, restraining his anger. His tone grew cold. "I simply wish to see for myself what sort of person the third would promote in blatant disregard of the rules. As an advisor to the Hokage, isn't that my responsibility?" Kakashi sneered. "Lord Danzo, I think you should already have a sense of what methods your subordinates are willing to employ." "Kakashi." Danzo lost his temper, shouting at Kakashi. "Watch your tongue. Do you even realize who you're speaking to? Has Hiruzen not taught you proper manners?" Standing off to the side, Aburame Torian frowned, already preparing to unleash his jutsu on Kakashi. His face had turned a deep shade of violet, swarming with poisonous insects invisible to the naked eye. Kakashi, however, remained unfazed. Muto Tomokazu was likewise ready to act at a moment's notice. Danzo, despite his burning desire to be rid of Kakashi, understood all too well that Kakashi was no ordinary ninja. The consequences of killing him would be far-reaching. Of course, Danzo was confident he could eliminate Kakashi. The Sharingan embedded in his right arm, and the one he took from Uchiha Shursui, gave him more than enough confidence. But Kakashi looked at Danzo and gave a calm, almost mocking smile. "I don't need you worrying about my manners, Lord Danzo. But remember this, Jeriah is my student. If you try anything reckless against him, I will not stand idly by." With those words, Kakashi turned and left with Muto Tomokazu. For now, he had no intention of provoking Danzo further. After all, Danzo was still an advisor to the Hokage. He couldn't go too far. Danzo watched as Kakashi and Muto Tomokazu's figures slowly disappeared down the corridors of Root's headquarters. His face was clouded with dark, simmering anger. Damn that Kakashi. How dare he act so brazenly? All this for a mere brat. What a fool. Danzo was furious. He glanced at Yamanaka Kaze, who was still unconscious, and took a deep breath. He forced down his anger. As much as he wanted to kill Kakashi to vent his rage, it was only a passing thought. Even though Kakashi's rank was lower than his own, if he dared do such a thing, not even the third Hokage could protect him. Kakashi was too prominent a figure. Killing him would be tantamount to betraying the village. And Kakashi wasn't from the Uchiha clan, so the higher-ups in Kenoha wouldn't share a unified opinion about him. To go this far over that brat, it means that kid really is talented. It seems Hiruzen truly intends to groom him as his successor. Damn it, that old bastard Hiruzen. He'd rather pick a child than hand the Hokage title over to me. Damn you, Hiruzen. One day, you'll regret this. After venting his frustration, Danzo finally ordered Aburame Torian to wake Yamanaka Kaze. By now, Danzo was certain. The third truly wanted to train Jeriah to be Hokage. What infuriated him most was that the third chose a 12-year-old boy over him. The third was already advanced in years, and it was high time for him to retire. Previously, Danzo had remained calm. He believed that once the third stepped down, he was the only viable candidate. But he never considered that he himself wasn't much younger than the third. The third did rely on Danzo for dirty work, but he knew Danzo too well. He would never let him become Hokage. Danzo once thought that, when the third grew old and had no other choice, his time would come. And if the third refused to pass the position to him, he could always use Root to stage a coup. Root was absolutely loyal to him. Even the third couldn't command him. But now, with Jeriah's sudden rise, Danzo couldn't help but recall how, years ago, the third had given the Hokage's mantle to Minato Namikaze. He would never allow Jeriah to become the next Minato. Aburame Torian tried countless ways to wake Yamanaka Kaze, but nothing worked. In the end, they had to call in several medical nin before he finally came to. Danzo stood to the side, watching in silence. His expression was dark, convinced that Jeriah posed a grave threat. At long last, Yamanaka Kaze regained consciousness. Danzo fixed him with a cold stare and asked, "What happened? Was it Kakashi who did this to you?" Yamanaka Kaze looked around in confusion. Realizing he was at Root's headquarters, he quickly stood up. "Lord Danzo." Danzo pressed him again. "How did this happen to you? Who was responsible?" In his mind, Yamanaka Kaze saw the figure of Jeriah and remembered the chilling kunai pressed to his throat. In the mountains, Yamanaka Kaze bowed his head, his voice trembling as he spoke. It was that brat, Jeriah." Danzo was stunned. Aburame Torian was stunned as well. For a long moment, Danzo stared at Yamanaka Kaze in disbelief. Are you alright?" Yamanaka Kaze knew Danzo didn't believe him. Truth be told, at first, he hadn't believed it either. He couldn't accept that Jeriah could have done this to him. He could only try to explain, "Lord Danzo, that kid Jeriah is incredibly strong. I didn't even have a chance to use any jutsu before he knocked me out." Danzo studied Yamanaka Kaze for a long time. Yamanaka Kaze kept his head lowered, awkward and ashamed. He felt utterly humiliated, defeated by a mere child, and without even the chance to fight back. Danzo's hands, gripping his cane, were so tense that the veins bulged. He was shaken. He knew exactly how strong Yamanaka Kaze was. If not an elite jonin, then certainly at least on par with the jonin. And with the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, as long as an opponent didn't know his unique abilities, they rarely had a chance to react. He was, in effect, a master of the ambush. Yet Yamanaka Kaze claimed he hadn't even had the chance to use his abilities. What did that mean? It meant that Jeriah's strength far exceeded Yamanaka Kaze's. And if his strength was far beyond that of a jonin, what did that imply? The realization made Danzo's entire body tense up. This brat, what kind of monster is he? How is this even possible? Danzo still refused to believe it. He could accept that Jeriah's strength was at the level of a jonin, but not that he could surpass even that. With Yamanaka Kaze's abilities, even someone like Kakashi could never defeat him instantly. And if he couldn't be taken out in an instant, it was all too easy for him to catch his opponent with his secret techniques. Anyone Danzo considered his right-hand man could never be a weakling. A moment ago, he'd assumed Yamanaka Kaze had been knocked out by Kakashi and Muto together. Given his understanding of Kakashi and Muto's abilities, he figured the two of them working together could manage to defeat Yamanaka Kaze. But now, Yamanaka Kaze was telling him it had been Jeriah who knocked him out. And the truly terrifying part was, he hadn't even managed to use a single jutsu before he was taken down. Yamanaka Kaze looked mortified. "Lord Danzo, I brought shame to the Foundation." For a long while, Danzo said nothing. Only after finally digesting the news did he look at Yamanaka Kaze. "You're certain it was really that brat Jeriah, not Kakashi?" Yamanaka Kaze shook his head. "I didn't see Kakashi at all." Danzo was forced to accept it, though he hated the conclusion. Danzo's face was grim. No wonder Hiruzen's been acting so strangely. So he really did find someone who could rival Minato Namikaze. No wonder. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? Danzo was furious. After all the trouble of having Minato Namikaze killed by the Nine Tails, he finally thought he had a chance to take over from the third. But now, with Uriaha's appearance, he couldn't stand it. If Uriaha merely possessed a bit of talent, having the strength of a jonin at 12 years old, he would still be considered a prodigy, but not someone I haven't seen before. But to reach Kaga-level strength at the age of 12, now, that is something I've never witnessed. Not even the first Hokage in his youth was this monstrously gifted. Even the person I despise most, Minato Namikaze, was never this outrageous. At 12, Minato definitely did not possess Jonin-level power. Yet Uriaha isn't just at the Jonin's level. Danzo now suspects there's a high probability that Uriaha has already reached the strength of a Kage. That's terrifying. If that boy truly possesses the strength of a Hokage, then I can understand why Hiruzen is acting so uncharacteristically, and why Kakashi and the others are so determined to protect him. Damn it, if he really does have Hokage-level power, how am I supposed to stop him? Uriaha's background is spotless. Now, the third Hokage and Kakashi are both aware of his extraordinary talent. Judging by how Kakashi acted today, it's clear he's determined to shield Uriaha at all costs. Trying to make a move against Uriaha will be incredibly difficult. And with Uriaha's overwhelming strength, there's not a single person under Danzo's command capable of assassinating him. That infuriates Danzo, because he realizes that, aside from standing by helplessly while the third cultivates Uriaha, there's absolutely nothing he can do. He can almost see the day when Uriaha stands atop the Hokage Tower, receiving the Hokage's hat, just as the third once handed it to Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, at the Sarutobi clan compound, an ANBU shinobi knelt on one knee before the third Hokage. He reported to Hiruzen that Danzo had sent someone to invite Uriaha. This shinobi was the third spy within the Root organization. Such things were not uncommon. Both Root and ANBU maintained spies within each other's ranks. After listening, the third said nothing, simply puffing on his pipe, lost in thought about the implications behind this news. Since this spy was not one of Danzo's trusted aides, he hadn't been able to learn all the details. After a long pause, the third finally looked at the shinobi before him and said, "I understand. You may return now." Once the ninja had vanished from his sight, the third allowed a small smile to surface. It seems Kakashi wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. If Danzo is this furious, it's clear that it wasn't Kakashi who knocked out Yamanaka Kaze, but Uriaha. It looks like I made the right choice. He's even stronger than I imagined. Previously, he had trusted Kakashi's account, but hadn't truly confirmed whether Uriaha was as powerful as Kakashi claimed. Tonight's events proved that Uriaha surpassed all his expectations. No wonder even Kurosu Raiga fell by his hand. Uriaha's strength must have already far surpassed that of an elite jonin. Perhaps he's already reached the level of a Hokage. And he's only 12 years old. Excellent. Truly excellent. Since the decision had already been made to appoint Yu as his successor, the third Hokage no longer feared that Yu might become too powerful and pose a threat to him. On the contrary, he was more worried that Yu might not be strong enough to earn the respect of the villagers. The next morning, Yu woke up feeling completely refreshed, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened the night before. After getting ready, he headed over to Honya Taniko's place. It just so happened that both Honya Taniko and Yamada Shumu had the day off for missions. Yu wanted to explain to them why he hadn't been with the team during this period. He rang the doorbell and waited outside for a while before Honya Taniko finally came out. Just like the first time they met, today Taniko wore her long golden hair loose, falling to her waist. Her pure white top was spotless, paired with a jet black skirt. The outfit was simple, but the stark contrast with her hair created a striking effect that somehow felt perfectly natural. There was a unique sense of beauty about her. When Taniko came out and saw Yu, she paused in surprise. Then, her face lit up with joy as she walked over to him. "Yu, you're back." She stopped in front of him, her beautiful, wide eyes fixed on his face. She seemed genuinely delighted. And indeed, during the time Yu had been away from the squad, both Taniko and Yamada Shumu had been a little upset about it. Yamada Shumu envied Yu for being able to leave the village and go on C-rank missions with Kakashi. He wished he could go too. Taniko, on the other hand, was simply unhappy because she hadn't seen Yu for such a long time. Yu smiled and said, "I was away on a mission for a while. It must have been tough for you two handling the team's tasks by yourselves." Hearing this, Taniko shook her head. "Not at all. I know it's a good opportunity for you to go on missions with Kakashi-sensei." "I heard you've already become a chunin," she said, looking at Yu with admiration and a hint of envy. Yu was the first one in their year to be promoted to chunin, and it had only been less than 2 months. Not to mention, Taniko had always liked Yu. Yu waved his hand modestly. "I was just lucky. Come on, let's go find Shumu." Our teacher said you both have a day off. How about we all meet up? Taniko didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Sure, that sounds great. Even if Yu hadn't come looking for her, she would have sought him out. With that settled, the two of them went off to find Yamada Shimu. After they left, on the second floor of Taniko's house, a man and a woman stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, watching the pair as they walked away. These were Taniko's parents. Her father was a bit heavy-set, but stood at a commanding 6 feet tall, with a dignified face that exuded authority. However, Benya Tanako's mother was also quite tall. She stood at 1 meter 70, so when she stood next to him, she didn't appear short at all. The two of them made a very striking couple. No one would ever say that Benya Tanako's father wasn't a good match for her beautiful mother. Tanako's father was named Benya Sakichi, one of the top 10 wealthiest merchants in the Land of Fire. His marriage to Tanako's mother, Senjume, was clearly the result of a family arrangement. Even so, the two of them seemed genuinely happy together. With a calm expression, Benya Sakichi asked, "That child, is that Jingwenyu?" Senjume nodded. He truly is an impressive young man. Even setting aside his abilities, just his appearance and presence alone are on par with Tanako. In my opinion, there's no need for us to interfere in their affairs. No matter how things turn out between them, Tanako won't come to any harm. With just a single glance, Benya Sakichi had already taken a liking to Yayu. Of course, that was mainly because he had already looked into Yayu's background. And after witnessing the third Hokage's actions yesterday, Benya Sakichi had changed his mind. Previously, when he'd heard that Benya Tanako had feelings for a civilian ninja, he hadn't approved at all. He could accept Tanako being good friends with someone like Yamada Jimoku, who also came from civilian background, but if that friendship ever blossomed into romance, or worse, marriage, Benya Sakichi would never have agreed. So, just as he wouldn't accept Yamada Jimoku, he couldn't accept Yayu either. But yesterday's events, combined with what his own investigation had revealed about Yayu's potential, made him much more optimistic about the boy's future. In the end, for a ninja, strength was what mattered most. Standing nearby, Senjume nodded in agreement. At first, I thought that child was shrewd and difficult to get close to. But now, I think he simply doesn't like being the center of attention. Let's just watch how Tanako chooses and how that boy develops. If the two of them really are meant for each other, and if he achieves something in the future, I wouldn't be opposed. Although the final say in the Benya family belonged to Benya Sakichi, when it came to their daughter's feelings, he always respected Senjume's opinion. Benya Sakichi watched for a moment longer, and only when Yu and Benya Tanako's figures had vanished from sight did he turn and leave. Senjume remained where she was, still deeply concerned for her daughter's future happiness. After all, Tanako was born into the Benya family. If she didn't find someone she both truly loved and who could earn Sakichi's approval, she would inevitably be married off to another clan for alliance. Senjume couldn't bear the thought of her daughter living an unhappy life, even though she herself was content in her marriage to Sakichi, and he treated her very well. She knew such fortune was rare. She had seen far too many girls from her own clan suffer in loveless arranged marriages. Chisho May still hoped her daughter would find someone she truly liked, someone who could also earn the approval of the Honya city. In the ninja world, Honya Tanako was already 12 years old. Coming from a prestigious family, she was no longer considered young at her age. When she herself married into Honya city, she was just 18. In fact, their engagement had been arranged when they were only 14. This was precisely why Chisho May paid such close attention to the boys her daughter fancied. If the other party wasn't outstanding enough, or didn't treat Honya Tanako well, her husband would never give his blessing, and Tanako's future life would be difficult. At her age, in another 2 or 3 years, she would be expected to get engaged to someone from a family of equal standing. If she hadn't found someone she liked who also had her father's approval by then, she'd have no choice but to enter into a political marriage with another clan, a life that would most likely be far from happy. After finding Yamada Jimoku, Jeriah and Honya Tanako headed to a barbecue restaurant. Now that Jeriah was a chunin, he could take on higher-level missions in the future. Chunin could accept up to B-rank missions. This applied when the team leader was a chunin, and it was the highest mission level they could accept. If the team included a jonin, then A-rank and S-rank missions became available. But in those cases, the jonin would be in charge, and the chunin would serve as support. For once, Jeriah was feeling generous. After all, he probably wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. A single B-rank mission paid between 80,000 and 200,000 Ryo. The village would take half as commission, and the rest would be divided among the squad that completed the mission. Jeriah figured that even if he went out alone on a B-rank mission, he'd earn at least 40,000 Ryo. That was almost equivalent to a year's living expenses for him in the past. Of course, for ordinary ninja, a lot of that money would go toward buying ninja tools. Even if they kept the entire payment for themselves, a single B-rank mission's earnings would only buy 30 or 40 explosive tags. Average ninja, even jonin, wouldn't dare head out on a mission without at least 10 explosive tags in their pack. That's why, despite completing so many missions, many jonin still found themselves living on a tight budget. It was the cost of ninja tools that consumed most of their income. For most ninja, these tools were a matter of life and death out in the field. No one dared take them lightly. Otherwise, even if you saved up money, you might never get a chance to spend it. All ninja had to purchase their own gear. The village provided only the mission platform, not the tools themselves. Jeriah, however, could afford to spend his money more freely, since he barely needed to buy ninja tools at all. At most, he'd swap out a batch of kunai and shuriken after a while. After all, with his current fighting style, Jeriah no longer relied on ninja tools. He had barely ever used shuriken. What he used more often was the kunai. But even then, it wasn't really for combat. It was mostly to threaten his enemies. Otherwise, it would have been rather strange to menace someone by pressing his own palm to their neck. Precisely because Jeriah had hardly used ninja tools, the kunai and shuriken he bought when he graduated were still as good as new. There was barely any difference from when he first got them. As long as Jeriah didn't plan to buy a house in the future and relied solely on his income as a ninja, he might not become fabulously wealthy, but he could certainly save up enough to live comfortably. After all, Jeriah didn't have high demands when it came to his lifestyle. Besides, the house his parents left him had survived the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack unscathed. So as long as he didn't feel like buying a new place, his daily expenses would be minimal, and he'd hardly need to spend any money beyond that. That was also why Jeriah was so satisfied with his promotion to Chunin. Still, there was something a little self-sacrificing about the way he thought. He wasn't obsessed with money, but he did want a life with a bit of comfort. He had no wish to be an ascetic, and he preferred earning his keep through missions rather than less honest means. Jeriah's outlook was different from most. He believed that going on missions was good for him. Not only could he build up real combat experience, but missions were pretty much like all expenses paid travel. He didn't mind at all. In fact, he rather enjoyed it. Back in a land of waves, if he'd really been after money, he could have taken out Gato and stolen his fortune long ago. But Jeriah never did that. At the barbecue restaurant, Jeriah explained to Honya Taniko and Yamada Jimoku what he'd been up to lately and told them that from now on, he wouldn't be able to go on missions with them anymore. Although Honya Taniko and Yamada Jimoku were saddened, they didn't say much. Even though they hadn't spent much time together, they truly respected Jeriah. They could never forget how Jeriah had single-handedly stood up to Kimoto Doichi's killing intent for their sake, allowing them to pass the graduation exam. By midday, the three of them stood outside the barbecue restaurant. Yamada Jimoku looked at Jeriah, unable to stop the tears from streaming down his face. He knew that he and Jeriah now stood on different levels as ninja. Still, he felt deeply saddened. They had barely begun to see each other as true friends. And after completing only 2 missions together, they were already parting ways. With tears running down his cheeks, Yamada Jimoku smiled and raised his fist. Jeriah, no matter what you become in the future, you'll always be a member of Team 11. You'll always be my best friend. Yi was also a little moved. He patted Yamada Jimoku's shoulder earnestly and said, no matter what happens to me in the future, I'll always be part of Team 11. We're all still in Kenoha. It's just that we won't be on missions together anymore. Don't talk as if I'm about to die or something. Yi smiled as he spoke. Hearing this, Yamada Jimoku finally managed a tearful smile and gave Yi a friendly punch to the chest. I'll work hard to get stronger. Even if it's a long shot, I hope I can at least catch a glimpse of your back, to see you always moving forward. Moterita Toko looked at Yiyu in silence. She hadn't said a word. She was the one who felt the saddest. She hadn't expected that Yiyu had gathered them here just to tell them this. It had never crossed her mind that Yiyu would leave the team. She used to think that as long as she worked hard, she wouldn't hold him back. But now, it was clear she really wouldn't be a burden anymore, because Yiyu would no longer be doing missions with them. Just yesterday, when she heard Yiyu had become a Chunin, she simply admired how amazing he was. But now she realized the gap between herself and Yiyu had grown so wide that she couldn't even see his shadow in the distance. Yiyu looked at Motoirita Toko and smiled. Toko, goodbye for now. As Yiyu finished speaking and turned to leave, Motorita Toko could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her face. Still, she forced a smile and said, Yiyu, I'll do my best to catch up to you two. Right now her mind was completely blank. She had no idea what else to say. Yiyu nodded and smiled. I know. I believe you'll grow strong. Although Yiyu said this, deep down he knew it was a bit of a white lie. Motorita Toko's talent was pretty ordinary, but he truly wished for her to become stronger, at least strong enough to protect herself. He felt the same about Yamada Jimoku. These two held a special place in his heart. He might joke around with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and sometimes get annoyed when they clung to him. But with Motoirita Toko and Yamada Jimoku, Yu genuinely hoped they'd grow stronger and be able to protect themselves. These two gave Yu a warmth he couldn't find elsewhere, and he could feel their sincerity and trust in him. Yet the distance between him and them had grown enormous. Even though Yu never had a clear picture of his own strength, he knew that even by the most conservative estimate, he was far beyond them. They were no longer even in the same league as shinobi. The missions Yu would take on from now on were ones they couldn't be part of at all. No matter how reluctant he felt, he knew their days as teammates had come to an end. He glanced at the two of them one last time. Then, in a flash of golden lightning, Yu vanished from where he stood. Yamada Jimoku and Han Yutako gazed at the now empty space, a deep bitterness welling up inside them. Yamada Jimoku let out a sigh. The gap between us is just too great. Even that speed he showed just now. He's completely on a different level from us. He's so much stronger than we are, Han Yutako added quietly. Uraha's instant movement technique had made Yamada Jimoku painfully aware of the vast gulf that separated them from him. Even the casual jutsu Uraha used were already far beyond their reach. Let alone if Uraha truly fought seriously, they'd likely be defeated in the blink of an eye. It was even possible that their own instructor, the Jonin Mamoto Ichi, wouldn't stand a chance against Uraha. Hanyutako's face was clouded with worry. Will we ever have a chance to catch up to him? Yamada Jimoku fell silent. In the end, he could only sigh. All we can do is keep trying. If we can at least see his back as he moves ahead, that would be something. As for actually catching up to him, Yamada Jimoku shook his head, a wry smile appearing on his face. He himself found the idea of catching up to Uraha almost laughable. In fact, he wasn't even sure if he'd ever get to see Uraha's back as he raced ahead. Or rather, Yamada Jimoku felt that, in this lifetime, he might never even catch a glimpse of Uraha's shadow. Meanwhile, after Jeriah left, he made his way to the Hokage's office building. The day before, the third Hokage had granted Jeriah permission to enter the records room at any time. So when Jeriah approached the records room, no one tried to stop him. The records room was where all kinds of information about Kenoha, even its secrets, were kept. Kakashi had once sneaked in here to look up information on wood release. He'd even been caught by the third Hokage, but instead of punishing him, the third had handed him the very files he was searching for. It was after reading those records that Kakashi finally gained some understanding of wood release. Naruto himself had once stolen the scroll of seals from this very room, though of course, that time the third had let him do it on purpose. The records room was a vault for Kenoha's closely guarded secrets, and its defenses were always tight. When Naruto had swaggered in and taken the scroll of seals, if not for the Hokage's silent permission, every ninja on guard would have been expected to take their own lives for failing so utterly. All these years, Uraha was the only person to enter this place with the rank of Chunin. In fact, he was the only one in Kenoha's history to have been granted access without holding any official position. As soon as Uraha entered the archives, he saw the third Hokage already seated inside. It didn't surprise him. Before coming in, he'd already sensed the third Hokage's chakra within, and Uraha understood why the third was waiting for him here. Upon seeing the Hokage, Uraha stepped forward. Lord Hokage, I'd like to consult some records. The third Hokage smiled. Uraha, I didn't expect you so soon. What kind of information are you looking for? Uraha glanced around before answering some jutsu techniques. It would be best if I could get some materials on sealing techniques. I'm particularly interested in them. The third Hokage was a little surprised by this. That was because Kakashi hadn't told him that Uraha had added an extra seal to Naruto. Originally, the third Hokage had come here to ask Uraha about what happened last night. He had assumed Uraha was here for one of the jutsu sealed away in this archive, but he hadn't expected Uraha's real interest to be in sealing techniques. Though a bit taken aback, the third Hokage still smiled and led Uraha to a bookshelf. Atop there were many scrolls. Picking up a few, the third Hokage said, "These are some basic sealing techniques. Take a look and see if you can understand them. Sealing techniques are quite difficult and require patience." In fact, the fourth Hokage himself spent a long time mastering the art of sealing. The third Hokage deliberately mentioned the fourth Hokage, hoping that Uraha would look up to him as a role model. After all, he hoped Uraha would become a ninja like the fourth Hokage. Uraha took the scrolls and glanced through them. They were all sealing techniques Kakashi had already taught him. A bit embarrassed, Uraha said, "Lord Hokage, to be honest, I've already learned these sealing techniques. Kakashi-sensei has taught me some of them." The third Hokage, who had been about to recount some of Minato Namikaze's legendary exploits, paused in surprise. He stared at Uraha in disbelief. "What?" "Helpless," Uraha reiterated. Kakashi-sensei has already taught me these sealing techniques. I've mastered all of these. The third Hokage looked at Jeriah in silence, saying nothing for a long while. It left Jeriah standing awkwardly in front of him. After a moment, the third Hokage realized his own lapse. You've mastered these sealing techniques? He asked, wanting to make sure. Back when the fourth Hokage was Jeriah's age, he didn't have Jeriah's strength, much less a grasp of sealing techniques. While sealing techniques might not seem as dazzling as the powerful combat jutsu in the ninja world, they're extremely difficult to learn and can have tremendous effects. The third Hokage could hardly believe that someone as young as Jeriah had already mastered sealing techniques. Even just a few basics, it was still astonishing. Jeriah had no choice but to confirm again, "Yes, Lord Hokage, I've mastered these sealing techniques. Kakashi-sensei taught me." The third Hokage fell silent for a long time. It wasn't that he feared Jeriah. He was simply so astonished he didn't know what to say. The mood grew even more awkward. Jeriah felt increasingly uneasy. At last, the third Hokage snapped out of shock. With a wry smile, he said, "Remarkable. To have mastered sealing techniques at such a young age, even if it's just the basics, is truly impressive. It seems you have a real talent for sealing techniques, Jeriah. In fact, your talent might be exceptional. Do you know something? You remind me of the fourth Hokage. Are you familiar with him?" The third Hokage seemed to hold Minato Namikaze in the highest regard, mentioning him frequently in front of Jeriah. It was easy to understand why. After all, Minato had been chosen as successor over Orochimaru, the third's own favored disciple. The third had always been deeply satisfied with Minato. After all, Minato was his grand disciple, and an outstanding one at that. Recommending Minato as the fourth Hokage had always been a source of great pride for him. Ever since he decided to nurture Jeriah as the potential fifth Hokage, he'd hoped Jeriah might one day rival Minato's excellence. That way, he could step down with peace of mind. He was no longer young, pushing 70 now, and in just a few years his strength would inevitably decline. Kenoha desperately needed a Hokage like Minato Namikaze to support it. What he hadn't expected, though, was just how extraordinary Jeriah's talent would prove to be. Even for him, the so-called professor of ninjutsu, mastering sealing techniques was no easy feat. For ordinary ninja, it was even more daunting. But Jeriah, only 12 years old, had already mastered several basic sealing techniques, not just learning them, but displaying a remarkable affinity for the art. He suspected Jeriah must have picked them up during the mission in the Land of Waves. It had taken less than 2 months for him to grasp them. Such talent was truly rare. Listening to the third repeatedly bring up Minato Namikaze, Jeriah found it a bit odd, but still replied, "Of course I know. The fourth Hokage was Kakashi-sensei's teacher. He's the hero who sealed the Nine Tails and sacrificed himself to save the village." Jeriah's answer was much the same as any child in the village might give. Although Naruto was shunned by many, the fourth Hokage was revered throughout Kenoha. The third nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. The fourth Hokage is a hero of belief, but without great strength, no one can be a true hero. He was an exceptional ninja. In fact, during his era, he was the finest of them all." Jeriah listened quietly as the third recounted tales of the fourth's exploits. This was the beginning of the third Hokage's mentorship. For nearly an hour, the third spoke, not just of Minato Namikaze, but also the first and second Hokage, and the legendary Sanin of the Leaf. The reason he shared these stories was simple. All this information could be found in the archives of Kenoha. Even if he didn't say a word, Jeriah could have looked it up himself, had he wanted to. But the truth was, the third wanted to tell these stories, to inspire Jeriah, to kindle his aspirations for the village and the title of Hokage. At this point, the third was deeply satisfied with Jeriah's abilities. But when it came to character, he felt that Jeriah was still a bit too calm, perhaps even detached. In this respect, he was quite similar to the late Minato Namikaze. But the third Hokage hoped that Yoru would develop the ambition to compete for the position of Hokage, because only then would Yoru truly cherish the hard-won honor of becoming Hokage. After speaking, the third looked at Yoru and smiled. "I hope that one day you can become, like the fourth Hokage, a pillar that Kenoha needs. I'm already too old. The future of Kenoha will depend on the younger generation like you." With these words, the third had already made his intentions clear. Yoru understood exactly what the third meant, but he himself felt nothing in particular. Yoru was by no means someone who would slack off, but he did wish for a lighter, easier life. He didn't mind carrying out some missions, but to spend every day in Kenoha, constantly weighing the interests of various parties, that would be a headache. Of course, he could never reveal his true feelings. Otherwise, he might never have been granted access to this archive at all. Yoru smiled and said, Lord Hokage, you're still in your prime. There's really no need to worry so much. The third chuckled. In my prime? How could that be? I'm already 69 this year, and after this year, I'll be 70. If I could just find someone truly fit to take over, I'd already have retired and enjoy my twilight years. Everything the third and Yoru said to each other was the truth. For the third truly did see Yoru as a successor, especially now that he knew Yoru had actually mastered sealing techniques. The third smiled, searched among the bookshelves, and asked, "What sealing techniques has Kakashi taught you? Sealing arts are extremely dangerous. You do know that, right?" Yoru nodded. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei told me everything. Still, I want to learn. I think sealing techniques will be very useful to me." This response genuinely surprised the third. What surprised him was Yoru's remarkable honesty. He could tell Yoru was speaking sincerely. The third knew well that Yoru was not someone without depth or shrewdness. Something seemed to occur to him, and he felt a surge of happiness. Leaning against the bookshelf, Yoru said, "Right now, I've mastered the fourth Hokage's 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal. On my last mission, I saw Naruto lose control, and honestly, the power of a nine-tails fox is overwhelming. If that power were ever fully unleashed, it would be a huge threat. I don't want Naruto to become a scapegoat for the village. The villagers already dislike him enough as it is." The third paused. He let out a sigh. "There's really nothing I can do about Naruto's situation. I suppose Kakashi has told you about his background? Do you think I made the wrong decision?" Yoru replied honestly. "If you'd asked me before, I would have said yes. But after this mission, after seeing Naruto lose control with my own eyes, I don't think you were wrong. The villagers certainly didn't act appropriately, but in the end, they were simply afraid of the Nine-Tails' power. It may be wrong, but with no real solution at hand, keeping their distance seemed like the safest choice. Besides, I don't believe that telling the villagers about Naruto's true identity would make them accept him. The fourth Hokage was indeed a hero, but with a tailed beast sealed inside Naruto that could go on a rampage at any moment, the villagers would never change their attitude just because he's the fourth son. On the contrary, revealing Naruto's background might even cause the villagers to harbor resentment towards the fourth. I don't think that's a wise move. In my view, the best solution is for Naruto to master the Nine-Tails' power sooner, so there's no longer the threat of him losing control. I believe the villagers would be willing to trust him then." This was a conclusion Yoru drew after seeing how, following the Chunin exams, the villagers' impressions of Naruto shifted. In truth, most of the villagers' prejudice against Naruto stemmed from his own mischief. Just a small change in his behavior was enough to win over the majority. And at that time, Naruto hadn't even gained control over the Nine-Tails. The third Hokage turned to look at Yoru. He remained silent for a long time. He was surprised. He hadn't expected Yoru to have such thoughts. Over the years, guilt towards the fourth had weighed heavily on him. But after hearing Yoru's words, he felt a sense of relief. The third was quiet for a moment, then suddenly realized he had forgotten something. You've mastered the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal?" He was utterly stunned. These were hardly basic sealing techniques. Even he himself hadn't learned them, and yet Yoru had? Yoru nodded, looking puzzled. "Yes, that's right." The third stared at him in silence for quite a while, at a loss for words. "Are you sure?" He could hardly believe it. Yoru nodded again. The third's hands trembled as he held the scroll. "You're certain you've mastered the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal, the very ones used by the fourth Hokage?" Yoru nodded once more. Suddenly, the third burst out laughing. The ENBU watching over the archives were all caught off guard. For a moment, they thought something had gone wrong inside and rushed in, only to find the third and Yoru deep in conversation, clearly enjoying themselves. The ANBU gave Yoru a long, meaningful look before quietly withdrawing. They understood that Yoru's standing in the village was destined to be high. The third had given Yoru extraordinary authority. Even Danzo, another of Kenoha's top officials, needed the third's approval to enter the archives. Though Danzo had his own intelligence network and rarely needed access to this place. Any ninja allowed entry here was someone the third trusted implicitly. And now, Yoru had even been granted the privilege to enter freely, without needing to report to the third at all. Such authority, no one in today's Kenoha truly possesses it. Of course, the members of the Umbu could never have imagined that the third Hokage was already grooming Uraha as his successor. The third was quite pleased. Ever since Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze passed away, no one in Kenoha has been able to perform the 4-symbol seal or the 8-trigram seal. These two sealing jutsu are incredibly powerful. Later, when Naruto trained with Killer Bee on Turtle Island, Bee himself remarked that the seal on Uraha was far stronger than his own. That alone speaks volumes about the strength of these two sealing techniques. But precisely because these jutsu are so formidable, no one in Kenoha knows how to use them now. There was even a time when Naruto lost control, and it cost them dearly in lives and injuries just to subdue him. Now that Jeriah has mastered both the 4 symbols and 8 trigram seals, at least there's finally a way to restrain Naruto if he ever loses control again. They would no longer be as helpless as before. The more the third looked at Jeriah, the more he was reminded of Minato Namikaze. If it weren't for Jeriah's black hair, he might have truly believed he was Minato reincarnated. Excellent, excellent. Now that you've mastered these 2 sealing jutsu, if anything happens with Naruto in the future, we'll be counting on you. Jeriah smiled faintly and replied, he's my friend. If there's anything I can do, I'll do my best. The third nodded in satisfaction. I'm grateful that you're willing to accept Naruto. Being able to master the 4 symbols and 8 trigram seals also shows you have a deep understanding of sealing jutsu. Your talent is exceptional. These 2 techniques are far from easy. Even the 4th Hokage spent years before he could master them. They originated with the Uzumaki clan, who have always been our allies. Both the 1st and 4th Hokage's wives came from the Uzumaki. And thanks to that bond, Kenoha inherited the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Naruto is also an Uzumaki, but I'm afraid he just doesn't have the knack for learning sealing jutsu. The third side. He had once hoped that Naruto would be able to master sealing techniques, just like his mother Kushina Uzumaki, and use them to suppress the Nine Tails and harness its power. But clearly, Naruto lacked the talent for it. With his level of knowledge, he probably wouldn't even grasp the basic principles. Besides, sealing jutsu demands a very high level of skill and precision. No matter how you looked at it, Naruto simply wasn't suited to learn them. Not only Naruto, even Kakashi, a genius since childhood, never managed to master them. Jeriah chuckled and said, Naruto is incredibly talented, but his gifts clearly lie elsewhere, not in sealing techniques. The third agreed, that's right. This kid has a knack for picking up all sorts of unusual skills. Whenever he thought about Naruto's sexy jutsu, the third Hokage was left at a loss for words. The most vexing part was that he fell for it every single time. Of course, this was not something he would ever admit to Yu. Little did he know, Yu was already well aware of it. But Yu saw nothing remarkable about it. After all, even Kagaya Otsutsuki had fallen victim to that technique. It was perfectly normal for the third to be fooled as well. After sighing to himself, the third Hokage asked, now that you've mastered the 4-symbol seal and the 8 trigram seal, I suppose you don't need to learn any other sealing techniques, do you? Yu smiled and replied, I'd like to see what other sealing techniques there are. The third nodded. There are indeed a few powerful sealing jutsu, but they're forbidden techniques, extremely dangerous. I don't recommend you learn them. What the third referred to were techniques like the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, the kind you could only use once in your life. He himself knew these jutsu, but thinking of how Minato Namikaze had used such a technique to seal the Nine Tails, he naturally didn't want Yu to follow that path. I don't see it that way. Whether it's forbidden or not, it's still ninjutsu. Since someone created it, they must have hoped it would serve a purpose. If it's always locked away, why create it in the first place? The third considered this and realized Yu had a point. With a sigh, he said, some sealing techniques cost your life to use. They really aren't suitable for learning. I just worry. The 4th Hokage died that way. Yu was silent for a long while before he spoke. The fact that the 4th Hokage chose to use that jutsu proves it fulfilled its purpose. And if he resorted to that ninjutsu, it means there was no other way, no other sealing technique that would work. In a sense, it's a means to mutual destruction. Seeing that Yu was determined, the third didn't try to dissuade him any further. He had to admit, Yu's reasoning made sense. Still, only someone like Yu could get away with thinking that way. For anyone else, it wasn't just a matter of danger. They simply wouldn't be able to master such techniques. Though they had only been working together for a short time, the third was already deeply impressed with Yu. Privately, he regretted not discovering Yu's talent sooner, which left him feeling he barely knew the young man now. If only he had noticed Yu earlier and begun training him from a young age, Yu wouldn't have to scramble to catch up on ninjutsu now. The third assumed Yu's current drive to study ninjutsu so diligently was because he'd lacked access to resources in the past. He was only half right. Yu truly hadn't had the resources before, but back then he also didn't have the talent to master them. Yu's natural gifts had once been entirely ordinary. Even if he'd been given countless ninjutsu resources, he most likely wouldn't have learned them. After deciding not to persuade Jeriah any further, the third Hokage took several scrolls from the bookshelf and said, these are currently the most powerful sealing techniques in the village. You can take a look, but don't attempt to learn them unless you're confident. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Jeriah glanced over the scrolls. Among them was the Reaper Death Seal. Of course, Jeriah had no interest in that particular technique. What used was a sealing jutsu that could only be performed once. He didn't want to learn forbidden techniques, but only those that, while dangerous, offered immense power. He wasn't interested in jutsu you could only use once in your lifetime. Jeriah picked up a few of the scrolls and sat down on the floor to study them. He paid no mind to the third Hokage sitting right beside him. The third, however, didn't find Jeriah's behavior disrespectful. Instead, he admired his eagerness to learn. The Gate of the Great God? Is this another sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan? Jeriah muttered to himself. The third explained, yes, that's also a sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. However, this technique is extremely difficult. Its complexity even surpasses that of the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal. As far as I recall, only the first Hokage, his wife, and the 4th Hokage's wife ever mastered this jutsu. Besides its complexity, this technique requires an enormous amount of chakra to perform. That's why, ever since the 4th Hokage's wife passed away, no one in the Leaf Village has been able to use it. Jeriah nodded. I see. Still, it does seem like a tremendously powerful sealing technique. The third responded, it truly is. This jutsu can suppress even the Nine-Tails in battle. Back in the day, the first Hokage's wife could pin down the Nine-Tails effortlessly with just a wave of her hand. Oh, it's really that strong. Jeriah knew full well how formidable the Gate of the Great God was. It could restrain not only the Nine-Tails, but even the 10-Tails. Even Madara Uchiha couldn't withstand it. But that was the Sage Art, Gate of the Great God. Jeriah wasn't sure whether using Sage Chakra made the technique stronger than the regular version. Still, he remembered that Kushina Uzumaki had used this jutsu to suppress the Nine-Tails. Thinking about it, the Uzumaki clan truly was terrifying when it came to dealing with tailed beasts. Just the adamantine sealing chains alone could bind the Nine-Tails. And Kushina had managed that when she was on the verge of death, her body severely weakened, yet she still pinned the beast down. Aside from the adamantine sealing chains, the Gate of the Great God worked just as well. Even without considering Hashiroma's Sage Art, Gate of the Great God, Kushina's version was enough to keep the Nine-Tails from breaking free. The Uzumaki clan really was the bane of all tailed beasts. However, the clan focused most of their efforts on sealing techniques, and their prowess in direct combat wasn't especially impressive. If they had been as powerful as the Senju or the Uchiha, which hidden village could have ever wiped them out? The third Hokage noticed that Jeriah seemed interested in the Gate of the Great God technique. He advised, this jutsu is extremely difficult and requires an enormous amount of chakra. It's really not suited for you. Even though he knew Jeriah possessed a lot of chakra, after all, Jeriah was only 12 years old. The third couldn't believe that, no matter how much chakra Jeriah had, it could surpass his own. If even he couldn't sustain the chakra drain of this jutsu, there was no way Jeriah could manage it. Jeriah nodded, as if he agreed with the third's assessment. In truth, he simply didn't want the third Hokage to learn just how vast his chakra reserves really were. As for the Gate of the Great God, Jeriah absolutely intended to master it. This jutsu was one of the rare techniques that could truly suppress a tailed beast in combat. Whether it was the 4-symbol seal or the 8-trigram seal, both required the beast to be subdued before they could be applied. But the Gate of the Great God was different. It was both a sealing technique and a formidable combat jutsu, with tremendous power. After reviewing several sealing techniques, Jeriah couldn't help but admit that Kenoha truly possessed many powerful seals, most of which came from the Uzumaki clan. He made a note of the sealing jutsu he wanted to learn, then moved on to seek out some forbidden techniques. For example, the Flying Thunder God technique, and even the Rasengan. However, Jeriah realized that his favorite remained Lightning Release. He had little interest in Wind Release jutsu. The Rasengan was the pinnacle of shape transformation and didn't require Wind Nature Chakra. Yet, in its basic form, the Rasengan wasn't particularly powerful. At least for Jeriah, it was nowhere near as strong as his simple Chidori. Not to mention his Lightning Net, capable of both offense and defense, with S-rank might and complexity. So, despite possessing chakra of all 5 natures, Jeriah still preferred to use lightning release techniques. Still, he carefully studied the principles behind the Rasengan. Although the technique didn't captivate him, it was, after all, the signature move of this world's main protagonist, and he felt it deserved a measure of respect. Besides, learning it certainly couldn't hurt. The third Hokage sat across from Jeriah, watching as he pored over the various jutsu, but he offered no further comment. Whether it was the Flying Thunder God or the Rasengan, both were techniques he hoped Jeriah would master, especially the Flying Thunder God. After all, the 4th Hokage had relied on it to become known as the Yellow Flash of the ninja world. But the Flying Thunder God required extraordinary talent to learn. Even the third had never managed to master it. He wasn't sure if Jeriah could. After Jeriah had thoroughly studied the principles of the Flying Thunder God, he closed the scroll. After watching from the sidelines for quite some time, the third Hokage finally couldn't hold back and cautiously asked, "The Flying Thunder God technique is extremely difficult to master. Other than the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage, no one else has ever managed to learn it. You can take your time. There's no need to rush. It's also perfectly fine if you can't master it. The difficulty of this jutsu is truly very high." Yoru simply nodded in response. He said nothing more. He had already memorized the principles behind the Flying Thunder God technique, and, as he did so, he had also thoroughly analyzed its structure in his mind. There was no such thing as being unable to learn it. Yoru now realized that the learning talent he had acquired was nothing short of extraordinary. Ever since he gained this ability, it seemed as though there hadn't been a single jutsu that he couldn't master. Even when it came to the most challenging sealing techniques, all it took was a bit more time and effort. The Flying Thunder God technique, an S-class space-time jutsu, was not something that could be mastered by talent alone. It also required an exceptional aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. But Yoru had no such obstacle. Once he finished reading about the principles behind the Flying Thunder God technique, he completely understood how the jutsu worked. All that remained was for him to practice. Seeing Yoru nod, the third Hokage assumed that he simply lacked the talent for this kind of technique. Though he had prepared himself for this possibility, the third Hokage still felt a twinge of regret. He had genuinely hoped Yoru would be able to master the Flying Thunder God technique. But Yoru himself didn't care what the third Hokage thought. He spent the entire day in the archive. Yoru studied a great many jutsu. In addition to some forbidden techniques, he also mastered a wide variety of A-rank and B-rank elemental jutsu. Kakashi had taught Yoru many elemental jutsu, but not many of them had reached A or B rank. While the difficulty of learning a jutsu and its actual power aren't exactly the same, there's still a certain connection between the two. After all, if a jutsu is extremely hard to learn but has little power, it would have been phased out long ago. Why bother learning it at all? So, in general, jutsu that are hard to master are also quite powerful. Of course, there are exceptions, like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Their jutsu relied on overwhelming raw power, driven purely by massive reserves of chakra. For ordinary shinobi, chakra is in short supply. They would never use up so much chakra to cast a technique with little effect. That's why, for most ninja, jutsu that are difficult to learn tend to be very powerful as well. It was only after night fell that Yoru finally stepped out of the archive. Even after a whole day spent reading and thinking, his mind was sharp and clear, not the least bit fatigued. In fact, his thoughts felt remarkably crisp, and he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After all, he learned many formidable jutsu in the archive that he'd never even seen before, each more powerful than the last. He'd managed to patch up many of the weaknesses he once believed he had. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood by the window, gazing at Jeriah's departing figure. His face betrayed no emotion, leaving it a mystery what thoughts ran through his mind. For a long while, he remained motionless, watching until Jeriah's silhouette vanished completely from sight. Only then did the third Hokage turn away and take a seat. After pondering for a moment, he murmured to himself, "Danzo has indeed been rather active lately. It's time I gave him a warning." No sooner had he spoken those words than the third Hokage vanished from the office. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Root, in Kenoha, Danzo listened as his subordinates reported on Jeriah's activities for the day. Indeed, Danzo had assigned Root operatives to shadow Jeriah the entire day. Jeriah, of course, noticed their presence, but since Root posed no real threat to him, he paid them little mind. Jeriah might have chosen to ignore it, but the third Hokage could not simply stand by and do nothing, especially after learning that Jeriah had mastered both the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal. From that moment on, the third Hokage had already set his sights on Jeriah as his successor. To have finally encountered such a genius, the third Hokage would never allow him to be lost prematurely. That was simply who the third Hokage was. If he truly believed in someone, he would be exceedingly indulgent toward them. Take Orochimaru, for example. The third Hokage had always regarded him as his finest student. In his heart, Jeriah and Tsunade never quite measured up to Orochimaru. So even though he knew of Orochimaru's inhumane experiments, he chose to turn a blind eye. In the end, when things became truly irreparable, he still didn't consider killing him, but merely ordered his capture alive. Now, he felt the same way about Jeriah. It was mainly because he truly had no one left to choose from, and he himself was growing old. He wouldn't be able to serve as Hokage for many more years. If he didn't choose a worthy successor soon, he felt he would have no face to meet the first and second Hokage in the afterlife. Of course, there was another crucial reason for his high hopes in Jeriah. Jeriah's background was clean, and he had no familial power interfering behind the scenes. Soon enough, the third Hokage appeared at Root's headquarters. Danzo, who was listening to his subordinate's report, rose to his feet, his gaze shifting to the third Hokage as he approached. A few Root shinobi appeared, positioning themselves protectively in front of Danzo. The third Hokage frowned at this sight. Danzo, it seems Root has truly become your personal army. It was important to remember that the third Hokage was the Hokage, and Root was a subdivision of the Umbu, ultimately under his command. In theory, the one in control of Root should be the third Hokage. Yet now, these Root shinobi were taking up defensive stances against the Hokage himself. Such behavior was little short of insubordination. Danzo, however, paid no heed to the third Hokage's pointed remark. He understood the third's temperament, and it was an open secret among Kenoha's higher-ups that Root belonged to Danzo. After all, Root was established with the silent approval of the third Hokage. So Danzo merely replied in a cold tone, "Hiruzen, is there a reason for your visit?" The third Hokage walked up to the Root ninjas, his gaze calm as he looked at them. The ninjas who had been prepared to lay down their lives to protect Danzo suddenly began to tremble all over. Some even stepped back several paces. Danzo frowned. "Hiruzen, what exactly are you trying to do?" The third Hokage didn't answer Danzo directly. Instead, he addressed the Root ninjas before him in a mild tone. "I have something to discuss with Elder Danzo alone. All of you leave us." His voice left no room for argument. The Root ninjas were now shaking uncontrollably, their earlier resolve to face death nowhere to be seen. Though the third had not intentionally revealed his power, the overwhelming presence of a Kage was far beyond what these Root operatives could withstand. Not to mention, the third Hokage was still the leader of the Hidden Leaf. Technically, they were all under his command. If they showed even a hint of disobedience, no one would question the third for dealing with them on the spot. For the first time, the Root ninjas didn't look to Danzo for direction. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. Danzo's face darkened at the sight. "So, you've come here just to flaunt your power as Hokage?" He was furious, but he couldn't afford to let it show too much in front of the third. He could tell that Hiruzen was different from usual. Once the Root ninjas had disappeared, the third Hokage stepped up to Danzo and said quietly, "Don't keep sending people to watch that child. If you do, don't blame me for dissolving Root. I mean it." The third's tone made it clear he would not be contradicted. Of course, Danzo was unwilling. He was even angry. "Hiruzen, what right do you have to make me obey you? Don't forget, I'm the head of Root. If I refuse to dissolve it, what can you really do?" In an instant, tempers flared between the two men. The third was infuriated by Danzo's words. His voice turned icy. "It seems I've been too lenient with you all these years, letting you believe you can bargain with me." Danzo shot back. "Are you really going to push me this far for the sake of some brat? Everything I've done has been for the good of the Leaf. That boy is a huge threat to the village. I have to keep an eye on him. You should be supporting me." No sooner had Danzo finished speaking than a surge of powerful chakra erupted from the third Hokage. Thunderous energy cracked through the air. Danzo was blasted back several steps by the force of Hiruzen's chakra. Blue chakra swirled around the third, so dense it seemed almost tangible. Though he was old, the third still possessed immense chakra. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unleash so many jutsu when fighting Orochimaru. Danzo tried to summon his own chakra in response. But the moment he tried, his chakra grew unbearably heavy. "Hiruzen, are you really willing to go this far for that child?" Danzo realized that the third was suppressing his chakra. Although he was also a Kage-level powerhouse, he was not as strong as the third Hokage. What mattered even more was that the third was the Hokage. While Danzo was a senior figure in Kenoha, he had neither the means nor the position to openly oppose the third. Nor would many people stand by his side. Unless he intended to defect from Kenoha, there was no way he could act directly against the third. Even when he'd previously plotted to assassinate the third Hokage, he couldn't do it himself. He had to manipulate Kakashi and Yamato into making the attempt for him. Throughout, the third Hokage remained stern. He is different from the others. Kenoha needs him to grow strong. Don't let your personal motives be the thing that destroys him. I will never allow that to happen. Danzo ground his teeth. The third stance reminded him of the time, years ago, when he'd abandoned both him and Orochimaru to support Minato Namikaze's rise. Back then, once he realized the third didn't want him to become Hokage, Danzo had thrown all his weight behind Orochimaru as the fourth candidate, believing Orochimaru to be the third's favorite student. Who could have guessed that, in the end, the third would defy all opinions and select the youngest candidate, Minato Namikaze. That decision nearly drove him mad with rage. Now the third was showing the same favoritism toward Jeriah, and those painful memories surged back to the surface. Hiruzen, he's only 12 years old. Are you out of your mind? How can you know what he'll become in the future? You're already showing him such blatant favoritism. If he doesn't live up to your expectations one day, will you be able to bear the consequences of your mistake? Hearing this, the third couldn't help but laugh. If he'd had any doubts before, they were gone now. Ever since learning that Jeriah had mastered both the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal, all hesitation vanished. After all, both sealing techniques required immense reserves of chakra, and anyone capable of wielding them must be extraordinarily gifted in ninjutsu. On top of that, Jeriah had slain Kurasuke Raiga and subdued Naruto during his rampage. There was no question, Jeriah's strength was already at Kage level. The only difference was whether he was an elite among Kage levels or an ordinary one. Either way, Jeriah was only 12. As long as nothing cut his life short, his accomplishments would surely rival those of the 4th Hokage. Of that, the third had no doubt. With a cold laugh, the third declared, "It's exactly because he's only 12 that I'm willing to stake Kenoha's future on him." The moment those words left his lips, Danzo's face filled with shock, and he staggered back several steps. Do you even realize what you're saying? You're going to place all of Kenoha's future in the hands of a 12-year-old brat? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the village the teacher left behind is not your plaything. Choosing you as Hokage was Sensei's mistake, and your reckless decisions will destroy Kenoha's future. Danzo was in utter disbelief. The third wasn't even hiding his intentions anymore. He was so brazen, so unashamed, about entrusting the future to Jeriah. With those words, it was made clear that he saw Yi Yu as his successor. Yi Yu was only 12 years old. How could the third be so reckless? Most importantly, the third would rather choose a 12-year-old child than pick him. The third looked at Danzo, his expression grave. Precisely because I value our teacher's wishes, I have chosen him. Danzo, we are both old. The future does not belong to us. That was the last thing Danzo wanted to hear. Hiruzen, you're the one who's old. You've lost your judgment. I can refrain from having him watched, but as long as I'm here, he will never become Hokage. I am the Hokage. I know best who is fit to take up that mantle. Nothing infuriated Danzo more than Hiruzen constantly using his title as Hokage to suppress him. Furious, he snapped, "No matter what you say, I will never believe that some 12-year-old brat could ever become Hokage." The third could see that Danzo had already backed down. Having achieved his goal, the third had no reason to linger. He simply said, "That isn't your concern any longer. Remember, I want to see him grow. If I find out you've done anything to him, Root will be disbanded." I am not joking. With that, the third wasted no more words on Danzo and turned to leave. Watching the third's departing figure, Danzo was beside himself with rage. His hands, gripping his cane, trembled and veins bulged with anger. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. After the third's warning, Danzo, though deeply frustrated, did indeed stop having Yi Yu watched. In truth, Danzo held no personal grudges against Yi Yu. He simply could not accept that the third had named Yi Yu as his successor. For decades, Danzo had yearned day and night to become Hokage. To him, becoming Hokage was the greatest wish of his life. Anyone who stood in his way, even the third, his old comrade, would be dealt with mercilessly. Though he no longer had Yi Yu surveilled, Danzo still waited in the shadows for Yi Yu to make a misstep. If Yi Yu ever made a mistake grave enough to disqualify him from becoming Hokage, Danzo would have every reason to oppose the third choice. As for Yi Yu, when he sensed the disappearance of the ninja presence around him, he didn't know exactly what had happened. But having no one watching him could only be a good thing. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Yi Yu was reviewing all the ninja techniques he had noted down that day. The Gate of the Gods, the Flying Thunder God technique, the Rasengan, and even the Impure World Reincarnation, all were now committed to memory. He hadn't memorized Impure World Reincarnation out of any desire to summon the dead, but simply so that if he encountered this jutsu in the future, he could counter it. After all, it would be quite troublesome if an enemy used Impure World Reincarnation. He spent several hours organizing his thoughts, until it was well past midnight. Only then did Yi Yu finally open his eyes. No wonder it's a forbidden jutsu. The difficulty really is high. With those words, Yoru raised his right hand. His gaze sharpened, and the chakra within his body surged rapidly. In the center of his palm, a golden sphere of chakra materialized in an instant. The glow from the golden chakra orb illuminated Yoru's room as brightly as if someone had flicked on the lights. Gazing at the chakra sphere in his hand, Yoru murmured to himself, So this is the Rasengan? It's actually quite fascinating. After watching it for a while, a bold idea began to take shape in Yoru's mind. Let's hope this works. If it fails, I'll be paying off a mortgage for the rest of my life. The moment he finished speaking, the chakra sphere in Yoru's hand instantly transformed into a wildly spinning golden chakra, shuriken. In that instant, a storm erupted inside the room. The raging winds shredded the tables and chairs, reducing them to splinters. So, this is the Rasen Shuriken. Its power really is incredible. If I make it any bigger, there's no way I'll be able to live in this house. Yoru glanced around at the fresh gashes in the walls, left behind by the slicing wind blades. With a resigned sigh, he dispelled the Rasen Shuriken from his hand. Next, Yoru prepared to experiment with the Flying Thunder God technique. He himself had no idea how outrageous his actions just now had been. The Rasen Shuriken, which Naruto had developed only after countless hardships, Yoru had mastered in merely a few hours of study. He hadn't even practiced it before. If Jeriah ever found out, he'd probably be green with envy. After all, back in the day, it had taken Jeriah a long time to master the Rasengan. What was even more absurd was that Yoru hadn't just mastered the Rasengan. He'd grasped the Rasen Shuriken almost at the same time. Yoru could even infuse it with lightning chakra. The reason it all came so easily to Yoru wasn't just his ridiculously extraordinary talent, but also the fact that he was using Sage Chakra. He had completely sidestepped all the usual problems associated with the Rasen Shuriken. Yet, despite sensing the immense destructive power of his Rasen Shuriken, Yoru wasn't the least bit surprised. He didn't even feel any urge to use it in future battles. That's because his lightning-style techniques were every bit as powerful, if not even more so, especially his lightning net. Just as Naruto would unleash the Rasengan in nearly every fight after he learned it, Yoru's favorite move in battle was the lightning net. He barely used Chidori or any of its derivatives. After all, the lightning net was Yoru's own creation, and there's nothing quite like using a technique you developed yourself. It just feels more natural, maybe even for psychological reasons. But in any case, Yoru clearly preferred the lightning net. He spent the entire night in his room, practicing the jutsu he'd memorized that day. Training indoors was far from ideal, but Yoru didn't need to fully unleash the jutsu to practice. Because he had mastered ninjutsu, his control over it was exceptionally precise, allowing him to scale the techniques down so much that they wouldn't even harm the room around him. Although Yu now possessed Kaga-level strength, he cherished his only property dearly. After all, whether he could live comfortably in the future depended greatly on this house. With this house, he could save up all his income going forward. But without it, if he wanted to buy a home in the same location, he would have to spend a fortune, most likely even taking out a mortgage. The thought of having to work hard every day just to pay off a home loan made Yu treasure his current place all the more. He practiced into the late night, and only after he had fully mastered all his ninjutsu did he prepare to rest. Just then, a long-missed voice echoed in his mind. Your speed has reached the spatial level, your physical attributes have doubled, your energy source has been rebound to planetary level, and your chakra reserves have doubled. Yi was stunned. It had been a long time since his system had given him any notifications. He had assumed that he'd reached the limits of his body during this period, and that further improvement was impossible. That must be why the system had fallen silent. But now, you notice something different about this latest message. What does it mean to have my energy source rebound to planetary level? Yi was completely at a loss about this concept. However, he could definitely feel the doubling of his chakra reserves. His chakra now felt overwhelmingly abundant. Whatever planetary level means, it sounds like something incredible. At least I can clearly sense my chakra has doubled. With his chakra doubled, Yiyu's reserves now reached the level of a tailed beast, excluding the 9 tails, of course. Most importantly, his chakra was that of Sage mode, so with the same amount, Yiyu's chakra could endure far greater consumption. For the same ninjutsu, he used far less chakra than anyone else. Not to mention his extraordinary chakra recovery speed. Previously, it took him about 10 minutes to restore his chakra. Now, despite the increase in quantity, Yiyu felt he only needed 6 or 7 minutes to recover for being completely drained to full capacity. The doubling of chakra is probably tied to the doubling of my physical attributes. After all, my body needs to be strong enough to handle such a vast amount of chakra. But what exactly does it mean for my energy source to be at the planetary level? It sounds impressive. From the literal meaning, does it mean that my previous energy source was natural energy, and now it draws directly from the entire planet? Yiyu pondered this possibility. Why doesn't this system ever give me an explanation? Yiyu couldn't help but feel exasperated. The energy drawn from a planetary source is completely different from natural energy. After all, the divine tree only bears chakra fruit by absorbing a planet's energy. It was obvious that the divine tree hadn't finished draining this planet's energy. Far from it, in fact. Otherwise, the planet wouldn't have enough energy left to maintain its own existence. Yi knew all too well just how immense the Ten Tails Chakra truly was. Of course, all of this was just Yi Yu's speculation, but he felt confident that his deduction was correct. As it turned out, he was right. Previously, when Yi Yu could absorb natural energy from the outside world, it meant he could draw upon this planet's ambient natural energy. Yet clearly, natural energy made up only a tiny fraction of the planet's total energy reserves. Even the divine tree's chakra represented just a small part of the planet's energy. But planetary-level energy referred to all the energy contained within the entire planet. Of course, this didn't mean Yi Yu now possessed all of the planet's energy at once. With his current physique and strength, if all that energy was poured into him, he would be reduced to dust in an instant. So, having a planetary-level energy source meant that Yi Yu could directly extract energy from the planet itself. This dramatically expanded the pool of energy he could draw from. It raised his chakra cap to an extraordinary level. If his previous maximum was 1, now it would be 100. The difference was that drastic. Of course, whether Yi Yu could actually reach this new ceiling remained to be seen. After studying this planetary-level energy source for a while, Yi Yu decided to rest. Though this upgrade was monumental, he no longer felt the same thrill as before. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the power he now wielded, and his mindset was no longer so easily shaken. For some time afterward, the third Hokage didn't assign Yi Yu any new missions. He wanted Yi Yu to master the ninjutsu he had already reviewed. Kakashi also hadn't come looking for Yi Yu during this period. Yi Yu spent all this time immersed in training. His chakra reserves had doubled, and his physical abilities had also increased twofold, so he needed time to adapt to these changes. As for the ninjutsu he had read about in the archives, Yi Yu had already mastered them all on the very first night. He had even improved upon them, adapting each technique to better suit his own combat style. Yi Yu's Flying Thunder God technique no longer required him to place a seal. As long as he could sense an area, he could use the technique there. Of course, he could still use seals if he wished. By placing a seal on a ninja tool, he could teleport over long distances. But the further the distance, the more chakra it consumed. Yet after days of training, Yi Yu found that, in actual combat, the body flicker technique remained his favorite. Because his body flicker technique was already fast enough, and it consumed much less chakra than the Flying Thunder God technique. A little over 10 days later, at a training field in Kenoha. The training field was enormous, with a radius of 5 kilometers. Although it couldn't compare to the Forest of Death, it was still vast and sprawling. Nightfeather sat cross-legged in the woods of the training field, seemingly focused on refining his chakra. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. In the next instant, he vanished from where he sat. "What are you guys up to?" Nightfeather's voice rang out unexpectedly. About 200 meters from where he had just been sitting, hidden among a thicket of bushes, Nightfeather appeared. He gazed at the 3 figures crouched in the shrubbery. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, who had been secretly spying on Nightfeather as he trained, jolted in shock at the sudden voice behind them. The 3 of them turned around awkwardly, only to find Nightfeather standing right in front of them, his face expressionless as he looked at them. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Sasuke said, "These past few days, I've been learning a new jutsu from Kakashi-sensei, the one you mentioned before." As he spoke, Sasuke glanced at Nightfeather with hopeful eyes, clearly wishing for a word of praise. It was obvious that he genuinely wanted Nightfeather's approval. As soon as Sasuke finished, Naruto hurried to add, "I've been practicing taijutsu with Kakashi-sensei too. And Bushy-Brow-sensei taught me some really awesome moves. Nightfeather, I think I'm almost catching up to you." Naruto's face was brimming with confidence. Sakura, meanwhile, spoke up a bit more cautiously. "I only managed to learn 2 jinjutsu techniques these past few days. Nightfeather, you were right. Guy-sensei's taijutsu really doesn't suit me." Their words left Nightfeather a bit at a loss. "So you all came looking for me just for this?" The 3 of them nodded in perfect unison. Nightfeather was speechless. He had thought something serious had happened, but it turned out they just wanted to share their progress. After finally enjoying a few quiet days, this was not what he expected. Hearing Nightfeather's reaction, Naruto puffed up indignantly. "What do you mean, just for this? We've been working really hard, you know? And I really feel like I'm about to surpass you. I just have this feeling," Naruto declared with unshakable confidence. Nightfeather nodded. "That wouldn't surprise me. After all, in the future, Naruto would become a powerhouse on the level of the Sage of 6 Paths." Nightfeather wasn't surprised that Naruto would someday become incredibly strong. But that time hadn't come yet. Right now, Nightfeather could sense that Naruto's chakra hadn't increased by much. In the past, Naruto's chakra had dwarfed his by a factor of 10,000, but now, Nightfeather's chakra was already dozens of times greater than Naruto's. Of course, this was not counting the chakra of the Nine Tails. At present, Nightfeather's chakra was already at the level of a tailed beast, though he still couldn't quite match the Nine Tails. And besides, Naruto only had half of the Nine Tails sealed inside him. But aside from the extraordinary power of the Nine Tails, in terms of chakra, Nightfeather now was easily on par with any tailed beast, except the Nine Tails itself. What's more, it's important to remember that all of Uraha's chakra is Sage chakra. The quality of his chakra far surpasses that of ordinary chakra. At this point, Uraha no longer bothers to estimate exactly how strong he is. There's really no point. What matters is how much strength he can unleash in actual combat. After all, even someone as powerful as Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed twice in a row by people supposedly weaker than her. Maybe Kaguya Otsutsuki's downfall has served as a constant warning for Uraha. Though his strength has grown rapidly, he's always remained cautious. He's always afraid of stumbling in an unexpected way one day and making a fool of himself. So, when Naruto said he'd surpass him, Uraha didn't deny it. After all, who can really say what the future holds? Of course, it's true that Uraha is perhaps overly cautious. Right now, his strength is absolutely beyond Naruto's reach. In fact, without having gained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, it's virtually impossible for Naruto to defeat him. Especially now that Uraha has mastered numerous top-tier sealing techniques. Still, Uraha doesn't feel that his strength gives him license to act recklessly. No matter who he's dealing with, he interacts just as he always has. Naturally, he doesn't dismiss what Naruto said about soon surpassing him, either. Hearing Uraha's acknowledgement, Naruto burst out laughing, delighted. See, Sasuke? Even Uraha admits how strong I am. Sasuke ignored him. Instead, he looked at Uraha with anticipation. Uraha, I'd like you to test the results of my training these past weeks. Sakura chimed in as well. I've only learned 2 Jinjutsu, but I already feel a lot stronger. Uraha, could you test me too? Naruto was a bit annoyed that Sasuke had ignored him. But when he heard Sasuke and Sakura's requests, he quickly joined in. Uraha, count me in too. Looking at the 3 of them, Uraha felt a headache coming on. He thought he'd finally be able to enjoy some peace and quiet for a while. Who would have thought Sasuke would be such a quick learner? He remembered that during the Chunin exams, it took Sasuke about a month to master Chidori. So how had he managed to pick it up in just a little over 10 days this time? A string of questions flooded Uraha's mind. Could it be that after Sasuke let go of his obsessions, his ability to learn has actually improved? As it turned out, Uraha was only half right. Sasuke used to be too fixated, always in a rush to achieve results. People like that struggle to calm down and think rationally. And when you're not thinking clearly, it's all too easy to waste time on inner turmoil, unable to focus on your training. Plus, during the Chunin exams, Kakashi was busy with many things and could only spare limited time to teach Sasuke. But now, Kakashi trains with Sasuke every day until they're finished. For these past 10 or so days, he's been there by Sasuke's side, offering hands-on guidance every step of the way. Compared to the time spent during the Chunin exams, Kakashi has devoted much more time teaching Sasuke over these past 10 days. However, what left Uraha speechless was this. Why did Sasuke feel the need to challenge him and test his strength as soon as he mastered Chidori? Uraha had no idea that, in Sasuke's mind, he had already taken the place of Uchiha Itachi before the Uchiha clan's demise. A few of Uraha's earlier conversations, or perhaps manipulations, with Sasuke had not only shifted Sasuke's extreme views, but also led him to develop a dependence on Uraha, much like the one he once had for Itachi. In this way, he was just like Naruto. Naruto longed for Sasuke's recognition, while Sasuke now deeply desired Uraha's approval. Looking at Sasuke in surprise, Uraha asked, "You've mastered Chidori?" Sasuke smiled, clearly pleased with Uraha's astonished expression. "That's right. The training was grueling, but I managed to get the hang of it." "Uraha, you were right. Kakashi-sensei's lightning release really does suit me." Sasuke had changed a lot compared to before, which was why he now addressed Kakashi as Kakashi-sensei rather than just Kakashi. Hearing Sasuke's words, Uraha nodded in acknowledgement. Off to the side, Naruto pouted, grumbling, "Kakashi-sensei totally plays favorites. He said lightning release isn't for me." Uraha chuckled. "Did he mention that wind release might suit you instead?" Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know that?" Uraha replied, "Actually, I know of a jutsu that would fit you perfectly. If you'd like, I can teach it to you." Uraha was planning to teach Naruto the Rasengan ahead of schedule. After all, he had no idea when the Chunin exams would even begin. At this point, Naruto hadn't yet started learning the Rasengan from Jeriah. Naruto froze for a moment, and then his face lit up with pure excitement. Really? Uraha nodded. Uraha, are you really going to teach him a jutsu? Sasuke asked with a hint of annoyance. It wasn't that Sasuke didn't want Naruto to learn new techniques. He was just irritated that Uraha would teach Naruto a jutsu, but not him. Uraha explained, this jutsu is especially suited to Naruto, just like Chidori is a perfect fit for you. That explanation seemed to placate Sasuke, who said nothing more. Naruto looked on expectantly. Although he'd spent this time training taijutsu under Kakashi, he still hoped that Uraha would be the one to teach him. And it wasn't just Naruto. Sasuke secretly hoped even more that Uraha would personally guide his training. Compared to Kakashi, Sasuke had much more faith in Uraha's abilities. No matter how much Uraha tried to downplay himself, Sasuke never wavered in his belief. All right, since you both wanted to test your skills, come over here, Uraha said. With that, he reached out and patted the three of them on the shoulder. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura had no idea what he meant by this. In the next instant, their vision blurred, and the scenery around them changed in a flash. They appeared several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. This scene left all three of them utterly stunned. What kind of jutsu is this? How do we suddenly end up here? Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. The three of them stared at Uraha, their faces filled with disbelief. Uraha explained calmly, it's just a little ninjutsu. Come on, let me see how much you've improved during your training. But his words failed to snap them out of their daze. The flying thunder god technique Uraha had just used was simply too shocking. To move hundreds of meters in an instant. This was something even the body flicker technique couldn't accomplish. What's more, Uraha had brought all three of them along for the ride. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were completely unaware that, several hundred meters away, Kakashi was standing on a tall tree, watching everything unfold. He wasn't alone. Standing beside him was a ninja wearing an ANBU mask. This ninja was the current ANBU captain, Tenzo, who would later be known as Yamato. Just moments ago, the two of them had been watching Uraha and his team with great interest, but the sight of the flying thunder god technique left them both speechless. Senpai, what exactly is that kid's jutsu? Yamato's voice trembled as he asked. Kakashi himself could hardly believe what he'd just witnessed. He's been at home, training all this time. Could it be he's been working on this jutsu? The third Hokage had specifically discussed Uraha's skills with Kakashi, referencing his performance in the archives. Back then, the third had mentioned that Uraha didn't seem to have the talent to learn the flying thunder god technique. Kakashi had felt a twinge of regret about that. After all, whether or not Uraha could master this technique didn't really affect his strength, but Kakashi had seen firsthand just how formidable Minato's flying thunder god could be. He'd always hoped Uraha could learn it too. Who would have thought that Uraha would display it so effortlessly just now? Didn't the third Hokage say he lacked the aptitude for the flying thunder god technique? Why does it look so easy for him? For a moment, Kakashi was at a loss for words. Beside him, Yamato listened to Kakashi and finally realized the name of the jutsu Uraha had just performed. He was just as shocked as Kakashi. A moment ago, he thought Uraha was using some unique variation of the body flicker technique. He never expected it to be the fourth Hokage's famed secret art, the flying thunder god. Even if he didn't know much about the fourth Hokage himself, the reputation of the flying thunder god technique was well known. After all, much of the Yellow Flash's legendary status was thanks to this very technique. After their initial shock passed, Kakashi shook his head with a wry smile. That kid, he's still the same, always so unfettered. Even after mastering such a powerful jutsu, he didn't bother to mention it to me. Still, Kakashi wasn't all that surprised. After all, Kakashi knew that Yoru possessed many powerful jutsu, though he rarely used them in daily life. Standing beside Kakashi, Yamato nodded in agreement and said, that kid really does have an incredibly strong chakra. No wonder the Hokage pays so much attention to him. Yamato, a junior to Kakashi, still respected his influence in the ANBU, even though Kakashi had left the organization. Take Yamato, for example. He and Kakashi shared a close bond, having saved each other multiple times. In fact, it was Kakashi who rescued Yamato from Danzo's grasp. It goes without saying just how deep their friendship runs. Yamato knew that Kakashi held Yoru in high regard, or rather, he knew that Yoru was Kakashi's student. After all their conversations lately, it was clear that Kakashi treated Yoru very differently from Sasuke and the others. That's why Yamato was also curious. What kind of person was Yoru? Really? Why was it that both Kakashi and the third Hokage paid such close attention to him? Of course, what Yamato didn't know was that both Kakashi and Mutotomo, plus even the third Hokage, had gone to warn Danzo at Root's headquarters because of Yoru. If he knew, he would have been even more shocked. Leaving Muto Tomo aside, Kakashi and the third Hokage pretty much represented the leading figures of the younger and older generations in Kenoha. The fact that both of them believed so strongly in Yoru. Anyone with a bit of sense could guess that Yoru's future achievements would be extraordinary. Kakashi smiled. He really is different from the rest. He always manages to surprise me. Yamato looked at Kakashi's proud smile. He had never seen Kakashi smile like that for anyone before. And, truth be told, Kakashi rarely smiled at all when they were together. But whenever the topic was Yoru, Kakashi would always break into a genuine smile. Yamato nodded in agreement. He really is surprising, or maybe just unexpected. Who would have thought someone could master the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique? After all, aside from the fourth Hokage himself, hardly anyone else could use that jutsu. Some of the fourth Hokage's personal guards could perform it, but it took all three of them working together. That made it impossible to use in real combat. But Yoru not only learned it, he used it with remarkable ease. And Yoru is only 12 years old. At 12, not only does Yoru have enough chakra to perform the technique, but he does so effortlessly. By now, his skills are probably already on par with the Jonin. Yamato didn't know Yoru well, so he could only make such guesses. From the very beginning, Yoru had sensed both Kakashi and Yamato's presence. But since he knew it was Kakashi, he didn't bother to greet them. Looking at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, Yoru said, "All right, do you want to jump right in, or would you rather come up with a strategy first?" Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura exchanged glances. The three of them seemed to have sensed what was coming. Without delay, they formed a combat formation. Sasuke and Naruto positioned themselves in front of Sakura, shielding her behind their backs. Sakura raised her 2 fingers, ready to cast a Jinjutsu. Naruto immediately formed a hand seal for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, 4 shadow clones appeared at his side. "Jeriah, get ready," Naruto called out, launching the first attack. He hurled a dozen kunai and shuriken at Jeriah. The weapons sliced through the air, whistling as they flew. They cut off nearly every possible escape route Jeriah could take. Jeriah's lips curled into a slight smile. "Looks like your training lately has paid off. You've gotten quite skilled with ninja tools," he praised. However, Jeriah chose not to counter with ninjutsu. Instead, he drew a kunai from his pouch. Just as Naruto's kunai and shuriken were about to strike him, Jeriah deftly swung his own kunai. A sharp, metallic clash rang out, and sparks flew. The dozen or so kunai and shuriken Naruto had thrown were all knocked away by Jeriah in an instant. Leaf Hurricane. No sooner had Jeriah deflected all the weapons than Naruto's 4 shadow clones charged in, launching a fierce taijutsu assault. Jeriah chuckled. "Not bad, Naruto. You've even mastered this technique. Kakashi-sensei must have found you another teacher. Am I right?" As he spoke, Jeriah kicked away all 4 shadow clones. The powerful Leaf Hurricane attacks hadn't even landed before Jeriah had already sent them flying. The clones exploded in midair, vanishing in 4 puffs of white smoke. Just as Jeriah finished speaking, Naruto appeared right in front of him. "Haha, I've improved a lot, Jeriah. You'd better watch out." Jeriah didn't resort to any ninjutsu. Instead, he met Naruto blow for blow with pure taijutsu. After exchanging a dozen moves, Naruto suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Before he could react, his body was sent flying backward. There was a thunderous crash as Naruto's body shot through the air like a cannonball, hurtling dozens of meters into the woods. Of course, Jeriah had held back. He wouldn't let Naruto suffer any serious injury. Chidori. No sooner had Jeriah kicked Naruto away than Sasuke appeared in midair behind him, his Sharingan activated and his hand crackling with the fierce sound of Chidori. "Quite the powerful technique, Sasuke," Jeriah remarked calmly, not even turning around. Sasuke's Chidori glowed with blue-white arcs of lightning, his Sharingan eyes fixed intently on Jeriah. "Jeriah, taste my strongest attack." Jeriah said nothing, but in that instant he suddenly felt his mind waver. He looked up, gazing toward Sakura in the distance. "What a surprise, Sakura. I didn't expect your Jinjutsu had reached this level. You almost managed to trick me." Of course, Jeriah wasn't telling the whole truth. Sakura's Jinjutsu had only made Jeriah feel a slight ripple in his mind. With the strength of Jeriah's current mental power, even standard 3-Tomo Sharingan illusions would have no effect on him, let alone the basic Jinjutsu of a beginner like Sakura. Still, the fact that Sakura could stir even a hint of mental fluctuation in Jeriah meant her Jinjutsu was already quite impressive. As Jeriah spoke to Sakura, Sasuke had already appeared above him. Sasuke shouted, "Jeriah, here I come." Jeriah couldn't help but feel exasperated. If you're going to attack, just do it. Why warn your opponent first? Though Jeriah knew Sasuke was only being cautious, afraid of hurting him, so he gave him a heads up. But Jeriah wished Sasuke would approach this trial with a real combat mindset. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke unleashed his Chidori. A piercing crackle filled the air, followed by a rumbling thunder. Sasuke thrust the Chidori straight at Jeriah. But just as he was about to hit his mark, Jeriah vanished from sight, right in front of him. In the next moment, Sasuke suddenly felt someone grab his arm. His Chidori, finding no target, sent bolts of lightning scattering wildly in every direction. The ground was left with a crater several meters wide. The soil inside was scorched black from the lightning's wrath. Sasuke was left speechless. He stared at Jeriah, who was holding his arm. In that instant, the confidence Sasuke had just built up was utterly shattered by Jeriah. He could hardly hold himself together. Had this been the Sasuke of old, he would have been furious, ready to do anything to grow stronger and defeat Jeriah. But now all Sasuke could feel was how overwhelmingly powerful Jeriah was, so strong it left him in utter despair. With a wry smile, Sasuke muttered, "You bastard, you're like a monster. How are the rest of us supposed to keep up with you?" Jeriah hadn't even used any ninjutsu, just a simple body flicker technique to stop Sasuke's most powerful move. Such a hopeless gap. In the past, Sasuke would have seen Jeriah as the rival he absolutely had to surpass, no matter what. Now, he just felt that catching up to Jeriah was a goal forever out of reach. Jeriah let go of his arm and patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Not bad. You've mastered both the power and speed of this technique perfectly. It's just your movement speed that still lags behind. You should keep training your taijutsu with Kakashi-sensei, especially focusing on your mobility." Sasuke nodded, realizing it himself. "Should I train with Guy-sensei?" Sasuke recalled how Kakashi once had Guy teach Naruto taijutsu. He thought maybe he should learn some taijutsu from Guy as well. At the thought of Guy's training methods, Jeriah couldn't help but twitch a corner of his mouth. Sasuke was clearly not suited for that kind of training. He shook his head. Kakashi-sensei is the creator of Chidori. Who could be more of an expert than him in this field? You should just learn from him. And as for your Sharingan, I've been thinking these days, its evolution is mainly tied to psychological stimulation. That stimulation isn't just about hatred. It can also be triggered by intense love or a deep bond of family. So you get what I'm saying, right? Find a girl you like. The reason Jeriah put it this way was that he seemed to remember Sasuke's daughter awaken her Mangekyo Sharingan because of powerful love, not hatred. She unlocked her eyes through love, not pain. Sasuke was taken aback by this. But the Uchiha have always awakened their Sharingan after losing the person they loved most. Sasuke said quietly. Jeriah shook his head. "Do you know why hatred is the most common trigger?" Sasuke shook his head in return. "It's because hatred is the easiest emotion to provoke, and the one most easily manipulated by others. But powerful love, that's far more difficult. Destroying something is easy. Creating something is much harder. But I believe that awakening the Sharingan through love is healthier, and perhaps even more powerful." Sasuke still trusted Jeriah deeply. Since Jeriah said so, it began to make sense to him as well. He nodded. But Sasuke agreed with Jeriah's logic, but the truth was he didn't really have any girls he was interested in right now. Jeriah looked at Sasuke's bewildered face. He gently turned Sasuke's head towards Sakura, who was just walking over. Sakura's eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Sasuke. A moment ago, Sasuke had been struck by stray lightning, and his clothes were torn in places. Sakura thought Sasuke had been injured. Jeriah smiled at Sasuke. "She really cares about you." Sasuke was silent for a moment, then turned to Jeriah and said, "I don't want to get close to her, just to awaken my Sharingan." Jeriah chuckled. "That's exactly right. Just the fact that you feel this way shows you already have feelings for her. Only genuine emotion can stimulate your Sharingan, so you don't need to force anything. Just let things happen naturally." Sasuke nodded. "You're right." Sakura came over, concern in her voice. "Sasuke, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Just as Sakura was about to pull out her medical supplies to bandage Sasuke, Jeriah teased, "Sakura, I was almost hit by him too, you know." Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly. "Jeriah, you're so strong. How could you possibly get hurt?" Sakura had seen Jeriah fight several times with her own eyes. There was no way she could believe Sasuke could injure him. For the first time, Sasuke truly felt Sakura's feelings for him. It was a strange, unfamiliar sensation. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes began to ache. He drew in a sharp breath. Blood began to trickle from one of Sasuke's eyes. The sudden turn of events threw both Jeriah and Sakura into a panic. "But I didn't even fight back just now. How did you get hurt?" Jeriah looked utterly puzzled. Sakura cradled Sasuke's head in her arms, carefully dabbing the blood from the corner of his eye, her face etched with worry. Sasuke's eye throbbed with pain, but with Jeriah and Sakura right there, he could only grit his teeth, determined not to let it show. Yet, whether he showed it or not hardly mattered anymore. Seeing Sasuke like this, Jeriah began to worry that something serious might be happening. He prepared to use medical ninjutsu on him. That's right, over the past few days, Jeriah hadn't just been learning combat and sealing techniques. He'd also picked up some medical ninjutsu. Above all, Jeriah was determined to master the creation rebirth technique. This jutsu was originally created by Hashirama Senju. Its true strength lay in the ability to heal wounds in the midst of battle, consuming chakra but requiring no hand seals. However, mastering it demanded an extremely high level of medical ninjutsu. Later, Tsunade's strength of 100 seal was actually an application of creation rebirth. Because Tsunade didn't possess the vast reserves of chakra that Hashirama did, she used the In seal to store up large amounts of chakra for use in battle. Jeriah's chakra reserves far outstripped Tsunade's, though they still fell short of Hashirama's. Fortunately, Jeriah's body naturally possessed formidable regenerative abilities, so he used far less chakra when performing creation rebirth compared to Hashirama. That's why Jeriah had also mastered several medical ninjutsu techniques. If Jeriah were to work as a medical ninja now, his skills would be on par with any at the Hidden Leaf Hospital. Just as Jeriah was about to begin, Sasuke's eye stopped bleeding. Suddenly, in both his eyes, the double Tomo Sharingan appeared. Jeriah was taken aback. Sakura didn't notice. She was too anxious, worried that something terrible might happen to Sasuke. Jeriah broke into laughter. Ha ha, Sasuke. Looks like I was right after all. Now it's been proven. Sakura was utterly bewildered. What was Jeriah doing, laughing so happily when Sasuke was hurt? Jeriah, Sakura started to ask in confusion, not understanding what was going on. She wouldn't get angry at Jeriah, though. She knew his character well, and he had saved her many times. Even if she didn't harbor romantic feelings for him, she considered Jeriah a very important friend. The pain in Sasuke's eyes suddenly vanished, and he realized his vision had grown much clearer. Hearing Jeriah's words, Sasuke stood up from Sakura's arms and ran toward the distant river. At the riverbank, he knelt down and peered into his reflection in the water. Seeing that both his eyes now bore the double Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke finally broke into a smile himself. You were right all along, Jeriah. Now, Sasuke fully believed everything Jeriah had told him. Before, he had trusted Jeriah, but that was because Jeriah was a very important friend to him, a trust born out of friendship. But now, reality had shown Sasuke that his Sharingan truly could evolve through emotion. Previously, Sasuke's Sharingan had one eye with two Tomo, the other with just one. Now, both had awakened to two Tomo. This way of awakening the eyes is much healthier, isn't it? Jeriah's voice drifted from behind Sasuke. Sasuke stood up and smiled faintly. Sometimes I wonder if you're really one of the Uchiha. Your understanding of the Sharingan is even deeper than mine. Jeriah chuckled. I wish I were. Who wouldn't want to possess a pair of Sharingan? I'm honestly curious about what the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan looks like. Besides, the Sharingan just looks so cool. Hearing the first part, Sasuke felt rather pleased. Jeriah acknowledged the power of the Uchiha, and for Sasuke, nothing was more important than Jeriah's recognition. But when he heard the second part, black lines seemed to appear on Sasuke's forehead. Exasperated, he said, What kind of silly reason is that? Jeriah waved his hand, laughing. Don't mind it. I believe you'll awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan one day. You'll definitely surpass your brother. Sasuke nodded. I'll work hard, and I'll remember what you said, not to seek quick results. Sakura came running over, her voice tight with worry. Sasuke, are you all right? Jeriah smiled quietly. Sasuke looked at Sakura's worried face, and for the first time, his tone was gentle. I'm fine. Just now, my Sharingan evolved, that's all. Sakura was momentarily stunned. She looked into Sasuke's eyes and saw that both had indeed become two Tomo Sharingan. Her face lit up with delight. Sasuke, you're amazing. At this rate, you'll awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan soon, won't you? Having read the Uchiha clan's secrets, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all understood the different forms of the Sharingan very well. Even Kakashi had only learned, from Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura's explanations, that above the three Tomo Sharingan, there existed a more powerful eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at Jeriah and Sakura, Sasuke smiled. The Mangekyo Sharingan is a legendary eye, but I believe I can awaken it. Jeriah nodded. I believe in you. Sakura smiled too. Of course I believe in you, Sasuke. The three of them shared a knowing smile. Back at the spot from earlier, Naruto emerged from the forest, clutching his chest. Seeing Jeriah, Sasuke, and Sakura already sitting and chatting, Naruto dashed over. Is it over? Did you win? Sakura glanced at Naruto. How could we have one? Hearing that they had lost, Naruto looked a bit crestfallen. I really thought I could win. Sasuke, what's going on? You've already mastered Chidori, so why can't you beat Jeriah? Naruto looked at Sasuke and asked. Sasuke was exasperated. Why does mastering Chidori automatically mean I can beat Jeriah? Don't forget, Jeriah knows Chidori too, and his strength is way above mine. Naruto clutched his head in frustration, looking thoroughly defeated. I've worked so hard for so long, but I still can't beat Jeriah. It's just too much. Seeing him like this, both Sasuke and Sakura shook their heads. They were both at a loss. In the past, Sasuke would have just thought Naruto was embarrassing himself, acting like a fool. Now, he could only sigh in resignation. Sakura tried to explain, Naruto, we've only been training for a little over 10 days. How can we possibly surpass Jeriah that quickly? We just have to keep working hard. Naruto plopped down with a disgruntled huff. Jeriah, did Kakashi-sensei give you some special training? Why are you so strong? Jeriah replied calmly, not at all. Mostly, while you were skipping class at the Ninja Academy, I just spent that time practicing instead. Jeriah spoke without the slightest hint of embarrassment or hesitation. By now, he could spin a story without even thinking. Having his performance at the academy called out, Naruto could only turn away awkwardly, trying to act like he didn't care what Jeriah said. Seeing Naruto sulk like that, Sasuke and Sakura both burst out laughing. Sasuke, especially, was smiling so much more than he used to. Ever since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Sasuke hadn't smiled once. At least not until he met Jeriah. After chatting for a while, the four of them grew hungry and caught a few fish from the river to roast over a fire. Sasuke's fire-style jutsu ended up being used just to grill fish, much to his annoyance. Watching from a distance, Kakashi and Yamato both looked on with satisfaction. Yamato sighed, Senpai, that child's maturity really does exceed my expectations. Kakashi's gaze softened as he looked at Jeriah in the distance. I'm lucky to have him as my student. Yamato smiled wryly. Senpai, you don't have to keep reminding me. Of course I know he's your student. Kakashi didn't answer. Ever since Jeriah became a student, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had all improved tremendously. Their abilities had grown by leaps and bounds. And the advice Jeriah offered was always spot on for each of their training needs. Now, among the three, only Sakura was still technically at the genin level. Sasuke had already reached the level of a chunin, maybe even special jonin. And even without unleashing the nine tails, Naruto was at least as strong as a chunin. Even though Naruto really only knew Shadow Clone Jutsu, kunai throwing, and some taijutsu from Guy, his strength was undoubtedly at the chunin level. And it had been less than 3 months since they graduated from the Ninja Academy. Kakashi muttered to himself, I wonder what kind of jutsu Jeriah plans to teach Naruto. Since Kakashi had no idea which jutsu Jeriah had mastered, he couldn't guess what he intended to teach Naruto. Kakashi had already tested Naruto's chakra nature. His chakra was of the wind element. So Kakashi speculated that Jeriah might teach Naruto some wind release techniques. Sometime later, Jeriah and the others had finished eating their grilled fish. Jeriah stood up, looked at Naruto, and said, Naruto, I'm going to teach you a new jutsu. Naruto immediately jumped to his feet. Sasuke and Sakura also stood up, curiosity written all over their faces. Naruto looked at Jeriah with anticipation. What kind of jutsu is it? Sasuke and Sakura were just as eager to find out what Jeriah would teach Naruto. Without answering, Jeriah simply walked off to the side. He stopped at a wide stretch of grassy field. Raising his right hand, Jeriah faced his students. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all turned their eyes to Jeriah's right hand. I'm going to teach you a jutsu called the Rasengan. It's an A-rank technique. The moment he heard it was an A-rank jutsu, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Sasuke was visibly surprised. An A-rank jutsu? Chidori is also an A-rank jutsu, Sasuke thought aloud. Sakura looked at Naruto with envy. She knew, unfortunately, that she wouldn't be able to learn herself. Her chakra reserves just weren't enough. Although her chakra control was the best among the three, her chakra capacity couldn't compare to either Sasuke or Naruto. As Jeriah began to gather chakra, a golden chakra sphere formed in his palm. Swirling golden streams of chakra spun around the orb. Off in the distance, Kakashi caught sight of the Rasengan in Jeriah's hand and was momentarily stunned. It's actually the Rasengan, the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Isn't it too dangerous for Jeriah to teach Naruto such a jutsu? The Rasengan was, in fact, considered a forbidden technique, known only to Minato Namikaze and Jeriah in the Leaf Village. Kakashi himself hadn't mastered it. At best, he could barely maintain it using his Sharingan. In practice, it had little value for him in combat. The Rasengan represented the pinnacle of chakra-shaped transformation. It wasn't something that could be easily copied by the Sharingan. Just reaching the apex of chakra-shaped manipulation took years of dedicated training. Not to mention, for most ninja, there simply wasn't enough chakra to sustain the use of Rasengan. And meeting the requirements for releasing the Rasengan was no simple feat. Kakashi was astonished that Jeriah had managed to learn the Rasengan at all, but he was even more concerned that Naruto might be harmed by the powerful technique if he failed to master it. There's a reason forbidden jutsu are forbidden. Not only are they extremely difficult to learn, but they're also incredibly dangerous, both to the target and to the user. Meanwhile, Yamato, standing nearby, was deeply shaken by the Rasengan's overwhelming power. So that's the fourth Hokage's Rasengan? He whispered in awe. Even from this distance, you can still sense the sheer power of that jutsu. Kakashi frowned and said, the reason you can sense it isn't because the jutsu itself is so strong, but because Jeriah poured an enormous amount of chakra into it. This kid is being reckless, using so much chakra. Is he trying to imitate a tailed beast bomb? Activating his Sharingan, Kakashi could see that the Rasengan in Jeriah's hand contained a dangerously excessive amount of chakra. Senpai, should we step in and stop him? Yamato, standing by his side, felt that as Jonin, it was their responsibility to intervene. Kakashi shook his head. No need. With Jeriah there, nothing dangerous will happen. If he can't handle it, the two of us wouldn't be able to do anything, either. Kakashi wasn't trying to flatter Jeriah. He was simply stating a fact. The combined strength of the two of them didn't measure up to Jeriah's. If Jeriah couldn't resolve the situation, then their intervention would be meaningless. Kakashi had known that he was no longer stronger than Jeriah since their mission in the Land of Waves. Jeriah himself, however, didn't see it that way. In his mind, Kakashi was still the legendary ninja from the Fourth Great Ninja War, wielding dual Mangekyo Sharingan and the mighty Kamui. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki had suffered defeat at Kakashi's hands in that state. Jeriah couldn't imagine himself ever being a match for Kaguya. Yamato, on the other hand, wondered if Kakashi was exaggerating a bit. After all, Jeriah was only 12 years old. No matter how talented he was, at best, he might be at the Jonin level. There was no way he could be stronger than them. But since Kakashi spoke with such certainty, Yamato didn't argue. He trusted that Kakashi must have his reasons. Yamato trusted Kakashi immensely. Of course, that trust meant he was often taken advantage of by Kakashi. For example, whenever they ate together, he was always the one tricked into picking up the bill. Meanwhile, on Jeriah's side, as he formed the Rasengan, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all stared in astonishment at the golden sphere swirling in his hand. Naruto, in particular, was not only surprised but also brimming with excitement. Jeriah, is this the jutsu you're planning to teach me? This jutsu is called Rasengan, right? Jeriah nodded. This jutsu suits you perfectly. The Rasengan doesn't require any chakra nature transformation. Mastering the shape manipulation alone is enough. Of course, while Jeriah made it sound easy, it was anything but. Even achieving that level of shape manipulation was extremely difficult. It wasn't something just anyone could do. But Jeriah knew Naruto would definitely learn it. After listening to Jeriah's explanation, Naruto didn't say much, mainly because he didn't understand a word of it. Sasuke and Sakura, however, followed every word. Sasuke, in particular, picked up on a crucial detail. This jutsu doesn't require chakra nature transformation? Jeriah nodded. This technique falls under the category of non-elemental ninjutsu. And most importantly, it can be activated without hand seals, which makes it especially suitable for Naruto. Naruto nodded in partial understanding. Sakura agreed, adding that's true. Naruto's skill with hand seals is average, so a technique that doesn't require them really does suit him. Naruto, who had just been nodding along, immediately felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth when he heard Sakura's comment. He grumbled, Sakura, do you really think I'm that dumb? Sakura just smiled without replying. Actions speak louder than words. Naruto stared at the swirling orb in Jeriah's hand and asked, is this technique really that powerful? To me, it just looks cool, but I don't see much destructive power. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and shook his head. This jutsu carries an immense amount of chakra. Its power is definitely on par with Chidori. Hearing this from Sasuke, Naruto's doubts melted away, replaced by a beaming smile. Really? Jeriah, did you invent this ninjutsu yourself? Jeriah shook his head. No, this technique was created by the fourth Hokage. As far as I know, few people aside from him have mastered it. Naruto, who idolized the fourth Hokage above all, was instantly elated to learn this was his technique. Seriously? The fourth Hokage came up with this ninjutsu? Jeriah nodded. That's awesome. Jeriah, teach me. Please teach me. With his Sharingan active, Sasuke tried to memorize the technique on the spot. But he soon realized it was impossible to copy. As expected of an A-rank jutsu, even my Sharingan can't replicate it. Sasuke turned to Uraha. Why not show us what this move can really do? Naruto nodded eagerly. Yeah, Uraha, show us how powerful it is. Uraha nodded and said, stand behind me. All of you. This jutsu is extremely powerful and destructive. All three knew how formidable Uraha's ninjutsu could be. Even Naruto, for once, didn't try to show off. He obediently took his place behind Uraha. Once the trio was behind him, Uraha's gaze sharpened. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, Uraha vanished from where he stood, reappearing hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Rasengan! A thunderous boom erupted. The ground beneath him flashed with a brilliant golden light. Then, with terrifying force, the earth was torn asunder. Within a 100-meter radius, the land collapsed, rocks exploded in every direction, and a raging shockwave swept outward. Everything within several hundred meters was utterly obliterated by the overwhelming power. After a long moment, the light faded, the storm calmed, and the dust finally settled, revealing a massive crater, over 100 meters across and more than a dozen meters deep. Silence fell over everything, but everyone was stunned. Standing at a distance, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stared at the enormous crater before them, their whole bodies trembling. This is the Rasengan? It's way too powerful. Is this really a power a human can possess? Sakura said, her voice quivering. Sasuke, standing beside her, was silent. It's so much stronger than Chidori. Is this the jutsu Night Feather said was about the same as Chidori, he thought. That jerk. Does he really take me for a fool? Since when has Chidori ever had such terrifying power? Sasuke felt he'd been tricked by Night Feather. His Chidori could, at best, blast a pit a few meters wide in the ground. But Night Feather's Rasengan had carved out a crater hundreds of meters across. These two jutsu weren't even in the same league. Naruto was also dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the jutsu Night Feather was about to teach him could be this fearsome. Even though he knew he was about to learn it, he couldn't help but be awestruck by its destructive force. Swallowing hard, Naruto, his face filled with shock, asked, Night Feather, is this really the jutsu you're going to teach me? Can I really master it? All the confidence he had moments ago vanished. Night Feather appeared before the three of them. He smiled and asked, Naruto, are you satisfied with the power of this jutsu? Naruto nodded quickly. It's incredible, but do I really have enough chakra to use a jutsu like this? Such a devastating technique. How could it possibly require only a little chakra? For the first time, Naruto doubted whether he had enough chakra himself. Night Feather stepped forward, put a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, and said, Don't worry. You have enough chakra for this jutsu. Maybe your Rasengan won't be quite as powerful as the one I just showed, but it won't be too far off. Sasuke, off to the side, twitched his lips. Not too far off? Really? He couldn't help but be exasperated. Was Night Feather overestimating Naruto? Sure, Naruto had a lot of chakra, but not enough to unleash something so outlandish. After all, with his Sharingan, Sasuke could see the amount of chakra inside Naruto. He couldn't see the Nine-Tails chakra, but Naruto's own reserves were plain as day. Naruto did have more chakra than he did, but nowhere near as much as Night Feather. Night Feather nodded again. Trust me, the power will be a little less, but the difference won't be that big. Night Feather spoke with such confidence because, even when he used Chidori, the destruction he could cause was no less than when he used Rasengan. And that was when he was holding back. Naruto, full of excitement, said, Night Feather, I want to learn this jutsu. Please teach me. Of course, Night Feather replied. I'll write down the method for learning this jutsu on a scroll. Just follow it, and you'll be able to learn it. Hearing Uraha's words, Naruto froze for a moment. You're not going to teach me yourself? Uraha shook his head. My vacation is about to end, and I'll be very busy after this. Naruto looked a bit disappointed. I thought you'd teach me in person. Don't be so down. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask Kakashi-sensei. He learned this jutsu back in the day. He can guide you. Uraha was right. Kakashi had indeed studied the Rasengan under Minato Namikaze, though he never mastered it at the time. Or rather, Kakashi's real intention was to improve the Rasengan, but he couldn't manage it. He wanted to add a change in chakra nature to the Rasengan. Later, because the Rasengan didn't fit his fighting style, he developed Chidori instead. Kakashi himself had told Uraha all this. If it hadn't been for Kakashi sharing this, Uraha would have always thought that Kakashi learned the Rasengan by copying Naruto's with his Sharingan. Still, Naruto couldn't hide his disappointment. I really wish you could teach me yourself. Sasuke shot Naruto a sidelong glance. He thought to himself, Uraha never teaches even me personally, so there's no way he'd teach you. Just a moment ago, he'd actually been jealous of Naruto, but seeing that Uraha wasn't teaching him personally either, Sasuke felt more balanced. Uraha looked at Naruto and said, if we're talking about being a teacher, Kakashi-sensei, is definitely much better than I am. If I were to teach you, I wouldn't be nearly as thorough. Kakashi-sensei has been a jonin for many years. He's far more experienced at teaching than I am. Naruto pouted, "You just don't want to teach me. That's all these excuses are about." Jeriah could only smile helplessly, but he didn't bother to explain further. Of course, Naruto wasn't wrong. Jeriah really just didn't want to teach. It wasn't that he had anything against Sasuke, Naruto, or Sakura. He simply disliked teaching others, because he found his patience would quickly wear thin in the process. In the distance, after Jeriah unleashed the Rasengan, Kakashi and Yamato remained silent for a long time before speaking. Yamato's face was full of shock. "Senpai, you were right. Jeriah might already be stronger than you." Kakashi was surprised too, but not entirely. He'd witnessed the power of Jeriah's Chidori before. This kid's Jutsu is still as powerful as ever. Yamato glanced at Kakashi. "Senpai, did you know all along that he was this strong?" Kakashi smiled. "I've told you before, but you just wouldn't believe me. In fact, even before the Rasengan, I'd already seen him use a Chidori that was just as powerful. You thought his Rasengan just now was impressive, but for him, that was just an ordinary move. What surprised me even more was his use of the Flying Thunder God technique just now." Yamato paused, caught off guard. "What about it?" Kakashi's smile faded, and he spoke seriously. "Did you notice that when he teleported just now, he wasn't using the body flicker technique?" Yamato thought for a moment, then nodded. "Maybe so. He was just too fast for my eyes to keep up. I don't have a Sharingan. After all," Yamato added, sounding a little exasperated. Kakashi explained, "I activated my Sharingan and watched carefully. When he unleashed the Rasengan and moved, it wasn't the body flicker at all. It was a space-time ninjutsu. Clearly, it was the Flying Thunder God technique." Yamato looked puzzled. "But didn't we already know he could use the Flying Thunder God?" He couldn't see what was so strange about it. Kakashi shook his head. "Didn't you notice? He never placed a Flying Thunder God mark beforehand. He moved just now using the Flying Thunder God, but without any preset marks." Realization dawned on Yamato. "That's right. Does the Flying Thunder God even have that capability?" "No, it doesn't," Kakashi replied. "Even the fourth Hokage had to set a mark first before he could use the Flying Thunder God technique. But Night Feather didn't mark anything at all." Yamato fell silent for a while. Then something suddenly occurred to him. He stared wide-eyed at Kakashi. "Are you saying he used Flying Thunder God without any marks?" Yamato was utterly stunned. Kakashi nodded, sighing with amazement. "That kid's got guts to actually dare change the way a space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God operates. Thank goodness nothing went wrong, or the consequences would have been terrifying. The Flying Thunder God is a forbidden jutsu, not just because it's fiendishly difficult to master, but because as a space-time technique, any mistake could mean being torn apart by the fabric of space itself. Kakashi had once been taught the Flying Thunder God by Minato Namikaze, but he never managed to master it. Even so, he understood just how dangerous this technique could be. A single misstep, and you could lose your life. That's why, after all these years, only the second and fourth Hokage had ever fully mastered it in the Hidden Leaf Village. Even natural genius like Kakashi couldn't learn it. Without the right talent, not even Minato dared let Kakashi continue with the practice, knowing well how perilous it was. But Night Feather had gone even further. He'd done what even Minato never dared. In just a few days, he'd altered the technique's operation. If something had gone wrong, not even Kakashi could imagine how to stop the damage that spatial forces could inflict. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Night Feather was exceptionally gifted. He wasn't surprised that Night Feather had mastered the Flying Thunder God. If anything, it would be a shock if he hadn't. But knowing Night Feather had actually changed the way the Flying Thunder God technique worked seemed recklessly dangerous. And even now Kakashi's heart was still pounding. Just picturing Night Feather being swallowed up by a rip in space made Kakashi break into a cold sweat. If anyone looked closely, they might notice the beads of sweat already forming on his brow. This was also the first time Yamato had ever seen Kakashi so tense. It made him realize even more just how important Yoru was to Kakashi. "Senpai, they've finished over there. Should we head over now?" Kakashi nodded. "This kid gets way too bold when no one's watching him. We'll have to keep a closer eye on him from now on." Just now, Kakashi had truly been startled. Yamato sighed helplessly. "Honestly, I think the boy has a good sense for things. He probably wouldn't have taken such risks unless he was confident." Kakashi glanced at Yamato, then shook his head. "That's because you don't know what he's really like. Don't be fooled by how calm he usually seems. Deep down, he's a real risk-taker." With that, Kakashi vanished in an instant. Yamato chuckled, then disappeared as well. The next moment, Kakashi and Yamato appeared behind the four young ninja. Yoru looked toward Kakashi and greeted him with a smile. "Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura paused in surprise and followed Yuru's gaze. Kakashi and a ninja wearing an animal mask were walking toward them. Kakashi-sensei, Yuru just came up with a new jutsu. The power was incredible. Look, that big crater. Yuru made it. Naruto pointed at the deep pit as he spoke. Yuru was at a loss for words. Naruto, you sure sold me out quick. Naruto blinked, not understanding what Yuru meant. Sasuke, off to the side, commented dryly. Whether he did or not, I'm sure Kakashi-sensei already knew. Yuru glanced at Sasuke and grinned. Not bad, Sasuke. Your perception's really improved. Sasuke had wanted to say that his sensory skills had gotten better, but in truth, he'd only guessed. Even a guess can be right sometimes. Sakura looked curiously at Yamato and asked, puzzled, Kakashi-sensei, who's the ninja with you? Kakashi introduced him. He's quite a big deal. Right now, he's the captain of the Kenoha, Umbu. Thanks to Yuru's explanations earlier, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all knew what the Umbu was. So when they heard that Yamato was the Umbu captain, the three of them were utterly stunned. To them, the Umbu captain was a truly important figure. The Umbu captain is actually a friend of Kakashi-sensei's. Kakashi-sensei really is something. Naruto crossed his arms and commented with a show of deep wisdom. The reason Kakashi had brought Yamato here was, in fact, to introduce Yuru to the leaders of Konoha's important departments, to help him start building his own network. After all, these would be valuable connections for Yuru in the future. Yuru understood exactly what Kakashi was trying to do. He felt a bit helpless. All he wanted was to live out his ninja days in peace. He really didn't want to get drawn into the power struggles at the top. But helpless as he was, he knew that was unlikely now. So all he could do was try his best to stay out of those high-level conflicts. Yamato's gaze had been fixed on Uraha the entire time. He could sense a powerful aura emanating from Uraha. The closer he got, the stronger that feeling became. Yamato didn't put on any airs. Instead, he took off his mask. Smiling at the four, he said, "No need to look so surprised. Kakashi-senpai was once the captain of the Umbu Black Ops. He's my senior." This time, it was Sasuke and Sakura's turn to be astonished. Kakashi-sensei was actually an Umbu captain? It's honestly hard to imagine. Kakashi looked a bit exasperated. What's so hard to imagine about that? Uraha chuckled. Really, there's nothing surprising. Kakashi-sensei's Chidori is already a technique specialized for assassination. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, but then nodded in agreement. That's true. When you put it that way, it does make sense. Comparing the current Sasuke to the one from before, Kakashi felt genuinely satisfied. Sasuke had changed so much, and he knew it was all because of Uraha. Who could have guessed that everything Uraha did was simply to stop Sasuke and Naruto from bothering him? Who would have thought he could actually talk Sasuke into changing his ways? Kakashi decided not to dwell on these minor details. Gazing at the massive crater before them, he asked, "Is this the Rasengan you just mastered?" Uraha nodded. Naruto beamed at Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, Uraha's going to teach me this jutsu. It won't be long before I've mastered it too." Kakashi nodded again. Even though he'd seen similar things before, the sight of the huge pit was still a shock. "How much chakra did you use for this? The power is way over the top." Uraha scratched his head awkwardly. "I just wanted to show Naruto the future potential of this technique, so I put in a bit more chakra than usual." Of course, Uraha could have used less chakra and toned down the power a lot. But if it wasn't powerful enough, if it didn't look cool enough, how could Naruto possibly be interested? With Naruto focused on learning the Rasengan, he wouldn't have time to pester Uraha. The reason Uraha had sent Sasuke to learn Chidori from Kakashi before was also so Sasuke wouldn't bother him. As it turned out, these past 10-odd days of vacation had been heavenly for Uraha. No one disturbed him. He spent his days training at the practice grounds, took a hot bath at night, and enjoyed a good night's sleep. For Uraha, these days were probably the most comfortable he'd had in years. Training during the day, mastering new jutsu, and growing stronger gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. And after all that, he slept soundly at night. But after this stretch of peaceful days, Uraha would have to pick up missions again and go back to being a workhorse. Uraha's words made Yamato's mouth twitch. "That didn't look like you just used a little extra chakra. That kind of destructive power is already at a super S-class level." Uraha felt a bit awkward. "Well, I did use a bit more chakra than usual." "All right, Kakashi-sensei, I've written down the training method for the Rasengan on a scroll. I'll have to trouble you to teach Naruto when the time comes." Kakashi sighed helplessly. "All right, but you're really taking the easy way out." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Uraha's so lazy. He could teach me himself if he wanted." Naruto still held a deep grudge against Uraha for not personally teaching him. Before Uraha could say anything, Kakashi spoke up for him. "Uraha will be starting village missions soon. After all, he's a chunin now. he'll be really busy. Even though Kakashi had just called Jeriah lazy, hearing Naruto complain made him want to explain on Jeriah's behalf. Naruto pouted, clearly displeased. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei is always like that, always covering for Jeriah. Jeriah smiled and patted Naruto's shoulder. Kakashi-sensei is right. It's not that I don't want to teach you myself. It's just that I really do have to start taking on missions. I only just became a chunin, so I have to take on as many missions as possible to build up experience. Sasuke chimed in. Jeriah does need to rack up more missions. Otherwise, people will resent how quickly he got promoted. Sakura agreed with Sasuke. That's right, Naruto. Jeriah became a chunin so quickly. Of course some people won't accept it. As his friends, we should understand and support him. Naruto understood, but he still wished Jeriah could teach him personally. What bothered him most was that Jeriah hadn't taught Sasuke directly. If Jeriah taught him, wouldn't that mean he'd be better than Sasuke? That was what Naruto really cared about. But since even Sakura had spoken, Naruto felt embarrassed to protest further. All right. Who asked me to be your friend, anyway? Naruto wanted Sasuke's approval most of all, but he also cared deeply about Jeriah as a friend. After all, he'd always longed for friendship. Seeing the four of them so supportive of one another, Kakashi felt truly gratified. Yamato couldn't help but envy their bond. Raised by Danzo to be nothing but a weapon since childhood, Yamato had never really known friendship. It wasn't until Kakashi appeared in his life that he finally gained a true friend. That's why he understood how precious friendship really was. Of course, he would have been even happier if Kakashi hadn't tricked him into paying the bill again. After chatting for a while, the group headed to a barbecue restaurant for a feast, courtesy of Yamato. By the end of the meal, his wallet was completely emptied. Once Jeriah and the others left the training ground, the third Hokage appeared. He looked at the massive crater Jeriah had filled in with an Earth-style jutsu. The third's gaze was grave. This child, his strength is far greater than I imagined. And now he's even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Just how strong is he now, I wonder? Maybe all he's missing is real combat experience. Fourth, he's becoming more and more like you. Perhaps one day, he might even surpass you. I just hope I can hold on until the day he's ready to take over. Now, the third Hokage was already 69 years old, an age considered elderly in the shinobi world. The third couldn't guarantee how much longer he would live. After all, shinobi in this world were always threatened by injuries and illness. He would say if he might fall ill in the next few years. At his age, a single serious illness could be the end of him. He felt a pressing sense of urgency. He could not afford to wait any longer. His strength at Kage level would likely not last more than another 10 years. Inoki was about 7 years older than the third, and it was clear during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Without Tsunade's support, Inoki's body couldn't withstand the strain of battle. The third was no different. Now he could already feel his own health beginning to falter. Even if he managed to avoid major illness in the future, his physical condition might not allow him to fight for long periods. Now, more than anything, the third Jeriah could grow up quickly. When the time came, he could pass on the title of Hokage to Jeriah sooner and retire to the role of Hokage advisor. That's exactly what he'd done when he recommended Minato Namikaze. He'd step back as Hokage and become an advisor, while Minato took the mantle. As an advisor, he wouldn't need to worry about so many things. As long as Jeriah was strong enough, even if he was still young, with the third as his advisor, no one would have much ground to object. After all, Minato had also become Hokage at the age of 20, hardly an old age for such responsibility. That record wouldn't be broken until Gaara came along. Gaara became Kazekage at just 15. Truth be told, the third Jeriah could become Hokage at 20 as well. That was the youngest age he could imagine for the position. Becoming Hokage in one's teens was something the third simply couldn't accept. Even if Jeriah took the position at 20, there would still be 8 years to go. 8 years would be enough time for him to accumulate mission experience and hone his skills in real combat. The third had already made up his mind. Looking at the spot that had been perfectly filled in, the third smiled and said, "Looks like I'll have to give him more missions. If we're going to silence Danzo, Jeriah, you'll need to work hard from now on." Jeriah had no idea the third had already decided to have him pile up missions over the next few years. Which meant that, in the coming years, Jeriah was in for a grueling workload. If he knew what the third was planning, he'd probably be at a loss for words. He never seriously considered becoming Hokage. It wasn't that he didn't want the job, but rather that he didn't see himself as a match for those cunning old foxes among Kenoha's upper ranks. Furthermore, Jeriah's ideal life was to take on missions just like any other ninja, working when it was time to work, resting when it was time to rest. He didn't mind being treated like a workhorse, as long as he could catch his breath every now and then. Of course, Jeriah was completely unaware of the third Hokage's intentions. All he would soon feel was a wave of disbelief. Why on earth is there so much work all of a sudden? The third Hokage lingered at the training grounds for a moment, and then 3 figures appeared silently at his side. He spoke with calm detachment. That child is so much like the fourth. The 3 behind him exchanged glances. They each nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. He's just as powerful. These 3 were none other than the elder Inoshikacho trio, who had been watching the training grounds alongside the third Hokage from the office just moments ago. While Jeriah demonstrated the Rasengan to Naruto, the third Hokage and his companions had been observing everything through a special telescopic jutsu from the Hokage's office. Hearing the third's words, the 3 elders were inwardly astonished. The weight of that statement was immense. They understood immediately. The third had made up his mind to choose Jeriah. Before this, they had thought the third would pick Kakashi. After all, from a relationship standpoint, Kakashi was the third student. No one could have predicted Jeriah would suddenly appear. But Jeriah was so young, only 12 years old. Still, if the third was determined, no one would oppose him. As long as Jeriah proved strong enough, and with the third's backing, no one could shake his claim to the title of Hokage. That was exactly how the fourth Hokage had ascended. Back then, without the third's support and guidance as Hokage advisor, no matter how remarkable Minato Namikaze's exploits were, there would have been dissenters. Even the village elders had initially been reluctant to accept Minato's appointment. Had the third not stood firm and served as the Hokage's advisor, Minato would never have become Hokage. So the 3 elders knew very well, with the third's support, if he backed Jeriah, it wouldn't matter how young Jeriah was. Even if he became Hokage at 15 or 16, there would be no problem at all. The only condition was that Jeriah's strength had to be up to par. He needed to have the power worthy of a Hokage. After all, the Hokage was not just the village leader, but also the one who stood up to protect the village in times of great danger. Without enough strength, it simply wouldn't work. But as for Jeriah's abilities, the 3 elders looked at the massive crater that had now been filled in. If there was one thing never in doubt about Jeriah, it was his strength. In fact, all 3 of them felt that Jeriah's power had already reached the level of a Kage. Just moments ago, they had witnessed with their own eyes, from the Hokage's office, how Jeriah unleashed the Rasengan. It wasn't just the Rasengan's terrifying destructive force. Plus, with Jeriah's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, these 2 jutsu together made his strength unmistakably Kage level. If Jeriah were over 20 years old now, the third would probably have stepped aside and let him take the helm already. Seeing the expectations the third Hokage had for Yu, the Inoshikacho trio all felt that this was exactly the kind of thing the third would do. The third glanced at Yamanaka Haichi. Haichi, I hear that Ino gets along quite well with Yu. Yamanaka Haichi was momentarily taken aback. Akimichi Choza and Nara Shikaku widened their eyes in surprise. All eyes turned to Yamanaka Haichi. They understood all too well what the third was hinting at. It didn't take long for Yamanaka Haichi to catch on as well. Of course, he knew his daughter liked Yu. Actually, it was more than just a simple crush. Lately, he'd often seen her sneaking off to the training field where Yu was. As for what she did there, he hadn't intervened, but it wasn't hard to guess. Yamanaka Haichi quickly nodded. It's true, Ino is quite fond of Yu. She's always had a thing for good-looking boys. The third Hokage smiled. If the 2 youngsters are truly interested in each other, Haichi, would you stand in their way? Yamanaka Haichi considered this for a moment, then replied, if they really have feelings for each other, as long as Ino is happy, that's all that matters. The third found this answer to his satisfaction. As for Motoya Taniko, the third knew about her as well. But he didn't think she was suitable for Yu. After all, Yu was destined to become Hokage one day, and to reach that position, he would need the backing of the major ninja clans. The Senju clan had already faded into obscurity, and no longer held much sway in Kenoha. As for the Motoya family, they were purely merchants, which would be of even less help to Yu. But if Yu ended up with Ino, that would be a great advantage for him. In truth, the third's actions were all aimed at helping Yu build enough support. If Yu and Ino were together, he would immediately gain the backing of all 3 Inoshikacho clans. At present, among Kenoha's prominent families, aside from the unique Hyuga clan, the most influential were the Sarutobi clan, the Inoshikacho alliance, and the Aburame clan. And traditionally, the Inoshikacho clans and the Sarutobi clan had always been united. With the support of the Inoshikacho and the third Hokage himself, it meant the Sarutobi clan would also stand behind Yu, giving him the endorsement of nearly all the major families. Add to that the support of Kakashi and Yamato, and Yu would also have the backing of the ANBU and most of Kenoha's elite jonin. As long as Yu could continue to prove his strength and build up a sufficient record of achievements, it would be only natural for him to become Hokage, and no one would have grounds for objection. Recently, whenever Ino was free from missions, she would sneak over to the training grounds to watch Yi practice. But she never disturbed him. She just watched quietly from the sidelines. Yi was well aware, but he didn't mind. After all, in his heart, he still thought of Ino as just a child. The third looked at the three men and said solemnly, "That child still lacks enough prestige. As his elders, we must do all we can to support him." Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Haichi all nodded in agreement. That's only right. Since the third Hokage had already spelled things out, the three of them could now state their positions directly. Of course, this also meant that for a long time to come, Jeriah would be worked to the bone, treated no better than a beast of burden. He would need to handle a heavy workload, and there would be all kinds of high-level, difficult missions waiting for him. Jeriah had no idea about the third's plans, nor did he know that he was about to be put through the ringer by him. A few days later, after handing over the scroll to Kakashi, Jeriah received word from the third's people. His vacation was about to end. He spent his last few days at home, enjoying a rare stretch of easy, peaceful time. But then, the third Hokage's mission order arrived. At the Hokage's office, Jeriah pushed open the door and saw a middle-aged man inside who looked vaguely familiar. "Lord Hokage, you wanted to see me?" The third nodded at Jeriah and began, "There's a client commission that I need you to handle." Jeriah nodded in response and glanced at the man who seemed to be the client. The man stared back at Jeriah, but with a frown creasing his brow. Jeriah was just too young. Youth meant lack of experience and insufficient strength. This man clearly didn't trust him. The third continued, "This is Mr. Asama Santo, the manager of the famous actress Fujike's Yuki from the Land of Fire. He's the client for this mission." Jeriah nodded politely to Asama Santayu. Though obviously displeased that the third would assign such an important task to a child, Asama Santayu still returned the gesture out of courtesy. The third went on, "Mr. Asama has commissioned Kenoha to send someone to escort Miss Fujike's Yuki to the Land of Snow for a film shoot. This is a B-rank mission, and I hope you'll complete it well." As the third laid out the details, Jeriah finally remembered why this man looked so familiar. Wasn't this the mission to the Land of Snow? But wasn't this supposed to be Kakashi's mission? And wasn't it supposed to happen after Tsunade became Hokage? Why had this mission come up early? Jeriah couldn't make sense of it. Besides, this definitely wasn't a B-rank mission. Judging by its difficulty, it was easily S-rank. The ninja they would face on this mission were all at least Jonin level, equipped with chakra armor, and Funhanotao himself was almost a Kage level. Still, Jeriah could understand why it was listed as a B-rank mission. After all, on paper, Asama Santo's request could only be classified as B-rank. Clearly, the third just wanted Jeriah to rack up one more mission under the guise of a simple escort. Jeriah asked, "Lord Hokage, am I the only one assigned to this mission?" The third nodded. "Why? Are you not confident you can handle it?" Jeriah shook his head. "Not at all. I'm just surprised, that's all. There's nothing surprising about it. I'm only giving you this mission because I know you can do it." Jeriah had no more questions. But while he was content to let things lie, Asama Santayu was not about to let this slide. Somewhat angrily, he questioned the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, are you really sending just a child to protect Our Lady Fubuki? If it's a matter of funding, I'm willing to increase the commission." Asama Santayu simply didn't trust Jeriah. And who could blame him? After all, Asama Santayu was hiring a bodyguard for his own princess. How could he believe that a ninja of Jeriah's age would be capable of such a task? Jeriah said nothing. This was, after all, a matter between the Hidden Leaf Village and the client. Jeriah was merely the one carrying out the assignment. The third Hokage looked at Asama Santayu with utmost seriousness and said, "Mr. Asama, Jeriah is an outstanding ninja from our village. Don't be fooled by his youth. His abilities are more than enough for this mission. Please set your mind at ease." Asama Santayu furrowed his brow. But with the third Hokage speaking so earnestly, he could only look at Jeriah with a mixture of doubt and hesitation. But he can't be of age yet, can he? For a ninja, skill and experience are what matter most. Jeriah has both. If you're unwilling to employ him, Mr. Asama, I suggest you seek help from another village. Left with no other choice, Asama Santayu had to accept the third Hokage's decision. Still, he couldn't dispel his doubts about Jeriah. Jeriah noted all of this, but it didn't bother him. If he were in Asama Santayu's position, he would have his doubts too. After all, Jeriah was so young, and this mission involved escorting a princess. There could be no room for error. It was only prudent for Asama Santayu to be cautious. Of course, the third Hokage didn't know the true purpose of this mission was to escort a princess. After settling the commission, Asama Santayu handed some documents to Jeriah and took his leave. He needed to go ahead and make arrangements for the ship to the Land of Snow and other preparations. Once Asima Santayu had left, the third Hokage called out to Jeriah. Jeriah, this is your first solo mission, and it's a B-rank assignment at that. Be careful. Don't let your guard down, just because it's only a B-rank task. The third Hokage's words were full of earnest concern as he gave his advice. Jeriah nodded. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. I understand. Gazing out the window, the third Hokage sighed and said, For a ninja, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Even if you fail your mission, as long as you survive, you'll always have the chance to make things right. He said this in hopes that Jeriah wouldn't get carried away with youthful bravado, feeling he must complete the mission no matter the cost. After all, this was just a B-rank mission. Even if it failed, it wouldn't have any real impact on the village. That's why the third Hokage spoke to Jeriah in this way. He was sending Jeriah on this mission to help him grow and to let him gain experience, not to risk his life. Jeriah nodded. I understand. But this mission shouldn't be particularly dangerous, just a bit harsh in terms of the environment. After all, we're heading to the land of snow, a country cloaked in ice and snow all year round. The third Hokage frowned. I still have a feeling this mission won't be so simple. You need to stay alert at all times. This is your first B-rank mission since becoming a Chunin. Don't let anything happen right at the start. Although Jeriah knew there would indeed be unexpected developments during the mission, he couldn't say much more. All he could do was agree with the third's warning. After giving Jeriah a few more instructions, the third watched as he left the Hokage's office. Not long after Jeriah departed, someone else entered the office. The third Hokage stood with his back to the newcomer, gazing out over the village. With a sigh, he asked, Kakashi, are you sure we shouldn't send someone to follow him? Even if his abilities are sufficient, I can't help but worry he might run into trouble. This is his first solo mission, after all. I still think we should have Tenzo accompany him. Clearly, the third couldn't set his mind at ease regarding Jeriah. Jeriah was still so young. The third didn't want to see such a promising talent stumble in some unforeseen way. After all, he was only 12 years old. Kakashi, however, disagreed. He replied, Lord Hokage, with his sensory skills, anyone we send to tail him would be found out instantly. If we're going to protect him, we might as well just assign someone to the mission openly. Don't worry, I trust his strength. Besides, he's already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If anything goes wrong, he can use it to return to the village in an instant. There's really nothing to be concerned about regarding his safety. Only then did the third relax, nodding. I almost forgot, this kid has learned the Flying Thunder God. He really did master it quietly, didn't he? If it weren't for Sasuke and Naruto that day, we'd still be in the dark. Kakashi explained, he didn't mean to hide it. If Jeriah was willing to use the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan openly in front of Sasuke and Naruto, it's clear he never intended to conceal those abilities. My guess is he simply didn't see the need to mention it. Kakashi worried that the third might misunderstand Jeriah's intentions, so he offered this explanation. But the third never really doubted Jeriah. He just thought Jeriah was different from other kids his age. After all, he'd planned out Jeriah's path for the future. He'd even picked out a potential wife for him. How could he not trust him? It was simply that he'd staked all his hopes and resources on Jeriah. He couldn't risk anything happening to him. That was why he needed to know Jeriah inside and out. The third Hokage shook his head with a smile. This kid really is different from Sasuke, Naruto, and the others. He's mastered 2 incredibly powerful jutsu, yet he remains calm, as if they were nothing out of the ordinary. Seeing that the third Hokage harbored no suspicions about Jeriah, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Maybe to him, those 2 jutsu really are just like any other. After all, he taught Naruto the Rasengan with ease. Perhaps he doesn't consider it anything special. I imagine if Sasuke and Naruto had the talent for the Flying Thunder God technique, he would have taught them that as well. Kakashi's words weren't without reason. Jeriah had indeed considered teaching Sasuke the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, he'd even explained the principles to him. But Sasuke had listened with a bewildered look on his face. That was when Jeriah realized Sasuke simply didn't have the aptitude for the technique, so he decided not to pursue it further. Jeriah's idea was that if Sasuke could learn the Flying Thunder God technique and combine it with Chidori, his strength could soar to the level of a Jonin in an instant. If Sasuke possessed the Two-Tomo Sharingan, mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and wielded Chidori, he would undoubtedly have Jonin-level abilities. Hearing Kakashi's words, the third Hokage shook his head, a trace of resignation in his expression. Jutsu that others have to risk everything to learn, he treats as if they're commonplace. But that's just like him. After all, he's the only one who's mastered both of those jutsu. Both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan are undeniably advanced jutsu. Even the third Hokage believed so. Yet Jeriah seemed unfazed. Kakashi recalled, back in the day, the fourth Hokage taught the Flying Thunder God technique to many people, but not one managed to learn it. The third Hokage smiled at the memory of Minato Namikaze. Those two really are alike, though Jeriah is even more easygoing than Minato ever was. But his talent is even greater. This was a conclusion the third Hokage had drawn after observing Jeriah for some time. What Jeriah shared with Minato was a similar background and an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. But Jeriah was clearly a level above, with physical attributes far surpassing Minato's. His chakra reserves, too, were much greater. It was astonishing to think that Jeriah, at just 12 years old, already possessed Kage-level chakra. Even the third Hokage himself didn't have as much chakra as Jeriah. When it came to talent for ninjutsu, Jeriah was like Minato, but physically he was more akin to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Kakashi didn't respond to the third Hokage's comment. After all, Minato had been his teacher. It wouldn't be appropriate to weigh in, even if he agreed deep down. It was only after learning more about Jeriah from Kakashi that the third Hokage felt at ease allowing him to undertake this mission alone. Otherwise, he was already planning to have Yamato follow him and protect him from the shadows. Assigning an ANBU captain to covertly safeguard someone on a mission. This is truly an extraordinary level of privilege. Yu had always treated Naruto like the heir apparent, but it was the third Hokage who truly regarded him as a crown prince. In the third Hokage's plans, he had originally intended Yu to be his successor. Wasn't that the very definition of a crown prince? Yu came from civilian background, so the third Hokage enlisted the support of the Inoshikacho families for him, and even tacitly approved Kakashi introducing Yamato to Yu. It's important to realize that Yamato is currently the ANBU captain, commanding the entire ANBU force. And the ANBU is the Hokage's direct unit, serving as his personal guard. By allowing Kakashi to introduce Yamato to Yu, the third Hokage was essentially gifting Yu a powerful ally, an ANBU captain, no less. One can only say the third truly was growing anxious. For years, Kenoha had grown too weak, with no powerhouse like the fourth Hokage emerging. He himself was already 69 and couldn't hold out for many more years. With someone like Yu finally appearing, he immediately staked all his resources on him. Yu still didn't know it, but there was already a formidable force standing firmly behind him. Even Kakashi didn't fully understand. He assumed Yu had only him and Muto supporting him behind scenes. He hadn't even counted Yamato among Yu's supporters. Previously, he had only brought Yamato to meet Yu so that they could become acquainted. That way, if Yu ever ran into trouble, Yamato could lend a hand. Who could have guessed that the third had already decided Yu would be his successor? Other than being frank with the three elders of Inoshikacho and Danzo, the third told no one else. Other clans or factions in the village might have suspected the third wanted to groom Yu for Hokage, but it was only speculation. They had no solid information. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi went to the ninja tool shop and spent a hefty sum to commission a custom-made kunai. Then he headed to Yu's house. Yu was training at home. His upcoming mission didn't require him to depart immediately, as Samasan Taiyu and his group would only set out for the land of snow in a month. Yu only needed to arrive before their departure. At his speed, it would take him about 10 days to reach his destination. As Yu was in the midst of training, he opened his eyes to find Kakashi in his home. Yu asked, "Kakashi-sensei, no missions today? What brings you here?" Kakashi, holding a wooden box, sat cross-legged in front of Yu. "I've heard you're heading out on a mission, and you'll be going alone." Yu Sumidit. "That's a good thing for me. It'll help hone my combat skills. Besides, I'll get to keep all the missions commissioned for myself." Hearing Jeriah's words, Kakashi's mouth twitched. How can you be so obsessed with money? Kakashi was at a loss for words, but he thought Jeriah was just joking. Yet what Jeriah said was true. Kakashi had always assumed he didn't care much for money. In reality, while Jeriah wasn't crazy about money, he certainly liked it. After teasing Jeriah for a bit, Kakashi set the wooden box in front of him and said, "Consider this a gift for your first solo mission." Jeriah smiled. "Sensei Kakashi, you're acting rather out of character today. Is there something you want me to do?" Jeriah knew all too well how stingy Kakashi could be. There was no way he would give a gift for no reason. Seeing the look of suspicion on Jeriah's face, Kakashi really wanted to just walk away. He wondered, what kind of person does he take me for? Kakashi could only sigh inwardly. It's really just a gift. Open it and see if you like it. Kakashi didn't want to argue any further. Jeriah looked at the wooden box before him, his expression suddenly serious. He couldn't shake the feeling that there might be some prank hidden inside, even though Kakashi wasn't usually that type. But who could say for sure? Maybe Kakashi had a mischievous side no one had discovered. Cautiously, Jeriah slowly slid open the lid of the wooden box. To his surprise, inside was an exquisitely crafted kunai. Uraha was stunned. The kunai was exceptionally beautiful, larger and longer than the standard ones. When he picked it up, he found it was much heavier than a regular kunai. Huh, it can even store chakra? Uraha was genuinely surprised. Sensei Kakashi, you didn't happen to make this kunai with chakra metal, did you? Kakashi nodded. That's right, it's made from chakra metal. Try it out and see how it feels. Uraha channeled his chakra into the kunai, and instantly a golden aura enveloped the blade, making it even sharper. The kunai reminded him of the special flying thunder god kunai used by the 4th Hokage. Sure enough, Kakashi explained, I modeled this kunai after the 4th Hokage's flying thunder god kunai. He often used this type to perform the flying thunder god technique. I thought it might suit you well. With chakra infused, the kunai in Uraha's hand grew razor sharp, and he could clearly sense its increased strength. After toying with it for a moment, Uraha finally put the kunai away. He exclaimed, Sensei Kakashi, this must have cost you a fortune. With a kunai this heavy, the amount of chakra metal needed is no small sum. Chakra metal was incredibly expensive. He estimated that just the material and labor for this kunai would cost at least 100,000 ryo, about the same as the reward for a B-rank mission. What's more, the village had to forego its usual share, allowing Uraha to keep the full amount. One can only imagine how expensive this kunai must have been. It's easy to picture how dashing Minato Namikaze must have looked on the battlefield back in the day, flinging kunai with such flair. What he scattered wasn't just kunai. It was as if golden coins were dancing through the air. Kakashi, of course, felt the sting in his heart, but he believed this was the perfect gift for Uraha. Gritting his teeth, he paid the price. Kakashi asked, so what do you think? Does it feel right in your hand? Uraha smiled and replied, with a price like this, how could it not? But honestly, I rarely use ninja tools in battle. It almost feels like a waste to have such a fine weapon in my hands. He truly felt that, since he barely used ninja tools in combat, this exceptional kunai was wasted on him. Kakashi waved his hand with a smile. If it suits you, then it has its purpose. Perhaps, in time, it'll gain a reputation alongside you. Uraha shook his head and gave a wry smile. You're thinking far ahead. But since you insist, I'll gratefully accept it. It was a precious gift, but with Kakashi already having given it, refusing would only seem ungracious. Afterward, Kakashi gave Uraha a host of reminders about things to watch out for during missions. He trusted Uraha's abilities, but couldn't help feeling a little worried. After all, this mission was one Uraha would undertake alone, and that left Kakashi uneasy. In the next few days, Uraha made his preparations and then set out from the village. After Uraha left, Sasuke sat at the edge of the village, watching his silhouette grow smaller in the distance. He murmured to himself, I'll never let you down. Just wait, Uraha. Maybe one day I'll catch up to you. Sasuke remained at the village gate until Uraha disappeared from sight, then finally turned to leave. Near the spot where Sasuke had stood, Kakashi leaned casually against the great wooden gates of Kenoha. He seemed relaxed, but his eyes never left Uraha's fading figure. When Sasuke left, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Kakashi's lips. Because of you, Sasuke has changed so much. I wonder if Kenoha itself will change in the future because of this. Kakashi was deeply proud to have Uraha as a student. After Uraha's departure, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura continued their training under Kakashi's guidance. Sasuke and Naruto constantly spurred each other on, training with such intensity it could almost be called ruthless. Sakura simply couldn't keep up with their pace. In the end, Kakashi had no choice but to assign Sakura basic taijutsu drills, and then send her to study Jinjutsu with Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai was more than happy to oblige Kakashi's request. She liked Sakura very much as a student, and in her own class there was no one else with the aptitude to learn Jinjutsu from her. And Sakura's talent for Jinjutsu was truly outstanding. After leaving Kenoha, Uraha had been on the road for several days, but he felt no urgency to head straight to the address given to him by Asama Santa. By his own estimation, Uraha figured he could reach Asama Santayu's place within 10 days. Besides, Asama Santayu and his group wouldn't set out for another month. So Uraha only needed to arrive within that month. There was plenty of time. It was his first time venturing out of the village alone, and along the way, everything seemed fresh and fascinating to Uraha. Whenever he came across a famous tourist spot, he couldn't resist stopping by for a visit. He was treating this mission more like an all-expenses-paid holiday. Completing the task itself felt more like an afterthought. One day, Uraha passed through a bustling market town. This town was a well-known tourist destination. Its hot springs, in particular, had quite the reputation. Naturally, Uraha wasn't about to miss out. Standing at the entrance to the town, he checked his wallet. It was still nicely stuffed. Time to enjoy myself a little. Back in Kenoha, Uraha had never tried the hot springs. Now that the chance had presented itself, how could he possibly let it slip by? As he walked through the town, no one paid him much heed. Being a tourist hotspot, the place was filled not only with regular people, but also with all sorts of ninja. Blending in among them, Uraha didn't stand out in the slightest. After asking around to find out which establishment boasted the best hot spring, Uraha headed straight for his destination. But as he walked, his stomach suddenly growled. Clutching his belly, Uraha felt a bit embarrassed. Guess I'd better find a place to eat first. He glanced around, spotting a small tavern nearby. I'm not old enough to drink yet. I wonder if they'll even let me in. Even ninja had to wait until they were adults before they could legally drink. Uraha considered, should I use the transformation jutsu? But as the thought passed through his mind, he dismissed it. Never mind, I'll just go in and ask. No need to make a fuss. Without worrying any further, Uraha turned and walked toward the tavern. Inside, the place was lively and crowded with patrons. No one paid any attention to Uraha. He made his way to the counter, where the owner was busy tallying up the day's receipts. The man looked up, frowned slightly, and said, "Young ninja, this is a tavern. You're not of age, are you?" Leaning on the counter, Uraha explained, "I'm not here for alcohol. Just bring me some snacks to go with rice, please." The tavern owner was momentarily taken aback, but he didn't turn Uraha away. Instead, he nodded. "All right, just find yourself a seat. Your food will be out soon." Uraha was pleased with the arrangement and smiled. "Thank you." The owner smiled back. "It's no trouble at all. Please, make yourself comfortable." After a brief exchange, Uraha headed into the main hall. Standing about 1.60 meters tall, Uraha wasn't exactly towering, but he wasn't particularly short either. As a result, he didn't draw much attention from the crowd. As Uraha searched for an empty seat, he happened to pass by a private room. The people inside looked strangely familiar to him. He wondered to himself, that must be Tsunade, right? Inside the room sat a woman drinking sake, and beside her was a girl holding a pet pig. With this unusual combination, and the striking figure of that blonde woman, Uraha, even after living in this world for 12 years, still remembered her. Yet he didn't go over to say hello. Had he just arrived in this world, he might have been curious and excited, eager to approach her like a fan meeting an idol. But now, after 12 years, that initial excitement had long faded. Still, she really is beautiful. No wonder Jeriah is so captivated by her. She truly stands out from the crowd. Even though Uraha had no particular interest in Tsunade, he had to admit she was indeed stunning. With her perfect figure, it was easy to forget that, in reality, she was over 50 years old. But it was just a fleeting impression. He merely glanced over, then continued searching for a seat. Once he sat down, Uraha pulled out a notebook and began to read. This notebook contained Kakashi's records about the ninja world. It was filled with Kakashi's thoughts and observations from his years of missions outside the village. Uraha found it fascinating and used it as travel reading to pass the dull hours on the road. What he didn't know was that, the moment he glanced in Tsunade's direction, she had already noticed him. After Uraha sat down, Tsunade took her cup in hand and glanced his way. Out on a mission alone? If that's the case, this kid must be one of Kenoha's prodigies, she mused. Her reasoning was simple. Since Uraha was out on a mission by himself, he had to be at least a chunin. Especially in peaceful times, for someone his age to be a chunin, and for the village to trust him with solo missions, he was clearly one of their up-and-coming talents. A faint smile played on Tsunade's lips as she remarked, "Shizun, it seems the village is thriving." Shizun, who had been nodding off, snapped out of her daze at Tsunade's words. When she finally caught on, she followed Tsunade's gaze. There she saw Uraha, not far away, engrossed in his book. Maybe his jonin captain will catch up with him later? Shizun guessed. Tsunade shook her head with a smile. No, look at him. He's reading so intently. Does he seem like he's waiting for someone? Shizun nodded. You're right, but I've never seen him before. Could he be one of the village's new recruits? Isn't it obvious? Tsunade replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. The silence felt a bit awkward. Judging by his appearance, Uraha looked very young. If he wasn't a newcomer, could he really be considered a senior? But why is he here, eating at an izakaya? Shizun's tone revealed her disapproval. He can't possibly be of age yet, can he? It was clear Shizun wasn't pleased with Uraha's behavior. After all, he didn't seem old enough to be in a place like this. Tsunade smiled, sipping her drink as she remarked, "He's an interesting kid. Just now, he noticed us, and I'm certain he knows who we are. Yet he didn't come over to say hello. Looks like he has no intention of getting acquainted with us." Listening to Tsunade's analysis, Shizun's first impression of Uraha began to form in her mind. Arrogant, conceited, unwilling to show respect to his seniors. It wasn't exactly a favorable impression. Tsunade, on the other hand, didn't see it that way. She simply thought Uraha was rather amusing. He recognized her, yet didn't try to cozy up or forge a connection. That was a first for Tsunade. After all, Tsunade's status was extraordinary. Not only was she one of the legendary Sanin, she was also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. With credentials like that, any ninja from Kenoha would usually leap at the chance to know her, eager to establish some kind of relationship. Tsunade watched for a while, but Jeriah never once glanced in their direction again. Her interest quickly faded. She turned back to her drink, leaving him to his own devices. Indeed, after casting Tsunade a brief look, Jeriah paid her no further attention. Even knowing that Tsunade would one day become the 5th Hokage, his future superior, Jeriah had never considered currying favor with her in advance. He saw no need for it. Jeriah didn't want to act that way, and he was certain Tsunade wouldn't like someone who did. After a short wait, the food arrived, and Jeriah finished his meal in just over 10 minutes. Just as he was about to settle the bill and leave, 2 people entered from outside. Jeriah frowned when he saw them. He had been ready to go, but instead he sat back down. By then, Tsunade, already quite inebriated, had slumped over the table, her cheeks flushed, wearing nothing but a short-sleeved shirt. She didn't seem worried at all about getting taken advantage of in a bar. Beside her, Shizen had dozed off clutching her pet pig. Looking at the drunken master and her sleepy apprentice, Jeriah couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's a miracle these two are still alive. A ninja, once drunk, was really no different from any ordinary person. Jeriah decided not to rush his departure after noticing how drunk Tsunade was and how soundly Shizen slept. He also recognized the 2 newcomers. Jeriah was concerned that these men might do something to Tsunade and Shizen. His concern stemmed from the fact that he knew one of them. The pair who'd entered were both Cloud Village ninja. One was a towering, nearly 2-meter-tall man with bronze skin, the current 4th Raikage A. Jeriah didn't know the other man by name, but he looked familiar. He seemed to recall seeing him during the 4th Great Ninja War. The arrival of these two, especially considering the ongoing tension between Cloud Village and Kenoha, set Jeriah on edge. Although Jeriah had no desire to meddle in other people's business, when he saw 2 fellow villagers possibly in danger, he couldn't just stand by. After all, it wasn't as though he didn't care about the Hidden Leaf Village. He himself was a leaf shinobi. Just because he wasn't interested in fame or fortune didn't mean he'd turn his back when his comrades were at risk. Especially not when it was Tsunade, a legendary ninja of such importance. If anything were to happen to her, it would be a heavy blow to the village. What's more, the other party was none other than the 4th Raikage. Still, Jeriah didn't have any confidence he could defeat the 4th Raikage. And given the Raikage status, he was far above a mere leaf chunin like Jeriah. So Jeriah dared not act rashly, lest he spark a diplomatic incident. The last thing he wanted was to cause trouble. Jeriah didn't bother settling his bill. Instead, he pulled out his notebook and pretended to read, all the while keeping his attention fixed on Tsunade's side. The 4th Raikage, accompanied by his bodyguard Amy, found Tsunade at last. Seeing her sprawled across the table, dead drunk, the Raikage instinctively frowned. He thought it unbecoming that one of the legendary Sanin, granddaughter of the first Hokage, no less, could look so disgraceful. With a deep, gravelly voice, he called out, "Lady Tsunade, get up." His tone was low and rough, laced with chakra, powerful and commanding. The other patrons in the tavern turned to look. The Raikage paid them no mind. His eyes stayed locked on Tsunade, unwavering. The customers glanced between the Raikage and Tsunade. Though they didn't know what was happening, they sensed trouble was brewing. They quickly paid their bills and hurried out the door. The tavern owner desperately wanted to ask the Raikage what was going on, but one look at his towering, muscle-bound frame made him think better of it. He could only pray these people wouldn't wreck his shop. Jeriah sat off to the side, pretending to read, but keeping his full attention on Tsunade and the Raikage. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who'd been sleeping slumped over the table, heard the Raikage's voice and struggled to sit up. She stared blankly at the 2 men standing before her. "And you are?" Tsunade was so drunk she didn't even recognize the 4th Raikage. Even Jeriah was speechless at that. The Raikage was a generation younger than Tsunade, true, but he was still the 4th Raikage, a figure any ninja of her stature should know. Yet here she was utterly confused. Shizen, off to the side, was even more out of it, passed out and drooling, showing no sign of waking. The Raikage looked at Tsunade's state, fists clenched. If he didn't need something from her, he'd have turned around and left on the spot. He had no desire to deal with a woman this drunk and disorderly. Standing behind the Raikage, Amy had no choice but to introduce his leader. "Lady Tsunade, this is the 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village." Upon hearing it was the Hidden Cloud Village, Tsunade's expression immediately shifted, becoming tense and grave. "Hidden Cloud Village? What do you want this time?" Clearly, Tsunade didn't harbor any goodwill toward the Hidden Cloud. The 4th Raikage remained silent, but the shinobi behind him Omoi stepped forward, knelt before Tsunade, and pleaded, "Lady Tsunade, please help me heal. A companion. My medical ninjutsu is too basic, I can't save him. But you're the greatest medical ninja in the shinobi world. If anyone can do it, it's you." Looking down at Omoi kneeling on the ground, Tsunade replied coldly, Hidden Cloud Village. You people always covet to be a Kugan of our Hyuga clan. I will not help you." Tsunade's dissatisfaction with the Cloud Village's past deeds was plain to see. The fourth Reikage furrowed his brow, but still said nothing. He knew only Tsunade could save his comrade. Omoi tried to explain. Didn't both sides resolve that incident peacefully back then? Tsunade retorted with a chill in her voice. "You're quite the smooth talker, aren't you?" Although the matter had been settled, the fact remained that Hyuga Hizashi of the Leaf had died. Tsunade simply couldn't bring herself to forgive the Hidden Cloud. Omoi looked as if he wanted to say more, but the fourth Reikage finally lost his patience. He declared sharply, "Tsunade, even if you refuse, I'll take you by force if I must." The tavern's atmosphere thickened with tension. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, her demeanor turning serious. "Oh, you think you can force me to go with you?" At this moment, neither Tsunade nor the fourth Reikage knew the limits of the other's strength. Both were certain the other was no match for them. The fourth Reikage said sternly, "I'll be waiting for you outside." He had decided to resort to force if necessary, but didn't want to destroy the tavern, so he challenged Tsunade to take it outside. Tsunade frowned, but then she noticed Jeriah was still there. Though he appeared to be reading, seemingly uninterested in the dispute, Tsunade was well aware he had stayed because of what had just happened between her and the Reikage. What surprised her even more was that Jeriah didn't seem the least bit afraid of the fourth Reikage. He was just sitting there, watching. This kid, is he not worried about getting caught up in our fight? Or is he confident enough to avoid it altogether? Tsunade frowned again. She ignored the fourth Reikage waiting outside, and instead rose unsteadily, weaving her way toward Jeriah. Jeriah sensed her approach. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. He really didn't want to get acquainted with Tsunade right now. He had only stayed behind out of concern that Tsunade and Shizen might be in danger. If Shizen hadn't dozed off, Jeriah probably would have left already. While Shizen's talent didn't quite match Sakura's, her skills were definitely worthy of a jonin. As long as she wasn't drunk, she was more than capable of keeping Tsunade safe. Kujingin, on the other hand, had drunk herself into a stupor, even falling asleep, and still hadn't woken up. Jeriah had no choice but to stay. But now Tsunade was walking toward him. Resigned, Jeriah began to put away his notebook, preparing to pay the bill and leave. But he'd only just stood up when Tsunade's hand pressed down on his shoulder. She pushed him right back into his seat. A strong scent of alcohol drifted from Tsunade, a smell Jeriah found quite unpleasant. Whether in his previous life or this one, Jeriah had never had a habit of drinking. In fact, he rather disliked the reek of liquor. At this moment, Tsunade was thoroughly drunk, as if she'd just been fished out of a vat of sake. She leaned down, one hand resting on Jeriah's shoulder, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. "Kid, why didn't you leave just now?" Jeriah turned his head away. If he had to smell that alcohol any longer, he felt he might get drunk himself. Tsunade was truly inebriated, her words already slurring. Her gaze was unfocused, the very picture of intoxication. The question left Jeriah at a loss for how to respond. And though at such close range, Tsunade's explosive figure was certainly attention-grabbing. Jeriah kept reminding himself, this person was over 50 years old. So, no matter how seductive this perfect woman looked in her drunken state, Jeriah allowed himself no wandering thoughts. He simply pondered how to answer Tsunade's question. He ran through several possibilities, but in the end, he chose honesty. "I thought you and that lady might be in danger. As a fellow leaf ninja, I couldn't just pretend not to see." Tsunade froze. She stared blankly at Jeriah for a long moment before bursting into laughter. "Kid, do you even know who that person is?" Tsunade found this rather amusing. Jeriah actually wanted to protect them. To her, Jeriah was overestimating himself. No matter how much of a genius he was, the people he was up against were the fourth Reikage and herself, one of the legendary Sanin. Even elite jonin wouldn't dare claim they could get involved in a fight at that level. Yet here was Jeriah, saying he wanted to protect them? Though she thought he was far too naive, Tsunade was still touched by Jeriah's sincerity. After all, Tsunade could sense he genuinely meant what he said. In truth, Jeriah hadn't wanted to get involved in Tsunade's affairs either, but the opponent was the fourth Reikage, far too dangerous for him to ignore. Especially since Tsunade was dead drunk, who knew how much fight she had left in her. So, reluctant as he was to meddle, Jeriah felt he had no choice but to step in. He lifted his head, meeting Tsunade's gaze calmly. "I know, the fourth Reikage. Tsunade looked into Uriha's unflinching eyes and, for a moment, was taken aback. That's the rakeage, you know. What could you possibly do? Her tone was no longer mocking. Instead, she sounded quite serious. Uriha spoke in a calm, even tone. I know he's the rakeage, but I can't just pretend I didn't see anything. He said it with utter seriousness. Tsunade stared at Uriha for a long while, her gaze lingering. The silence made Uriha a bit uneasy. He half expected Tsunade to scold him. If he was willing to help her, but she still berated him, then he really wouldn't want to get involved any further. After a long moment, Tsunade finally broke into a smile. It's enough that you have the heart for this. What's your name? Uriha was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Tsunade to accuse him of overestimating himself. Jinwen Uriha. Tsunade nodded and rose to her feet. It seemed that the sheer weight of her stature was wearing her out. She folded her arms, looking down at Uriha with a faint smile. Jinwen Uriha, what rank ninja are you right now? Uriha thought for a moment before answering. Chunin. Tsunade sat down across from him and continued her questioning. Are you out here on a mission by yourself? Uriha nodded. Yes, this is my first time. Tsunade was a little surprised. Your first time? Uriha nodded again. At your age, you must have just graduated from the ninja academy, right? Tsunade asked. Uriha nodded once more. I just got promoted to Chunin. This is my first solo mission. Tsunade frowned. You just made Chunin and that old man, the third, already sent you out on your own? That's reckless. She sounded genuinely displeased, feeling that the third Hokage went too far. Kenoha wasn't so desperate as to need this. Uriha had just reached Chunin, yet he was sent out alone. Uriha, however, didn't seem to mind. Seeing his calm expression, Tsunade grew increasingly curious about him. After all, most kids his age would never stay this composed, especially facing someone of her status in a situation like this. So what do you think you can do by staying here? If you couldn't even defeat someone I couldn't, wouldn't you just be holding me back? Tsunade finished, half expecting Uriha to bluster and boast, just like her younger brother used to do. But Uriha simply replied, his voice steady and cool. Precisely because I know I won't be a burden to you. That's why I've chosen to stay. I never do anything I'm not sure of. He said it so calmly, but his words were bold, almost arrogant, especially in front of a powerhouse like Tsunade. Sure enough, Tsunade frowned, thinking he was getting ahead of himself. Kid, what makes you so sure? Do you really believe a fight between the legendary Sanin and the rakeage is something you can take part in? Uriha looked at her, still unruffled. I never planned to join the fight. I just won't be a burden, that's all. If you weren't from Kenoha, I honestly wouldn't bother getting involved at all. But because you are, I can't just stand by and do nothing. This isn't a matter of whether I can join your fight. There's simply no way for me not to. Tsunade was left speechless. She had no way to argue with what Yoru had just said. In fact, his words made everything she'd said earlier sound like a joke. Yoru's way of thinking was completely different from hers. They weren't even on the same level. Tsunade frowned, clearly unhappy. After all, being put in her place by a younger generation and unable to talk back was deeply embarrassing. She finished the drink in her hand, slammed the table, and stood up. Kid, just go to your own mission. My business has nothing to do with you. You have no right to get involved. With that, Tsunade wobbled over to where Shizen was standing. Of course, it wasn't anger that prompted her words. She simply wanted Yoru to leave. In her mind, Yoru's arguments were just clever sophistry. He didn't understand the power of a Kaga-level ninja, so Tsunade felt she had to drive him away. She had only underestimated Yoru's stubbornness. Though Yoru wasn't exactly gentle by nature, he rarely lost his temper. He also understood perfectly well why Tsunade said what she did. But truthfully, Yoru didn't want to be around Tsunade any longer. His concern for Tsunade and Shizen was simple. Tsunade was dead drunk, and Shizen had also been drinking and was in a deep sleep, still not awake. Once Tsunade left, Yoru paid the bill and slipped out. After watching Yoru leave, Tsunade felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was obvious she truly didn't want Yoru involved in her dispute with the rakeage. That was not a battle for him to join. Despite the sharp exchange a moment ago, where Tsunade seemed furious with Yoru, the truth was she deeply admired him. There was something about his character that she genuinely liked. And since Yoru was clearly a prodigy, Tsunade didn't want the rare genius that Kenoha had finally nurtured to die here. After leaving the tavern, Yoru activated his sensory abilities. His range was astonishing. Now he could sense Chakra within a 50-kilometer radius. Of course, the further out he sensed, the less accurate it became. But for battle, it was more than enough. Yoru hadn't activated his senses out of boredom. His real goal was to locate the fourth rakeage and Amy. When Yoru opened his eyes, he set off in a particular direction. A few minutes later, he arrived outside a park. Inside, he spotted two figures. It was the fourth rakeage and Amy. The Reikage had assumed Tsunade would follow, so he waited here for her. But clearly, Tsunade had no intention of meeting him. Yoru glanced across the street from the park. He had booked a room in a hotel there. Although he was tempted to just leave everything behind, the sight of the Reikage here made him uneasy. If anything unexpected happened, Tsunade would not be a match for the fourth Reikage. Although Uriha wasn't confident he could defeat the fourth Reikage, he was sure he could keep Tsunade and Shizen safe. The fourth Reikage was incredibly fast. Though his strength didn't quite match Tsunade's, the gap wasn't all that wide. With the fourth Reikage's lightning release Chakra mode, he made it nearly impossible for Tsunade to land a hit. Speed truly ruled the battlefield. Take Minato Namikaze, for example. His raw attack power wasn't remarkable, but his sheer speed allowed him to finish off his opponents before they even had a chance to react. It was the same story between the fourth Reikage and Tsunade. Uriha wasn't sure if Tsunade could defeat the fourth Reikage, but in his eyes, the Reikage clearly countered her abilities. Tsunade might have immense strength, but what good was that if she couldn't land a blow? Uriha had no desire to let Tsunade see him, so he planned to protect them from the shadows. He would only leave once Tsunade and Shizen were completely out of danger. Besides, he still had nearly a month to spare. Spending a day or two here wouldn't hold him back in the slightest. Uriha rented a room at a hotel across from the park, and even while he slept, he kept his sensory abilities active. This drained Chakra at an incredible rate. No ordinary person could keep it up, but for Uriha, the Chakra he expended was easily replenished by his own recovery speed. The entire day passed, and Tsunade never showed up. The fourth Reikage, straightforward as ever, waited in the park for Tsunade the whole day. By noon the next day, Tsunade was still nowhere to be seen. Only then did the fourth Reikage realize he'd been stood up. In a furious outburst, the fourth Reikage roared, "That damn Tsunade, she actually played me for a fool." Uriha, standing inside the hotel and watching the enraged Reikage outside, couldn't help but shake his head. So simple-minded, only just now realizing he was tricked. But judging by the situation, nothing unexpected should happen. Tsunade has probably sobered up by now. I'll leave once they've finished the surgery. Uriha knew Tsunade would lose to the fourth Reikage in an arm wrestling match, and would ultimately agree to treat his companion. As long as Tsunade and Shizen weren't in any danger, Uriha wouldn't step in. The furious Reikage stormed off to the tavern to find Tsunade. After sobering up, Tsunade didn't even recognize him. The Reikage bodyguard had no choice but to introduce him all over again. Everything that followed played out exactly as Uriha remembered. It hadn't changed at all due to his presence. Still, Uriha waited until Tsunade had finished the surgery on the Reikage companion before quietly slipping away. During that time, Uriha caught a glimpse of Tsunade's hemophobia. That helpless, terrified look was something he'd never seen from her before. But Uriha didn't feel much sympathy. Deep down, he knew it wouldn't be long before Naruto helped Tsunade overcome her fear of blood. After performing surgery on the fourth Reikage companion, the fourth Reikage didn't do anything to Tsunade. He simply gathered his entourage and left. Tsunade, meanwhile, stayed in the small town with Shizen, continuing to drink and gamble as usual. Uriha also slipped away quietly. After Uriha left, Tsunade made her way to the inn where he had previously stayed. Shizen had no idea what Tsunade was doing there. At the front desk, Tsunade asked, "Boss, did a Kenoha ninja, about 13 or 14 years old, stay here yesterday?" The innkeeper, recognizing Tsunade, immediately straightened up and replied respectfully, "Ah, so it's Lady Tsunade. Let me check for you. Please wait a moment." Tsunade nodded and sat down, her expression calm and composed. Beside her, Shizen was completely in the dark about Tsunade's intentions. After all, she hadn't noticed Uriha at all the previous day. Seated next to Tsunade, Shizen asked with a puzzled look, "Lady Tsunade, who are you looking for?" Tsunade didn't answer. During her arm wrestling match with the fourth Reikage, and later, while performing surgery on his companion, Tsunade had the distinct feeling that someone was shadowing them. Thinking it over, she concluded that the person must have been Uriha. What shocked Tsunade most was that, if it really was Uriha, then his abilities were far from ordinary. For both herself and the fourth Reikage to remain completely unaware of his presence, his skill in concealment was impressive, easily above Chunin level, perhaps much higher. But most importantly, Uriha's concern for them was genuine, not rooted in her status. Seeing Tsunade's serious expression, Shizen fell silent, her mind swirling with questions. After a while, the innkeeper finally returned with the information. When ninjas stay at an inn, they typically have to register. And since this was the land of fire, while other villages' ninjas might ignore the rules, Kenoha's shinobi usually complied. The innkeeper handed the register to Tsunade, saying, "Lady Tsunade, I believe this is the person you're looking for. Tsunade took the register and glanced through it. Jinwin Uraha. That's him. So, it was him who was following us today. Shizen was completely bewildered. Jinwin Uraha? Who's that? Tsunade studied the registration details. She said, take me to the room he stayed in. The innkeeper, unsure of Tsunade's intentions, dared not refuse her request. He led Tsunade and Shizen to the room where Uraha had stayed. Tsunade walked to the window, and from there, she could see the distant park clearly. She instantly understood Uraha's purpose. With a faint smile, she said, this kid is quite something. He really was worried about us, just a bit cold in personality. Recalling her conversation with Uraha the previous day, Tsunade couldn't help but smile again. A sense of warmth welled up inside her, knowing that even though Uraha only protected her and Shizen because they were Kenoha ninjas, his actions were sincere. Yet Tsunade still held a deep fondness for Uraha. Uraha was entirely different from Nawaki and Dan Kato. Naturally, Tsunade didn't place the same high hopes on him as she did with Naruto. To Tsunade, Uraha was an incredibly dependable and responsible person. People like that are universally admired, and Tsunade was no exception. Of course, Tsunade's feelings for Uraha were those of a mentor to a promising junior. There is absolutely nothing romantic between them. After all, she was over 50, and her heart belonged to Dan Kato. What she felt for Uraha was appreciation and recognition for an outstanding younger generation. After leaving the small town, Uraha traveled for several days. Now, he was only 2 days away from the rendezvous point he had agreed upon with the Samasanta. He wasn't in any rush to get there. Just as Uraha was passing through a forest, he suddenly caught the sound of splashing water in the distance. He paused, perched atop a tall tree, and immediately sharpened his senses. In no time, his eyes flew open in shock. Why is there such an enormous chakra presence here? This chakra is massive. Could it be a tailed beast? Uraha sensed a tremendous concentration of chakra not far away. Its scale was second only to the nine tails. He had never encountered anything else so vast. It has to be a tailed beast chakra. Not even the great summoning beasts from the 3 legendary lands possess such power. Uraha furrowed his brow. With that thought, he immediately darted toward the source of the colossal chakra. If this really is a wild-tailed beast, I've hit the jackpot. His excitement was palpable. This is too slow. I should use the Flying Thunder God technique. Uraha's eagerness made him impatient to reach his target. In an instant, he extended his senses once more. And in the blink of an eye, with a hum of chakra, Uraha vanished from where he stood. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared above a massive lake several kilometers away. Nestled within the forest was this enormous lake, spanning more than 30 kilometers across. Uraha's sudden appearance caught the attention of a gigantic creature frolicking on the water surface. He took one look at the towering beast, tens of meters tall, and his eyes lit up with delight. I was right. It really is a tailed beast. The creature before him, with its tortoise-like form, was none other than Isabu, the Three Tails. Ever since the 4th Mizuki's death, the Three Tails had been without a Jinchuriki. Because it had been roaming wild, Kenoha later sought to seal it away, and that's when Orochimaru also set his sights on the beast. A tailed beast without a Jinchuriki isn't quite at full strength. A Kaga-level ninja would be enough to seal it. Except for the Nine Tails, most ordinary Kaga-level powerhouses are no match for a tailed beast like it. However, the Three Tails is clearly not as formidable as the Nine Tails. Deidara and Obito managed to subdue the Three Tails without spending much time or effort. Yiyu lifted his head, gazing at the gigantic turtle before him, as massive as a small mountain. With a smile, he mused, looks like I finally found my summoning beast. Yiyu had long been pondering what kind of summoning beast would serve him best. He'd weighed his options time and again, always considering the 3 great sanctuaries as his most promising choices. Yet, the moment he saw the Three Tails, Yiyu realized that compared to the beasts of the 3 great sanctuaries, the Three Tails was a far more suitable summoning beast. In fact, a tailed beast easily outstrips the creatures of the sanctuaries in strength. Even among the 9-tailed beasts, the relatively weaker Three Tails is still leagues above ordinary summons. The reason it was later so easily subdued by Deidara and Obito, or defeated by just a handful of Naruto's Jutsu, was simply because it had no Jinchuriki and was never able to unleash its full power. If the Three Tails were truly that weak, Tsunade wouldn't have tried to have it sealed away afterwards. Yiyu's appearance filled the Three Tails with a sense of foreboding. The person before it radiated an overwhelming threat. Originally calm, the Three Tails suddenly flew into a rage, opening its massive jaws toward Yiyu. A humming sound filled the air as a sphere of white light began to form in the Three Tails' grasp. Yiyu posit in surprise. Not even a greeting before attacking? It seems the tailed beasts really do hate humans. But in truth, Yiyu had guessed wrong. The Three Tails simply felt threatened by his power and wanted to strike first. A deep, resonant vibration filled the air as enormous chakra gathered in the Three Tails' mouth. A sphere of light, several meters in diameter, took shape, its trajectory aimed directly at Yiyu. Yiyu, of course, had no intention of waiting passively for his fate. What power! Truly worthy of a tailed beast. Even though it doesn't have as much chakra as the Nine Tails, it's still terrifying. The Three Tails' chakra reserves might not match the Nine Tails, but they're still extraordinary. In the ninja world, there are very few who can match the Three Tails in chakra, other than Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Yiyu couldn't think of anyone else. Yiyu forgot, though, that his own chakra reserves already surpassed those of the Three Tails. Of course, not by much. Seeing the light sphere fully formed, Yiyu pressed his hands together. Water style, super water bomb. He began with an A-rank water style jutsu. This technique was something Yiyu had developed himself, based on the water severing wave. The moment he unleashed his chakra, the lake at his feet shot up into the sky in towering jets of water. High above, those jets converged, merging into a single force. A thunderous roar filled the air as the massive water column, several meters thick, shot straight toward the Three Tails. Though the water column was only a few meters in diameter, it had been compressed into an immensely high-pressure water cannon. The moment it erupted, it unleashed a terrifying sonic boom that thundered through the air. This alone was proof enough of the water column's fearsome speed. At the same instant, the Three Tails unleashed a glowing sphere from its mouth. A resounding clash echoed. A deafening roar swept through the landscape. In a heartbeat, water and light collided with a blinding brilliance that engulfed everything for hundreds of meters around. The overwhelming surge of energy sent violent tremors through the ground. Birds and beasts in the surrounding forest scattered in all directions, driven into a frenzy by the quake. Yet in that single instant of impact, the glowing sphere fired by the Three Tails was completely pierced by the superpowered water bomb released by Jeriah. The devastating force struck the Three Tails squarely, hurling its massive body, despite its towering size, hundreds of meters through the air. When the beast finally crashed into the lake, it skimmed across the surface at such tremendous speed that it slid for hundreds more meters before coming to a halt. In that moment, the tranquil lake was transformed into a tempest of raging waves and towering spray. Water crashed down in sheets, creating a downpour that drenched the region for kilometers around. The spectacle was so astonishing that even the mighty Three Tails, now floundering in the lake, was left utterly stunned. Before its eyes, this human stood as the most powerful ninja it had ever encountered, save for the Sage of Six Paths and Hashirama Senju. With just a single clash of techniques, the Three Tails knew it could never hope to defeat the human before it. Seeing the beast prepare to dive, Jeriah chuckled. "Did you really think I'd let you escape?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jeriah vanished from where he stood. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared above the Three Tails. At that moment, Jeriah clapped his hands together. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Another powerful water style jutsu. A guttural roar echoed across the surface of the lake. Then, a colossal water dragon, stretching several hundred meters in length, soared from the lake into the sky. The Three Tails was utterly dumbfounded, but it refused to show weakness, unleashing a defiant roar of its own at the dragon overhead. Jeriah stood atop the dragon's head and called out with a smile, "Three Tails, become my summoning beast." With those words, he urged the water dragon downward, aiming straight at the Three Tails. The massive dragon let out another furious roar and dove headlong at its target. An earth-shaking crash sounded as dragon and turtle collided in an instant. Though the dragon's body was repeatedly shattered, it reformed again and again, sustained by Jeriah's chakra. The immense, serpentine form of the water dragon coiled tightly around the Three Tails, binding it like a giant constrictor. The crushing force wrung anguished cries from the beast. The water dragon's strength was so overwhelming that even the Three Tails couldn't break free. It couldn't even move. Frustrated and furious, the Three Tails struggled with all its might, but the dragon's grip only grew tighter. Desperate, it tried to gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb. But Jeriah seemed to anticipate its every move as the dragon quickly clamped down on its head, leaving it powerless to resist. Even if it were to form a tailed beast ball, it still wouldn't match the water dragon, or this human. After struggling for a long while, Jeriah remained standing atop the Three Tails shell. Only when the beast was utterly spent did he finally speak. Three Tails, how about we have a talk? Jeriah knew that all the tailed beasts could speak. The Three Tails' massive single, I turned toward Jeriah. This human standing before it radiated a menacing threat. So much so that the Three Tails felt as though Hashirama Senju himself had returned to life. Especially that immense water dragon, hundreds of meters long. Though it was a water release technique, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Hashirama's legendary wood dragon. It moved as if alive, completely obedient to the caster's will. But back then, Hashirama had used the wood dragon, a wood release construct formidable in its own right. This water dragon, however, was made entirely of water. By all logic, it shouldn't have possessed such power. Yet the Three Tails sensed that the water dragon binding it was every bit as strong as Hashirama's wood dragon had been. Its strength was overwhelming. Most frightening of all, whenever it was shattered, it would quickly reform, relentless as ever. After struggling for ages and realizing escape was impossible, the Three Tails finally gave up. With a gloomy tone, it addressed Jeriah. Human, what is it you want to discuss? The Three Tails harbored no fondness for humans. Even the fourth Mizukage, once counted among the perfect Jinchuriki, had never been well liked by it. Otherwise, when Obito cast his Jinjutsu on the fourth Mizukage all those years ago, the Three Tails would have helped him break free. A perfect Jinchuriki could, with their tailed beast cooperation, dispel any illusion. But if the beast was unwilling, there was nothing to be done. Seated calmly on the three-tailed shell, Jeriah looked down and smiled. I'd like to form a summoning contract with you. He didn't waste words. He got straight to the point. The Three Tails was stunned. It stared at Jeriah in utter disbelief. What did you just say? It simply couldn't fathom that a human would ask it to become his summoning beast. What kind of joke was this? Jeriah repeated himself, sincerity in his voice. I said, I want to form a summoning contract with you. A furious roar burst from the Three Tails. The fact that Jeriah dared to repeat such an audacious request only made it angrier. Its bellow rolled out in a violent gale, a tempest of sound and fury. But no matter how it struggled, the water dragon's grip never loosened. Human, you must have a death wish. You dare to make me your summoning beast? I'll kill you. Another primal roar resounded as the Three Tails thrashed with all its might, but the water dragon binding it remained unyielding. Jeriah, however, showed no anger. He simply sat there atop the shell, gazing calmly at the struggling beast. Unbeknownst even to himself, it had become so easy for him now to suppress, or perhaps even subdue, a tailed beast. You have to understand, even though the Three Tails isn't the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts, it's still a creature that gave Orochimaru endless headaches. Despite all his mysterious powers, even he couldn't subdue it. Yet, Jeriah managed to suppress it with just 2 water-style jutsu. In fact, Jeriah could have subdued the Three Tails using only the water dragon bullet technique if he wanted to. The only reason he started off with the super water shockwave was because he was curious to see just how powerful the Three Tails attacks could be. Once the Three Tails struggles began to weaken, Jeriah continued. Three Tails, honestly, becoming my summoning beast would actually benefit you. You little brat, don't even think about making me your slave, the Three Tails roared in rage. Jeriah let out a sigh, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Come on, how does being my summoning beast make you a slave? All I want is for you to fight alongside me as a comrade. I'd never treat you like a slave. The Three Tails let out another furious roar. It simply didn't trust Jeriah. Human, you just want my power. You'd seal me inside some wretched human vessel and rob me of my freedom. Jeriah sighed again. Sounds like you've been through some rough experiences in the past. But you have my word. I don't intend to seal you away. I truly just want to sign a summoning contract with you. I need a companion to fight by my side. Why not join me? Jeriah looked at the Three Tails, sincerity written all over his face. But this only infuriated the Three Tails even more. You insolent brat. How dare you ask me to be your summoning beast? You just want to use my power. I won't let you succeed. Jeriah looked troubled. No, really. All I want is for you to be my summoning beast. I'm not going to seal you away. Besides, except for the times I summon you to fight with me, you'd be completely free. And if you ever run into danger, I'd be there to help you. Isn't that a good deal? And actually, the reason I want you as my summoning beast isn't to use your power. I just think it'd be pretty cool to have a summoning beast. That's all. Why don't you think it over? If Jeriah had just stopped there, things might have calmed down. But his next words sent the Three Tails into a complete frenzy. You wretched brat. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Its roars echoed ceaselessly, each one louder than the last, threatening to shake the very earth. To the Three Tails, it wasn't just the threat of enslavement that stung. It was the insult. What did he mean? It's just pretty cool to have you as a summoning beast. Did that mean this guy didn't even value its power? But that was exactly how Jeriah saw it. With his current strength, a summoning beast would hardly be of any real help to him. The truth was, Jeriah simply thought it'd be cool to have a summoning beast by his side. That was all there was to it. Otherwise, he would have only needed 2 jutsu to suppress the 3 tails. Not only did the tailed beast fail to strengthen him in battle, it actually became something of a burden. After all, if he encountered a formidable enemy, Jeriah would have to divide his attention to protect the 3 tails. What else could that be but a hindrance? No matter how furiously the 3 tails raged, it still couldn't break free from the water dragon's restraints. Jeriah simply sat quietly on its shell, watching it. Only when the 3 tails was completely drained, unable to struggle any longer, did Jeriah finally speak. Think carefully. This is truly to your benefit. With my power, do you really think I need to rely on your strength? But if you become my summoning beast, you won't have to worry about someone sealing you away again. At least as long as I'm alive, you'll be free. All you'd have to do is occasionally answer my summons in battle. That's it. So what do you think? If I were in your place, I'd agree without hesitation. I can promise you this. As long as I draw breath, if anyone tries to seal you, I will stand by your side. You know this as well as I do. If you're discovered, the ninja villages will come for you. None of them would ever let a tailed beast's power slip through their fingers. The 3 tails had no interest in acknowledging Jeriah. If it had any strength left, it would surely be roaring at him right now. And so, man and beast sat in silence. Jeriah's gaze never left the 3 tails. The 3 tails, seething with anger, refused to even look at him. The air between them thickened with awkward tension. Jeriah remained utterly calm, but the more the 3 tails thought about it, the more infuriated it became. A moment ago, its anger had been fueled by Jeriah's desire to use its power. Now it was enraged because Jeriah seemed to scorn it, as if its strength was beneath his notice. After some time locked in this stalemate, the 3 tails finally broke the silence, shouting angrily, "Brat, don't even think about making me your summoning beast. It'll never happen, not in 1,000 years." Jeriah stood up, still perfectly composed. Looking at the 3 tails with calm eyes, he said, "No? Well then, if you refuse to become my summoning beast, I'll just seal you inside myself and become a Jinchuriki." The 3 tails sneered. "Seal me? Huh, you fool. Do you even know how to perform a sealing jutsu? Do you really think your technique can hold me?" Jeriah didn't waste words. He began forming hand seals. In an instant, dozens of black chains shot out from Jeriah's body, each inscribed with mysterious runes. 8 trigrams sealing. The chains flew apart, lashing onto the 3 tails and binding it tightly. Suddenly, the 3 tails felt its very soul being shackled. The moment those black runic chains touched it, the chakra within its body was utterly suppressed. It was as if its chakra had been frozen solid, completely immobile. This was Jeriah's own version of the 8 trigram seal. He had improved it, fusing elements of the adamantine sealing chains into the 8 trigrams technique. Therefore, this sealing technique can be used not only to capture tailed beasts like adamantine sealing chains, but also to seal them away. In fact, those black rune chains could even be wielded in battle. The 3 tails could sense a threat that seemed to reach deep into its very soul. Damn it! How could this bastard know such a terrifying sealing technique? Just who is this guy? Panic gripped the 3 tails. It could truly feel the oppressive force of the rune chains bearing down on its soul. It knew all too well that this sealing technique could easily imprison it. Nightfeather's gaze sharpened as dozens of rune chains wrapped tightly around the 3 tails, binding it completely. Just as Nightfeather was about to drag the 3 tails into his own body, the beast blurted out in haste, "Wait, I'm willing to sign a summoning contract with you." In the end, the 3 tails gave in. Given the choice between being sealed inside Nightfeather or becoming his summoned beast, it chose the latter. After all, as Nightfeather's summon, it would still have its freedom. If it were sealed inside him, it could be trapped there for decades. Hearing the 3 tails' words, Nightfeather's lips curled into a faint smile. "That's more like it. There's nothing shameful about being my summoned beast, so why resist so much?" As the rune chains slowly retracted into Nightfeather's body, the 3 tails let out a sigh of relief. But hearing Nightfeather's comment, the 3 tails was at a loss for words. "I'm a tailed beast, after all. Of course I have my pride." Nightfeather chuckled. "You don't need to worry about pride. Even the 9 tails has served as a summoned beast before. What's there to be embarrassed about?" The 3 tails was stunned. It had no idea the 9 tails had ever been a summoned beast. After all, for a tailed beast, being made into a summon was quite humiliating. "Are you telling the truth?" Nightfeather nodded. "I'm a leaf ninja. Would I lie to you?" At that very moment, deep within Naruto, The Ninetales suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It had no idea what was causing it. If it knew Night Feather was exposing its most embarrassing secret, it would probably want to tear Night Feather apart. That was the one thing it never wanted to talk about. The Three Tails nodded. At least now it felt a little better. Whether the story was true or not, at least it knew another tailed beast had gone through the same thing. And not just any tailed beast, the Ninetales the strongest of them all. With the rune chains withdrawn, the Three Tails spoke up. Get rid of this water serpent first, or how am I supposed to sign a contract with you? Night Feather wasn't worried about the Three Tails trying to escape. So he simply waved his hand, and the water dragon that had been coiled around the Three Tails instantly dissolved. Hundreds of meters of serpentine form melted away, sending a torrent crashing onto the lake and throwing up waves several stories high. But Night Feather paid it no mind. The Three Tails gazed at the water dragon, which had now become nothing more than a puddle in the lake, looking a bit dazed. What kind of jutsu was that? Ordinary water release techniques could never achieve something like this. The Three Tails looked at Night Feather, its curiosity piqued. Jeriah spoke calmly. It's just a basic water dragon bullet jutsu, nothing more. All right, sign it. Jeriah had studied the summoning jutsu, so he knew exactly how to form a contract with a summoned beast. Though the Three Tails was reluctant, it had no other choice under these circumstances. Besides, it felt that becoming Jeriah's summoned creature was actually a pretty good option. It was well aware that it wouldn't be long before ninja discovered its presence. And once it was found, it knew from experience what ninja from each village would do next. Rather than be sealed away for years inside a jinchuriki, it would much rather serve as Jeriah's summoned beast. At least most of the time, it would be free. But the most important thing was Jeriah's overwhelming strength. The Three Tails believed that Jeriah was powerful enough to keep his promise, to truly protect it from being sealed away. Once the summoning contract was signed, Jeriah smiled. At last, the final piece of the puzzle is in place. Seeing how happy Jeriah was, the Three Tails couldn't help but comment. Honestly, I don't think you even need a summoned beast, not with your abilities. Jeriah replied coolly, I don't see it that way. Every battle has its own demands. And besides, if every other ninja is calling forth their summoned creatures in the heat of battle, even if I could handle things on my own, it would feel like I'm a step below them. The Three Tails sighed in resignation. Don't tell me that's your real reason for all this. Jeriah didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, well, I have another mission to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jeriah vanished from the Three Tails' back. The Three Tails was left speechless. What is with this guy anyway? Doesn't he even want to get to know me a little? How are we supposed to fight together if we barely even talk? It could only shake its head in disbelief. Still, it didn't exactly dislike Jeriah, especially now that the contract was formed between them. It just couldn't help but feel that Jeriah was a bit unreliable. Well, at least you're strong enough. Otherwise, teaming up with you would be a disaster waiting to happen. The Three Tails grumbled. Jeriah's strength had definitely earned its respect. After all, Jeriah had subdued it with just 2 water release techniques. Such power was reassuring. And this time, as Jeriah's summoned beast, it would be a true comrade in arms, not just a source of energy locked away in a jinchuriki. No more endless days sealed away in a suffocating, dark prison. Most importantly, it could sense that Jeriah was different. Jeriah truly had no intention of using it for his own gain. Maybe, just as Jeriah had said, he really only wanted a cool-looking summoned beast to call upon in battle. At that thought, the Three Tails found itself at a loss for words. I wonder what it'll be like becoming his summoning beast, the Three Tails mused, shaking its head as it slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. The Three Tails knew full well that, with Jeriah's strength, he wouldn't need to summon it often during battles. In fact, it suspected that Jeriah might not call on it even once in an entire year. The reason for this belief was simple. Jeriah was simply too powerful. From the Three Tails' perspective, there was no need for Jeriah to summon it for assistance in a fight. If Jeriah ever faced an enemy he couldn't handle, then there would be little the Three Tails could do to change the outcome. This was something the Three Tails had understood very clearly, especially after witnessing the previous battle. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more I feel like he's only going to use me as a flashy prop, the Three Tails grumbled, growing increasingly frustrated. Still, it couldn't say it held any real resentment toward Jeriah. It was just a bit annoyed at being treated as little more than a showpiece. Meanwhile, back in Kenoha, during the half-month that Jeriah was away, the village held the Chunin exams. Deep within a secret chamber in Kenoha, Sasuke, who had been marked by Orochimaru with the cursed seal of heaven, asked Kakashi to find a way to seal it. Sasuke sat cross-legged atop a platform etched with arcane runes. Kakashi stood behind him, asking intently, Sasuke, are you sure about this? Sealing this curse mark will be extremely painful. Sasuke gently touched the spot where the curse mark lay, his voice cold and determined. Kakashi-sensei, no matter how much it hurts, I can take it. Go ahead. Sasuke knew the curse seal could grant him a tremendous boost in power. But now, he didn't want to rely on such a method. In the past, he might have accepted anything that made him stronger, no questions asked. But now, he had a better plan for improvement, and he didn't want to disappoint Jeriah. He didn't want Jeriah to see him as someone who sought shortcuts and easy gains. He wanted to earn Jeriah's recognition by relying on himself, by awakening the true potential of his Sharingan. Kakashi nodded in understanding. All right, brace yourself. Evil sealing method. Kakashi's hands moved in a blur, forming intricate seals. Instantly, the runes on the ground began to surge, channeling their energy into Sasuke's body, gradually converging around the cursed mark. A cry escaped Sasuke's lips as waves of agony shot through him. The pain was so intense that sweat poured from his body, drenching his clothes, but the memory of Jeriah's words fueled his resolve. No matter how much it hurt, Sasuke gritted his teeth and endured. The sealing ritual lasted about a minute. When it was finally done, Sasuke collapsed, unconscious from the pain. Looking at Sasuke, his clothes soaked through with sweat, Kakashi sighed. If Jeriah were here, maybe he'd have an even better way to handle this. And I can't even be sure if this sealing technique will really hold, Kakashi added, letting out another sigh. At this moment, Kakashi was deeply worried. Orochimaru's appearance during the Chunin exams had alerted Kakashi to an imminent crisis. He knew all too well that he was no match for Orochimaru. In fact, standing before such a foe, he didn't even have the will to resist. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, a shadowy figure slowly entered through the secret chamber's doorway. A voice emerged from the darkness. Kakashi, there's no way you can seal that curse mark. Recognizing the familiar voice, Kakashi immediately stepped in front of Sasuke, his hands flying through a series of seals. A sharp crack split the silence as he unleashed his Chidori and activated his Sharingan in an instant. His Sharingan locked onto the figure emerging from the darkness. Orochimaru, Kakashi said gravely, his tone heavy with tension. And indeed, the newcomer was none other than Orochimaru. Stepping into the light, Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi, his tone dripping with disdain. You use the Sharingan quite well, but without the body of an Uchiha, you're nothing more than a counterfeit. Kakashi was overwhelmed by pressure. Under the murderous intent radiating from Orochimaru, he was just as before, his entire body trembling, unable to summon the courage to fight back. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi forced himself to speak, though his body still shook. I'm not the same as I used to be. At the very least now, I can take you down with me. You won't take Sasuke away. Kakashi knew Orochimaru had come for Sasuke. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. If Sasuke stays in the leaf, he'll never unlock the true potential of his bloodline. I've already decided, he'll be my next vessel. You can forget it. As long as I'm alive, I'll never let you take Sasuke. If you really think you can stop me, just try. With another cold laugh, Orochimaru turned and walked out of the chamber, completely unconcerned about any attack from Kakashi. Even after Orochimaru vanished into the depths of the secret room, Kakashi did not move against him. As he let his Chidori fade, Kakashi bit his lip. Just now, I actually thought I could die together with him. How ridiculous. His expression grew more serious. He turned to look at Sasuke, who had passed out from the pain. Kakashi frowned. If it's just me, it'll be hard to stop Orochimaru. Jeriah, if only you were here. The Chunin exams had taken place while Jeriah was away on a mission. Kakashi had thought it would be an ordinary exam. Who could have expected such chaos, with even Orochimaru appearing? Soon enough, word of Orochimaru's appearance at the Chunin exams reached the third Hokage. Once the first half of the exam concluded, the third summoned all of Kenoha's Jonin. Orochimaru's presence left the third Hokage on edge. Even he wasn't confident he could defeat Orochimaru, although it would later be proven that the third could indeed best Orochimaru. Even take on 3 opponents at once. At this moment, he simply did not have that certainty. Hokage's office. The third Hokage gathered the elite Jonin of the Leaf Village and informed them about Orochimaru's activities. At the mention of Orochimaru's name, every Jonin in the room was visibly shaken. They exchanged glances, their voices tense. Do you mean Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin? The third Hokage nodded, his expression grave. There's something else. Moonlight Hate was killed in Kikyo Castle. What? How could this happen? Was it Orochimaru's doing? The news that Moonlight Hate, though only a special Jonin, renowned for his ability to slip away from even the toughest opponents, had been killed, left everyone stunned. It was hard to believe he'd been taken out. Orochimaru's strength once again sent a chill through the group of Jonin. They thought to themselves, truly worthy of the title, Sanin. The name of the three legendary ninjas still carried immense weight in the ninja world, and even now, their presence inspired both awe and fear. Seeing the shock and worry on their faces, the third Hokage's tone grew heavier. It wasn't Orochimaru directly. Moonlight Hate was killed while pursuing a ninja named Kabuto. Most likely, it was Kabuto who did it. However, Kabuto is connected to Orochimaru, so in the end, this incident is still tied to him. Tension filled the room. Kakashi's face was especially somber. He thought to himself, if only Yoru was here. If he were, we wouldn't be so anxious right now. Kakashi knew that as long as Yoru was around, even Orochimaru could be held at bay. But with Yoru absent, Kakashi realized that only the third Hokage himself might be able to stop Orochimaru. And even the third wasn't confident he could win. Kakashi couldn't help but think that age had caught up to the third Hokage, and whether he could really defeat Orochimaru remained uncertain. At this moment, Kakashi felt deeply grateful that he had discovered Yoru. Without him, the sense of despair would have been overwhelming. Seeing how anxious everyone was, the third Hokage, despite the gravity of the situation, spoke with unwavering resolve. Right now, our only option is to rally every ninja in the village and prepare to fight. And I believe in all of you. Immediately, his words lifted the spirits of the Jonin. They became fired up, ready to join the coming battle for the sake of the village, despite the daunting prospect of facing a Sanin like Orochimaru. Yet Kakashi's expression remained troubled. He understood that the Hokage's words were a sign. Even the third was unsure of victory. After the meeting, the third Hokage stayed alone in his office. He gazed at the portraits of the Hokage that lined the wall. For a long while, he stood in silence. Then, after what seemed like ages, the door to the office creaked open. Anko Mitarashi entered. She glanced up at the line of Hokage portraits. With a sigh, she said, "Lord Hokage, I'm so sorry." Guilt weighed heavily on Anko's heart. She felt guilty that she hadn't perished together with Orochimaru for the sake of the village. The third Hokage sighed and said, "You mean you regret not dying alongside Orochimaru in the Forest of Death? Anko, you have no connection to Orochimaru anymore. There's no need for you to feel guilty." Anko was taken aback for a moment. But if Orochimaru shows up, he'll definitely bring war to the village. The third Hokage replied helplessly, "I know that, but there's nothing we can do. Right now, no one in the village can stop him. Not even me. I'm afraid." At this moment, the third Hokage truly felt his age, realizing how much his strength had waned. Moreover, Orochimaru had been a rogue ninja for many years now. The third didn't know just how powerful he had become. Anko lifted her head and gazed at the photograph of the fourth Hokage on the wall. With a sigh, she murmured, "If only the fourth Hokage were still here." Although the fourth Hokage didn't have the same prestige as the third, everyone knew how powerful he was. After all, it was thanks to him that Kenoha had managed to win the Third Great Ninja War. One could almost say that the village's victory in the Third Ninja War was largely due to the fourth Hokage's strength. Anko believed that if the fourth Hokage were alive, he would surely be able to stop Orochimaru. The third Hokage shook his head, his voice tinged with bitterness. The fourth Hokage already gave his life for the village. He sacrificed so much for us. And that was 13 years ago now. For a long moment, the Hokage's office fell into a heavy silence. After a while, the third's thoughts drifted to Jeriah, who was still out on mission. He gave a wry smile and said, "If he were here, maybe he could stop him too. But fate just doesn't play along." The third even suspected that Orochimaru had chosen to attack specifically when Jeriah was away from the village. Although the third didn't fully know how strong Jeriah had become, the fact that he had easily slain Kurasuke Raiga, subdued Naruto's rampage, and mastered a variety of powerful sealing techniques, including the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan, as well as the Chidori, was more than enough to mark him as Kage level. If he were in the village, he might truly have a chance of stopping Orochimaru. Listening to the third's murmurs, Anko, standing behind him, was puzzled. "Lord Hokage, who are you talking about?" She didn't know much about Jeriah. When Jeriah became a Chunin, most of the attention was on the clan ninjas. But Anko's mind was never on such matters. So she had never heard that Kenoha had someone like Jeriah. In fact, stories about Jeriah were only shared among those close to Kakashi or the higher-ups of the village. The third clearly didn't want to elaborate further. He merely replied ambiguously, "If he were here, I can guarantee Orochimaru would never succeed." Anko frowned, still unsure who the third was talking about. "Are you talking about Lord Jeriah?" After pondering for a long time, Anko could only think of Jeriah. After all, the only ones who could stop one of the Sanin were the other two members of the Sanin themselves. The third Hokage did not name anyone specifically. He simply said, "Anko, you may go back now. Remember, you have no connection to Orochimaru anymore. There's no need for guilt. The third did not want Anko to keep blaming herself for her past ties to Orochimaru. Anko kept wondering who the person the third had spoken of might be, but she couldn't make any sense of it. It was clear, however, that the third didn't want to elaborate, so Anko had no choice but to quietly leave the Hokage's office. After Anko left, the third Hokage gazed up at the portraits on the wall. I once hoped I'd live to see you become Hokage with my own eyes, but it seems that chance has slipped away. The third stood up and reached for the Hokage's hat. He had already made up his mind. He would intervene personally to stop Orochimaru from destroying the village. The reason he believed he might not survive was simple. He knew just how powerful Orochimaru was, and he was all too aware of his own declining strength. He was no longer as formidable as he had been in his youth. He had no confidence that he could defeat Orochimaru. Yet, right now, he was the one in the village most likely to stand in Orochimaru's way. He had to rise to the occasion, no matter the cost. After the meeting, the mood among Kenoha's elite jonin was subdued. After all, their opponent was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin, someone whose name they'd heard since childhood. They had no idea how they could possibly stop him. Meanwhile, in Kenoha Hospital, Kakashi arrived at Sasuke's hospital room. Looking at the still unconscious Sasuke, Kakashi grew anxious. I don't even know if my seal is working. If only Jeriah were here. I'm sure he could remove that cursed mark. Little did Jeriah know that, in the hearts of both Kakashi and the third Hokage, he had become someone utterly reliable. At this point, he was even regarded as their only hope. If Kakashi and the third ever found out that Jeriah himself believed he was only at elite jonin level, their jaws would have surely dropped. After spending a while in the hospital room, Kakashi ran into Sakura and Naruto, who had come to visit Sasuke. The bond between the three had grown much stronger than before. Sakura had already explained her feelings to Sasuke, and Naruto, though reluctant, had come to terms with it. Seeing Sakura so happy, he had no choice but to accept it. Yet by accepting it, he had come to understand even more clearly the boundaries between the three of them. This made it much easier to get along, without the awkwardness that had once lingered between them. What's more, thanks to Jeriah's influence, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto were all much stronger now than they were at this point in the original story. By now, Sasuke's strength was nearly at jonin level, perhaps even at the level of a special jonin. Sakura, too, had reached the level of a typical chunin. Naruto's abilities were those of an elite chunin, and on a good day, he could even compete at special jonin level. In situations where Naruto isn't in a berserk state, his destructive power when he does go berserk can rival that of Kage, while his overall combat strength is at the level of an elite jonin. However, thanks to Jeriah's seal, the risk of Naruto losing control has been greatly reduced. But even with all that power, when faced with Orochimaru, the three of them were still utterly overwhelmed. This was only natural. After all, even Kakashi, an elite jonin, hadn't been able to put up any resistance against Orochimaru. The sheer bloodlust Orochimaru exuded was enough to make Kakashi feel as though he'd been killed several times over. When Naruto and Sakura entered the room, they immediately saw Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, when are you going to start training me?" No sooner had Naruto spotted Kakashi than he hurried over with his question. Sakura, meanwhile, went straight to Sasuke's bedside, her gaze full of worry for the unconscious Sasuke. Leaning against the windowsill, Kakashi replied calmly, "We'll talk about that once Sasuke wakes up." Naruto glanced over at Sasuke, lying on the bed, and fell silent. After a long pause, Naruto lowered his head and spoke in a subdued voice, "Kakashi-sensei, is that Orochimaru really that strong? Even Sasuke couldn't beat him." Though Naruto refused to admit it out loud, he knew deep down that Sasuke was the strongest among the three of them. Even after learning the Rasengan himself, Naruto still couldn't defeat Sasuke. Jeriah had given Sasuke many methods for training his Sharingan, and Sasuke trusted Jeriah completely. He had followed Jeriah's guidance to the letter in his training. As a result, Sasuke's eye power was much stronger than it had been at this point in the original story. On top of that, Jeriah had encouraged him to focus on mastering the body flicker technique. So, out of the three, Sasuke was now undoubtedly the most powerful. Yet, even someone as strong as Sasuke had been instantly defeated by Orochimaru. Naruto hadn't been there at the time, so he found it hard to believe. But seeing how much Sasuke was suffering from the curse mark, Naruto couldn't help but develop a deep hatred for Orochimaru. Kakashi was silent for a long while before he finally spoke. "Yes, he's incredibly powerful. He's one of the legendary Sanin. Even I'm no match for him." Naruto was stunned. He looked up at Kakashi in disbelief. "Even you aren't his match?" Kakashi nodded. "That's right. The Sanin are all extremely powerful. Each of them possesses strength at the level of a Hokage. They're far beyond what ordinary ninja could ever hope to contend with. Naruto pressed on, Kakashi-sensei, just what are the Sanin? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, but seeing Naruto's earnest expression, he understood. It made sense that Naruto didn't know who the Sanin were, so Kakashi explained to him the origins and legend of the Sanin. When Naruto heard the story, he was left even more astonished. So that's how powerful the Sanin are. No wonder even Sasuke couldn't stand against him. After thinking it over for a while, Naruto seemed to recall something. Kakashi-sensei, then is Jeriah their equal? Kakashi was quiet for a moment before answering. I'm not sure. Maybe Jeriah could hold his own against them. It wasn't that Kakashi was trying to be evasive. He genuinely didn't know. He himself wasn't sure whether Jeriah could actually defeat the three legendary ninjas. But Kakashi believed that, at the very least, Jeriah possessed strength on par with them. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out, then why don't we have Jeriah come back? Kakashi glanced at Naruto, a bit at a loss for words. Jeriah is probably in another country by now. How exactly are we supposed to call him back? He let out a quiet sigh. Why does it have to be at a time like this? Sensei, if Jeriah doesn't come back, is there anyone in our village who can stand up to Orochimaru? Naruto pressed. Not even the third Hokage? Kakashi fell silent. He thought the third Hokage might be able to do it, but everyone knew the old man's age was catching up to him. He hadn't fought in earnest for many years. Kakashi couldn't be sure whether the third still had the strength to stop Orochimaru. Seeing the look on Kakashi's face, Naruto understood the answer without any more words. Why, Jeriah? Why aren't you here when we need you most? He turned to Kakashi again, hope flickering in his eyes. Sensei, not even you can stop Orochimaru. Kakashi gave a wry smile. I'm nowhere near his level. Naruto clenched his fists. If only I were stronger, things wouldn't be like this. For the first time, Naruto felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Back in a land of waves, even when he was overwhelmed by Haku, he knew Kakashi and Jeriah were there. There was always someone who could save them. But now, Jeriah wasn't in the village. He might not return for a long time. No one left in the village could stand against Orochimaru. Not even Kakashi. After a long pause, Naruto lifted his head and looked at Kakashi. Sensei, if I could master the power of the Nine Tails, would I be able to defeat Orochimaru? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. He studied Naruto, puzzled. Why do you think that? Naruto pressed his hand to his stomach and said, Jeriah once told me that if I mastered the Nine Tails' power, I could surpass him. For a moment, Kakashi didn't know how to respond. Could he really tell Naruto that Jeriah was just trying to encourage him? But the truth was, if Naruto could control the Nine Tails chakra, his strength would increase dramatically. Maybe, just maybe, he really could stand up to Orochimaru. Maybe you could, Kakashi replied. He didn't know why Jeriah had said those words to Naruto, but he guessed it was to give the boy hope. And so, Kakashi had no intention of revealing Jeriah's little secret. Naruto gripped his shirt over his stomach, his expression determined. Starting today, I'm going to train even harder. I'm going to take control of the Nine Tails' power. Kakashi nodded. It's good to have that determination. Besides, the 8 trigram seal Jeriah placed on you before is different from the one the 4th Hokage used. That's why Orochimaru's sealing jutsu didn't work. Back in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru, disguised as a ninja from another village, had ambushed Team 7. Originally, he had intended to place a 5-element seal on Naruto, disrupting the flow of the Nine Tails chakra within him. But because of Jeriah's 8 trigram seal, Orochimaru's plan was thwarted. The strength of the seal Jeriah placed was simply overwhelming. Not only could it suppress the chakra of the Nine Tails, it also subdued any additional seals imposed from the outside. Even Orochimaru found it puzzling. Still, he didn't pay it much mind. After all, Naruto was not his primary target. He simply assumed that the 4th Hokage seal had some sort of defensive mechanism. But Kakashi knew very well that the 4th Hokage's 8 trigram seal could never prevent Orochimaru's 5-element seal. Yet Jeriah's 8 trigrams seal truly could. Unlike in the original story, Naruto's chakra was now unimpeded by Orochimaru's 5-element seal. Listening to Kakashi's explanation, Naruto asked, was it Jeriah's seal? Kakashi nodded. That's right. It was the seal Jeriah left behind that blocked Orochimaru's attempt. Otherwise, you'd likely be suffering from the effects of Orochimaru's seal right now. Although Orochimaru's sealing jutsu hadn't succeeded, it still left traces within Naruto's body. Kakashi also knew that Orochimaru had intended to use the 5-element seal on Naruto. With his understanding of the technique, Kakashi had researched its functions and effects. He came to understand Orochimaru's true purpose. If Orochimaru had succeeded, you wouldn't be able to use the Nine-Tails Chakra anymore. And whenever you tried to use Chakra, the seal would interfere, causing your chakra control to deteriorate drastically. After Kakashi's detailed explanation, Naruto lowered his head and said gravely, "Once again, it's Uraha protecting me." From the land of waves up until now, Naruto felt that Uraha had shielded him time and again. It seemed he had become a fledgling, sheltered beneath Uraha's wings. Clenching his fist, Naruto declared with determination, "I'll become stronger. One day, I'll be the one to protect him." Seeing Naruto's earnest expression, Kakashi felt a wave of comfort. But the thought of Orochimaru still left him somewhat troubled. This will be a great calamity for the Hidden Leaf Village. I really don't know how we're going to get through this. Kakashi let out a weary sigh. Even Kakashi, famed throughout the ninja world as the wielder of the Sharingan, couldn't help but sigh in resignation at times like these. In the face of such disaster, Kakashi realized just how vital Uraha was to the village. For the moment, all the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf were shrouded in gloom because of Orochimaru's presence. The shadow of his attack hung over everyone. After checking on Sasuke for a while, Kakashi took his leave. Strolling down the main street, the lively market scene of the village was a stark contrast to the heaviness in Kakashi's heart. As he walked, Kakashi suddenly looked up. Standing before him was a tall ninja with a head of flowing white hair. The moment Kakashi saw this man, the gloom weighing on his mood instantly dissipated. In its place surged pure elation. "Master Jeriah." Jeriah smiled, greeting him with a casual, "Hey there, Kakashi." After exchanging their greetings, the two quietly slipped away from the bustling marketplace. When they reappeared, they were standing atop a rooftop. Leaning against the railing, Kakashi remarked, "It's been years since you last returned." Jeriah rested beside him, glancing out at the village. His voice was calm as he replied, "Years have gone by, but not much has really changed." Kakashi turned to him with a serious look. "Orochimaru has appeared." Jeriah gazed into the distance, unmoved. "I know, but now that you're back, the danger has lessened considerably." Kakashi's words were earnest, yet Jeriah's expression remained serene, as if his mind was elsewhere. A long silence passed before Jeriah finally spoke. "Kakashi, let me take Naruto with me." Kakashi was taken aback. "May I ask why?" Although Kakashi trusted Jeriah, Naruto was, after all, the vessel of the Nine Tails. The third Hokage had entrusted him to Kakashi's care. Without the Hokage's permission, he could not make such decisions on his own. Jeriah fell silent for a moment before explaining. "Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Kakashi didn't respond. Everyone already knew this. "I've spent these past years surveilling Orochimaru," Jeriah continued. Kakashi nodded slightly. Jeriah went on, "While watching Orochimaru, I discovered he had joined an organization called the Akatsuki." A frown creased Kakashi's brow. "There are a total of 9 members in this group. Over the years, they've been taking on missions all over the ninja world, collecting forbidden jutsu from every village. Not only that, they're also actively seeking out the Jinchuriki of each village's tailed beasts." Kakashi's whole body tensed. "Are you saying?" Jeriah nodded gravely. "That's right. I fear they intend to gather all the tailed beasts, just as they collect forbidden techniques, to use for their own purposes." Kakashi's brows knitted tighter. "Don't tell me. Even you can't deal with them?" After all, Jeriah was one of the legendary Sanin. Surely he had the strength to handle this. But Jeriah shook his head. "No, the ninja in this organization are all extremely powerful. Each one is on par with a Kage." Kakashi was stunned. "Each one is Kage level?" It was almost beyond belief. Jeriah was talking about 9 members, 9 ninja with the power of village leaders, enough to topple nations. Just one Orochimaru put the entire Hidden Leaf on high alert. The idea of 9 such threats was truly terrifying. With a grave expression, Jeriah said, "That's why I need to take Naruto with me. He must learn to control the power of the Nine Tails. Only then can we prevent the Akatsuki from capturing him." Kakashi fell silent. He didn't know how to respond. By all accounts, this matter would be good for Naruto, but Kakashi wasn't sure if Naruto himself would agree to it. The third Hokage likely wouldn't object, since he was well aware of Jeriah's strength. Following Jeriah would certainly be much safer than aimlessly wandering around the village. But then, Kakashi's thoughts drifted back to Uraha. In that instant, Kakashi made up his mind. Before Jeriah could even finish his reasoning, Kakashi nodded and said, "Naruto would indeed be much safer under your care." Jeriah was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Kakashi to agree so readily. "I thought you'd put up more of a fight," Jeriah said, surprised. Kakashi sighed. "I just want him to be safe. And honestly, he wouldn't learn much more by staying with me." Jeriah frowned, sensing that wasn't the real reason. "Kakashi, That doesn't sound like you. Kakashi knew he couldn't fool Jeriah, so he reluctantly spoke his true thoughts. I just don't want to see another one of my students risking their life. Jeriah asked in confusion. Are you talking about Sasuke? Uraha had only recently risen to prominence, so Jeriah wasn't aware of his existence. Kakashi shook his head. No, not Sasuke. He doesn't have that kind of strength yet. Jeriah was surprised. Wait, your other student, doesn't that mean she's a girl? Could she possibly have talents like Tsunade? Jeriah assumed the other student Kakashi referred to was Sakura. Indeed, Sakura was highly gifted. Despite lacking any special bloodline, she'd mastered most of Tsunade's jutsu and even achieved Kaga-level strength in the end. But Kakashi wasn't talking about Sakura, either. After a moment's thought, Kakashi said, he's one of my students. If he were in Kenoha, I wouldn't be nearly as worried about Orochimaru invading. Jeriah was startled. Are you saying your student could match Orochimaru? He could hardly believe it. Orochimaru was, after all, one of the legendary Sanin, just like himself. Kakashi gazed off into the distance and sighed. I'm not certain, but it's very likely. Kakashi, do you really understand how powerful a Kage is? Jeriah was reluctant to accept it. It sounded too far-fetched. Kakashi smiled faintly. I didn't quite believe it at first, either. That's why I watched him carefully for a long time, but he really does have Kaga-level strength. The Hokage knows about this as well. Jeriah, who had still harbored some doubts, was reassured the moment he heard the third Hokage was aware. If that's the case, you've trained a remarkable student. Who is he? Can you tell me? Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued. Just who was this person that both the third Hokage and Kakashi believed could stand against Orochimaru? Kakashi thought for a moment and decided to introduce Uraha to Jeriah, believing it would benefit his future connections. Moreover, since Jeriah belonged to the Hokage's faction, it was only a matter of time before he learned about Uraha. So, Kakashi spoke up. That student of mine is named Jinwin Uraha. He once completed a mission with us. During that mission, he single-handedly defeated and killed Kurasuke Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Jeriah was taken aback. At this point in time, the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was still formidable. So he was genuinely shocked by what he heard. How old is your student? Kakashi replied. He's the same age as Naruto and Sasuke. They're in the same class. What? He's as young as Sasuke and Naruto? Are you serious? Jeriah couldn't believe it. He had assumed Uraha was at least 15 or 16. To possess the strength to defeat an elite jonin at 15 or 16, while extremely talented, was still within the realm of possibility for Jeriah. After all, Minato Namikaze had demonstrated such talent in his youth. But for Kakashi to say that Uraha was the same age as Naruto, that meant his talent far surpassed even Minato's. It was difficult for Jeriah to believe someone like that could exist. Kakashi glanced at Jeriah and said calmly, Would I have any reason to lie to you? Seeing the composure on Kakashi's face, Jeriah was deeply shaken. He knew full well that Kakashi wouldn't lie to him, but it was still hard to believe this was real. He had simply never encountered such raw talent before. Even Orochimaru, whom he had once considered prodigy, hadn't been this terrifying. Does the third Hokage know about this? Kakashi nodded. It was the third himself who promoted him to Chunin, and that was only very recently. Jeriah fell silent for a long time, the news simply too astonishing for him to process. He needed time to let it all sink in. It was a while before Jeriah, frowning, finally spoke. You're saying he already has the power to stand against Orochimaru? Kakashi thought for a moment and answered, I can't say for sure, but with his current strength, I don't think it would be a problem. How does the third Hokage evaluate him? Since Kakashi was Uraha's teacher, and his own strength was only at the elite jonin level, Jeriah was worried Kakashi might be overestimating him. Kakashi replied, The Hokage said Uraha already possesses Kaga-level strength. Now, Jeriah was fully convinced. Yet, it was almost beyond belief that such a genius existed. To have Kaga-level power at just 12 years old, Jeriah had never seen a ninja like that before. But this was a good thing. Curious, Jeriah asked, why isn't he in the village now? Isn't he taking part in this year's Chunin exams, perhaps as a proctor? Kakashi shook his head. The Hokage wants Uraha to build up his mission experience, so he assigned him a B-rank mission to complete on his own. Jeriah was stunned by what he heard, staring at Kakashi in disbelief. What did you just say? Kakashi repeated himself once more. It took Jeriah a moment to collect his thoughts, his mind reeling from the revelation. He muttered to himself, What is the third Hokage planning? Could it be that he's chosen that kid? Just like he chose Minato all those years ago. As the third Hokage's student, Jeriah had already begun to sense his teacher's intentions. It was clear, the third intended to groom Uraha to become the next Hokage. Otherwise, Why would he allow him to take on a B-rank mission alone? While Jeriah certainly had the skills to handle a B-rank mission, such assignments typically required the accompaniment of a jonin. Or, at the very least, a team of several chunin would go together. Solo missions of this level were extremely rare, almost unheard of. If the third didn't want to send Jeriah to his doom, there was only one explanation. He believed that, with Jeriah's strength, he could handle a B-rank mission alone without undue risk. Most importantly, it was clear the third wanted Jeriah to accumulate experience. And why was that so important? It was obvious. He intended to cultivate him into the next Hokage. Otherwise, he could have simply let Jeriah amass missions at a slower pace. There would be no need to hurry. Jeriah fell silent for a long while. The news had hit him hard. After being away from the village for several years, he hadn't expected someone like this to have emerged. After some time, Jeriah nodded and spoke. It's probably for the best that he's gone. Even if he might truly have the power to stand against Orochimaru, he's still only 12. If anything were to happen to him, it would be a huge loss for the village. In the end, Jeriah still hoped that such an outstanding young ninja could grow up safely. He shifted his hopes toward a safer path. Back during the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack, the third had acted in much the same way. Naturally, Jeriah shared a similar mindset. Kakashi, leave Naruto to me. He'll have to learn to control the Nine-Tails power on his own, and he'll be safer if he's with me. If he stays in the village, Akatsuki could easily capture him. To an outsider, the Hidden Leaf Village might seem far safer than the world outside. But Jeriah knew all too well, with Akatsuki's strength, launching an attack on the village and capturing Naruto would be no great challenge. In fact, staying in the village was the most dangerous option of all. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Then I'll leave him in your hands. After that, Jeriah and Kakashi chatted for a while longer before they parted ways. Left alone on the rooftop, Kakashi gazed at the distant sky and let out a sigh. Lord Jeriah is right. Maybe it really is better with you out of the village. After all, your opponent is Orochimaru. It's simply too dangerous. Kakashi fully agreed with Jeriah's assessment. The next morning, Naruto was up bright and early, getting ready to meet Sakura at her house so they could visit Sasuke at the hospital together. As he passed by a flower shop, Naruto suddenly remembered that Sakura had bought flowers when she went to see Sasuke yesterday. He patted his wallet, then turned and headed toward the flower shop. On the way, many villagers instinctively kept their distance as soon as they saw Naruto. But Naruto, having already been enlightened by Yayu, paid them no mind. When he arrived at the flower shop, he ignored the strange look the owner gave him, picked up the flowers, tossed down the money, and left right away. He barely exchanged a word with the florist. This odd behavior left both the villagers nearby and the shop owner utterly stunned. What's with that nine-tailed fox kid today? Yeah, what's going on? He used to always make such a ruckus, but now he's so quiet. Who knows? Maybe he's matured now that he's become a ninja. That's true. If he keeps acting like he did before, being a ninja could get him killed. Naruto had no idea what others were saying about him. All he wanted was to see Sasuke. Ever since Sasuke fell unconscious, he'd been worried. As Naruto passed by a hot spring, suddenly a giant toad leapt out of the steaming pool. Naruto stopped in surprise as the enormous toad lunged straight at him. Is this an enemy? The thought flashed through Naruto's mind. He frowned and swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Leaf Whirlwind. With a whoosh, after splitting into 3 shadow clones, his real body launched a powerful leaf whirlwind at the toad. It was a move he'd learned from Guy, a signature Kenoha-style taijutsu technique. His powerful kick landed squarely on the toad, which was as tall as 3 men. The forceful blow sent the massive creature hurtling back into the hot spring. With a thunderous crash, the giant toad shot back into the spring like a cannonball, sending up a spray of water that soared over 10 meters high. One of Naruto's shadow clones appeared overhead, ready to strike with a spinning kick. But the toad reacted in a flash, flicking out its long tongue and instantly dispelling the clone. Standing on the bank, Naruto eyed the toad warily and demanded, "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" He half suspected this toad might be a minion sent by Orochimaru. After all, ever since returning home yesterday, Naruto's mind had been filled with thoughts of Orochimaru and how he might defeat him. He was determined to protect Sasuke and Sakura. The giant toad didn't bother responding. Once it regained its stance in the hot spring, it charged at Naruto again. Naruto's brows knitted tighter. So it really was sent by Orochimaru. Convinced of his suspicion, Naruto immediately thrust out his right hand. A nearby shadow clone began to gather chakra. With a steady, pulsing hum, the clone rapidly concentrated chakra above Naruto's palm. In no time, a glowing blue orb of chakra, the Rasengan, formed in his hand. Off in the distance, Jeriah, who had been watching everything unfold, was left completely speechless with amazement. After all, it was he who had sent the toad to test Naruto. It was also meant to give him a proper reason to show up. Jeriah exclaimed in astonishment. How could this kid have mastered the Rasengan? No, that can't be right. Only Minato, and I know this jutsu. Who would he have learned it from? Very quickly, Jeriah recalled his conversation with Kakashi from the day before. Could it have been that boy named Jeriah who taught him? This is reckless. This jutsu is still far too advanced for Naruto. After all, the Rasengan was an A-rank jutsu, and a very dangerous one at that. All these years, only he and Minato Namikaze had truly mastered it, which proved just how difficult it was. Even Kakashi, despite his Sharingan, hadn't been able to handle it well. In fact, it had almost no real value in actual combat for most. Ordinary ninja couldn't even hope to learn it, and if this jutsu went out of control, it could genuinely be fatal. Jeriah was already preparing to intervene, just in case Naruto lost control. On Naruto's side, he used a body flicker and suddenly appeared above the giant toad. Rasengan! There was a heavy thud. A tremendous roar followed. Naruto's Rasengan didn't spiral out of control. Instead, it landed with remarkable precision on the giant toad. The Rasengan's terrifying power smashed the giant toad down into the hot spring pool with immense force. Water erupted from the pool, spraying dozens of meters high. Then, the giant toad vanished in a puff of smoke. After the giant toad disappeared, Naruto reappeared on the shore. Staring at the now devastated hot spring, Naruto frowned and muttered, "What on earth just happened? Was that really something Orochimaru sent after me?" Naruto had never encountered a summoning beast before, so he had no idea how the giant toad had vanished. At this moment, the giant toad, now back at Mount Maiboku, was probably cursing Jeriah with all its might. If it hadn't escaped so quickly, it would have been done for. It had never imagined that a mere genin could use such a terrifying jutsu. From a distance, Jeriah, having witnessed all this, realized he couldn't just keep watching from the sidelines any longer. Just as Naruto was about to leave, Jeriah appeared before him, standing atop a giant toad twice the height of a man. "Hey there, kid, you did pretty well just now." Naruto stared blankly at the sudden appearance of a man and a toad. Especially when he looked at the white-haired old man standing on the toad's head. His mouth twitched. He couldn't help feeling that this guy was a little off. This bizarre entrance didn't have the effect it did in the original story. On the contrary, it just made Naruto wonder if Jeriah was a little crazy. Watching Jeriah's singing and dancing performance with a speechless expression, Naruto crossed his arms. He could sense that Jeriah meant him no harm. It was just that this strange way of showing up made the now much less self-conscious Naruto feel thoroughly embarrassed. After watching Jeriah's performance with a face full of awkwardness, Naruto frowned and asked, "Was that toad just now yours? Why did you attack me?" Faced with Naruto's question, Jeriah found himself at a loss for words. Nothing was going as he had imagined. He'd made such a spectacular entrance, yet Naruto didn't seem the least bit impressed. Standing atop the toad's head, even Jeriah felt a little awkward. But this wasn't the first time he'd found himself in such a situation. Regaining his composure, Jeriah looked at Naruto and announced his famous name. "Kid, you're being awfully rude to the great toad sage. Do you even know who I am?" Naruto stared at Jeriah with a calm, unruffled expression. This only made Jeriah feel even more uncomfortable. Bracing himself, he declared, "The great toad sage is none other than one of the legendary Sanin, Jeriah himself." No sooner had Jeriah finished speaking than Naruto, who had looked calm before, suddenly widened his eyes and fixed Jeriah with an intense stare. "Who did you say you are?" Faced with Naruto's almost predatory gaze, Jeriah felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, "Jeriah, of course. Don't you recognize me?" Jeriah assumed that Naruto simply didn't know who he was. But instead, Naruto took a few steps closer to the toad, looked up at Jeriah, and called out, "You're Jeriah of the legendary Sanin?" Realizing Naruto didn't know him, Jeriah burst out laughing. "Of course I am. Well, aren't you amazed?" Naruto paid no attention to Jeriah's boasting. His eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. "So you're really the Jeriah who stands alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade as the Sanin?" Jeriah found Naruto's excitement a bit strange, but admitted, "That's right. Surprised, aren't you?" Again, Naruto ignored him, mumbling to himself, "That means the village is saved. You can definitely beat Orochimaru, right?" Naruto looked up at Jeriah, his eyes shining with hope. Seeing the expectation in Naruto's gaze, Jeriah couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Still, he answered confidently, "Of course. But you, kid, how do you even know about the Sanin? And about Orochimaru and Tsunade? Who told you all that?" Naruto ignored him yet again, but now that Jeriah had confirmed it, Naruto jumped with excitement. Yes, the village is saved. I have to tell Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. Just as Naruto was about to dash off, Jiraiya's mouth twitched in disbelief. He's ignored the great Toad Sage so many times. But for him to know so much about the Sanin, he must be doing well in ninja school. Jeriah assumed Naruto had learned about the Sanin at the academy. Seeing Naruto run off, Jeriah quickly stepped in to block him. Hold it right there, kid. Naruto, eager to share the news of his Sanin arrival with Kakashi and Sakura, turned back and asked Jeriah irritably, "What now?" Jeriah replied, exasperated, "I'm one of the legendary Sanin, you know. Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Naruto paused for a moment, murmuring to himself, "That's right. You're one of the legendary Sanin. I really ought to have something important to say to you, shouldn't I?" Naruto's words left Jeriah at a loss for words. "You really aren't the sharpest tool in the shed, are you?" Jeriah muttered. But Naruto didn't seem offended. Instead, he looked at Jeriah and asked, "Was that Toad from earlier yours? Why did it come after me?" Jeriah nodded, finally seeing Naruto step right into the plan he'd set up. Feigning a sense of mystery, Jeriah nodded again. "That's right, the Toad you saw just now was summoned by me, the Toad Sage himself." "A summoning beast?" Naruto asked with curiosity. Jeriah nodded once more. "Exactly. Impressive, isn't it?" "It was pretty strong, I'll admit," Naruto replied, confidence flickering in his eyes. "But it still wasn't a match for me." Jeriah was left a bit speechless. If Kakashi had told him earlier that Naruto had already mastered the Rasengan, he never would have summoned just that Toad. He would have called forth an even more formidable one. Still, Jeriah was genuinely pleased. After all, Naruto had grown a lot in these past years. To have mastered the Rasengan at his age was remarkable, and even putting that aside, the taijutsu and combat instincts Naruto had just shown were already at the level of a chunin. Jeriah had expected Naruto to be much weaker than this, and he was pleasantly surprised. With a broad grin, Jeriah looked at Naruto and said, "Kid, I have even stronger summoning beasts. Want me to teach you how to summon them?" Naruto froze for a moment, then frowned as he asked, "Are you saying you want to teach me ninjutsu?" Jeriah nodded confidently, certain that Naruto wouldn't refuse. But after thinking it over for a moment, Naruto shook his head. "No, I can't learn from you. Even though you're one of the legendary Sanin, I'm Kakashi-sensei's student, and I believe Kakashi-sensei is the one who can help me become stronger. After all, Uraha was taught by Kakashi-sensei, and Uraha is just as capable as you, if not more." Although Naruto saw Uraha as the rival he needed to surpass, his trust in Uraha ran deep. What's more, Uraha had put together a training plan for Naruto, which Naruto had given to Kakashi, asking him to help him train according to that plan. And in less than a month, Naruto could already feel how much stronger he'd become. Naruto was convinced that, following Uraha's plan, it wouldn't be long before he became truly powerful. Once he mastered the Nine Tails' power, he'd surpass both Uraha and Sasuke. So naturally, he had no interest in studying under Jeriah. Jeriah hadn't expected Naruto to turn him down. Staring at Naruto in disbelief, he asked, "Do you really not know how strong I am? Do you honestly think your teacher is stronger than me?" Naruto lifted his head and looked at Jeriah, shaking it earnestly. "I never said that. You're one of the legendary Sanin. Kakashi-sensei told me how powerful you all are. All of you possess the strength of a Hokage, and you're much stronger than Kakashi-sensei." Jeriah stared at Naruto in confusion. "Then why are you turning me down?" Naruto smiled at him and replied, "Because Kakashi-sensei is more likely to help me get stronger." Jeriah was completely baffled. "But if you train with me, you'll become even stronger. I'm stronger than Kakashi and can teach you much more powerful jutsu." Naruto just grinned. "Maybe so, but Kakashi-sensei is a better fit for me." Jeriah was at a loss for words. This was the first time anyone had ever refused him. In the past, people would beg him to take them as a student. Yet now, here he was offering, and he was being turned down. It was simply too humiliating. "So, tell me, why do you think Kakashi's better than me?" Naruto thought for a moment before answering. "I never said Kakashi-sensei is stronger than you. It's just that he knows better how to help me improve. I have a friend who once told me, the best way is the one that suits you. Even if something else is better, if it doesn't suit you, it won't help you grow." Jeriah was dumbfounded. He never expected Naruto to say something like that. He'd read some of Naruto's files before, and according to those, Naruto was never someone who'd say things like this. What Jeriah didn't know was that the files he'd read were from a long time ago. Lately, Uraha had changed a lot about Team 7, and Kakashi had been even more dedicated to the three of them than in the original story. Now, all three of them were much stronger than they used to be. And as for Naruto's trust in Kakashi, it actually stemmed from his absolute faith in Jeriah. The training plan Jeriah had given him had truly made him much stronger. Naturally, as strong as Jeriah might be, Naruto didn't think anyone could understand him better than Jeriah. Seeing no other way, Jeriah finally said, "Suppose I told you that I've already discussed this with Kakashi, and he's agreed to put you in my care. What would you think then?" Hearing this, Naruto's brows furrowed. That's impossible. He simply couldn't believe it. Jeriah, meanwhile, regained his composure and looked at Naruto solemnly. "We met just yesterday." Naruto fell silent. Given what he knew of Kakashi, there was a good chance Jeriah was telling the truth. Still, he didn't want it to be true. He'd much rather train with Kakashi. But he also knew that Kakashi was capable of making such a choice. After a long, heavy silence, Naruto finally lifted his head, his voice muffled and low. "Can you at least tell me why? I can't believe Kakashi-sensei would hand me over to you for no reason." There was a quiver in Naruto's words, as if he was on the verge of tears. He knew Kakashi surely had his reasons, but he couldn't help feeling sad. After everything they'd been through, Kakashi had become someone truly important to him. He was, in essence, the same as Sakura and Sasuke, a person set apart. Sensing Naruto's confusion, Jeriah explained, "It's because of the nine tails sealed inside you." Naruto was stunned. "The nine tails?" "That's right. The nine tails inside you is being targeted by a certain organization. That's why it's safer for you to be with me." Unlike in the original story, Jeriah now told Naruto everything from the very beginning. Naruto clutched his stomach, his expression grave. "So, they're after the nine tails inside me? But am I really safe just by following you?" he asked, his tone heavy with concern. Jeriah found it a little odd. He hadn't expected Naruto to be so calm about the nine tails. From his experience, most Jinchuriki harbored a deep resentment toward the tailed beasts within them. Jeriah continued, "Staying in the village is actually much more dangerous. The organization after you has many powerful ninja, even stronger than Orochimaru, and not just one or two. If you stay here, not only does it put the village at risk, but it also makes it much easier for them to catch you. They wouldn't even need to search for your location." Naruto was swayed by Jiraiya's words. Still, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. I'd hoped that by mastering the Nine Tails' power, I could surpass them all. Though disappointed, Naruto accepted Jiraiya's reasoning. After all, he now understood just how crucial the tailed beasts were to the safety of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto raised his head and looked at Jeriah. "I want to master the Nine Tails' power. Can you really help me?" Jeriah hadn't expected Naruto to accept so quickly, nor had he anticipated Naruto's understanding of how important the tailed beasts were to the village. Regardless, things were at least heading in the direction he'd hoped for. Jeriah smiled at Naruto. "I'm the Toad Sage, one of the legendary Sanin. You can trust me." Naruto nodded. "I want to go tell Kakashi-sensei." Jeriah didn't object. "Go ahead. I'll wait for you here tomorrow and teach you a powerful new jutsu." Naruto couldn't muster any excitement. On the contrary, he felt a deep sadness. If it were up to him, he would prefer to stay with Team 7. With Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke, they could still visit Jeriah from time to time. Jeriah always taught him so much, so many jutsu, so many lessons. Naruto cherished that life. But he knew very well how important the beast inside him was to the village. He thought that if Jeriah and Sasuke were here, they would support his decision, too. After leaving Jeriah, Naruto made his way to Sakura's house. But he didn't tell her what had happened. Meanwhile, at Kenoha Hospital, Sasuke, now awake, sat up in bed, gathering chakra. Suddenly, he sensed something. His eyes snapped open, his brows knitting together. "Is it him?" Sasuke had felt a familiar chakra signature. Slowly, Sasuke stood up and made his way toward one of the hospital rooms. When he reached the door, he ran into Naruto and Shikamaru, who were on their way to visit Lee. Naruto's face lit up with delight when he saw Sasuke awake. "Sasuke, you're awake." Sasuke didn't reply, his eyes fixed on the door. Shikamaru noticed where Sasuke was looking. "Keep your voice down, Naruto," Shikamaru cautioned, sensing that something was off inside the room. Meanwhile, inside, Gaara was manipulating his sand, preparing to kill Lee. Shikamaru walked over to Sasuke and glanced at him. Sasuke gave a subtle nod. Shikamaru immediately understood Sasuke's intentions. Without hesitation, he formed a hand sign. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru's shadow slipped under the door and into the room. Sasuke kicked the door open. With a swift kick, he scattered the sand that was binding Lee. Gaara looked at the intruders who had suddenly appeared before him. He frowned. "It's you." Recognizing Sasuke, Gaara's voice turned cold and sinister. Sasuke glanced at Lee, who lay motionless on the bed, and frowned in confusion. He hadn't witnessed the fight between Lee and Gaara. Their battle had begun after he'd lost consciousness. How did Rock Lee end up like this? Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke studied Lee. Through the two-tomo Sharingan, he could see that Lee's chakra flow was already disrupted. As Gaara caught sight of Sasuke's Sharingan, he felt a jolt of unease. Or perhaps it wasn't Gaara himself, but the one-tailed Shikaku within him that felt deeply unsettled. Perfect. I'll kill you both along with him right now, Gaara hissed, his patience for the Chunin exam finals gone. He wanted Sasuke dead here and now. Sasuke's frown deepened. This guy really isn't right in the head, he thought, watching Gaara's deranged expression. Sasuke had crossed paths with Gaara before. He knew Gaara was strong, and that his temperament was far from normal. Shikamaru was struggling to maintain his shadow imitation technique. Damn it, what is this guy? Even caught in my shadow, he's still so calm, Shikamaru thought, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, Naruto burst into the room as well, kunai in hand, taking position beside Sasuke. What are you trying to do to Lee? Naruto demanded. Naruto had witnessed firsthand how terrifying Gaara was. Sasuke hadn't seen the fight, but Naruto had watched every moment of Gaara and Lee's battle. The pressure on Naruto was immense. And as Shikamaru watched Naruto and Sasuke standing together, especially when he saw the two-tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, he felt a sense of reassurance. So this is the Sharingan. Just how strong has Sasuke become? Shikamaru wondered. He knew all too well how much Sasuke had changed from before. He wasn't as aloof as he used to be. In fact, before the Chunin exams, Class 7 and their class even got together once. Because of that, Shikamaru and Sasuke's relationship wasn't as distant as it was in the original story. Still, Shikamaru didn't truly know how strong Sasuke was. So, he was a bit worried that Sasuke might get hurt by Gaara. After all, Sasuke hadn't witnessed Gaara's fight with Lee. He had no idea just how powerful Gaara really was. Fortunately, while keeping a wary eye on Gaara, Naruto leaned over to Sasuke and warned him, "Be careful, Sasuke. This guy's tough." Bushy brows ended up like that because of him. Sasuke glanced over at Rock Lee. He nodded. Rock Lee is incredibly strong. If someone can defeat him, it's obvious they must be powerful. Sasuke had sparred with Lee before, even if it was just a simple taijutsu exchange. But that was enough for Sasuke to know that Lee was no pushover.